In the eastern land, Chaojie City, the morning sunlight shone down on the city mansion, making the space incredibly fresh, lively, and peaceful. In a small mansion located not far away in this city, a woman with an unpleasant expression held up a notebook in one hand and spoke in an annoyed tone. "Young Chen, did you draw this? I can't believe you drew a portrait of me and sold it in the academy." The cover of the notebook featured a drawing of that hot woman. Young Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, replying, "Senior sister, isn't it because you are so beautiful? All the Marshall brothers like your portraits." The woman let out a soft, exhausted sigh. "You don't cultivate properly all day and do improper things. The inner academy exam is coming up. At this rate, you will be expelled from the academy." Young Chen said confidently, "Don't worry, senior sister. My tiger subduing fist is already successful. The inner academy exam will definitely not be a problem." A few people around heard this and chuckled, teasing. "Haha, Young Chen says his tiger subduing fist is not a problem. Do you guys believe it? Of course not. This guy has been in the academy for 3 years and is still at the first stage of the body tempering realm. He is really brazen. How hateful. He sells the portraits of Senior Sister Lee way too expensive." Hearing these words caused Yang Chen's face to darken at some point. The woman called Senior Sister Lee also arrogantly spoke up, holding a rope in one hand that made Yang Chen feel as if his soul was about to fly away. "Oh, then I want to see how you have cultivated the tiger-subduing fist." She picked up the rope and pulled it taut. "Come on, make your move." Seeing this, Yang Chen trembled and continuously tried to placate her. "Senior sister, I am really not good at being ruthless to women. Let's just skip this training." As soon as he finished speaking, Senior Sister Lee whipped the rope straight at Yang Chen, making him struggle to dodge in astonishment.
Yang Chen was scared purple. Stop, senior sister. My martial soul is very powerful. Once it erupts, it basically cannot be retracted. If I execute the subduing tiger fist, its power is boundless. I am truly afraid of hurting you." Hearing this, the others fell into speechless silence, staring blankly, before bursting into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, listen to him. What nonsense is he spouting?" Senior Sister Lee spoke softly. "Young Chen, you just said you have a martial soul. Do you know what a martial soul means?" Young Chen looked smug, confidently picking his nose as he replied, "Of course." Then he raised his voice to explain. "A martial soul is the symbol of a heavenly Tao master, bestowing outstanding talent upon a martial artist. A heavenly Tao master is known as the darling of heaven." Senior Sister Lee lightly crossed her arms, her face serious. "Oh, you know quite a lot, don't you?" Young Chen felt highly pleased, confidently praising himself. "I am precisely a heavenly Tao master, a great heavenly Tao master." Right at this moment, a highly contemptuous laugh rang out, making Young Chen startle and look over. That guy with a face like a sly old fox said, "Young Chen, you've been in the academy for 3 years, and your cultivation is still at a low level. How can you not feel ashamed calling yourself a heavenly Tao master?" As he spoke, he curled his lips into a triumphant smile. "You are an absolute piece of trash. Do you know that? Wake up." Hearing this, Young Chen also remained silent, giving him a cold look. He approached and bent down, his mouth still contemptuous. "Come on, you said you are a heavenly Tao master. Show us your martial soul." Senior Sister Lee immediately spoke up to intervene. "Shu Liang, that's enough." Shu Liang immediately summoned his cultivation technique. Behind him was a faint image of a ferocious king of the forest. "Senior sister, today I will help you teach a lesson to this bragging trash." The bystanders also showed their disdain. "Tsk tsk, Shu Liang is already at the peak of body tempering second realm. Young Chen is doomed this time. Who told him to like bragging? He needs to be taught a lesson so he remembers it well." Shu Liang rushed towards Young Chen with a smug look. He immediately narrowed his eyes, frowned, and concentrated. Then he created a terrifying magical power that directly hit towards Shu Liang, causing him to take the hit and fly backwards. He was hit mercilessly by Young Chen's strike and sprawled on the ground. The bystanders were shocked to witness this. This is... Young Chen had created a terrifying aura. Behind him was a dark, mysterious, faint image of a face full of murderous intent, the black smoke gradually dissipating. Senior Sister Lee became annoyed and stepped forward as if to intervene. Young Chen. Young Chen, with an ugly expression, his sharp, cold eyes glanced slightly. The surrounding aura remained unchanged. Senior Sister Lee crossed her arms helplessly and advised, "I hope you quickly advance your cultivation level. Take the exam to enter the inner court, and don't waste your innate talent." Hearing this, Young Chen scratched his head and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister. I will try my best." The disciples who witnessed the scene just now could not help but be surprised. Was that really a martial soul just now? I couldn't see it clearly, but the oppressive feeling was too strong. Has this kid, Young Chen, really awakened his martial soul? Hearing these words, he felt very smug. Moving to another scene, 2 women saw a figure passing by and caused a commotion. Wow, so handsome. Both a genius and handsome. I really want to marry you. The man had a calm expression, a few strands of hair fluttering slightly. Facing the infatuation and endless praise of the women, this man walked past calmly. Is he John Wukui, the strongest in the outer court? So handsome. As this person was walking, he ran into Yang Chen, who was whistling as he walked out. John Wukui's face immediately brightened, his eyes sparkling. "Brother!"
Yang Chen heard this and also shifted his attention over, full of confusion. Just like that, the two of them hugged each other joyfully. Hey, Shake! The two women who had just been praising John Wukui earlier became full of dissatisfaction when they saw Yang Chen. But why was the older brother of the top disciple of the outer courtyard, Yang Chen, who ranked first from the bottom? Yang Chen put one arm around his junior brother's shoulder, speaking arrogantly. Shake, today can be considered a moment to shine, scaring those little beasts out of their wits. My martial soul was born, like a true dragon descending to the world. Even Li Qinglin had to crawl at my feet and bow in worship. John Wukui felt a bit uneasy and forced a smile, replying, "Brother, didn't senior sister Li make eyes at you?" He replied confidently and triumphantly, "You weren't there at the time. You didn't see Li Qinglin's eyes. They were truly fiery. If there hadn't been other people around, I'm sure I would have jumped into her arms right away." Then Yang Chen's mood dropped immediately after, exhaling a dissatisfied breath. Sigh, but I can't wrong that girl Mouche. John Wukui immediately became cheerful. "Brother, Mouche still doesn't know you have awakened your martial soul, right? Let's go tell Mouche." Yang Chen skipped away like a mischievous little boy. At Yumuk Shui's small courtyard, the two brothers advanced very cheerfully. But after a few steps, someone blocked them, saying, "Stop." It was Shilu with crossed arms, looking at them with a completely unfriendly gaze. Yang Chen seemed intimidated by this person, so he ran behind John Wukui and continuously pushed his back forward. John Wukui nervously said, "Sister, Shilu, we are looking for Mukshui." Shilu, with an oppressive aura, asked, "Is there a matter?" making the two men indescribably intimidated. John Wukui quickly became serious. "There is." Shilu picked her nose and said, "If there is a matter, just say it. I will pass the message." Yang Chen naively pointed straight at her. "Shilu, we are looking for Mukshui. What does it have to do with you? Get out of the way." Shilu, with a gloomy aura, burst into laughter. "Hehe, you are not only a piece of trash, but you are also unbearably stupid." This made his face darken before he even realized it. She sneered and threw words of blame. "What, Yang Chen? Mukshui means she doesn't want to get too close to you, don't you understand? In this competition, she is definitely entering the inner courtyard. In the future, you will be people of two different worlds, so it's better not to interact anymore." Yang Chen frowned, visibly upset. "Impossible. If I don't hear it with my own ears, I won't believe it." Right at this moment, Yu Mukshui immediately walked out, and the three of them shifted their attention to her. She walked out with a rather bewildered expression, looking very heartless. Could it be exactly as Shilu said? Seeing this, John Wukui frowned and spoke unhappily. "Mukshui, what do you mean?" She was quite timid. "Brother Wukui." Then she immediately became serious. "Brother Chen, we are all grown up now, not like before. In the future, it is better to keep our distance." Yu Mukshui seriously declared, her expression looking very unsightly. These words seemed to have touched Yang Chen's heart, making him no longer carefree or cheerful. He frowned slightly, his bloodshot eyes still reflecting the figure of the woman, and replied lightly, "All right." Then he directly turned his back and walked away under the witness of the remaining three people. Before leaving, John Wukui did not forget to say, "Yu Mukshui, I hope you won't regret it later." Just like that, the two brothers left under the silent witness of the two remaining women. On a quiet crescent moon night with a dark starry sky, Yang Chen sat on a large rock, while John Wukui sat below by the stream, remaining silent for quite a long time. Yang Chen closed his eyes and concentrated on training, the aura around him radiating from his body. Right at this moment, a book with large letters appeared right above his head. Yang Chen felt it, suddenly opened his eyes, and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is..." Yang Chen reached out his hand. A powerful stream of aura continuously radiated from the book. He reached out to catch it, then stared wide-eyed. "This is the inheritance of the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, the primordial demonic dragon secret art." He quickly flipped the book open. Right on the first page, the words appeared, "Heaven comprehending scripture." Following that were strange characters emitting a formidable glow. Yang Chen stared at it while pondering. "It seems that with my current strength, I can temporarily only cultivate the first chapter." After reading for a while, Yang Chen immediately sat in a proper posture, highly concentrated, his hands unconsciously moving in circles. Heaven comprehending scripture. According to the description in the inherited book, what is considered heaven comprehending is being able to comprehend the terrifying cultivation technique of the heavenly Tao's mighty power. Suddenly, streaks of azure light fell down below. Sitting underneath, John Wukui was quite stunned seeing this. What is going on? Above the boulder where Yang Chen was sitting in cultivation, all the spiritual energy flew towards that spot, forming a large cluster of light. John Wukui shielded himself with his hands and thought to himself, "Damn it, the spiritual energy of this entire courtyard has been completely absorbed by Big Bro. Can he even play like that?"
The Heavenly Tao Master has attribute divisions, mostly single attributes, and dual attributes are extremely rare. For example, a fire attribute Heavenly Tao Master can only absorb the fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for other attributes, let alone absorbing them, just sensing them is difficult. After finishing his cultivation, Yang Chen looked at his trembling hands and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Am I an all-attribute Heavenly Tao Master?" Then he fell silent, taking a deep breath as if preparing for what was next, before howling with immense joy into the quiet moonlit night. John Wuquei happened to land nearby and asked blankly, "Brother, what happened? Why are you so happy?" Yang Chen immediately ran over and hugged his younger brother joyfully. "Xiao Kui, from now on Big Brother will protect you." After pulling away, Yang Chen suddenly froze for a long while, thinking, the devouring power of this martial soul is truly terrifying. In such a short time, the spiritual energy of the entire small courtyard has been completely absorbed. Yang Chen turned his back slightly, clenched his fists, and declared with determination, "Xiao Kui, let's go up the mountain." Hearing this, John Wuquei was stunned. "Up the mountain?" He replied playfully. "Right, we can't cultivate here. The spiritual energy in Chago Mountain is abundant. It's the perfect time for us to cultivate. The inner court competition is not far away, so we must try our best to increase our cultivation base." The next morning, the sunlight shone down on this place, known as the Chago Mountain Range. In the forest, on a cool green meadow, Yang Chen's figure was sitting there, cultivating diligently. Under the harsh sunlight, the spiritual energy source suddenly radiated and hovered in the air. These spiritual energies all gathered in one place towards him. Then it flared up like a fierce, massive fire. Jen Wuquei stood from afar, observing in astonishment. "My big brother, can you be any more incredible?" The spiritual energy was absorbed, gathering and radiating around Yang Chen's body, making him look no different from a burning man of fire. Absorbing the true solar fire, this kind of power of a true Heavenly Tao Master, the spiritual energy continuously flew back and gathered in one place towards Yang Chen. The flames were overwhelming, and Yang Chen's faint silhouette gradually became clear inside, with a cold, sharp gaze. Jen Wuquei was shocked to the point his jaw dropped. Reaching the body-tempering second realm in just one day? It took me 2 months back then. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, raising his hands to begin cultivating. "This won't do. At this rate, I will be caught up by Big Brother." They had probably cultivated for the entire day. The evening dusk was slowly falling, and the color of the sky was also changing. Jen Wuquei suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing something. Then he shifted his gaze over. The figure sitting there was now completely pitch black. What does this mean? What happened? Jen Wuquei immediately walked over. Yang Chen sat there covered in a pile of dirt, which gave him a good scare. "Big Brother, don't scare me." Right at this moment, the layer of dirt and rocks tightly clinging to Yang Chen's body suddenly shattered. Yang Chen quickly broke the dirt and rocks, then leisurely stood up. Even Jen Wuquei was surprised. "I didn't expect you to have already reached the body-tempering third realm." Jen Wuquei stood silently for a long time, his eyes staring blankly as he observed. The body-tempering third realm is about body refinement, forging tough muscles and removing all impurities. It is the most difficult stage in the first 3 stages of the body-tempering realm. Even I had to spend 3 months. Observing Yang Chen's body filled with muscles, he thought, Big Brother used less than a day to complete the first 3 stages of body tempering. This is truly too exaggerated.
Seeing his younger brother spacing out like that, he was quite puzzled. "Xiao Kie?" A sound coming from his stomach made Yang Chen feel embarrassed. "I'm hungry." Jan Wuquei quickly turned his back, instructing, "Wait there." Just like that, he ran off under Yang Chen's dumbfounded gaze. A few minutes later, Jan Wuquei returned, his feet quickly breaking to a halt. On Jan Wuquei's body was a large-sized bull. While carrying it, he said, "Brother, I found you a first-realm body-tempering Jade Emperor Barbarian bull, enough for you to eat your fill." Very quickly, he dropped it to the ground with a thud. After that was the image of the animal roasted to a golden brown, emitting an aroma that induced hunger. Yang Chen grabbed the leg and ate it heartily. Jan Wuquei, sitting nearby, couldn't help but admire him, his face also showing bewilderment. A moment later, a whole Jade Emperor Barbarian bull had been eaten clean, leaving only bones. But Yang Chen's face turned purple, holding his stomach in extreme discomfort. "Xiao Kie, I seem to still be hungry." Suddenly, his eyes widened because he felt something inside his body. This was troublesome. Jan Wuquei quickly walked over, asking, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your martial soul acting up?" Yang Chen suddenly shivered, his mouth uttering an incomprehensible sentence. "Martial soul?" Under the fresh space, a giant tornado suddenly surged, swirling around Yang Chen. This tornado was so strong that it swept all the grass and leaves into it. Just like that, an area with certain trees near where he was standing was stripped of all its leaves, leaving only dry branches. Yang Chen rubbed his stomach, feeling that he was no longer hungry, and said, "Not hungry anymore." Jan Wuquei, out of fear, had hidden behind a nearby rock. When he knew everything had settled down, he unsteadily stood up. "Brother, are you okay?" But in his heart, he was still terrified. Just now, if he hadn't run fast, that little bit of true chi in his body would have been completely lost. Yang Chen, carefree, raised his hands, confidently replying, "I'm fine. Right now I feel my whole body overflowing with power." Hearing that, Wuquei immediately brightened up. "Brother, you're awesome. In just half a day, you've continuously advanced 2 major realms. Try throwing a punch and see."
Yang Chen confidently curled his lips and nodded. All right. After that, he immediately looked up at that large tree, entering a preparatory stance, his gaze full of concentration. First, Tiger subduing fist. Swinging his hand into a fist, he thrust it up powerfully, launching the attack instantly. Right at the moment he punched, a blurry image of a ferocious face flickered faintly. An entire large tree was punched until it was no longer intact as before. It left a huge hole right in the middle, perfectly framing the focused silhouette of Yang Chen. John Wuke witnessed this in complete astonishment. Fire attribute. Afterward, Yang Chen re-entered his stance, tightly closed his eyes and focused, his true chi gradually radiating faster. Right at his chest area, a small orb was emitting thick smoke. Seeing this, Yang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Fire attribute true chi. This is definitely the true chi fire seed of the true sun fire. Truly top-notch to the horizon, comprehending all things, seizing extraordinary creation, living up to its reputation. At this time, night was gradually falling. Jian Wuke looked up and reminded, "Brother, it's getting dark. Let's go back." Yang Chen confidently glanced in his direction and replied, "No, let's find a cave to rest for the night and then continue cultivating." After that, the two brothers stepped forward, looking for a cave just as he had said. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, causing Wuke to be bewildered. "Brother, what's wrong?"
Yang Chen walked towards the bush, parted the branches, and observed what was ahead. He suddenly froze on the spot, his mouth agape, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes wide open because of the sight before him. Because the sight Yang Chen saw was a tranquil scene of a woman soaking in the water, her face looking as if she were enjoying the cool water. Under the magical full moon, the figure of the woman sitting by the lake with ethereal mist made the space more mysterious and poetic. Yang Chen was so stunned witnessing the scene that drool hung from the corner of his mouth. John Wuke became curious and approached. "Ah, what are you looking at, brother?" As soon as he saw the figure of the woman bathing by the lake, John Wuke also froze on the spot. This." Yang Chen quickly covered Wuke's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Hearing the noise, the woman turned around, looking with annoyed and highly alert eyes. "Who's there?" But there was no one in the nearby bushes, not even a sound. The two people hiding in the bushes remained constantly silent, trembling with fear of being discovered.
Yang Chen gently pushed the leaves aside, glancing around to check if anyone else was there. The woman, holding a sword in her hand, had a vigilant look in her eyes and called out, "Who is it? Come out immediately!" Seeing the girl not far away from him, and moreover approaching the two brothers, made them sweat bullets. Just like that, a rustling sound echoed right after. She glanced over with full vigilance. "Earth Raging Bear?" Seeing the back of the running woman, the two brothers breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Brother, it is the Earth Raging Bear. Let us run away quickly." Yang Chen stood up lightly, his eyes scanning. "Earth Raging Bear? I have never seen an Earth Raging Bear before. Come on, let us go take a look." Jian Wuke felt uneasy and raised his voice to stop him. "Brother, an adult Earth Raging Bear usually possesses the strength of the 8th realm body tempering. Even I cannot defeat it. It is too dangerous." Yang Chen ran off happily. "What are you afraid of? The girl from earlier went over there too. Let us go check it out as well." Jian Wuke could only reach his hand out, crying endlessly. A fierce roar resounded. The large bear, with its ferocious roar and robust body, was advancing through the dense bushes. It raised its sharp claws and slashed down, causing the nearby rocks and dirt to shatter and scatter everywhere. And right in front of it was the girl from earlier, running wildly without any sign of stopping. Yang Chen, observing from the other side, was stunned. It turned out the girl who was bathing earlier was Tian Lingxi. He turned around and ordered, "Xiao Clay, go help." Jian Wuke frowned and said seriously, "Brother, you can see clearly that Earth Raging Bear is not yet fully grown. It is only at the 5th realm body tempering. Furthermore, it has sustained heavy injuries in many vital spots. It will die soon." This caused Yang Chen to furrow his brows seriously. "Huh?" The black bear continuously attacked Tian Lingxi, while she kept running and dodging its fierce assaults. Under the bright golden moonlight, the large bear was stabbed with a sword, causing it to let out a tragic shriek. After that, its massive body fell behind Tian Lingxi's back, while she still stood there proudly. She glanced slightly, her voice cold. "Are you two still not going to show yourselves?" Yang Chen and Jian Wuke awkwardly walked out, scratching their heads and smiling wryly as he said, "Yo, Lingxi, what a coincidence, to think we could meet you here." Tian Lingxi looked displeased. "You are that trash, that Yang Chen." He smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, you really do still remember me." Tian Lingxi looked disgusted. "Were you the ones by the lake just now?" Hearing this, Yang Chen played dumb. "Lake? What lake? We were just passing by and heard a noise over here, so we came to check it out. Then we saw Sister Lingxi's heroic fighting posture, truly too beautiful." Jian Wuke, standing behind, could only feel helpless inwardly. "Big bro, you are really thick-skinned." Tian Lingxi scrutinized him for a moment. "Really?" Yang Chen continued. "Absolutely true. You are the goddess in my heart." She frowned, exposing him immediately. "Goddess? Why do I remember it being a fox spirit?" Yang Chen stood there with a question mark on his face, stunned, only letting out a confused, "Huh?" While he was still bewildered, Tian Lingxi approached the bear, touched it, and examined it for quite a while. After that, she slightly turned her back. Yang Chen, if I find out you lied to me, you are dead. Having said that, Tian Lingxi quietly left, heading deep into this dark forest. Yang Chen really didn't understand what she meant by fox spirit. Jan Wuke pondered for a moment and then spoke up. Bro, 3 years ago when we entered the martial academy, you met Tian Lingxi when she wasn't fully grown yet, and said that at just 12 years old she was already this devilishly beautiful, and that when she grew up she would definitely be a fox spirit. He looked dumbfounded. I did say that. I didn't expect Tian Lingxi to still remember. Jan Wuke chuckled lightly. Bro, you were spot on. Don't you think she looks exactly like a fox spirit now? If you could marry her and bring her home, father would definitely be extremely happy. Yang Chen let out a soft, frustrated sigh. Sha Kui, right? Then immediately burst into confident, hearty laughter. I'm only 15 years old. What's the rush? Becoming a great heavenly Tao master, I'll have my pick of beautiful women across the world. Tian Lingxi is just a spare tire. Seeing this smug appearance, Jan Wuque was left utterly speechless. Half a month later, at this familiar mountain, the locals were all astonished to see the figures of two strange men. They were Yang Chen and Jan Wuque. With torn clothes, disheveled hair, and exhausted breaths, they looked absolutely battered. Walking down the street, Yang Chen complained, This heaven-comprehending scripture is good in every way, but it's a bit annoying that it burns off my clothes at the slightest thing. He strolled along the street under the judgmental gazes of many people. Jan Wuque followed behind, only able to smile bitterly. Brother, don't be ungrateful. This cultivation technique of yours allowed you to reach the peak body-tempering 5th realm in half a month, which is already extremely formidable. Yang Chen laughed joyfully. Hey, of course. Shaokui, don't worry. From now on, I will protect you. Behind him, Jan Wuque reminded, Brother, we have to hurry. Today, the outer court square is announcing the rules for the inner court grand examination. This made him more rushed. Let's go quickly. Hurry back and change clothes. At the outer court square, a place with many people coming and going, it was quite crowded and noisy. Li Qinglin was leaning back, reading a book elegantly. Right at this moment, Yang Chen and Jan Wuque confidently and calmly took slight strides forward.
The people here were shocked to see him, their expressions turning ugly. Is that really Yang Chen? Is he really a heavenly Tao master? What a ghost story. A piece of trash actually awakened a martial soul. The heavens are truly blind. What kind of bullshit heavenly Tao master is he? Have any of you ever heard of a heavenly Tao master who has cultivated for 3 years and is still only at the 1st round body tempering? There's a good show to watch. Logically speaking, if our martial academy produced a heavenly Tao master, they would definitely be nurtured with all efforts. If he fails to pass the exam into the inner court this time, it will be a complete joke. Jian Wuque, on the other hand, is quite capable. It's a pity he has such a brother. As the two walked past, hearing such gossip about themselves, they could only remain silent under the unfriendly gazes. Yang Chen lightly brushed past, his back seemingly emitting a very gloomy killing intent. Upon seeing Li Qinglin, Yang Chen happily raised his hand and waved. Senior sister! He approached and started flattering her, making Li Qinglin annoyed as she coldly snorted. You look so beautiful today. Li Qinglin looked over, clearly annoyed. You've been absent from martial arts classes for over half a month. Confess honestly, what have you been doing? Yang Chen felt confident and playfully replied, I went to cultivate. Don't worry, senior sister. Just a small inner court assessment won't be difficult for me. I am a great heavenly Tao master after all. Li Qinglin judged him, observing Yang Chen with disbelief. You. Then she turned away with an ugly expression, making Yang Chen confused. Afterwards, she stepped closer and whispered, Have you advanced to the body-tempering 2nd realm yet? Yang Chen excitedly showed off. Senior sister, I have completed the bone-forging stage and reached the peak body-tempering 5th realm, causing Li Qinglin to freeze. She grew furious. Yang Chen! Anger taking over and making her tremble continuously. Then she walked away angrily. I don't want to care about you anymore. This left Yang Chen completely baffled. Yang Chen felt dissatisfied. Why is senior sister angry? It seems she doesn't believe me. Jian Wuque, standing beside him, quietly pondered. Aren't you embarrassed saying that? In just over half a month, advancing from the 1st realm body tempering to the body tempering 5th realm? Who would believe you? Just then a figure lightly landed from above onto the outer court square. It was a calm old man who lightly announced, I am here to announce the rules of this grand assessment. The inner court assessment is divided into 2 stages.
In the first phase, you can form your own teams, 3 people to a group, and enter Chaogay Mountain. You can use any method to gather spirit herb materials or spirit beasts. The people below all listened silently to the rules of this competition. The old man continued in a stern voice. Of course, the prerequisite is to survive. If you encounter danger, you can send a distress signal. All around Chaogay Mountain are the Academy's teachers, who will protect your safety. But if you call for help, it will also be considered an announcement that you have failed the assessment. For a period of 3 days, whichever group collects the most materials can score the highest points. 3 days later, gather back here, and I will announce the second stage of the assessment, and then everyone cheered happily. Li Tinglin walked over joyfully. Young Chen, this is great. This rule perfectly suits you. You can form a team with Jianwu Kei, pick another formidable person, and you will be able to get a very high score. However, young Chen was extremely earnest. Senior sister, Xiaokui and I already have all kinds of iron at Chaogo Mountain. We don't need anyone else. This annoyed Li Qinglin once again. She walked away angrily. You are truly hopeless. Jianwu Kei was quite pleased. Brother, senior sister really cares about you. Hearing this, his face darkened, and he replied dissatisfiedly. Care about what? She is just caring about her own reward. At this time, everyone was slowly going up the mountain. Young Chen and his little brother walked together. Wu Kei looked around and asked, Brother, are we really not going to keep looking for someone to form a team? Young Chen replied dejectedly. Let's see the situation first. If there is someone formidable, we can form a team. Otherwise, they will only drag us down. Jianwu Kei nodded upon hearing this. You are right. But something caught his attention and he spoke up. Brother, look over there. It's Mu Shui. Right in front of them was Yu Mu Shui standing with a man, looking very happy. That was Wen Zhengming. The two of them looked like a happy couple. Jianwu Kei observed quietly and said calmly, That guy is the young master of the Goryan medicine firm, named Wen Zhengming, a student of the White Tiger Pavilion in the inner court. Yang Chen's face darkened. Ha, just ignore him. Whoever he wants to form a team with has nothing to do with us. Upon catching sight of Yang Chen, Wen Zhengming let out a haughty snort. Then catching sight of Jianwu Kei, he immediately dropped a cheerful remark, but with ill intent. Yo, isn't this the #1 genius, Jianwu Kei? He looked over at Yang Chen and sneered. Forming a team with your trash older brother, huh? Then I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the assessment. Jianwu Kei glanced slightly, his expression gloomy. What does it have to do with you? He laughed sinisterly. Just a well-intentioned reminder. Then he waved his hand like a clown. Good luck to you. Young Chen walked ahead without saying anything. Jianwu Kei quickly followed. Brother. Seeing the silhouettes of the two of them like that, the people around all threw out words of disdain. Isn't that Jianwu Kei? Is he really forming a team with Young Chen? Even though Jianwu Kei is formidable, if he forms a team with Young Chen, it's estimated that no third person will be willing to join the same team. That's right. This assessment requires a team of 3. They are short of people. Plus, adding a piece of trash, it's no different from Jianwu Kei being alone. It seems he's doomed this time. Beneath this familiar massive mountain, in front of Young Chen was a giant bear of terrifying size opening its large mouth, emitting a fiercely violent source of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy it released quickly rushed toward Young Chen, but he had no reaction. His palm clenched tightly, and a fire spirit was gradually summoned right after. Just like that, he threw a punch at the giant bear, causing it to let out a miserable shriek. Instantly, its massive body tumbled to the ground. Finishing the job, Young Chen dusted off his hands and happily said, Shall Kei grab the spoils of war? Jianwu Kei, who had been witnessing everything, was amazed. Brother, your speed is even faster than mine. You killed the earth-raging bear in just one move. He burst into laughter and smugly replied, Of course, I told you I'd cover you from now on. Let's go, we will continue to take down the next target. Just as they were about to step forward, a crowd of people blocked their way. This crowd seemed to have seen something, running with great excitement, pushing and shoving each other to rush ahead. Seeing this, Jianwu Kei wondered, It seems like something has happened. Young Chen immediately urged, Come, let's go check it out. Suddenly, a violent spatial rift appeared in the sky, radiating fierce lightning all around. An anomaly of heaven and earth, this was an omen that a divine relic was about to appear.
Young Chen looked up at the glowing screen, speaking with excitement. A miracle! Could a miracle be about to appear? Right after that, it was the moment 2 specks of light darted across the starry, dreamy night sky. Those 2 specks of light were created by 2 mysterious old men. From within the heaven and earth anomaly, the silhouettes of those 2 could be faintly seen. The old man closed his eyes calmly, then carefully said aloud, This is not a miracle. It is just the earth veins triggering a celestial phenomenon. To be able to trigger a celestial phenomenon, it seems the earth veins here are quite extraordinary. Perhaps it will produce rare treasures. The old man gently waved his hand. Everyone disperse. Continue your assessment. This thing is very dangerous. If you are not careful and get sucked in, you will lose your life. The people below were momentarily startled. Huh? Then they turned their backs and left. So boring. Let's go, let's go. Yang Chen alone stood there dazed, as if thinking about something. Observing the heaven and earth anomaly, he thought to himself, The heaven-comprehending scripture is known to be able to comprehend all things in heaven and earth, seizing the wondrous fortune of creation. I wonder if it can understand the profundity of the lightning ground. Just like that, Yang Chen focused and closed his eyes. Stretching out both hands, an enveloping aura gradually radiated outwards and expanded, touching the lightning vein. Yang Chen let out an earth-shattering roar. Power from above enveloped his entire body, and several bolts of lightning clung tightly to him. The 2 old men up there were both dumbfounded, then immediately became terrified. Not good. A massive explosion occurred right after. After the ethereal smoke gradually dissipated, Yang Chen's figure stood perfectly still, yet he was surrounded by terrifying lightning. He collapsed, his eyes having changed at some point. A strange little light was emitting from his chest area. Yang Chen fell to the ground, completely motionless, which made Jan Wukei run over very anxiously, calling out, "Brother." Amidst Jan Wukei's endless worry, the two old men had also landed at some point. Jan Wukei supported his brother, and one old man walked over to take his pulse. Observing the situation, the other old man was dissatisfied. "This brat got struck by lightning, how unlucky." The old man taking the pulse also nodded. "This little life is tough, there is still a breath left." This person then stroked his beard and calmly said, "Rest assured, this kid won't die yet. I'll take him to Elder Tian for some treatment and he'll be fine." The old man quickly put Yang Chen on his back. Jan Wukei quickly called out from behind, "My lords, he is my brother. I want to follow too." The other old man reminded him, "Go down the mountain first, it'll be fine." Jan Wukei stopped, full of worry. "Then what about our exam?" The two old men flew into the air, replying, "You continue the exam. This guy will wake up tomorrow." Early the next morning, at a peaceful hut in this desolate forested hill,
Yang Chen also gradually opened his eyes with an unsettled expression. He woke up, sat up, his body still lethargic. Where is this? I remember being struck by lightning, didn't I? His hand lightly rubbed his stomach, feeling a spark of electricity flash by. Yang Chen hummed in confusion. Just like that, he immediately closed his eyes, his hands moving erratically in the air as the two colors of two powers blended together inextricably. The two spheres were gradually touching each other, right inside his body. Seeing this, Yang Chen's jaw dropped. Is this heavenly lightning chi? It seems the heaven-comprehending scripture absorbed all the heavenly lightning yesterday, transforming it into heavenly lightning chi. He jumped for joy on the bed, shouting like a mischievous child. "This time your granddaddy is invincible." Then he looked around, unsettledly asking himself, "Speaking of which, where exactly is this?" Yang Chen approached the door and gently opened it. Before his eyes was a small house with a large, cool, and peaceful courtyard. Nearby was the tranquil back of a young woman, intently focused on her painting. Yang Chen walked out, and upon seeing this, an indescribable joy sparked in his heart. Drawing a picture? But he had to stop short because of the young woman's next action. The spiritual energy fluctuation was too strong. Was this person an array master? Although an array master is a specific support profession of a heavenly Tao master, their noble status surpasses even the Tiansu continent. As long as one is an array master, they are naturally also a heavenly Tao master, but not every heavenly Tao master is an array master. The engraved array patterns of an array master have inherent special support functions, which are extremely useful whether for cultivation or experiential training. Those who possess array patterns can even fuse them onto weapons and armor, providing beneficial enhancements.
But when he gradually looked closely at that girl's appearance, he was instantly shocked speechless. Why was it her? Tianling Xi's eyes lightly glanced over. Under the gentle breeze, leaves fluttered softly, and her clear voice rang out, "You're awake." Yang Chen was stunned, pointing his finger and asking, "Fox, you vixen, are you a heavenly Tao master?" Tianling Xi frowned unhappily. "That's right, is there a problem?" Right at this moment, Tian Bangguang walked over, and Yang Chen also reflexively turned to look. Tian Bangguang spoke calmly and elegantly. "Can you sense the soul power fluctuations of the person next to you?" Yang Chen confidently nodded and replied, "Of course." He stepped towards the table. "My lord, the array pattern currently carved on the bee skin is of the wood attribute, retaining a heavy sensation. It is probably a defensive array pattern." Tian Bangguang spoke softly. "You can sense it too?" He replied arrogantly, "Of course." He chuckled. "Do you want to learn?" Instantly, Yang Chen knelt down without any hesitation, giving Tian Bangguang quite a shock. Yang Chen performed 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows in a seamless motion. Disciple Yang Chen greets master. Tianling Xi was unwilling and spoke angrily. "Father, he is a scoundrel. Don't take him as a disciple." But Yang Chen's expression was very smug. Tian Bangguang replied proudly, "As my disciple, you must remember one thing. You cannot be mediocre. In the next 5 years, if you do not venture out and achieve something, you will be expelled from the sect." Hearing this, Yang Chen asked in a daze, Master, what exactly counts as an achievement?" Tian Bangguang slightly turned his body, curled his lips slightly, and replied, "Make your name shake the eastern land." This made Yang Chen's jaw drop in utter astonishment. "Huh? Are you kidding? In just a mere 5 years, you want me to shake the eastern land? I haven't even been to places outside Choga City, and Choga City is just a small city under the jurisdiction of Tiannan Commandery. As for the Eastern Land Kingdom with its massive territory, it goes without saying. You must know that in this vast eastern land, Tiannan Commandery is only one of the 108 commanderies." Tian Bangguang narrowed his eyes slightly. "What? Is there a problem?" Yang Chen forced a smile. "No, but in his heart he didn't feel fine at all. Whatever, I'll just learn the skills of an array master first and worry about the rest later. After all, the 5-year agreement is still a long way off." Tianling Xi remained silent, saying nothing more. Tian Bangguang then helped him up. "Little Chen, your master will temporarily stay at the Choge Martial Academy for a while. How much you can learn will depend on your own fortune."
Young Chen then bowed low, politely thanking him. "Yes," Tian Bangguang laughed happily. "From now on, there is no need to do these kinds of formalities. Having the heart is enough. You are still participating in the inner court assessment. Go finish the test first."
Tian turned to Tian Lingxi and arrogantly raised his voice. Lingxi, you see him out. This made her look stunned, unhappy. Just like that, Tian Lingxi saw Yang Chen out to the front gate. Yang Chen took the initiative to say, Lingxi, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly Dao master. You hit it too deeply. Tian Lingxi frowned visibly. What does it have to do with you? Before leaving, he also arrogantly said, Lingxi, what is your current cultivation level? Have you broken through to the 6th round body tempering yet? She was annoyed. What does it have to do with you? Yang Chen still continued his questions. Lingxi, I think you look better with your hair pinned up. Tian Lingxi directly slammed the door shut, responding in annoyance. What does it have to do with you?
At the Chaogay mountain range, the wolf with bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth growled terrifyingly. Jian Wuque looked at it lightly with sharp, cold eyes. As soon as the wolf with bloodshot eyes charged forward, Jian Wuque swung his sword. Then he stepped forward, swinging his arm to deliver a slash across the wolf's body. Hit by the strike, it immediately fell to the ground, motionless. Yang Chen, seeing this, excitedly praised, Xiaokui, your sword technique is becoming more and more proficient. Jian Wuque walked over step by step and asked, Brother, are you okay? Yang Chen confidently replied, It was just a small heavenly lightning. How could it strike me to death so easily? Jian Wuque said as he walked, I knew you would definitely be fine. Let's go. We will continue to kill monsters. 3 days after the assessment began, at the square, Wen Zhangming arrived here, just happening to meet Yang Chen and Jian Wuque. He showed his contempt. Yo, in the end, still no one teamed up with you guys. Yang Chen's face darkened, turning away to reply. Just wait and see. Wen Zhangming laughed. The trash is talking. How many spirit beasts have you killed to be so arrogant? At this time, an elder arrived, standing in the air, speaking aloft and coldly. All teams, bring your spoils to me to hand in. He continued apathetically. Any team that gathers 3 or more spirit herbs or kills 3 or more spirit beasts can pass the preliminary test. Of course, the greater the quantity, the greater the rewards you will receive later. Wen Zhangming immediately turned around, gave a smirk, and with one arm around Yumuk Shui's waist, ordered, Go. The servant carrying a large sack on his shoulder replied, Yes, boss. That servant then presented it in front of the old man and opened it. Observing for a moment, he nodded and announced, The team of Wen Zhangming, Yumuk Shui, and Chen Xiao killed 7 spirit beasts, gathered 1 spirit herb, and passed the assessment.
Wen Zhangming heard this and became smug. How about it, trash Yang Chen? Yang Chen only let out a long yawn, then told Jian Wuque, Xiaokui, serve the dish. Jian Wuque fumbled around a lot, but Wen Zhangming still kept laughing smugly nonstop. Jian Wuque struggled to drag out a large sack that made everyone gape in astonishment. They stood dumbfounded on the spot, as if unable to believe their eyes. This! Facing such a large sack being dragged out like that, no one could have imagined. Such a big bag. How many spirit beast materials must there be inside? It's fake, right? Wen Zhangming saw it and also panicked. Showing off so quickly. The large bag was dragged right to the middle of the courtyard, exposed before the eyes of that old man. He softly gave an order. Open it and see. Jian Wuque also quickly opened it. Upon witnessing it, everyone was so stunned that their jaws dropped. Even Wen Zhangming reacted similarly. How is this possible? Jian Wuque confidently showed off his spoils of war along with his older brothers. Behind them, countless spirit beast corpses were piled up like a mountain, uncountable. Even the old man was equally stunned. Check it a bit. Then that person quickly counted them one by one. Yang Chen crossed his arms very smugly. Wen Zhangming couldn't believe it. Impossible. This can't possibly be true. After that, the old man solemnly announced loudly, Jian Wuque, Yang Chen's squad killed 90 spirit beasts, 5 spirit herbs, passed the assessment.
But in his heart, Wen Zhangming gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, how did he do it? 90 of them? Even if it was Jian Wuque, it's impossible to kill 90 spirit beasts in 3 days. Then the old man waved his hand lightly. Not a bad performance. Prepare to enter the next round of assessment. Immediately, the 2 brothers went in, and on the way, Yang Chen asked softly, Xiaokui, tell me, since you handed over so many spirit beast materials, what will the academy reward us with? Jian Wuque smiled wryly and replied, I don't know. Luckily, my older brother is smart and kept a few spirit herbs. At this time, Li Qinglin walked over. Yang Chen, how did you guys do it, killing so many spirit beasts? Yang Chen immediately turned on his bragging mode. Senior sister, I already said it. I am a great heavenly Dao master. My true strength is profound and unpredictable. Li Qinglin felt helpless and clicked her tongue. Don't I know how much you weigh? It must be Jian Wuque's credit. Hearing this, he smiled wryly. Senior sister, actually... She immediately put her hand on his shoulder. However, no matter what, being able to pass the first round of assessment is good enough. But the next round of assessment will not involve teaming up anymore. You have to work hard on your own. He said arrogantly. Don't worry, it's not a problem. Jian Wuque said casually. Older brother, out of those 90, you killed more than half of them. Yang Chen said arrogantly. No need to pay attention to these small matters. Let's complete the subsequent assessments first, he said with certainty. Older brother, show your strength in the upcoming assessments. Let them see it. Yang Chen glanced lightly at Yu Mingshu, who happened to pass by, his voice dropping slightly. That's exactly my intention.
After that, the old man appeared again. The first round of assessment is over. Students who have passed the assessment come back to this place tomorrow to begin the second round of assessment. At the beginning of the second round of assessment, the students' family members will come to watch. Everyone please perform well. Hearing this, John Wukui was very excited. Older brother, do you think father will come to watch? Young Chen didn't care much. With father's personality, it's hard to say. He suddenly drooped down. It would be great if Grandpa could come. In response to his younger brother's sigh, he said dissatisfiedly, "Stop dreaming. Grandpa won't come either. Have you ever seen Grandpa step out of the house before?" John Wukui said happily, "Older brother, if we pass the inner court assessment, Grandpa will definitely be very happy." He nodded. "That's right. As long as we pass the inner court assessment and enter the inner court, we will come into contact with cultivation methods and martial skills." But in his heart he was thinking, although he had the supreme cultivation method, which is the primordial demonic dragon secret art, he only knew an unorthodox martial skill, which is the tiger subduing fist. After entering the inner court, I must find a suitable martial skill.
The next day, at the vast square of the inner court, people had already been waiting since who knows when. On the other side was the viewing area for the students' family members. On this side, seeing a familiar face, John Wukui spoke up. "Brother, old dad is here." Nearby in the family area, Yang Chen's father, Yang Zhengye, was standing there observing. Immediately, the two of them ran over like two children. "Hello, Dad!" Seeing this, Yang Zhengye was not pleased. "You two brats, still as hasty as ever. Listen here, if you guys don't pass the exam to enter the inner court this time, your old man will cut off his robe and sever ties with you." Hearing this, both of them froze on the spot, truly losing face. "Old Dad, idioms aren't used like that." John Wukui quickly bowed in greeting. "Dad!" Yang Zhengye crossed his arms and laughed proudly. It's still Xiao Kui who brings honor to this old man. I heard you've reached the 6th realm body tempering, dominating the outer court, acting arrogant and unrestrained. Good, I like it." Hearing this, John Wukui turned pale, outwardly only able to force a wry smile. "Where did you hear these rumors, Dad? When did I dominate the outer court, arrogant and unrestrained?"
Yang Zhengye snorted lightly, his expression completely changing. That's right. He looked straight at Yang Chen and shouted loudly, saying, "Why did you offend Xiao Shui? She is the wife I have tacitly decided for you." Yang Chen sweated profusely, his mouth wide open as if he didn't understand anything, only able to let out a soft, "Huh?" his eyes looking at Yu Mushui in confusion. Right at this moment, Yu Mushui's father, Yu Chen, walked over and rebuked Yang Zhengye. "Yang Zhengye, you bastard, since when did my daughter become your wife?" Both Yu Mushui and Yang Chen were dumbfounded, staring unblinkingly, speechless. The people in the hall gossiped vigorously. "I heard Yang Chen has been in the academy for 3 years and is still at the first round body tempering. This trash actually has the delusion of climbing up to Yu Mushui. The talent of the Yu girl is excellent. Her cultivation has already reached the body tempering 3rd realm. This time she will definitely pass the exam and advance to the inner court. Recently there was a rumor that Yang Chen awakened his martial soul. I don't know if it's true or false. Even if that brat awakened a martial soul, it would be a trash martial soul. Have you ever heard of a heavenly Tao master cultivating for 3 years and still being at the 1st realm body tempering?" Yang Chen's expression turned gloomy upon hearing these words. Yang Zhengye gritted his teeth in frustration when he heard these unpleasant whispers. "That's right. A heavenly Tao master's cultivation advances as easily as drinking water. I think that little rogue Yang Chen is just out to bluff." Unable to bear it longer, Yang Zhengye shouted out loud, "Get lost! All of you get lost! Prepare for the exam!" Watching the figures of his 2 children slowly walking away, he softly pondered. That's not right. Why is Yang Chen still at the 1st realm body tempering? The old man placed all his hopes on him. Besides, looking at him and Xiao Shui, they are as estranged as passers-by. This is very wrong. What exactly happened? That old man appeared again right when the exam was about to begin, and solemnly announced, "Today's exam is considered an entry test. Today begins the official exam. The official exam is divided into 3 rounds. Within these 3 rounds, all those qualified will advance to the inner court." Jan Wu Kwek walked and complained dissatisfactorily. "Brother, it wasn't easy for us to get the 1st place. I didn't expect it to just be an entry test." Yang Chen walked beside him and gently comforted him. "It's fine. Who cares what the exam is? We'll just continue to take the 1st place." The old man raised his voice again. "In addition, the Martial Academy will discuss your comprehensive results and select the top 10 to receive rewards, especially the 1st place, who will be gifted a hidden dragon pill." The candidates below heard this, and everyone's eyes lit up. Hidden dragon pill.
Legend has it that the dragon pill was passed down from the royal capital, being the proud work of a great alchemist. The main ingredient is the inner core of a sub-dragon monster beast, its medicinal power pure and fierce. Consuming and refining it can enhance the cultivation of body and soul, increase strength, and even provide a significant chance for cultivators in the body tempering realm to break through any realm barrier. The parents in this area were equally surprised. What a generous move. The old man continued in a soft voice. In this competition, apart from the 1st place reward of the dragon pill, the 2nd and 3rd places will each be rewarded with a solidifying origin fundamental organ pill. As for those ranked 4th to 10th, they will share 10 little spirit pills. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Solidifying origin fundamental organ pill?
I am currently at the peak of the body-tempering 5th realm. To reach the 6th realm and complete organ-tempering, even with the heaven-comprehending scripture, it would take quite a few days. But if I have the solidifying origin fundamental organ pill, it will be different. Clenching his fists tightly, he was very determined. I must definitely get this solidifying origin fundamental organ pill. Just then, everyone gathered in one place. Look, it's Tianling Shi. This made Yang Chen freeze immediately. Tianling Shi walked in gently and slowly, accompanied by Guanming Hao. Wow, Tianling Shi and Guanming Hao, the two greatest talents of the outer court? Even Zhang Wuke is still a step behind them. These two are truly a match of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Those people were all full of admiration. What? Guanming Hao only has good talent? How is he worthy of someone with top-tier beauty and talent like Tianling Shi? That's true. Yang Chen was slightly surprised when Tianling Shi came towards him.
Instantly, a series of terrifying gazes paid attention right to him, which Yang Chen could never have expected. Yang Chen then took the initiative to greet. "Vixen, haven't seen you for half a day. It feels like 3 autumns. Well, did you miss me?" Tianling Shi chuckled softly. "You are truly shameless." Guanming Ha saw this and erupted in anger. "Yang Chen, you bastard, get away from Lingxi." Yang Chen curled his lips into a gloomy smirk. He quickly wrapped his arm around Tianling Shi's shoulder, using a teasing tone. "We two are mutually in love. What does it have to do with you?" This made him very angry. The people behind, seeing this, discussed endlessly. I heard Guanming Ha is infatuated with Tianling Shi, but has been rejected many times. There is a good show to watch this time, but why is Tianling Shi taking Yang Chen's side? What is she relying on? An old man standing above announced loudly, "The first round of the competition is a test of strength. Those of you entering the test must strike the strength measuring pillar with full force. Every time the strength measuring pillar flashes, it means the strength of 100 Jin bull. A 1-inch increase in the light's height is qualified." Guanming Ha, hearing this condition, curled his lips smugly. The striking force must reach at least 1,000 Jin to be qualified. I see you at most have 100 Jin at a time, right? Don't go up there and lose face. Giving up is the best choice.
Yang Chen reacted shockingly. "What the hell does it have to do with you? This young master likes it." Guanming Hao was extremely angry. "You are already beyond cure." He teased, openly showing disdain, while Tianling Shi only smiled faintly. The old man cautiously announced again, "The competition officially begins." The candidates went up one by one and performed their tests. 400 Jin, 425 Jin, 400 Jin, recorded 425 Jin, invalid. 425 Jin, 425 Jin, 450 Jin, recorded 450 Jin, invalid. Through this, it could be seen that a few candidates who didn't meet the qualifications were all thoroughly disappointed. The old man said softly, 475 Jin, 475 Jin, 500 Jin, recorded 500 Jin, valid. A candidate, after finishing the test, was extremely excited. Yeah. Yang Chen stood by observing with dissatisfaction. Exhaling a breath, a strength of 500 Jin naturally passes the first round. The next 2 rounds will also be very tough. The inner court isn't that easy to enter. At this time, a candidate slowly went up, throwing a punch that made everyone completely amazed. 1100 Jin, valid. That was Situ Ping, who was gently rotating his wrist very calmly. Everyone was restlessly murmuring. Situ Ping of the Situ family. He was born with divine strength, and also cultivates the family's inherited great Vajra secret art. Reaching 1100 Jin in fists and kicks is nothing strange. The Situ family is the wealthiest in Chaogode. The pills that body-tempering brat took haven't even been fully absorbed yet. Yang Chen leaned close to Tianling Shi's ear, whispering, "Let me tell you, Vixen, that Situ Ping soaked in a medicinal barrel for 3 years just to reach a tiny bit over 1,000 Jin. It's truly a waste of his family's great Vajra secret art." Tianling Shi gently waved her hand, not very surprised. "Oh, why do I smell something sour? If you have the ability, then later you also test for 1,100 Jin for me to see." He smugly replied, "You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, let's make a bet." Tianling Shi chuckled jokingly. "Bet? If you can't strike out with more than 1,000 Jin, you will wear no clothes at all and run 1 lap around Chaogoat City for 1 lap. Dare you?" Yang Chen froze on the spot, his face as red as a tomato, stuttering nonstop. Outwardly, Yang Chen seemed to look very timid, so what if I win? But in his heart, he was very gloating. A good opportunity.
Tianling Shi was confident. "You win? If you win, whatever you say goes." Immediately, his eyes lit up. "If I win, you have to give me a kiss." Tianling Shi felt very doubtful looking at his smug appearance. Why does this guy feel so confident? She glanced over, extremely annoyed. This guy is definitely an empty vessel making the most noise. Not willing to admit the feat, she replied, "All right, I promise you." Right at this moment, Guanming Hao also walked up. Everyone was anxious with anticipation. It was Guanming Hao's turn. He gently rubbed his wrist, his lips still curled in an expression of overt disdain. All around, people were discussing. I wonder how much force Guanming Hao, one of the top 3 strongest in the outer court, will achieve with a single punch. The top 3 strongest in the outer court referred to Tianling Shi, Guanming Hao, and Zhang Weikui. Cultivating the Guanshan capturing palm to a certain level could be said to multiply one's combat power. If Guanming Hao executed the Guanshan capturing palm, his punch and kick force might reach 1,500. 1,500? Impossible. Guanming Hao's palms began to clench as he slightly assumed his stance. The aura exuding from his body looked very gloomy. Everyone who looked was astonished, exhaling chi like a snake. My god, I didn't expect Guan Minghao to have already reached the 6th realm body tempering. Yang Chen, on the other hand, was quite convinced in his heart. This fool also has some ability. He got into a preparatory stance, his eyes glaring so wide that only the whites could be seen. With his ultimate move, the Guanshan capturing palm, he violently struck the pillar with his hand, making the space feel as if it were about to shake.
Suddenly, light emitted from the large pillar. That person gently pushed up his glasses to look closer. 1,500 jin. This number made everyone exclaim in astonishment. Guan Mingha was very smug. See the difference now? Yang Chen attacked his weak point, teasingly saying, "Vixen, do you see that idiot provoking you? Later you must take the chance to deal with him." This made Guan Mingha very annoyed. At this moment the manager softly called out, "Next person, John Wuke." Hearing this, Yang Chen also looked over at John Wuke. He walked over, asking blankly, "Brother, do I have to hit with all my strength?" He crossed his arms and replied, "Hit with all your strength. Show them your true power." John Wuke slowly walked to the large pillar and immediately burst forth with his power. Everyone panicked when they realized that John Wuke was at the peak of the 6th realm body tempering. Guan Mingha was also taken aback. This kid was improving too fast. John Wuke clenched his palms, stepped forward, and quickly struck the large pillar with force. The light immediately shot up almost to the top of the pillar. They couldn't believe their eyes, continuously rubbing them. Could it be that there's a problem with the strength measuring pillar? The manager directly exclaimed, 2,050 jin, valid. Everyone present was absolutely shocked. This John Wuke was even more formidable than Guan Mingha. Wasn't he far inferior to Guan Mingha before? Guan Mingha must have been secretly surpassed by him. Truly a genius. Meanwhile, Guan Mingha, witnessing this from the corner, was incredibly jealous. Yang Jiangye was very confident and extremely satisfied, beaming with pride at his son's achievement. "Everyone look, that's my son. Hee hee." Yu Qian, on the other hand, was annoyed inwardly, looking at Yang Jiangye with judging eyes. "What the hell does Wu Kei's achievement have to do with you? It's all thanks to the old master of your family, all right?"
Hearing this, Yang Chen burst into delighted laughter. He raised both hands and cheered enthusiastically. "Cheer! Here's your king!" Tianling Si, standing nearby, could only look on helplessly. "What does this have to do with you?" He replied contentedly, "Vixen, don't you know that Xiao Kui's achievements today are all thanks to the efforts of his older brother like me?" Tianling Si pouted, turning away in complete dissatisfaction. Someone immediately commented, "Of the 3 strongest in the outer court, 2 already have their results. Only Tianling Si is left. With Tianling Si's radiant and gentle beauty, she surely makes all the men here deeply infatuated with her." Yang Chen touched her shoulder, looking expectant. "Vixen, it seems it's your turn." Tianling Si stepped lightly, and from her footsteps, a mass of magic seemed to appear. Everywhere she walked left a puddle of magic like stagnant water. She slowly walked up to that strength measuring pillar and gently punched the pillar with a force that wasn't light at all. The measuring light quickly reflected on the pillar. Seeing this, the supervisor announced, 1,450 caddies. Passed. Hearing this, they were unexpectedly surprised. Why is Tianling Si still inferior to Guan Mingha? This isn't right. Our goddess should be in the first place. Yang Chen scoffed, puzzled. What? Tianling Si is not good at strength. Her cultivation is only at the peak of the body tempering 5th realm. If she advances to the 6th realm body tempering, wouldn't her fists and kicks be able to hang Guan Mingha up and beat him? The supervisor then called his name. Next, Yang Chen. Tianling Si also suddenly paid attention as Yang Chen skipped and sang, looking very carefree. She couldn't be more doubtful. How can he still be so confident? Tianling Si's face darkened at some point. Could it be he really wants me to kiss him for real? She constantly shook her head. No, there's no way he can pass the test.
Yang Chen was very confident, warming up before using his strength. The others saw him acting like a clown and burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha! What is he doing?" Yang Chen gently stretched out his hands comfortably. At this moment, his aura radiated from his body and floated into the air. This caused their mocking reaction to change into one of surprise. No, impossible. What did I just see? Hell, isn't it only from the bone refining stage and above that one can activate the muscles and bones of the entire body? Is there some kind of change? Even Wen Zhangming was furious and jealous. What's going on? What is happening? Didn't Yang Chen only have the cultivation base of the 1st realm body tempering? Yu Muxu, standing nearby, was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hand. Tian Lingxi pulled a long face in anger. This scoundrel, he really deceived me. Guan Minghao broke out in a cold sweat. No, impossible. 5th realm body tempering? He then broke into a confident smile. So what if he suddenly reached the 5th realm body tempering? He is still no match for me. That bastard's cultivation must have been forcefully elevated by some miraculous pill or wondrous medicine. His performance in fist and kick techniques will definitely be a joke.
Yang Chen clenched his fist and swung with all his might. When the punch hit the large pillar, the measuring light shone brightly, reaching its peak. Aura scattered everywhere, and rising dust obscured the entire area. The measuring light had reached the very top of this pillar. The supervisor was equally astounded. 1750, qualified. Everyone had to drop their jaws, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Yumu Shui was taken aback. Brother Yang Chen, when Zhang Ming gritted his teeth in anger. He only has brute strength. In a real fight, he might not necessarily be my match. After finishing his business, Yang Chen happily turned around. Fix him. Look at this. However, Tianling Shi was no longer standing there. When did she slip away? This left Yang Chen bewildered. Huh? Where did she go? He wasn't entirely surprised, nor was he anxious. You can hide on the first day, but can you hide on the 15th? The monk can run, but he can't escape the temple. Shifting to another scene, Tianling Shi pouted, stomping her feet loudly, and said angrily, Stinky Yang Chen, you tricked me. I won't kiss you. Having just completed his test, Yang Chen walked brightly and excitedly toward Jan Wu Kui. Witnessing this, Li Qinglin was deeply moved. No way, right? I remember clearly that half a month ago he was still at the first round body tempering. How did he turn into the 5th round body tempering in just half a month? Looking at Yang Chen, she couldn't contain her joy. He is indeed extraordinary. The old man then carefully announced, the first round of strength testing ends completely here. Those who qualified will participate in the second round early tomorrow morning. The evening sunset fell. As soon as Jan Wu Kui returned to the mansion, he leaned back on the long chair and comfortably asked, Brother, what do you think we will be tested on in tomorrow's second round?
Young Chen sat down on the chair, enthusiastically answering, I'm not sure. If we go by custom, it might be a practical combat examination. If it's a fight, let's be honest, whoever we find an eyesore, we'll just beat them up viciously. We don't need to be modest. John Wu Kui sat up, asking blankly, Brother, do you think Grandpa will come to watch tomorrow? He helplessly let out a long sigh. Yes. At the same time, over at the Grand Guan estate, the head of the Guan family, Guanzi, Guan Minghao's father, chuckled softly. Senior Brother Yuan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be so profound as to reach this realm. I truly admire you. White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Min, one of the 4 great pavilion masters of the Chaogo Martial Academy's inner court, gently raised his glass, staring fixedly. He took a sip. Time flies so fast. Looking back at the years when we cultivated together in the inner court, it feels like it just happened yesterday. Guanzi laughed heartily. Senior Brother Yuan, from now on, Guan Minghao will rely entirely on your care in the inner court. Yuan Min's cheeks flushed from drinking. Junior brother, rest assured, with Minghao's talent far surpassing the outer court, Guanzi looked over at Guan Minghao and ordered, Minghao, hurry up and pay respects to your master. Immediately obeying, he knelt down and respectfully greeted. Minghao pays respects to master. Yuan Min gently supported him up, while he still bowed with utmost sincerity. Minghao pays respects to master. Guanzi raised his voice. Senior Brother Yuan, I heard that you are the examiner for the 3rd round in this competition. Minghao, Yuan Min took a gulp of wine and replied, Junior brother, rest assured, with Guan Minghao's talent far surpassing the outer court, the first place in this competition is definitely his. Naturally, the hidden dragon pill will also belong to Minghao.
The next morning, as the old man had said yesterday, everyone gathered fully at this square. Young Jianye was as happy as a child and exclaimed, You two brats are both very good. You didn't make me lose face. His mood looked very cheerful. The old master has already said, after this competition, you guys can go home to stay for a few days. That old man probably misses you guys too. Hearing this, John Wu Kui became thrilled. Really? That's great. Meanwhile, Yang Chen next to him just stood there with a blank face. Yang Jianye became slightly serious again. The old master told me to pass a message to you guys, saying that at any time you must keep your trump cards. At this moment, the old man raised his voice and announced, the 3rd round of the inner court examination begins. The content of the examination, heart test. Everyone was surprised. Heart test? The old man lightly raised his hand, summoning a small, dazzlingly bright circle. As the circle flew higher, it gradually shone even brighter. From above, the circle shone this dazzling light straight down, creating something like a giant door in front of everyone's eyes. The old man softly explained, Examinees, step into the heart refining array. Remember, maintain your original intention. Those who pass 5 stages will pass the test. After that, Yang Chen and John Wu Kui went inside. Very quickly, Yang Chen appeared in a completely different space from before. In front of him was a dense green forest.
Yang Chen looked around blankly, his mind still in a daze, not yet understanding what was happening. Right at this moment, a whole pack of ferocious beasts charged towards him from the front. Yang Chen coldly snorted, quickly concentrated, and his power erupted. It's all an illusion. Shatter for me. Instantly, the series of illusions of those beasts shattered into pieces like broken glass. The first trial was passed. Seeing this, Yang Chen was very proud. Just a small matter. Just like that, he smoothly shattered all the illusions, passing the second trial and smoothly passing the 3rd trial with great ease. Yang Chen quickly opened the door with a confident mood. Is this the only level of difficulty? That's it? As soon as he opened the door, the scene before his eyes made him freeze on the spot. It was a romantic and charming scene of Li Qinglin and Tianling Shi, seductively inviting Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you finally arrived. Seeing that your performance is not bad, let me give you a kiss. Under the light shining straight down, these people casually and calmly observed. Right from above, a circle separated, and very quickly a few people fell from it, landing painfully. The teacher spoke in a soft voice. did not meet the standard.
The Pavilion Master of the Inner Court's Azure Dragon Pavilion chuckled heartily. Senior Sword Saint, the disciple you just took in is not bad at all, passing the first 4 trials in just a few minutes. It can be seen that his martial heart is very resolute. He will definitely become a capable person in the future. Tian Baguang, standing nearby, also looked up attentively. He shook his head slightly. He is still green. Even if he is a pure embryo, there is no problem, but he still needs to be tempered and polished. It is too early to say what will happen in the future. The world only knows how to pursue pure martial talent, but ignores the importance of the martial heart. If the martial heart is unsteady, I'm afraid that no matter how high one's cultivation level is, there will come a day of regret. The Pavilion Master of the Inner Court's Azure Dragon Pavilion was slightly stunned. Senior's every word is precious, truly profound. He was briefly surprised when looking at the large screen. Tianling Si and John Wu Kei have both successfully passed 3 trials. However, Yang Chen seems to have encountered some trouble. On this side, Yang Chen was standing frozen, staring blankly ahead without blinking, saliva drooling from the corner of his mouth. Li Qinglin quickly approached him. "Young Chen, come here quickly. Senior sister will take you to practice swordsmanship." Young Chen squeezed his eyes shut, constantly trying to keep himself awake. "No, you are fake." But Li Qinglin held his face, seductively saying, "Don't you want to try dual cultivation?" He seemed to be drawn in, gradually losing his consciousness. Dual cultivation. Li Qinglin pulled him closer step by step. When she sat on the bed, he was also pulled along in a daze. She gently slipped off a few pieces of fabric from her clothing, looking extremely alluring, her eyes full of seduction. Then she wrapped her arms around Yang Chen's neck, starting to lean closer. "Let's begin." This made Yang Chen even more infatuated, unconsciously moving closer. But a flash of lightning suddenly struck across his body, making Yang Chen snap wide awake.
He stared foolishly at the fake Li Qinglin, who was seductively bringing her lips toward him, feeling endlessly bewildered. Very quickly, he immediately used his hand to block her head. Yang Chen had completely calmed down by now. "No, you are a fake. Break for me." After the matter was over, he sat on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't over yet. At this moment, the silhouette of a woman walked over. It was Tianling Shi in an enchanting state, sitting right next to him, lightly touching his hand. "Brother Chen, I lost the bet. Today you can do whatever you want." Yang Chen once again blushed like an erupting volcano. He used eyes full of thirsty desire and took step by step closer to Tianling Shi. But Tian Baguang, witnessing this, was not happy at all. On the contrary, his face was full of sullenness and looked extremely ugly. Seeing this, the Pavilion Master let out an awkward laugh. "Senior Sword Saint, the kid Chen is at an age of vigorous youth. Being captivated by beauty is perfectly normal. Hasn't the ancient sage said that it's hard for a hero to pass the trial of a beauty?" As the two gradually brought their lips closer, in a state of chaotic passion and infatuation, Yang Chen suddenly jumped out of that bewitchment and quickly pushed Tianling Shi away. "Wait." Tianling Shi, with teary eyes, looked very pitiful and said, "Brother Chen, do you not like me?" Yang Chen tried his best to calm down and began to concentrate on his ultimate technique, the heaven-comprehending scripture, circulating it. Very quickly, the image of Tianling Shi was gradually shattering like a broken mirror and then shattered into pieces. After it was over, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief as a resonant voice echoed, "4th trial. Passed." Guanming Ha threw open the door at this moment. Hitting right in his eyes was the sight of seductive women dancing a provocative dance. Among them was Tianling Shi.
Guanming Hao smirked slightly and gave a cold snort, quickly taking out a round object. "Take this!" Instantly, the images of those women gradually dissipated into a faint smoke. 4th stage, cleared! He was extremely overjoyed in his heart. The array plate my master gave me to counter illusions is truly useful. Ha! The first place in the assessment will definitely be mine. Over here, Yang Chen was standing in front of a white bone bridge. On both sides were undulating waters, and it seemed there were human skeletons floating beneath. Right before his eyes, a gloomy and terrifying aura quickly emanated, and the human skeletons underwater were slowly crawling up, heading straight toward him. Yang Chen quickly erupted with his true strength. "Tianling Shi and Senior Sister Li might be able to affect my state of mind, but you lot are nothing but stinking fish and shrimp. Break for me!" Instantly, the images of that eerie scene shattered like broken glass. 5th stage, cleared. Tian Baguan, watching from the outside, was delighted, his face showing satisfaction. The Pavilion Master beside him laughed loudly. "Senior Sword Saint, this brat Chen's resolute martial heart is unprecedented. Even in the Inner Court's 4 pavilions, we wouldn't be able to find a disciple who could match him." Tian Baguan replied in a deep voice, "It's merely the most basic stage of the heart-refining array, not worth mentioning. At his age, if he could pass the intermediate heart-refining array, then he would be considered outstanding." The Pavilion Master could only smile politely on the surface. Yes, Senior's words are correct.
but inwardly he was quite surprised. How terrifying is the intermediate heart-refining array? I fear even I couldn't pass it easily. Young Chen stood in a pitch-black space. Behind him was a circle with rather eye-catching array patterns. He observed the place and wondered, is this an array artifact that can counter the heart-refining array? He quickly sat down, his heart full of enthusiasm, wanting to see if he could comprehend this heart-refining array. Witnessing this, Tian Bagwan let out a helpless sigh. This brat truly has great ambitions. He doesn't even know how to engrave basic array patterns, yet he wants to comprehend the mysteries of the heart-refining array. Young Chen looked up, full of surprise. What novel array patterns! This is a great opportunity to learn.
Outside from high in the sky, a dazzling light shone stunningly, causing the people below to exclaim in surprise, "The first person has come out!" Guan Minghao jumped down from above. Everyone was completely astonished. It's Guan Minghao. Is he really the first one to pass the heart-refining test? Following that, Zhan Wuquei and Tianling Shi also landed one after another. The second person is Zhan Wuquei. The third is Tianling Shi. One by one, all the candidates who passed the test came out. Over here, Zhan Wuquei looked up with an uneasy heart. What's wrong with brother? From the bright sky, a streak of light appeared, as if someone was about to come out. Yang Chen quickly jumped down, full of joy. One person among the crowd said smugly, "Sure enough, the last person is still Yang Chen." The person next to him replied in dissatisfaction, "But he still passed the test, all right." Zhan Wuquei walked over and immediately touched his forehead. "Brother, you don't have a fever, do you? What were you doing? Why were you so slow?" Yang Chen flicked his finger and whispered, "Xiao Kui, we've struck it rich. Struck it really rich." Zhan Wuquei froze, confused. "Struck it rich?" Yang Chen gently patted his shoulder. "I'll tell you later." The teacher had also arrived at this time, shouting, "Silence!" He gently turned his back. The third round of the test will be held in the inner court. Those who are qualified to participate, follow me. Very quickly, the crowd followed the teacher to a large tower. Standing below the tower, another teacher spoke up to introduce it. This is the Four Spirits Tower, a heavy artifact of our Chago Martial Academy. Every floor has a grand array set up by the array master. The third round of the test is to enter the tower. I am the pavilion master of the White Tiger Pavilion, in charge of this third round. For this test, the Four Spirits Tower will only open the bottom 5 floors. Passing the first floor is considered qualified to advance to the inner court. Of course, if you want to compete for the top 10 of this test, you must use your strength to climb higher.
Hearing these things, Guan Minghao felt very pleased in his heart. No matter how hard you all try, it is useless. The first place can only belong to me. The teacher spoke up, beginning the test, and the door quickly opened right after. Yang Chen also quickly walked into that large door of light. As he stepped through, he arrived in another space entirely, which was a rather quiet, large forest. Suddenly, something darted past very quickly, causing the tree canopy to rustle incessantly. It was a man with a fierce face, exuding killing intent, holding a sword and jumping down. As soon as he saw Yang Chen, he threatened, "Accept your death." Seeing this, Yang Chen felt helpless. This was too weak. Only at the body-tempering second realm. He only swung his fist once, sending that guy flying far away. Arriving at the second floor, a wolf named Shadow Wolf, at the peak body-tempering third realm, bared its sharp fangs at him. Yang Chen swung his fist again, hitting it before it could react, sending it flying far away. Quietly observing the spirit tower from below, the two elders were quite surprised. Who is so fast to have already reached the third floor? It must be Guan Minghao, right? The Guanshan capturing palm of the Guan family holds quite good power. Moreover, that kid is calm and composed, with a strong martial heart, giving him a significant advantage in killing compared to other students. The kid from the Guan family is indeed not bad, a rare young genius. White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Min laughed out loud triumphantly. At this time, most of the students were still fighting chaotic battles in the killing array on the first floor. To be able to charge straight to the third floor in one breath, Guan Minghao's overall strength must be a tier higher. Guan Minghao was currently dodging the sharp claws of a beast. He directly erupted power from his chest area, accompanied by a sinister smile. Instantly, the power burst forth, blowing the beast away. Seeing this, Guan Minghao smiled smugly. With the yellow rank low-grade inner armor artifact given to me by my master, passing this second door is too easy. At this moment, the tower lit up. Someone else has entered the third floor. Everyone below was astonished. So fast. Is it Tianling Si and Zhan Wuquei? Only they could keep up with Guan Minghao's footsteps, right? On the third floor of the ancient tower, in the empty room space, there were only 2 dummies in armor standing tall in the middle of the room.
Yang Chen just happened to open the door. The eyes of these figures suddenly lit up right after. The 2 of them immediately attacked him at the same time. Yang Chen quickly dodged that fatal attack. His sidelong glance showed quite a bit of shock. The speed was really fast. 4th round body tempering puppets? Another puppet swung its weapon right at Yang Chen. He quickly jumped up to dodge it. It was as if the two of them attacked at once, coordinating so tightly, it was even harder than fighting a fifth-round body tempering. Yang Chen did not hesitate to plant his hand on the floor, immediately using his ultimate technique, circulating the heaven-comprehending scripture. Those two puppets instantly rushed over like two crazed beasts. In Yang Chen's eyes, they appeared to have slowed down. Immediately, he swung his hand into a fist, punching hard at one of the two. One punch sent both flying. The two puppets were defeated by this unpredictable power. Passing the third floor, Yang Chen smoothly advanced. He didn't expect that after circulating the heaven-comprehending scripture, his vision would become better, and the opponent's speed would seem to become slower. Reaching the fourth floor, Yang Chen was facing ferocious bears of enormous size. Seeing this, he felt quite unsettled inside. Two fifth-round body-tempering, earth-raging bears? This is a bit tricky. Outside, everyone dropped their jaws and blurted out words of praise. Someone has entered the fourth floor. Guan Minghao is indeed very skilled. Could it be that it isn't Guan Minghao?
If it isn't Guan Minghao, then who is it? Li Qinglin stood by observing with an unsettled heart. Could it be Yang Chen? From the floors of the tower, a blinding light suddenly shone outward. A person rolled right out and fell to the ground. An elder said, "The disciples who failed to pass the first floor have all come out. The remaining disciples who haven't come out mean they have passed the test." Another old man sighed softly. Too many were eliminated. This inner court promotion test has less than 200 people, much fewer than the previous batch. The other elder turned around and joked, "The rules are different this time. Although the number of people is a bit small, there are quite a few true genius youths among this group. This can be considered the best batch in the last 10 years. The pavilion master of the White Tiger Pavilion, Yuan Min, said in a cold tone, "I hope those brats who continue to charge upwards have some sense of their own limits. If they end up crippled, then even if they enter the inner court, they will just be trash." An hour passed, and the observing elder softly spoke up. "There are still 5 people who haven't come out." Right at this moment, someone flew out from a floor of the tower. As this person landed on the ground, a voice exclaimed, "Sidu Ping! To think even he couldn't pass the third floor. This ancient tower is too terrifying." Everyone was astonished. In that case, there were only 4 people left: Guan Minghao, Janwu Kui, Tianling Shi, and who was the other person? Checking to see who hadn't come out, everyone was relentlessly anxious. Then they suddenly realized it was Yang Chen. It was really Yang Chen. He still hadn't come out. Yumuk Shui, standing below, was also shocked. Brother Chen is already this powerful? Right at this time, Tianling Shi flew down from above very leisurely. It's Tianling Shi. How did she do that? She didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. Tianling Shi landed gently. Inside, Yang Chen was facing these violent bears. He quickly rushed toward them and threw a forceful punch. They roared. Facing this crushing pressure, he reflexively used his arms to shield himself.
Yang Chen complained, "This is too tough." He focused on charging forward more, shouting, "These two vile beasts are a bit tough to deal with. I have to use a trump card now." Immediately, Yang Chen made his move, swinging his hand into a fist, punching hard forward. Those beasts were engulfed in that scorching power, the flames continuously burning them to ashes. Yang Chen was extremely satisfied seeing this. "He, resolved one, my true solar chi is so domineering. This is too wise and martial of me." Yang Chen glanced over. The other beast also gradually shrank back, trembling in fear after the previous one was destroyed. "Damn it, you had a lot of fun chasing me earlier, right? Watch me play you to death." At the same time, Guan Minghao was also on the 4th floor, confronting these ferocious beasts. He fought with all his might, but his mind couldn't help being in turmoil. "Damn it, this 4th floor is too strong. It seems I can't pass it. But even so, I should definitely secure the first place, right?" Outside, the light of one person had ascended to a higher floor. Someone had reached the 5th floor. That light directly flew up, leaving everyone in awe. 2 people. There are 2 people who have reached the 5th floor. A minute ago, over there, the Black Tortoise Pavilion Master gently stroked his beard, happily saying, "To think they have already charged to the 5th floor." The White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Min curled his lips smugly. Not bad. Being able to charge to the 5th floor is enough to clearly show that Guan Minghao is still the genius of this outer courts batch.
Pavilion Master Ping smiled slowly. "Guan Minghao, is it?" White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Ming gloated. "Pavilion Master Ping, do you really think the person who rushed into the 5th floor right now isn't Guan Minghao?" Pavilion Master Ping remained calm. Hard to say. He showed full complacency. "Pavilion Master Ping, do you dare to make a bet?" Pavilion Master Ping frowned in displeasure. "How do you want to bet?" He curled his lips. "Haha, if I win, your shattered cloud sword will belong to me, all right?" Pavilion Master Ping stroked his beard and replied, "All right, but if you lose, then your blood-drinking saber will have to change owners." 2 people. There are 2 people who entered the 5th floor. 2 beams of light have flown to the higher floor. White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Ming felt annoyed. 2 people? Is it Janwu Kui? At this moment, Guan Minghao formed a fist with his hand, gathering his strength and punching continuously. He crazily struck the giant beast's eye with his ultimate move, Guanshan Capturing Palm.
The beast's eye immediately bled. It was in extreme pain, angrily raising its claws to slash across Guan Minghao's body. Struck by the palm, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Just like that, his whole body flew up with wounds all over, but in his heart he was very smug. Even though I didn't pass the 4th floor, I am definitely in first place. Just like that, he was sent flying out of the tower. The person from the 4th floor has come out. Seeing this, White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Ming shouted, "Quickly catch him. Holding on for so long, Yang Chen is definitely injured." A teacher quickly caught Guan Minghao. Everyone was astonished. What? It's Guan Minghao? How is that possible? Seeing this, Pavilion Master Ping was overjoyed. In that case, the ones on the 5th floor are Yang Chen and Jan Ruke. Ha ha ha. This made White Tiger Pavilion Master Yuan Ming freeze, unable to believe his eyes. Pavilion Master Ping was very happy. Yuan Ming, shouldn't your blood-drinking saber change owners now? Yuan Min was suddenly startled, seeing Guan Minghao struggling to stand up step by step. Annoyed and reluctantly, Yuan Ming threw that saber for Pavilion Master Ping to catch. What a piece of trash.
Li Qinglin couldn't seem to believe her eyes. Yang Chen, he actually reached the 5th floor? Too awesome. At this time, Yang Chen was facing the huge monster beast on the 5th floor alone. Yang Chen observed slightly and planned in his heart. This 5th realm body-tempering earth-raging bear is truly strong. My current attacks completely cannot injure it, but with the heaven-comprehending scripture in hand, they also cannot keep up with my speed. Jan Wuquei on this side used his sword to strike heavily on the body of that monster beast, looking at it with a murderous look in his eyes. 15 minutes later, both Yang Chen and Jan Wuquei flew out. These two guys finally came out. When the two just landed, they received unexpected, joyful, and admiring gazes from everyone here. Seeing this, Bing Ji felt delighted in her heart. Persisting on the 5th floor for so long without getting injured, these two kids are really not bad. The others all pasted unexpected looks on them. Haha, perhaps from now on no one will dare to ridicule Yang Chen as a piece of trash anymore. It must be said that Yang Chen really hit it well.
Yang Chen walked confidently and proudly. As he just passed by, Yu Mushui immediately called out, "Brother Chen," but Yang Chen turned a deaf ear to it. Bing Ji spoke with satisfaction. The inner port examination has completely ended. Passing the examination this time, the inner court will admit 198 people. Later, we will announce the specific list of the examination. Yan Mukui quickly chased after him. "Brother, you are definitely going to be first this time." Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "You are also on the 5th floor. You also have a chance." Yu Armin spoke softly. After consultation, the first place this time is Guan Minghao. Both Yang Chen and Zhen Wuquei were completely shocked. "What?" he announced very confidently. Second place, Zhen Wuquei. Third place, Tianlin Shi. Yang Chen was unwilling to accept this and said loudly in anger, "Why? Why is Guan Minghao first?" Yu Armin's face turned sullen. Who do you think you are, daring to question our consultation?" He was infuriated. Could it be that so many of you inner court adults are blind? The first place cannot belong to anyone but Zhen Wuquei. The two people were both sullen and angry, exchanging an endlessly affectionate look. Yang Chen couldn't accept it and furiously shouted. Zhen Wuquei was first in the strength test, second in the mind test, and also first in the overall ancient tower. And what about Guan Minghao? Except for winning first place in the mind test, his overall ranking in the ancient Four Spirits Tower was only third. He couldn't even step into the killing array on the 4th floor. On what basis did he get the first place in this exam? Yarmin angrily pointed his finger. Insolent, what nerves, to actually dare to question the collective decision of our inner court. Yang Chen didn't care, shouting loudly, "There is something shady going on here. I don't know how many benefits the Guan family gave you." Hearing this sentence, everyone was startled as if struck by lightning. Yarmin completely erupted in a fit of rage. "You?"
Yang Chen also refused to yield, directly mobilizing his power. He immediately used this furious ultimate move, circulating the heaven-comprehending scripture. Blazing fire surrounded the old man's body. This seat decrees, your qualification for promotion to the inner court is revoked. John Wuquei also stepped forward. On what grounds are you revoking my brother's results? He is much stronger than Guan Minghao. And everyone was panicked, their jaws dropping in astonishment. It's over. Is this a rebellion? Yang Chen and John Wuquei are really tough. I like it. Only Yang Zhenye crossed his arms with a sullen and ugly expression, remaining silent without saying anything more. Yuan Min erupted his magical arts, saying loudly, "Revoke John Wuquei's second-place qualification." John Wuquei gritted his teeth. A gloomy wave of power radiated out. Yang Chen quickly intervened. "Xiaokei, we cannot beat him right now." Yuan Min looked displeased. Seeing that John Wuquei has more respect for his elders in his eyes, the subsequent second-place qualification is revoked. Tian Lingxi is the second place, and originally the 4th place C2 Ping is the 3rd place. His expression tightened. "If you have any objections and refuse to accept the Academy's decision, then get out of the Martial Academy for me." He directly walked past, and Bing Ji watched him out of the corner of her eye without saying anything more. Everyone was clamoring and discussing. Yang Chen's inner court qualification has been revoked. How tragic. It wasn't easy to pass the exam. That's right. If it were me, enduring it for a bit would have let it pass. He is just too stubborn. Li Chengling directly walked towards Yang Chen.
The girl was not very happy. "You little bastard, do you know what you just did?" Yang Chen remained very optimistic.
Senior sister's angry look is truly beautiful. Li Qinglin was visibly annoyed. How can you still smile? Your inner court qualification has been revoked. Tell me, why did you have to argue with the pavilion master? Wouldn't it have been enough just to enter the inner court? Mentioning this made his expression turn ugly. This unfair exam. It's fine even if I don't enter the inner court. Li Qinglin was angered. You're still acting like this. I really don't want to pay attention to you anymore. Then she wondered. That's right. Half a month ago, you were clearly only at the first round body tempering. How did you suddenly reach the body tempering fifth realm? How did you cultivate? He replied smugly. Every day I look at senior sister's portrait book to cultivate, and unknowingly I reach the body tempering fifth realm. Li Qinglin flew into a rage. Yang Chen. Right at this moment, someone walked over. Yang Chen, John Wei check. It was Li Huangshan, the general guarding Chago City. Seeing this, Yang Chen was surprised. Lord General. Li Qinglin was equally startled. Father, why did you come here? Li Huangshan smiled happily. I came to get acquainted with you two potential talents. Yang Chen quickly bowed. Li Huangshan turned to him. Yang Chen, even though you were expelled from the Chago Martial Academy, if you are willing, you can join my Azure Tiger Legion. He replied cautiously. Thank you, Lord General. However, I still need to ask for my family's opinion first. Li Huangshan nodded. All right, your performance today was exceptionally good. The Azure Tiger Legion will always welcome you. After that, the two of them left. Li Huangshan even joked and teased. This brat is really not bad. He could become my son-in-law. Hearing this, Li Qinglin felt a guilty conscience and blushed. Father, you're teasing me again. John Wei Chek walked over at this time. Brother, if you can't enter the inner court, then I won't enter either. Let's go to the Azure Tiger Legion together. Yang Chen replied calmly. Xiao Chui, the inner court has a lot of cultivation resources. You should go in there and cultivate well. Your brother has his own ways. John Wei Chek nod. All right, brother, where are you going?
Yan Chen curled his lips into a smile. I'm going to find the fox spirit. John Wuke was unsettled. Brother, what time is it already and you're still thinking about women? He pouted. What are you thinking? I'm going to the fox spirit's house. Her father is not only my father-in-law, but also my master. Hearing this, he looked at Yan Chen's departing figure in confusion. Brother, since when did you have a master? At Tian Daguang's residence, under the dim moonlight of the night, Yan Chen slowly approached the date. Just as he stopped right at the door, suddenly someone called out to him. Yang Chen. It was the White Tiger Pavilion instructor, Shi Kong. He had a very ugly expression. Weren't you disqualified from the inner court? Do you know where this is? Is this a place you can come to? Yan Chen replied unhappily. Huh, what are you doing here? This is my master's residence. Shi Kong was suddenly startled. Your master? Your master is Tian Baguang? Yan Chen opened the door directly, replied casually, and walked inside. That's right. Shi Kong was stunned. No wonder Yan Chen had progressed so fast recently. It turned out he had taken the Sword Saint as his master. This time it was a big problem. He had to tell the pavilion master quickly. As soon as he walked in, he saw Tian Baguang and called out, Master! Tian Baguang was currently cultivating, and waves of aura radiated out fiercely and continuously. Seeing this, Yan Chen was amazed. The feeling of pressure was too strong. While he was still flustered, Tian Baguang had walked over at some point. You're here. Yan Chen quickly paid his respects. Greetings, Master. Tian Baguang waved his hand very friendly. Sit. He sat down on the chair, but his state of mind was still unsettled. The lingering effect of the aura just now made him inevitably apprehensive. As expected of someone with high status, this cheap master of mine is too awesome. Perhaps he is currently comprehending a high-level sword martial art. Tian Baguang spoke softly. Do you want to learn? Yan Chen nodded repeatedly. I do. He took a gentle sip of his teacup, looking very nonchalant. You want to learn? Then keep dreaming. You are too weak right now. Yan Chen was stunned on the spot upon hearing this. Tian Baguang showed concern. How was your test? I saw your attitude during the test. It was barely acceptable. Hearing this, he suddenly sighed in full disappointment. Then he helplessly voiced out to recount. Master, it's like this.
Under the dim moonlight illuminating the quiet night, a gentle rustling breeze blew past, making the atmosphere somewhat cooler. After listening to the story recounted by Yang Chen, Tian Baguang was very angry. All right, how audacious. That guy Yuan Min is truly audacious. Yang Chen's face darkened. That's right. Xiao Kui and I already entered the 5th floor in the final round. Even stronger than that Guan Minghao. I am not convinced. Tian Baguang frowned and grumbled. As a teacher, how can he be so filthy and vulgar? He has truly humiliated the Martial Academy's reputation. Yuan Men has strayed onto an evil path. He deserves to die. Yang Chen came up with an idea. Master, why don't you just say a word and kick Yuan Min out of the Martial Academy? Tian Baguang calmly replied. Kid, you're overthinking it. Your master is not a member of the Martial Academy. I'm just staying here temporarily. Besides, calling for an elder to stand up for you because you lack ability yourself is the behavior of a coward. Are you a coward? Hearing this, he felt like collapsing. I'm naturally not a coward, but I still feel unsettled. I knew my master wasn't reliable. That old geezer Yuan Min is a big shot in the inner court. I can't reason with him, and I can't beat him either. So what should I do? However, Tian Baguang revealed a sinister expression. But you are my disciple. Yuan Men bullying you means he looks down on me. If there's a chance, we must beat him up. Yang Chen was startled. It seemed his master's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Master, then what should I do? He slightly lowered his eyes. If you are not convinced, you must find a way to regain your face yourself. The world speaks through strength. Yang Chen smiled wryly. Master, do you think I can cultivate here? No way, a voice suddenly replied, making both of them freeze in surprise. Tan Lingxi walked out angrily. Father, you cannot let him stay here. Tian Baguang comforted her. Lingxi, he is my disciple. Let him stay here temporarily. After all, chores in the courtyard need someone to do them. Just hand them all over to him from now on. Tian Lingxi was unconvinced, looking at Yang Chen with eyes full of disgust and anger. When she went back inside, Yang Chen excitedly asked, Master, when will you teach me to engrave array patterns? Tian Baguang glanced up lightly. Engrave array patterns? You are still too green. Finish reading the pile of jade slips in the study first. He slapped his hand on the table and answered firmly, I'll go read them right away. After that, Yang Chen went to the study and opened the door, but the sight in front of him made him disbelieve his eyes, because inside the study, jade slips rolled up like pieces of paper were packed tightly on the shelves, making his jaw drop and leaving him speechless. The late night sky was full of stars. In this quiet space, at Tian Baguang's house, in that study, Yang Chen was sitting and practicing magical artifacts through the rolled-up jade slips.
He closed his eyes and was focusing intently on this training process. Tian Lingxi suddenly spoke up outside. Father, we are in luck. Let's have golden jade deer heart tonic soup tonight. Yang Chen, sitting in the study room, also suddenly opened his eyes, startled upon hearing the conversation between the two of them. Tian Baguang happily replied, Oh, golden jade deer are very rare, not bad luck at all. When Tian Lingxi was passing by carrying the pot, he opened the door right at that moment, looking at it with craving eyes. Seeing Tian Lingxi, Yang Chen immediately spoke up. Yo, did the fox spirit come to deliver soup to me? She showed obvious disgust. Keep dreaming. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you really want to live here? Yang Chen scratched his head and forced a smile. Master told me to stay here and cultivate well. Is that not allowed? Suddenly, he raised his voice to remind her. That's right, fox spirit. Shouldn't our bet be fulfilled now? This made Tian Lingxi suddenly startle. She quickly shoved the bowl of soup to him, then walked away in annoyance. Drink your soup. Seeing this, he picked his nose and said in frustration, Wasn't it just a kiss? Is she that embarrassed? As soon as he took off the lid, the aroma of the soup flew into Yang Chen's nose, making him enjoy it comfortably. So fragrant. Very quickly, Yang Chen put it into his mouth. The moment he took a sip, his eyes immediately lit up because of its deliciousness. He immediately drank the entire bowl of soup, not leaving a single drop, and then let out a refreshing burp. Suddenly, Yang Chen's body was lifted up, as if someone wanted to kick him into the study room behind. The door quickly slammed shut, and an angry voice echoed from outside. Continue cultivating in the study room. If you can't carve the first array pattern, you are not allowed to come out. Yang Chen froze. Don't tell me Master heard everything I just said? Is he making things difficult for me? After that, he returned to his original spot, then helplessly sat reading some old jade slips. Half a month later, under the cool breeze, Yang Chen clasped two fingers together, focusing and creating a scorching hot source of energy.
That ring of energy seemed to form a bagua circle, radiating a blazing, melting heat. Quickly, an explosion erupted from that bagua circle. Seeing this, Yang Chen was extremely overjoyed. A success, the fire explosion array pattern. Tian Baguang opened the door and walked in, saying happily, Not bad. You've managed to carve out your first array pattern in just half a month. Tian Lingxi hid behind her father's back and peeked in with a sullen expression. Is this guy really that formidable? It took me a whole month at the beginning. Tian Baguang calmly continued. All right, you can leave the study now. Next, you will learn the gravity array pattern. Yang Chen answered in delight. Yes, master. When Tian Baguang turned his back and left first, he looked at Tian Lingxi and asked confidently, How about it, fox spirit? Is this brother's talent invincible? Hearing this, she was dissatisfied and snorted lightly. Just good luck. Yang Chen leaned in closely and said smugly, Now is the time to fulfill the bet. Tian Lingxi shouted angrily, Get out of the way. Wait until you learn the gravity ray pattern before talking. As she turned around and walked away angrily, he was still very smug. Isn't it just the gravity ray pattern? Just wait for this brother. Another half a month later, when winter arrived, white snow covered everything everywhere here.
Yang Chen quickly opened the door, excitedly saying, Master, I succeeded. But when he saw the scene before him, he paused slightly and stood in a daze for a few seconds. Right before his eyes was Tian Lingxi at his romantic snowy weather, raising a hand to catch every falling snowflake. Yang Chen suddenly appeared behind her. Fox spirit, if we stand in the snow like this, does it count as staying together until our hair turns white? She was startled abruptly. Immediately, she viciously stomped on his foot. Don't ruin the mood.
Yang Chen was stomped so hard he silently cried in pain. Tian Bagwang happened to walk out. "Yo, you two woke up quite early. It's really good to be young," he quickly replied. "Master, we struggled for a whole night." Tian Bagwang could only force a smile. This brat is getting more and more arrogant, daring to take advantage of Ling Shi right in front of me. It seems I need to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, something unconsciously flashed in his sparkling eyes. High in the vast sky, a giant bird, emitting an extremely blinding radiant light, was slowly soaring above. As soon as Tian Bagwang saw it, his expression darkened. It seems the Martial Academy is in trouble. Yang Chen looked up and asked in confusion, "Master, what is that thing? It's so big." Tian Bagwang, with a not-so-cheerful expression, replied, "That is the Golden Luan bird, and the people on it are from the Bianjing Martial Academy." He was momentarily stunned. Bianjing Martial Academy? What are they doing here? Following the shadow of the flying Golden Luan bird, Tian Bagwang softly explained, "Bianjing and Chogo City are adjacent to each other, both belonging to Tiannan Commandery. The martial academies of the two cities have long had a tradition of competing once every 3 years. It is to test the aptitude of the younger generation martial artists in both places, sometimes even involving wagers on betting items." Yang Chen curled his lips into a faint smile. "They are here to issue a challenge." He continued in a deep voice, "I heard that this time Bianjing Martial Academy has a few outstanding students. Yang Chen, take your Ling Shi to watch the spectacle." Over at the Choge Martial Academy, while the two old teachers were leisurely playing cards, a voice rang out, "Choge Martial Academy, come out and welcome us at once." Hearing this, Guanming Hall panicked. "Master, what is that thing?" As soon as Yuan Men saw the Golden Luan bird, he quickly ordered, "The Golden Luan bird of Bianjing Martial Academy. I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Hurry, go gather all the inner court students." At the outer court square, the Golden Luan bird landed slowly with a proud and arrogant posture. Yang Chen and Tan Ling Si happened to arrive at that moment. Jan Wu Kei ran over as soon as he saw him. "Big brother," Yang Chen immediately asked, "Xiao Kui, what is going on?" A giant spirit beast suddenly appeared. Then the pavilion masters announced that all new inner court students are to gather here. Observing the Golden Luan bird closely, his eyes lit up completely. "I wonder when I will be able to get such a magnificent mount."
Right at this moment, an announcing voice rang out. "The pavilion masters have arrived." Instantly, 3 pavilion masters appeared. The inner court pavilion master of the Azure Dragon Pavilion rejoiced. "The seniors of Bianjing Martial Academy have come from afar. You must be tired. Please follow me to the inner court. Can the competition between the juniors be postponed?" From atop the Golden Luan bird, a person immediately swooped down. Standing opposite the inner court pavilion master of Azure Dragon, he frowned and replied, "No need. After all, your Chao Go hasn't had any outstanding juniors in recent years. They won't be able to last a few rounds anyway. Just start here." The inner court pavilion master of Azure Dragon calmly said, "If that's the case, then let's begin." The other person smirked and sneered. "The rules are still the same as last time. Each side has 5 disciples, fighting one-on-one. The winner can stay in the arena. The loser is eliminated, until all 5 disciples of one side are eliminated, which is considered a defeat. Is there any problem?" Yuan Men approached and whispered, "This time, Bianjing Martial Academy is full of momentum. I heard they have an extremely formidable disciple. Should we change the rules?" The pavilion master shook his head and arrogantly replied, "Don't. Our disciples this time are not bad either. Moreover, we have a large number of people. This rule is beneficial to us." The inner court pavilion master of Azure Dragon quickly spoke up, "Let's do as you say." Hearing this, he became extremely smug. "All of you, come down here." Instantly, from the back of the Golden Luan bird, the disciples of Bianjing quickly swooped down one by one. Seeing this, Yang Chen was slightly surprised. It seems they really did get a few geniuses. Tian Lingxi next to him asked, "How do you know?" He confidently claimed, "Of course, I can sense it." The Bianjing sect master turned his head and instructed, "Remember, when making a move, pay a little attention. Don't be too heavy-handed or lack control." Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chaogo Academy were extremely furious. "Too arrogant. Brother Minghao, later we must teach them a good lesson." The inner court pavilion master of Azure Dragon quickly raised his voice. "The friendly match once every 3 years between Chaogo Martial Academy and Bianjing Martial Academy begins." Right at this moment, a disciple from the Bianjing Academy took the initiative to step forward. He carefully saluted, "Chu Yiming, 5th round body tempering, please instruct me." Over here, Yuan Min ordered, "Si-Tu Ping, you go up for the first match." Hearing the order, Si-Tu Ping immediately walked into the arena. His palms quickly clenched tightly. "Si-Tu Ping, 5th round body tempering, please." Very quickly, Chu Yiming created a sudden burst of speed, dashing over like a rustling gust of wind. From the emitted aura, the reflecting image of a ferocious tiger roared. Everyone watching was dumbfounded in shock. Heaven, a fire attribute heavenly Dao Master. Observing this, Yang Chen frowned slightly. This kid, looking ordinary, turned out to be a fire attribute heavenly Dao Master. A sect master softly told the pavilion master of Azure Dragon, "No wonder Bianjing Martial Academy is so ostentatious this year. It seems they recruited some decent kids." When Chu Yiming charged over with his fist, Si-Tu Ping managed to block the attack in time. And then Si-Tu Ping's entire body was pushed back several steps.
Seeing this, Tu Yiming sneered and briefly stopped his punch. Si-Tu Ping calmed down for a moment, quickly regained his spirit, stood up, and frantically unleashed his terrifying ultimate move, the Great Vajra Secret Art. Si-Tu Ping charged forward without hesitation, and so did Chu Yiming. The two powerful forces rapidly approached each other. Then the two violent fists clashed. However, Si-Tu Ping could not withstand this blow and was instantly sent flying away. The sect master of the Chaogay Academy frowned. That brat defeated Situping, who possesses the great Vajra secret art, without even using a martial art. Situping panted heavily. Seeing this, Chu Yiming sneered. It's over. He lightly raised his hand and created another array magic. Azure Dragon angrily shouted, Enough, we admit defeat in this match. Chu Yiming immediately withdrew the magic. So fragile and weak. Everyone was unconvinced. So arrogant. Didn't he just win one match? Exactly, what is there to be arrogant about? Seeing this, Yang Chan had a resentful expression, unable to hold it anymore, to think there's someone more arrogant than me. Tianling Si stood nearby and added, You are much more arrogant than him. Hearing this, he was very satisfied, and even very delighted, scratching his head and replied, Really? Thanks for the compliment. Haha. She froze her face. Where did you hear a compliment? Yang Chan happily said, I am only arrogant in front of outsiders. In front of my family's fox spirit, I am a brick that can be rolled wherever needed. Tianling Si's face darkened slightly. You said it. Later when I practice sword arts, you will be the sword pillar. Hearing that made him instantly startled. Then he avoided her gaze, smiling stiffly. Let's pass on that. Yuan Min turned and ordered, Guanming Hao, you go up for the second match. Guanming Hao obediently went up to the arena immediately. Guanming Hao, please advise. Chu Yiming chuckled lightly. You are the top ranker of the inner court competition. You are not much either. Yang Chan burst out laughing teasingly. Haha, he's right, truly not much at all. But under the friendly gazes of everyone staring at him, he calmed down and coughed a few times. But whether Guanming Hao can beat him is indeed a bit uncertain. Guanming Hao trembled in waves, his bloodshot eyes looking very terrifying. His killing intent flared up, and the aura radiating from his body was extremely fierce. Chu Yiming stood opposite him and used the same old trick, making empty threats. Guanming Hao immediately rushed over in an instant, but Chu Yiming smoothly dodged his attack. Tianling Si couldn't help but admire it. What terrifying speed! Yang Chan was no less impressed. Yeah, he really is an agile fat guy. As Guanming Hao landed, Chu Yiming's gaze met him, full of killing intent. He directly swung a strike over, but Chu Yiming dodged very quickly. Too slow. He was briefly terrified when he noticed something very unusual, an afterimage. By the time he realized it, the opponent had already launched an attack, punching hard into his back. Instantly, Guanming Hao took the hit and was sent flying far away. But for Chu Yiming, it felt a bit strange. This feeling. Right on Guanming Hao's back, a patch of cloth was torn, revealing a set of armor with terrifying circular patterns. The pavilion master of Bianjing Academy saw this and became smug. Wearing spirit treasure inner armor during a martial academy exam? Your Chaogate Martial Academy is really something. Yuan Ming explained, I didn't know he was wearing it. Azure Dragon furiously shouted, Guanming Hao, get down here. Chu Yiming proudly boasted, Haha, is Chaogate Martial Academy only capable of this? The remaining 2 or 3 of you just come up all at once. The crowd from Chaogate Academy just stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak a word. Everyone uneasily discussed among themselves. It's a 1-on-2 defeat already. The disciples of Bianjing Martial Academy are truly formidable this time. Even Guanming Hao had to lose. What should we do now? Chu Yiming stood on the arena, arrogantly raising his voice. Is there still no one from your side coming up? If no one comes up, I'll consider it your surrender. Yuan Ming was filled with resentment and refused to submit. So arrogant. Is there truly no one left in our Chaogate Martial Academy? Jan Wuquei, you go up. All eyes focused on Jan Wuquei, but he just stood there blankly without any reaction whatsoever.
He remained silent, looking very calm. Receiving no reply, Yuan Min became annoyed. Jian Wuquei. He gently replied, Lord Pavilion Master, yesterday Jian Wuquei was careless during cultivation, causing severe internal injuries to his meridians, so he cannot fight. Both Yuan Min and the others were stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning. Everyone became quite disappointed. Haha, the White Tiger Pavilion Master wanting Jian Wuquei to fight is truly forcing him into a difficult position. Who told him to kick Yang Chen out of the Martial Academy? Jian Wuquei is a student of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. It probably requires the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master to speak up. Yuan Min turned pale with anger. Lingxi, you go and fight. Tian Lingxi immediately stepped forward, under the admiring gazes of many. Yang Chen stood behind and cheered. Fox Spirit, do your best. If you can't beat him, then call me to save you. Chu Yiming, upon seeing that his opponent was a girl, immediately expressed, Wow, to think that Chaogate Martial Academy still has such a beautiful sister. Tian Lingxi gently bowed. Tian Lingxi, 5th Realm Body Tempering, please advise. Just hearing this aroused his desire. Tian Lingxi, what a beautiful name. Lingxi, how about spending a night with me, and I will give up this challenge, all right? Yang Chen was unhappy, his face purple with jealousy. He wanted to kill that brat. Annoyed, Tian Lingxi gently waved her hand. Instantly, a strange Bagua circle appeared beneath Chu Yiming's feet.
He was half doubtful, half realizing, Array Master. The Pavilion Master of Bianjing Martial Academy clicked his tongue, not expecting Chaogate Martial Academy to still have an Array Master. Chu Yiming stomped on it, his mouth throwing words of disdain. I thought it was some kind of great array, but it's completely useless. Tian Lingxi remained calm, moving flexibly and lightly, activating the extreme cold array. The array suddenly emitted a thick layer of smoke. Seeing this, the pavilion master of Bianjing Martial Academy broke into a cold sweat. This stupid idiot. Before he could even act, Tu Yiming was frozen right from his feet, and his entire body was encased in ice in an instant. Tianling Shi easily defeated Chu Yiming without expending any effort. Next, everyone cheered joyfully. Senior sister Ling Shi is so amazing, well done. Even Yang Chen was very proud. Look, Xiaokuei, your sister-in-law is amazing, isn't she? Tian Wukuei dissatisfiedly replied. Brother, didn't you say she had a spare tire? Yang Chen quickly covered his mouth. Don't talk nonsense, Xiaokuei. Now Fox Spirit is your genuine sister-in-law. But Jian Wukuei's inner thoughts were full of judgment. Did she even set her eyes on you? At this time, two people came onto the arena and carried the ice block containing Chu Yiming down. Suddenly, a person with a gloomy aura stepped onto the arena, which surprised everyone. This person carried a large sword on his back. It was Chu Ban, who stated with a cold expression, Bianjing Martial Academy, Chu Ban, please guide me. Tianling Si didn't say much and simply waved her hand. Instantly, the death array gradually approached Chu Ban, and white smoke began to envelop him. Chu Ban quickly drew the large sword from his back and stabbed it forcefully into the ground, causing the death array to shatter immediately. Tianling Shi was not very surprised and lightly waved her hand once more. Right beneath Chu Ban's feet, magical artifacts surrounded him, and the surface of the arena seemed to be slowly moving. Chu Ban immediately swung his sword. First sword, withering kill.
Bypassing that array tower and charging towards Tianling Shi, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master realized the dangerous situation and immediately spoke up. We concede. When the sword was just about to fall near her, it quickly stopped. Chu Ban softly put away his sword. A female array master is truly rare. Do you want to come with me? Tianling Shi's face darkened slightly. If you hadn't stopped your hand just now, you would also be dead. Right at this moment, from the area where the two of them were standing, another array suddenly appeared. Chu Ban was horrified. What a formidable array. She is not wrong. If I hadn't stopped my hand just now, I would definitely be dead. She turned away, still saying a cold sentence. Therefore, don't feel that you are so great. Tianling Shi immediately walked back to her standing spot. Standing opposite Yang Chen, she puffed her cheeks. He bullied me. This made Yang Chen very surprised. Yuan Min complained in dissatisfaction. They are at the 5th round body tempering and above now. Only Jian Wukuei is left. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master also knew this was the only choice left. All right, I'll let him go up. Just as he spoke, Jian Wukuei, Yang Chen walked over and offered. Pavilion Master, let me go up next. Hearing this, Yuan Min immediately rejected. Yang Chen, what are you trying to poke your nose into? Azure Dragon signaled to stop. Let him go up and try. This guy's strength is also decent. Maybe he can help Jian Wukuei deal with two people. Then he gently ordered. Yang Chen, you go up. But Yuan Min did not feel happy in his heart.
Yang Chen quickly stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Chu Ban. He clenched his fists tightly. That idiot, daring to bully my Ling Shi, don't blame me for not holding back. Chu Ban felt irritated in his heart upon hearing this. When everyone saw him step up, oh my god, Yang Chen is up. It seems we really have no one else left. Isn't it true? There were only a few people at or above the 5th realm body tempering. Guan Mingkao and Tianling Shi have both been defeated. If Yang Chen didn't step up, there would be no one left. Hopefully Yang Chen can put on a decent show. Now that Yang Chen has stepped up, John Wukuei will probably follow. We still have hope. Clinging to this single ray of hope, they cheered him on. Go, Yang Chen. Do your best, Yang Chen. Chu Ban's face darkened. Brat, are you courting death? Yang Chen looked smug. Why do you say that? Courting death? Because I scolded you? But I didn't die from scolding you. If you don't believe me, watch this. He immediately blurted out several derogatory words. Idiot, stupid, fool, moron, causing Chu Ban to become enraged before he even realized it. After speaking, Yang Chen laughed heartily. See, I'm still not dead. Chu Ban's reason was consumed by anger. He swung his sword and charged madly, filled with immense hatred. Second sword, preparatory sword. Yang Chen stopped joking around and focused on circulating the heaven-comprehending scripture. Sharp flames radiated fiercely around his body, and the flames in his eyes were also blazing. As Chu Ban's sword slashed past, Yang Chen's body seemed to be severed. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. Yang Chen has been slashed. You idiot, look closely. Amidst the blazing aura, Yang Chen, with eyes completely white, began to regenerate his body. Then he charged forward to Chu Ban's terror, true solar fire. Without hesitation, he used his fist and ultimate technique to punch his opponent heavily. Struck by the attack, Chu Ban was sent flying far away. Just as he fell to the floor, Yang Chen rushed over and pinned Chu Ban down. Chu Ban couldn't believe it. But Yang Chen immediately landed a heavy punch on his mouth. He didn't hesitate to punch fiercely. Take this for your cheap mouth. Take this for your cheap mouth. Even the pavilion master of Bianjing Academy was stunned. Bastards, stop! Yang Chen replied excitedly. He hasn't admitted defeat yet. His hands continued to punch heavily, and Chu Ban's screams echoed in agony. The pavilion master of Bianjing Academy angrily said, his mouth is completely smashed. How can he admit defeat? Chu Ban was beaten until his face was deformed, his mouth incessantly begging, stop hitting me.
Yang Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly with rosy cheeks. Oh, sorry. I didn't notice his mouth was smashed. No wonder he didn't say he surrendered. Even Tianling Si smiled subtly. The Bianjing Pavilion Master's face darkened, grinding his teeth in anger. This brat did it on purpose. When Yang Chen won the victory, everyone joyfully congratulated him, chanting his name continuously.
Yang Chen, Yang Chen, Yang Chen. Feeling smug, he gently waved his hand and raised his voice. Next person, come on. The Bianjing Pavilion Master turned purple with rage and said to the person behind him, Jiang Cheng, go up and teach him a lesson. Jiang Cheng quickly replied, understood. Just like that, he swiftly flew onto the arena under Yang Chen's bewildered gaze. Jiang Cheng landed gently. Holding a fan, he spoke arrogantly. 6th round body tempering. Jiang Cheng, please advise. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face expressed disappointment. 6th round body tempering again. Doesn't your Bianjing Martial Academy have anyone a bit stronger? The Bianjing Pavilion Master went completely mad with anger. Stinky brat, you are too arrogant. A woman watching below couldn't hold back her fondness. Yang Chen is so crazy, but I like it.
Zhang Chong immediately erupted with an aura surrounding his body. For you to be able to defeat Chu Ban, you indeed have some strength. You deserve to be treated seriously by me. The people below all panicked. What is that? Oh my, it's another Heavenly Tao Master. From behind Zhang Chong, a faint Bagua hologram appeared. It was so powerful that it momentarily caused the space to tremble slightly. Tan Lingxi widened her eyes. An array-board martial soul? Zhan Wuke was momentarily stunned. What is an array-board martial soul? She explained nervously. An array-board martial soul is a complete forbidden array. It is a very formidable and special type of martial soul. Zhan Wuke was terrified upon hearing this. It even comes with a forbidden array? Will Big Brother be okay? From Zhang Chong's body, terrifying power continuously erupted. The array formation was gradually expanding, and the Bagua hologram seemed to be moving. Yang Chen lightly glanced over, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. A forbidden array? How interesting. As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes to concentrate without hesitation. His hands moved nimbly, and from behind his back an array appeared. Zhang Chong watched this and was momentarily bewildered. Trying to break the array? Could he also be an array master? He sneered and gently waved his fan. This array of mine cannot be broken by just anyone. From the front, tens of thousands of knives, swords, and even arrows rushed towards him, while Yang Chen was still concentrating on destroying his opponent's array. Zhang Chong's face darkened slightly, revealing a smug expression. My array is called the 10,000 weapons array. It contains infinite weapons. You simply cannot escape. You are bound to lose. Yang Chen pursed his lips and smiled lightly upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? He quickly swung his hand down. Enjoy this. Very quickly, the gust of wind created by his opponent blew fiercely towards him. Yang Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he stood arrogantly as if welcoming it very comfortably. That gust of wind consisted of sharp blades piercing towards him. Right as they lunged forward, Yang Chen grabbed them with his bare hands, his body moving nimbly to dodge, and then he dashed forward as if launching a counterattack.
Yang Chen chuckled lightly and said, The array eye of this array is not hard to find. Just like that, those knives and swords flew backward towards Zhang Cheng, shocking him immensely. His jaw dropped in disbelief. What? How is this possible? The entire array seemed to shine brightly and gradually shatter. Yang Chen then took out his pitch-black array, raising his voice. Next, it's my turn. Just like that, classic arrays appeared from under where Zhang Cheng was standing. His face turned completely pale. You are also an array master? Yang Chen moved his hands nimbly, creating an array with a powerful aura, which was called the gravity array. Zhang Cheng panicked and more sweat beaded on his forehead. Beneath where he was standing, Yang Chen's array was gradually suppressing him further, making him unable to move. Zhang Cheng struggled continuously inside but couldn't budge at all. Yang Chen clenched both his fists, tiger subduing fist. He dashed forward at a dizzying speed, punching him hard in the cheek, causing agonizing pain. Zhang Cheng fell right at the feet of the Bianjing Pavilion Master. The Bianjing Pavilion Master's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this brat could actually break Zhang Cheng's forbidden array. His eyes glared, a drop of sweat falling down. He truly didn't expect the Chago Martial Academy to produce such a genius character this year.
Guan Minghao, who had been watching from the side, was truly terrified. How was this possible? How could this guy be so formidable? One of them, standing next to Yu Muxue, was jealous, yet he was actually an array master? Muxue was left speechless with her mouth wide open. Brother Chen! Everyone cheered joyfully. Young Chen! Young Chen! Young Chen! Amidst the white snow, Young Chen smugly spoke up. Bianjing Martial Academy, do you have anyone else? Let the next one come up. The Bianjing Pavilion Master gritted his teeth as he looked at his disciples, and no one dared to step up. This damn brat. Zhang Chong and the others had already been defeated. The remaining two probably wouldn't be his match either. He expressed an arrogant attitude. Is it only you who can fight in your Chago Martial Academy? He lightly crossed his arms. Me alone defeating all of you is enough. The Bianjing Pavilion Master narrowed his eyes maliciously. This is a competition between academies, a team tournament. You being formidable alone doesn't count for anything, nor does it prove the true strength of your Chago Martial Academy. Yuan Min was furious and retorted directly. You old fox, the rules are exactly like that. Are you refusing to admit it now? He swaggered. I didn't say I won't admit it. The rules are indeed so, but I'm just telling the truth. Yang Chen sighed. All right then, we will switch players. Yuan Min angrily shouted, Yang Chen, don't make random decisions for me. He lowered his voice. Xiao Kui, come, you go up and fight next. Zhan Wuquei quickly and confidently replied, all right, leave it to me. Just like that, the two brothers switched places, and Wu Kuei stepped onto the arena. He raised his voice. "The remaining two, come at me together." The Bianjing Pavilion Master had an ugly expression. "Damn it, this guy is even more arrogant than the other one." He turned to the two remaining disciples and yelled, "Go, you two go up there and beat him to death for me." One of them, holding his beaten cheek, timidly said, "Elder, isn't it inappropriate for two of us to go up?" He erupted in anger. "Shut up! Just listen to me. Get up there and beat this arrogant brat to death." Hearing that, the two disciples also went up to the arena, standing opposite John Bu Kuei. John Bu Kuei got into a ready stance, his hand gently reaching back to grab the sword slung across his back, standing there majestically and seriously under the falling white snow in this freezing weather. The other two also quickly rushed forward without any hesitation.
He lightly swung his hand, slashing across. Before those two could even act, the swords in their hands were broken in half to their horror. The Bianjing Palace Masters saw it as if the sky had fallen. "What? This is—" Yang Chen stood below observing. "Bianjing Martial Academy, go back and practice more." Just like that, the people from the Bianjing Martial Academy had to endure this humiliation, climbing onto the back of the large bird to leave. "Let's go." They left under the watchful eyes of many in the cold winter. After that was a scene of cheering and celebration. Jian Wukai and Yang Chen were enthusiastically commended.
The Chaogate Pavilion Master was extremely satisfied. "Yang Chen, previously the Martial Academy treated you unfairly. This time, on behalf of the Martial Academy, I abolish the previous punishment against you. I solemnly invite you to join our Azure Dragon Pavilion." Behind him was Yuan Min, with an expression that showed no joy at all. Yang Chen lowered his voice, becoming serious. "Regarding the competition, is there no other explanation?" The Inner Court Pavilion Master of Azure Dragon was suddenly stunned, only able to force an awkward smile. He frowned slightly in thought, regained his composure, and replied, "Yang Chen, the matter of the exam has passed, so let it go. If you join our Azure Dragon Pavilion, I will compensate you accordingly." Yang Chen was unwilling, his face full of resentment. "We just let it go like that?" Yuan Min, feeling annoyed on the side, said, "You are just an outer court student. What kind of tone is that? Don't think that just because you are the Sword Saint's disciple you can do whatever you please. This is the Chaogate Martial Academy." The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master angrily said, "Yuan Min, speak less." Yang Chen merely gave a faint, meaningful smile. He quickly bowed politely. "Lords of the Inner Court, this lowly one has received your teaching. Originally, I was kicked out of the Martial Academy, so the previous match, consider it just me being itchy-handed and meddlesome." Everyone was stunned by his response. He waved his hand, looking over at Jian Wukai, and said in a low voice, "The Inner Court, for commoners like us, is as noble as the clouds, too high to reach. Xiao Kuei will also leave the Martial Academy." After that, he turned his back. "Let's go, Xiao Kuei." Jian Wukai also quickly followed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master couldn't believe it. These two were too stubborn. His gaze glanced at the retreating backs of the two, then glanced at the people behind him. Yuan Min was extremely furious. "Do you two want to rebel against the heavens? Is the Martial Academy a place you can just leave whenever you want?"
Young Chen, who was walking, turned his face and let out a calm, "Oh, how is it, Lord White Tiger Pavilion Master? Do you still have any calculations? Teach us a lesson, do you dare?" Right at this moment, Yuan Min flared up with uncontrollable anger and jumped up. The complexions of the two brothers flashed and changed. He clenched his palms tightly, shouting madly, "You are courting death." Just as the two brothers had taken their stances, Tianling Shi quickly stopped them. "Pavilion Master Yuan Min, are you really planning to use numbers to bully the weak?" Yuan Min pointed his finger in frustration. "Ling Shi, step aside. These two disrespect their elders, committing great treason. I must kill them." Tianling Shi frowned unpleasantly. "You better not have such dangerous thoughts." He shouted in rejection. "Are you kidding? Tianling Shi, this is the Chaogate Martial Academy. Even if your father were here, there is no reason to stop me from teaching the Academy students a lesson." Right from high above, a gloomy aura suddenly radiated. Tian Bagong stood up there and softly lowered his voice. "Is that so?" Tian Bagong slowly and gently landed. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and the others all paid their respects. "Lord Sword Saint." Yuan Min quickly explained. "Lord Sword Saint, it's a long story." Tian Bagong just waved his hand lightly and immediately beat Yuan Min to a pulp. He screamed in agony, his face turning purple, devoid of a single drop of blood. Tian Bagong's face was resentful. "What the hell are you? Scram!" This made Yang Chen's eyes light up with admiration. "So awesome." The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master bowed low and said, "Lord Sword Saint, please calm your anger. This matter is indeed the Martial Academy's fault. We will do our best to compensate Yang Chen." Tian Bagong looked very mature. "Oh, how do you plan to compensate?" The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master smiled apologetically and replied, "We plan to negotiate an answer so that you and Yang Chen will both be satisfied." Tian Bagong closed his eyes slightly, calmly saying, "To speak unpleasantly, my disciple doesn't necessarily have to cultivate at your esteemed academy."
The Pavilion Master of Azure Dragon smiled awkwardly. Yes, I will go back and explain the situation clearly to the Academy Master. As for Yuan Min, we will also deal with him." After that, Tian Bagong turned his back and flew away quickly, saying, "Let's go," to the astonishment of the remaining three people. The pavilion master of Azure Dragon frowned, sighing slightly. I heard this guy was seriously injured. To think he still has such strength. He looked at Yan Min, who was lying in a heap over there with an annoyed expression. Let's go meet the academy master. By nightfall, the crescent moon was completely magical, and the snow kept falling incessantly. In the house, Yang Chen gently opened the room door. Striking his eyes was the image of Tianba Guang sitting calmly on the podium. He quickly paid his respects. Master, Xiaokei and I have now cultivated to the most basic tiger subduing fist, is that right? Tianba Guang slightly opened his eyes at this moment. You want to learn martial skills? Hearing that, Yang Chen's eyes lit up with full expectation, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I do. However, Tianba Guang said calmly, before the true martial realm, I will not teach any martial skills. Yang Chen turned away, pouting unwillingly. Master is stingy. Hearing that, Tianba Guang immediately flicked his head. He carefully said, the body tempering realm focuses on tempering the body and mastering the foundation of the martial Tao. Pursuing martial skills with immense power, don't you feel you are putting the cart before the horse? I originally planned to pass on my cultivation art to you, but seeing that your cultivation art is already quite extraordinary, I dropped that idea. Yang Chen rubbed his head while pondering. Heaven comprehending scripture? Tianba Guang said calmly, Little brat Chen, for a martial artist, especially for a heavenly Tao master, cultivating a secret art is the most important matter. Regarding all kinds of battle techniques and martial skills, your master believes that even if you spend a large amount of time comprehending them in the true martial realm, the harm outweighs the benefits. Hearing so, Yang Chen immediately paid his respects. Master, I will remember. The next morning, under the clear blue sky with golden sunlight shining, someone came and knocked on the door. As soon as Yang Chen opened it, he received a rather strange bag. He opened it and the inside suddenly glowed, making him so stunned that his jaw dropped. Tianba Guang walked over and observed for a moment. Seeing that, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled up. A solidifying origin fundamental organ pill, plus some additional herbs. The compensation from the Chago Martial Academy this time is quite sincere. Holding that item in his hand, he was incredibly overjoyed. Then I will eat them right now. Just as he was about to put them in his mouth, Tianba Guang spoke up with a resentful expression. Before reaching the first round body tempering, he must not use pills. He continued gently and calmly. Go call Jan Wuke. The three of you head to the Chago Martial Range to train for a period of time. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Is Lingxi going too? Tianba Guang frowned slightly. Little brat Chen, promise me one thing. Yang Chen suddenly froze. Master, please speak. He softly instructed that no matter what happened, they must protect Lingxi well. Hearing this, he scratched his head and smiled wryly. Rest assured, Master, with me here, the monster beasts in the Chaogou mountain range will not be able to hurt Lingxi. Just like that, all three of them left the house under Tianba Guang's orders. Tianba Guang stood in the middle of the courtyard, suddenly speaking up. The time is almost up. 10 days later, at the peak of the Chaogou mountain range, Tian Lingxi stood there, her face full of unease. You two are really incredible. In just 10 days, one reached the 7th round body tempering, and the other reached the 8th round body tempering. The one at the 7th round body tempering was Yang Chen, who became arrogant when praised. Fox Spirit, aren't you also about to reach the 8th round body tempering? Meanwhile, the 8th round body tempering was achieved by Jian Wuke. Tian Lingxi pouted. That's still not as fast as you guys. Yang Chen quickly walked over and stood behind her. Rest assured, Fox Spirit, we will protect you. She walked ahead, pouting as she replied, I don't need your protection. Suddenly, Yang Chen saw something. He eagerly ran forward and encountered a bright red spider lily. His eyes lit up. Fox Spirit, quick, come over here. Look at this. This is the 3 Lives flower. Tian Lingxi bent down to look at it, extremely surprised. The 3 Lives flower? Why would the legendary 3 Lives flower appear here? Jian Wukai asked in confusion. What is the 3 Lives flower? Legend has it that the Empress of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor was not from the human race, but a princess of the Heavenly Demon race. In an unexpected accident, the Empress died at the hands of an Emperor Realm Almighty from the Shenchuan race, the mortal enemy of the human race. Driven by madness, although the dragon-taming Great Emperor ultimately paid the heavy price of severe injuries to successfully exact revenge and kill the Emperor of the Shenchuan clan, the Empress could never return. Heartbroken to the extreme, the dragon-taming Great Emperor executed a great divine ability, gathering all the 3 Lives flowers in the world and planting them in a secret realm, creating a sea of 3 Lives flowers to accompany the buried Empress, because during her lifetime, the Empress liked the 3 Lives flowers the most. Tian Lingxi recounted this, her expression looking extremely fascinated. Later on, people often used the 3 Lives flower as a metaphor for a steadfast and beautiful love, a symbol of predestined affinity. Young Chen, standing behind, also chimed in. Fox Spirit, do you see? This is truly destined by heaven. Otherwise, let's make a vow before the 3 Lives flowers. In this life, we will never lose each other, growing old together. Hearing this, she blushed slightly.
Her cheeks flushed completely red, and sweat poured out like rain. Suddenly, Yang Chen hugged her and dropped down, much to the bewilderment of Zhang Wuquei. Zhang Wuquei was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Before he could react, he was pulled down by Yang Chen. Tian Lingxi said shyly, What are you doing? He gently signaled her to be quiet, making a shh sound, and warned, Someone is coming. Yang Chen, Jian Wuquei, and Tian Lingxi then gradually poked their heads out to examine the situation ahead. Ahead were 2 men. One was Li Hongwei and the other was Li Junming. Li Junming showed visible annoyance. How could there be ruins in this place? Could the information be wrong? Li Hongwei replied in a low voice, The superiors told us to investigate, so let's investigate thoroughly. Stop complaining. Li Junming waved his sword around. In a dilapidated place like this, I don't believe there are any ruins. Li Hongwei sighed. Let's go forward and take a look. If we don't find anything, we'll just go back. Li Junming suddenly froze, having discovered something. He crouched down, coming face to face with the 3 lives flower, and wondered as he examined it. A 3 lives flower? Li Hongwei joked. This thing is quite rare. Li Junming directly swung his sword, expressing his irritation. I hate this kind of thing the most. It's entirely used to trick little girls. Yang Chen, witnessing this from the bushes, was suddenly startled. He quickly grabbed Jian Wukui's sword. Just as Li Junming was about to slash the 3 lives flower, as if severing its life, Yang Chen intervened in time. Li Junming was annoyed. What's the meaning of this? The 2 people just exchanged highly unfriendly glares.
Yang Chen curled his lips into a faint smile. This brother, excuse me, this flower is the 3 lives flower that we just made a wish upon earlier. He seemed not to care much. So what? He laughed and replied. So I hope you can let these innocent flowers go. Li Junming was indifferent. What are you? I'm chopping some wild flowers. Do I need your permission? Yang Chen's face darkened slightly. Couldn't he speak properly? Li Junming looked gloomy, lightly spitting out the twig. How interesting. Nowadays, even a country bumpkin dares to manage the people of my golden eagle family. After that, Li Junming quickly swung his sword up. He didn't hold back at all and stabbed straight at Yang Chen, but he managed to block the attack immediately in time. Li Junming softly spat. Wow, you actually have some skill. Yang Chen gently swung back. If you don't know how to speak properly, then today I will teach you. Zhan Wukai and Tianlingxi also walked out of the bushes one after another. Li Junming became furiously angry. I want to see how you teach me today. He directly threw the sword back to his younger brother, frowning in response. How to teach you? Watch closely. Just like that, in an instant, he dashed forward at a dizzying speed. Seeing this, Li Hongwei immediately warned. Careful. Before Li Junming could react, Yang Chen had arrived, stretching out his hand toward the enemy's head. His hand quickly gained the upper hand. With a single strike, Yang Chen grabbed his head and pressed it down forcefully. While pressing Li Junming's head down, he gave a faint smile. Teaching you like this, is it okay? Li Hongwei's blood also boiled, and he quickly drew his sword. You're courting death. Then he directly charged at Yang Chen with his sword. Suddenly, another sword clashed violently, blocking it for a moment.
Zhen Wukai blocked the attack and raised his voice at the same time. When my older brother is fighting, don't bother him. Li Hongwei's face darkened as he asked, 8th realm body tempering? Zhan Wukai lightly swung his sword, and an intense azure light radiated from it. Li Hongwei gradually calmed down. I really didn't expect that in this small place of yours, there would actually be such a young 8th realm body tempering expert. He sheathed his sword on his back and whispered, there are many more things you wouldn't expect. On the other side, Yang Chen curled Li Junming's head down and threatened, remember to speak properly in the future. He directly let go, leaving him lying in a heap on the ground. Not caring at all, he raised his voice and said, Xiaokui, Lingxi, let's go. After they had walked a short distance, Li Hongwei called out, hold on. He spoke angrily. You guys beat up members of our Golden Eagle clan, and you just plan to leave like that? Yang Chen curled his lips into a faint smile. What do you want? As if consumed by a blaze of anger, Li Hongwei ignorantly brandished his sword, pointing it and threatening, leave your names behind. You have to pay a price for what you've done. He lowered his voice slightly, full of smugness. Xiaokui. Zhan Wukai understood his intention. Understood. In a split second, an azure whirlwind appeared where he stood, and his figure gradually vanished. This greatly surprised Li Hongwei. In that forest, only a shrill scream was heard, causing a flock of birds to fly out from the canopy of leaves. Zhan Wukai cleanly finished them off, leaving the other 2 lying in a heap on the spot. Seeing this, Tianlingxi advised, leave the Chagos mountain range quickly. You killed members of the Golden Eagle clan. Staying here for long will bring trouble.
Yang Chen said smugly, is the Golden Eagle family very formidable? Tianlingxi replied with a pale face, very formidable, much more formidable than the Martial Academy. He showed no signs of apprehension or fear. Then they should be killed even more. I don't want to leave behind 2 troublemakers. Zhan Wukai, walking behind, also chimed in. That's right, and to think he dared to ruin your love token flower. He deserves to die. Tianlingxi blushed upon hearing this and shouted, what love token flower? Don't speak nonsense. She stopped paying attention to them, ignored the 2, and walked ahead. Anyway, let's go quickly. It's not convenient to stay here for long. Very soon, Yang Chen and Zhan Wukai ran after her. The 3 of them finally returned home. Just as they opened the door, Tianlingxi caught a glimpse of something that greatly surprised her. In the middle of the courtyard was the back of someone wearing a hat and a white cloak. Seeing this, Yang Chen's face turned ashen. What is this situation? Did the people from the Golden Eagle family find our door so quickly? What a strong aura! The man turned around slightly and looked at her. Miss, I have come to pick you up. In the distance, Tian Baguang was sitting leisurely on a chair. The time has not yet come. Leave. The man frowned. It's just a few days short. Look at what the miss has learned over the past 3 years. She has proud innate talent, yet is now only at a mere 7th realm bai tempering. You sure taught her well. Tian Baguang's face darkened. Scram, Come back on New Year's Day." Just like that, the man flew up lightly. "Fine, I will stay in Chago City for a few more days." Young Chen immediately ran over and asked in panic, "Master, what exactly happened? Who was that old man? Why does he want to take Lingxi away?" Tian Baguang took a light sip of tea and replied gently, "You will know about this sooner or later. It's fine if I tell you now." He lowered his eyes. "After the new year, Lingxi will have to return to Marquis Duanmu's estate, back to her mother's side. If you, kid, truly have Zek's thoughts about her, then within 5 years you must become famous throughout the Eastern Land. Of course, this is also something you once promised me." Tian Baguang looked up and recounted, "Although your master once braved the world and became a big name throughout Tiannan, revered as a sword saint, it's a pity that my sword martial soul was crippled, and now I can only hide in this remote Chago City to drag out my last days. Fortunately, having Lingxi by my side for 3 years is already enough."
Young Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this and asked in shock, "Master, is your martial soul crippled?" Young Chen, agitated and curious, spoke up, "Master, tell me, who did this? I will definitely help you get revenge." Tian Baguang laughed upon hearing this. "Little Chen, although you don't look righteous on the outside, I know you are actually affectionate and loyal on the inside." As he spoke, he lowered his eyes, and his smile softened a bit. "But my matter has nothing to do with you. What you need to do is to cultivate hard and improve your own cultivation base." He was unwilling to accept this, clenching his fists, and firmly said, "Master, in the future, you not only have to protect Lingxi, but you also have to protect yourself." Tian Baguang turned his back slightly and glanced at him. "You brat, your master believes in you, but this world is much larger than you imagine. The current you is still far from enough." Hearing this, Young Chen resolutely replied, "I will become stronger." After saying that, he directly turned around and ran away very quickly. Looking at Young Chen's retreating back, Tian Baguang could only sigh helplessly. This brat.
Young Chen was still feeling frustrated in his heart because of what happened earlier. As soon as he stopped, he ran into Tian Lingxi, who was sitting at a nearby stone bench. Upon seeing her, he shouted loudly, "Fox Spirit, we have already pledged ourselves to each other in front of the 3 Lives Flower. From now on, you are not allowed to pay attention to any gigolos, understood?" This time, Tian Lingxi wasn't angry either, her face showing little surprise. "You are truly thick-skinned." Young Chen walked over step by step, handed her a 3 Lives Flower, and said, "Fox Spirit, inside this is exactly that 3 Lives Flower. I have dried it. Keep it. It is our token. When I am not by your side in the future, you must live well." Right as Tian Lingxi took it, Young Chen immediately turned his back and ran away quickly. Since when had her cheeks flushed entirely red, her sparkling eyes watching him with a mind full of deep thoughts? Tian Lingxi looked down at the carefully wrapped dried 3 Lives Flower in her hand. Since when did Tian Baguang walk by? "Little girl, keeping it as a memento is fine too. In the future, you two might not necessarily be able to meet each other again." Hearing this, Tian Lingxi was startled on the spot. She replied helplessly, "Father, that guy has a glib tongue. Not a single proper sentence comes out of it." Tian Baguang smiled kindly. "I feel that kid is sincere. Every single word is very proper." Tian Lingxi laughed in a silly manner. "He is sincere? Father, have you been corrupted by him?" He replied in a low voice, "I am very clear on what kind of character that kid has. After you leave, he will be the only one by my side."
She hugged her father's arm. "Father, I won't go. Even if we let them, they wouldn't dare do anything to me." Tian Baguan asked firmly, "We already made an agreement. How can we go back on our word? Besides, your mother is very lonely. It would be quite good for you to spend more time by her side in the future. It's all because your father is useless and his fists aren't big enough." Tian Lingxi insisted, "Father, you are the strongest in my heart." Tian Baguan gently patted her head and said softly, "Silly girl, there are many people far more formidable than your father." After that, he changed the subject. "Right, girl, do you have any feelings for that kid Chen?" Hearing this, Tian Lingxi's reaction immediately became agitated, and she retorted instantly, "Father, what are you saying? That guy has a rogue personality. No matter who I like, I would never like him." Tian Baguan chuckled lightly. "Is that so? Then why are you holding on to the paper bag?" Tian Lingxi immediately threw away the paper bag containing the 3 Lives Flower, blushing with embarrassment. Tian Baguan also gently picked it up. Then he handed it to her. "Girl, you are clearly acting against your heart. Yang Chen doesn't have a prominent family background, but his talent is extremely good, and at the same time he possesses a rare state of mind." Having handed it over, he turned his back, and before leaving, his voice still echoed, "You are my daughter. I hope you follow your heart." This made Tian Lingxi think a lot. She sighed softly, her eyes full of heavy thoughts. Is he really as good as you say? At Chago City at this moment.
With wings spread wide, the bird flew across the vast sky under the glaring sunlight. It seemed there were people sitting on the back of this eagle. One of them spoke up, "Is this really Chago City? It's so small. Are there really ruins here?" Standing afar, Yang Chen and John Wuke followed them with their eyes. "Xiaokui, it looks like people from the Golden Eagle clan." Seeing this, John Wuke's expression became slightly unsettled. "They aren't here looking for us, are they?" Yang Chen watched them and said blankly,
Probably not. Let's head home first and quietly keep an eye on them. At this moment, standing in front of the gate of the young estate, Yang Chen looked up and smiled to himself. Finally home. He and Jan Wuke happily opened the door. But just as the door opened, a large figure coincidentally rushed out. The two couldn't react in time and bumped straight into him. It was none other than Yang Jianye, looking as if he was afraid of something. "Yo, you two brats are back." Yang Chen rubbed his head and replied, "We just came back from the martial academy." "Father, why is your nose bruised, Flu?" Right at this moment, a female voice echoed from inside, making Yang Jianye startle in fear. "Yang Jianye, you stop right there for me." Before the two brothers could react, he had already run away very fast, leaving them dumbfounded. From inside the house emerged a not-so-positive atmosphere, mostly very gloomy. Walking out the main door was Ling Hu Mo Yin, Yang Chen's mother, who was very angry and carrying a large stick in her hand. Upon seeing her, both Yang Chen and Jan Wuke could only force a smile. "Mother." Seeing her two sons return, Ling Hu Mo Yin immediately became happy. "Chener, Xiaokui, you two are back." He softly asked, "What happened to father? Did he make you mad again?" Ling Hu Mo Yin sighed heavily and replied, "No, it's nothing." Suddenly she grabbed his shoulders, her tone somewhat worried. "Chener, I heard you two were kicked out of the martial academy. Did that guy Yuan Min bully you?" Yang Chen laughed. "Mother, don't worry, it's already been resolved." She looked over at Jan Wuke, her eyes full of sadness. "Xiaokui, has the matter with your brother really been completely resolved?" Jan Wuke was very honest, nodding in reply. "It's really been resolved. The martial academy even compensated us with a lot of cultivation resources." Right at this moment, young Meng Yu, Yang Chen's younger sister, quickly ran out. Upon seeing her senior brother, she was extremely excited and joyful. The little girl was so excited that she ran over and quickly hugged him. "Haha, did Xiao Yu miss her older brother?" Young Meng Yu nodded and replied, "I did. Brother, take me to Moshan's studio to buy novels, okay?" Ling Hu Mo Yen, standing behind, spoke up sternly. "You are not allowed to go." This caused the little girl's eyes to instantly well up with sparkling tears.
Yang Chen rubbed her head and said happily, "Good, Xiao Yu. Brother has a lot. I will bring more back for you next time." Young Meng Yu quickly regained her spirits, immediately hugged his neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Brother is the best." Right at this moment, Patriarch Yang Zhen, who is Yang Chen's grandfather, also slowly walked out. Seeing him, the two siblings immediately bowed. "Grandfather." Patriarch Yang Zhen nodded slightly. You two follow me." Saying that, the two of them followed behind Patriarch Yang Zhen. Entering the house, he gently sat on the chair and said calmly, "It seems that during this past year in the martial academy, both of you have learned your own lessons." As he spoke, his expression furrowed and became full of seriousness. "Chener, it is fine to aim high, but you cannot be overly arrogant. After the new year, there may be an unforeseen event. I hope you maintain a resolute heart and proud bones and temper yourself well."
Yang Chen heard this and was also stunned. "Grandpa, I remember." Family had Yang Jan turn slightly. "Xiaokui." Hearing this, Jan Wukui also bowed. "Yes, yes." He continued softly, "The extreme nature of cultivating the Tyrant Emperor Heavenly Demon secret art is clear. As your cultivation base improves, this technique requires you to endure multiplied pain. Remember well, you absolutely must not fall into the demonic abyss." As he spoke, he put on a very grim expression. "There is one more point. For 3 years you must not reveal your martial soul, even if it means death." This made Jen Wukui even more stunned. "I remember. Yes, yes." On a crescent moon night, at the Yang family estate, a family was happily gathering around the dining table. However, while Yang Zhenye was enjoying a delicious bowl of rice, he caught sight of something strange. Glancing over, it was the gloomy look of Ling Hu Mo Yin. Yang Zhenye hurriedly finished his bowl of rice. Family had Yang Zhan gently raised his glass. "Come, let's all toast. Congratulations to Chen Ye and Xiao Kui for breaking through to the body-tempering third realm." After that, they clinked glasses and drank together. At this time, it seemed like someone knocked on the door outside. Hearing this, Ling Hu Mo Yin requested, "Chener, go open the door and see who it is." Yang Chen obeyed, slowly going to the door and opening it. However, the person outside was none other than Tianleng Si. The moment Yang Chen saw Tianleng Si standing in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize your senior sister?" He immediately laughed in delight and replied, "Fox Spirit, we've only been apart for 3 days, and you already miss me unbearably." However, Tianleng Si's eyes slightly drooped, somewhat sad. "I have to leave tomorrow. I want to gaze at Shago City before I go," and unconsciously walked here. Yang Chen sighed softly. "Fox Spirit, do you want me to accompany you to see Shago City? Although our Shago City is small, the New Year's Eve scenery is also very beautiful." Tianling Si fell silent, her cheeks flushing as if shy. "I haven't even had dinner yet." He immediately turned around, laughing and saying, "Let's go then. I'll take you inside to meet the elders." This made her feel helpless. "Behave yourself a bit." After that, the two gently walked inside. Catching sight of the two walking in together, everyone having their meal was stunned. Young Menu quickly ran over, her eyes shining with great interest. "Big sister, you are so beautiful."
Tianling Shi gently bent down,
lightly patted the little girl's head, and replied amicably, "Hello, little sister." Ling Hu Moyin pulled out an empty chair and happily said, "Are you Chenner's friend? Come on, quickly take a seat." After they sat down, Ling Hu Moyin whispered, "Chenner, who is this person? Aren't you going to introduce her to everyone?" Young Chen quickly answered, "This is my senior sister, the daughter of my master, Tian Lingxi." Tian Lingxi also adorably greeted, "Hello, auntie." Ling Hu Moyin was overjoyed. "Good, good. You are Lingxi, right? Hurry and eat. You are extremely welcome to our home." Yang Chenye curled his lips and chuckled. "Chenner, just a senior sister?" This caused the expression of Ling Hu Moyin sitting next to him to suddenly turn pale at some point. She immediately reached out and pinched Yang Zhenye's thigh hard, causing a stinging pain.
Feeling the pain that made Yang Zhenya freeze, hurting so much he couldn't scream but only endure it, Tian Lingxi smiled happily. Ling Hu Moyin gently raised her glass. "Come, let us all welcome Tian Lingxi." And the three of them emptied their glasses, welcoming Lingxi. At midnight, the crescent moon dimly illuminated the place, and countless sky lanterns flew up, making the space full of dreams and romance. Yang Chen and Tian Lingxi were walking quietly on the city streets. He suddenly noticed something, then quickly ran off, leaving Tian Lingxi in astonishment. Yang Chen stood under a large tree with golden leaves falling gently and softly. He observed and spoke up. "Fox Spirit, do you know what kind of tree this is?" Tian Lingxi gently looked up. "Isn't this an ancient maple tree?" Yang Chen paused for a moment. "Then do you know the meaning of this tree?" Tian Lingxi softly asked, "What meaning?" He immediately explained, "Ancient maples grow in cold lands. Heart-shaped leaves depend on each other entirely. Praying many times under the moonlight, this object resolves lovesickness." She also understood what he meant. Her cheeks slightly flushed red. Her heart seemed to beat faster, and she clearly felt it, her gaze looking profoundly deep. Yang Chen gently took the initiative to hold Tian Lingxi's hands. He raised them up, his eyes never leaving her. The two gradually leaned closer to each other, their eyes slowly closing. Just like that, the two shared a romantic and gentle kiss. Under the softly rustling breeze, under the shade of the ancient maple tree, the two, one man and one woman, shared a passionate and affectionate kiss. A moment later, they let go of each other. Tian Lingxi gently averted her gaze, not looking at Yang Chen out of shyness. He held her hand. "Lingxi, I will definitely go find you." Her cheeks turned red as a tomato, and she nodded slightly, uttering an "mm-hmm." Yang Chen suddenly showed an arrogant yet refreshed attitude, saying, "Lingxi, the moon is clear and the breeze is cool, and we have the ancient maple as our companion. Shouldn't we discuss official business now?" Tian Lingxi didn't understand, and asked back, "What official business?" He smiled brightly like a flower. "Worshipping the heaven and earth, deciding our lifelong marriage." Hearing this, Tian Lingxi got annoyed and immediately stomped on his foot. "Bastard, I'm ignoring you." Yang Chen was in pain, limping while reaching out to call back, "Hey, Lingxi, wait for me." At the same time, at another estate.
Under the dim yellow light, Guanming Hao was pouring wine with a very forced expression. Li Junming, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan's main branch, was sitting unsteadily on the chair. He glanced over and asked, "Guanming Hao, is there any new information from the Chaogo Southern Range?" Guanming Hao smiled wryly and replied, "Young Master Li, not yet, but the experts of our Guan family have probably entered to investigate." Assured him, "Young Master Li, rest assured, the divine relic is very likely real. My master is the White Tiger Pavilion Master of the Chaogo Martial Academy. He has investigated it many times. During the inner court examination that year, lightning appeared, which was a sign of the divine relic's manifestation." Li Junming glared at him. "I can only hope so." However, he happened to catch sight of something outside the window and let out a humph. He briefly saw Yang Chen and Tian Lingxi walking away gently and steadily. Yet his gaze was solely fixed on Tian Lingxi, a woman with a beauty capable of toppling cities. Li Junming stood up abruptly, threw the window wide open, and couldn't help but be amazed. "I didn't expect this wretched place to have such a beautiful woman." He glanced sideways at Guanming Hao and asked, "Who are they?" Guanming Hao quickly walked to the window and looked down. Seeing Yang Chen and Tian Lingxi stopping at a stall, he thought to himself, "Truly, enemies travel on a narrow road."
Guanming Hao quickly explained, "Yang Chen, a commoner disciple of our Choga, was recently expelled from the Martial Academy, but was unexpectedly taken in as a disciple by Lord Sword Saint Tian Baguang. As for that beauty, she is the #1 beauty of our Choga Martial Academy, Tian Lingxi, the daughter of Tian Baguang." Li Junming curled his lips in a sneer. Tian Baguang? Knowing the few unpopular sword moves and daring to vainly call himself a sword saint, he truly knows nothing. You guys still don't know, right? Tian Baguang is a peak prominent figure in our Tianan. His sword martial soul was crippled. To think he actually came to Choga. This made Guanming Hao exclaimed in amazement. Li Junming sneered while saying, "But that Tian Lingxi is definitely the young lady of Marquis Duanmu's estate. I heard her talent is heaven-defying," he said while moving his footsteps. "On New Year's Eve, to meet the young lady of Marquis Duanmu's estate in Choga is truly a joyous matter. This fate cannot be missed. I must go down and get acquainted." However, a steady voice sounded softly from the person behind. "Jinming, the young lady of Marquis Duanmu's estate is already taken. Do not cause trouble."
Li Jinming laughed triumphantly. Second uncle, I know the limits. I just want to go down and show my face a bit. Maybe I'll even need her help in the future. After that, he shifted his body, flying out quickly from the window. I have no shortage of women. As soon as Li Jinming landed on the ground, Yang Chen also caught sight of him. He spoke up with a smirk. Miss Ling Shi of Marquis Duamu's estate, right? Hearing this, she turned around and frowned. Do we know each other? Li Jinming smiled radiantly like a flower. Aren't we acquainted now? My surname is Li. Name Li Jinming. I'm sure you've heard of it. Tian Lingxi looked annoyed. Never heard of it. He still leaned in and continued. Miss Lingxi, the friendship between my Li family and your Marquis Duanmu's estate is not small. Today is New Year's Eve. Being away from home, would I have the honor to invite you for a chat? She remained annoyed. Sorry, I don't know strangers. Tian Lingxi turned to Yang Chen and said swiftly, Junior brother, let's go. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was still looking at that guy with an unfriendly gaze. She quickly grabbed his hand and left in a hurry. However, they had no way of knowing that Li Jinming's gaze was not pleased at all. He was even glaring fiercely, as if filled with resentment.
Yang Chen was still annoyed. This is truly the first time I've seen such a self-righteous brat. Look at his pretentious appearance. I really want to beat him up. Tian Lingxi let out a soft sigh. The Golden Eagle clan. Even I wouldn't dare to provoke him. Yang Chen thought for a moment. The Golden Eagle clan? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Huh. Young master of the Golden Eagle clan. You think you're so great, daring to have your eyes on Lingxi. I don't care who you are. He then suggested, Fox Spirit, from now on, can you not call me Xiao Chen? That's the name my mother called me from some time ago. Tian Lingxi chuckled. Don't you think calling you Xiao Chen Zi is intimate? Who gave you the right to just call me Fox Spirit out of nowhere?
Seeing her react like that, Yang Chen blushed slightly, his heart fluttering. He immediately puckered his lips as if wanting to kiss her again. Tian Lingxi pouted and quickly ran away. He chased after her, raising his voice. Fox Spirit, give me one more kiss. She stuck her tongue out a few times. In your dreams. After that came the sight of Yang Chen stumbling as he ran after her to catch up with Tian Lingxi. Early the next morning, in front of Tian Baguang's gate, someone had arrived early to pick up Tian Lingxi. She quickly climbed onto the back of a giant bird. As the bird's wings spread to fly, Tian Lingxi stood on its back, gently waving her hand as if saying goodbye. Down below, Yang Chen stared blankly after the bird's wings gradually flying far away in the vast sky. At this moment, a laughing sound suddenly echoed from behind him. Ha ha! Tian Baguang appeared right behind him and softly spoke. Brat Chen, do you feel the urge to chase after her? Blame it on my daughter being too outstanding. She even hooked your soul. Then Tian Baguang's expression turned calm. Hey, Brat Chen, snap out of it. Tell me the truth. What did you do to my daughter last night? Yang Chen replied foolishly. The rice has already been cooked into a meal. Tian Baguang's face puffed up. I don't believe you. Yang Chen looked resentful. Master, when can we go to Tiannan? Tian Baguang was slightly surprised. Go to Tiannan? What for? He intended to continue speaking, but suddenly stopped and pondered, not knowing what to say for the latter part. He turned away. Go back. With your meager cultivation base, wanting to go to Tiannan is still too early. After finishing speaking, Tian Baguang turned his back and went inside, while Yang Chen still looked at that retreating figure. He looked up with a deep, profound thought. Lingxi, wait for me. I will quickly go to Tiannan to find you. On the second day after Tian Lingxi left, in the courtyard, Tian Baguang was leisurely sitting at the stone table and chairs, while Yang Chen was holding something in his hand and looking very attentively. Suddenly, the surroundings shook violently, causing Yang Chen, who completely did not expect it, to shake along with it. He looked at Tian Baguang in panic. Master, why is there an earthquake? Tian Baguang's eyes drooped slightly. Big trouble has arrived. In the future, perhaps Chago City will no longer exist.
Young Chen felt as if lightning had struck his ears. What? He slightly frowned. Brat Chen, do you still remember the matter of the Divine Ruin from last time? The thunder phenomenon last time was only a sign of the Divine Ruin's appearance. He opened his mouth in astonishment. Could the appearance of the Divine Ruin destroy Chogo City? Tian Baguang looked serious. The appearance of the Divine Ruin is a good omen. How could it destroy Chogo? The destruction of Chogo was caused by humans. As he spoke, his eyes became sharper. During this period, quite a few experts have entered the Chogo mountain range, wanting to forcefully open the Divine Ruin, not knowing that only those who are fated can obtain it. Taking it by force like this will definitely cause a disaster. Hearing this, Young Chen rubbed his chin and thought, could it be the evil deeds done by the Golden Eagle clan? At this time, John Wuquei pushed the door wide open and spoke urgently. Brother, it seems a major incident has occurred. We should hurry home and check. He shook his head. No, grandfather telling us to go to the Martial Academy surely means he had foreseen this disaster. Let's observe the situation first. Tian Baguang was still very serious. A few years ago, I once went alone into the deepest part of the Chogo mountain range and indeed discovered a sealed divine ruin. Both Yang Chen and John Wuquei became so shocked that their jaws dropped. An adult divine beast? Tian Baguang kept a straight face and softly explained. The sealed divine ruin is protected by extremely terrifying monster beasts. Among them, there is even an adult divine beast. Even a purple palace realm almighty would find it hard to fight it to a draw. This earthquake is definitely caused by those bastards exploring that divine ruin, angering the protecting divine beast and causing a great disaster. Young Chen, hearing this, spoke up. Master, the main culprit is probably the Golden Eagle clan. Last year, when the three of us went to the Chogo mountain range to train, we encountered a group of experts from the Golden Eagle clan.
Tenba Guang frowned and gritted his teeth. Golden Eagle clan? You really still treat the lives of innocent civilians like dirt, ignoring the safety of Choge's people out of your own selfishness. With his face still wrinkled as it was from the start, Tianba Guang walked ahead, followed by his two disciples, Xiao Chenzi, Xiao Shui. Let's go take a look and see what they are plotting. At the same time, inside the city, a group of soldiers was grumbling. The noise just now was your doing, wasn't it? People of the Golden Eagle clan, what exactly did you do in the Choge mountain range? However, the three from the Golden Eagle clan remained unpleasantly calm. One of the three cast a sideways glance. General Huangshan, we are having a banquet with young Master Li. I don't know why you appeared here spouting nonsense. It is clearly the beasts in the Choge mountain range that cannot bear the loneliness and want to invade Choge city. As the guarding general, shouldn't you fulfill your duty to protect us, protect the land, and protect the people? Li Huangshan gritted his teeth and replied with displeasure. Ha ha ha, it seems that your Guan family also has a part in this matter. You truly have the heart of a wolf. Don't ever think of being a person of Choge. The other person grew annoyed. Li Huangshan, what do you mean? Don't think you are so great just because you have the Azure Tiger Legion under your command. Li Huangshan showed his disgust openly. Don't think I don't know your calculated plots. Just now I released many carrier pigeons, spreading the word to the entire Tiannan that the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor's divine ruins have appeared here. Humph.
Finishing his words, Li Huangshan turned his back and walked away with his legion under the infuriated gaze of that guy. He clenched his palm tightly, to the point that the cup shattered. Damn it, this guy spread the news outside. This time it's troublesome. He turned around. Second uncle, what should we do now? That person was Li Kun-sing, who was leisurely picking up a teacup. His face darkened, looking very unpleasant. The news of the divine ruins' appearance will definitely spread throughout Tannan. At this time, not only will a large number of powerhouses gather here, but I'm afraid even the royal family will be alarmed. Then he stood up and shouted loudly, "We must be more decisive. Order the martial artists currently in Chaogo to enter the Chaogo mountain range, pave the way, and enter the divine ruin." This startled the other two. This is too much. Isn't this using human lives to create a path to the divine ruin? That guy also quickly agreed. Let's decide it this way. Second uncle, you go to the City Lord's Mansion. Let the City Lord's Mansion organize the martial cultivators of Chaogo City to gather at the foot of the mountain. Guanzi, you go inform the Martial Academy. Tell all the students and mentors of the Martial Academy. We will charge in. At the foot of Chaogo Mountain, everyone was gathered here in large numbers. Just as he caught sight of Li Qinglin, young Chen approached and asked, "Senior Sister, what is the situation right now?" Li Qinglin quickly replied, "Young Chen, you're here. The Chaogo mountain range continuously has monster beasts and spirit beasts rushing out. The situation is not easy to control." Ahead was a large bear of gigantic size, pouncing over ferociously with sharp claws. It sent many people flying, then viciously ran quickly toward where Yang Chen and Li Qinglin were standing on the side. Just as it approached the two of them, Tianba Guang took action, releasing force toward it. From above, monster beasts, including bats and snakes, flew out fiercely.
Yang Chen turned around. "Master, the situation is already so critical. Why haven't the experts of the Martial Academy arrived yet?" Tianba Guang frowned. "That's not right. With monster beasts breaking through the frontline defense, the first ones to rush here should be the Martial Academy." On the other side, at this moment, the Martial Academy Dean and the others were flying forward rapidly. Seeing them arrive, the soldiers all grabbed hold of hope. "The Martial Academy's experts are here. Great, we are saved this time. Look over there, the City Lord is here. Chaogo City Lord, He Igu, has also arrived. Opposite him is Li Huanshan." Jian Wuke rejoiced upon seeing this. Great, with so many people, they can surely block the monster beasts. However, Tianba Guang's face darkened. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Li Kunxing leaped up and urgently shouted, "Everyone, charge into the Chaogo mountain range and kill all the monster beasts." Seeing this, Yang Chen clenched his fists, his heart full of frustration. The people of the Golden Eagle clan indeed harbor no good intentions. Li Huangshan, dissatisfied, roared loudly, "All Chaogo martial artists, do not listen to his nonsense. We must defend the defense line. Do you all understand what the consequences will be once the monster beasts enter the city?" He Igu calmly retorted, "Li Huangshan, stop deluding the people. Defending is a poor strategy. Charging into the Chaogo mountain range is the only way to eradicate this disaster." Hearing this, Li Huangshan immediately fired back. "He Igu, are you still the Chaogo City Lord? Oh right, you are not a native of Chaogo, just a running dog for some family." Li Kunxing angrily charged forward. "Bastard!" As he rushed over at immense speed, Li Huangshan showed no fear at all. However, before Li Huangshan could even strike back, he was hit squarely in the chest by Li Kunxing's punch. Li Huangshan was directly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground.
Li Huangshan's eyes widened in disbelief. You are a Tianhe realm expert?" Yang Chen also dropped his jaw in astonishment upon seeing this. Tianhe realm. He observed the situation ahead, utterly amazed. To think it was actually the Tianhe realm.
The martial arts realms he currently knew of only consisted of 5 stages. Body tempering realm, the most fundamental martial arts realm, primarily involving the long-term and basic tempering of a martial artist's body. True martial realm. True martial realm cultivates true chi, allowing one to release true chi externally to control objects and walk on air. Martial seed realm. The martial cultivator's Dantian true chi is condensed enough to take shape, using the cultivation method as the foundation. A martial seed realm cultivator, even in Tiannan Commandery City, is considered a mainstream expert, but those who truly stand at the peak are Tianhe realm cultivators. The Tianhe realm requires comprehending all things in heaven and earth to awaken martial intent. While pondering, Yang Chen's hands clenched tightly at some point. Above the Tianhe realm, according to legend, is the mighty Purple Palace realm. Within the boundless borders of the Eastern Land, it seems only the Eastern Land King has reached this level. Li Kunxing, with a surging aura, shouted, "Everyone, enter the Chago mountain range. Kill the monster beasts. Anyone who obstructs will die." The Academy Master standing behind was slightly startled. "Young Master Li, may I lead the students to defend the martial academy? The 4 pavilion masters and the instructors will follow you into the mountains to kill the monster beasts." Li Kunxing smirked slightly. "Of course you can. Thank you for the assistance, Academy Master Yuan." Then he turned around, his gaze somewhat sharp. "Li Huangshan, what about you?" Li Huangshan had just stood up, still bearing his injuries and panting heavily. He spoke softly. "I will take half of the Azure Tiger warriors into the mountains with you. The other half of the Azure Tiger warriors must protect Chago Sei." Hearing this, Li Kunxing was extremely satisfied. "Good." Li Huangshan looked at Li Quinlin and made his request. "You lead half of the Azure Tiger warriors to stay in Chago." This quite surprised Li Quinlin. "Father!" Li Kunxing raised his hand high and ordered, "Enter the mountains. Kill all those beasts." Meanwhile, Guan Minghao looked at Yang Chen with smugness and a sly smile.
Guan Minghao said softly, "Young Master Li, I want to bring Yang Chen into the mountain." This made Li Junming bewildered. "Yang Chen? Who is that?" Guan Minghao glanced towards Yang Chen. As soon as Li Junming saw him, he was extremely abused. Remembering now, "So it was you." Tian Baguang said calmly, "You filthy bunch, don't mess with us." Li Junming curled his lips in a sneer. "Lord Sword Saint, with such a rare opportunity, I think you as a teacher shouldn't object to your disciple tagging along for training, right?" Tian Baguang frowned. "Are you threatening me?" In an instant, the image of Tian Baguang's raging fire of anger could be seen flaring up, which made Yang Chen have to speak up to stop him. "Master, don't be angry. Just like young Master Li said, entering the mountain this time is indeed a rare training opportunity. How can I miss it?" Tian Baguang pondered for a moment. Little brat Chen is not wrong. This time might be a rare training opportunity. Moreover, the Divine Ruin is guarded by a divine beast. I don't believe the Golden Eagle clan can obtain it. He also retracted his state, nodding. "Fine. I also want to see with my own eyes the Golden Eagle clan getting the treasure from the Divine Ruin." Li Kunxing flew in the air, gently waving his hand. "Li Huangshan, lead your people at the front of the formation. The rest follow behind. Enter the mountain." Li Huangshan briefly gritted his teeth. "You." Li Kunxing could hear it, speaking sideways. Then Li Huangshan turned away, reluctantly letting out a cold snort. "Enter the mountain." The whole group quickly entered the mountain, Yang Chen also stumbling along behind. After entering the mountain, fighting with the monster beasts, some soldiers were knocked away by that giant wild boar. They united their strength to fight. After it was taken down, it meant that just as many people had fallen. Yang Chen observed with a hint of surprise. "Master, if this continues, I'm afraid before reaching the Divine Ruin, the majority will all be dead."
Tian Baguang's face darkened slightly. "They are the knife and chopping block. We are the fish and meat. This is the sorrow of the weak. Kid Chen, you must remember, if you do not want to become fish and meat and want to grasp your own destiny, you can only cultivate hard." Night fell. Under the starlight, the group had lit a fire and sat around it. Li Huangshan quickly spoke up. "Young Master Li, the Azure Tiger Legion has suffered severe damage. Please forgive us for not being able to take the vanguard in the next battle." Li Junming's face darkened slightly. He had pushed this guy too far. Forcing him to the death wouldn't be good. Suddenly, he looked at Yang Chen sitting behind him, and his lips curled up. "I got it." Then he turned back and said, "Fine. Tomorrow you will be the second team. The Martial Academy's team and City Lord Hayes' coalition will take the vanguard." The next morning, the group continued their journey. Yang Chen saw something and spoke up. "Master, look ahead."
Ahead was an entire tall tower, arranged from boulders piled on top of each other. The moment Li Junming saw it, he became utterly excited. "A divine ruin! It's a divine ruin!" His face grew even more joyful. Within this giant wall, it was highly possible that the inheritance of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor was preserved. Thinking about it, he fantasized with ecstasy. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, the Tianhe realm and Purple Palace realm would be nothing. He would surely gain an illustrious reputation, making the Golden Eagle clan a renowned family for 10,000 miles. However, Baguang was not entirely pleased. His eyes never left a certain spot. That divine beast, the Qilin, was indeed still here. Li Junming pointed directly. "Second uncle, look at that giant wall. It is definitely a divine ruin." Li Qinsing frowned, looking very displeased. Junming, if the divine ruin here was truly left behind by the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, then it is completely different. Right now, the divine ruin has not yet been born into the world. If we forcefully make contact and open it, there might be unpredictable dangers. Hearing this, Li Jungming replied solemnly, "Second uncle makes sense. Then let's find someone to go scout it out first." Meanwhile, up ahead, Yang Chen, Tian Baguang, and Jan Wuquei were discussing something. At this moment, Li Jungming walked over and initiated the conversation. "Yang Chen, is it? Along the way, only you were the most peaceful. Now go down under the giant wall and inspect it." Tian Baguang immediately stepped up, his brow furrowed. "What did you say?" Li Qinsing threatened. "Tian Baguang, I hope you know what's good for you." Tian Baguang erupted with power around his body and raised his voice. "He is my disciple. Whether he goes or not is up to me. Are you trying to force my hand?" Li Qinsing was not to be outdone, a fierce aura radiating from him as he frowned and went, "Force your hand? If you were still at your peak from those years, saying this would carry some weight. But as you are now, are you even worthy?" A fiery aura erupted from both of them, radiating outwards as if they both wanted to strike and take down the opponent on the spot. Seeing the situation, Yang Chen quickly spoke up to intervene. "Wait, master, let me go in." Tian Baguang looked indignant. "Brad Chen, are you stupid?" Behind him, Jan Wuquei also objected. "Brother, you cannot go."
However, Yang Chen still wanted to take a gamble. He absolutely refused to listen to everyone. "Xiao Kui, after you go back, tell grandfather that in my next life I still want to be his grandson." Jan Wuquei was so sad that he felt helpless. "Brother." However, seeing Yang Chen wink inexplicably, he stared blankly and thought. Seeing his brother leave, Wuquei's heart was still puzzled. What does big brother mean? Tian Ba Huang couldn't hold back. "Yang Chen, you cannot row." Yang Chen confidently replied, "Master, it's fine, trust me." Then he directly jumped down the cliff without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Tian Ba Huang still didn't understand what was going on. Has that brat gone mad? Yang Chen landed very gently and safely under the witness of many people up here. Li Zhen seemed intrigued. There is no danger. But at a very close distance, right behind Yang Chen's back, the mound of earth suddenly shook and gradually cracked open, as if something was surging up from below. Before his eyes was a large dragon with a terrifying aura. Its eyes were bloodshot and its entire body was pitch black, looking very gloomy.
Its massive body flew straight up, and the silhouettes of the people below could gradually be seen in its bloodshot eyes. For some unknown reason, the aura from the black smoke exploded continuously, surrounding this group of people. They felt a wicked pain without knowing why, directly vomiting blood on the spot. A terrifying flame of anger appeared in its bloodshot eyes, and it roared. "Daring to wake this seat from a beautiful dream? Unforgivable. You all must die." Below, Yang Chen looked up in awe, his mouth agape in disbelief. After that, the massive dragon fiercely spewed its power toward Yang Chen, who instinctively used both hands to block. However, with terrifying speed, Yang Chen was instantly sucked into the dragon's mouth. Everyone witnessing this panicked, swallowed. Yang Chen was swallowed alive. Over here, Tian Baguan and Zhan Wuquei also reacted no less. Yang Chen, ah! Tian Baguan became furious, gradually summoning his chi. "Golden Eagle Clan, you forced me." His face frowned in sheer frustration. He was outraged witnessing the scene. "Kid Chen, you don't know. This master taking you as a disciple was not a coincidence. That night I merely saved you in passing, never expecting to discover someone with such shocking talent like you, deliberately arranging for you to become my disciple. At the same time, your master was selfish, putting all hopes on you, and now nothing is left." Tian Baguan had reached the peak of his hatred. The power radiating from him enveloped his body, as if wanting to shake this entire space. Li Qinsing was terrified seeing this, forcefully gathering the martial soul, igniting the soul light. He turned his back, his expression extremely ugly. Does he not want to live anymore? Tian Baguan glanced lightly, then dashed toward Li Jun like a daemon casting an art.
When the magical swords rushed toward Li Junming, he stepped back in fear. Suddenly, one of the sabers pierced through his chest painfully. The swords and arrows also shot toward Li Qinsing, and the old man was using his magic techniques, trying to protect himself from them. He was very focused, using all his power to form a circular area for protection. Li Qinsing was sweating profusely, not expecting that even when heavily injured and risking his life, he still possessed such strong power. On the other side, Jian Wuquei also slowly flew down and landed below. He looked at that dragon seriously. At first glance, he realized that his older brother was not dead yet. Under the pouring waterfall, Yang Chen stood unsteadily on the bank. He looked around, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Where on earth is this place? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. "You brat, I finally waited for you." Yang Chen vaguely heard it and became vigilant. It's this sound again. Recalling the previous scene, when Li Junming actively wanted him to jump down the cliff to check, he suddenly heard, "You brat, come here." Thinking back, it was because of this voice that he agreed to investigate the stone tree, just didn't expect that he would actually be swallowed by the divine beast Keelan. Suddenly, there was something very suspicious from the forest. It was the loud chirping of a cicada resting on a tree branch. Yang Chen held his head, doubting, what is going on? I actually managed to condense my divine sense. Suddenly, some kind of light appeared before his eyes. It was a large sphere, emitting light around it like a miniature sun. Brat, this is our first meeting. Is this little token of sincerity to your liking? Seeing it, he was even more shocked. What is this thing?
That sphere quickly replied, "This is my sea of consciousness, amidst this shaking heavenly water forest." Yang Chen's mouth fell open. Sea of consciousness? That's too big. The sea of consciousness then made a sound. "Kid, I sense that you are afraid. This is not good. A great devourer knows no fear. Otherwise, one can only bring fear to other life forms." Yang Chen asked in confusion, "What's a devourer?" The sea of consciousness realized it had slipped up and felt troubled. "Huh? Devourer? Damn it, I misspoke." Then the sea of consciousness quickly calmed down. "It's nothing, kid. Who is left in the Yang family now?" Yang Chen was stunned. The Yang family? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what exactly is this golden sun-like sphere, and how does it know his surname is Yang? The sea of consciousness sighed. "Never mind, I won't ask anymore. There probably aren't many people left anyway. Do you like swords?" Yang Chen nodded. "Yeah." The sea of consciousness was satisfied. "It's good that you like them." "Right, you definitely must like swords, so I'll gift you another fortune." This left him stunned. After a while, a light breeze rustled by, yet there was still no movement. He waited helplessly. Where's the fortune? Under the far shining sunlight, the Imperial Dragon Monster Beast leisurely spoke. "Kid, go on. In the future, when your cultivation base grows strong, don't forget to bring some things to pay respects to me." Yang Chen, lying flat on his back on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes in a daze. He sat up, looked at the monster beast, and his mouth fell open. "It's you!" When Yang Chen turned around, he saw Tianba Guang lying there in a heap, with John Wu Kei beside him full of worry. He panicked and quickly ran over. As soon as John Wu Kei saw him, his eyes welled with tears. "Brother, brother!" Seeing Tianba Guang's condition, Yang Chen couldn't believe it. "Master, who injured you to this extent?" Tianba Guang, with his body covered in wounds, said, "Chen kid, I'm fine. I can't die yet." Yang Chen immediately understood and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn Golden Eagle family. He turned around, looked at the monster beast, and asked, "Senior Divine Beast, can I beg you to kill all those pieces of trash who have golden bird decorations embroidered on their clothes?" The Imperial Dragon Divine Beast immediately flew up, letting out a majestic roar. Seeing the situation change so unexpectedly, both John Wu Kei and Tian Baguan were surprised. Tian Baguan said weakly, "Brat Chen, if the Divine Beast Keelan has taken a liking to you, you might have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Ruin. You should try later." Yang Chen was also dazed. "I must ask and see." Half an hour later, the Divine Beast Keelan returned. The Divine Beast spoke majestically. "Brat, I have slashed all those whose clothes have golden eagles embroidered on them. They all harbored malicious intentions, dying without regrets." Hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely overjoyed. "Great, thank you, senior." At the same time, Li Jun was hiding behind a tree, unable to believe what had just happened. "What is going on? That beast killed the people of my clan the moment it saw them. Fortunately, I was quick-witted enough to change clothes, otherwise I would have lost my life too." Over here, John Wu Kei was supporting Tian Baguan, while Yang Chen asked, "Senior, a divine beast like you is majestic and possesses heaven-reaching power. You can definitely cure my master, right?"
The Divine Beast Keelan observed for a moment and said, "Keeping his life is not difficult, but his soul power has completely dissipated. To restore his martial soul, a supreme treasure containing a soul is required, which I do not have here." Tian Baguang nodded and smiled. Keeping his life was already very good. Suddenly, the eyes of the Divine Beast Keelan shone blindingly bright. That light shone directly into Tian Baguang's head, startling him. Tian Baguang directly fell to the ground, motionless. The Divine Beast Keelan said, "He will be fine after taking a nap." Yang Chen suddenly remembered the Divine Ruin's inheritance. He immediately asked, "Senior, is there a very great inherited item inside the giant tree?" The Divine Beast Keelan replied, "Inheritance? Inherit what? This place is just a tomb that does not allow outsiders to intrude. I, a majestic divine beast, originally wanted to chase you away, but you are too weak. Cultivate here for a period of time. Just in time, I will give you an extra gift before you leave." Immediately after, a stream of black smoke headed straight toward Yang Chen, leaving him bewildered. Yang Chen let out a frustrated sigh. "Is this old beast messing with me? Earlier he said he would give me good fortune. Now he says he's giving me a gift, but nothing happened at all." Chen Wuke, after checking the situation for a while, said, "Ah, the spiritual key here is very dense. We can cultivate here." Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately sat down. Of course, how could a place chosen by a divine beast be bad? After he closed his eyes and sensed, he accidentally realized something. This is a sword martial soul. Have I awakened a second martial soul? From inside Yang Chen, apart from the sword martial soul lying in the middle, running alongside it was another dragon. And just like that, in a flash, he fell into another space, a place completely filled with swords stabbed straight into the ground.
Yang Chen observed in utter amazement as his divine sense entered the waist sword martial soul. Suddenly, all the swords planted into the ground began to move, and moreover, they were radiating a terrifying power. The smoke gathered in one place, forming a ghostly face with completely bloodshot eyes. As Yang Chen grabbed his head, he heard that voice once again. I am truly incompetent, the 999th generation inheritor of the waist sword martial soul, roaming everywhere across the 6 myriad realms, killing countless swordsmen. Among them, 33 died under the sword due to poor aptitude, and the heaven-wasting 13 swords was only comprehended up to the 9th sword. Full of regret for this, I leave the heaven-wasting 13 swords solely for the 10,000th generation true master. Yang Chen slightly let go, panting heavily without stopping. Waist sword martial soul? He calmed down and pondered. Among the 10 great primordial supreme martial souls, the waist sword martial soul ranked 8. How could it be? Martial souls had 4 ranks, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, but they were also the 10 great supreme martial souls. The 10 great supreme martial souls came from the primordial era, and each of them carried an immense source of power. Yang Chen looked at his own 2 hands, his face showing panic. The 10,000th inheritor. Only the 10,000th inheritor would be the true master, the real owner. Was the message that just appeared saying exactly that? The most terrifying aspect of the waist sword martial soul lay in the hidden sword. Any talented swordsman or other sword martial souls, even if qualified, would be controlled by the waist sword martial soul and die within the sword realm. From the ancient era until now, heaven knows how many swordsmen and heavenly Dao masters have been killed in the sword realm, and the demonic nature of those sword martial souls that died under this sword realm was entirely caused by the master of the waist sword martial soul. Yang Chen gripped that sword. Of course, there was one thing to note. It required the host's divine sense to be strong enough to personally pull the sword martial soul out.
Holding that sword in his hand, he observed it closely, wondering how he could draw out the sword martial soul. From the surface of that snake-like curved sword, a powerful light suddenly emitted. At this moment, in reality, Yang Chen happened to open his eyes. Thinking back to that sword, his face momentarily filled with excitement. Tianba Guang was already standing in front of Yang Chen. Seeing his blooming reaction, he softly asked, "What are you so happy about? Did you gain some new benefit?" Yang Chen laughed out loud and replied, "I won't tell you." This made Tianba Guang's face helplessly darken. Meanwhile, Yang Chen laughed with delight. "Master, I truly feel very proud of you." Tianba Guang was slightly surprised. "Why do you say that?" He smiled even more radiantly. "Because you have an incredibly strong disciple like me. No, a son-in-law." Jianwu Kui saw this arrogant appearance and could only smile wryly. "Brother, compared to the past, your skin has truly gotten thicker." Only Tianba Guang, standing nearby, seemed to bloom with some kind of sinister smile. He immediately blurted out, "About the matter between you and Ling Si, stop dreaming. I won't agree to it." Yang Chen felt like he was struck by lightning, freezing on the spot. "Master, a person must keep their word." Tianba Guang grunted with sinister intent. "Brat, so you also know that a person must keep their word? Do you even know how to write the words 'keep your word'?" He gloomily lowered his voice. "Master, I don't know how to write it. You have to teach me." However, Tianba Guang ignored him. "I'm hungry." Yang Chen stood there dumbfounded. He felt very dissatisfied inside. What a joke. This was the territory of the true martial sword emperor. How could there be any monster beasts daring to approach? He immediately raised his voice to request, "Xiao Kui, go find some food." Hearing this, Wu Kui nodded, turned his back, and left. Cook-a-doodle-for-do. 1 month later, Yang Chen was cultivating attentively. The fiery light from the sword above his head emitted fiercely. Jianwu Kui witnessed this and couldn't help but admire. Brother is already approaching the peak of the true martial realm. Too formidable.
Tianba Guang was enjoying a delicious meal. What's the use? He still hasn't comprehended the first move of the Lingsha sword art. Observing Yang Chen, he irritably said, "I really am a pickhead. How could I be so dizzy as to accept a disciple with no future like a dog? How long has it been for just the first move? Tell me, how long? He hasn't even reached the minor success stage. Is he trying to anger me to death? Still wanting to marry Lingxi? No way." After eating, Tianba Guang threw the bone behind him. The Lingsha sword art is a profound tier martial art, and he has cultivated it with such difficulty. What will he do with higher tier martial arts later? He stood up and turned his back. "I'm going around to find food. You guys continue cultivating." Jianwu Kui saw this and was also stunned. Didn't he just eat? At this time, it seemed like there was a noise from behind, making him startle and look over. Behind him, Yang Chen was focusing on cultivation. The sword art spread out with a terrifying power, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to float up, making the space tremble. After another month, Yang Chen also slightly opened his eyes. Tianba Guang, while biting into meat, opened his eyes wide with satisfaction. He finally succeeded. At this time, the spirit beast Kulian also appeared and landed where their group was. The spirit beast Kulian spoke majestically. "Brat, this place is no longer safe. You guys should return to the human world." The spirit beast threw him a small dog. He caught it in astonishment. "It is a gift I give you. I hope you will treat it well." After that, the spirit beast Kulian left. The puppy looked back tearfully, while young Chen was stunned. Huh? He held it in his hands and frowned. Hey, stinky Lord Zenwu's sword, are you playing a joke on me for fun? Your existence is so massive, yet you only gift me a puppy? Does that sound right? I was hoping you would gift me a divine artifact to massacre in all directions after going out. Looking at it, it also looks cute. Oh well, I'll just treat it as raising a small pet. Tian Baguang looked at the puppy in his hands and rubbed his chin. Brett, I have checked it many times. It is truly a dog with a normal bloodline. After growing up, I'm afraid it won't even be able to reach the true martial realm.
Young Chen nodded. It is very sentient. While the little dog barked happily a few times, John Mouquet looked at it with doubt. Why do I feel that there is a terrifying power hidden in the puppy's body? Perhaps it's not that bad. Yang Chen held the puppy in his arms. We need to get a name for this little thing. John Mouquet happily suggested, Brother, let's call it Xiao Jin Gong. Yang Chen looked dumbfounded. Xiao Jin Gong? Tian Baguan also clamored to suggest, call it Go Chen. This name involves both you and the little thing. He picked up the puppy and said lovely, let's just call it Wang Chai. John Mouquet felt helpless. Brother, in the city, many young ladies of large households raise dogs and call them Wang Chai. It's nothing special. It's too vulgar. How about calling it Xiao Hei? Yang Chen was also very satisfied. This name is not bad. It's suitable. Let's call it Xiao Hei then. However, the puppy seemed angry and barked continuously.
He annoyedly hit it right on the head. What are you whining about? From now on, you will be called Xiao Hei. The puppy, having just been knocked on the head, swelled up with a lump and only knew how to cry softly. Yang Chen was annoyed and continuously hit it a few more times. Stop whining, it's so noisy. The spirit beast Kirlin stood far away observing and got angry. This old master really wants to slap him to death with one strike. When the three of them entered the city, they were suddenly stunned upon witnessing the scene before their eyes, unable to utter a word. Chaogay City, after more than 2 months, was ruined everywhere. The houses, roads, and trees had all collapsed. Jan Wu Kuei immediately became anxious. Brother, let's quickly go home and take a look. And then the three of them used dizzying speed to quickly head home. A signboard had already fallen straight to the ground, lying rolled over there. In front of the house's door, Yang Chen immediately fell to his knees, unable to believe his eyes. He saw the rural scenery of his home and shouted loudly in panic, "No!" Suddenly, someone spoke up. Is that Kid Chen? Hearing this, Yang Chen was startled and looked over. He immediately ran towards him. Uncle Yu, do you have any news about my father and the others? His Uncle Yu rubbed his chin and said, Kid Chen, don't worry, they are fine and left early on. Your grandfather asked me to tell you, saying, stars fall across the 9 crimson heavens. At Autumn Mountain we shall reunite. Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. Stars fall across the 9 crimson heavens. At Autumn Mountain we shall reunite. Autumn Mountain, where is Autumn Mountain? Jan Wu Kuei sighed softly. Brother, it's good that our fathers are fine. Uncle Yu continued, Kid Chen, what are your plans for the future? How about staying temporarily at my house? Yang Chen waved his hand to decline, his expression serious. No need, Uncle Yu. What exactly has happened in Chaogay City recently?
Uncle Wang sighed heavily. Tragic, countless casualties. Guanzai is too ruthless. He allied with the Martial Academy and some external experts to cripple General Junshan. Moreover, who knows what methods he used to become the young master of our Chaogay City. After that, Chaogay City became the territory of the Guan family. Yan Chen frowned slightly. The Guan family? He said while looking at Wu Kuei, both brothers having very ugly expressions. Seeing this, they feared the Martial Academy was already the Guan family's territory, and they could no longer return. Yan Chen continued, Xiao Kuei, let's go settle the score with the Guan family. Right at this moment, Tian Baguang spoke up to stop them. Hold on. He lowered his voice. 2 months ago, among the martial cultivators heading to the giant wall, there must surely be some lucky survivors. If they see that you are not dead, it will definitely cause an uproar. It's hard to guarantee they won't think that you and the Divine Ruin inheritance are in the same place, so it's not suitable for you to show your face right now. Yan Chen asked in a deep voice, Then where do we go now? Tian Baguang smiled and said loudly, We're going to Tiannan. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. That's right, go to Tiannan to find Ling City. At the Lu estate right now, in the middle of the hall, Lord Minyan was sitting imposingly on a chair, with Lo Yuan beside him. Tian Baguang, sitting nearby, softly said, Brother Minyan, it really has been many years since we last met. Lord Minyan gently held the teacup in his hand, his eyes full of contemplation. Seeing his brother not replying, Tian Baguang could only laugh it off. The latter gently placed his teacup on the table and said, Brother Baguang, coming to find me this time, then he looked afar, is probably not just for simple catching up, right? Hearing this, Tian Baguang frowned. Minyan, Yan Chen, and Jian Wu Kuei are both my disciples. I hope to let the 2 of them stay at your place temporarily. He lowered his voice and continued, You know about my situation. These 2 have boundless talent. They must not be implicated. By the end of the year, when the Martial Mansion recruits students, they will be able to enter.
A hearty laugh echoed, ha ha, which made Yang Chen slightly frown. Lo Yu Huan looked disdainful. Just those 2 can also take the exam to enter the martial palace? The person standing on the other side chimed in.
Senior Sword Saint, you arranged for them to stay at our low estate. Isn't it because you deliberately want to harm us? Our low family cannot afford to offend the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master. Tianba Guang frowned slightly. Brother Minuan, is this your intention? Lo Minuan's face was equally sullen, making no reply. Young Chen felt annoyed seeing them insult him like this. Master, we can lack anything, but we must not lack backbone. Let's go. Then Tianba Guang and his two disciples turned their backs and left. Sorry to bother you. Seeing this, Lo Minuan was extremely satisfied. You're too polite. Lo Yun, see the guests out for me. Looking at the figures of the three leaving, he chuckled softly. Ha! Tianba Guang, I'm afraid in the future you will no longer have the title of Sword Saint. Lo Yu Huan also sneered. Those two, looking at their appearance, they are only at the 9th realm body tempering. Wanting to take the Martial Palace exam is too ridiculous. When dusk fell, upon leaving the low estate, young Chen said, Master, let's find an inn first, sit down and then talk. He quickly nudged Jian Wukui's shoulder as a signal. Jian Wukui understood and also laughed. That's right, Master, let's rest for a night first. Tianba Guang could only sigh. Let's leave the city. Jian Wukui was stunned in place, while young Chen was bewildered. Leave the city? Money for the inn is not a problem for us. Why do we have to leave the city?
Tianba Guang seemed extremely dissatisfied and simply walked away. In the past, I had a courtyard at the foot of the mountain outside the city. I don't know how ruined it is now, but let's go take a look. Young Chen was also proud. Since there's such a good place, why should we lower our voices to beg outsiders? Night fell. The three of them stopped when they arrived. Observing the scene in front of them, Tianba Guang frowned in doubt. Why is someone living here? Indeed, the gate was tightly shut, and at a glance it was obvious that it was occupied. He softly ordered, Shakuei, you call at the door. Suddenly the door opened, and a playful voice rang out. Big brothers, are you also here to look for someone? Young Chen was dumbfounded and confused, while Tianba Guang growled, Brat Chen, let's go. Immediately a dignified woman walked out some inside. Tianba Guang, I thought you were dead. Tianba Guang just chuckled. Couldn't die. Seeing this, young Chen muttered to himself, could this cold beauty be his master's old lover? Moreover, looking at her expression, it seemed his master had even let her down. He thought blankly, it turns out his master is a scumbag. That woman suddenly froze. As she walked over, she said, why have you become like this? Even if your martial soul was crippled, your cultivation base couldn't be completely destroyed. Did the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master make a move again? Tianba Guang answered in a low voice. I accidentally provoked a terrifying monster beast. I'm already very lucky to have picked my life back up. In his heart, he was thinking that if he told her the truth, she might just pick up her saber and slaughter the entire Golden Eagle clan. The woman looked at the two people behind him and asked, who are these two sneaky-looking guys?
Tianba Guang happily introduced, a newly accepted disciple. His talent is passable. Yang Chen pulled a long face. What do you mean by a ghostly face? With my beautiful looks, I can't be considered to have a ghostly face. Tianba Guang continued, Wulo, it's been so many years. Haven't you let it go yet? I've become a useless cripple. You should find someone else. Tiannan still has many people more outstanding than me. Wulo was furious upon hearing this. She immediately shouted, this old lady has been defiled by you. And Tiannan, who else would dare to marry me? Both Jian Wukui and Yang Chen let out a gasp, as if greatly shocked. The two of them immediately threw in a comment. Master is indeed a scumbag. Tianba Guang could only express his dissatisfaction. Wulo, be a bit reasonable. Wulo briefly crossed her arms. Reason with you? Tianba Guang, have you grown so old that you've become muddled? Tianba Guang snorted lightly. If you don't want to talk, then don't. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you anymore. Wulo angrily shouted, Tianba Guang, if you dare to leave today, this old lady will break your legs. Tianba Guang then threw a bag of some sort to Jian Wukui. Xiaokui, go and investigate a bit. See if there are any flying array artifacts flying to Tiannan recently. If suitable, buy 3 tickets. Yang Chen felt refreshed upon hearing this. A flying array artifact? I have never sat in one before. When Jian Wukui left, Tianba Guang said in a low voice, Chago is 10,000 miles away from the Tiannan commandery city. If we don't have a strong monster beast to ride, we can only ride a flying array artifact. Jian Wukui held up 3 tickets, happily speaking loudly. Uncle Tian, A new flight station opened in the city. Tonight there is a small flying array artifact flying to the Tiannan commandery city. I bought 3 tickets. Tianba Guang took the tickets in his hand. We will depart tonight. Remember to hide your identities. We cannot let the people of the Guan estate discover us. When night fell, at the city gates of the estate, where they could exit to the outside, the 3 of them also slowly walked over. Nearby, a man was using a magic technique. That object flew up, creating a dazzling light. The object grew larger and larger, illuminating an entire area. Yang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it. This is one of the usages of array patterns, huh? I hope one day I can also refine an array artifact like that. Under the large, misty moonlight, the flying array artifact had also taken the 3 of them away. Yang Chen looked at Tianba Guang's complexion and couldn't understand. Master, we are about to meet Lingxi soon. Why aren't you happy? Tianba Guang calmly and softly replied, Kid Chen, Tiannan cannot be compared to Chago. It's very hard to live there.
Moreover, it's also a bit difficult to meet Lingxi. He asked blankly. Huh? Master, it couldn't be that you did something wrong to Martial Ant and got kicked out of the house, right? Tian Baguang could only feel dissatisfied upon hearing this. If my cultivation was still there, I would definitely beat this brat to death. Yang Chen curiously continued. Master, Wu Kuei and I have never been there before. Could you introduce Tiannan City a bit? He slightly narrowed his eyes, full of thought. Tiannan, a very good place.
In Tiannan City, noble families stand in great numbers. Among them, there is no shortage of millennial families with profound foundations, all of which have produced martial cultivation geniuses in their history. They are all extremely ruthless, stopping at nothing to fight for resources, just like the Golden Eagle clan, as the two of you have seen. Therefore, for martial artists, having talent alone is not enough. They must have cultivation resources and fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it is very difficult to escape the traps set by these noble families. The three of you must remember clearly, in the future, if you come across a fortuitous encounter, you must fight for it. 3 days later, the flying array artifact also arrived in Tiannan, flying over a large forest. Yang Chen quickly looked out the window, staring down below with his mouth agape in astonishment.
He quickly woke him up. Master, wake up quickly, we've arrived at Tiannan City. Yang Chen turned around and looked again, his eyes unable to hide that excitement. Below was precisely Tiannan City, a city that was incredibly fresh and novel. The flying array artifact also quickly landed on the ground. Upon stepping out of the flying array artifact, Yang Chen couldn't contain his joy. Is this Tiannan City? Looking at the beasts soaring in the sky, his eyes shone even brighter. He looked no different from a child, incredibly thrilled. Tian Baguan immediately ordered, Kid Chen, let's go. I'll take you to a place first. As for Yang Chen, seeing the novel scenery and feeling truly delighted, he excitedly asked, What good place? Tian Baguan lowered his voice, Just follow me. In a flash, they arrived at a majestic mansion. This place was incredibly vast. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately asked, Is Lingxi here? He even gave a thumbs-up gesture to express his excitement and admiration. Seeing this, Tian Baguan was suspicious. Kid, what do you mean by that? He blurted out praise. Master, you're too awesome. You've hooked a girl here and even had a baby with her. Awesome. Hearing this, Tian Baguan shot him a sharp glare. Suddenly seeing something, Yang Chen pointed directly. Master, what consequences would there be if you say I openly go in to look for Lingxi like this? Tian Baguan softly replied. First, you fundamentally cannot enter. Second, if you reveal your relationship with Lingxi, I can't guarantee you won't be beaten to death. Hearing this, Yang Chen scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Let's drop it then. It's enough knowing my wife is in there. She can't run away. It won't be long before they use a grand 8-bearer sedan chair to invite us to their house.
Tian Baguang gave a thumbs-up sign, smiling with full satisfaction. Then he quickly moved. All right, let's go. I've brought you guys to take a look. From now on, it will depend on you. The three of them slowly entered another city. Arriving at the Low Estate, the guards were keeping a very strict watch here. Seeing the three of them, they immediately stopped them. What business do you have? Tian Baguang quickly took off his hat and said, Please announce us. Say that Tian Baguang has come to visit. The guard turned away and reminded them, Wait there. After a while, someone came out from inside the house. That was Lo Yun, happily greeting them. Senior Sword Saint, long time to see. My father asked me to come out and welcome you. Please come in. Night had fallen. At the estate, the starry night sky looked truly romantic and gentle. Yu Lo also led Tian Baguang, Yang Chen, and Jian Wukei slowly inside. As soon as the two brothers saw it, they were so amazed and fascinated that they exclaimed, So beautiful! Ahead was a truly beautiful and peaceful scene. It was a small, crystal-clear lake with a bridge crossing over it, and in the air hovered a swarm of fireflies fluttering back and forth. Yu Lo suddenly raised his voice. Jing Han, take these two kids to arrange their rooms. From the front, a woman quickly appeared. Hearing this, Jing Han gently said, Please, you two follow me. Upon seeing Jing Han, Yang Chen was also happy, while Jian Wukei had blushed at some point. So pretty. Jing Han reached out her hand. You two will stay here. As she brushed past, Yang Chen quickly asked, Are you the older sister or the younger sister? What is your relationship with An Jing? Hearing this, Jing Han blushed slightly, immediately freezing. Ah? Then she walked straight away in annoyance. Seeing this, Yang Chen was also stunned. This is too awkward.
The next day, the cheerful chirping of magpie robins rang out. Yang Chen had just come out of his room, letting out a long, tired yawn. Catching a glimpse of Tian Baguang's back standing there, looking quite lonely yet deep in pot, he immediately teased. Oh, master, you two have reunited after a long separation, so it should be like a long drought finally meeting rain. Why are you up so early? Let me guess, could it be you were too excited fighting all night to sleep? Hearing this, Tian Baguang gritted his teeth in annoyance. You brat. At this moment, Wu Lo suddenly appeared. Tian Baguang, is he really your disciple? He quickly bowed. Master's wife, good morning. She laughed heartily. Ha ha, you brat. The more I look at you, the more pleasing you are to the eye. Yang Chen quickly recounted. Master's wife, actually back in Choge, Master missed you very much. She was very intrigued. Go on, you continue, I'm listening. He was extremely thrilled as he continued his story. Master's wife, it's true, you can wrong me, but you absolutely cannot wrong Master. Yang Chen told her everything he had witnessed and experienced with his master.
Master likes drinking Manhwa tea the most. Whenever I brew tea, I would get scolded all day, complaining that my tea didn't taste good. Moreover, he would reveal an extremely nostalgic expression. I'm certain Master was missing you. Furthermore, hearing this, Tian Baguang panicked. Young Chen. As for him, who was still talking, he felt something was wrong and suddenly went silent. He only saw Wu Lo raging with an inextinguishable fire of anger. After that, she turned her back and left in frustration. Yang Chen watched her leave, completely confused. It's over. Did I mention the wrong person? Catching a glimpse of his master looking at him with overly friendly eyes, he scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. Wasn't I trying to help? But the result was him getting scolded without missing a beat. Yang Chen, do you think I'm not dying fast enough? Yang Chen quickly slipped away. Master, as the proverb says, whoever tied the bell must untie it. You should hurry up and coax her a bit. There's nothing that can't be resolved.
Tian Baguang looked absolutely furious. Rotten brat, one day I will destroy you. Just like that, Yang Chen and Jian Wuke, upon their first arrival in Tianan, stayed at the Zhuizhou Academy. A month later, Yang Chen was training very diligently in the courtyard. He used a large sword filled with a gloomy aura, pointing it straight ahead. The sharp tip of the sword struck cleanly, dispersing the gloomy aura in an instant. Yang Chen held it and observed doubtfully. The heaven-wasting 13 swords inherited from the waste sword martial soul could no longer be cultivated right now. Just starting with the first sword movement of the heaven-wasting art had almost completely exhausted his true chi. Jian Wuke walked over at this time, asking expectantly, "Brother, how is it?" He threw the sword to him. "I'll practice it later. With my current cultivation level, I can't practice this heaven-wasting 13 swords yet." He suddenly changed the subject. "That's right. Where is the girl who welcomed us while we arrived? I haven't seen her for a month." Just mentioning it made Jian Wuke's cheeks blush. Her name is Jing Han. She is Aunt Jing's niece. She is a student of the Tianan Martial Mansion, coming here only once a month. Yang Chen somewhat guessed it and immediately started teasing. "Great, you've already found out everything." He quickly changed the subject. "Aunt Jing is here." Wu Lo also walked over with Xiaohei in her arms, petting it. Seeing it in Wu Lo's arms, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "You girl-crazy dog, Xiaohei." At this time, Tian Baguang also came over. "You're back. Any news?" Wu Lo gave Xiaohei some water and said, "This old lady has already sent someone to inquire. It's a bit difficult for these two guys to enter the Martial Mansion. Unless a big shot from the Martial Mansion personally steps forward, I think they should just wait for the quarterly exam."
Rubbing her chin, she smirked and smiled. "But if you go and beg the teacher or the martial uncle, then the matter of these two kids will be simple." Tian Baguang was shocked on the spot upon hearing this. "How would I have the face to go?" Yang Chen excitedly said, "Master, isn't cultivating in the Zhejian Academy good enough? Why must we go to some Tianan martial mansion?" Tian Baguang replied sullenly, "What do you know?" Wu Lo also chimed in from the side. "You brat, don't compare Chaogo Martial Academy with Tianan Martial Mansion. I, your senior, have heard about your situation. Your only way out is to enter the Martial Mansion." Hearing this, he was very surprised. "Why?" Gently patting Xiaohei's head while taking a light sip of tea, she said, "There are 3 reasons. First, you are entangled with the Chaogo Divine Ruin. This matter will be exposed sooner or later. If the spies of the Golden Eagle clan find out you are still alive, will they let you off? Tianan Martial Mansion, as the holy land of Tiannan's martial arts, has an incredibly high status. You can only keep your life by becoming a student of the Martial Mansion." Then she continued, "This small Zhejian Academy of ours cannot protect you." Wu Lo's expression was extremely calm. Second, the Martial Mansion has the best cultivation resources in all of Tiannan, the massive Tiannan Commandery. Almost any martial cultivator with some achievements comes from the Martial Mansion. Therefore, for the two of you, the most beautiful way to quickly increase your cultivation level is to enter the Martial Mansion. Then Wu Lo frowned, looking very serious. Third, Tianling Shi, that fox spirit, is a special student of the Martial Mansion's Eastern Court. Who knows what kind of karma the heavens created, but you are fascinated by the old fox all day to the point of only having half a life left. Now the little fox spirit has also caused many people to rush to their deaths. Yang Chen, you are beyond saving. I am sure your consequences will be even more tragic than Tian Baguang's."
Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately showed excitement. Ling Shi was at the Martial Mansion. He quickly said to Tian Baguang, "Master, I want to go to the Martial Mansion." Wu Lo was truly dissatisfied. "You are hopeless." Tian Baguang sighed. "When that girl Han returns, let her take you to have a look." Yang Chen nodded repeatedly. The sky was clear and breezy, with birds flying in the sky. Wu Lo's figure was slowly stepping inside. Upon seeing Wu Lo, Yang Chen asked curiously, "Master's wife, today is the end of the month. Xiao Han has returned, right?" Wu Lo replied happily, "I have already told her. Early tomorrow morning you will follow her to visit the Martial Mansion. Just don't cause trouble." He scratched his head and laughed. "Yes, thank you, Master's wife." Suddenly, Wu Lo's expression darkened. "That's right. I need to ask you something." Yang Chen was stunned. "Master's wife, please ask." She frowned. "How did Tian Baguang lose all his cultivation?" Hearing this, he stiffened. There must be a reason why Master didn't tell Aunt Jing.
With Aunt Jing's hot-tempered personality, if she knew the real reason, it would be hard to avoid her seeking out the Golden Eagle clan. Dealing with the Golden Eagle clan was a long-term plan. Thinking of this, young Chen broke out in a cold sweat, trying to keep calm as he answered. Master's injury was caused by me. It's all my fault. Once, while training in the Chaga mountain range, we encountered a super strong monster beast. Master deliberately condensed his martial soul, and after escaping, it became like this. Wulo continued to probe. Was it really a monster beast? He was startled. Aunt Jing, how can Master's injury be cured? Wulo bit her fingernail. It requires a supreme treasure that harbors soul-nurturing properties. Such treasures are too rare. I'm afraid even our Eastern Land royal family might not necessarily have one. Young Chen froze, resolving internally. Master, I will definitely find a supreme treasure for you to restore your cultivation. The next day in the city, Jing Han had also arrived. As promised, she took Yang Chen and John Wukui to visit the Martial Mansion. Yang Chen took the initiative to ask, Sister Jing Han, tell us about the Tiannan Martial Mansion. This made her slightly startled. She looked hesitant. What do you want to hear about, Tianling Shi?
He quickly replied, anything is fine. We want to hear anything related to our Tiannan Martial Mansion. She happily recounted as she spoke. Tianling Shi is extremely famous in our martial mansion. As soon as she entered the academy, she was taken in by a big shot from the Eastern Court and became a core disciple of the Eastern Court. Smiling, she continued. On the other hand, because of Tianling Shi's peerless beauty, after entering the martial academy, she became a special goddess-like influential figure with countless admirers. Yang Chen felt very proud hearing this, as expected of the fox spirit. Jian Wukui, standing nearby, was dissatisfied. Bro, aren't you afraid Tianling Shi will be snatched away? He replied with extreme arrogance. What do you know? We have already secretly promised ourselves to each other for life. They can't snatch her. Jian Wukui was surprised to hear this. Yang Chen looked at Jing Han and continued. Is there anything different about the Eastern Court you just mentioned? Jing Han cautiously explained. The Tiannan Martial Mansion has 4 courts inside, the Eastern Court, Southern Court, Western Court, and Northern Court, and the strength of the Eastern Court is the greatest. Hearing this, he curled his lips into a smile. Eastern Court. I'll remember that. When they arrived, she quickly announced, We are here, just ahead. Both brothers were stunned by the sight before them. It was a massive towering gate, and inside was the academy of the Tiannan Martial Mansion. Yang Chen offered a word of praise. Indeed, the Chaogo Martial Academy absolutely cannot compare to this place. Jing Han quickly walked in. I will lead you inside. Suddenly, Yang Chen's reaction became strange, as if he was glaring at someone. Seeing this, Jian Wukui immediately asked, Bro, what's wrong? He replied sullenly, Look over there. On the other side was the group of people from the Lu estate. Lu Yun calmly asked, Why are they here? The person standing behind him asked back, Lu Yun, do you know that freeloader? He laughed in amusement. A useless disciple. I heard he came from some dilapidated city 100 miles away. Yang Chen's aura darkened heavily. Seeing this, Jian Wukui was startled. It's over. Big Bro is angry. Yang Chen cast a sharp glare and asked, Sister Han, if I beat him up, will there be any problem? Jing Han was shocked. So dazed, she trembled. Huh? Yang Chen asked once more. Sister Han, I mean if I beat up that brat, will the teachers of the Martial Mansion or whatever step in? Jing Han timidly replied, The Martial Mansion not only doesn't stop sparring matches, but actually encourages them, but it cannot be forced. Both sides need to agree. Hearing this, Yang Chen lightly cracked his knuckles and slowly advanced. Jing Han stood behind, continuously trying to dissuade him. You two are not students of the Martial Mansion. Fighting is not good. It's really not good.
However, he didn't listen and even laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this rule of the Martial Mansion is too humane. I like it. He raised his voice and pointed directly. You dog of the Lua family, crawl over here and accept your death. Today your grandpa here will teach you a principle called to beat a dog you must smack its mouth first. The people from the Lua estate chuckled. Arrogant, too arrogant. Lua Yun frowned slightly. This brat. Lua Yuhuan immediately stepped forward. A while ago, who knows who was suffering so much to beg our family to take them in. With that poor and ragged appearance of yours, even the servants of our Lua family are nobler than you. Yang Chen was not one to back down. Although I have never hit girls before, if I don't hit a despicable person like you, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Hearing this, she became furious. You're courting death.
He quickly ordered, Xiaoque, this little girl's mouth is crooked. Help your brother adjust it. Jian Wuque heard the order and stepped forward. Yan Chen stood behind and shouted loudly, You cheap wench, come up and die. This is my younger brother, true martial realm, 3rd level. Just then, someone from the Luo family reached out to stop Luo Yuan. I'll help you beat this guy. Jian Wuque faintly released a terrifying wave of energy, saying in a low voice, Your bones are too weak to withstand it. All of you come at once. Seeing this aura, Yan Chen smiled with great satisfaction, while Jing Han stood nearby, full of fear.
She couldn't believe that these two, who were so extremely obedient in the Jorakian Academy, turned out like this as soon as they entered the city. Jing Han quickly said, "Any of those people have cultivation surpassing the true martial realm 3rd level, and among them is a very strong martial Dao master. We should just drop it." Yan Chen didn't listen, directly demanding, "Xiao Qiu, beat him." Luo Yun fanned himself and curled his lips in a sneer. In the rules of the martial mansion, although it is stipulated that battles cannot result in crippling, these two ragged country bumpkins are not from the martial mansion. If he wholeheartedly seeks death, we will grant his wish. Jian Wuqiu rushed over like a gust of wind. "You guys are all a bunch of cowards. It's just a fight. Why are you dawdling?" A guy on the other side also launched an attack, Flying Frost Fist. Yan Chen saw this and was surprised. "Oh, a heavenly Dao master. The martial mansion really does have hidden geniuses." That guy rushed over, his hands carrying a classic wave of magic. "You idiot. One punch from me will take your dog life." Jian Wuqiu frowned and focused intensely. When he swung his hand, punching Jian Wuqiu forcefully, the power burst out violently, radiating and making the space tremble. When his attack didn't affect Jian Wuqiu at all, it left him extremely shocked. What? His fist was trembling violently. His face turned pale. Impossible. Was it a hallucination? How could he take a strike of the Flying Frost Fist without a scratch, not even taking a step back? How did he dissolve the Frost True Qi? Jian Wuka did not hesitate, swinging his fist and rushing forward. He punched him straight in the face painfully. In an instant, his entire set of teeth was broken, and he directly fell backward. Seeing this, Yang Chen shouted, "Xiao Kui, didn't I tell you to fix his mouth? Why did you hit off target?" Jian Wuka acted like a victim, scratching his head and saying, "Sorry, how about I do it again? That wasn't very good." That guy whimpered in terror, holding his mouth and looking at the opponent's fist in fear. He directly fell down, laughing a few times in deep awkwardness. However, Lo Yun's face darkened. Some people, attracted by Jian Wuke's flashy handsomeness, praised, "Who is that guy? Does anyone know? He is quite handsome." Lo Yun observed and thought, pondering, why is he completely fine after taking a Flying Frost Fist? Once the Frost True Qi entered, how did his body dissolve it? Lo Yun, with a fiery red aura burning around him, said, "You have successfully angered me." As the explosive power spread wider, Yang Chen saw it and frowned. 4th realm, true martial realm? Jian Wuka saw it and was also surprised. A heavenly Dao master again? Lo Yun erupted with magic, creating a fire phoenix with fierce yin energy. The crowd on that side became smug. This is the innate martial soul, a fire attribute martial soul, inheriting the Lu family's bloodline. It seems Lo Yun is truly angry. Those two are definitely dead. The crowd on this side was also dissatisfied. It's hard to say. This guy could easily send Manhwa flying with one punch. He definitely has a trump card. Hard to say. Didn't they say that guy only has the 3rd realm, true martial realm? With his cultivation base inferior by 1 level, the power difference is a bit much. However, Jian Wuka directly raised his middle finger. "You alone are not enough. Tell the others to come at me all at once." This sounded like a thunderbolt to everyone's ears. Is he that arrogant? Lo Yun frowned in intense irritation. Reckless fools. Immediately he summoned the demonic power Flying Cloud Palm.
Using great speed, he dashed toward Jian Wuke. Everyone was in an uproar. Lo Yun is among the elite students of the Southern Court, enough to be in the top 5, right? With such power in the Flying Cloud Palm, he must have achieved a minor accomplishment. The Flying Cloud Palm is considered quite suitable for a fire attribute heavenly Dao master among the many profound tier martial arts. This guy is out of luck. However, Jian Wuke focused on generating a gloomy demonic qi that enveloped his body. He gradually got into a ready stance right as the hand executing the ultimate Flying Cloud Palm arrived. Everyone panicked. It's over. That guy is in big trouble this time. How can his mere fist block such a terrifying Flying Cloud Palm? Someone quickly spoke up to stop him. "Hey, dodge quickly!" Jian Wuke used his demonic qi to block the attack instantly when the hand of the Flying Cloud Palm rushed over. This made them extremely surprised. How is that possible? Under the enveloping dust and smoke, they couldn't believe it. No way. Damn it, this is too strong. Jian Wuke had used his fist to shatter the firepower with that outstanding strength. Lo Yun couldn't believe it at all. This guy just relied on his physical body to shatter my Flying Cloud Palm? Yang Chen stood aside, feeling very proud. Ever since breaking through to the true martial realm, Xiao Ke had started practicing the heavenly demon tyrant posture. The strength of his physical body wasn't something these people could possibly understand.
Jian Luque frowned and walked over, looking at the enemy with full of disgust. Luo Yun seemed to become frightened, his face contorted. Jian Luque grabbed his wrist amidst his horror. He directly spun him around in circles, then used force to throw Luo Yun far away. Luo Yun slammed hard onto the street, staggering and dizzy on the spot. He didn't let it go, directly stepping heavily on his chest. Jian Wuque punched him hard in the face. "Take this for your foul mouth! Take this for your foul mouth!" This made everyone become wary. Luo Yuhan angrily shouted, "Get lost! Let my brother go!" Hearing that, Jian Wuque frowned and looked over. Without saying much, he forcefully punched her in the face. She staggered for a moment, then took out a mirror to look at herself. Luo Yuhan's face had become deformed. It must be said that it was indescribably ugly. Luo Yuhan immediately collapsed to the ground, crying like a child.
Jan Wuquei scratched his head while walking back towards Yang Chen. Brother, they're too easy to beat. Yang Chen looked dumbfounded. You there. I told you to hit their mouths. Why did you slap their faces? The other people whispered in annoyance. Who on earth are these two? Too shameless. Yang Chen put both hands on his hips and said loudly, You spoiled brats, go back and find the adults of your family. Truly useless. The people from the Lu estate had also helped the Lu siblings stand up. Jing Han quickly said, While everything is still fine, you two should go back. Yang Chen replied resentfully, Go back? Are you joking? We haven't even found the fox spirit yet. How can we go back? He calmly said, Doesn't the martial mansion's rule advocate for martial artists of the same realm to spar? You can't treat us differently just because we aren't students of the martial mansion.
Jing Han gave a wry smile, thinking, Do you guys really call that a sparring session to learn? John Wuquei scratched his head and said, I was a bit careless and hit a little too hard. Jing Han was dissatisfied. The martial mansion doesn't manage these things, but Lo Yun is just an ordinary elite disciple in the Southern Court. If what just happened spreads to the Southern Court, those elite disciples will definitely come to cause trouble. Even the core disciples from the core area might take action. If you don't want to get beaten up, hurry up and go back. Lo Yun turned around and shouted loudly, You brat, just you wait. Yang Chen quickly chuckled. Powerful elite disciples? How powerful can they be? And those core disciples or whatever, do they have 3 heads and 6 arms? Right, it seems like Lingxi is a core disciple of the Eastern Court. Jing Han sighed softly. Core disciples are all proud children of heaven. They're not someone the likes of Lo Yun can compare to. Some of them have even reached the 9th level true martial realm, and the slightly older core disciples are even at the martial seed realm level. Hearing this, Yang Chen was surprised. Huh? He then rubbed his chin and pondered. He originally thought that reaching the true martial realm among people his age was already the peak, but he didn't expect that there were core disciples in the Tiannan martial mansion who had reached the 9th level true martial realm. Looking ahead, he said, We're not going back. Master and Master's wife already said we need to take a tour around the martial mansion. Jing Han was dumbfounded. You want to go find Tian Lingxi, don't you? He nodded. That's right. Jing Han continued. Tian Lingxi is a core disciple of the Eastern Court. You won't be able to enter the core area of the Eastern Court. Yang Chen was stunned. Huh? Is that so? She nodded. Of course. The 4 courts of the martial mansion all have core areas. If you're not a core disciple, you simply cannot enter. Yang Chen quickly said, Whatever, let's go take a look. If we can't get in, we'll just go back.
Seeing the 2 of them leave first, Jing Han immediately chased after them. Wait for me. At the martial mansion, the 3 of them also entered, including Yang Chen, John Wuquei, and Jing Han. Upon seeing the scene ahead, Jing Han was terrified. We're doomed. We're doomed. It's an elite student from the Southern Court. Up ahead were Lo Yun and Lo Yufuan, who seemed to have just tattled to another person. Yang Chen's face darkened. True martial realm 6th level. He turned around and whispered, Is there still time to run? Jing Han was struck with panic. What do you think? Her face trembling in fear. Yang Chen slightly cracked his joint. Then I might as well warm up a bit. The other person lowered his voice. Lo Yun, were you defeated by this kind of trash? Lo Yun replied resentfully, Stop talking nonsense. Help me teach him a lesson. As I said, I won't short you on the reward. The guy curled his lips into a sneer, his aura flaring up. Easy. His power quickly spread out, hovering around him. Looking at it, he was clearly not easy to deal with. That guy's magic technique quickly erupted, shooting straight forward. John Wuquei immediately focused. He quickly drew his sword and managed to block the attack from the other side perfectly. When the magic technique dispersed, John Wuquei was still slightly dazed. The guy calmly said, Oh, you actually have some strength. Then try this move. After speaking, that guy directly launched another powerful attack forward once again. Yang Chen quickly snatched his junior brother's sword, then swung his arm with force, instantly cutting off and dispersing that power. Not only did he defeat the enemy's power, but he also redirected it towards the group on the other side. That guy frowned slightly and directly threw out another Dharma artifact to block it. The 2 little ones were terrified and hid behind this guy's back.
He frowned, his expression extremely ugly. This guy. At this time, someone walked over. What's wrong? What's with the big commotion? Seeing this, Yang Chen's face darkened. Sister Han, it seems things have blown out of proportion. If you meet Lingxi, please pass on a message for me. Yang Chen then shouted loudly, So the Southern Court is only so-so. I heard your Southern Court still has core disciples. Next time, let your core disciples come out. You guys are too weak, too easy to beat. After that, he smugly introduced himself. Listen clearly, this young master is named Yang Chen. Then the 2 of them directly ran away. Remember me well. Lo Yun's face had darkened at some point. Yang Chen, one day I will kill you. At another martial academy, Yue Shen, the Star River Demoness, was looking absent-minded as she walked slowly. She quickly pushed the door wide open. Then she sighed softly. Lingxi, you are training too bitterly like this. Can't you rest for a bit? Tian Lingxi, who was practicing, suddenly stopped. Panting from exhaustion, she said, Is it another tea gathering organized by some genius senior disciple? Haven't I said it already? I will not participate in such discussion gatherings. Yue Shen looked disappointed. I knew it. I know your pride is high, and you look down on them. Then she became excited. Today, this young lady is in a good mood.
Did you know, earlier, after martial arts class, the teacher finally agreed to pass on the Python technique hand to me. That is a mid-grade profound tier martial art, perfectly compatible with my martial soul. Hearing this, Tianlingxi was also happy. That is indeed a joyous matter. It seems your status in the master's heart has also been raised. Yue Xiaoshen nodded. Then she continued. Oh, right. I heard an interesting story that happened this morning. It's hilarious. This time, the Southern Court has completely lost face. She asked enthusiastically. Oh? How did the Southern Court lose face? Yue Xiaoshen laughed heartily while recounting. A group of elite disciples in the Southern Court were beaten miserably by 2 kids from the outside. I heard you were beaten out of shape. The strange thing is, the 2 outsiders who challenged the Southern Court had very low cultivation bases. The highest was only at the true martial realm 3rd level. Hearing this, Tianlingxi felt suspicious. Then that's a bit strange. The young geniuses in Tiannan City are basically all in the martial mansion. Could the other party be peerless heavenly geniuses from elsewhere? Yue Xiaoshen nodded in agreement. Makes sense, makes sense. Could those 2 be people from another commandery city traveling to our Tiannan City? Perhaps they are disciples of a major power. For some reason, those 2 set their sights on the Southern Court, and then arrogantly wanted to challenge the core disciples of the Southern Court. I was also stunned. They are only at the true martial realm 3rd level. Even if they are heaven defiant, they couldn't possibly fight on par with high-level true martial realm cultivators, right?
Tianlingxi also sighed and smiled wryly. It really was crazy. Xiaoxian excitedly continued. That's right, one of them even left his name, something like Yang Chen. This made Tianlingxi startle. She felt like she was struck by lightning. Xiaoxian, who did you say? Yang Chen? Yue Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. Lingxi, do you know them? Tianlingxi blushed slightly, saying nothing. She gently placed a hand on her chest and thought, has this scoundrel already found his way here so quickly? Then she asked, Xiaoxian, did only the 2 of them come to the martial mansion? Xiaoxian rubbed her chin and replied, I heard there was also an ordinary student from the Southern Court with them, named Jinghan or something. Hearing this, Tianlingxi immediately turned around and left. I'm going out for a bit. This greatly surprised her. Xiaoxian was slightly anxious. What's the meaning of this? Has her soul been stolen away?
Jinghan was lying with her head on the table. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. She sprang up. Here they come again. Jinghan quickly opened the door in annoyance. 2 women arrived and asked with interest, Jinghan, who were those 2 handsome little guys just now? Jinghan blushed and replied, I don't know either. The other woman continued to interrogate. Didn't they come here with you? Jinghan could only lower her head, unable to speak. Seeing no answer, the woman frowned in displeasure, while the other could only advise, all right, let's go. As the 2 left, they didn't forget to slander, how could she bring those 2 handsome geniuses along? Jinghan slammed the door shut and let out a sigh. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. Jinghan almost panicked. Here they come again. She was so frustrated that as soon as she opened the door, she yelled, Stop asking, I don't know their background. But Jinghan immediately froze at the person in front of her. It was Tianlingxi, who was looking at her with complete confusion. Jinghan stammered, who are you? Tianlingxi replied softly, You are Jinghan, right? I am Tianlingxi. Where are Yang Chen and the others? Jinghan answered honestly, At Zhuachan Academy. Then Tianlingxi turned away. Thank you. Jinghan quickly added, Wait, I'll take you there with me. At Zhuachan Academy, Jinghan brought Tianlingxi over, and Wu Lo happened to see them. Jinghan quickly gave an awkward smile. Oh. Wu Lo looked at the little girl who had stopped in her tracks, then looked calmly at Tianlingxi. Wu Lo then remarked, You really look exactly like your mother. No wonder you made that guy head over heels. Tianlingxi bowed. Senior, while feeling unsettled inside, isn't this my mother's romantic rival from back then? Then she turned away, letting out a sigh. Go see your father. Afterwards, Tianlingxi also went to Tian Babaguan's place. She quickly walked over and hugged her father. Father, your cultivation, her tone full of worry. Tian Babaguan forced a smile and said, Silly girl, beautiful people suffer harsh fates. Old heaven felt that my beauty was too heaven-defying, so he punished me a bit. Man cannot fight against the heavens, so what's there to be sad about?
Wiping her tears, Tianlingxi said, Father, don't joke around at a time like this. Then she accidentally caught sight of a familiar figure behind the tree over there. She immediately walked over and pulled Yang Chen's ear. How did you take care of my father? You still have the nerve to come to Tianan, and you still dare to smile? Meanwhile, he, whose ear was being pulled, could only cry out in pain. Ouch! Yang Chen said in agonizing pain, Lingxi, let go, listen to me explain. Dragging him along, Tianlingxi said angrily, Only a ghost would listen to your explanation. Tian Maguang also foolishly tried to smooth things over. Lingxi, don't blame Kid Chen. Lingxi coldly snorted, looking at Yang Chen full of anger. He forced a smile. Lingxi, rest assured, I will cure father. Tianlingxi was frustrated and threatened. What father? What nonsense are you calling him? Just at this moment, someone landed right behind Tianlingxi. It was an old man. Miss, you shouldn't appear here. Please return to the Marshal Mansion. Tianlingxi's face darkened. What right do you have to control me? The old man solemnly replied,
This subordinate's responsibility is to secretly protect the miss, hoping the miss won't arbitrarily appear to avoid falling into a trap. His eyes glared widely. Tianba Guang, you dare to disobey the agreement and return to Tianan. Do you want to die? Tianba Guang glanced over briefly. Then he stood up. Now my cultivation is completely gone. Would I still be afraid of death? The old man immediately summoned magic. However, a voice echoed out, Duan Dakli, get the hell out of Zhuojian Academy for this old lady. Wu Lo had immediately stood in front and blocked for Tian Guang, holding a sharp knife in her hand. Duan Dakli also stopped his casting. Tian Guang was standing proudly. Looking at him, the old man said, I didn't expect that you had really lost all your cultivation. Although you have lost all your cultivation, it is best not to appear in the outer city. Our Duanmu clan will be fine with it, but if you encounter people from the Shadow Kill Pavilion, it's not certain.
Also, from now on, limit your contact with the young lady as much as possible. Finished, Duanmu Tukui turned to Tianling Si. Young lady, return to the martial mansion. The old man bowed and said, you attract a lot of attention. If you don't want to bring disaster to Georgian Academy, limit your visits here from now on. Tianba Guang advised, little girl, go back. Remember what I said. If you want to control your own destiny, you only have your fists. Young Chen also added, Lingxi, don't let hatred overshadow our firm determination. We still have time. Time will not disappoint you. Tianling Si nodded slightly in sadness. Having said that, she obediently left right after. Young Chen watched her go with deep thought. When you passively endure suffering, you will feel very helpless, always longing for the power to destroy everything standing in your way. However, obstacles or barriers keep appearing one after another, like an endless loop. What should be done? In this situation, 99% of people are filled with hatred, frantically increasing their power, hoping to defeat all the blockades. Grandfather continued. But they forget that the power of each individual has a limit. Pure strength also has its limits. Chenner, what if it were you? Hearing this, Young Chen slightly turned his head to look.
Grandpa gently rubbed his head, then smiled softly and said, this time, Grandpa wants to teach you that besides pure martial strength, there is another kind of power that can solve many troubles, and that is wisdom. Chenair, always think maturely. You must learn how to think. Alongside pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, you must also strive to become a sage. Young Chen recalled his grandfather's teachings, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing him like that, Tian Baguang asked, Kid, have you gone stupid? Are you very uncomfortable? Feeling helpless? Extremely frustrated? Young Chen gently shook his head. Tian Baguang was doubtful. Huh, you damn kid, are you really stupid now? He put his hand on his shoulder and gritted his teeth. I am very frustrated. I even want to beat you up to vent my anger. What's there to be afraid of saying? Afraid of losing face? If you feel aggrieved, quickly increase your strength. As long as your fist is big enough, any monster will be defeated with just one punch. Young Chen seemed very relaxed, drinking tea and enjoying it. The taste of this tea is indeed better than Manhwa tea. It cools the heart and liver, really reduces inner heat. This made Tian Baguang very surprised. Is this kid driven mad by anger? Then he looked at Wu Lo and asked, Aunt Jing, can you tell me the current situation of Tiannan City, including the other major factions? Of course, also detailed information about the factions that have a grudge against Master. Wu Lo heard this and was delighted. Sure. Tian Baguang saw this and laughed. This kid. He looked at the Chinese chessboard and said, Master, life is like a chess game. These are the words you taught me before. Let's just treat Tiannan as a chessboard. There are quite a few monsters and demons on this chessboard. Can they be overthrown? He gently slammed a chess piece down. Rushing into slaughter is a reckless action. At most, it can only be considered a dead pawn on the chessboard. The final result will mostly be getting swallowed up. Tian Baguang exclaimed in astonishment. Kid, you're quite capable. Young Chen stood up abruptly and continued. Master, I'll go cultivate first. Looking at his departing figure, Baguang also pondered. This kid, I truly didn't misjudge him. The next morning,
Yang Chen also met Wu Lo. Wu Lo handed him a stack of books. These are materials about the factions in Tiannan. It's a very detailed version. Take your time to study it. He received it happily. Thank you, Master's wife. Then Wu Lo turned away, leaving a word of encouragement. Stinky brat, do your best. Then Yang Chen held the documents and read them attentively. In Tiannan, the three strongest factions were the Tiannan Martial Mansion, Marquis Duanmu's estate, and the Shadow Kill Pavilion. It was truly a miracle that his master had offended them multiple times, yet could still live well. Now there was one more, the Golden Eagle clan of the concurrent commandery governor. He let out a long sigh. This chess game is a bit hard to play now. Later at noon, while he was sitting down for a meal, Tian Baguan pressed, Kid, do you really want to be a chess player? He gritted his teeth. A gentleman plays chess in silence. You are just watching the game. Stop being so nosy. Tian Baguan was also carefree. Awesome, you are the best. Jian Wu Kui, who was listening, couldn't understand a thing. Wu Lo then whispered to Tian Baguan, I heard that the little girl from Junior Uncle's family encountered a scheme in the Tiannan secret realm, was poisoned with the highly toxic Manhua poison, and is in imminent danger. Aren't you going to take a look? This made Tian Baguang suddenly panic. Nether flower deadly poison? Tian Baguang thought with a serious face. Martial Uncle indeed has a daughter, about the same age as Tian Lingxi. The nether flower deadly poison is the ancestor of poisons in the heaven realm, let alone Tiannan. I'm afraid even in this eastern land it is not certain an antidote can be found. Why does the Tiannan secret realm have the legendary nether flower deadly poison? The young man Jian Wuquei suspiciously asked the redhead next to him. What is a secret realm? Only then did she shrug and clear his mind to understand. A secret realm is a kind of profound spatial rift. There are large and small ones, but the vast majority of secret realms are very small, barren, desolate, and deadly. Let alone treasures, there are not even living things. The redhead reached out her hand and continued. But there are some secret realms that not only produce rare natural treasures, but can also have treasures left behind by mighty experts, which can be considered as legacies. Tian Baguang continued her words to explain further. The entrance to the Tiannan secret realm is located in the Tiannan Martial Mansion. The Tiannan Martial Mansion became the strongest faction in Tiannan, mainly because they control the Tiannan secret realm. This is an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough, if one wants to become a chess player on the Tiannan chessboard. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself, the urgent matter to do now is to join the Martial Mansion and become their core disciple. The nether flower deadly poison might be the incarnation of the Grim Reaper to others, but for someone possessing the primordial demonic dragon martial soul like me, there might be a way to neutralize it. Thinking back, he smugly pleased himself. Master, as juniors, since Martial Granduncle has met with a disaster, it would not be proper for us not to pay a visit. Saying that, he tilted his head and whispered in Tian Baguang's ear, You brat, you want me to lower myself to beg for an opportunity for you to join the Martial Mansion instead of you, right? Tian Baguang despised him and said, Why don't you look at the situation now? Martial Granduncle is in a complete mess. Master, for Xiaoquei and me to join that Martial Mansion is not an overnight matter. Yang Chen confidently replied, There is no need to bother your master. The truth is, I want that nether flower deadly poison. Perhaps I can neutralize it. Tian Baguang curled his lips in disdain. You can cure the nether flower deadly poison? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Yang Chen confidently declared with high intensity. Really, my martial soul is a bit special. Tian Baguang was vaguely led by the nose. Martial soul? That's right. What is your martial soul? At this moment, Jian Wuquei acted like a flatterer and introduced, My brother's martial soul is the #1 martial soul in the world.
Tian Baguang was speechless upon hearing this. Yang Chen sang his own praises, scratching his head and happily showing off, Actually, I have twin martial souls, including the snake-formed sword martial soul and the #1 martial soul in the world. Tian Baguang turned on his disdainful mode, cleared his throat, and replied, I don't care about your #1 martial soul in the world. Can you really neutralize the highly toxic Manhwa poison? Yang Chen put his hand to his chin, pondering as if it were true. I am at least 70% sure. Hearing this, Tian Baguang stepped forward and asked for his confirmation. 70% sure? We can absolutely give it a try. Let's go try it out. The scene shifted to the outside of the city. The three of them entered the academy one after another. However, they were quickly stopped by two Superman brothers. Who are you? This is the central area of the Northern Court. If you are not students of the Central Northern Court, you are not allowed to enter. Tian Baguang immediately took out an immunity gold medallion for them. Seeing this, the young man was startled and stunned. A transit pass. Very quickly, their attitude also changed 360 degrees and became polite. Please come in, everyone. The three of them stepped inside one by one. Tian Baguang lined the other two in front, and very quickly someone recognized him. Oh, isn't this the famously renowned sword saint? Gracing us with your presence tonight? Please give us your guidance.
Tian Baguang calmly replied, Martial Uncle, Baguang requests an audience regarding the highly toxic Manhwa. The door quickly opened, inviting them in. As soon as they stepped through the door, countless broken fragments were under their feet. Surrounding the three of them was a group of people from the sect. The courtmaster of the Martial Mansion's northern court, Chu Jinwu, was sitting there, looking as if someone owed him $1 billion. Chu Jinwu evaluated him for a moment and then asked angrily, Huh? What happened to your cultivation base? Who did this? Tian Baguang had to tell the truth. Last time at the Chago mountain range, I encountered terrifying monster beasts and barely escaped with my life. But unfortunately, I oversummoned my martial soul, leading to the depletion of my soul power, which resulted in this outcome. Chu Jinwu looked at him with a solemn expression. Tian Baguang continued, This is a disciple I took in recently. His martial soul is quite special and has the ability to cure the highly toxic Manhwa on Junior Sister. This sentence immediately stunned Chu Jinwu. A poison-curing martial soul? He hurriedly asked them, What is your martial soul? Can you summon it for us to see? Jian Wuquei excitedly boasted on behalf of Yang Chen, My brother's martial soul is the world's... But then Yang Chen suddenly covered Jian Wuquei's mouth. He smiled awkwardly and replied, Martial Granduncle, my martial soul is a devouring type martial soul. It should be able to neutralize the highly toxic Manhwa. Right after that, he began to channel his energy, creating a powerful force. The might Yang Chen generated to summon his martial soul was extremely strong. Next, a powerful yet mysterious black energy was summoned. The mad beast erupted with its deadly power. Seeing this, Chu Jinwu couldn't help but freeze in place, thinking to himself, This oppressive feeling, although I can't discern the martial soul, it's definitely not ordinary. Tian Baguang also didn't expect this move from Yang Chen. This brat, he even hid it from me. Chu Jinwu frowned and provoked, Just give it a try. He sighed and calculated that regardless of the martial soul's grade, the highly toxic Manhwa wasn't easy to cure, one could only die. He immediately said, You guys follow me. At this time, the three of them approached the woman lying unconscious on the ice bed. He confessed, I could only shift the highly toxic Manhwa in Linger's body to the spiritual platform on her forehead, temporarily considering it sealed, but Linger won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yang Chen approached step by step. Let me try. He began to circulate energy within his body. On Shuilinger's forehead was the mark of the highly toxic Manhwa. Very quickly it opened up, spreading the toxicity further. The flower on her forehead also became darker and bloomed fully. Seeing this, Chu Jinwoo panicked and shouted, "This is bad, the seal is broken, stop."
Tian Baguang patted this brother's shoulder from behind and advised him, "Don't rush, look closely." At this moment his eyes widened. This is. The nether flower deadly poison was slowly escaping from Shuilinger's body. Right after it flew towards Yang Chen. The black mist on Shuilinger's forehead gradually faded. Her face also became rosier. Seeing this, Qu Jianwu shed tears of joy. It actually works. The nether flower deadly poison surrounding Shuilinger then dissipated. Yang Chen also circulated his qi to retract his power. Qu Jianwu flew over and called, "Shuilinger, Linger." He carefully observed her face. Qu Jianwu was now friendlier towards Tian Baguang. "Tian Baguang, today I owe you a favor." Tian Baguang laughed and replied, "That is Yang Chen's merit. You just need to owe him." Qu Jianwu immediately put his arms around their shoulders affectionately and laughed loudly. "Ha, all right. Let's go. I invite you guys to drink tea. I have hidden some Tianzi tea. I'll let you try it today."
Tian Baguang narrowed his eyes and teased him back. "Old Q, you are too polite. Little sister Linger survived at the very last moment. She will definitely be blessed in the future." Jian Wuke asked Yang Chen with some concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Hearing this, he smiled faintly and replied, "I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. It just consumed a bit too much." Yang Chen thought to himself that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he must not use the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to swallow those terrifying energies anymore. The consumption was too great. Tian Baguang turned to modestly remind Yang Chen, "Kid Chen, Tianzi tea is a rare item that can clearly improve one's physique and is also helpful for your recovery. Drink more of it later." The three of them went outside to enjoy the tea. Chu Jianwu walked over with a pot of hot tea, blowing on it as he drank. "Come, drink tea." Yang Chen took a direct gulp to savor Chu Jianwu's tea. Very quickly his eyes lit up and he praised, "Xiao Kei, this is good stuff. Drink more of it." Seeing the two of them drinking tea like cows gulping water, Tian Baguang couldn't help but get angry. "You brat, you've lost all my face. Who drinks tea like that?" Chu Jianwu laughed at this. "Ha, worthy of being your disciple, indeed taking advantage whenever there's a bargain." Tian Baguang shamelessly admitted, "Maintaining tradition, maintaining tradition." Chu Jianwu twisted his lips and continued, "You guys don't know. 3 years ago, I specially invited a grand preceptor to calculate Linger's fate. He said Linger's future would be very successful, with boundless prospects. During this time, I was bored, and even sent a message to the royal capital's grand preceptor. Luckily, Linger finally turned ill luck into good fortune." Yang Chen quickly caught on and asked in astonishment, "The fate of a heavenly Tao master, does that kind of martial soul actually exist?" Tian Baguang raised an eyebrow and replied, "This world is huge. There are only things you can't imagine, not things that don't exist."
Chu Jianwu became curious and asked him, "Baguang, I know your intentions. You want to let these two brats enter the martial mansion." Tian Baguang immediately nodded as his answer. Chu Jianwu agreed without hesitation, surprising Yang Chen. "Then enter my northern court. Ever since your incident, your master became disheartened and stopped accepting disciples, focusing solely on the sword Dao. No, wait, that year he took a little girl into the sect. I heard she is the daughter of you and Duanmu Manhua, named Tianling Si." Tian Baguang couldn't help but feel moved. "Thank you, master." Yang Chen was happily thinking, "Can I enter the Eastern Court to follow my senior sister and comprehend the sword Dao?" Tian Baguang immediately shattered Yang Chen's fantasy, angrily saying, "In your dreams." Yang Chen retorted, "Why?" Chu Jianwu stepped up as a peacemaker. "It's true that you are not suited to enter the Eastern Court. The current relationships within the martial mansion are very complicated. You will understand later." Yang Chen pouted and complained, "Fine." He then noticed Jian Wuquei beside them and probed into his background. "Kid, what body technique do you cultivate?" Chu Jianwu offered, "Do you want to take me as your master?" The other two were surprised to see this. Jian Wuquei remained silent like a calm lake for a moment, then nodded. Chu Jianwu was extremely satisfied and laughed loudly. "Good." Seeing this, Yang Chen fell into deep thought. He turned to ask his unreliable teacher beside him, "So Sha Kui has become my martial uncle?" Tian Baguang immediately got annoyed and gave Yang Chen a knock on the head. "Don't care about such statuses. Cultivating well is the true path. It is his blessing that your senior martial uncle took Sha Kui as a disciple."
Yang Chen rubbed the bump on his head and grumbled, "Only I have such a cheap master." Tian Baguang instantly switched to a cold-faced mode and glared at Yang Chen. "What did you say?" Then he quickly corrected his words. "I said you are handsome." Chu Chanwu suggested, "Young Chen, you first need to become an elite student. Only with good performance can you be promoted to cultivate in the central area." Young Chen stammered in response. He began to doubt his life. "Isn't this targeting me?" Tian Baguang raised his eyebrows again and said, "Martial uncle, be the clear judge." The weather was beautiful and the sky was clear. 3 days after Yang Chen and Jian Wuke joined the academy, the other passing brothers were all curious. "He is exactly Yang Chen. I heard he only reached the true martial realm's 2nd level, yet he can roam freely among the masses of elite students in the southern court. Truly not simple." Yang Chen walked alone, whistling carelessly. Several little beauties nearby even laughed and mocked him.
It really is just like the rumors. He looks like a real idiot. Yang Chen ignored everything and greeted them as if it were perfectly normal. Excuse me, where is the martial arts training ground of the Northern Court? Seeing these beautiful girls keep smiling, he became even more puzzled. That little girl then chuckled and replied, Our Northern Court doesn't have a martial arts training ground. The 4 courts of the Martial Mansion share the same martial arts training ground. It just so happens we need to go there. Let's go together. Yang Chen politely thanked the 2 girls. Many thanks. At this moment, in the intersect of the Martial Mansion, Yang Chen waved goodbye to the 2 beauties. Seeing Yang Chen appear, Jianwu Kei froze. The 2 brothers happily greeted each other. Xiao Kei, old man Shu is teaching you martial arts, right? He excitedly showed off. Yeah, brother, master taught me a very powerful fist technique, coiling dragon fist, and said if I don't grasp the basics, I'm not allowed to go back. Yang Chen stood dumbfounded. Coiling dragon fist, what grade is it? Jianwu Kei was also helpless. I don't know. Suddenly, Yang Chen vigilantly noticed something. Huh? A group of flashy-looking people approached the 2 of them. The handsome young man leading them asked, You dare to join the Martial Mansion. Not bad.
Young Chen then gave him a friendly reminder so he would remember, Yo, it looks like your mouth is healed. What's the matter? The wound healed so you forgot the pain, and now you want to challenge our Xiao Kui again? He was handsome, but he had a bad heart, and at this moment his face turned black with anger. The horse-faced Xiao Tu Zhou behind him pointed and said, Don't be too smug. Our Southern Court will definitely have someone to teach you a lesson. Young Chen put on a punchable face and teased her. Whatever, even if all of you attack together like last time, it's fine. This one sentence from him left her speechless, swallowing her anger. You, just wait for me. Then the whole group lifted their skirts and left in anger. Young Chen saw how cowardly they were and judged, cowards, ignore them. Xiao Kui, let's go. We are going to practice martial arts. Suddenly someone approached and asked them, Are you Young Chen? Young Chen suspiciously asked the person back, What is the matter? The young man held a challenge letter and laughed. I heard you were very formidable. This is a challenge letter for you. Do you dare to fight me in a match? Young Chen took the letter. He unceremoniously tore it up right in front of the young man. I don't have free time for these things. The pieces of paper flew everywhere, and the guy was furious. Young Chen just turned around and walked away. 10 days later, at the training ground, everyone was gossiping about Yang Chen, who was practicing martial arts not far away. Hey, did you hear? The newcomer Yang Chen is a coward. They continuously stirred up trouble, making Yang Chen's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. That's right, it seems he tore up the challenge letters of several people who wanted to fight him. Not daring to accept the challenges, he must be scared. Yang Chen yelled back in rebuttal, Hey, this young master is not scared. If you want to challenge me, tell someone formidable to come here. He furrowed his brows, holding on to his anger, but those 2 groups had already run away in a cloud of smoke. Another voice rang out, Oh, then I wonder if I have the qualifications to challenge you. Yang Chen was slightly stunned. He seriously turned his head to look back. Li Hong of the Golden Eagle clan appeared at this moment, looking like he was itching for a beating. Young Chen glanced sideways and asked him, Who are you? Li Hong, in a superhero posture, confidently declared, Your father is Li Hong of the Golden Eagle family. Hearing this, Yang Chen's expression became eccentric. Golden Eagle family? He narrowed his eyes and gave a thumbs up in agreement. Fine, I accept your challenge. In a resting area of the brothers, the news spread quickly. Hey, did everyone hear? The newcomer Yang Chen has agreed to Li Hong's challenge. They are currently at the martial arts training ground. The remaining people excitedly followed. Let's go, hurry and have a look. At this time, at the martial arena, a large number of gossiping people came to cheer. The guys shouted noisily, Li Hong, defeat him. Yang Chen, do your best. A curvaceous beauty acting as the referee between the 2 sides ruled, Now both sides will decide the rules of the match. Li Hong sneered and smirked. Yang Chen, I heard you are very arrogant and overbearing. Do you dare to have a no-rules match with me? The people below immediately gaped and stared. A no-rules match? Yang Chen had an unconcerned expression. He thought to himself. I'm not afraid of a life-and-death battle with him, but beating this kid to death brings no benefit to me. Yang Chen sighed and bluntly stated, A no-rules match with you is fine, but beating you to death, this young master gets no benefits, and furthermore, it will bring me trouble. I heard the Golden Eagle family is tyrannical and domineering. I am very afraid of making enemies. Li Hong, be realistic. Li Hong found an excuse to provoke Yang Chen again. If you are a coward, just say so. You talk too much.
Yang Chen, on the contrary, came up with a wicked idea and proposed to him. How do you want to bet? Speak. Li Hong replied despicably, What kind of country bumpkin like you bet? Can you even afford to bet 100 low-grade spirit stones? Yang Chen immediately took out a sparkling treasure and secretly flexed. You dare to open your mouth for merely 100 low-grade spirit stones? Aren't you afraid of humiliating the Golden Eagle clan? I come from a remote, poor countryside, and while I wouldn't dare bet anything else, I bet a mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring. The entire hall was instantly terrified by Yang Chen's capitalistic display.
Even the fair and plump beauty was surprised, asking herself, is this kid sick in the head? The crowd below was also bewildered, not expecting him to have a mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring. I'm afraid even Li Hong of the Golden Eagle clan doesn't have such an item. Indeed, a mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring is very rare. If one ever appears, it is mostly put up for auction for powerful tycoons to fight over. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows perversely and asked Li Hong, no way, no way. Don't tell me you don't even have a mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring? Li Hong was left speechless by his words. Then Yang Chen delivered another ruthless remark that made his face turn pitch black. Even with my reputation for being poor, what about 100 low-grade spirit stones? Do you dare to bet? My time is very precious, so don't hesitate anymore. After dealing with you, I still have to go home. Li Hong's mouth twitched, feeling as bitter as eating chili peppers. He thought to himself, how does this kid have so much money? Then he jumped down and asked the brothers and his family, Lu Yun, how many spirit stones do you have? Hand them over. Lu Yun stammered, his bag snatched away before he could even finish. 250. Li Hong, feeling even more bitter, asked the handsome guy next to him, hand yours over too. After extorting the two of them, he immediately returned to the arena. Li Hong smugly threw the bag of spirit stones and declared, kid, if I don't knock you out today, my surname is not Li.
Yang Chen tossed the bag of spirit stones and sarcastically said, even 100 low-grade spirit stones have to be borrowed from others, yet you still talk so arrogantly. He narrowed his eyes and asked the referee, by the way, referee, the competition rules today are that aside from not being allowed to kill the opponent, everything else is unrestricted, right? The female referee nodded and replied, the two of you can negotiate it yourselves. Li Hong's blood was already boiling at this moment, and he shouted, that's right, kid, don't tell me you don't dare. The male lead smirked coldly and answered, all right, this rule works. After that was settled, the referee excitedly announced, starting in 5 seconds. The female referee quickly ran out of the battlefield between the two of them. Li Hong, full of vigor, summoned his martial soul. Seeing this, the others all switched into spectator mode. Look, Li Hong's cultivation base has already reached the true martial realm 6th level, while Yang Chen is only at the true martial realm 3rd level. He's definitely dead. Facing that formidable power, Yang Chen still stood there, causing the others to somewhat mock him. The disparity in strength is too great. Yang Chen is doomed this time. I really don't understand. He obviously lacks strength, so why did he provoke Li Hong and even arrogantly challenge him? Does he want to die? At this moment, Li Hong aggressively rushed forward to attack Yang Chen, Jinning Palm. However, facing his attack, Yang Chen didn't show the slightest sign of running away. Following that, he began to circulate his qi, and his freakish mode was also turned on. Not bad skill. Right after, he aimed straight at him and launched an attack with formidable power. Li Hong gritted his teeth and mocked Yang Chen. Just this little trick. Immediately after, that dense surge of power headed straight for Li Hong.
He widened his eyes in shock. Huh? The battle was still tense and fierce. Li Hong's attack aimed at Yang Chen's weak point. He twisted his face and shouted, die! At this moment, Li Hong quickly rushed forward and threw a powerful punch straight at Yang Chen's chest, carrying the strength of an eagle, causing the people below to panic. Thinking he was at a disadvantage, Yang Chen suddenly gave a sneer. Then he opened a bright red magic circle that blocked all of his opponent's attacks. The people below still didn't understand what was happening. Everyone curiously spoke up. What happened? Did it hit? Up above, Li Hong's hand was gradually closing in on Yang Chen. Suddenly, a stream of red and black aura wrapped around his hand. Li Hong widened his eyes in astonishment. His true qi had been sucked away. While he was panicking and not yet understanding what happened, he disdainfully said, you really are a piece of trash. He sneered and said, I stood still for you to hit, but you couldn't even land a strike. Only then did Li Hong begin to tremble in fear. I'm doomed. But Yang Chen gave him no chance to retreat and started rushing forward. Trying to run now, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying far away by a palm strike, leaving only Li Hong's miserable scream. Li Hong lay on the ground throwing a tantrum. Ah, my face! But he didn't care at all and walked over to step on him. Then he spoke up to remind him. According to the rules of our match, does this mean I can cripple you now? At this point, Li Hong was truly terrified and continuously begged, don't! Seeing this, Yang Chen strictly warned him, Li Hong, your older brother here hates violence the most. I have always won people's hearts with reason. I'll spare you this time, but remember this, if you see me in the future, take a different path. Can you do that?
He immediately agreed. Okay, Brother Chen. No, young Master Chen. From now on, whenever I see you, I will scram immediately. Definitely. Seeing the situation before them, everyone was extremely stunned. I clearly saw Li Hong hit Yang Chen's dantian. Why is he completely fine? But Yang Chen didn't care at all and smiled brightly at Wu Kuei. Xiao Kuei, today your brother is lucky and earned some wealth. Let's go have a good meal.
Everyone looked at his back with awe and admiration. He was too strong. From now on, Yang Chen had firmly established himself in this northern court. After Yang Chen and Xiao Kui ate and drank to their fill, they started heading back to the academy. While walking in, both of them stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the people in front of them. Inside, Jing Han was giving a massage to the white-haired man. Then, as if sensing something, Han Han pinched him, making him complain in dissatisfaction. "Ouch, little Han Han, why did you pinch me?" He grimaced in pain, while Jing Han blushed in embarrassment. He dissatisfactorily said, "Can't you be a bit gentler?" Suddenly, the white-haired man shouted loudly when he saw Yang Chen. "You brat! Cultivation requires perseverance and patience. You've only been in the Marshall Mansion for 2 days, and you've already come back. Do you know you're wasting your time and life?" But Yang Chen just stood there calmly, ignoring him. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. "Roll over here and make tea. You're as stupid as a rock. I have to kick you once to make you roll once. If I don't kick you, you don't know how to roll." Compared to the white-haired man, Jing Han was much calmer. "Kid Chen, how was the cultivation environment of the Marshall Mansion? It didn't disappoint you, did it?" He immediately started talking nonstop. "The Marshall Mansion is truly a holy land for cultivation, not to mention anything else. Just the training grounds are already amazing." Hearing that, she then said, "Work hard. Try your best to enter the core area before the end of this year. Every year before the New Year Festival, the core students of the 4 courts of the Marshall Mansion all encounter an extraordinary fortune." Yang Chen excitedly asked, "Aunt Cheng, what kind of fortune is it?"
The white-haired man spoke up. "Tiannan Secret Realm." He was a bit puzzled. Is there anything special about the Tiannan Secret Realm? Jing Han immediately spoke up first. "Kid Chen, Xiao Kui, you guys have never come into contact with the Secret Realm before. Let me explain in more detail." She began to explain. The space of most secret realms is unstable. It fades over time and gradually collapses. Therefore, secret realm spaces have specific laws of existence and energy level limits. Despite this explanation, Yang Chen and Wu Kei still stood there dumbfounded like statues. She had to add, the energy level limit means a cultivation limit. Life forms with a cultivation level exceeding a certain tier will not be able to enter in any way. For example, experts of the Tianhe realm cannot enter the Tiannan secret realm. Moreover, if the secret realm space is not reinforced, allowing martial artists to freely enter and exit will accelerate the collapse of the secret realm. Jing Han continued to explain, the Tiannan secret realm currently controlled by the Marshall Mansion will open at the end of each year, and it is strictly limited to the core students of the 4 courts of the Marshall Mansion. So you kid must cultivate seriously. You must become a core student of the Northern Court before the secret realm opens at the end of the year. The Tiannan secret realm is extremely large, and rumor has it that there are legacies left behind by super experts inside, but unfortunately no one has been able to find them for so many years. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately replied seriously, "Understood." At the court, the weather was clear with gentle sunlight, creating a poetic and romantic scene. Suddenly, Wu Kei and Yang Chen, who had been kicked out of the court, appeared out of nowhere, ruining this fresh atmosphere. While Yang Chen was angrily shouting, "Cheap master, are you afraid we'll interrupt your twilight romance?" Wu Kei was rubbing his sore butt. The white-haired man didn't care at all and just coldly said, "Hurry up and get lost back to the Martial Academy to cultivate." He even threw the brown beast right into his face. "Take this guy and get lost too, it's so noisy, always ruining my good deeds all day." This made the two of them a bit stunned, not quite understanding what just happened. But then the white-haired man just coldly left them with his back. Yang Chen grumbled as he returned to the Martial Academy. "Why do we have to bring this thing to the Martial Academy?" But suddenly he changed his mind immediately. Bringing it along doesn't seem too bad. The brown beast was currently surrounded by pretty girls with well-endowed figures. Everyone was happily playing with it.
This made Yang Chen go crazy with jealousy, this little brat. Time passed just like that, and at this moment, Yang Chen and Wu Kui were standing in front of the door to the core area of the Northern Court. The pink-haired little girl excitedly ran out to open the door. "Brother Wu Kui." Seeing the two acting so sweet and chatting happily, Yang Chen was a bit puzzled. What is this situation? Right at this time, the little girl finally noticed him. "Who is this?" Wu Kui immediately introduced. "Linger, he is my older brother. He is the one who saved you." Hearing this, the pink-haired little girl quickly made a preliminary assessment. "So you are Yang Chen. No wonder my father said your face looks very annoying. Truly annoying indeed. It's one thing for you to provoke bees and tease butterflies, but don't teach brother Wu Kui bad things." Yang Chen was so helpless that he sweated profusely. When did I provoke bees and tease butterflies?" Then he seemed to realize something. It must have been Old Man Ping who said it. Yang Chen looked at the little girl thoughtfully. However, this little brat seems to like Xiao Kui. Trusting his intuition, Yang Chen started to tease them both. "Well done, Xiao Kui. Keeping quiet, yet you managed to conquer Linger." The pink-haired little girl immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by conquer? Moreover, is the name Linger for you to call? Call me martial aunt."
Hearing this, he was startled. Thinking carefully, it seemed she was a generation older than him. Then Yang Chen revealed a wretched smile and leaned in close. "Lingxi, you call me big brother. Think about it carefully. Isn't that right?" Instead of paying attention to him, the pink-haired girl was struck by the cuteness of the brown beast. Wow, what a cute puppy.
He immediately showed his attitude. You are the puppy. Is this grand uncle a puppy? Yang Chen picked up the brown beast and asked arrogantly, is it cute? Making him only able to suppress his anger inside. Yang Chen, you deserve 1,000 cuts. Wait until this black master grows up. I guarantee I will beat you to death in the future. Every day I'll knock your head 100 times. No, 100 times is not enough. At least 1,000 times, until I knock you crazy, you bastard. After hugging him in her arms, the pink-haired girl also spoke seriously about the main topic. I heard you defeated Li Hong. Yang Chen immediately laughed loudly. Did the martial uncle grandmaster say that? Ha ha ha, you also heard about it. The girl reminded him very seriously at this time. Let me tell you, for the next 3 months, you must cultivate properly. Don't be arrogant just because you defeated Li Hong. There will be a task for you in 3 months. Hearing this, Yang Chen thought happily to himself. Did the martial uncle grandmaster see my talent? Haha. Thinking so, he confidently replied, I will definitely cultivate properly. Time passed until 3 months later. Within a small courtyard in the northern court's core area, it was welcoming the early morning sunlight, presenting a beautiful scene before one's eyes. In that peaceful and poetic scenery, Yang Chen was working hard, diligently training without rest.
He was taking steps and slashing fiercely at the boulders, turning them into small rocks. Yang Chen muttered and calculated, 25 strands of sword chi already. Only 30 strands of sword chi are needed to project that the Lingshan sword posture will reach the great perfection stage. Suddenly, the brown beast trotted over behind Yang Chen. Seeing this, Yang Chen seemed to have guessed somewhat. Are you hungry again? Do you want to eat spirit stones again? Then, under its expectant gaze, he took out a blue spirit stone. Seeing the food arrive, the little guy happily focused on his task. Yang Chen sighed slightly wearily. You little brat, eating 1 stone a day, you have already eaten 15 of my low-grade spirit stones. At this rate, I will be eaten poor by it. I need to find a way. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Xiao Hei! Xiao Hei! The owner of that voice was none other than the pink-haired girl who was trying to call Xiao Hei. Seeing the two of them hanging out together, Yang Chen started to smile. I've got it! Yang Chen walked out from the base of the tree and said happily, You two, I caught you. Seeing his older brother, Wu Kui was very happy. Brother! But Linger was the exact opposite. She looked particularly annoyed at this moment. Xiao Hei also happily ran towards the two of them, its cute voice crying out, Woof! Linger caught Xiao Hei and exclaimed, Wow! Then she asked Xiao Hei, Did your devil master mistreat you? Yang Chen, seeing that she liked Xiao Hei so much, immediately said, Linger, if you like Xiao Hei, just take him back and raise him for a while. Linger immediately asked back, Really? He confirmed right away. Could this be fake? Linger lifted Xiao Hei up and said with a beaming smile, Xiao Hei, from now on you will follow your big sister, okay? Xiao Hei looked very happy. Woof! Seeing it so adorable, Linger couldn't help but give Xiao Hei a kiss. So good. Yang Chen turned to ask Wu Kui, Xiao Kui, I have already advanced to the 4th realm, true martial realm. What about you? Don't tell me you are still immersed in soft embraces and haven't broken through yet.
When asked, Wu Kui was very awkward and couldn't answer for a long time, while Ling Er snorted. Ling Er proudly showed off to Yang Chen. Wu Kui is already at the True Martial Realm 6th level. You are only at the 4th realm, True Martial Realm, and you still act so arrogant. Yang Chen was very surprised. He seemed not to believe his own ears. Looking at his little brother, Yang Chen secretly thought this kid was bragging too much. Suddenly, Ling Er remembered that she almost forgot the main business. Yang Chen, let's go quickly. Don't let the mentors wait anymore. Looking at the two people walking in front, Yang Chen suspiciously asked where they were going. Wu Kui turned around and replied, Brother, it's the core area exam. You are about to become a core student of the Northern Court. Hearing this, Yang Chen happily said, That's right, how wonderful. Having arrived at the destination, Ling Er turned around to say goodbye to him. Yang Chen, you go in there alone. We're heading back. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered that he hadn't instructed Ling Er on how to raise Xiao Hei, letting out an "Oh." He hurriedly said, That's right, Ling Er. Xiao Hei's appetite is a bit special. It must eat spirit stones every day. After saying that, he hurriedly ran inside, leaving Ling Er with many unanswered questions. Ling Er tried to call him, asking how to eat the spirit stone. Wu Kui was also very surprised. No way, Xiao Hei can eat spirit stones? She hugged Xiao Hei tightly in her arms and brought a spirit stone up to look at it. Ling Er was trying to figure out how to feed it to Xiao Hei. Seeing the food, Xiao Hei immediately stuck out its tongue and licked her hand, making her feel very ticklish. Ooh. Xiao Hei looked at her with sparkling eyes as if to say, Please let me eat it. Ling Er directly put the spirit stone into its mouth. Xiao Hei chewed the spirit stone crisply as if eating a sweet piece of candy. This made the two of them extremely shocked. Wu Kui could only say, Heavens.
Seeing that Xiao Hei had finished eating, Ling Er exclaimed, This is a low-grade spirit stone and you can chew it? Ling Er turned to ask the young man next to her, Wu Kui, where did your brother get Xiao Hei from? Wu Kui hesitated and said, He picked it up. She probed further. Picked it up? Picked it up from where? But Wu Kui seemingly did not want to answer, turning his face away to avoid Ling Er's gaze.
I don't know. Seeing that she couldn't ask anything else, Ling-Er instructed, "Next time you must ask your brother where he picked it up so that we can go pick one up too." Yang Chen stepped into the courtyard, introducing himself with great momentum. "I am Yang Chen, here for the examination." The crowd inside was dumbfounded upon hearing him report his name. An old man immediately asked, "You are Yang Chen with a cultivation of the 4th realm, true martial realm? It's a bit low, but I heard you can fight above your limits, so you were called here for the examination." The bald old man next to him also said, "I heard you defeated Li Hong of the Southern Court with just one move last time. Hearing the rumors, I also find it hard to believe." He turned back and called out, "Mong Ta, where are the special training people? Come out here." A few designated people came forward. The old man ordered, "Mong Ta, this kid is here for the examination. You test him, but be careful and know when to hold back." Mong Ta's body was so massive it was overwhelming, twice the size of Yang Chen. His thick, dark skin and bulging muscles looked like living rocks, every line brimming with wild strength. But Yang Chen looked down on him, disdaining to fight Mong Ta. "Only at the true martial realm's 6th level? Then never mind, I won't ask for your guidance." Mong Ta thought Yang Chen was talking about himself rather than implying him, so he encouraged him. "What's wrong? Are you giving up on the examination? Although your cultivation is a bit low, challenging above your limit is not without a chance. You shouldn't give up so easily." Yang Chen then reiterated for his opponent to understand. "What I mean is, one person is not enough. The 5 of you should come at me at the same time." The group of people froze when they heard these arrogant words. Only then did Mong Ta realize that Yang Chen was looking down on him. He raised his fist, his tone full of anger. "Kid, you dare look down on me?" The 2 old men couldn't understand what Yang Chen was really trying to do either. Yang Chen answered without fear, "It's true. You can't beat me alone." Mong Ta sneered, "You are truly arrogant, kid." Yang Chen was actually just applying the exact method his master had suggested to him. "Yang Chen, the 4 courts of the martial mansion are not like other academies. After you become a core student, you need to be a little arrogant and display your true strength to get more opportunities." His eyes flashed, and he replied with a very arrogant attitude, "If you don't believe me, then come up and try." Mang Ta roared softly. Streams of brilliant golden light began to pour out, twisting into blinding vortexes that covered his enormous body. Amidst that light, a gigantic hammer gradually appeared. The hammer's body was sharp and majestic, exuding an aura of power that seemed capable of crushing everything in a single swing. Yang Chen did not flinch. He let out a wow and said, "An earth attribute heavenly Tao Master?" Mang Ta raised his giant arm high, his shout echoing, "Splitting mountain palm." His deep, muffled voice rang out, carrying heavy killing intent. Yang Chen was entirely unfazed by the overwhelming power of Mang Ta. His eyes flashed with a resolute light, his hands clasped together. Immediately, rings of fiery red patterns appeared, spinning in front of him, containing a latent power. Yang Chen forcefully pointed his hand straight ahead, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Streams of red light shot out from the spinning patterns in front of him, like vivid ribbons of silk, moving gracefully yet powerfully straight toward Mang Ta's attack. In just the blink of an eye, the brilliant golden might of the splitting mountain palm was pierced by the streaks of red light, shattering into thousands of fragments, like rocks exploding under immense pressure. Those fragments fell down and vanished into thin air.
Mang Ta still maintained his palm-striking posture, his giant hand still hovering in midair, his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that the attack he was so proud of, which had crushed so many opponents, was broken so easily. Mang Ta's footsteps staggered. With every step back, his giant body lost its steadiness. He lowered his head, his large hand tightly gripping his injured arm. Mang Ta gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at Yang Chen, his voice hoarse but still carrying urgency as he asked, "What kind of sword art is this?" That old man immediately told Mang Ta, "This is the Lingshan sword posture. Not bad. It seems to have surpassed the minor accomplishment stage. He, a swordsman is indeed formidable." The bald old man next to him seemed quite happy seeing his strength. "It seems our northern court has produced another monster." Old man Q walked in and immediately criticized him. "It's been several months and you're still at the 4th realm, true martial realm. Don't think you can be lazy just because you have a little talent. That little talent of yours is not even worth a hair in these 4 courts of the martial mansion." Yang Chen coldly thought to himself, "This old man seems to clash with my 8 characters." Old man Q continued, "I don't know what Bagwang saw in you to let you join the core area of my northern court. From now on, you must listen to me." Yang Chen only smiled and didn't reply. He waited for the other to continue speaking. Old man Q continued to assert his dominance over him. "Listen here, if your cultivation hasn't reached the 9th level true martial realm by the end of the year, then scram out of my northern court. Oh right, even if you reach the 9th level true martial realm, your Lingshan sword posture must also be cultivated to the great perfection stage. Otherwise, your qualification to enter the Tianan secret realm will be revoked, you brat." After hearing this, the 2 old men discussed it with each other. The bald old man said the courtmaster was being too cruel doing this, and the old man next to him replied, "Yang Chen is currently only at the 4th realm true martial realm, and there are only a little over 6 months left until the end of the year. If he wants to reach the 9th level true martial realm, even if he doesn't eat by day and doesn't sleep by night, he won't be able to do it."
Yang Chen also broke out in a cold sweat. Old Man Q, doing this, you're intentionally trying to force me to death. When he walked into the northern court, he was pointed at and talked about by the guys around him. I heard it's him. Academy Master Q told him he must reach the 9th level True Martial Realm by the end of this year. The guy next to him replied, how is that possible? Right now he's only at the 4th realm, True Martial Realm. Exactly. Yang Chen sighed, thinking, it seems the news has already spread. Wu Kuei walked into Old Man Q's courtyard and greeted. Master? He raised his teacup, unhurriedly asking, what is the matter? Wu Kuei scratched his head, hesitantly asking, my brother, is he... Before he could finish speaking, he was asked by Old Man Q, can you cultivate to the 9th level True Martial Realm by the end of the year? Wu Kuei replied without thinking, I can. Then that's fine. You can do it. He is your brother. Could it be he can't do it? By the end of this year, can you cultivate the Coiling Dragon Fist to the Great Perfection stage? While Old Man Q was asking, Wu Kuei immediately thought, that's right. If I can do it, my big brother can definitely do it.
Wu Kui determinedly said, I can. Old Man Q calmly said, then that's fine. You haven't started practicing the Coiling Dragon Fist yet, while he has already started practicing the Ling Shan Sword Kumfsture. Wu Kuei understood and happily said, thank you, Master. I will go cultivate now. Seeing that Wu Kuei was so easily manipulated, Old Man Q muttered to himself, what an idiot. Yang Chen was currently feeling very confused by the situation in front of him, standing before a room so dilapidated that the door was riddled with holes and the roof was also punctured. He was truly angry. After all, this was the core area, yet they assigned me a dilapidated room. They definitely did this on purpose. Langer pointed out to him that the important cultivation place of the Northern Court's core area was the Tianjun Tower. Yang Chen curiously asked, can the Tianjun Tower quickly upgrade one's cultivation level?
She said that the Tianjun Tower in the Northern Court absolutely could not compare to the gravity cultivation areas in the core areas of the other 3 courts. It was not just lacking by a little bit. Yang Chen was curious. Huh? He sighed again, perhaps worrying about his upcoming cultivation breakthrough. Seeing him like this, Linger added, but when it comes to physical cultivation, the Tianjun Tower is a holy land. Hearing these words, Yang Chen regained his spirits. Physical cultivation? Overjoyed, he immediately said, thank you, Linger. I'll go take a look, and dashed away. Linger didn't even have time to add, wait. At the Tianjun Tower, billows of smoke drifted around. Yang Chen looked so small standing at the base of the tower. He opened his eyes wide, looking up and constantly marveling. Wow! Looking at the board nearby, he hesitantly said, this is... On the board was written the Tianjun ranking. First place, Gu Shen, 6th floor, 79 hours. Second place, Li Tianqiu, 6th floor, 65 hours. Third place, Li Ba, 6th floor, 63 hours. Fourth place, Lu Yuan, 6th floor, 61 hours. 97th place, Chu Zhenwu, 6th floor, 31 hours. Yang Chen looked in astonishment. Heavens, Academy Master Chu is ranked 97th? But why aren't there any people above the 6th floor on the ranking? Could it be that the Tianjun Tower has 9 floors? Does the 7th floor have any special requirements? He stepped into the tower and said, well, let's go in and see first. I hope the gravity on the 1st floor isn't too strong.
Just as he stepped inside, Yang Chen immediately felt a strange power. The ground beneath his feet seemed to lose gravity, his body paused, and his whole person was suddenly pulled down by a strong suction force. Eh? He cried out softly. His bewildered eyes had not yet composed themselves when out of nowhere, a fierce fire suddenly flared up, covering his entire body. The fire blazed fiercely, its bright golden light illuminating the surrounding space. Tiny sparks hovered around his body. Looking at the crowd in the distance, they suddenly disappeared. The scene inside the tower was empty and ruined. Yang Chen slumped down and thought. He didn't expect the gravity on just the 1st floor to be so terrifying. It seems it would be very difficult to refine spirit stones to upgrade the intensity of true qi here. Half an hour later, Yang Chen was still trying to endure on the 1st floor. He looked at his hands and thought, it seems possible to upgrade the cultivation speed here, but one must use true qi to protect the body in order to cultivate true qi, something almost no one can do. Yang Chen suddenly laughed, thinking, but I can do it. I have heavenly lightning true qi and true solar qi. I can use one to protect the body and the other to cultivate. Glancing around, he decided to find a stone chamber to test out his hypothesis. Walking to the front of a stone chamber, there was a person guarding it, and next to it was one that was unoccupied. Yang Chen eagerly rushed over, quickly taking the spot first. Once he was settled at the door, a fierce guy walked over and scolded, "You bastard, stop right there. That stone chamber is mine." Yang Chen teased him first and then ran inside. The stone-heavy door of the chamber slammed shut, leaving the person outside endlessly angry. "You," he asked angrily, "who is this guy?" The cultivating crowd around him then said, "Yang Chen, the person who just passed the examination and was specially recruited into the core area." The guy realized, "A newcomer? I will wait for him to come out here, daring to snatch my stone chamber. He is tired of living."
The surrounding crowd immediately gossiped that Yang Chen was out of luck. He had just entered the core area and didn't know the rules of this Tianjun Tower. There were also people who rejoiced at seeing Yang Chen and Taobao. He is quite bold to dare offend Shifeng. I bet 1 spirit stone that Yang Chen will be beaten half to death when he comes out. Another girl whispered, I heard Yang Chen offended the Academy Master, yet he still doesn't know how to behave. I guess in a few days he'll be kicked back to the core area. When Yang Chen stepped into the stone chamber, he immediately felt the heaviness of the surrounding space. The gravity suddenly increased, as if an invisible force was weighing down on his body. Yang Chen panted, each heavy breath breaking out in the dense air. He realized the gravity inside here was even higher than outside. Yang Chen raised the spirit stone, and its light began to radiate softly. The spirit stone suspended in space, as if an invisible force held it in midair. Yang Chen raised his hand, his fingers lightly touching the air, and then executed his cultivation method. Immediately, the spirit stone began to glow intensely, and the streams of energy around it seemed to coil into sparkling luminous vortexes. The energy radiating from the spirit stone grew increasingly stronger. Yang Chen gleefully realized, "Haha, I am truly a genius. This refinement speed is several times faster than normal." The spirit stone suddenly shattered to pieces, fragments of stone falling scattered to the ground. Yang Chen was astonished. He let out an "A," his eyes widening in disbelief at what was happening. Looking down, he saw a tiny dragon the size of a hand coiling around a sword in midair. Suddenly, the dragon roared, a sharp, cold sound like tearing through space, making Yang Chen feel a powerful surge of force pierce through his body. The sword inside it suddenly grew larger, radiating an intense source of power. The feeling of pain immediately invaded his body, like a fierce tearing from within. Every cell in his body felt like it was being bitten and torn apart. Unable to hold back, he let out a painful scream. "Ah!" Biting his tongue tightly, Yang Chen tried to endure it, but the pain surged, making his body feel like it was going to shatter. Sweat poured out, his face turned pale, but his eyes remained resolute, not allowing himself to collapse before this trial. Yang Chen sat cross-legged, his hands resting on his thighs, trying to breathe evenly to reduce the painful sensation in his body. His face grew tense, each wave of pain crashing into his body like a powerful tide, making it impossible for him to control. "Ah!" Wave after wave of pain seemed to gather in his head, as if something was swirling violently inside. But finally, after a period of struggle, the pain slowly subsided. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, holding his head, soothing it while panting. Fortunately, it's stable now, he thought, but suddenly remembered something important. "Ah, right, I have to check the Sea of Consciousness." Inside the Sea of Consciousness, the endless dark space seemed to have no end forever, with only streams of light surging and intertwining with each other, like mysterious silk threads running through the darkness. In front of Yang Chen, 2 giant spheres floated in the air, each radiating an incredibly powerful source of energy. One sphere was blazing with fire, its crimson light like a flame burning up the entire space. The other sphere emitted an eerie, gloomy red light.
Looking at those 2 spheres, Yang Chen couldn't help but be startled. He guessed, could this be the 2nd chapter of the primordial demonic dragon's secret art? Yang Chen raised his hand, his fingers trembling but full of determination, gently touching the gloomy sphere. He lifted out a fiery red square object from within that gloomy sphere. Yang Chen couldn't help but be stunned, realizing it was the primordial demonic dragon battle physique. Without hesitation, he hurriedly flipped it open. The primordial demonic dragon battle physique required opening 36 battle acupoints in the body. The locations of these 36 battle acupoints were all at major joints. Once the 36 battle acupoints in the body were opened, it signaled that the primordial demonic dragon battle physique had been successfully condensed, possessing enough power to kill a true dragon barehanded. Killing a true dragon barehanded? Are you kidding? Even a weak true dragon is enough to destroy this entire eastern land? But since the first chapter of the Heaven Comprehending Scripture was already so formidable, the second chapter definitely wouldn't be bad. Let's give it a try. He needed to open the first battle acupoint, which was the battle acupoint on his left wrist, located at the left wrist joint. Yang Chen raised his left wrist, closed his eyes in deep concentration, and feeling every surge of energy, he began to experiment. Slowly focusing his entire will on his wrist, a powerful wave of energy like streaks of lightning immediately appeared around his body. Silver rays of light flared up, wrapping around his body like vivid bands of fire, radiating an intense power. Yang Chen stared at his left wrist in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He exclaimed. Feeling a powerful surge of energy but without any pain at all, he was surprised. It turned out it wasn't as painful as he had imagined. However, before he could secretly rejoice, Yang Chen felt an unexpected change. His hands began to emit larger, stronger electrical sparks, making his whole body feel like it was being electrocuted. His entire body trembled, unable to control this sensation. Yang Chen's face stretched wide, the pain and surprise clearly visible on it. Immediately, dense flames flared up from nowhere, surrounding Yang Chen like a fierce ring of fire. The fire burned intensely, spreading throughout the space. Sensing the danger, Yang Chen hastily chanted an incantation, feeling frantic in his heart. After the chanting was finished, the flames gradually lessened and slowly went out, and Yang Chen's breathing gradually returned to normal. But his heart was still filled with surprise. He stared intently at his left wrist, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yang Chen sighed. How troublesome. Could it be that if I don't successfully cultivate the battle acupoint in my left wrist, my left hand won't be able to move and will be considered crippled? He took a deep breath, dispelled the negative thoughts in his head, and resolved to let go of all his worries. Since I'm already in it, I'll just continue. Deciding not to back down, Yang Chen once again focused on his left wrist, feeling each stream of energy surging inside. Outside the stone chamber, Shifang stood waiting wearily. Damn it, my cultivation is after all at the peak of the true martial realm's 6th level. The time spent in the stone chamber is at most just over half a day. Looking towards the door of the stone chamber with still no activity, he thought, this kid's situation is that he has been in the stone chamber for a whole day. Is he really at the 4th realm, true martial realm? Sitting flat on the ground, Shifang resolved to wait. I will wait and see when you, kid, will finally come out. Half a day later, there was still no activity. Shifang assumed that it seemed the kid had already died inside.
Approaching and knocking loudly on the door of the stone chamber, Shifang no longer had enough patience to wait. Seeing no response, Shifang felt a bit scared. Did I encounter a ghost? The person inside is already dead, so why hasn't the stone chamber opened yet? An old man walked up and asked, what is the matter? Shifang pointed behind him and replied, that brat Yang Chen has been in there for a day and still hasn't come out. He must be dead inside. The old man walked to the door of the stone chamber, raising his hand to sense the aura inside. Then he calmly said, still alive. Shifang said in disbelief, he has only reached the 4th realm true martial realm, and now he has been in there for a day and a night and is still alive? The old man frankly replied, it's also possible that he is stronger than you imagine. This sentence made Shifang doubt his life. He finally understood. No wonder that brat was so heaven-defying. It turned out he was hiding his cultivation. But if you are at the 7th realm true martial realm, you should go to the 2nd floor. Why are you still on the 1st floor snatching my cultivation stone chamber? Is doing so in accordance with reason? After a long period of cultivation, Yang Chen finally succeeded, his eyes lighting up with joy. Yang Chen raised his left hand to look, his eyes widening as he saw bright white circles wrapping around his wrist. Those swirls of light spun evenly, radiating a strange power, making his wrist look stronger than ever. Yang Chen sighed emotionally while looking at his wrist and said, to think it only took a day and a night to condense the first battle blood. Now I completely don't need true chi to balance the gravity here. Yang Chen clutched his starving stomach after a long time of eating nothing.
He comfortably stepped out the door. It was time to go out and eat. Opening the door and stepping outside, his expression looked full of freshness. But suddenly, a whole crowd of people standing outside, their faces not looking so good, stared at Yang Chen, startling him a bit. Yang Chen looked at Shifang and asked, all right, before I came in here, it seemed I saw you weren't very satisfied. Do you have a problem with me? Shifang no longer had his previous arrogant demeanor and hurriedly waved his hands, replying, no problem at all. Yang Chen asked again, did I mishear? To which he obediently replied, you definitely didn't mishear. Yang Chen left in wonder. I didn't mishear? Really? Shifang angrily said from behind, I hate people who play the pig to eat the tiger like him the most. Luckily, I wasn't fooled. In front of a dining table full of delicacies, Yang Chen grabbed each steamed bun and devoured them greedily. After his martial soul awakened, his appetite grew larger and larger. On the table, plates were piled as high as a mountain. Yang Chen hugged his belly, which was now bulging like a pregnant belly, and exhaled. Time to continue cultivating. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yang Chen entered the tower again to cultivate. The people in the tower were extremely annoyed. Why is that bastard here again? Shifang was also very panicked. Here to snatch the stone chamber again? Please, if you're really at the 7th level of the martial realm, can you go to the 2nd floor? As if fulfilling his wish, Yang Chen walked over to the door of the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor's door slowly lifted, revealing a staircase in front of him. Caught unprepared, Yang Chen was suppressed by gravity, making it difficult for him to take even a single step. After calming down, he marched forward aggressively. Damn it, I was too careless.
Sitting slumped on the ground in exhaustion, Yang Chen wondered why the gravity on the 2nd floor had suddenly increased so much. Looking around the empty 2nd floor, he was very suspicious as to why there was not a single person. Should he return to the 1st floor? Suddenly, from the direction of the stairs, there were footsteps. The instructor was surprised to see Yang Chen here. Hey, Yang Chen, why are you here? Yang Chen said politely, greetings, instructor. Seeing him standing on the 2nd floor made the instructor extremely surprised and found it incredibly hard to believe. The instructor immediately said to him, you shouldn't be here. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you can't be here. No, The more he spoke, the more he realized something was wrong. Are you really at the 4th realm true martial realm? How could you reach the 2nd floor? Yang Chen asked back blankly. Instructor, shouldn't I come to the second floor? He waved his hands repeatedly and replied, No, that's not what I mean. During the examination, you seemed to say that you had never cultivated body refinement arts, right? Yang Chen answered honestly. Instructor, I only started cultivating body refinement arts yesterday. This statement surprised the instructor even more. Finally, Yang Chen took his leave. Instructor, it seems I can't hold on anymore. I'm going back to the first floor. After that, he hurriedly ran down the stairs, leaving the instructor with endless confusion due to his sudden appearance. The crowd below was also surprised to see him running down from the second floor, and in a flash he had reached the door of the stone chamber. The instructor slowly walked down and asked, Have any of you seen Yang Chen? Shifang immediately said, Instructor, that bastard Yang Chen is going too far. Why did he return to the first floor to steal our stone chamber? The instructor coughed a few times and replied, That is indeed not right. When he comes out, pass a message for me and tell him I'm looking for him.
Sitting in the stone chamber, Yang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, the first floor is still more comfortable. If I want to feel comfortable on the second floor, it seems I need to open the second battle acupoint. Raising his hand, Yang Chen continued to focus on opening the next battle acupoint, his eyes closed in deep concentration. Suddenly, a sharp pain caused his entire body to convulse, and unable to hold back, he cried out in agony. Ah, what is going on? It hurts much more than opening the battle acupoint on my left wrist yesterday. Streams of golden energy radiated from his right wrist, shining brilliantly like sunbeams piercing through the night. Yang Chen looked at his right wrist and felt something was wrong. At this rate, let alone 1 day and 1 night, even 10 days and 10 nights probably wouldn't be enough to open the battle acupoint on my right wrist. What is the reason? Could it be that the difficulty of opening the second battle acupoint has suddenly increased this much? If the difficulty keeps increasing like this, wouldn't it take decades or even over 100 years to open all 36 battle acupoints? Could the problem lie with my true chi? Yang Chen decided to try again, channeling all his true chi into his right wrist. He focused all his thoughts on controlling the flow of energy. Suddenly, the painful sensation vanished, replaced by an unusually comfortable feeling. Yang Chen opened his eyes, surprised to find that everything had changed. It doesn't hurt anymore. The energy flow in his body was no longer causing him pain. Looking at his wrist, he thought, to think that heavenly lightning true chi is this formidable when it comes to opening battle acupoints. True solar chi cannot compare at all. 1 day later, Yang Chen successfully opened the second battle acupoint. Done.
Yang Chen began to test his strength, focusing entirely on his body. He swung his fist powerfully, feeling the force from his right wrist gathering into his arm and transmitting to each finger. In just a split second, he delivered a powerful and steady punch. A large boulder in front of him could not withstand the force of the punch and shattered into pieces. This sight made Yang Chen feel extremely satisfied, and his eyes became very proud. Yang Chen confidently stepped out of the stone chamber once again. Shifang hurried over to inform him, Instructor Horteng is looking for you. It seems to be an urgent matter. Yang Chen didn't know this person's name. Instructor Horteng? Who is that? Suspiciously thinking of an old instructor he knew. Is it him? At the martial arts hall, inside, the instructor was teaching his group of disciples. Yang Chen walked in and asked, Instructor, were you looking for me? Hearing his voice, the instructor turned his head to look. Horteng sensed that this kid's aura had leveled up quite a bit again. Could it be that he has an extremely rare body tempering treasure? The instructor spoke up. Yang Chen, are you willing to join my tutelage to cultivate? You can become my personal disciple. The disciples behind him were incredibly shocked, all of them astonished. Huh? The teacher wants to take in a personal disciple? But Yang Chen refused this invitation. Thank you for your good intentions, instructor, but I already have a master. The instructor smiled and replied, It's fine, I don't mind. You've just entered the inner court, so perhaps you still don't know that core students of our martial mansion can simultaneously become personal disciples of multiple instructors. Hearing these words, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Is that really okay? But he was a bit hesitant, saying, My master is a bit selfish. He is not only my master, but also my old father-in-law. If I anger him, my beautiful unmarried bride will disappear. The instructor asked who your master is, and he replied, Tian Baguan. Huatin realized, Tian Baguan? So you are also his disciple. No wonder. Yang Chen then left, his expression very gloomy. Returning to his room, he knew that it seemed opening the third battle acupoint could not be achieved in a short time. Then he would upgrade his cultivation first for now. 5 days later, Yang Chen comfortably stretched his back. He had finally reached the true martial realm 5th level. He decided to go check on Xiaohei and the others. At the distant courtyard, Yang Chen walked over. He looked around blankly. Seeing him, Linger happily waved and called out, Yang Chen, you're here. The girl quickly pulled him along. Follow me. But Yang Chen was a bit hesitant. It's not appropriate for me to be here. Linger glanced at him and said, You are Xiao Che's older brother. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? The big shots of the Eastern Court and Southern Court heard that my father took Xiao Che as a personal disciple, so they came to congratulate him. The girl whispered to him that this was just an excuse, guessing there was something else going on. Seeing Yang Chen walk in, Old Man Q told him,
Yang Chen, come greet Vice Academy Master Fu Linshan and Eastern Court's Vice Academy Master Guan Yu. Fu Linshan and Guan Yu were sitting peacefully on the opposite side waiting for him to greet them. Yang Chen greeted them politely. Junior Yang Chen greets the two seniors. Glancing at his younger brother beside him, he secretly praised, "Good kid. Xiao Che's cultivation has progressed again."
Old Man Chu told them, "All right, you youths, go outside. I and the two Vice Academy Masters still have matters to discuss." Coming outside, Yang Chen walked in front and smiled at the young couple behind him. "Xiao Kui and Ling'er, I am going to have to prepare a generous gift for you two soon, right?" Ling'er asked doubtfully, "Young Chen, why are you giving us a gift for no reason?" He immediately teased, "Seeing you two sticking together like glue like this, I guess it won't be long before you hold the ceremony. Someone acting as an older brother like me definitely has to prepare a generous gift in advance." Hearing that, Ling'er blushed. The little girl felt very shy. U.S. Xiao Shen walked in and asked him, "Are you Young Chen?" She continued, "Now I understand why Ling'er is so infatuated with you." Seeing her mention the person in his heart, Young Chen replied, "Oh, you know Ling'er. Beautiful sister, may I ask how to address you?" Looking at her appearance, Young Chen evaluated. This is another fox spirit. She unapologetically leaned closer to him. "Young Chen, I feel that you and Ling'er are not very suitable. On the contrary, you are a great match with this young lady here. What do you think?" Being suddenly asked such a question, Young Chen momentarily didn't know how to respond. Young Chen waved his hand and said, "Beautiful sister, you are always joking." A guy naturally came over and asked, "Xiao Xin, does this kid also know Ling'er?" Xiao Xin told him that Young Chen is the personal disciple of Ling'er's father. "Do you think they know each other?" That guy immediately remembered. "I remember now. When I was chatting with Ling'er, she did mention it a few times. I forgot. Haha." U.S. Xiao Xin disdainfully thought, "Li Yijin, what do you mean when you were chatting with Ling'er? Would Ling'er even bother to look at him? Isn't this trick too lowly?" Realizing this guy's unusual attitude, Young Chen immediately understood. It seems he had encountered a romantic rival. But this kid is thinking too much. The relationship between me and Ling'er can't be easily driven apart by you. Li Yijin patted Young Chen's shoulder as if they were very familiar. He said, "Since you are Ling'er's junior brother, then you are also my junior brother. I will look after you in the future."
After that, he left immediately. It was also time for the other two Academy Masters to leave. Xiao Xin turned back to look at him and said, "Yang Chen, if you have free time, come visit the Eastern Court. Big sister is waiting for you." Yang Chen politely replied, "I will definitely go." Old Man Q suddenly called him, "Yang Chen, follow me over here." Yang Chen was still standing blankly at the back, not knowing what this old man wanted from him now. Old Man Q went straight to the point. "Kid Chen, do you know why I'm looking for you? I heard you started cultivating on the second floor of the Tianjin Tower. Looking at your body like this, you must have cultivated some kind of body refinement technique, right?" Yang Chen secretly sighed that this old man even saw through this, truly formidable. He started acting. "I've only been cultivating for a short time." Old Man Q cut him off and said, "Your body is very special. For someone who is only at the true martial realm 5th level to be able to cultivate on the second floor of the Tianjin Tower is barely acceptable." He unwillingly said, "Barely acceptable?" He suddenly said, "Do you feel that your talent is very cool, that the core area of the 4 courts of the martial mansion is nothing more than this, and that your strength can suppress your peers?" Yang Chen also confidently replied, "I can defeat all my peers in the 4 courts of the martial mansion." Old Man Q calmly evaluated. "Very similar to Tian Bagwang, both of you are this arrogant and conceited." He became serious and said, "Kid, from ancient times until now, do you know why those geniuses with outstanding martial arts always completely die out before they have a chance to grow up? In the depths of the Tiannan secret realm, there is a shadow wolf tribe. Whenever the wolf king dies, dozens or hundreds of wolves in the tribe will tear each other apart to fight for the position of wolf king. Do you know why the last one to become the wolf king is never the strongest one?" Young Chen stayed silent, waiting to hear the old man continue speaking. "That year, I also sat in this position. Tian Bagwang sat in your current position, and it was also him brewing tea, talking about the Shadow Wolf tribe. I also told him this, but unfortunately he lacked comprehension, which led him down the path he is on today." Young Chen curiously asked, "Martial Uncle Grandmaster, what exactly happened to my master back then?" Old Man Q replied, "Back then your master was 100 times more stubborn than you, and 100 times more arrogant too. Did you know your master still holds a record in our Tiannan martial mansion?" Young Chen immediately asked, "A record for what?" Then he began to recount. He indeed had some capability. In the thousands of years since the establishment of the Tiannan martial mansion, he was the youngest Tianhe realm cultivator, as well as an unparalleled swordsman. How about that? Cool enough? Young Chen was also very surprised. Was that cheap master really that glorious back then? Old Man Q continued to talk about the past. Relying on his slight innate talent and handsome face, he flirted around with women in the martial mansion. If it were other ordinary women, it would have been fine. But of all people to provoke, he just had to provoke Duanmu Manhwa, and even cook the rice into meal. The fact that he managed to keep his dog life shows he was highly favored by fortune. Young Chen felt very puzzled. If his master was unparalleled in the world, why couldn't he marry his master's wife? Moreover, both of them were willing. Could it be that the threshold of Marquis Duanmu's estate was that high? He reminded him, "Slow down, fool. Some people's destinies are designated from birth. Do you know why Marquis Duanmu's estate absolutely had to arrange a marriage with the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master? The fact that the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master liked Duanmu Manhwa was only one of the minor reasons. The true reason is Marquis Duanmu's estate is unwilling to accept loneliness, unwilling to stay in Tianan City. He hopes to form an alliance with the 13th Highness through the marriage connection with the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master.
The pot of tea was now boiling vigorously, with smoke rising thickly. Yang Chen was still immersed in Old Man Q's words. He continued with shocking news. And now, Marquis Duanmu's estate and the 13th Highness have agreed to marry Tian Lingxi off to the royal capital as a concubine for the 13th Highness, entering into another political marriage. Yang Chen jumped up. What? Lingxi cannot marry the 13th Highness? She is my woman, he asked back. Do you also want to be like Tian Baguang, cooking the rice into a meal first? Yang Chen said nothing, closing his eyes as if pondering something. He asked, Martial Uncle Grandmaster, what kind of person is the 13th Highness? He replied, he is an outstanding genius, hailed as the strongest genius in our Eastern Land Kingdom since its founding 1,000 years ago. At the age of 20, he had already reached the Tianhe realm, being 100 times more monstrous than your master. He is the most favored prince among the many princes of the Eastern Land King, and has long been determined to inherit the throne. This year he is 27 years old, exactly 10 years older than you. His current cultivation base is said to have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Tianhe realm, making him the second strongest person in our Eastern Land Kingdom. His appearance is not inferior to yours, and he is addressed by everyone as the 13th Master. Yang Chen was very shocked hearing about his opponent's background. Huh? Yang Chen realized, the 13th Master. If I face him now, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. He hurriedly asked Old Man Q for help. Martial Uncle Grandmaster, what should I do? He thought to himself, this kid is much stronger than Tian Ba back then. He even knows how to endure and ask questions. Answering Yang Chen's question, he replied, Kid Chen, although this matter is not completely finalized yet, the situation is basically already set in stone.
I heard that the 13th Master has already replied, saying he will spare some time to come to Tiannan to meet Lingxi in person. With Lingxi's martial arts talent and appearance, do you think the 13th Master would refuse? Yang Chen could not answer this question. Old Man Q pointed out a way for him. There are 3 ways. First, from now on, you and Lingxi will no longer see each other. Forget her. Second, bear the humiliation and the heavy burden. Wait until you have enough strength and then snatch Lingxi back from the hands of the 13th Master. Yang Chen said sadly, I can't just watch helplessly as Lingxi is handed over to the 13th Master's claws. Old Man Q presented him with the third way, run away. Yang Chen was stunned by this final option. He sighed and said, the path you choose is extremely arduous. Just a moment of carelessness and you and Lingxi will both die without a burial place, and moreover it will implicate many people. Do you know that? Yang Chen silently calculated. Even if he were to run away, he would have to bring his master, his master's wife, and Xiao Kue's group along. It wouldn't be easy. Damn it. But no matter how hard it is, I just have to do it. Yang Chen asked, Martial Uncle Grandmaster, when is the 13th Master of the Eastern Land King coming to Tiannan? Old Man Q answered immediately. It is estimated to be next year. We still have 1 year's time, though of course unexpected situations cannot be ruled out. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still another year. I still have time to prepare. He asked again, Kid Chen, do you know what is the very first thing you need to do? Yang Chen thought for a long time. Upgrade my cultivation base? Doesn't seem right. Hide away and not cause trouble? Doesn't seem right either. Go find that fox spirit to cook? Still doesn't seem right. Old Man Q, furious, pointed at his head and scolded, unbearably stupid.
He shouted loudly, the first thing you have to do is beg me. Without my support, you brat are no different from a dead fish. Hearing this, young Chen was dumbfounded. His eyes widened, unable to believe that the first thing he needed to do was to ask this hateful old man for help. But on the surface, he still ran over to flatter him. Martial Uncle Grandmaster, please help me, old sir. Give me a sip of water to drink, otherwise I will die of thirst. He asked again, Brat, do you not know what you should do right now? Young Chen scratched his head and laughed like an idiot. Ha. Then Old Man Q gave him a hint. You should go find Lingxi. Young Chen still didn't understand. Huh? Didn't we decide to run away? Why still go find Lingxi? Wouldn't that make the people of Marquis Duanmu's estate discover the relationship between me and Lingxi? Old Man Q bluntly exposed him. Do you think you can hide your little trivial matter with Lingxi from Marquis Duanmu's estate? In their eyes, you are just a smelly bug that can be trampled to death at any time. Do you think they don't know your intention for entering the Martial Mansion? If you, brat, don't go looking for the girl Lingxi for a long time, they will definitely be suspicious, understand? Young Chen was enlightened by this old man. Ah, I understand now. He instructed, going to visit the girl Lingxi is mainly to visit your grandmaster. His mood hasn't been good these past few years. You must find a way to let that old man see Lingxi. If you can get Martial Uncle Grandmaster's support, escaping will also have a very good chance. At this time, an old man was sitting cross-legged cultivating in the bamboo forest. Lingxi was standing and waiting below. As each leaf fell, her expression still looked very sad. The old man secretly scolded. Damned brat, to think you would make Lingxi have such deep feelings. I hope you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress or save you. A red-haired old man walked over.
He said, "I heard that you have chosen that girl this time. She is Tan Bagwang's daughter. It's hard to avoid her having resentment towards the Marquis's estate." The old man immediately replied, "Her talent and appearance completely surpass the Marquis's estate. How could those vulgar beauties catch the eye of the 13th master?" The red-haired old man then laughed out loud. "Haha, then you guys better watch out carefully. If another Tan Bagwang is impersonated, the end of your Marquis's estate will have arrived. The 13th master is not comparable to the Shadow Kill Pavlin master. There is no need for the 9th Academy master to worry about this matter." At the Tianjun Tower, young Chen had already started to continue his cultivation.
When Shifeng was about to enter the stone chamber, he was stopped again. A pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. Young Chen mercilessly threw Shifeng backwards and stepped inside. He began the next steps, grasping the opening of the other battle acupoints. "In a year's time, I, the 13th master, will not let you steal Lingxi away." 10 days later, young Chen walked out of the Tianjun Tower. Looking at his solid left arm, he happily realized that in just 10 days, the left and right battle acupoints had been successfully opened. This time he had 4 battle acupoints. Young Chen understood that it was time to go to the Eastern Court to take a look. His footsteps ran as fast as a wisp of smoke. "Based on old Q's calculations, I can completely go look for Lingxi open and above board, without needing to fear the experts from Marquis Duanmu's estate secretly monitoring me anymore. Hey, Lingxi, here I come." But up ahead there was suddenly a crowd of people gathered in large numbers, not knowing what they were doing. Young Chen also squeezed in to watch the commotion. Suddenly he was surprised when he saw the scene before his eyes. A group of people from the Martial Mansion had been defeated, and an arrogant girl said, "I always heard that geniuses gathered at the Tiannan Martial Mansion, but I didn't expect them to all be people like this. It truly is an undeserved reputation."
The young woman appeared in a bright red outfit, every line on her clothing accentuating her strength and authority. The disciples of the Martial Mansion could not stand this humiliation. Where did this little girl come from? Don't even think about speaking arrogantly. That guy stroked his stiff hair and greeted the girl. "Wuko, also of the true martial realm 5th level, please advise." Wuko swung his sword, each powerful slash making the surrounding air seem to smoke. He shouted loudly, Vajra deflecting palm, unleashing a powerful blow. The red-skirted young woman stood in front of him, her eyes indifferent, looking at him with disdain. "Is that all?" Without flinching, she gently waved her hand in a soft but confident movement. From the palm of her hand, a fiery red aura flared up, condensing into a powerful palm strike that rushed straight toward Wuko. Faced with that overwhelming power, Wuko couldn't react in time. The fiery red aura, like a violent flame, struck him, sending his body flying away. The powerful impact caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to shatter, with fragments scattering everywhere, creating a chaotic but highly intimidating scene. Wuko lay flat on the ground, his whole body trembling, realizing the gap in strength between himself and the young woman in front of him. The young woman said disdainfully, "You are the weakest heavenly Tao master I have ever met." Humiliated, Wuko fumed with anger. "You." Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. "So crazy. Where did this girl come from? We really can't tolerate this." One guy rushed out to fight, but before he could even introduce himself, Qin Martial Academy, he was struck by the girl's palm, vomiting blood and unable to defend himself. He fell off the arena in just a few seconds. The entire crowd stared blankly at the scene. Looking at the young woman in front of him, young Chen realized she was from the Yifeng royal clan. His eyes flashed with surprise. Observing the arrogant woman in the distance, he thought that this girl was clearly from the direct line of the Winged Phoenix royal clan, so why would she appear in Tannan? The whole crowd remained motionless. A blonde-haired guy laughed, seemingly finding it quite interesting. This girl continued to ask, "Is there anyone else who dares to come up?" The blonde guy immediately set a trap for Yang Chen, using a provocative tactic. "You can also fight with our elite students. If you encounter the core area, you probably won't be able to withstand 3 moves. For example, Yang Chen of the Northern Court, he is too lazy to even enter the arena." Naturally dissatisfied at being singled out, Yang Chen muttered, "This guy." That girl shouted, "Yang Chen, whoever is Yang Chen, get the hell out here." Yang Chen stepped out and asked, "Do you have a master?" She immediately replied, "Whether this young lady has a master or not is none of your business." He said, "If you didn't mess with me, you could continue being an unreasonable brat, and it wouldn't matter. But since you came looking for me, I can discipline you on behalf of your master." Hearing this, she became extremely angry, not knowing life from death. "Trash bugs like you dare to speak so arrogantly. Are you even worthy of disciplining me?" Her entire body erupted with fierce flames, waves of fire swirling around her body as if wanting to incinerate everything. Her eyes were filled with anger, shining brightly like 2 torches in the dark night. She swung her hand, and from within those flames, a burning phoenix appeared, its fiery wings spread wide, its figure majestic, creating blinding flashes of light with every movement. The fire phoenix, like a blazing red ball, charged straight at Yang Chen with destructive power. Yang Chen stood still, his eyes coldly facing the situation before him. He merely gave a faint snort, not showing the slightest bit of flinching. Suddenly, from behind him, a powerful surge of energy rose up, its brilliant golden light illuminating the entire space. That energy surged straight into the massive incoming mass of fire, clashing with it and creating a fierce battle between the 2 forces. The flames were overwhelmed, and she was forced back heavily by the powerful counterattack. Wounds appeared on her flesh. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of resentment, and angrily ordered, "Ah, damn it! Men, capture him for me!" A group of soldiers immediately swarmed in, quickly surrounding Yang Chen. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, with cold glints seemingly wanting to pierce right through him as she growled, "Capture him for me!" Suddenly, from high up in the sky, an old man appeared. His pure white hair fluttered in the wind, and a majestic aura enveloped the entire space. The old man shouted loudly, "Stop!" His deep and resonant voice echoed, instantly bringing all movements to a halt. Everyone looked up and realized that the person who had just appeared was the Grand Preceptor, his eyes full of majesty. Yang Chen looked at the old man's back in the distance, unable to help but be surprised. "Huh?" Hearing his voice, the old man was slightly startled. Meanwhile, Yang Chen thought to himself, This old man is truly formidable." The people around eagerly stepped forward, bowing with cupped hands. "Greetings, Grand Preceptor." So this old man was the Grand Preceptor. Yang Chen thought to himself, is he the Eastern Land Grand Preceptor? The legendary Fate is Heavenly Tao Master? It was said that the Eastern Land Grand Preceptor was mysterious and unpredictable, highly valued by the Eastern Land King. Across most of the Eastern Land, he was a person of illustrious status, under only one person and above 10,000. Another reason why the Eastern Land Grand Preceptor's reputation resounded throughout the Eastern Land was precisely because of his status as a Tao Master.
Young Chan already had his answer, a charlatan. At this moment, a radiantly beautiful woman wearing extremely striking red clothes walked up and greeted the Grand Preceptor. "Master." She pointed at Young Chen and said to the old man, "I need this kid. I want him to serve Xiao Hong." He was stunned, his eyes wide as saucers, and puzzledly asked who Xiao Hong was. The red-robed woman haughtily huffed, "Humph." She looked at him out of the corner of her eye and arrogantly replied, "Xiao Hong is my mount, the noble red sun flying horse. Letting you raise it is your blessing." A wave of anger surged in his heart, his face turning entirely dark at being insulted by her, deemed only worthy of being a servant for her mount. He asked the Grand Preceptor, "I am a core student of the Northern Court in the Tiannan Mansion. May I ask a question for guidance?" The old Grand Preceptor kindly agreed. "Go ahead and ask." He cupped his hands, said okay, and began his question. "The sages of our human race have a saying, to feed without teaching is the father's fault. To teach without strictness is the teacher's laziness. How should this be explained?" The surrounding crowd was full of question marks at Yang Chen's question. This guy was really bold. The old man, smelling the sarcasm from Yang Chen, immediately became extremely furious. "Yang Chen, you are too audacious. Do you want to die?" Furious fire flared up fiercely.
Yang Chen began to cast his technique, saying at the same time, "Lord Academy Master, you yourself are the teacher of..." Huh? Hearing him speak so correctly that he couldn't argue back, the old Grand Preceptor told his disciple, Xiao Qing, apologize. The girl Xiao Qing adamantly refused to suffer this humiliation. "Master, what the hell is he? On what grounds must I apologize?" Seeing that his disciple was still stubborn, the Grand Preceptor lectured her. "Xiao Qing, when you make a mistake, you must admit it. How did this master teach you before? A scholar cannot speak without morality. You have not yet seen the outside world, so you should correct this arrogant attitude." Seeing that the Grand Preceptor's attitude was not what he thought, Yang Chen started to feel a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly apologized to the Grand Preceptor. "It was this junior who offended you. I apologize to you, lords." Then he turned and left, leaving the master and disciple not understanding what was going on. Another guy, seeing the situation like this, revealed a cunning, calculating expression. At this moment, someone hurriedly stepped forward to flatter. "Haha, Lord Grand Preceptor, gracing our mansion with your presence is truly our honor. I wonder which court the Lord Grand Preceptor wishes to visit." The Grand Preceptor replied, "The same as always, the Northern Court. Zhenwu and I haven't seen each other for a long time. It's the right time to catch up on old times." Yang Chen was walking and pondering at this time. "I finally see it. In the eyes of the nobles, commoners will always be lowly and easy to bully. Reasoning is something that does not exist, because you don't have the right to reason with them." He was suddenly stopped by two soldiers who said, "Please show your pass."
Young Chen was fuming at this moment, cursing inwardly about handing over the paper. "Your grandpa." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Young Chen." A woman wearing a short outfit with long, slender legs walked over. She followed behind Young Chen and started acting cute. "Young Chen, I'm sorry, big sister is late. Please forgive me." Seeing this, he immediately asked, "Senior Sister Ye, do you know where Lingxi is cultivating?" Senior Sister Ye asked suspiciously, "Lingxi, who is Lingxi?" Young Chen also didn't understand what was going on. Senior Sister Ye leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Young Master Chen, this slave has prepared all the premium Dahong Kull at Liuyun Pavilion. Young Master should come and see which one catches your eye." Hearing this, he wanted to slip away, shouting loudly, "Senior Sister
Sister Ye, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. I forgot I still have an important matter. How about we change to another day? After saying that, he ran away like a gust of wind. But Senior Sister Ye was even faster than him, instantly blocking his path. The beautiful woman was angry now. Young Chen, what do you mean? Are you standing me up? Young Chen continued to lie. No, Senior Sister Ye, I really have an urgent matter. Even if a matter is urgent, it shouldn't be to the point of not having time for a cup of tea. You are letting down Big Sister's good intentions. Her expression began to change. Or is it that you look down on this young lady? Seeing that the situation was bad, Young Chen raised both hands and swore, no, I don't. The two of them stepped into Liu Yun Pavilion. He was still hesitating. But he was already pushed inside by Senior Sister Ye. Senior Sister Ye declared, Young Chen, by entering my Liu Yun Pavilion, you are my person. You are the first man to enter my Liu Yun Pavilion. From now on, you are the master here. Thinking he had misheard, he blurted out, huh? Sweating profusely, he said awkwardly, Senior Sister Ye, we have only met for the second time. This is not appropriate. Hearing that, Senior Sister Ye laughed loudly. Young Chen, I heard your guts are as big as the sky. What's wrong today? Strangers at first, acquaintances later. She pressed close to Young Chen and teasingly asked him, Brother Chen, if there is anywhere Big Sister hasn't pleased you, just say it. I will fix it. Young Chen thought vigilantly. I've long heard that this girl is a good friend of Lingxi. Could she be testing me? He started to change the subject. Well, let's drink tea first. Senior Sister Ye agreed quickly. As you command.
She drank her tea while assessing him in her heart. To think this kid has twin martial souls. Even I can't see what kind of martial souls they are. It's truly rare. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt. She was the Star River Demoness, Yue Shaoxin. Her martial soul, hard-inspecting martial soul. It possessed an incredibly bizarre inspection ability, and at the same time, when she manifested her martial soul, ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. This guy's 2 martial souls must definitely surpass the low tier, otherwise it would be impossible for my hard-inspecting martial soul to not find a single clue. I must firmly grasp a man like this. Yue Shaoxin began to probe Yang Chen while pouring tea. Can you tell me your relationship with Lingxi? Yang Chen bluntly refused. No. In his heart, he thought, don't tell me this demoness is serious. Is she looking down on me?
Seeing this, the beautiful woman spoke softly, continuing to rest her chin on her hands and striking up a conversation. Brother Chen, can you tell me some fun stories from your time in Chaoga City? He refused again. I cannot. The beautiful woman flared up in anger. Yang Chen, are you even a man? Seeing Yue Shaoxin's attitude, he calmly replied, I am just a rustic boy who doesn't know the ways of the world. If I have offended you anywhere, please forgive me. As for whether I am a man, I'm afraid you won't be able to verify that. For Lingxi, I can keep myself pure. Yue Shaoxin angrily chased him away. Get lost. Go find your Lingxi. She is in the sword bamboo forest. Hearing this, he immediately left, not forgetting to thank Senior Sister Yue for her hospitality. At the sword bamboo forest, the further he walked, the stranger he felt. How bizarre. This place. To think this place was so unexpectedly quiet. This place was truly magical. Yang Chen heard a sound. Alone in the silent bamboo forest, a woman used light footwork to fly towards him. He thought to himself, Lingshan sword posture? And 30 streams of sword chi too. At this moment he recognized a familiar person and exclaimed, Eh? The woman man asked him, Missed me already? Yang Chen emotionally said, I miss you. The woman was truly beautiful, smiling shyly at his answer, her cheeks flushing red. She said, I heard that after a certain someone entered the martial mansion, his reputation has been resounding, attracting quite a few beautiful girls, huh? Why did you suddenly remember me and come here today?
Sensing that the beauty was starting to get jealous, he immediately reassured her. Lingxi, you wrong me by saying that. You know that in my heart there is only you. It is already stuffed full and cannot hold anyone else. Lingxi wondered, why did you come here today? He honestly confessed, it was thanks to Senior Sister Yue. Hearing the name of another woman in his words, Lingxi's attitude began to change again, interrogating him about who Senior Sister Yue was. Yang Chen began to explain, Yue Shaoxin, I only came in after receiving an invitation from her. The core area of the Eastern Court is indeed hard to enter. In her heart, Lingxi thought, Shaoxin has a proud temperament. With so many outstanding talents in the core area of the Eastern Court, she doesn't even catch her eye, so why would she take the initiative to invite Yang Chen? Lingxi stopped overthinking and invited Yang Chen to go meet Grandpa Wu Ya. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Grandpa Wu Ya. Hearing that they were going to meet Grandpa Wu Ya, Yang Chen was very surprised. The Grandmaster? Walking behind her, he asked, Lingxi, I heard that the Grandmaster ignores worldly affairs and focuses solely on the sword Dao. How is his temperament? Is he friendly? Lingxi mysteriously replied, It's not easy to say. Lingxi led him to a house located deep in a bamboo forest. At this time, Gongsun Wuya was sitting and weaving a bamboo basket. Hearing footsteps, he said, The little girl is back. Seeing the Grandmaster, Yang Chen exclaimed, Is he the Grandmaster? He's so old. Seeing his granddaughter bring back a strange man, Grandpa Wuya felt very surprised. He didn't say a word, just shook his head and snorted. This attitude made Yang Chen very confused, thinking what it meant for an old man to shake his head and snort upon their first meeting. Lingxi happily introduced,
Grandpa Wu Ya, this is Young Chen. I have mentioned him to you before. Young Chen beside her immediately put on a flattering smile for the grandpa. At this time the grandpa still didn't pay much attention, only indifferently replying, "Oh, oh." After being introduced, Young Chen greeted Grandpa Wu Ya. Grand disciple Young Chen pays respects to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster politely replied, "You don't need to be so formal. Tian Bagong is no longer my disciple." Yang Chen hurriedly explained on behalf of his master, "Grandmaster, my master has always been very remorseful about what happened back then. In fact, he really misses you." Hearing this, the old grandpa became angry, thinking he was lying. "You brat, you speak sheer nonsense. Tian Ba Guang feels remorseful, he misses me?" After speaking, the old grandpa issued an order to expel the guest. "Consider that we have already met. Now get lost. Don't come back in the future." The two of them stood frozen in place, stiff as a board. Yang Chen complained inwardly, "I don't even know what bad karma my master created for the old man to be so resentful." However, Old Man Q once said, "I must gain his approval. I cannot leave." Thinking of this, he stepped up to Grandpa and began using flattery. Grandmaster, please calm down. That bastard Tian Bagwang, I will be filial to you in the future." Grandpa Wu Ya then changed the subject. "Brat, this old man once obtained a fortune from the Tiannan secret realm 250 years ago. It is the physiognomy secret art, which can read faces and predict good and bad fortune. Looking at your face, there is too much ominous aura, hidden bad luck. Recently you will have a bloody disaster that cannot be avoided. Life and death are unpredictable. This old man doesn't have much longer to live. Do you want this old man to bear the disaster for you?" Hearing this, Lingxi was worried endlessly in her heart. Grandpa Wuya wasn't joking. Yang Chen was really in danger. Yang Chen began to feel afraid, sweat starting to pour down as he stammered. He asked, "Grandmaster, can't this be resolved?" "Grandmaster, although this kid has little experience, I absolutely will not bow my head to fate. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved. I will definitely snatch a chance of survival." Grandpa Wuya then praised him, a bit tougher than Tian Ba Guang.
Seeing this, Lingxi was extremely bewildered. Something was thrown toward them. Grandpa Wuya turned his back and went into the house, leaving the two of them dazed, not understanding what was happening. Yang Chen held the item in his hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is a pass token to the core area of the Eastern Court." The two of them stood watching Grandpa's back disappearing behind the house. Lingxi, with a sad expression, asked Yang Chen if something had happened. He immediately hugged her into his arms to comfort her. "Don't think too much. There really is nothing." Yang Chen promised her that no matter what happened, he would not leave her. At the same time, at the Northern Court, a group of people swaggered into the room. Hubbub and discussions began. What is going on? The high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy are all here. Not only the high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy, but the factions of Tianning City have also arrived. They continue to ask about the actual situation. What is going on? Why is it such a big deal? In response, someone said, "I heard that the Lord Grand Preceptor has arrived." At this moment, the Lord Grand Preceptor and Shao Qin walked in, and everyone knelt down to pay their respects to him. "Greetings, Lord Grand Preceptor." The Grand Preceptor excused them from the formalities. "Everyone sit down." A person started to flatter. "Lord Grand Preceptor, coming to our TNN is the blessing of our TNN. Taking the liberty to ask you, I wonder what orders the Lord Grand Preceptor has for coming here."
The Grand Preceptor replied, "This time I was ordered to come to Tiannan, actually because of the miraculous matter of the Chaogo mountain range. I wonder if you have heard of it. Is there any accurate intelligence?" Hearing this, the whole group was frightened, secretly lamenting in their hearts, "This is bad. As long as Lord Grand Preceptor investigates this matter, he will definitely know that the Li family once plotted this." One of them immediately kneeled down and reported, "Lord Grand Preceptor, half a year ago this lowly one heard about the Divine Ruin, hid it from my father, and charged into the Chaogo mountain range by myself, and indeed saw the Divine Ruin with my own eyes. But the Divine Ruin did not emerge into the world, and there was also a very terrifying monster beast king guarding it. Fortunately, I managed to escape alive. At that time, this lowly one saw with my own eyes Yang Chen being swallowed into the belly of the monster beast king. Strangely, Yang Chen unexpectedly didn't die. Perhaps he knows some secret of the Divine Ruin." Hearing this, the Grand Preceptor let out two sounds of surprise, asking who Yang Chen was and where he was currently. Seeing that things didn't look right, his face grew tense, sweating like rain, thinking to himself, "I'm in trouble." Shao King only spoke up at this moment. "Yang Chen, the youth who injured me before, wasn't his name Yang Chen?" The Grand Preceptor then realized, "Oh, is it him?" Another person chimed in. "Among the core students of the Northern Court, there is indeed a person named Yang Chen, and besides, he also has some past origins with me." The old Grand Preceptor let out another sound of surprise.
In his heart, he thought, "Tiannan is so big, the only one who makes me want to make friends with is Zhen Wu." The Grand Preceptor said indifferently, "That kid has an arrogant air about him. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Zhen Wu, with the royal command on him, whether he can call me over still needs to be asked." That guy immediately took the order. "I will personally go and bring him back right away." At this time in the bamboo forest, Lingxi and Yang Chen were enjoying the rare peace between the two of them. Yang Chen stared infatuatedly at Lingxi, who was sleeping. He saw that Lingxi was as beautiful and radiant as flowers. He looked so silly at this moment, plotting in his heart.
Fox Spirit is really getting more and more beautiful. Maybe I should just stay here tonight. In his heart, he started thinking about 1,001 romantic things that could happen with Lingxi. The more he thought, the more excited he became, even drooling. The pink romantic atmosphere spread around, making the guy standing far away able to feel it. In his heart, he felt helpless and sighed. This kid's great disaster is imminent, and he doesn't even know it, yet he still has the energy to mess around with girls, not knowing what life and death is. Young Chun was immersed in his dream when something was thrown at his head, waking him up. He turned around and realized it was Old Man Q. This guy came looking for me again. The two of them greeted in unison. Grandpa Q, Martial Uncle Grandmaster. Old Man Q immediately said to Young Chun, "Follow me."
Young Chen let out an "oh." Walking behind Old Man Q, he thought, why do I have a bad premonition? Old Man Q then started questioning him. Kid Chen, what is going on with the Chago Divine Ruin? Unsure, he asked back, Divine send sound transmission? Young Chen guessed, Martial Uncle Grandmaster, is it someone from the Li family looking for me? The Martial Uncle Grandmaster immediately scolded. What Li family? The Eastern Land Grand Preceptor came under the king's orders to investigate the Divine Ruin. Li Junming said you were swallowed by a monster beast king, so he is certain that you are related to the Divine Ruin. In his heart, he angrily cursed. Damn it. Did he say the monster beast king found his meat too bitter and stopped eating? Meanwhile, Old Man Q was thinking, could it be that this brat had the fortune to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Ruin? You sure are lucky, kid. Kid Chen, no matter what, you absolutely cannot admit that you have obtained the Divine Ruin inheritance. Understand? He immediately nodded in agreement. They had reached the main hall in the core area of the Northern Court. Inside, the Grand Preceptor was waiting for them. A whole crowd of people was also waiting to watch a good show. Yang Chen entered and bowed to the Grand Preceptor. This junior Yang Chen greets the Lord Grand Preceptor. He was immediately interrogated by the Grand Preceptor. Yang Chen, I heard that you once entered the Chago mountain range, witnessed the Divine Ruin with your own eyes, and were swallowed by the monster beast guarding it. Is this true? At this moment, Yang Chen played dumb. Witnessed the Divine Ruin with my own eyes? What Divine Ruin? And swallowed by a monster beast? Who said that? If this junior was swallowed by a divine beast, how could I still be alive? A guy suddenly spoke up. Yang Chen, you still dare to quibble. Do you recognize who I am? Seeing the sky, Yang Chen got angry. You, the renowned young master of the Golden Eagle clan, I remember you very well. If it weren't for you forcing me that day, I wouldn't have fallen into such danger.
If you hadn't harbored the delusion of meddling in the Divine Ruin that Sixu possessed, angering the monster beast king in Chaogo Mountain, the living beings in Chaogo City wouldn't have fallen into such misery. As a person of Chaogo City, this enmity constantly urges us to cultivate diligently, waiting for the day we can wash our sabers and take revenge. Hearing this, the young master shouted, You, what nonsense are you sprouting? Young Chen continued, Am I talking nonsense? We, the people of Chaogo, do not fear death. Just a little inquiry will reveal that my words are the truth. Grand Priester, Chaogo is also part of the kingdom's territory, and we, the people of Chaogo, are also citizens of the kingdom. I hope the Grand Priester will uphold justice for us, people of Chaogo. The whole crowd dropped their jaws in astonishment at his words. The young master still stubbornly argued, Young Chen, don't you try to quibble. Answer the Grand Priester's question honestly. Seeing a brat like you talking such nonsense, it's 80% likely that you have obtained the inheritance of the Divine Ruin. Yang Chen immediately changed his attitude. He acted incredibly innocent. Haven't I already answered the Grand Priester's question truthfully? As the dignified patriarch of the Golden Eagle family, are you trying to use your power to bully others? No matter what, you cannot hide the sins you have committed against Chaogo City. The crowd was extremely panicked upon hearing this. One powerless guy thought to himself, Unexpectedly, this Yang Chen was so tough to deal with. Yang Chen was currently being interrogated. Yang Chen, let's put other matters aside for now. Tell us a bit about the Divine Ruin. You were swallowed alive by the Monster Beast King, so how are you still alive? Hearing this, he played dumb. Divine Ruin? What Divine Ruin?
Grand Preceptor, the so-called Divine Ruin was actually just fabricated by the Golden Eagle clan. The Chaogo mountain range never had any Divine Ruin at all. There was only a terrifyingly brutal Monster Beast King. As for the place with the Divine Ruin that Li Zhengming mentioned, it was entirely due to his extraordinary knowledge. Who would have thought that a Monster Beast King's lair would be mistaken for some Divine Ruin, to the point of implicating our Chaogo? Li Zhengming immediately shouted, You're lying! The Grand Preceptor interrupted. Let him continue speaking. Yan Chen continued to defend himself. That day, Li Zhengming unreasonably forced me into the Monster Beast King's lair to scout the way for him. This lowly one was forced into a corner with no way out, and could only try to approach it. I don't know where a dense black mist came from, probably an illusion array, and I was never swallowed alive by the Monster Beast King. If I had been swallowed by the Monster Beast King, how could I still be alive here now? Everyone was left speechless after hearing his words. They began to discuss. That's right. If he was swallowed into the stomach of the Monster Beast King, how could he survive? Yang Chen kept talking endlessly. My lords, if you don't believe me, you can take a trip to the Chaogao mountain range. With you all there, I believe even the brutal monster beast king wouldn't dare to do anything. By then, this lowly one will be proven innocent. Of course, Li Zhongming must also come. I want to see if he can survive being swallowed alive by the monster beast king. Li Zhongming thought back to the past, and he fearfully refused. That monster beast king is too terrifying. I'm not going. Li Zhongming seemed so terrified that he was sweating like rain.
The Grand Preceptor ended this scene. He said, "All right, Yang Chen, follow me to the Chaogao mountain range. Li Qianheng, your son needs to be taught well. Karma will eventually have to be paid." Li Qianheng immediately knelt down, thanking the Grand Preceptor for his teaching. Old Man Q secretly praised him. This kid knows how to talk. He then thought further. Yang Chen following the Eastern Land Grand Preceptor to the Chaogao mountain range. I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. The Grand Preceptor intended to leave immediately. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's go. Having said that, he and the group of people stepped outside. He shouted, and suddenly a resplendent fire phoenix flew over in the sky, causing Yang Chen to panic and scream, "Something is coming." The giant fire phoenix landed in front of them. Yang Chen opened his mouth in astonishment. He recognized that this was a Tianhe realm monster beast, the purple flame dragon sparrow. The Grand Preceptor then introduced, "This is my mount. Get on." Having said that, the three of them stepped onto the wings of the dragon sparrow. Yang Chen immediately signaled to Old Man Q behind him, implicitly telling him not to worry. Seeing this, Old Man Q smiled in relief. This kid. The dragon sparrow soared into the sky, taking them to the Chaogao mountain range. Xiao Qing was currently observing Yang Chen. She began to probe. "Do you really only have the cultivation of the true martial realm 5th level?" But she received no answer. Yang Chen was still calmly closing his eyes.
Xiao Qing was immediately angered by this attitude. She said to the Grand Preceptor, "Master, I want to spar with him." The master gently dropped a sentence. "You are not his match." Xiao Qing stubbornly replied, "Last time was just my carelessness." Yang Chen saw her temperament and judged that this little girl was probably spoiled rotten. Her personality wasn't too evil. It was just a pity that he and the Winged Phoenix royal clan were destined to be enemies. Yang Chen then called him to get up. "Get up quickly, let's have a match. This time I will definitely beat you until you crawl on the ground." Yang Chen only said indifferently, "So noisy, it's annoying to death." The Grand Preceptor didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them. That childish princess shouted again, "Get up, don't you dare, you coward, weakling, trash." Yang Chen had no choice but to cover his ears tightly. The Grand Preceptor at this time was secretly divining his fate. He snorted, glancing at him in astonishment, unable to believe it in his heart. "Impossible. Since I achieved the fate of a heavenly Tao master, there has never been a history of failure. Even divining the fate of the Eastern Land King would only consume a large amount of soul power." He once again executed the physiognomy secret art. Streams of qi began to surround Yang Chen, and a monster beast appeared. Yang Chen had just taken his hands off his ears, starting to not understand what was happening. He was still sinking in doubt in this situation. The Grand Preceptor continued to execute his magic technique, but he had already failed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he had to support himself with his hand to keep his body from collapsing. The master at this time had suffered a backlash, falling to his knees and vomiting fresh blood, which made Xiao Qing extremely worried. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The master comforted his disciple. "It's nothing. Don't be so shocked."
Seeing that, the Grand Preceptor focused his internal energy to gather qi for the red pill. Seeing this, Yang Chen was speechless, not understanding what was happening. In the old Grand Preceptor's heart, he was thinking, to calculate fate and encounter such a massive backlash. If it weren't for my soul power being much higher than that of ordinary Tianhe realm cultivators, I'm afraid this time wouldn't just be a matter of severe injuries. This brat's fate is too terrifying. Even with the physiognomy secret art combined with my soul power, it's difficult to calculate. Just what is so special about him? The Grand Preceptor then spoke up and asked Yang Chen, "Who else is left in your family?" Yang Chen immediately realized his purpose. He was trying to probe me just now, right? He didn't expect to suffer a backlash from the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. After thinking, he said, "Grand Preceptor, my family members died in the monster beast attack on the city last time. The Golden Eagle clan and I share an irreconcilable enmity." Hearing this, the Grand Preceptor let out an "ah" and said, "I have also received some news about the Chaogao beast-tide last time. The Li family has indeed gone a bit overboard, but retribution will eventually come one day." Seeing this, Yang Chen was extremely shocked. To think he actually supports my feud with the Li family. The old man continued, "Yang Chen, my name is Dongo Shiji. From now on, don't keep calling me Grand Preceptor this and Grand Preceptor that. Call me Uncle Dongo." Yang Chen hurriedly declined. "Grand Preceptor, how could I dare accept that?"
The Grand Preceptor then conjured a token, handed it to him, and said it was fine. "This is my Grand Preceptor token. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can present this token in the Eastern Land. My token is still somewhat useful." Saying that, the old man threw the token towards him. Yang Chen received the token, his face lighting up with joy as he thanked him. "Thank you, old Uncle Dongwo." He smiled slyly and thought, "With this token, the success rate of the escape plan that old man Q and I arranged will increase significantly." Xiao Chen was also extremely puzzled. She didn't know why her master had to curry favor with such a country bumpkin. Could it be that this brat had something extraordinary about him? The fire phoenix flew over the city gates. On the back of the fire phoenix were Xiao Chen and Yang Chen. In front was the old Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor asked Yang Chen, "Because my old illness has relapsed, I need to undergo treatment for a few days. How about we temporarily rest in Xiaogei City?" Yang Chen immediately said, "I will listen to all the arrangements of old Uncle Gongo." In his heart, he thought to himself, "This old man is really good at acting. He has already arranged the whole itinerary. Does he still need to ask me?" Arriving at their destination, the Grand Preceptor told Zikui, which is the fire phoenix bird carrying them, to land. Zikui quickly landed on the ground. The commoners around saw the fire phoenix and were dumbfounded in shock. One guy saw Zikui and immediately knew what was happening. He thought that with the appearance of a Tanhei realm monster beast, it must be a big shot arriving. But that guy was shocked when he saw Yang Chen on the back of the monster beast. He thought he was seeing a ghost. Could it be that Yang Chen escaped from Xiaogei and found some big backing? Then he shouted loudly, "You are so bold, daring to suddenly oppress the city lord's estate? Could it be that you look down on Xiaogei City as having no people?" He dared to be so courageous and arrogant because he thought, comparing backing, behind me is the Golden Eagle family. Seeing this, Yang Chen asked, "Where did I bully you?"
Xiao Qing proudly crossed her arms and forced that guy to kneel. The arrogant guy widened his eyes in shock and asked back, "Kneel?" Another ignorant guy appeared, calling Yang Chen's name. "You still dared to return to Xiaokei? You made me look for you so miserably." Saying that, the foolish guy swung his fist and rushed quickly towards Yang Chen. The Grand Priester said coldly, "Cripple him." A soldier rushed forward and gave that foolish guy a strike that made him vomit syrup, sending him rolling on the ground. The arrogant guy shouted loudly, "Ming-Jie," then went to help him up. At this time, the chest of his shirt was already soaked in blood. That guy was extremely angry and indignant. "You? Who exactly are you people? Is there still any king's law? I am the Xiaogei City Lord, yet you dare to assault others in broad daylight? I will definitely send this news to the Princess of Tiannan to demand justice." Yang Chen immediately sneered. "King's law? What face do you have to mention the king's law? You aid the enemy, lead wolves into the house, causing the people of Xiaogei to suffer? This is inhumanity. You ignored General Zunchan's merits in defending the territory, abolished his noble title, and seized his private troops. This is injustice. Blinded by personal desires, you and the Li family provoked the Monster King deep within the Xiaogei mountain range into a rage. You led the Beast Tide to attack Xiaogei City, causing over 100,000 elders and villages to lose their lives." Hearing Yang Chen's words, he could only get angry but couldn't say a word back. "You?" Yang Chen continued. "Beside me are the current Grand Priester and the Princess, yet you don't know right from wrong and led people to commit assault. This is disloyalty."
A merciless and unjust, heartless and unfilial kind like you, what face do you still have to live in this world? How do you still have the shamelessness to mention the royal laws? As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, that guy was so angry he spat out blood. Xiao Cheng saw this and thought, "Is this kid a deity?" He actually caused the city lord of Xiaogei City to be scolded to the point of vomiting blood on the spot. So vicious. Yang Chen then turned around and bowed respectfully. "Uncle Dongguo, this person was bold enough to dare to assassinate you and Her Highness the Princess. He cannot be forgiven." Hearing this, the city lord of Xiaogei City continued to vomit blood again. He could only stammer, "My lord." He kowtowed to the ground continuously and begged, "Grand Preceptor, Her Highness the Princess, I am wrongly accused." A guy in purple used light footwork to fly over and shouted loudly, "Who is bold enough to commit an assault?" Facing the Grand Preceptor's group were 3 people who had just flown down. Those people were curious in their hearts. Who are these people? The guy in purple saw Yang Chen and asked, "Yang Chen, you are actually still alive?" Yang Chen playfully replied, "Respected Pavilion Master, shouldn't this lowly one be alive?" Hearing this, the Pavilion Master snorted. In his heart he thought, "The background of these people is probably not small. I should observe first." The Grand Preceptor only then spoke up, "Capture them."
Hearing this, the Pavilion Master was extremely angry. A group of soldiers approached, surrounded them, and started attacking. The Pavilion Master was immediately knocked out cold. He fell face down on the ground. "Why? On what grounds are you arresting me?" The Grand Preceptor handed the matter over to Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, you handle it." Then he turned around and left with Xiao Qing. Yang Chen raised his hand and laughed loudly, saying, "Hee hee, high-level bare fists." He walked up to a guy who was still kneeling and kowtowing on the ground, not daring to look up. He coldly kicked the guy so hard that he spat out syrup and fell backward. The guy rolled on the ground, angrily shouting, "Yang Chen, what do you want to do?" Yang Chen arrogantly stepped on the guy's chest. He teased with the stain. "Wow, isn't this the Guan family patriarch? How did you end up in this virtuous state?" The Guan family patriarch, who was usually so arrogant and cruel, could now only resentfully swallow his anger. His mouth could only indignantly utter, "You." Yang Chen immediately snorted. Behind him was the Grand Preceptor's group of soldiers, so he wasn't afraid of anything because he already had a massive backing. The Guan family patriarch immediately changed his attitude. "Yang Chen, as a great man, please don't hold a grudge against a lowly person like me. It was all forced upon me by the young master of the Golden Eagle clan.
If the Guan family didn't comply, we would have to die. Yang Chen coldly kicked him again. Another mouthful of syrup was spat out. It seemed that the Guan family patriarch had lost quite a bit of blood today. Yang Chen told him, "Old man, this reason of yours doesn't sound pleasing to the ear. Change to another one." The pavilion master, seeing his attitude, thought to himself, "Does Yang Chen no longer want to live? Does he want to rebel?" The two soldiers behind him shared the same thought. This kid is really ruthless.
He continued to mock. Has the city lord still not found any other reason? Do you need my help to find one? At this moment, the city lord secretly felt that things were not looking good. He wants to kill me. No, I cannot die. Thinking so, the city lord crawled over, knelt down, and begged. Yang Chen, no, young Master Chen, Brother Chen, this lowly one was wrong. There is no enmity between you and me. Although Ming Jie once offended you, he has already paid the price. Please, spare me. Yang Chen said indifferently, So you are saying you don't deserve to die? The city lord pleaded with a pained expression. Brother Chen, this lowly one truly doesn't deserve to die. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and continued to tease. Oh, heaven has the virtue of caring for all living things. It seems your crimes truly don't warrant death. How about this? In a bit, you must sincerely repent. Repent to all the people of Chogo who luckily survived. Only then can you prove it. Spared from death, the city lord kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, this lowly one will definitely repent. Yang Chen then asked the soldiers behind him, Senior, please spread the news throughout the entire city. Just say that Guanzi will be publicly judged at the city lord's estate square. The soldiers immediately took the order. Understood. Upon receiving the news, the commoners of Chogo City started discussing. I heard that the city lord and Guanzi are being judged. Who has such great authority? I heard it's Yang Chen. The crowd of commoners and soldiers all shared the same question. Is that Yang Chen? Seeing Yang Chen, the senior sister thought to herself, has he returned? Could it be that he doesn't know the Guan family is searching for him everywhere? In the distance, the Guan family was kneeling down. Yang Chen stood proudly beside them, his back as straight as a pine tree.
Senior sister looked at the imposing manner of the soldiers behind and exclaimed, the aura of these people wearing golden armor is truly terrifying. Could it be that they were all brought back by Yang Chen? A thought flashed through her mind. Revenge? Another young woman stepped forward and called out, Brother Chen. Yang Chen skipped like a child, running toward his senior sister. Senior sister, long time no see. He rushed over and tightly hugged his senior sister. So fragrant. Senior sister then asked if he had hugged enough. Yang Chen replied, Not yet. Senior sister, I want to hug you like this for a lifetime. Hearing this, she laughed helplessly. Why are you still such a rascal? Seeing that scene, the other young woman's chest ached. She said, Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Is it true that we can never go back to how we were before? After Yang Chen finished his enthusiastic greeting with his senior sister, he cupped his hands to pay respects to his uncle. His uncle praised him. Kid, you have a promising future. Being praised, Yang Chen smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. I don't have any promising future. I just tried my best to fulfill my duty as a person of Chagos. This public trial of Guanzi can be considered as gaining back some advantage. One day, I will definitely kill Li Jian myself to comfort the souls of countless people of our Chagov. Uncle, after this incident, can you take the position of Chagov City Lord? In terms of prestige, you are the most suitable. His uncle shook his head and refused. Now I am just a cripple. I am afraid there is no way I can take on the position of City Lord. Yang Chen then said, The City Lord is an appointed official of the kingdom. It has nothing to do with cultivation base.
His uncle thought about his words. Finally, he also agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Hearing these words, he became happy and excited. That's great. With someone in Chago City, I can be at ease. He ordered the former city lord, in front of the elders and fellow villagers, repent immediately. Confess all the evil deeds you have committed over the years, at least 10 of them. If not, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The former city lord was extremely resentful. Damn brat, I must survive. Only by living will I have a chance to turn things around. After thinking, he started to confess his crimes one by one. I colluded with the Golden Eagle family. The people were shocked upon hearing this, not expecting Guanzi to be such a wicked person with heinous crimes. That's right, I didn't expect him to do so many bad things. An old man started to feel afraid. Why is this Guanzi saying everything out loud? Yang Chen started to threaten. My Chaogo has green mountains and blue waters. I didn't expect it to produce this kind of beast. If he doesn't die, where is the justice of heaven? The city lord immediately took a kick from him, sent flying several meters away. The cruel city lord couldn't believe it. You said you wouldn't kill me. Yang Chen mocked his stupidity. Truly stupid. I don't even believe my own words, yet you actually believe them? The whole group of people who were caught earlier were immediately beaten by the soldiers. They were being punished. The pavilion master's eyes began to turn ruthless. Perhaps he could not forgive today's humiliation. After dealing with that group of people, he excitedly announced, Now, the city lord of Chaogo City will be taken over by General Junshan.
The common people fully agreed with this announcement. Everyone cheered with joy. At the distant cliff, a loud noise suddenly echoed. The citizens panicked and ran to find a place to hide. The monster beasts are here! The monster beasts are here again! Run quickly! Help! Yang Chan observed the situation. With such a huge commotion, could it be the true martial sword emperor? At this time, the Grand Priest had also sensed such a massive disturbance, certain that a super-level powerhouse was fighting. The Grand Priest had ordered Dongguo Ming, "You lead 2 people to investigate. Do not be careless, and report back immediately if there is any news." Dongguo Ming accepted the order and left with 2 soldiers. Yes. Golden rays of light began to appear on the distant horizon. Yang Chen silently prayed, "True martial sword emperor, you must not let anything happen to you." The soldiers started coming back to report the situation to the Grand Priesthood. "Patriarch, there is a peerless powerhouse fighting against a giant Keelan divine beast. The cultivation of both sides is at least at the Purple Palace realm, and your subordinate speculates that they might have even surpassed the Purple Palace realm." The Grand Priesthood was astonished by this news. At least the Purple Palace realm? What a ridiculous joke. How could there be a super powerhouse in the Eastern land whose cultivation surpasses the Purple Palace realm? No, it's impossible. Because he did not believe these things, he decided to go and check it out himself. "Wait here, let me go and take a look."
The Grand Preceptor rode the Ziquei and flew away. Seeing the Grand Preceptor, Yang Chen immediately asked, "Lord Grand Preceptor, can you let me go with you?" The Grand Preceptor refused because his cultivation was still low. "You are only at the true martial realm 5th level. It is too dangerous to go this time. It is better for you to stay here." Yang Chen continued to beg, "Uncle Dongguo, I want to go and see the demeanor of a top-tier powerhouse." The Grand Preceptor finally agreed. "Get on." The Ziquei then soared towards the distant mountain. On its back, the 2 of them were extremely nervous and looking forward to seeing what was happening. A monster beast with blood-red eyes. Its physique looked truly intimidating. It flapped its wings and flew away to avoid the golden beams of light. A demon-subduing tower continuously released energy to destroy the monster beasts. In one by one, the defeated monster beasts fell down. A powerhouse with distinct blonde hair and an imposing aura appeared. The Grand Preceptor and Yang Chen observed this person's powerful aura from afar. The Grand Preceptor exclaimed, Too terrifying." The powerhouse said, "Zhenwu, surrender." The Zhenwu monster beast retorted, "You still don't have the qualifications for that." The powerhouse asked, "Why must it be like this?" Zhenwu angrily shouted, "Lo Jutian, remember this for me. Even if Thu only has 3 households, the one to destroy Meng will definitely be Thu." Lo Jutian felt something was wrong, inside inwardly. Crap, does it want to self-destruct? Zhenwu began to detonate. A powerful force spread into the surrounding space, and someone shouted, "Damn it!" The Grand Preceptor cried out, "This is bad." At this time, seeing this, Yang Chen immediately pretended, has this true martial sword emperor controlled the force yet? I'd better just pretend to faint first." Then he began to feign fainting. Before passing away, Grandpa had instructed me with a phrase, "Stars fall from the 9 heavens red. Autumn mountain will meet again." Stars fall from the 9 heavens red? Lo Jutian, Chu Hushan. Even if Thu only has 3 households, the one to destroy Meng will definitely be Thu. What exactly is the relationship between them?
A small mass of yellow energy gathered right in the middle of Yang Chen's forehead. That was Zhenwu, the monster beast who had left a message for him. "Kid, before I die, I don't have much to leave you. Only the heaven-wasting 13 swords that I have studied my whole life can be considered useful to you. It's a pity that this seat has dull aptitude and only comprehended up to the heavenly 9th sword. You, who survive, must comprehend it well. Remember clearly not to forget to avenge me. The bloodline of Marquis Chushan seems to have all died out. It all depends on you now. You must definitely live on, live well." In endless space of nothingness, Yang Chen was deeply moved at this moment. "True martial sword emperor, I am too moved. I want to cry. Lu Jutian, I have remembered this name clearly." Opposite him right now was the true martial sword emperor. Zhenwu shouted, "Heaven-wasting first sword." The dirt and rocks around the space started flying into the air. A surge of energy began to penetrate Yang Chen's entire body. He could feel it. That sword was too powerful. This was only the first sword of the heaven-wasting 13 swords. Although he still didn't know how strong that Lu Jutian was, he believed that one day he would openly and honorably stand in front of him and challenge him. At this time, the Grand Precept was constantly calling him to wake up. "Yang Chen, are you all right?"
He started to pretend to hold his chest and sat up. "Ouch, am I not dead?" The Grand Preceptor immediately said that neither of them was dead, and being able to return alive was truly fortunate. That blonde man, his cultivation base might have already surpassed the Purple Palace realm. Yang Chen immediately cupped his hands to thank the Grand Preceptor, thanking him for saving his life. The Grand Preceptor humbly said it was nothing, just a small matter, and told him not to be so polite. "Didn't I tell you that calling me uncle is fine?" Sigh, it seems that the so-called divine ruin is still a pipe dream for the Li family. Even if there is a divine ruin, it has been taken over by that Keelan divine beast. That son of Li Tianheng is truly stupid. Yang Chen rest for 3 days and then returned to Tiannan. He respectfully replied yes. Returning to his room, he began to circulate his inner energy after inheriting the power of the Zenwu sword. Thinking about what had just happened, he thought that if nothing unexpected happened, his Yang family had an extraordinary background, being a member of the so-called faction of Autumn Mountain. It was just that, where exactly was Autumn Mountain? 3 days later, the Grand Preceptor rode Ziquei over and invited him. Yang Chen, Tiannan is still too small. Why don't you come with me to the royal capital? As for the royal capital, whether its cultivation resources or opportunities, they far surpass Tiannan. Yang Chen pondered what scheme the Grand Preceptor was up to. This was him showing sincerity. Unfortunately, because of Lingzi, he was destined to be enemies with the Winged Phoenix royal clan. They were not on the same side. He smiled and declined. Uncle Donkui, this kid's cultivation is still low, so I should stay in Tiannan for a while longer. I will definitely go to the royal capital, but at least I have to reach the martial seed realm first.
The Grand Preceptor then thought about this kid. At this time in the northern court, Yang Chen was wondering what was going on with the people around him, as everyone looked sluggish and exhausted. He found a young lady and asked what had happened. Why did everyone look so gloomy? The young lady sadly said that recently, the core students from the other 3 courts in the martial mansion had been continuously provoking the students of the northern court, and our northern court students had lost miserably, not winning a single match. Someone saw him and rushed over. "Yang Chen, you're finally back." Yang Chen immediately asked what was wrong. The junior brother said that Jian Wuquei and Lu Shu of the Eastern Court had a challenge match at the training ground, and he was seriously injured. This news shocked him. What? In a small room, Wuquei was inside being treated by a young lady. "Brother Wuquei, if it hurts, just cry out. It will feel a bit better that way. I told you not to push yourself so hard, but you wouldn't listen." The door opened, and Yang Chen walked in. Linger saw him enter and felt incredibly embarrassed and shy. Yang Chen smiled and teased the two of them. "Oh, did I come too early and ruin your good moment?" Linger angrily snapped in embarrassment. "Yang Chen, what nonsense are you saying? I am just helping Wuquei apply medicine." "Yeah, applying medicine. I know you're applying medicine." Linger put her hands on her hips and asked, "What we do has nothing to do with you, right? Also, why are you sneaking into my house?" Wuquei finally spoke up at this moment. "Brother, stop teasing Linger. Did anything happen this time when you went to Chaogate with the Eastern Land Grand Preceptor?" Yang Chen immediately said it was nothing. It was a long story, and he would tell him in detail later. "Xiaoquei, what's with your injury? Why did you even go up to the battle stage for a challenge?" Linger answered on Wuquei's behalf. It's all because that Lu Shu was causing trouble. Yang Chen, you don't know. Lu Shu blocked the gate of our northern court and called you out by name to challenge you. Moreover, that guy said a lot of insulting things about senior brother Bagwan, which were extremely hard to listen to. Wuquei couldn't hold back, so he fought on your behalf." Yang Chen then asked about Lu Shu's background. Hearing this question, Linger got angry. "You don't even know Lu Shu. He is the youngest son of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master. Relying on a bit of martial arts talent, after entering the Eastern Court, he became extremely arrogant."
Yang Chen asked again, "The son of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master? What is Luo Shu's cultivation level?" She replied, "Luo Shu is the most shameless person. His cultivation is not only 2 levels higher than Wu Kui's, but his whole body is also equipped with a peak-grade yellow-tier inner armor. Let alone Wu Kui, even a 10th level true martial realm expert would find it hard to harm him." Yang Chen then instructed, "Xiaoquei, just focus on healing your injuries. That Luo Shu, I will teach him a lesson." Wu Kui anxiously advised him, "Brother, don't go. His influence is quite high. You are not his match." Yang Chen told his brother not to worry. In an uncertain situation, he wouldn't act recklessly. After saying that, he resolutely turned and walked away. First, he began to cultivate to increase his cultivation level. He told himself that his current cultivation was very low. For now, he would just focus on raising his cultivation level and figure things out later.
At the Duanmu estate at this moment, the Grand Preceptors group had arrived. Their aura was truly majestic. The Marquis came to pay his respects. For the Grand Preceptor to accept our invitation and come here is the honor of our Duanmu estate. After speaking, the old man respectfully invited him in. The Grand Preceptor then said, "The Marquis is too polite. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this old man truly wouldn't dare to believe that there is still such a beauty in this world. I can guess that you will certainly be able to enjoy all the favor of the 13th Master." Ling Si immediately thought at this moment, "The favor of the 13th Master? What does that mean? Does the Marquis' estate want to give me to the 13th Master?" She worriedly wondered what she should do. Xiao Qing was extremely jealous. Wait until the 13th Master inherits the throne, then she will be the secondary consort, this damn woman. In front of the gates of the Duanmu estate, her uncle then told Ling Si, "Let's go in too." Ling Si, scared and stammering, said, "Uncle, Her uncle urged Ling Si that she absolutely must not be impatient and must stay calm. This matter needed to be considered more carefully. "I also only found out about this matter not long ago. This is the decision of the patriarch and the elders. The blame also lies with your useless uncle who couldn't protect your mother back then, and yet this tragedy has now shifted to you. Later on, you absolutely must not offend the Grand Preceptor. We still have time." Ling Si could only stand still and look at her uncle. The uncle entered the hall and respectfully reported, "Grand Preceptor, could I ask you to do a divination reading for our Ling Si?" The Grand Preceptor agreed, "All right." He began to do a divination reading for Linger, but things were not right. The Grand Preceptor let out a, "Huh? What the hell?
Why doesn't my fate wheel martial soul have the slightest bit of information?
Maternal uncle anxiously asked the Grand Preceptor, "How is Lingxi's fate?" The Grand Preceptor's face darkened. He did not know how to answer this question. The Grand Preceptor continued to ponder. To think that I cannot see through it. This girl's talent is incredibly bizarre. Or could it be that her destiny defies the heavens? Should I execute the physiognomy secret art in coordination with the fate wheel martial soul to forcefully probe her fate? If it goes smoothly, it will be fine, just a slight depletion of soul power. But if something unexpected happens and her soul suffers a backlash, then it will be a huge trouble. The Grand Preceptor was extremely hesitant at this moment, and then he made a decision. Slip away. The crowd stood in a daze, not knowing what was happening. That maternal uncle immediately chased after him and asked the Grand Preceptor, "How is Lingxi's destiny?" The Grand Preceptor left behind the phrase indescribably noble and disappeared. The crowd watched the receding back of the Grand Preceptor who had already left. The Grand Preceptor was currently sitting on the back of Ziquei, angrily swearing that from now on this old man would never read anyone's fortune again. Maternal uncle then instructed Lingxi, "In the future, the family will fully provide everything you need for cultivation." Xiao Cheng sneered at this moment. Indescribably noble, isn't it just because she is married to the 13th Master? The 13th Master will be the sole royal prince of the Eastern Land in the future. Meanwhile, on Young Chen's side, he was currently being blocked by a group of people. A young punk asked, "Are you Young Chen? I heard you were the disciple of that trash Tian Baguang. Haha. To think that back then my father kindly spared his dog life, yet he still has the face to take in a disciple." The whole crowd laughed incessantly. Young Chen asked the guy, "You are Lu Shu of the Shadow Kill Pavilion? Being born ugly is not your fault, but going out to scare people is not right. Luckily, I haven't eaten anything yet, otherwise I would definitely throw up." Lu Shu angrily said, "Damn it." Young Chen smirked contemptuously. "Hey, who are you scaring? This place belongs to us humans. Scram back to where you live." At this moment, Lu Shu was so angry that his fury surged to the heavens. He shouted, "Young Chen, I, Lu Shu, officially challenge you." Facing that fiery temper, Young Chen was extremely calm. What kind of thing are you? A dog in human skin has no right to challenge this young master." Lu Shu immediately threatened, "Young Chen, don't think I don't know that trash Tian Baguang is at the Zhoujian Academy in the outer city. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better accept my challenge. Remember, this is a ruleless duel." Young Chen's expression began to change and became serious, asking Lu Shu, "Are you serious?" Lu Shu confidently said, "Of course." Young Chen left a sentence and turned away. "You'd better make proper arrangements for your funeral. Besides, a ruleless duel? Fine, but we must bet an additional 20 million spirit stones. Go prepare." Lu Shu was extremely shocked at this moment. "What?" At the bamboo forest in the eastern court, Young Chen stepped into the Grandmaster's house. He asked the Grandmaster where Lingxi went, and the Grandmaster replied that he didn't know. He then pleaded, "Grandmaster, I've encountered a little bit of trouble."
The Grandmaster coldly said that for small matters he should solve them himself, and for big matters he should go find his master. Young Chen began to act. "Grandmaster, it is a very, very big matter." The Grandmaster sighed and asked him, "Kid, do you believe in reincarnation?" Young Chen asked blankly, "What?" The Grandmaster started complaining. "I don't know what karma this old man created in my past life to owe such a huge debt of cause and effect. Originally, I only had one creditor, Tian Baguang, but I didn't expect to have an additional one, which is you." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "This old man is really interesting. I didn't even ask for anything, so what creditor is he talking about?" Grandpa Ouya started asking if he had begun learning the Lingsha sword art. He immediately replied, "Grandmaster, I have been comprehending the first sword form for nearly half a year and have begun to reach the level of great perfection." The old grandpa told him to go try it out. Yang Chen began to circulate his qi. A spark gathered in the palm of his hand. He began to execute the sword art. Seeing him execute the sword art, Grandpa Ouya felt speechless and asked him, "Did Tian Baguang teach you like this?" Yang Chen puzzledly asked, "Could it be that what I executed was not the Lingshan sword posture?" The Grandmaster immediately showed disdain. "You dare to call this level of power Lingshan sword posture at great perfection? Do you even know swords?" Saying that, the old man began to execute his own sword art. This aura was so powerful that Yang Chen found it hard to resist. Seeing the bright sword streams emanating from behind the old Grandmaster, he thought to himself, "Is this sword intent? This is too badass. What exactly is this?" The Grandmaster began to teach him, "Kid, if you want to use a sword, you must first have a sword. Let me ask you, if you held a sharp sword in your hand, could you execute the Lingshan sword posture and slash out 30 streams of sword chi in a single breath?"
If you can do that, it can barely be considered reaching the minor accomplishment level. The great perfection level requires combining it with sword intent. Sword intent? For you, it is still too far away. You don't even understand the sword, so it is hard for you to comprehend sword intent. Yang Chen heard this and shouted in astonishment. "What?" The master continued teaching him.
As for the formless sword level, it is even more out of reach for you. It surpasses sword intent. Kid, you want to run before you can walk. What you execute is merely the sword. Yang Chen replied in embarrassment. Yes. Grandpa Wu Ya grabbed a bamboo stem, threw it toward him, and said, "This is your new sword. Use it to practice the Lingshan sword posture." Yang Chen received the bamboo stem, feeling distressed. "This is my new sword?" He stroked the bamboo stem and continued pondering. How can I execute the Lingshan sword posture with this bamboo stem? Can it withstand the true solar chi? Seeing his attitude, the master got angry, and rolling fire energy surged out. That fire energy wrapped around his bamboo stem. His eyes widened in amazement. He held up the bamboo stem radiating the fire energy, and thought to himself, what kind of bamboo stem is this? Sword bamboo? Can sword bamboo resist the true solar chi? He started swinging the bamboo sword, slashing a path to execute his sword chi. He began to practice frantically. Yang Chen executed his magic technique while cursing. "Tian Baguang, what kind of master are you anyway?" Seeing that the situation was stable, the master said, "Comprehend it well," and then left. At this time, Yang Chen had practiced his sword until he collapsed from exhaustion. 10 days later, he continued to practice his sword in the bamboo forest. He sighed with emotion. This Grandmaster is truly formidable. Aside from his somewhat toxic mouth, his teaching is definitely at the Grandmaster level. 100 Tian Baguangs cannot even compare. The Grandmaster walked over at this moment and threw a sword to him. "Here."
He immediately received it and said yes, but the sword was too heavy. He used all the strength in his life and still couldn't lift it. Yang Chen muttered, my cultivation is already at the true martial realm 6th level, and moreover, I cultivate the primordial demonic dragon battle physique. My pure physical strength has long exceeded 10,000 caddies, yet I cannot lift this wooden sword. How strange." His master immediately scolded him for being truly useless, unable to even hold a sword firmly. He trembled, unable to lift the sword. He then said to him, "Your Grandmaster is poor, having nothing to give you, so he made a sword for you. This is truly your first sword. Later on, as long as you are not too stupid, you can use it to comprehend sword intent." Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately became excited. Perhaps this wooden sword has a quite significant background, because that old man's cultivation is at the peak of the 9th level of the Chanhe realm, and it took him 10 whole days to make this sword. The Grandmaster continued speaking. "In the future, you will use the wooden sword to practice the Lingshan sword posture. When you can comfortably and proficiently execute 30 streams of sword intent, only then can you leave here, and only then will you be qualified to comprehend the second move, the Linghe sword posture." Yang Chen asked cautiously. "Then how long will it take?" Yang Chen held his sword, thinking with determination. There are only 10 days left until the duel with Lo Shu. I must make the most of my time. At this moment, Ling Shi had returned. Seeing Ling Shi arrive, he immediately ran over to call out to her, but tripped and fell flat on his face. Ling Shi's eyes curved into a smile when she saw him fall. Yang Chen still smiled flatteringly at her. Just as he was about to run toward his beloved, a loud shout rang out. "Do not step out of the courtyard door." The Grandmaster said to Ling Shi, "Little girl, go practice your sword on your own. If you have no business here, do not come." Ling Shi obediently replied with a yes, then turned away, leaving Yang Chen standing behind with his mouth wide open. She didn't forget to wave goodbye to Yang Chen. Once Ling Shi's figure was far away, Yang Chen angrily shouted, "Old man, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" The Grandmaster provoked him back. "I did it on purpose. What can you do about it?" He thought resentfully. "So my master's despicable bad habit was learned from this old man. Damn it." The Grandmaster continued, "Kid, to a sword practitioner, the sword is like their life, because your life is entirely devoted to it. If you treat it with sincerity, it will also be loyal to you. From now on, no matter when or where, you must never be separated from it. Wait until you reach the Tianming realm, then you can engrave the Spirit Awakening array pattern on it." Yang Chen asked suspiciously, "Spirit Awakening?" He raised the sword, examining it while thinking to himself, "Is the material of this black wooden sword really that miraculous, to the point of achieving Spirit Awakening?" 10 days later, Yang Chen was still practicing diligently. He was so exhausted that he slumped on the ground and yawned. The Grandmaster sat nearby, gently enjoying his tea.
Seeing him tired in the distance, he reminded him, "Kid, a sword is also a lethal weapon. It must be used carefully. Logically speaking, your path of the sword has just begun, so saying these things to you is just like playing the lute to a cow, but I still hope you remember them well." Yang Chen also felt puzzled at this moment. The Grandmaster continued, "I hope your future path of the sword will not be led astray. I wish you can comprehend sword intent and condense an immortal sword heart. Go." Hearing this, he immediately had a bad premonition. Was the old man saying goodbye to him? He kneeled on one knee. "Grandmaster, I will remember your words, and one day I will make the prestige of the Lingshan sword art resonate throughout the world." He returned to the room where Wu Kui was recovering from his injuries. The dog next to Linger saw him and barked.
Linger asked Yang Chen, "Do you really want to fight Lu Shu?" He said confidently, "It's just one Lu Shu. I don't even put him in my eyes." Linger said helplessly, But he has the protection of a peak yellow tier armor. Can you break his defense?" Yang Chen acted mysterious and said vaguely, "You will know when the time comes." In his heart, he thought, "Are you kidding? The Lingshan sword pastor executed with the Blackwood sword is too terrifying, let alone a peak yellow tier armor. Even a low-grade profound tier armor might not be able to withstand the peerless sword chi of the Lingshan sword pastor." He laughed and said to Linger, "When Xiao Kui comes back, tell him that I came looking for him." As soon as he stepped out the door, he thought, "There are still 10 days left. I must make the most of the time to comprehend the heaven-wasting first sword."
At Yang Chen's residence, he began to focus on his cultivation. He started swinging his sword, and all the surrounding boulders shattered. The source of power was immensely colossal. He continued to channel his chi, feeling this absolute power. When he returned to reality, he found it too terrifying. That single sword strike seemed like it wanted to destroy the heavens and eradicate the earth. He began to calculate, if he continuously delved deep into the heaven-wasting first sword, could it be that upon reaching the true martial realm, he would be able to form sword intent? An hour later, he lay sprawled on the floor, muttering to himself that it wouldn't do. He had consumed too much divine sense. He could only persist for an hour before having to rest. He wrapped himself in a blanket and complained about being too exhausted. His eyes started to droop, and Yang Chen tiredly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw his little brother. Yang Chen yawned and muttered, "What are you doing? You scared me to death." Wu Kui immediately asked, "Brother, why did you agree to a life-and-death duel with Lu Shu?" Yang Chen replied, "Serves that bastard right for seeking death? Your brother is kind-hearted, so I granted his wish." Wu Kui trusted his senior brother deeply and happily said, "Hee, big brother, can you defeat Lu Shu?" Wu Kui started to worry again. "Brother, if you kill that kid, I'm afraid the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master won't let it slide." Yang Chen's attitude was completely fearless. What do you think Old Man Q has been busy with all this time? Don't worry. When the time comes, Old Man Q will naturally deal with the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master." Wu Kui obediently listened to his senior brother. "Okay." Yang Chen then asked, "Right, how are things between you and Linger?" Wu Kui said pitifully, "Brother, that girl won't let me touch her." Yang Chen suddenly shouted in surprise. "What?" Wu Kui asked his brother. "Didn't you once say that if you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first get her body?" Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. "Did I say that?" Wu Kui confirmed that his brother had indeed said so. Yang Chen could only praise his younger brother. "You're really something else." He put his arm around Wu Kui's shoulder and instructed, "Xiao Kui, this matter must be taken slowly. You can't rush it." Wu Kui looked at him and asked, "Then what should I do?" Yang Chen taught his silly little brother, "Dating. Understand? Dating." Wu Kui walked away while pondering his senior brother's words. Dating.
A moment later, Yang Chen held the wooden sword and thought to himself, according to Old Man Gongsun, this is called sword consciousness. It is useful for condensing sword chi. He pondered. Suddenly, he was so shocked that his eyes opened wide. His sword consciousness began to gain incredible power. In a small, crude, thatched hut, the sword began to refine and increase its power. In physical reality, Yang Chen's hand gripped the sword, which was emitting a black aura. That aura began to rise and gradually penetrated Yang Chen's head. The black aura rushed into his forehead, and his eyes began to turn pitch black. He let out a loud shout, sweating like rain. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is truly strange. My divine sense seems to have become stronger than before." He looked down, asking doubtfully, "What is this?"
The sword was enveloped by a stream of chi like a colorful vortex of energy. Yang Chen cursed silently. What the hell, can a martial soul actually disappear? Did it return to the sword realm? He stepped into a desolate space, surrounded by countless swords planted into the ground. Seeing this, he sighed. I really did see a ghost. He began to feel amazed. In the distance, he saw the sword and approached it. His hand began to touch the sword hilt. The sword violently shook at this moment. Seeing this, he said, "This black sword soul is actually a terrifying killing Dao sword soul. If my divine sense wasn't steadfast, I'm afraid I would be gone by now." He determinedly used his strength to grasp the sword hilt. Streams of chi radiated all around. He used all his strength to pull the sword out, channeling all his might to draw the sword. His hand had already firmly grasped the sword hilt. The sword was successfully pulled out by him. Yang Chen had now calmly handled the sword. He shouted, "Out!" The sword began to possess incredible power. This was a slaughter sword soul. The so-called slaughter was to kill all living beings. There was nothing in this world that could not be killed. The lamp suddenly went out. He held the sword in front of his eyes to observe, and feeling the energy of the sword, he exclaimed, "The martial soul is truly terrifying." Yang Chen immediately recalled the words his master once said. Killing intent is a thought of the killing Tao, belonging to martial intent, and martial intent is the invisible power that awakens a cultivator of the Tianhe realm after comprehending heaven and earth. Killing intent is equivalent to sword intent in the sword Tao, able to attack the opponent's soul and divine sense, disrupting the opponent's mind. Understanding everything, he laughed heartily.
From now on, I no longer need to fear the pressure of a Tanhei round powerhouse.
He arrogantly said, "Lo Shu, you are definitely dead this time." Young Chen was strolling on the street. He started to feel suspicious. Huh? In front of a shop, he wondered what was going on. The primordial demonic dragon martial soul reacted so strongly. He stepped into the shop. Inside the shop, there was a shopkeeper sitting and reading a book. Seeing a guest arrive, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed him. "Welcome, young master. Do you want to pawn or redeem items?" Young Chen asked if this place sold pawned items. The shopkeeper then said, "Ah, the boss of our shop has collected quite a few rare treasures, even items from ancient times. Please go this way." The shopkeeper led him to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a messy pile of miscellaneous items. Young Chen swiped his hand across an item, and his hand was covered in dust. He then asked the shopkeeper if he was playing with him. Was he sure these miscellaneous things were items for sale? The shopkeeper smiled and replied that they were all worthless items. If he liked them, paying a few spirit stones would do. Young Chen agreed. All right. He suddenly saw a circular stone slab cracked all over its surface, faintly emitting a red energy glow. It had a small corner chipped off. Young Chen picked it up and asked what kind of stone this was. The shopkeeper explained that it was cloud ironstone. If used to forge artifacts, its material could absolutely meet the requirements of a low-grade yellow-tier artifact.
After hearing this, Yang Chen immediately decided, I'll buy it. He asked for the price. How many spirit stones? Sir, would 10 spirit stones be acceptable? He immediately agreed and handed over 10 spirit stones. After paying, he took the item and left. The shopkeeper behind him enthusiastically saw him off. Sir, take care. You are welcome to visit again next time. The shopkeeper returned to the inner courtyard and reported to Elder He. Just now, someone from the Tan Non-Martial Mansion came here. I sold some miscellaneous items and made 8 spirit stones. Elder He praised him. Good. The shopkeeper felt smug in his heart. I made a profit. Hee hee. Inside the room, Elder He added, Yet I felt a kind of killing intent on the young master. It seems his luck isn't bad to be able to awaken divine intent while still in the true martial realm. Very good. Yang Chen felt very happy that he was truly lucky today. He had bought a treasure for just 10 spirit stones. As soon as he entered the backyard, he saw that his master had returned and was drinking tea with Old Man Q. Old Man Q said to his master, Ba Guang, returning to Tiannan this time, you have made 2 great contributions. First, curing the deadly poison in Linger for me, which puts my mind at ease. Second, finding me a good disciple like Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei has the best talent I have ever seen. One day he will definitely become a great success. However, the disciple you took in is truly not good. Why is your judgment of people so poor? That kid Yang Chen is flashy, acts recklessly, has a bad temper, is arrogant and conceited, and has poor talent. It will be very difficult to polish him into a success. He is basically dead wood.
Hearing this, Young Chin's master immediately said, Master, you are absolutely right. Taking Young Chin as a disciple is a great failure of mine. He is not only dead wood but also a jinx. However, I see that Wu Che has extremely good talent. He is definitely the disciple that Martial Uncle is most proud of. It's just that Xiao Che is too honest. He listens to that kid Yang Chin about everything. In order to bring Xiao Che back to Tiannan, I only reluctantly accepted Yang Chin as a disciple. Old Man Q immediately agreed. Indeed, Xiao Che is good in every way, just too honest. Yang Chin, in the distance, hearing the 2 old men speaking ill of him, became extremely angry. Seeing him walking over with a dark face, Tian Baguang immediately said, Yo, stinky brat, you're back? What are you standing there blankly for? Martial Uncle Grandmaster is right in front of you. Why don't you quickly pay your respects? Old Man Q, seeing him return, immediately asked, I heard you, kid, are very famous lately. The whole Martial Mansion is buzzing about your life and death battle with Lu Shu. Yang Chen immediately took the teacup on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After drinking, he praised Aunt Ying. Your craftsmanship is amazing. This Da Hong Pao tastes much better than Manhua tea. Martial Uncle Grandmaster, it was that Lu Shu who courted death. It would be fine if he just called my Grandmaster a piece of trash, but he dared to seriously injure Xiao Che. If it weren't for his treasure artifact, how could he possibly be Xiao Che's opponent? Tian Baguang, upon hearing this, felt an unbearable anger. Aunt Ying, listening to him, chuckled secretly, thinking this kid was getting more and more mischievous. Yang Chen continued, Master, Grandmaster asked me to pass a message to you. Tian Baguang immediately urged him to speak quickly. Grandmaster said that heaven has the virtue of caring for life. Tell Tian Baguang to create less bad karma. Karma is a cycle. Whatever I owed him in the previous life, this old man has already paid off completely. Hearing these words, Tian Baguang's eyes welled up with tears, and he silently called out Master in his heart.
Old Man Q then asked about his life and death duel. What do you think your chances of winning are? Yang Chen said confidently, Not an 80% chance, but I do have a 90% chance. Hearing this, but 3 of them were shocked. What? Tian Baguang had no words left for his disciple's overly confident attitude. Old Man Q still didn't believe him. You have only reached the true martial realm's 6th level. What is your trump card? How are you going to destroy the shield of a top-grade yellow-tier artifact? Yang Chen raised his sword and said arrogantly, Relying on my sword. Tian Baguang immediately asked, What kind of wooden sword is this? He proudly boasted, This was given to me by Grandmaster. Tian Baguang said, Let me take a look.
Yang Chen hurriedly hid the sword behind his back. It's shy around strangers. It is still being nourished and temporarily cannot be touched by other swordsmen. Hearing this, his master let out an "oh." Seeing the sword, Old Man Q suspiciously thought to himself, could this be? He then said, "Kid, this is an ancient divine artifact, something that your grandmaster and I obtained after going through a near-death experience. To think that you, kid, would ultimately be the one to benefit." Hearing this, Yang Chen was astonished by the origin of the wooden sword. An ancient divine artifact? Martial Uncle Grandmaster, what is the origin of this wooden sword? Old Man Q advised him, "You, kid, go back to the martial mansion. Duanjin Academy is no ordinary place. No one would dare to act recklessly there." Hearing this, he took his leave. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Grandmaster, Master, Aunt Jing, take care." Watching his fading back, Tian Baguang manned. He finally looked somewhat like a swordsman. Old Man Q chimed in, "At least he has a brighter future than you." Aunt Jing then voiced her feelings. Kid Chen has an aura of killing intent surrounding him. It's a bit strange.
Walking on the street, Young Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. He sensed the spiritual chi of Shadow Kill. Young Chen held his head and thought, what is going on? Isn't this the Shadow Kill sword soul? Why did it run to the Sea of Consciousness? If I am in the Sea of Consciousness, does it mean I can manipulate it? He began to think about this situation. Young Chen began to circulate his chi. He was full of doubts, not understanding what was happening. What is this Shadow Evasion Martial Intent? Shadow Evasion Martial Intent, once executed, the figure will disappear completely, like a phantom existing in a parallel space. This is a legendary martial intent of the dark attribute. He happily realized, I really hit the jackpot this time. With such a heaven-defying martial intent, it seems the heavens want this young master to break into houses and rob. No, that's not right. It should be eliminating evil and promoting good. At the center of the northern court, when the moon was high in the sky, while Yang Chen was in his room, a knock sounded on the door. He opened the door and asked who it was. Outside the door was unexpectedly Senior Sister Yue. Senior Sister Yue greeted him, "Young Master Chen, can I come in and sit for a while?"
Young Chen was a bit hesitant, but he still agreed. Of course. Senior Sister Yue entered his room, and he immediately asked, "Senior Sister Yue, your distinguished self has graced me with your presence. I wonder what guidance you have." Seeing this, Senior Sister Yue jokingly teased him, "Young Master Chen, why do we have to be so formal with each other? Before coming here, I deliberately asked Lingxi. She doesn't mind you, so what are you afraid of? Besides, don't all you men dream of embracing women on the left and right?" Young Chen was in a difficult position, sweat pouring down. He inwardly lamented, "This demoness." Senior Sister Yue sat on his bed and praised, "The scenery here is quite nice." Young Chen, who was usually quick-lipped, could only stammer now, Senior Sister Yue." Senior Sister Yue immediately burst into charming and enchanting laughter. She said, "Young Master Chen, you have entered my Liyun Pavilion. In this life and the next, don't even think about escaping me." Young Chen quickly explained, "Senior Sister Yue, didn't I already say it last time? In my heart there is only Lingxi. I cannot hold anyone else. Moreover, I come from a humble background, a country bumpkin. I am truly not worthy of you." Senior Sister Yue sharply replied, "Young Master Chen, saying it like this is meaningless. I haven't even started and you already despise me. When I go back, I will definitely tell Lingxi." After saying that, she pressed close to Young Chen's body, making him feel that it was too soft. No, this woman is really dangerous. Senior Sister Yue then asked him about the match with Lo Shu. "Right, what's the deal with your life and death duel with Lo Shu? His strength is very powerful, and he's extremely sinister, invincible in the center of the Eastern Court." Yang Chen clenched his fists, showing his determination. No matter what his previous battle record was, facing me, he is definitely dead. Senior Sister Yue added, "But your cultivation base is only at the true martial realm 6th level. This gap is too big. Furthermore, Lo Shu still has a top-grade yellow tier inner armor. It will be very difficult for you to injure him."
Sister Ye seemed very worried about him. "You must not die. You are my person." Seeing Sister Ye sticking so close to him, he immediately stepped back. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Ye. I believe I can eliminate the threat for the martial mansion. You will know the result in a few days." Sister Ye did not believe him, asking where he got his confidence from. Saying that, she took out a treasure. Sister Ye immediately handed him a suit of armor. "This is the heavenly silk black armor, a top-grade yellow tier inner armor." She said anxiously that it might help him win in this upcoming life and death battle. After giving what needed to be given and saying what needed to be said, Sister Ye dashed away as fast as a puff of smoke, leaving Yang Chen gaping behind. Holding the gift Sister Ye gave him, he felt awkward. The hardest thing to accept is the grace of a beauty. With so many outstanding talents in the martial mansion, how did this Ye Shaoxin take a fancy to him? He suddenly remembered the stone he bought today, almost forgetting about this toy. He held up the stone to study it. Could this cloud iron stone be related to the primordial demonic dragon martial soul? The stone still emitted an inexplicable energy. Yang Chen tried to feel the energy of this stone. Suddenly, the cracks on the surface of the stone gradually widened, and then it shattered into pieces. Yang Chen looked at his empty hands, not understanding what happened. Did it disappear? But at this moment, in the void, a demonic dragon was coiling around a golden liquid.
Then that liquid flowed along throughout Yang Chen's meridians. He gritted his teeth to endure this extreme discomfort. His heart felt as if it was expanding. Yang Chen began to feel a headache and dizziness. He had to hold on to the table to stand firm. Could that golden liquid be the essence blood of a true dragon? He slammed his hand on the table. The tabletop immediately cracked and emitted smoke. At this moment, Yang Chen was truly frightened. The material of this stone pedestal was ironstone, yet it was smashed to pieces. The night sky outside remained strangely peaceful, with stars twinkling in the sky. Inside the room, Yang Chen had just finished cultivating. He was finally over. A single drop of the golden liquid multiplied his strength several times, and also opened the battle acupoints on his left and right shoulders. This thing was truly formidable. It seems he had to press his advantage to see how many battle acupoints he could open. He stepped out of the door full of vigor. The progress of opening battle acupoints was currently at 10 spots. There were still 6 days until the fight with Lu Shu. He should go to the workshop boss's place to take a look. Yang Chen stared thoughtfully into the distance, then started heading out. Suddenly, he saw something very unexpected, scratching his head and letting out an "oh." 6 days later, the day of the arranged battle had arrived. As Yang Chen was preparing to go to the battle location, Wu Kuei was very worried about him. "Ah, how about I go to battle in your place?" Yang Chen remained the same, speaking very confidently. "You're thinking too highly of that dwarf Lu Shu. Let's go. Watch your older brother wring that kid's neck to vent your anger."
Wu Kuei did not know where he got a flag from, going with Linger to cheer for their senior brother. "Let's go, brother. Linger and I are going to cheer for you." The three of them proceeded together to the appointed dueling location. At this time, everyone was already fully seated inside. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen sneered, thinking that today's appointed duel was not simple after all. Lu Shu and his gang swaggered over with extreme arrogance. That guy always maintained a haughty attitude, looking down on others, not knowing that his final days were approaching. Lu Shu asked if he was in a hurry to seek death. Yang Chen turned on his foul-mouthed mode again. "Hearing that the son of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master has to go down to the Yellow Springs today, I deliberately came to get a glass of fresh blood. Perhaps you don't know, I raise a monster beast. It's a dog named Sha He, and it likes to drink human blood." Lu Shu still found him as sharp-tongued as ever, truly having a glib tongue just like in the rumors. "But anyway, you won't be able to bark for much longer." Yang Chen continued to verbally spar with Lu Shu, starting to disparage Lu Shu's height. "Shorty, even though this brother is a country bumpkin, I love learning and have profound knowledge. Today, this brother will teach you a few words for free." 2 words blurted out of his mouth: despair. A life-and-death duel unexpectedly attracted so many major figures to attend. In the sky at this moment, a person using light footwork flew over. Lu Shu immediately asked if they can start. But the guy who just flew in and was still hovering in the sky kept saying no rush. Looking at the situation, Yang Chen speculated. Could it be that this match also involved high-ranking figures from the 4 courts of the Martial Mansion making bets?
At this moment, the crowd of spectators shouted, "Look over there!" The people of the Shadow Kill Pavilion, along with Pavilion Master Lo Posha, appeared with an intimidating aura. Another figure, using light footwork, flew down from the sky, landing on the ground with great momentum. He was none other than the Eastern Court Academy Master. Yang Chen looked at the newcomer and immediately recognized him as the one who had snatched the Eastern Court Academy Master position from Old Man Gungsun. Seeing the Eastern Court Academy Master arrive, several people respectfully bowed to him. Only then did he speak up. "Just as I expected, this Academy Master is the last man to appear. Haha. It seems quite a few fans from both sides have arrived. Are you all here to cheer?" Hearing this, the whole crowd didn't know how to respond. Yang Chen took the initiative to greet him. "Lord Academy Master, you finally arrived. Just now I was worried that if I hit the young one, the old one would jump out and I'd be in big trouble." The Academy Master immediately replied, "No need to worry. This is the Martial Mansion. Furthermore, in broad daylight, monsters and demons will not show themselves." Lo Shu snorted coldly. "What a bold brat. Yang Chen, get up here and accept your death." Yang Chen continued to mock him. "I suggest you come down first and leave your last words for your family. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to speak later." Lo Shu roared in anger. "Are you going to fight or not?" Yang Chen couldn't stop teasing Lo Shu. "Why must you be like this? Isn't it good to live a little longer? Look, how wonderful this world is." Yang Chen stepped onto the martial arena, and Lo Shu recited the oath. Eastern Court Course student Lo Shu engages in a no-limits battle with Yang Chen of the Northern Court. We ask the referee to bear witness. The referee jerked his chin and asked Yang Chen, "And you?"
Yang Chen calmly said, "I accept the challenge, but we must bet an additional 3,000 spirit stones." Lu Shu repeated, "Wasn't it 2,000? Yang Chen laughed and said, "If there's a fat piece of bait and I don't eat it, do you think I'm stupid?" Lu Shu was angered by his flip-flopping attitude. Fine, 3,000 it is. You really have money. If I knew, I would have asked for more." The referee received the 2 bags of spirit stones for the bet, then waved his hand and announced, "No holds barred match, begin." Lu Shu immediately started to unleash his move and said, "You are dead for sure." That kid started to unleash his top-grade yellow-tier martial soul, telling Yang Chen to draw his sword. Yang Chen remained calmly standing. Just you? You are not qualified for me to draw my sword. I originally wanted you to become the first departed soul under my sword, but I changed my mind, because your blood is dirty. You don't deserve it. Lu Shu roared angrily. Bastard, go to hell. The gossiping crowd, seeing Yang Chen's confident attitude, immediately said, dying like this is too easy. He should suffer death by 1,000 cuts instead. Has that kid gone mad from fear? Is this knowing he can't win, so he's just standing there waiting to die? Lingxi was crying out of worry at this moment, and Wu Kei beside her was equally anxious. Senior Sister Ye looked around but couldn't see Lingxi's figure, feeling suspicious. Why hasn't Tian Lingxi come? Also, does Yang Chen not know how formidable the Black Stream Palm is? On the martial arena, Lu Shu had rushed forward to deliver a palm strike to Yang Chen.
But Yang Chen still stood firm. He didn't suffer the slightest harm. The crowd below was completely shocked. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Eastern Court Academy Master was equally astonished. This kid! Yang Chen stood as steady as a boulder. He sneered and said, "Is this all the skill you have?" Lu Shu also couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Senior Sister US saw that he didn't wear the heavenly silk black armor she gave him, yet he still managed to block this palm. Yang Chen only then made his move. Each technique rushed towards Lu Shu, but that kid still managed to defend against them. Yang Chen then exclaimed, "Wow, this turtle shell is a bit hard. Shorty, haven't you eaten? Come on, before you go down to the Yellow Springs, I will play with you to your heart's content. After all, I promised to teach you what despair means." The Academy Master observed his imposing aura and thought, has this kid already become this strong? Blocking Lu Shu's black torrent palm without any harm? That's impossible. After this ends, I must definitely study this kid's body. Lu Shu could only shout, impossible. In his heart, this guy thought, not to mention a 6th level true martial realm heavenly Dao master like Yang Chen, even an early stage martial ancestor realm, if they didn't have true chi protecting their body, being hit by my black torrent palm would leave them severely injured if not dead. Lu Shu couldn't accept the truth. Impossible. No matter what the hell you have in your body, being able to die under the unfeeling sword is your honor. Senior Sister US saw that kid draw his sword and immediately became worried. To think it's actually the unfeeling sword. In the distance, the Eastern Court Academy Master also said, I didn't expect you to give the unfeeling sword to this kid. Your Shadow Kill Pavilion is quite willing to invest, but it seems like after this match, the unfeeling sword will have to change owners. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master immediately replied, then that kid needs to survive first.
The Academy Master was not outdone. Just wait and see. At this moment, Lu Shu started swinging his sword, and Yang Chen snorted. He laughed loudly. I knew it. I hadn't even stepped out the door this morning when I heard the magpies in the backyard. It turns out I'm about to strike it rich. While he was happily thinking he was about to make a big profit, Lu Shu swung the unfeeling one strike rushing towards him. Yang Chen only used his fist to resist. Senior Sister Yue, seeing him barehanded against the unfeeling sword, shouted, Yang Chen, what are you doing? The Academy Master stood up abruptly. This kid is using his fist to block a sword. Is he courting Beth? The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master also didn't understand what his intentions were. A strike as fast as lightning, everyone only saw 2 streams of energy colliding without even seeing their figures. Yang Chen sent Lu Shu flying back several meters with a single punch. He looked at his hands, which were starting to get injured, and cursed, Damn it, you dare to injure me? He immediately swung his fists and lunged forward. I'll beat you to death. Fist after fist raining down like a storm. Lu Shu could only try his best to defend. Wu Kuei, seeing the situation change, became extremely excited, standing on his chair and cheering, Brother, go for it, beat him to death. Yang Chen flew high up and began to unleash his move. He swung the Lingshan sword posture, and the sword darted towards the opponent.
With a boom, everything around seemed to explode. Lu Shu, struck by a sword, fell flat on his back. That guy thumped heavily onto the ground. Another strike came down. Yang Chen flew over at this moment, smiling cruelly, preparing to give Lu Shu a severe beating. Lu Shu's father in the distance saw his son lying still waiting for death and screamed in extreme heartbreak, Shuer! The Academy Master immediately stopped him. Go ahead, you just try going up there. He turned around in resentment, unable to utter a single word. You! Yang Chen continued to beat Lu Shu relentlessly. Beating you to death, you dwarf! Lu Shu's face had been beaten until it was deformed. The kid looked truly pitiful, and his teeth were almost completely knocked out. After finishing, Yang Chen dusted off his hands. Only having this little bit of strength, yet daring to show off in front of me, damn you. Saying that, he kicked Lu Shu flying far away. The people below, seeing this, were intimidated. This is too vicious. Yang Chen then called for the referee. Where is the referee? Where is my bet money? The referee respectfully offered him the spirit stones he had bet today. Yang Chen reached out to take them. Wu Kuei ran over from below, extremely proud of his brother. Brother, you are awesome. He replied, Awesome what? Wasn't that brat very fierce? Didn't you see I haven't even displayed my martial soul yet? You call this awesome? The Academy Master finally spoke up. Later, go to the thatched hut. You will spar with me. Hearing this, he felt very confused. Yang Chen smashed his head, smiling with a bit of embarrassment, secretly glancing at Old Man Q, his tone half joking. Martial Uncle Grandmaster, how could my meager strength catch your eye? I have to return to Drojan Academy for a trip. Some other day I will definitely come to seek your guidance.
Old Manchu glared at him, his eyes sharp and cold, his voice blunt and full of authority. Scram! Yang Chen bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Martial Uncle Grandmaster. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left. A cheeky smile clearly appeared on his face, as if something had just happened that made him feel extremely amused. Wu Kuei followed behind, feeling confused seeing his strange demeanor, his eyes full of curiosity. Unable to hold back, Wu Kuei asked, "Brother, what happened that makes you so happy?" Yang Chen winked, his expression full of hidden meaning, slowly throwing something towards Wu Kuei, his tone relaxed. "Here, for you." Wu Kuei reflexively reached out to catch it, his eyes filled with both curiosity and surprise when he realized it was a ring, asking doubtfully, "Is this the Grandmaster's ring?" Yang Chen chuckled softly, his face mysterious, his voice carrying a bit of excitement. "There are quite a few good things inside." Wu Kuei looked at the ring in his hand, his eyes shining brightly with joy, gripping it tightly as if afraid of losing it, his eyes curving into crescents as he smiled. "Haha, these are indeed good things." The two of them continued walking, heading towards the courtyard. Just passing through the courtyard door, they saw a scene that surprised them. His master and Aunt Ying had already prepared a sumptuous feast, the table filled with delicious food and fine wine, all to celebrate young Chen winning the bet. His master, holding a wine jar in his hand, called out to the two of them with a loud, hearty voice, "Kid Chen, Xiao Kuei, come over here. Today we won't return until we're drunk." Tianba Guang's face was already a bit flushed, probably because he had drunk quite a bit beforehand. He held the wine jar and poured a full cup for Yang Chen, his voice mixed with a bit of nostalgia. "It's been over 10 years since I last drank wine." As he continued to pour the wine, he directed his gaze towards Yang Chen, his tone full of curiosity and excitement. "Stinky brat, talk about today's match. Tell me in detail." Wu Kuei couldn't contain his excitement, quickly chiming in, his face clearly showing pride. "Uncle, Aunt Ying, my brother was so majestic today. Let me tell everyone." Aunt Ying held a wine glass in her hand, looking tenderly at Wu Kuei, but unable to hide her curiosity upon noticing the change in him. She asked softly, "Xiao Kuei, you weren't like this before. How come you've already changed after following your brother for just a few months?"
Hearing this, Wu Kuei was surprised and could not help but mutter in reply, "It changed?" Tianba Guang took a sip of wine, snorted lightly, his eyes holding a bit of reproach. "Xiao Kuei, how come even you are speaking nonsense?" Only then did Wu Kuei hurriedly understand his meaning. He immediately clarified loudly, his expression serious. "It is true, I am not speaking nonsense." Aunt Ying let out a sigh, her eyes looking at Wu Kuei with a bit of strictness, her voice slow but full of reason. Yang Chen didn't even use his martial soul, and didn't even bother to draw his sword. How could he easily kill Lu Shu, who had the unfeeling sword? Sitting to the side, Yang Chen's demeanor was calm, and only then did he begin to speak. "Little brother, it's not right for you to be like this. This match was extremely dangerous. I also had to use my final trump card, and only after going through a dangerous situation was I lucky enough to defeat Lu Shu." All three of them glanced towards Yang Chen, their eyes as if wanting to scrutinize him, but he still maintained a relaxed attitude, his arms crossed over his chest, his tone somewhat joking. "Aya, the process is not important. What matters is that I won." After saying that, he pulled out the unfeeling sword from his person, a proud look flashing in his eyes, and presented the sword in front of Tianba Guang. "Master, this is Lu Shu's unfeeling sword. I am giving it to you." Tianba Guang raised his eyes slightly, his hand slowly reaching out, almost touching the sword. He suddenly pulled his hand back, his voice carrying decisiveness, but in his eyes flickered a hint of satisfaction. "Kid Chen, this sword is useless to me. You keep it." Yang Chen looked at him, his eyes full of sincerity. "Master, I will think of a way regarding your injury. Even though that treasure is rare, I will definitely find it. Besides, this sword is a bit dirty, so I'll temporarily keep it as a collectible."
After thinking for a moment, Tianba Guang finally nodded in agreement, his expression gradually softening. "All right." After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere at the banquet table had become livelier. Yang Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of confidence, his voice ringing out firmly. "Master, this time we just got a little interest back. It won't be long before I bring the head of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master to you as a collectible." Upon hearing this, Tianba Guang's face immediately turned serious. He snorted softly, his tone disdainful and tinged with reproach. "Do you think you are about to ascend to the heavens?" Holding his wineglass, he looked sharply at Yang Chen, his steady voice full of guidance. "Your path of martial Tao has just begun. Why entangle yourself with the Shadow Kill Pavilion? You are only at the true martial realm's 6th level. Your cultivation is too low. The most important thing for you right now is to consolidate your martial Tao foundation. For you, the Tiannan secret realm at the end of this year is the best opportunity. Whether you can achieve any results will depend on yourself." Yang Chen immediately retracted his arrogant attitude. His expression became serious as he bowed and expressed, "This disciple remembers Master's teachings." Right at that moment, Jing Han suddenly appeared,
Her figure glided into the courtyard, her expression slightly frowning, as if she had just experienced something unpleasant. Aunt Ying saw her and smiled warmly, her gentle voice ringing out in greeting. "Jinghan is back. Hurry in and eat." As soon as she sat down on the chair, Jinghan couldn't wait any longer. Her eyes looked urgently at Yang Chen, her voice carrying undisguised curiosity. "How did you do it?" Yang Chen was momentarily surprised, not fully understanding her meaning, and raised an eyebrow to ask back, "Jinghan, how did I do what?" Jinghan's eyes suddenly sparkled, full of admiration, her voice animated. "It's your match with Lu Shu. How did you block his unfeeling sword bare-handed without getting hurt? Beating him to death bare-handed? The people at the Marshall Mansion are all saying you are a demon." As soon as Jinghan finished speaking, Tian Baguang and Aunt Ying froze, their eyes immediately converging on Yang Chen, their expressions a mix of shock and scrutiny, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Aunt Ying furrowed her brows, her gaze turned serious, and she turned to ask Wu Kuei, her voice doubtful. "Xiao Kuei, is everything you said during the meal true?"
Wu Gui did not hesitate, nodding affirmatively, his voice firm. "Of course it's true." Aunt Ying heard this and immediately changed her attitude, her eyes becoming gentler, her voice sounding like a loving scolding. "I told you, how could Xiao Kuei lie?" Yang Chen quickly picked up the wine jar, poured a full cup for Tian Baguang, a flattering smile clearly visible on his face, his voice sounding a bit fake. "Actually, I got lucky before, obtaining a legendary body technique, which has a divine ability body technique move. Once executed, it can increase defense tenfold in the blink of an eye." Jinghan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, her face full of astonishment, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly, her voice carrying unconcealed excitement. "What kind of magical body technique is that?" Yang Chen only curled his lips into a faint smile, his attitude indifferent as if he didn't care, replying briefly, "I can't say." Jinghan immediately puffed out her cheeks, her sparkling eyes full of sulkiness, scolding with a reproach. "Stingy." Tian Baguang was still pondering at this moment, his sharp eyes flashing briefly, a hypothesis seeming to flash through his mind. He nodded slightly, his voice carrying some certainty. "This kid's body technique, perhaps it was passed down to him by that divine beast Killen." He suddenly raised his head, his voice full of decisiveness. "If you can't say it, then don't." At the sword bamboo forest, a lush green bamboo forest covered the space with rare tranquility. The pretty Ling Shi was happily running and jumping like a little elf. Her small feet swiftly glided past the bamboo stalks, the hem of her skirt gently swaying with each step, harmonizing with the clear laughter echoing through the forest. She excitedly rushed toward Grandpa Wuya, who was lying relaxed on a rattan chair placed amidst the green bamboo carpet. His eyes slightly opened, his calm voice ringing out. "Little girl, what did you manage to find out?" Lingxi stopped, her eyes shining brightly like the stars, a smile full of joy clearly appearing on her face. Grandpa Wuya caught a glimpse of her expression, and before she could open her mouth, he nodded slightly, his voice carrying a sense of understanding. "Looking at this expression of yours, Yang Chen probably survived, right?" Lingxi cheered, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Brother Chen won! Brother Chen won!" Grandpa Wuya glanced at her and said calmly, "Seeing you worried all day, didn't I already tell you? That little brat will be fine. He is not someone with a short life." The old man continued, "Right, little girl, you can go out now." Lingxi's eyes lit up. She asked tentatively, "To find Brother Chen?" The old man immediately said, "What are you thinking? Before you come of age, it's best not to meet that smelly brat. Go back and tell your mother to pack up. On New Year's Eve, leave the Marquise estate and head to Mount Gu." Lingxi answered dejectedly with a yes, and then left. At the center of the northern court, it was late at night, and the moon hung high, perfectly round. Old Man Q was standing waiting for young Chen at the base of a tree. He started to speak. "You smelly brat, you hid pretty well. Speak up." Young Chen scratched his head, acting innocently, as if he knew nothing. "Speak what?" Old Man Q's eyes changed. He growled. "Are you really not going to say it?" Yang Chen started to play dumb again, saying, "Actually, I had an unexpected fortuitous encounter before and obtained a legendary body technique. There's a magical technique that, once executed, can make defenses 10 times stronger." Hearing his words, Old Man Q knew Yang Chen was tricking him. He got furious and pointed at him. "Brat, do you think I'm a fool? Don't you know that your martial uncle Grandmaster is the strongest body cultivator in this eastern land?" Yang Chen sighed inwardly. This old man is really not easy to fool. He then found another way to lie, trying to appear honest, his voice calm but carrying a bit of hesitation. "Actually, a few days ago, the bloodline in my body seemed to have unsealed, and the power within me increased tenfold."
Old Man Q raised an eyebrow, asking back in a doubtful tone, "The power of a bloodline?" Without saying a word, he suddenly pulled Yang Chen's arm up, looking sharply at his arm and said, "Let me take a look."
Old Man Q tightly grasped his wrist, his eyes sharp as a knife, feeling every stream of energy running through Yang Chen's body. A sparkling golden halo surrounded his wrist, shimmering like suppressed rays of light. His eyes suddenly widened, unable to hide his surprise. He realized that it was golden blood. This time he asked Yang Chen, "Is there anyone else in your family?" Yang Chen sweated, replying, "Martial Uncle, Grandmaster, it is only me left." Old Man Q immediately reminded him, "Kid Chen, you must be careful in the future. It is best not to let anyone know. Bloodline power is indeed a good thing."
After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Yang Chen standing alone behind. Carefully considering Old Man Q's words, Yang Chen decided that apparently, before entering the Tianin's secret realm, he absolutely could not use his bloodline power. The next morning, at the large square of the martial mansion, the students had already arrived. According to convention, before entering the Tianin secret realm, the core students would form teams themselves. Senior Sister Yue immediately linked her arm tightly with Lingxi. In the distance, the Academy Master spoke. "You are all outstanding geniuses of our Tianin. I hope that after entering the secret realm, you will help each other. Although the secret realm has fortuitous encounters, it is also fraught with danger. About 20% to 30% of you will be buried in there. Remember well, you absolutely must not be overly greedy. You must know your own limits and do not go too deep into the secret realm. Within the 20 days, I hope every one of you will have a harvest. Remember to grasp the time. Once you enter the gate of the Grand Array, the time will automatically seal. Following the old rules, everyone must hand over precious medicine worth 500 spirit stones after coming out." Seeing Li Junmin in the distance, Yang Chen became suspicious. "Hey, that guy has long ceased to be a student of the martial mansion. What is he doing here?" Seeing Yang Chen, his eyes were full of contempt. "Yang Chen, I hope you have a bit of luck. Don't run into this young master right at the beginning." The gate of the secret realm opened and an announcement rang out. "All students line up and enter." Each student took turns entering the secret realm. The atmosphere was tense but also full of anticipation. Yang Chen's group observed everyone entering first from afar, their eyes full of curiosity, but no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. Afterwards, they also stepped towards the gate of the secret realm, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Yang Chen took the lead in entering, his eyes full of determination, his mind already prepared for all the challenges ahead. Unexpectedly, the scenery inside the secret realm was so peaceful. With green mountains and blue waters and flocks of birds flapping their wings and flying far away, it created a beautiful picture of nature. Wu Kui and Lingxi immediately observed their surroundings, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement.
Lingxi's eyes were filled with curiosity. She rubbed her chin as if pondering something. It felt like she wanted to explore everything around her. Meanwhile, Yang Chen spread his arms to breathe in the fresh air, enjoying this rare peace, feeling as if he had escaped all the worries out there. Lingxi then took out a compass, her hand gently spinning it in the air. The compass was activated, seemingly radiating a magical source of energy, making the surrounding space vibrate to its mysterious rhythm. Waves of spirit power radiated all around, as if searching for something. Then the arrow pointed forward, straight and clear. Lingxi was overjoyed. She immediately pointed forward and led the two bewildered people behind her to follow, her eyes lighting up as if wanting to share this joy. Looking at the surface of the compass, she suddenly let out an "oh," surprised by something unexpected. The compass began to emit a blinding red light, as if an invisible force was radiating from it, illuminating the entire surrounding space. Lingxi shouted joyfully, "Found it!" Her voice overflowed with joy, as if she had just discovered something incredibly important, making the two people behind her even more curious. At this moment, they were standing in front of an area full of exotic flowers and rare grasses. The vibrant flowers were intertwined with the lush green grass, the space seemingly dyed with a fresh, lively color. All three of them had their eyes light up at this moment, shouting joyfully, "There are so many treasures! There is even a mid-grade yellow-tier medicinal herb!" A mid-grade yellow-tier plant grew in the middle of the forest, radiating a shimmering light as if inviting them. In Tianan, a low-grade yellow-tier precious medicine was usually only worth 1 spirit stone, but the lowest price of a mid-grade yellow tier was 10 times that, starting from 10 spirit stones and up. Wu Kui sighed with admiration. To already have a mid-grade yellow tier precious medicine at the valley entrance, perhaps there are even more resources than precious medicines inside the valley. Lingxi gripped the compass tightly in her hand, reminding them, "You two must be careful. Places with treasures like this are definitely very dangerous." While walking, they encountered a lush tree in the middle of the road with orange-red fruits. These fruits hung dangling from the branches, and the sunlight shining through made them radiate a brilliant, beautiful color.
Wu Kei recognized it immediately, his eyes shining brightly as he looked up at the tree. "Brother, that is the red spirit fruit." Yang Chen did not hesitate, approaching the tree, his eyes stopping on each plump red spirit fruit hanging on the branches, his face unable to hide his excitement. "The red spirit fruit is a good thing. It is a high-grade yellow-tier precious medicine," he said while gently touching one, feeling its plumpness in his hand.
In the Tiannan market, it must be sold for at least 200 spirit stones each. Wu Kei couldn't contain his excitement, staring at the tree. Let me count them. His voice mixed with eagerness. There are already 17 ripe red spirit fruits on this tree.
Linger's eyes also shone brightly, her face filled with excitement as she looked at the scarlet spirit fruits on the tree. She began to calculate. During the 20 days in the secret realm, each of us must find spirit herbs worth 500 spirit stones to hand over to the Marshall Mansion, and any surplus will completely belong to us. Unable to contain her joy, she continued, her eyes full of enthusiasm. But right now, just the scarlet spirit fruits on this tree are enough for us to complete the Marshall Mansion's task. Yang Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the mesmerizing scarlet spirit fruits, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Tiannan secret realm is truly a good place. Yang Chen immediately ordered Wu Kui, Xiao Kui, quickly go and pluck the ripe scarlet spirit fruits down. The orange-red scarlet spirit fruits, plump like precious jade, hung dangling amidst the lush canopy, emitting a sweet and seductive fragrance. Xiao Kui obediently followed the order, his hands swiftly picking each fruit. In no time, he had stuffed a large sack full, then happily ran over and handed it to Yang Chen. "I'll give them all to you." Yang Chen smiled, took a fruit, and suddenly stuffed it straight into his younger brother's mouth without warning, causing Xiao Kui to stare in surprise. "Eat it, it quenches thirst." Xiao Kui hesitated, but as soon as the gentle sweetness and a hint of coolness from the scarlet spirit fruit spread in his mouth, he was instantly won over, chewing delightfully like a child receiving a gift. Linger stood nearby, her eyes full of doubt as she saw the two of them enjoying themselves so much that they forgot everything else. She couldn't hold it back anymore, her anger blazing like fiercely blown coals. "Yang Chen, do you know how many spirit stones one scarlet spirit fruit is worth?" Wu Kui immediately handed her a fruit and said, "Linger, don't be angry. You eat some too." Linger was still furious. She said again, "Xiao Kui, are you messing around with your older brother too? The scarlet spirit fruit contains extremely strong fire attribute spiritual energy. If you just eat it like this without refining it quickly, you will explode and die." Her words successfully frightened Wu Kui. He stood dumbfounded holding the scarlet spirit fruit in his hand, asking to be sure. "It can't be right." Yang Chen, who was eating next to him, said, "Xiao Kui, don't listen to this silly girl. She is just trying to scare you." Seeing that the two of them didn't believe her words, Linger shouted, "Yang Chen, eat! Keep eating! Just keep eating!" Facing her attitude, Yang Chen thought to himself, this little girl really considers herself the captain now. This won't do. I must teach her a lesson. Otherwise, Xiao Kui will have a hard time in the future. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Kui immediately smiled to ease the tension. Not giving his little brother a chance to say another word, Yang Chen started to teach Linger. "Little girl, Big Brother can eat this entire pile of red spirit fruits without delaying our journey. Do you believe it?" Linger didn't believe it. She challenged him. "Believe your big head. If you aren't afraid of death, then just eat them." "Little girl, if Big Brother eats them all in one breath and nothing happens to me, then from now on you must listen to Xiao Kui no matter what. Deal?" Wu Kui, standing behind, happily answered for her. "Deal, loud and clear." Linger turned around and asked him, "Xiao Kui, aren't you afraid he will die?" Wu Kui was always like this. He always trusted his big brother. "He's my big brother. If he says he can do it, then he definitely can." Seeing this attitude, Linger's face darkened, completely speechless.
Yang Chen started eating. He held one fruit in each hand, chewing ravenously. The cores were thrown out one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. This caused Linger to stare in astonishment with wide eyes. As for Xiao Kui, he looked at his older brother with eyes full of worship. A moment later, Yang Chen had finished off the pile of fruits. He wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go, enter the valley." Seeing that Yang Chen was fine, Linger finally dared to believe it. Yang Chen felt the true qi in his body and secretly praised. "The red spirit fruit is indeed formidable. The 2 streams of true qi in my body have surged again, already approaching the peak of the true martial realm. The secret realm is truly a good place. It seems refining spirit stones to increase true qi is too slow. I still need to find more precious herbs like the red spirit fruit." Linger found it even harder to believe. Up to now, she still couldn't accept the truth. How could he be fine after eating them? Is he a monster? Suddenly, Yang Chen froze and let out a ha, making the two behind him suspicious. Wu Kui immediately asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Yang Chen's eyes became full of vigilance. "Someone is approaching us." Linger immediately asked, "How do you know?" Yang Chen didn't hesitate, immediately releasing his outward divine sense. Streams of pale yellow aura, like quiet streams, silently spread throughout the surrounding space, carrying an invisible searching power. His eyes were tightly shut, all senses highly concentrated, clearly feeling every movement in the close vicinity. Suddenly, his divine sense caught signs of a group of people moving from afar. Their powerful auras were completely unconcealed, making his heart slightly stir. Without hesitation, Yang Chen jumped onto the highest branch as fast as lightning, where the dense foliage could hide his figure. He looked down at the other two, commanding urgently, "Get up the tree, hide first."
When all three had hidden on the dense high branch, Ling Er asked again, "How do you know someone is approaching this place?" Yang Chen glanced at her and said, "I know a secret art. When executed, I can sense the breath of others within a certain range." Ling Er was amazed once again and asked, "There is such a miraculous secret art?" Yang Chen sensed that group of people and told the two of them, "Shh, they are here." All three then watched below. A guy below was rejoicing upon finding the red spirit tree. "Ha ha ha, the map given to me by the Shadow Kill Pavilion patron is real. There's actually a red spirit tree here."
Linger exclaimed, "It's Gukai." Yang Chen asked in return, "Gukai?" Linger thought to herself, a few days ago they intentionally slipped in a few more core students, and this Gukai is one of them. It is said that his cultivation has reached the middle 3 levels of the martial realm. He is a wood attribute heavenly Dao master, extremely difficult to deal with, and his personality is also ruthless. The lackey following behind pointed at the tree and asked, "Brother Kai, something isn't right. Why aren't there any ripe fruits on this red spirit tree?" Gukai was also suspicious and let out a snort. He angrily clenched the map in his hand. "Someone definitely got here before us. I knew the Shadow Kill Pavilion master was unreliable. The map in his hand is definitely not the only copy." Gukai then ordered, "Li Hong, you guard the entrance. We will go inside to take a look. They are definitely in the valley." After saying that, he proceeded into the pitch-black valley entrance.
Yang Chen flew down from the tree. He immediately blocked Gukai's group. "Gukai, this place already has an owner. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Seeing him, Gukai shouted, "Yang Chen. Ha, Yang Chen, if we were in the martial mansion, this young master wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But this is inside a secret realm. If you want to die, I will reluctantly grant your wish." The three of them stood at the front, completely unafraid of Gukai's arrogant words. Seeing this, another lackey mocked, "Madman Yang, you truly are a madman. Perhaps you still don't clearly understand how powerful the martial ancestor realm is against you." Linger couldn't stand it anymore. She cursed, "You shameless bunch. Since ancient times, treasures belong to those with destiny. What does it count for you to brazenly plunder like this? Humph, once we leave the secret realm, I'll teach you a lesson." Gukai jokingly replied, "Yo, beauty, do you think you'll have the chance to get out?" Linger immediately hid behind Wu Kei. Yang Chen ordered him, "Xiao Kei, protect Linger." Yang Chen drew his sword, the treasured sword he cultivated glowing brightly like a fire beacon. "Gukai, you're in luck. My big brother's black wood sword is pointing right at that dog, Gukai." The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The light gradually faded, replaced by a dark blue mist, thick as the deep seabed, enveloping the entire surrounding space. Gukai stopped dead in his tracks. His body stiffened as if controlled by an invisible power. His eyes widened in sheer terror, and drops of cold sweat rolled down his temples. Wu Kei and Linger were also extremely curious. Wu Kei pondered in his mind. "Before, when my older brother executed his sword soul, wasn't it in the shape of a snake? Why has it changed? Has it leveled up?" At this moment, Yang Chen began to execute his sword art, Ling Shan's sword posture. A sharp, cold light flashed. The sword, like a lightning bolt tearing through the air, lunged straight toward the opponent with terrifying speed, leaving behind a powerful trail of sword chi, brilliant like a flash of lightning in the night sky.
Gukai stood frozen, his eyes full of astonishment, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. His entire body seemed to be frozen stiff, only able to watch the incoming sword chi carrying an overwhelming killing aura. Yang Chen, his aura as steady as a mountain, stood up straight amidst the cold air. His voice was calm, but echoed with power. This is the very criterion for the complete Ling Shan sword posture. Only under the formidable power of martial intent can 30 streams of sword chi condense into one, multiplying its might by more than just twofold. Just as his words ended, the aftershock from the sword chi spread out, sweeping away the layer of dust underfoot, leaving an indescribable terror in the hearts of the witnesses. Gukai could not react in time. The sword pierced through his frail defenses, the powerful force causing him to stagger. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, the crimson color contrasting with his pale face, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. The lackeys following behind watched the scene in dead silence, dumbfounded expressions appearing on each of their faces one after another. None of them dared to believe that someone like Gukai, who was hailed as invincible within their group, would fall in a split second before that overwhelming power.
One by one they fell to their knees, their eyes dazed as they looked at the scene before them, unable to believe that Gukai had suffered such a miserable defeat. Trembling hands pressed against the ground, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, in their mouths mumbled unclear words, as if wanting to deny what had just happened. Panic was clearly visible on every face. The group that had just collapsed in a daze now scrambled up as if clinging to a last shred of hope. They rushed in front of Yang Chen, each face filled with fear and pleading, their eyes frantic, not knowing where to look. The whole group knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly, their voices trembling as they begged. "You madman! Oh no, young Master Chen, it was all Gukai who offended you. We are completely innocent. Please be magnanimous and spare us." Looking at their faces filled with servility and sincerity. But amidst that scene, Yang Chen still stood still, his hand tightly gripping his sword.
the cold light on the blade reflecting on his calm face. He said nothing, only silently observing the group trembling before him, as if considering and also examining every face, every expression. The tense atmosphere seemed to freeze, making everyone feel heavy and anxious to the point of suffocation. Wu Kei, standing nearby, was not worried at all. He looked at the scene before him with a carefree expression, breaking into a mocking smile. "Weren't you guys acting very arrogant before? Keep going. Aren't you martial artists?" Wu Kei's words made the atmosphere even more tense. Yang Chen did not soften his heart in the slightest. He raised his sword, coldly pointing it at one of the people kneeling on the ground. A cold voice rang out. "You guys, manifest your martial souls. Show your strength and face me."
Hearing this, that guy's face turned pale, his eyes full of panic. He didn't dare to resist, only able to beg miserably, "Young Master Chen, please spare us." Young Chen didn't bother to look at him, only stating coldly, "You have lost the dignity of martial artists. You truly do not have the qualifications for me to practice my Blackwood sword on." Thinking he had escaped death, that guy hurriedly thanked young Master Chen. As they left, the whole group thought, "Who said Yang Chen is a madman? He's a god of death, a demon king." But Yang Chen suddenly spoke up. "Didn't I say I spared you?" causing the whole group to shrink back in endless fear. Yang Chen smirked, giving an order to Wu Kuei behind him, who was preparing to draw his sword. Wu Kuei's expression also changed, starting to become full of coldness. "Xiao Kuei, kill them." The whole group panicked, their eyes widening and hearts pounding, unable to believe their eyes. Were doomed. They only knew to run, staggering step by step, trying to find a way to escape. But in their hearts, they all clearly understood that no matter where they ran, their fate had already been decided by Yang Chen. Yang Chen raised his sword, his eyes as cold as blocks of ice, without a single trace of emotion. He looked at them and asked coldly, "Can you escape?" Just as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy shot out from his hand like a storm, covering the surroundings and restraining every movement of the group. They couldn't budge, as if tied tightly by an invisible force. Even if they wanted to flee, their bodies just stood still as if frozen in place. A beam of light like a sharp pillar pierced straight through the lackey. The blinding light illuminated the entire area. His face was pale, his eyes wide with pain and horror. His whole body felt as if it was being torn apart, the pain unbearable. His mouth was wide open but couldn't utter a word, leaving only faint, desperate hisses. As he collapsed, he asked indignantly, Didn't you say you wouldn't make a move?" Yang Chen just chuckled coldly. "Even I don't believe the words I say. You're a fool for believing them." Wu Kuei sheathed the sword behind his back.
He opened their storage bags and collected a pile of loot, causing him to say excitedly, "I'm rich!" A pile of jewels piled up into a small mountain in front of the three of them, making them gape in astonishment. Wu Kuei immediately came up with an idea. "How about we search this entire valley and go rob them?" Lingxi trembled in her heart as she saw the expressions of the two people in front of her gradually become wicked. Sure enough, because he stayed with Yang Chen, he had been infected by bad habits. Yang Chen put on a serious face. "Sigh, Xiao Kuei, it's not right for you to say it like this." Lingxi flashed a glimmer of hope. Phew, it seems Yang Chen still has some conscience left. But his next sentence pushed her into despair. "What do you mean by robbing? It sounds so terrible. We must call it enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. People like Gu Kai are all demons, all disasters. Our righteous nature doesn't allow us to turn a blind eye. If we don't deal with them, who knows how many innocent people will have to suffer the consequences." Lingxi screamed inwardly when she heard him distort the truth. Yang Chen was simply too shameless.
Wu Kei at the side even chimed in, causing the girl's face to increasingly darken. "Brother, you are still the smart one, understanding so many principles." In her heart, the girl secretly calculated that she must try to let Wu Kei have less contact with Yang Chen in the future, otherwise he would be led astray. Suddenly looking ahead, Linger was surprised. Huh? Ahead was a barren, desolate, and gray scene. Thick smoke covered everywhere, drifting like a black curtain, blurring the vision. There was not a single breeze, not a single sound, only a gloomy silence remaining, as if this whole land had been forgotten and no one dared to approach. With smoke covering the surroundings, Yang Chen frowned and asked, "What happened to this place?" Wu Kei was the opposite of them. He enjoyed the surrounding atmosphere. "So comfortable. The air here is beneficial for the dark true qi that I am cultivating." Yang Chen then told him to go inside and take a look first. The three of them began to advance inside, with each billow of white smoke floating as if wanting to submerge their figures. Wu Kei sensed that something was wrong, not right. Yang Chen immediately asked, "Xiao Kei, did you discover something?" Wu Kei said, "Brother, I didn't discover anything, but the dark energy in this place is abundant. Cultivating here for a day can even be compared to cultivating outside for a month." Yang Chen was in disbelief. Is it this exaggerated? He started to tell the two of them to step back a bit. Yang Chen began to channel his energy, and the waves of smoke were pushed far away into a circle.
Linger fearfully hid behind Wu Kuei, asking softly, "Xiao Kuei, what does Yang Chen want to do?" Wu Kuei also didn't know. "I can't say for sure either. Just watch to the end and we'll know." Yang Chen shouted, "Out!" Waves of powerful dark qi radiated from his body, spreading throughout the surrounding space. A giant black dragon emerged from the darkness, coiling around his body like a powerful, mysterious creature. The dragon's eyes flashed with crimson light, and its breath emitted violent waves, seemingly able to swallow everything in its path. Yang Chen's aura at this moment became so fierce that nothing could compare. Pitch darkness enveloped the entire space, like an endless night engulfing everything, making the surrounding space feel suffocating. Linger was astonished again. How was that possible? 2 martial souls? The young girl was now trembling with fear, hiding behind Wu Kuei's arm. What exactly is he? Threads of black qi, like invisible vines, invaded every rock crevice around them. The rocks exploded, and large fragments shattered and flew in all directions. The air became heavy, as if all the power of the darkness was being released into this space. Yang Chen's eyes flashed with strained, authoritative purple qi. A smirk appeared on his face, cold and full of confidence. He chuckled softly. His laughter echoed in the space, a clear excitement in his voice, as if something important had been unlocked. "Ha ha! Found it!" Wu Kuei's eyes lit up. "My, there is a treasure inside!" Yang Chen did not hesitate, landing a powerful palm strike onto the boulder. The entire space seemed to shake under that power. The boulder shattered, and a large hole appeared. Light shone from inside, creating a blindingly bright glow. Yang Chen's momentum did not diminish. He stepped inside with a resolute expression, as if entering a place he had been waiting for a long time. Each of his footsteps echoed like an urging drumbeat. No one could stop him. The surrounding scenery became blurry, leaving only the powerful silhouette of Yang Chen.
As he walked, he didn't forget to warn the two of them. Be careful. Linger remained the same, looking at Yang Chen's imposing aura in the distance, shrinking closely behind Wu Kuei. Yang Chen stopped at the entrance of the cave and looked inside. The entire surrounding space seemed to be dyed a gloomy purple. A bizarre aura emanated, bringing a heavy feeling, as if everything was entangled by an invisible power. Inside the cave, amidst the tranquil space, there was a strange large tree. The tree didn't have a massive trunk like other trees. It was just a small, scrawny trunk with a few pale green leaves. But this very tree emitted a strange light, radiating a dim, mysterious glow, like a small flame in the dark night. Streams of bizarre purple aura began to surge out more intensely, carrying a chilling sensation. The air in the cave suddenly became heavy, as if suppressed by an invisible power. Linger trembled. The girl was so scared she was about to cry, clinging even tighter to Wu Kuei's back. Wu Kuei immediately patted her hand and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid." Yang Chen spoke up and asked, "What kind of tree is this?"
It could simultaneously awaken the primordial demonic Dagon martial soul and the shadow evasion martial intent. This was an extremely formidable dark treasure. He turned back and asked Wu Kuei what he thought. Wu Kuei gulped. I want to eat it." Yang Chen immediately asked back, "This is a tree, how can you eat it?" "I just want to eat it." Yang Chen told him, "Give it a try. If you can eat it, then good." Wu Kuei did not hesitate, stepping forward to stand opposite the bizarre tree. He took a deep breath, his eyes never leaving the trunk, and gritted his teeth. His eyes widened and he bit down, using all his strength in a single breath to slash his saber at the trunk. But the trunk was completely unharmed, while his saber snapped in half. The trunk suddenly emitted a brilliant purple aura, as powerful as if it were angry, enveloping the surrounding space. The tree seemed to possess a soul. It was not merely an inanimate object. The purple aura wrapping around the trunk felt like a fierce resistance against any intrusion. Yang Chen began to pay attention. Xiao Pei's full power strike is at least 30,000 caddies, yet it couldn't cause any damage to this tree. This tree is truly extraordinary. Wu Kuei was extremely embarrassed. Losing face like this, he couldn't even do anything to a tree. He was incredibly furious. Then he decided to approach the base of the tree, hugging it tightly with the intention of uprooting it. But unable to move it, resting his hands on the trunk, Wu Kuei panted heavily. Wu Kuei turned around, giving him an awkward smile. Yang Chen immediately pondered in his heart. How about trying the Blackwood sword? He swung his sword and dashed toward the tree.
But his sword was also broken in half. His heart was in a panic, feeling a gut-wrenching regret. No, the Blackwood sword is the #1 sword. Old man Gongsun once said I must focus on the Blackwood sword to awaken my sword intent. Yang Chen decided to bring out his last resort. He should still try using the heaven-comprehending scripture. He sat cross-legged in front of the tree and began to circulate his qi. The purple light radiating from the tree grew increasingly intense. Each stream of that qi was then sucked into Yang Chen's abdomen. A small sphere was formed. Yang Chen realized this was purple nether true qi. This tree was the legendary purple nether sacred tree.
Since ancient times, purple nether true chi existed in the Yellow Springs. Born from the dark origin, it was a true dark monster. Wu Kuei then asked him, "Brother, what dark attribute did you awaken?" He scratched his head and only smiled, not replying. Linger then thought, "Isn't a heavenly Tao Master's attribute innate? Why would someone in the true martial realm like Yang Chen awaken a fire attribute?" Yang Chen spoke up. "This is a sapling of the purple nether sacred tree. I don't know why it appeared in the Tianan secret realm. Luckily, it is only a sapling. If it were a fully grown tree, the three of us would be miserable and would become fertilizer for the purple nether sacred tree. Xiao Kuei, this is a good thing. Even a small tree has quite a bit of dark origin. You should execute your cultivation technique to absorb it. I believe your heavenly daemon true chi and cultivation level will increase rapidly, perhaps even reaching the martial seed realm." Hearing this, Xiao Kuei let out an "oh," then also sat down and began to execute his technique to absorb it. Wu Kuei tightly closed his eyes, slowly comprehending. 3 days later, Wu Kuei was still sitting in cultivation, absorbing every surge of darkness from the tree.
The tree slowly began to disappear. The trace of black chi from the tree had completely vanished. At this moment, Wu Kuei was already at the peak of the 9th level true martial realm. With his realm elevated, his mood was joyful. The two of them looked like two kids who had scored a great bargain. Ling'er looked at this scene and closed her eyes, unable to bear looking any longer. The two of them only then realized the issue and looked towards Ling'er. Wu Kuei immediately comforted her. "Ling'er, there is still plenty of time. I believe you still have a chance." Ling'er then hugged her compass and walked far away, leaving the two of them scratching their heads and smiling foolishly from behind. Stepping past the dense forests, the three continued to advance. The atmosphere changed rapidly. The freshness of the forest was gone, replaced by an arid landscape, as a vast desert appeared before their eyes. The surrounding space was deadly silent, with only thin strands of chi drifting sluggishly in the air, as if wanting to swallow everything. Surrounding them were desolate sandy lands stretching out to the horizon, without a single cooling green tree. Bare tree stumps stood isolated in the middle of the desert, vestiges of a long period devoid of life. A feeling of isolation enveloped the three, as if they were just faint specks of light in a vast, endless space. Ling'er screamed, 10,000 poisons wasteland. She then recounted, "Last year when I entered the Tannan secret realm, it was exactly when the nether flower deadly poison was here. I almost lost my life." Yang Chen said confidently, "Rest assured, this time we are here. Let's go, straight through this 10,000 poisons wasteland." Upon entering the center of the 10,000 poisons wasteland, Yang Chen's group of three slowed down. Not only was Ling'er having a serious expression, holding her compass and constantly vigilant, but Yang Chen and Wu Kuei also did not dare to delay, focusing highly.
Yang Chen, vigilant as if he had realized something, made a shh sound. Standing in front of a lush tree ahead, he called out, "Hey, brothers hiding in there, aren't you tired? Come out, drink some water and rest for a bit." Wu Kuei also changed his expression and asked coldly, "Who is there? Get out of here, right now." Ling'er thought fearfully, "Is there really an ambush in the bushes ahead? Why didn't I detect it?" Receiving no reply, Yang Chen snorted, and a small spark of fire began to materialize in his hand. He launched it in a certain direction. "Go!" The fire spread across a corner, and the whole group of people hiding inside scattered and ran out, running and cursing at the same time. "Damn it, even our 2 chi is being burned. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished?" One of them angrily cursed. "Crazy Yang, how did you discover us?" Ling'er immediately recognized it was Shen Baixiang, someone who stirred up trouble in the Western Court and was considered a local overlord in the central area of the Western Court. The three of them approached with murderous intent. "Crazy Yang, if you know what's good for you, leave your belongings behind." Yang Chen retorted, "And what if I don't know what's good for me?" He sneered. I think it would be better for you to be sensible." Yang Chen then lectured Shen Baixiang. "Robbing is also an art, brothers. You should learn a bit more."
Yang Chen gave an order to Xiao Kuei. Wu Kuei accepted the command, his entire body radiating a powerful aura that spread all around. He immediately laughed. "Robbery. Strip everything off from me. If you dare to run, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Shen Baixiang was stunned. Is this guy serious? This guy only has the cultivation of the 9th level true martial realm. Where does he get the courage? Could it be that there are reinforcements? Yang Chen immediately stepped forward to pat his little brother's shoulder, speaking with feigned righteousness. "Xiao Kuei, you were wrong to do this. How can we rob?" He then changed his attitude to become soft-spoken. "3 older brothers, you are all seniors. I am just a newcomer, entering the secret realm for the first time. Our martial mansion has a glorious tradition of seniors helping juniors. The 3 of us have been struggling for nearly 4 days without finding anything. Could you brothers help us out a bit? I am just a country bumpkin, not picky at all. Any precious artifact, precious medicine, ring, spirit stone, anything will do." Ling'er looked at Yang Chen's brazen attitude, smiling bitterly. Can it even be like this? Shen Baixiang, being led by him like a dog, flared up in anger. "Are you messing with me?" Yang Chen immediately asked him, as if giving him one last chance. "Hey, isn't it good to stay alive?" Right after he ordered Xiao Kuei,
Hurry up and chase them away. Wu Kuei rushed toward Shen Baixing like a tornado, his eyes cold as ice and filled with killing intent. A powerful, coiling dragon fist was thrown out, making the surrounding air seem to shatter. This strike was too fast and powerful. Shen Baixing immediately unleashed a palm to counter, enveloped in a strong momentum, showing no weakness at all, truly not knowing life from death. The pressure from the clash of the two forces caused the surrounding space to light up brightly like a storm. Electrical sparks shot out all around, just like lightning in the night sky. The two were still locked in a stalemate. Every strike from Wu Kuei was fierce and full of power, while Shen Baixing continued to stubbornly defend. However, a second later, as if shoved by an invisible force, Shen Baixing was pushed far back. Unable to believe his own eyes, he yelled in extreme astonishment. His face clearly displayed panic, partly because he could not understand why he had been pushed back so easily. What? Shen Baixing roared in furious anger, his voice echoing across the space. You are dead for sure.
Anger made him lose all patience, and the power from his body began to erupt. His eyes turned fiery red, and he did not hesitate to summon his martial soul. A surging aura radiated outwards, concentrating into a single point. Suddenly, a fiery red golden wolf manifested from the air and enveloped Shen Baixing. The flames burned fiercely, creating a sea of fire around him, making the air scorching hot and hard to breathe. Shen Baixing tightly gripped the sword in his hand, his eyes deadly cold without a shred of mercy. A fierce killing intent radiated from him, as if wanting to crush everything in sight. The fire from the wolf continued to burn around him, blazing as if wanting to swallow everything. He prepared to lunge forward with an unavoidable killing strike, leaving his opponent no chance at all. This was Shen Baixing's combat form. The golden wolf form was already a part of his main martial art, the Baili form saber. Shen Baixing was determined to punish Wu Kuei as he roared, "You fool, let me show you the power of a true martial soul realm."
A loud shout rang out. First saber of severe punishment. Shen Baixing was seen gripping his sword tightly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. As his arms swung up, the sword emitted a brilliant light. A massive saber projection, as gigantic as a blinding streak of light, tore through space and rushed toward Wu Kuei. Seeing the situation, Linger became endlessly worried. She screamed, "Shao Kuei!" She pleaded with Yang Chen. "Shao Kuei cannot block this move. Quickly save him!" Yang Chen only calmly replied, "Rest assured." Facing the descending saber strike, Wu Kuei did not flinch at all. He took a light breath, his eyes full of determination. In that moment, he unleashed a move, Coiling Dragon in the Sky. A powerful move, with astonishing might, surged like a crashing wave against Shen Baixing's attack. The opponent's saber chi was instantly halted, as if blocked by an invisible force in midair. Shen Baixing was seen with eyes full of astonishment, unable to believe his own eyes, as he was pushed back. He stumbled slightly, never expecting his attack to be defeated so easily. In his heart, he couldn't believe it. Could a mere 9th-level true martial realm cultivation actually block the first saber of severe punishment? His two lackeys were equally shocked. With such a disparity in cultivation, how could he fight to a draw with the boss? Shen Baixing praised him. "I have to say, you really are a freak, but today, you still must die." The two lackeys' eyes immediately lit up. It's over. The boss is using his top-grade yellow-tier treasure artifact. No matter how freakish he is, the difference in weapons is impossible to make up for. The golden wolf began to burn with fierce momentum.
Shen Baixing arrogantly said, "You fool, do you know anything? Once the Qifeng saber is unleashed, since ancient times, no one has been able to escape death. Li Xing's second saber." Shen Baixing rushed towards Wu Kuei, determined to take his life this time. But Wu Kuei did not waver at all, his eyes fixed tightly on him, as if he had predicted every action of the opponent. He took a deep breath, his heart without a trace of fear. He summoned his martial soul, Coiling Dragon striking the sky. Immediately, a giant dragon appeared, its eyes fierce, its imposing manner seeming to sweep away everything. The dragon stretched itself up into the sky, swirling around Wu Kuei's body like a giant storm. Every movement it made caused the surrounding space to explode, as if all creation had to bow before its power. Wu Kuei's giant dragon did not flinch. It suddenly stretched out, swooped down, and met the golden wolf's attack. The golden wolf, with fierce strength, rushed in like a storm, but the dragon did not step back. The attacks collided violently, and a resounding explosion made the surrounding space seem like it was being torn apart. Even so, the dragon's power was not broken, releasing a powerful wave of energy that directly struck Shen Baixing. Shen Baixing could not react in time, and was blown far away by the extreme repulsive force. His body flew through the air, spitting out fresh blood. His body tumbled, and then fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The two underlings standing nearby opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Shen Baixing, who had always been arrogant and powerful, was now defeated in just one move.
They stood dumbfounded, unable to move, with eyes full of fear and confusion. Seeing that the situation was unsalvageable, the two underlings were so terrified that they trembled. They had no courage left to stay. They only knew to turn and run, sprinting far away, trying to escape the approaching death.
Wu Kuei stood still, his eyes as cold as ice, not rushing to pursue. Instead, he approached Shen Baixing and coldly bent down. His hands began to search around Shen Baixing's body, looking for valuable items. Ling Er thought worriedly. Shen Baixing is the eldest young master of the Shen family in Tiannan. Now that he was killed by Wu Kuei in the secret realm, the Shen family will definitely not let this go after they leave the secret realm. At this moment, Wu Kuei scratched his head and asked, "Did I cause trouble?" Yang Chen laughed loudly. What trouble? Shen Baixing courted his own death. Even the heavens couldn't save him. Wu Kuei listened, changing the subject. "I have quite a few good things. Let's divide them up." Yang Chen was not in a hurry. "We will talk about it after we get out. Time is urgent. Let's leave this 10,000 poisons wasteland first." The path ahead was completely desolate, bare and ruined with shattered stones and skulls scattered everywhere. Without a single tree or sign of life, there were only gloomy and cold scenes.
The three people continued walking, no one saying a word. The ground beneath their feet was barren, with dust swirling up with every step. Linger walked cautiously, her eyes constantly darting around, her hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, she saw a green snake slithering out from a nearby skull, its eyes sharp as knives, full of viciousness. She said, "Every time in the Tiannan secret realm, people end up killing each other with their own hands. It's so incredibly tragic." Yang Chen realized, no wonder the death toll in the Tiannan secret realm is so high every year. The real danger is not the monster beasts, but the people. Linger cheered, "We're finally out." Yang Chen then told the two of them to go over there and rest first. Linger immediately sat down to rest. "Here's a dry rocky patch with a wide field of vision. Let's stay here." Suddenly, Linger was startled. Her eyes widened as she looked in a certain direction, her whole body trembling, her gaze full of panic. She didn't say anything, but her terrified expression said it all. In an instant, she pressed herself close to Wu Kuei, her freezing hands tightly gripping his arm, as if seeking safety. Linger held onto Wu Kuei's arm, her eyes shut tight, her heart beating wildly. Her whole body was as tense as a bowstring, just waiting for some kind of protection. But when she heard a slight noise from under her feet, she suddenly looked out and saw a small creature crawling on her leg. Her eyes widened in panic, and without thinking, she let out a loud, terrifying scream. In the blink of an eye, Linger threw herself into Wu Kuei's embrace, grabbing his clothes, her voice trembling as if she wanted to crawl into his body to escape that creature. Wu Kuei was a bit taken aback, but seeing her like this, he could only remain silent and gently rub her back to comfort her. "Linger, I'm here." Their eyes met, and the space around them seemed to freeze. Wu Kuei could feel Linger's breath close by, and every beat of her heart echoed in his ears. For some reason, this quietness made Wu Kuei feel a strange sensation. He slowly closed his eyes, his lips inching toward hers, as if wanting to erase the distance between the two of them. But just as his lips were about to touch hers, Linger suddenly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Xiao Kuei, why does your older brother have 2 martial souls?" "2 martial souls? Not just that, I've seen it before. There are actually 3.
Ling Shi could not believe it. What? Impossible! From ancient times until now, no one has ever had 3 martial souls. Suddenly, there was the sound of approaching footsteps, and Wu Kuei spun around. From a distance, 2 figures were approaching. Yang Chen was very surprised to see the 2 people arriving. His eyes lit up and he shouted loudly, "Ling Shi!" Ling Shi immediately rushed over and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. She suddenly remembered and told him to quickly hide. Yang Chen then asked, "Is someone chasing you?" Senior sister Ye, panting heavily, answered for her. "The tiger heart poisonous wolf. It's a vicious wolf with a cultivation base at the 9th level martial ancestor realm." Yang Chen broke into a cold sweat and asked back, "The tiger heart poisonous wolf has a cultivation base at the 9th level martial ancestor realm?" Without waiting, he immediately grabbed Ling Shi's hand and shouted to run quickly.
The ferocious wolf was also chasing after them. Yang Chen immediately realized there is a problem. Where did this wolf come from? Why is it hunting down Ling Si and US Yaoxin? They also ran frantically to escape the wolf's pursuit, but the wolf still followed closely behind. Yang Chen thought in confusion, why couldn't they shake it off? There must be something on Ling Si or the demoness that attracted the rotting heart poison wolf. If this continues, it will catch up before long. Yang Chen decided to take a gamble. The wolf was charging from afar. It stopped and looked ahead. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, enveloped in a dark space. The howling wind, as if wanting to tear through space, brought an indescribably cold feeling. All 5 people stood still, their eyes vigilant, seemingly afraid of breaking this bizarre tranquility. Yang Chen then spoke up and asked, "Ling Si, why is such a terrifying rotting heart poison wolf chasing you 2? Ling Si immediately understood. Could it be? She took out an item, a monster beast's horn. Yang Chen immediately asked, "Is this a monster beast's horn? Why does it have such great power?"
Lingxi replied, Xiaosun and I were about to leave the 10,000 Poisons Wasteland, planning to approach the next secret realm to take a look, when we naturally found an underground stone cave. Inside was a box containing a monster beast's horn. Xiaosun said, At first we thought there was some treasure inside the cave, but other than this horn there was nothing else at all. We didn't expect it to attract that wolf to hunt us down. Yang Chen tightly grasped the horn. He felt its power.
Looking down at the horn in his hand, he said, Strange, there is some kind of energy contained in this horn. Why has the heaven-comprehending scripture lost its effect? Yang Chen was determined to find the answer. A dragon with fiery red eyes appeared, spewing down a stream of fire like erupting magma. Xiaoxin, seeing this, vaguely understood. With the killing intent from just now, plus this, does this guy really have two martial souls? The horn fell to the ground. Yang Chen was also surprised. Previously, when executing the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, the backlashed energy all went into the black vortex. Why did it go straight into his dantian this time? A liquid flowed out from the palm of his hand. Yang Chen closed his eyes tightly, feeling the currents of qi howling within his body. He looked around and said a cryptic sentence, It's gone. Lingxi immediately asked him, Yang Chen, is there something strange? Yang Chen did not answer. It seemed that after escaping from the secret realm, Yang Chen would have to ask Old Man Q. He was highly knowledgeable and would definitely know about this mysterious purple qi energy. The group of them only then began to carefully study their surrounding space. Yang Chen asked, We have already entered the secret realm. Does anyone know what this place is? No one answered his words. Yue Xiaoxin guessed, Perhaps it is the Golden Desert. Sounds of astonishment rang out. The Golden Desert? Xiaoxin continued. I heard that in the Golden Desert there is a golden great hall containing a purple palace opportunity, but for hundreds of years no one has found it. I only read about it in a book, and I don't dare to affirm whether this is the Golden Desert or not.
The four of them asked again, Purple Palace fortuitous encounter? Ling'er sighed with emotion. Currently in the Eastern Land, the only Purple Palace realm cultivator is the Eastern Land King, Yi Feng. Rumor has it that for a peak 9th level of the Tianhe realm cultivator to reach the Purple Palace realm is extremely difficult and the conditions are incredibly harsh. To think that there is a Purple Palace fortuitous encounter here. Yang Chen continued to ask, Senior Sister Yue, for a peak 9th level of the Tianhe realm cultivator to reach the Purple Palace realm, what exactly are the constraints? Ling Si next to him immediately became jealous. Senior Sister Yue, how smoothly you say that. Yue Shaoxin explained, The body tempering realm, true martial realm, martial seed realm, and Tianhe realm are exactly the first great positional stages of our martial Dao. Next is the heavenly positional stage, which is why Purple Palace martial artists are considered postnatal martial artists. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's horizons were broadened. And above postnatal is innate. The first realm of the innate position is the Purple Palace realm. The reason why it is difficult for Tianhe realm cultivators to break free from their constraints and become Purple Palace is actually because they need an immense transformation. From a postnatal martial artist to an innate martial artist, there is an extremely massive gap. Purple Palace refers to the Purple Palace King Du. Everyone knows that in Legends, the Purple Palace King Du is the divine temple of the immortal king. If Purple Palace is used to describe a cultivator, it is actually referring to the Dantian. Yang Chen grasped the key point and asked in astonishment, could it be that if a 9th level of the Tianhe realm cultivator wants to reach the Purple Palace, they must transform their Dantian? Yue Shaoxin calmly replied, Innate martial artists do not have a Dantian in their bodies, only a Purple Palace. Yang Chen asked again, how does the Dantian transform into a Purple Palace? That would be the innate purple qi. Wu Kei was also doubtful. I have never heard of any innate purple qi before. Yue Shaoxin paid it no mind and continued, it is extremely difficult to obtain innate purple qi. Moreover, if one wants to transform the Dantian into a Purple Palace, they must have an immense amount of innate purple qi.
Ling'er asked her, how can one obtain the heavenly immortal purple qi? In the Divine Ruin, powerhouses of the Purple Palace realm and above will definitely have heavenly immortal purple qi. But the heavenly immortal purple qi is very difficult to guide. It requires a very high level of compatibility and comprehension. Both Ling'er and Yang Chen found it hard to understand. Yang Chen suddenly thought, previously from the broken horn, a little purple qi flew out. Could it be the heavenly immortal purple qi? Ling'er also doubtfully thought, could the purple qi just now really be the heavenly immortal purple qi? But Brother Chen is only at the first level true martial realm. How could he attract the heavenly immortal purple qi? Yang Chen realized, it seems that if the Danten integrates enough heavenly immortal qi, then eventually the entire Danten will turn into purple qi. Perhaps it is not far from the time of transformation. Yang Chen immediately jumped up with joy. Senior Sister Ye couldn't help but ask, is he always like this? To which Ling'er replied, only sometimes. Yang Chen pondered again. If he kills Yi Wufeng, will he have enough heavenly immortal qi? But unfortunately, Yi Wufeng is an expert of the Purple Palace realm. How can he be killed? I have to think of a way. He then said to everyone, let's just turn this whole desert upside down. By a stroke of luck, we might find the legendary Golden Divine Temple. Wu Quick excitedly replied, let's hurry up and search. Yang Chen smiled, his eyes full of ambition. Inside the Tannan secret realm, Yang Chen took a step forward.
He began to chant an incantation, sensing the surrounding space. In the distance, it was full of monster beasts. Young Chen immediately reminded his companions, "The left side is full of monster beasts. Hurry, we must go to the right." 3 days later, Young Chen looked at the stone pillars in front of him and asked, "Have we left the Golden Desert?" Wu Kei was disappointed. Didn't they say there was a golden divine temple? Perhaps the rumors are just nonsense. Lingxi continued, "Even though there is a rocky outcrop ahead, it is not certain that we have left the Golden Desert." Young Chen suspected, could this rocky mountain be an area of the Golden Desert? He immediately flew forward to go over and take a look. The whole group also followed. The 5 of them stood alone in a space filled with large stone pillars. A stranger spotted them and immediately reported to his companion, "Master Cao, there are people below." A red-haired guy recognized their group. "Haha, it's Young Chen of the Northern Court. That kid made our Eastern Court lose quite a bit of face. Why did these 5 run over here? Do they have a map, or is it just a coincidence? Didn't the terrifying monster beasts of the Golden Desert take their lives?" Looking at the figures of the 2 girls below, that guy continued thinking, "Even with a guiding map in our hands, we faced so much danger to reach this divine valley. This group of people definitely has treasures in their hands." Master Cao immediately ordered, "Go, finish them off for me." The expression of the guy who was ordered didn't seem very happy. Master Cao immediately understood. "You can keep Yue Shaoshan. I heard she has always been very pure and aloof. I'd like to see just how aloof she really is."
The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." He stomped his foot. From above, he kicked down a massive boulder hurtling toward Yang Chen's group. They were taken aback. Huh? Senior Sister Ye was extremely terrified at this moment. Yang Chen simply used his bare hands to punch and shatter the boulder. Senior Sister Ye reminded him, "Yang Chen, we are in big trouble this time. Qiu Chang is the only son of Academy Master Qiu Wudi, and he is extremely vicious." Yang Chen asked in astonishment, "Qiu Chang? Qiu Wudi?" He immediately told everyone, "Run! Hurry! Run into the valley!" Since the sneak attack failed, that subordinate turned back and looked awkwardly at young Master Qiu. He merely snorted, saying nothing more, and began ordering another person. "Zhao Chu, go and kill them." Zhao Chu immediately accepted the order. "Understood." He said to Yang Chen, "Stop struggling, it's useless." Zhao Chu carried his saber down with an imposing aura. Wu Qie, seeing this, was extremely worried for his brother. But Yang Chen shouted loudly, "Quickly enter the valley cave, don't worry about me." He thought to himself, "This is the strongest opponent I have ever met since I was in my mother's womb. Compared to Shen Baixing, who has a cultivation of the 4th level martial ancestor realm, this guy is worlds apart. More importantly, there is still a Qiu Chang behind him. I cannot be reckless." Yang Chen immediately came up with a plan and said, "Wait, young Master Qiu, I have important intelligence." Young Master Qiu is intrigued. Zhao Chu, don't be in a rush to kill him. Let me hear what he wants to say."
He said, "Master Chu, I know a secret that can easily draw out the innate purple chi." Master Chu's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he thought to himself. "A way to draw out the innate purple chi? But if it's true, I'll strike it rich. If I grasp this miraculous method, wouldn't I have a huge opportunity? After my cultivation reaches the 9th level of the Tanhei realm, I can easily reach the Purple Palace realm." Master Chu said coldly, "Yang Chen, do you know the outcome of deceiving me?" Yang Chen immediately swore, "I dare to swear by my martial heart. I truly possess a secret method that can easily obtain the innate purple chi." Master Chu rejoiced inwardly. Very good. Swearing by the martial heart, he definitely cannot go against it. Otherwise, he will surely suffer from chi deviation and die in the future. The group of lackeys following behind didn't understand what was going on at all. What innate purple chi? Never heard of it before. What is it? Yang Chen, having tricked him, gloated. "You idiot. It's true that I know how to get the innate purple chi, but unfortunately it belongs to my martial soul. Even if I tell you, it will be useless." Master Chu anxiously urged him. "Quickly, tell me quickly." Yang Chen hesitated. "About that," Master Chu immediately guaranteed. "Yang Chen, rest assured, as long as you tell me, I absolutely won't do anything to you." Yang Chen refused. The 5 of you must swear by your martial hearts. Swear that you won't harm the 5 of us." Master Chu immediately replied, "Fine." The whole group then raised their hands to swear. Inside the secret realm, as long as Yang Chen tells the way to obtain the innate purple chi, they will not harm Yang Chen's 5 companions.
"Young Chen, can you speak now?" Young Chen replied from afar, "I can, but we must find Chao Kuei and Ling Er first." Young Master Chu grew angry. This kid! He and his accomplices flew down. "Then enter the Divine Valley and find your companions." The group then entered the Divine Valley. Young Chen asked young Master Chu, "Why is this place called the Divine Valley?" He replied, "Because a divine ruin exists here. It is called the Divine Valley." Young Chen exclaimed, "A divine ruin? I have never seen a divine ruin before. Could it be that I will get to witness it with my own eyes today?" In the eyes of the high-level martial mansion, the divine ruin here is no great secret, but no one has ever bothered to investigate it. You can try it out later. Broadening your horizons is also good. Ling Er and the others inside were worried, not knowing how Brother Chen was doing. Wu Kuei thought to himself, "If we've really reached a dead end, then there's no need to mind Grandpa's warning anymore. I'll manifest my martial soul and fight to the bitter end." They arrived in front of a cave entrance. Ling Er said, "It's a dead end. Running away is not a solution. Yang Chen will be able to hold out for long. Even if we leave this valley, we will still be caught by those people. Let's fight." Wu Kuei was incredibly determined and shouted, "Fight!"
The whole group began to focus their power in one direction, their spirits ready for battle. But when the four of them saw what was ahead, they cried out, "Huh?" Seeing Yang Chen walking safely and soundly behind the group of people, they were puzzled. What is going on here? Yang Chen continued to ask young Master Chu, "Didn't you say there is a golden divine temple in the Divine Valley? Where is it?" He said, "Look, isn't it right there?" Looking at the dilapidated cave entrance in front of him, Yang Chen suspiciously thought, is this old man kidding me? A messy pile of rocks like this is the legendary divine ruin? Seeing his suspicion, young Master Chu nonchalantly said, "Whether it is or not, you will know once you go in."
You all can go and try. If you can comprehend any divine ruin, consider yourselves very lucky. Yang Chen entered and looked around. Could there still be some mystery in these ruins? Suddenly he was attacked by a source of power. He shouted loudly, "True solar chi." Surrounding Yang Chen were the flames of the true solar chi. In front of him was a stone statue. The others also entered. The stone statue suddenly erupted with an enormous power shooting toward them, forcing them to struggle to resist. Yang Chen was still trying to resist, while the group behind had already collapsed, groaning inwardly. This sword intent is too powerful. Master Cao slowly walked in from outside, his voice ringing out evenly. With this divine sense of yours, let alone entering the stone cave, even getting close is already difficult. But he froze when he saw Yang Chen still unmoving at the front. How can you do that? Yang Chen felt it and exclaimed, "So this is the true appearance of the Golden Divine Temple." He looked at the statue in front of him, realizing that the statue in this stone cave was clearly a divine ruin. It contained an abundant power of innate purple chi. Seeing that Yang Chen did not answer, Master Cao's face darkened. "I am asking you." Yang Chen did not reply. He was still deep in his own thoughts. But if he manifested the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to absorb the innate purple chi, he would be discovered by Qiu Cheng behind him. No, he had to kill them. He thought to himself, there must be a huge secret on this kid's body. Young Master Qiu asked him again, "Yang Chen, this is a divine ruin. How can we absorb the innate purple chi in here?" He immediately replied, "Young Master Qiu, don't rush. Let me try first." Yang Chen began to circulate his chi. The power within him began to radiate. His eyes were full of imposing manner. On a high mountain peak, there was a person standing there. He had pure white hair, and a deep voice resounded. "Our race used sincerity to sacrifice to the heavens, but the heavens are without the Tao. Seeing the injustice of the heavenly Tao, we actually dared to rebel." Yang Chen was surprised. "Huh?" His eyes widened. Above the stone statue radiated a dazzling golden light. Was this materialized sword intent? Yang Chen subconsciously reached out his arm. He was even more surprised. "I can control it." Suddenly, young Master Qiu from behind was sent flying far away by a palm strike. The surrounding rocks and dirt shattered, and he was knocked flying far away, crashing heavily into the ground. Yang Chen turned around, his expression becoming fierce, holding a stream of golden energy in his hand. He threw it towards young Master Qiu. He was hit by another palm strike. Seeing him defeated so swiftly, Ling Shi's group was completely stunned and speechless. Young Master Qiu's accomplices were the same. Yang Chen waved his hand again, and another golden beam of light shot out, rushing towards young Master Qiu's accomplices. At this moment, the whole group had fallen. Wu Kei gasped in amazement. "Damn, that's incredible." Ling Shi still couldn't believe it, and asked again, "Did Yang Chen do that?" Senior Sister Ye excitedly shouted, "What a freak! I like you more and more." Yang Chen turned back to look at everyone's strange expressions, scratched his head, and asked, "What's with everyone's expressions? You don't actually think I unleashed divine might and dealt with those bastards, do you?" Ling Shi immediately replied, "It's definitely you. Quickly tell us, how did you do it? That's too badass." Yang Chen continued to hide it. "Spare me. If I had that kind of ability, why would I have begged Qiu Cheng earlier?" Senior Sister Ye laughed. "Then it really is a ghost. The five of us are still alive."
Yang Chen immediately chimed in. "This shows that the five of us are all good people. Even evil spirits can't bear to harm us." Lingxi's face darkened. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Yang Chen only then said, "The stone statue in the stone cave shakes whenever anyone enters, emitting invisible sword intent. That is a true divine ruin. The statue of the divine ruin probably saw that your brother here is too handsome, understood my intentions, and thus took action to destroy Qiu Qiang's group." Lingxi lowered her head, sighed, and said, "I believe you." Wu Kui, however, said, "Ah, you are lying. I clearly felt the killing intent on your body fluctuate, and then Qiu Qiang died immediately. When the last guy died, the killing intent on your body also disappeared." Yang Chen, seeing himself exposed, let out a "huh?" He rushed over to Wu Kui, bowed to him, and yelled, "Xiao Kui, are you stupid? Why do you have to be so honest?" Everyone looked at Xiao Kui and chuckled secretly, while he still didn't understand. I didn't say anything wrong." Yang Chen then ordered Xiao Kui to go check if Tu Cheng's group had any treasures. Xiao Kui immediately went to check them one by one, then returned to report to Yang Chen, "Brother, the collection is done." Yang Chen replied, "All right, pack it up. We will look at it when we get back."
Everyone pay attention. After triggering the statue of the Divine Ruin, there will be formless sword intent, primarily targeting the Divine Sense, so just condense your Divine Sense for defense. After that, slowly spread out your Divine Sense to comprehend. The whole group advanced towards the statue. Streams of formless sword intent shot out, whistling as if tearing through the wind, forcing them to struggle to resist. Yang Chen realized, oh no, I forgot that the Divine Sense of Xiao Kui's group cannot withstand this sword intent. Yang Chen instructed Xiao Kui to circulate his entire cultivation method. After that, he immediately embraced Linger and Xiaoxin. The situation was urgent, pardon the offense. He called out to Lingxi, hug my neck. Lingxi glanced at him, then ran over and hugged Yang Chen's neck. Yang Chen's footsteps stomped heavily on the ground. Carrying the girls, he dashed forward, not forgetting to remind them, hold on tight. Yang Chen frowned, focus your Divine Sense. Streams of formless sword intent continued to billow out from the statue. Yang Chen safely held the 3 girls in front of the statue without a single scratch. After the danger passed, the whole group sighed in exhaustion. Yang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the statue again, saying, this statue contains a very terrifying sword intent. Everyone, remember to seize the opportunity to see if you can comprehend anything. It will be of great use to all of you. One by one, they began to sit down following him, absorbing power from the Divine Ruin.
Yang Chen looked at the statue and was certain it contained innate purple chi, but if swallowed, he feared that terrifying sword chi would dissipate. That person's cultivation had likely surpassed even the true martial sword emperor. Better to comprehend it first. Who knows, there might be some harvest. 3 days later, Yang Chen felt even more strange. Why was there no harvest at all? He turned around and asked how everyone else was doing. Lingxi immediately asked, even you couldn't comprehend it? She stared intently at him. While observing Yang Chen, she thought with admiration. The thing absorbed back then was definitely innate purple chi. Her little man seemed to possess a secret and highly formidable martial Dao ability. To think he could grasp the secret art to absorb innate purple chi, but why wasn't he executing that secret art? She looked at the people behind them. Was it because there were outsiders present? Lingxi spoke up. The sword intent of the statue is too profound. It's not something we can comprehend. Continuing to comprehend it is just a waste of effort. It's better if we just go outside. Wu Kui closed his eyes and sighed, saying, it's not that it's difficult to comprehend, but that it's impossible to comprehend. My divine sense was destroyed by the sword intent just by getting slightly close. Ye Xiaoxin didn't say anything. She glanced at them with a gaze full of suspicion. Wu Kui tiredly touched the stone wall. Suddenly, he felt something. Huh? He pulled the stone out, but the stone was so heavy that it made him exclaim, what is going on? It's just a stone, so why is it so heavy? Linger was extremely surprised. This is great heavy cold iron. Great heavy cold iron? Wu Kui hugged the stone block and asked her, Linger, is great heavy cold iron valuable? She said loudly, great heavy cold iron is a legendary treasure that can be used to forge heaven-tier treasure artifacts. Its value is immeasurable. Without exaggeration, the great heavy cold iron in your hands is enough to buy the entire Chaogou city. It is truly priceless. Wu Kui's eyes lit up brightly at this moment. He began to pull the stone blocks out, but it was too heavy, unable to budge at all. Linger also rolled up her sleeves, determined to try. Let me see. But surprisingly, she was able to take it out easily. I can take it out. She took down each stone block. Once again, Ye Xiaoxin also jumped in to join the fun. Let me try too. She also pulled it out very easily, trying for another piece, but none of them worked. Yang Chen immediately understood. It seems each person can only take one piece of great heavy cold iron. Linger knowingly pushed the group away. Brother Chen, we will go see if we can find other treasures. You stay here and study it. Seeing this, Yang Chen happily thought, my wife is still the best. He decided that if he could not comprehend the sword intent, then he would absorb the innate purple chi. If he used the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, that sword intent would disappear again. Let's try the slaughter sword soul. The statue still remained completely unaffected.
Yang Chen understood. The slaughter sword soul wouldn't work either. Let's try the waste sword martial soul. He immediately shouted, come out. As if sensing the fluctuation, a person narrowed his eyes to look. At Yu Lotian, that person pinched his fingers to calculate. Why was the divine soul stimulated for no reason? Yang Chen's sword intent released a massive amount of power, but it was subjected to countless streams of sword intent from the divine ruin statue, as if trying to suck the sword in. Yang Chen felt something was wrong. What's going on? Why did it go in? I must quickly check my dantian. Within the dantian space, Yang Chen chanted and incanted again. He entered the space of the sword realm, where swords were planted haphazardly all around. Yang Chen looked around, extremely worried. It's gone. The sword intent is gone. What on earth just happened? He decided not to tangle with it anymore and tried the demonic dragon martial soul instead. The demonic dragon immediately appeared, its massive body seemingly filling the entire space, its eyes glowing blood red. The statue began to show some movement at this moment. Yang Chen continued to execute his martial soul. Rocks in the outside reality began to fall. Wu Kui felt something was wrong and became suspicious. What happened? He ran towards his brother, who was still closing his eyes and executing his martial soul in the distance. Wu Kui shouted anxiously, brother! The stone statue had disappeared. The group behind them was astonished. Linger gasped in shock. Oh my god, the stone statue was gone. Xiaoxin continued in a low voice. It really was destroyed. Linger immediately asked Yang Chen, did you get something good?
Senior Sister Yue also asked him, Yang Chen, we are in the same team. It's not good to enjoy it all by yourself. Yang Chen didn't know what to do either. How could he share it? The innate purple chi had entered his dantian, and the wuxi sword intent was gone. Wu Kuei bailed him out at this moment. It's all due to luck. We all comprehended the divine ruin, but only my brother got it. It must be said that my brother has a good destiny. Senior Sister Yue's eyes began to shift into admiration as she looked at him. As for Linger, she frowned at Wu Kuei's innocence. Yang Chen Wen told everyone, the divine power trapped in the stone chamber has disappeared. All this cold iron is ours. Take it all.
Each stone was stacked up. Yang Chen laughed heartily, perhaps feeling that he was about to strike it rich. He reached out his hand to take them one by one. The whole group shouted loudly, "Loot!" And then they passed each stone one by one to stack them. The pile of cold iron had been swept clean by them. Yang Chen said happily, "We really struck it rich this time." Linger also chimed in, "We're rich! If we sell this cold iron, we will definitely get a large sum." Wu Kuei came over holding a map at this time and said, "I found this in Qiu Chang's ring." Yang Chen recognized it. This seems to be the map of the Tiannan secret realm. The map was opened, and there were 3 marked points on it, which were Divine Valley, Higer Heart Cave, and Qi Lightning Platform. Divine Valley is exactly this place. It seems the other 2 places also hold lucky opportunities. Senior Sister Yet immediately stopped him, saying, Higer Heart Cave might not be a safe place. It could be related to the Higer Heart poisonous wolf. Everyone advised him, Yang Chen, we have already earned quite a bit. If we encounter the Higer Heart poisonous wolf again, I'm afraid. Yang Chen then changed his mind. There is still more than 10 days left. How about we go to the Qi Lightning Platform?
Ling Shi exclaimed in fear. Yang Chen, Grandpa once said that the Qi Lightning Platform is very dangerous. The old man repeatedly warned us not to go near it. Yang Chen pondered. Even old man Gong Sun emphasized that it is a dangerous place. I'm afraid there really is danger. Wu Kuei then said, Brother, how about I go with you, and Linger and the other 2 can stay here to cultivate? Linger and Ling Shi said in unison, No way. Yang Chen also said, In the secret realm where danger lurks in all directions, I can't leave Ling Shi and the others behind. Hearing these words, Ling Shi felt very warm in her heart. Wu Kuei couldn't argue back. Yang Chen said relaxedly, It's fine to just take a look. If there is danger, we will retreat. Linger suddenly asked, Yang Chen, is that mysterious probing secret art of yours reliable? How large of a range can it probe? Yang Chen replied confidently, Within a radius of 5 miles, the aura of life cannot be hidden. Ling Shi voiced her doubt at this moment. Nothing can be hidden? Back when we entered the Divine Valley, why didn't you discover Chu Chiang's group? Yang Chen was speechless, saying embarrassedly, This, wifey, why do you have to expose me? Yosha Sin didn't fully understand the story, asking them, What secret art is it? Yang Chen put his hands on his hips and said proudly, The #1 secret art in the world. Wu Kuei asked innocently, Brother, is it the martial soul divine ability of that #1 sword martial soul of yours? Yang Chen broke into a sweat, letting out an ah. Yang Chen grabbed the map and said to his companions, Let's go.
Just like that, the group followed the map. After walking for a while, they arrived at a mountain range. Yang Chen took the lead, observing as he walked, and reminded everyone, the Rotting Heart Cave is deep within the stone forest. Everyone must be careful. After walking a bit further, Yang Chen covered his mouth, sensing danger, and thought to himself, the yin energy is so terrifying. Suddenly, the group heard the sound of fighting, startling Yang Chen's group. Tianling Si panicked and asked, Who is fighting the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf? Linger said in surprise, Could it be someone arrived before us? Then Yang Chen said, We followed the map here. It seems there isn't just one map. Yang Chen laughed in delight and continued, I bet it's an instructor from the Martial Mansion leading a team. Academy students couldn't possibly make it here. Since they are scouting ahead for us, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Just remember to observe carefully. Meanwhile, John Wu Kuei excitedly said, Rob them. Wait until they are heavily injured or their stamina is depleted, and we can just go up and rob them. Yang Chen turned to look at his little brother and said, Xiao Kuei, playing dirty tricks is not right. We are all decent people. How could we do such a thing? Yang Chen's words made Tianling Si, Yue Shen, and Linger unable to hold back their laughter. While walking along the path, Yang Chen led the group to hide behind a boulder and said, Be careful. Then he continued, You 4 stay here. I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Kuei, stay alert. Yang Chen approached the source of the fighting sounds and hid behind a rock to observe. At this moment, at the scene of the fight, there was a group of people battling the Rotting Heart and Weazenwolf. Yang Chen opened his eyes wide to look closely, discovered something, and let out a humph.
Because Yang Chen observed a rather familiar young man in yellow clothes. After that, Yang Chen said to Li Junru, It truly is enemies on a narrow road. Yang Chen observed Li Junru's group, and as far as he knew, all 5 of them were martial ancestor realm experts. After that, Yang Chen thought, This won't do. If it goes on like this, the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf will die. At this moment, the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf's eyes suddenly flared with a purple light, as if it sensed something. The Rotting Heart Poison Wolf stared intently at the ring on Li Junru's hand. Li Junru's group also seemed to sense something, so all of them looked at the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf's burning eyes. After that, Li Junru's group continuously slashed with powerful attacks at the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf. The Rotting Heart Poison Wolf was in pain, howling and lunging at Li Junru's group. Seeing this, a man holding a saber slashed toward the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf and shouted loudly, "Not good." The Rotting Heart Poison Wolf lunged forward regardless of all the attacks, and then the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf bit fiercely into Li Junru's arm. Following that, the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf gave another violent tug, and Li Junru's arm was severed. That Li Junru panicked and clutched his severed arm, screaming in pain. Li Junru looked at his companions, gritting his teeth and said, "Ignore me, kill it." Hearing the order, the other three immediately continued to engage in battle with the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf. At this time, Yang Chen was standing behind a boulder observing and said, "A beast like the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf is really good at biting people, quite vicious." At this moment, one of them gave healing medicine to Li Junru. The Rotting Heart Poison Wolf was now overwhelmed by the other three, and one of them used a sword array to stab continuously into the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf.
The Rotting Heart Poison Wolf opened its mouth wide to howl, and as it opened its eyes wide, its eyes burned even brighter. Seeing this, Yang Chen thought to himself that the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf was about to unleash its ultimate move. Li Junming, his face sweating but happily smiling in triumph, cursed, "Damned beast, go die quickly." At this moment, the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf let out a loud howl, followed by a terrifying purple smoke covering the surroundings. Seeing this, Li Junming's group immediately shouted, "Not good, quick, hurry up, it is about to self-destruct its monster core." Right after, the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf's monster core inside its mouth began to self-destruct. What followed was an earth-shattering explosion. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and the smoke and dust were blinding. Yang Chen hid behind a large rock far in the back, so he was unharmed. At this time, Yang Chen's group also came out of the smoke and dust and asked, "Yang Chen, are you okay?" Then Yang Chen put on a despicable face and said, "Haha, let's go. I will take everyone to pick up some treasures." At this time, Yang Chen looked down towards the explosion, filled with thick smoke and dust. After a while, as the smoke and dust cleared a bit, Yang Chen suddenly said, "To think he is still alive." Down below was Li Junming, who had been protected by his people after the explosion. Yang Chen looked down and said lightly, "God has eyes." Then he revealed a sinister smile, his eyes full of sharpness. At this moment, the guy who took the hit for Li Junming had collapsed, and suddenly Yang Chen jumped down to stand in front of Li Junming. Li Junming looked up and suddenly uttered a word, "You." As for Yang Chen, he stood with his hands on his hips and said to him in a mocking tone, "Yo, isn't this eldest young Master Li? This Tianan is truly small. How long has it been? And we meet again. Is young Master Li still doing well?" Li Junming, with a pale face, looked at him in panic and said, Yang Chen, why are you here?"
At this time, Zhen Wukuei, Tianling Si, Yue Xiaoxin, and Ling had also come down to his side. After that, Yang Chen drew his sword, pointed it straight at Li Junru's face, and said, "Where young Master Li can go, I can naturally go. But it seems our conditions are a bit different now." Hearing this, Li Junru roared, "Yang Chen, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why talk so much?" Yang Chen smirked and said, "Kill you? No, don't misunderstand. I won't kill you." Li Junru was surprised to hear that and asked, "You're not going to kill me?" Yang Chen put on a noble appearance, smiled happily, then sighed and said, "I am a good person. Do you think I look like a bloodthirsty maniac? Moreover, killing someone as defenseless as you is too boring." Hearing Yang Chen say he wouldn't kill him, Li Junru happily said in a respectful tone, "Yang Chen, no, young Master Chen, as long as you let me go, I will agree to any request." In the back, Zhen Wukuei looked and was also speechless at Li Junru, thinking to himself, "What an idiot, my big brother is tricking you and you actually believe it." Then Yang Chen said to him, "A gentleman keeps his word. Young Master Li, tell me first, how did you know there was a divine ruin in the Chagos mountain range?" Li Junru obediently replied, "Young Master Chen, it was a person named Binzi who told me." Yang Chen asked, "Where is he?" Li Junru replied, "In the north city of Tianan, running a pawn shop named La Banfang." Hearing this name, Yang Chen suddenly exclaimed, "La Banfang again." After that, he spaced out for a moment, making Zhen Wukuei behind him worried and calling out, "Big brother." He was startled and said to Zhen Wukuei, "It's nothing." Then he wondered in his thoughts, "It seems the situation is not that simple. Who exactly is that old man? Why do I feel like I'm being treated as a chess piece?"
After thinking for a moment, he asked Li Junru in a cold voice, "Are there any other valuable secrets? Just the news about Bingzi seems not enough to exchange for your life." Hearing this, Li Junru panicked and said, "Young Master Chen, I also know news about the soul-reflecting stone." He was surprised about the soul-reflecting stone. Then he asked Li Junru what the soul-reflecting stone was. At this time, before Li Junru could answer, Ye Xiaoxin from behind spoke up to explain. "Yang Chen, the soul-reflecting stone is a top-grade treasure that can nourish the soul and is effective for a martial artist's damaged soul." As soon as Ye Xiaoxin finished speaking, everyone was surprised and looked at her, shouting, "Huh? What?" After that, Yang Chen thought excitedly, "If I can get the soul-reflecting stone, then Master will not only be able to condense his martial soul, but his cultivation base will also rise again." Then he put on a serious face and asked Li Junru, "Quick, tell me quickly, where is the soul-reflecting stone?" Seeing Yang Chen's expression suddenly change upon knowing the effect of the soul-reflecting stone, Li Junru said, "Yang Chen, then you must swear upon your martial heart, swear not to kill me." Yang Chen also clearly knew Li Junru's thoughts, and he immediately replied, "No problem, I will swear upon my martial heart." After that, Li Junru finally felt relieved and said, "Yang Chen, our Li family has reliable news that Dong Huang's sword venerable recently obtained a treasure, and that is exactly the soul-reflecting stone."
Hearing this name, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Tianling Shi broke out in a sweat as she listened, thinking to herself, Eastern Emperor Sword Sect? Are you kidding me? Getting an item from the hands of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is harder than ascending to heaven. Then Tianling Shi said, Yang Chen, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is in the north of our Eastern Land, and their strength is even greater than the Eastern Land royal family. Hearing this, Yang Chen frowned, rested his chin on his hand, and thought, a major faction just like the Eastern Land. However, now that I know the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect has the soul-reflecting stone, no matter what, I must make a trip there. Even if it's difficult, I must snatch it back. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxin sighed and said, Yang Chen, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect has a feud with our Eastern Land, and there are frequent skirmishes at the border. Hearing this, Yang Chen laughed cheerfully and said, Aha, and here I was worried that the Eastern Land royal family had a good relationship with the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Afterward, Yang Chen asked Li Junru, are there any other secrets? Li Junru was distracted and sensed the killing intent. After a while, he replied that there were none. As soon as Li Junru finished speaking, Yang Chen said, if there's no more information, then you should go die. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people in Chaogou will die with remaining grievances. Hearing this, Li Junru shouted in fear, What, Yang Chen, you swore on your martial heart not to kill me? Yang Chen then put on a bastardly face and asked, Do you believe me? Li Junru answered fearfully, I believe, Yang Chen, I really believe you. After hearing this, Yang Chen sighed. Sigh. Then he said, You really are a fool. Even I don't believe myself, yet you dared to believe. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen retracted his sword and called for Xiao Ke.
Li Junru glared angrily and roared, Yang Chen, you! Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Kuei's sword was already pointing right in front of his face. Then Yang Chen put on a bastardly face and said, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say Xiao Kuei wouldn't kill you, idiot. As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Zhenru Kuei's sword sent him on his way. After that, Yang Chen said, Xiao Kuei, harvest the loot. This group of people must have quite a few good things. Don't miss out. After collecting all the wealth of Li Junru's group, the whole group began to follow the map and stopped when Yang Chen said, This place is probably the Tiger Heart Cave. Then Yang Chen erupted his aura to scout the surroundings. After a while, based on what he sensed, he wondered and thought, There is no divine ruin within 100 miles of here. Could the news be fake? At this time, his face began to sweat, and he frowned, thinking, Impossible. If the Tiger Heart Cave doesn't have any treasures, then Li Junru's group wouldn't have wasted their effort coming here to fight the Tiger Heart Poisonous Wolf. Immediately after, he erupted an even stronger aura to scout. After a while, he sensed some kind of treasure, and he panicked in his thoughts. Then he led the group to the treasure's location. Upon arriving, seeing this, Tianling Si immediately sat down, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the treasure. After looking for a while, Tianling Si said, This is an array pattern. Then Tianling Si hesitated slightly, continuing that the ancient array pattern mechanism probably wasn't dangerous. Ling Si in the back was excitedly and impatiently shouting, Senior sister, open it, I can't wait anymore. After that, Tianling Si immediately opened the array pattern and a blue light appeared, followed by eerie black smoke pouring out. At the same time, Yang Chen's entire group was submerged in the ring of blue light.
A moment later, Yue Shaoxin raised a ball with light high up and asked if everyone was all right. As the dust began to clear, Yue Shaoxin saw that they were fine and said, It seems the stone chamber here is located underground. After that, everyone paid attention to the stone stele. Many characters were written on it, and an aura emanated from around the stele. Jan Wu Kuei looked at the stone stele and said, Ah, this is definitely the divine ruin of Higher Heart Cave. Yang Chen also looked at the stone stele and said, This opportunity belongs to us. Let's slowly comprehend it and see what exactly the divine ruin here contains. Afterward, they all began to comprehend, a faint aura radiating around their bodies. Yang Chen also seemed to sense something. At this moment, inside Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was a flame engulfed by fiercely burning black energy. Yang Chen thought to himself, it seems that Tiger Heart Poisonous Wolf comprehended the divine ruin on the stone stele, which is why it had such terrifying power. At this time, over by Tianling Shi, Yue Shaoxin, and Linger, something seemed to miss. Meanwhile, Jan Wu Kuei was comfortably comprehending, and waves of black energy were pouring into his body. Seeing this, Tianling Shi wondered, is it really okay for Xiao Kuei to absorb such terrifying energy? Won't his temperament change? Linger looked at Jan Wu Kuei with great trust and said, No, Xiao Kuei is the demon subduing Vajra. As soon as Linger finished speaking, Tianling Shi and Yue Shaoxin shot her a glance. Then Yue Shaoxin said, I guess I finally understand why people say a woman's intelligence drops to 0 when she's in love. After that, Yue Shaoxin suddenly looked over at Yang Chen and saw that Yang Chen was also frantically comprehending and fiercely absorbing the dark energy. Yue Shaoxin stared blankly at Yang Chen, thinking in surprise, he has twin martial souls and can even absorb dark energy.
Could it be that besides his fire attribute talent, he also has a dark talent? Having thought of this, Yue Shaoxin gave him a look full of admiration, while Tianling Shi was looking at her with a gloomy face, as if to say, "Are you daring to steal my husband or what?" After that, Yang Chen gathered a vortex of dark spiritual energy, and thought this was dark martial intent. Moreover, it was formed by blending 3 types of dark martial intents. If I can comprehend this dark martial intent, wouldn't my shadow evasion martial intent become even stronger? At this moment, the dark spiritual energy vortex suddenly fell into chaos. He tried his best to regulate his aura and thought, what is going on? The demonic dragon martial seems to be resisting. Afterward, Yang Chen recalled what Old Man Gongsun had said. Kid Chen, the Tao is the logic of heaven and earth, the rule of all things. The moment we swordsmen step into the sword Tao, we also need to comprehend heaven and earth in all things, seeking and awakening the sword Tao that belongs to us.
The sword Tao of predecessors, no matter how powerful or great, is still someone else's. It is something that can be borrowed, its essence absorbed, but never inherited. One who inherits another's sword Tao is not a sword practitioner, but a sword slave. After a moment of struggle, Yang Chen decided to give up. He sighed and said, "Too dangerous." Then he turned and asked Xiao Che, "Can you withstand fusing with that dark martial intent?" Jian Wukuei replied, "Dark martial intent? This energy is very pure. Using it to cultivate the heavenly demon tyrant posture is quite wondrous. Just now my heavenly demon tyrant posture broke through 2 levels consecutively." Hearing this, Yang Chen said, "All right." Then he thought to himself, "It seems I was overthinking things. Xiao Che is very suited for this type of martial intent."
Although I cannot inherit it directly, I can fuse the pure energy of this dark martial intent into the purple nether true chi in my Dantian. If this continues, the cultivation base of my purple nether true chi will definitely skyrocket just like my true solar chi and heavenly lightning true chi. One day later, Jian Wukuei ran over to Yang Chen, excitedly saying, "Brother, my second stage of the heavenly demon tyrant physique has approached great perfection. It's truly unbelievable. What exactly is that dark energy?" Yang Chen replied that it was dark martial intent. Jian Wukuei said in surprise, "Dark martial intent? Isn't this a martial intent that can only be awakened in the Chanhei realm? How could we absorb it?" Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately showed off to his little brother Xiao Ke, saying loudly, "Who do you think your brother is? It's just dark martial intent." Then Yang Chen crossed his arms and said to the 3 beautiful girls, "Come here, everyone, I'll gift you this good fortune." Tianling Si heard this and said blankly, "Good fortune? The dark energy on the stone steel is already unsuitable for us, so what kind of good fortune is there?" Ling Si pouted and questioned, stating clearly that the dark energy on the stone steel was left behind by a dark almighty expert, and it wasn't suitable for them. As for Yaksha Sun, she didn't say anything, but looked at Yang Chen with a bizarre smile and thought, "I really want to see what kind of trick this kid is playing." At this time, Yang Chen put on an air and said, "Everyone knows about the innate purple chi, right?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, all 3 of them were surprised. Then Linger opened her eyes wide and replied that they knew. Then Yang Chen pointed at them and proudly declared loudly, "Today, right here, the great hero Yang Chen will bestow upon the 4 of you a tremendous opportunity of good fortune. I want you guys to have innate purple chi to fuse with before breaking through to the Chanhei realm." Afterward, the 3 of them put on a bewildered expression. Well, not entirely surprised though.
Schwelinger suddenly laughed out loud, "Ha ha!" and said to Yang Chen, "Stop joking around. You still claim to bestow us innate purple chi. Do you even know what innate purple chi is? My father, as the head of the martial mansion, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Tianhei realm, has never even seen innate purple chi. You say you can give it to us? Who would believe that?" Yue Shaoxin crossed her arms, smiled lightly, and said, "Keep bragging, keep bragging. Let's see if you can keep bragging all the way to the Tiannan secret realm." Meanwhile, Tianling Shi looked at the happily smiling Yang Chen and thought to herself, could it be that Yang Chen's divine ability isn't from absorbing the innate purple chi in the divine ruin? Why would he give it to others? After thinking, Tianling Shi asked Yang Chen, "Brother Chen, is it true?" Hearing this, Yang Chen smugly turned his face away and answered Tianling Shi, "Of course." On the other side, Jian Wukuei was very excited. Jian Wukuei waved his hands and said, "Brother, me first, me first." At this moment, Yang Chen closed his eyes and concentrated his spirit. Then he raised a hand and streams of true chi radiated around him. After that, Yang Chen shouted loudly, "Iya, iya, iya," and immediately the primordial demonic dragon martial soul was summoned by him. Then streams of chi began to approach the stone stele. At this moment, Yang Chen stretched his left hand straight forward, held his left hand tightly with his right hand, and shouted, "Stop!" Right after that, a tiny purple flame condensed on his hand. At this time, Yang Chen, with his face drenched in sweat, looked down at his arm which had successfully condensed a cluster of purple chi. Seeing this, the group of Tianling Shi, Yue Shaoxin, and Schwelinger burst into an uproar. "Purple chi! This is purple chi! Wow, is this real?" Jian Wukuei stood behind, looking at Yang Chen, and sighed in admiration. Brother is truly a god. After that, Yang Chen concentrated on using 2 fingers to control the purple chi. At this time, the purple chi in his hand split into a small strand. Then he used his 2 fingers to direct the purple chi straight at Yue Shaoxin's chest, and the cluster of purple chi immediately invaded her body. Yue Xiaoxin cupped her chest with both hands in a daze. She didn't expect to be able to integrate the innate purple qi. Yang Chen continued to split off a small strand of purple qi.
Next, he pointed a burst of purple qi into Lingxi's body, leaving her dazed. Over here, Jianruke looked at Yang Chen and said joyfully, "Brother, mine too." At this time, Yang Chen divided the innate purple qi into two and integrated it into the bodies of Jianruke and Tianlingxi at the same time. As soon as he finished, he sat down on the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, the stone steel behind Yang Chen suddenly shattered into pieces. After that, he also fell backwards and lay flat on the ground. At this moment, Jianruke held his stomach, laughing, and said, "Brother, I can feel the presence of the innate purple qi, but it's too little. If there were more, wouldn't my Dantian complete its transformation before reaching the Tianhe realm and then reaching the Purple Palace?" Yang Chen sat up and saw his little brother Jianruke smiling with his eyes narrowed, while Lingxi, Yue Xiaoxin, and Tianlingxi were staring wide-eyed at him. Afterwards, Lingxi reproachfully said, "Yang Chen, you are really stingy. With such a formidable divine ability, why did you hide it until now? That's right, in the Divine Valley, inside that statue, was there also innate purple qi? But you monopolized it all, right?" Yue Xiaoxin also chimed in, saying, "Yang Chen, you really hit it well."
As for Tianlingxi, she anxiously asked, "Yang Chen, where are you feeling uncomfortable?" Seeing Tianlingxi worried, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Immediately after, he got into character, put both hands to his head and screamed, "It hurts so much! Lingxi, the Tianzan forbidden art exacts a heavy price. My head hurts like it's splitting apart. Quick, massage it for me." Oh my, Yang Chen's acting was so terrible, yet he still managed to coax the girl Tianlingxi into massaging his head. Well, since he acted convincingly enough to be allowed to lean against Tianlingxi and get a head massage, he took the opportunity to enjoy it in pure bliss. This left the other three standing there completely dumbfounded. Yang Chen pushed his luck and demanded more from Tianlingxi. The shoulders, too, both shoulders. After his shoulders were massaged for a while, he said, "Lingxi, a bit lower, further down the back, punch it." Claiming to have a headache but making her massage his whole body made Tianlingxi start to realize what was going on, and her face darkened as she snorted. She was so angry that the veins on her hands popped out, but Yang Chen still had an expression of enjoyment. Then Tianlingxi caught it and pinched Yang Chen's back hard, causing his eyes to roll back in pain as his jaw dropped. After that, Tianlingxi smiled cheerfully but with full killing intent, asking Yang Chen, "Feeling better now?" Seeing this, Yang Chen broke into a sweat and replied, "Lingxi, your technique is simply amazing. I have recovered. My strength is back." Seeing this, Linger clutched her stomach and laughed out loud, while Yue Xiaoxin also covered her mouth and giggled. After that, Yang Chen and the group jumped out of the cave. Then he thought, there are still days left. The items we obtained in these two divine ruins are probably enough. Once word gets out, it will definitely shock the Eastern land. So, before he could finish, Linger cheerfully interrupted and said, "We understand. We won't say a word about this outside." Hearing this, Yang Chen replied, and said, "It's good that everyone understands. For these last 9 days, there is still one Qi lightning platform on the map." As soon as he finished speaking, Yue Xiaoxin immediately advised everyone, "The Qi lightning platform is extremely dangerous. It's highly likely to be even more dangerous than the previous places we've been to. We already have a lot of items. It's better if we just don't go." Hearing that, Yang Chen looked over at Tianlingxi and Jianwukui. Seeing him look over, Tianlingxi understood his intention and said, "I'll listen to you." As for Jianwukui, he always agreed with Yang Chen's ideas, so he said, "Me. If bro says go, we go."
Yang Chen did not want them to be in danger, so he said, "Lingxi, the four of you wait for me at the exit of the secret realm. I will go to the Qi lightning platform alone." After that, he turned to John Wukui and said, "Sha Kui, give me the map." Hearing this, John Wukui took out the map and handed it to him, but still let out a confused, "Huh?" As for Tianlingxi, upon hearing this, she panicked and shouted, "Yang Chen, you cannot go. Grandfather has repeatedly warned that the Qi lightning platform is filled with danger, and we must not get close." Linger also spoke up to dissuade him, saying, "Yang Chen, we have already harvested a lot of things in the secret realm this time. Go out with us." Yue Xiaoxin on this side also agreed with Linger and Tianlingxi's ideas. She waved her hands and said, "That's right. Only those who understand the times can be happy." Yang Chen did not listen to anyone, but reassured them, saying, "Everyone, no need to worry. I have my own ways to protect myself." Just as he finished speaking, Tianlingxi couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "It's an extremely huge danger. Yang Chen, even if you have a way to protect yourself, it will be useless." After that, Yang Chen looked smug and said to everyone, "I will set up an array. If everyone can find me or sense my position, then I will not go to the Qi lightning platform anymore."
Right after that, he executed an array, surrounded by a flow of qi covering him, and he even looked at everyone with a smile. Then he disappeared within the array, leaving everyone staring in bewilderment. Jan Wukei, seeing him disappear, immediately searched around and called out for his brother. Ling Er was still standing frozen in a daze at this moment, while Tianlingxi said in frustration, "No need to look, he already left earlier." Right after Tianlingxi finished speaking, Ling Er's face dripped with sweat, let out an and Ling Er began to say in fear,
I've seen a ghost, a living ghost. How could a living person suddenly disappear? At this time, Tianling Shi frustratedly told everyone to leave. After walking a few steps, Tianling Shi stopped and stroked her chin. While sighing in thought, Tianling Shi suddenly remembered something. She stood in a daze, her face extremely panicked as she opened her mouth, thinking to herself, could it be? At this moment, Ling Er, seeing Tianling Shi's unusual expression, asked, Sister, what's wrong? Tianling Shi, startled, covered her mouth and replied, No, it's nothing. After that, Tianling Shi continued to think, Brother Chan only has cultivation at the 7th realm true martial realm. It's impossible for him to awaken martial intent, right? However, right before he completely disappeared, there was a flash of black light behind him. If it's not the soul light of martial intent, then what is it?
越小心按灵儿仿天灵系的执行处理 harder understand. Tianlingxi glanced at them and thought to herself it seemed they didn't notice. After they all left for a while, the array began to appear, and then Yang Chen stepped out of the array. He glanced back at them and said, Rest assured. At this moment, holding the map in his hand, he looked ahead and was determined to go to the Qi Lightning platform alone. A day later, Yang Chen followed the marked locations on the map. When he arrived, he was bewildered by the scene before him. In front of Yang Chen was a mountain with streams of heavenly lightning striking out continuously. He watched for a while and suddenly exclaimed, Wow! Then he thought, no wonder old man Gongsun didn't let us get close. The forbidden power of heavenly lightning is this terrifying, let alone cultivators in the true martial realm or martial ancestor realm. Even those in the Tianhe realm might not be able to withstand it. Thunder is considered the great power of the heavenly Tao, a type of restraining power, but I am also used to it. Then Yang Chen discovered a staircase. He started climbing the stairs. After walking for a while, streams of heavenly lightning continuously struck his body but were absorbed by him. Seeing this, he was also surprised and exclaimed, Huh? Then he thought to himself, to be able to condense heavenly lightning true Qi without circulating the heaven-comprehending scripture, it seems I will reach the 8th level true martial realm very soon. Yang Chen continued to move forward, skirting along the cliffs, and the surroundings were constantly striking him with heavenly lightning. He thought with delight, the help of this thunder is even greater than I imagined. I am now already at the mid-stage of the 8th level true martial realm. After walking for a distance, Yang Chen looked up to where the streams of heavenly lightning were emitting and thought, ahead is the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Yang Chen stepped onto the mountain peak. In front of him was a large flat stone courtyard and huge streams of heavenly lightning striking down. Faced with the scene before him, he thought to himself, is this the Qi lightning platform? Then he stepped inside. Immediately at his feet, streams of heavenly lightning struck towards him. Yang Chen was hit so painfully by the streams of heavenly lightning that he opened his mouth, widened his eyes, and screamed, Ah, ah, ah. Then he tried to endure the striking streams of heavenly lightning and absorb them. At this time, he thought, although it is hard to endure, this kind of electric shock makes the physical strength of my body skyrocket.
He began to adapt to the lightning Qi. He happily thought to himself that he didn't expect this lightning could be used to temper the body. After that, he walked proudly amidst the powerful lightning currents, continuously absorbing them. A day later, at this moment in the center of the Qi lightning platform, the deeper he went into the center of the Qi lightning platform, the larger, more powerful, and fiercer the lightning currents became. Walking inside for a while, he looked ahead and suddenly exclaimed, This is... Right in front of him was a pearl endlessly pouring out extremely tyrannical lightning currents. Yang Chen approached the pearl, joyfully thinking to himself that this was an excellent treasure. This was truly a massive opportunity. Then he observed it for a moment and thought, but this item won't be easy to take. He then started looking for all sorts of ways to take the pearl away. After thinking for a while, Yang Chen bit his thumb and exclaimed, I've got it! He then used his bitten, bleeding finger to flick drops of blood onto the pearl containing the lightning Qi. He thought it was a great idea, but unexpectedly, as soon as the blood touched the pearl, it released an even more powerful wave of lightning Qi. Seeing this, Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat and panicked, thinking, Damn it, don't the mythological novels say that treasures require dripping blood to recognize a master? Why didn't it work? After that, he used the heaven-comprehending scripture skill and reached his hand toward the pearl. He reached out his hand wanting to take the pearl, but the streams of lightning Qi constantly pushed his hand away, making it impossible for him to touch the pearl. Then he withdrew his hand and thought, Truly encountering a ghost, the heaven-comprehending scripture has no effect either. After that, he used the skill to summon the Waste Sword Martial Soul, then the Shadow Evasion Martial Intent, and all sorts of other skills, but all of them failed. Then he shouted, Ah, why isn't anything working? 3 days later, at this time, after trying all kinds of methods and skills, he was exhausted and collapsed. Then he regretfully thought, It seems we are not fated. After that, he stood up and left. After walking for a while, he turned back to look at the pearl and was surprised to see the lightning Qi radiating from the pearl gradually weakening. He didn't care about that either. He started to feel depressed and absent-mindedly walked down the mountain. Suddenly realizing something, he looked back up at the mountain and snorted. Then his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in surprise. What is going on? The electric arcs at the peak of the mountain have disappeared, and the rumbling thunder is also gone. After that, he closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, Forget it.
With my current strength, I probably won't be able to get that pearl. I'll come back here to check it out later. He walked continuously for 2 days before reaching the exit. At this time, a crowd of people had already gathered in front of him. Jian Wukwei saw Yang Chun and called out, "Brother." Then he saw Yang Chun's absent-minded appearance and thought, "What is going on? Is Big Brother seriously injured?" Then Jian Wukwei panicked and asked Yang Chun, "Don't scare me. What exactly happened?" Yang Chun remained absent-minded, causing Telling Shi, Linger, and Yesha Sin to worry. After that, Telling Shi asked, "Yang Chun, what's wrong with you?"
Seeing Tianling Shi asking, Yang Chen scratched his head and ear, smiled and said, It's nothing. There really is nothing. Linger stood there glaring, showing suspicion, and said, Nothing is strange. Confess honestly, did you do something shameful? At this moment, Yang Chen sighed, his face looking as depressed as an idiot. After that, Tianling Shi looked worried, holding Yang Chen's hands to check if he was injured anywhere. Then Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and said to Tianling Shi, "I'm fine. I'm really fine." Yuesha Sin, standing behind, saw this and patted Tianling Shi's shoulder, saying, "Ling Shi, don't be impatient. Let's talk after we get out." At this time, the stone door of the secret realm also opened. Then Yang Chen's group stepped out one after another. Stepping out of the secret realm, Yuesha Sin felt extremely joyful, while Yang Chen still had a depressed and gloomy face. Seeing Yang Chen's dejected and depressed appearance, Qiu Jianwu thought to himself, could something have happened? Meanwhile, at the thatched hut of the northern court, Yang Chen opened the door, walked in, thought of the pearl, and said in depression, "Not enough, fateful fortune." After that, he walked into the small room, sat flat on the chair, and sighed. At this time, the old man popped his face out from somewhere, saw Yang Chen looking like he lost his soul, sighed, and said, "Chenner, all things have reasons, all things have their Tao. For instance, winter goes and spring comes, day is followed by night, the sun rises and sets." The old man walked over, rubbed Yang Chen's head, smiled, and continued saying to him, "Human life is also like that. There are times of rising up, and there are times of darkness. You must taste every flavor within it. Only then is it a perfect life." Hearing this, Yang Chen seemed stimulated and regained his spirits. Then he said, "That's right. What is there to wonder about? I've harvested a lot this time." After that, he looked at his spatial ring and happily said, "I really struck it rich in the secret realm this time. I must take inventory for a bit." After saying that, he started to take inventory inside the spatial ring and thought to himself, "Now I'm definitely not weaker than those prominent noble families in Tiannan." Then he put on a shameless expression and thought, "To strike it rich, robbing is still the way to go." After that, he raised his hand, summoned lightning, and said, "Peak 8th level true martial realm. Ha ha." Next, he put his hand on his forehead and said, "Let's see if there are any changes in the Sea of Consciousness." Then he entered a Sea of Consciousness to check. A moment later, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning, holding his head and exclaiming, "What is going on?" Then a bead appeared in his head, and he thought in surprise, "Since when has this bead been here?" Then Yang Chen looked delighted and thought, "Ha ha, no wonder when I was at the foot of the mountain, the lightning on the mountain disappeared. It seems it followed me since I left the mountain." He then happily stroked his chin and wondered to himself, could it be that this bead has a spirit? Or is it a legendary spirit artifact? Within Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness lay the Shadow Evasion martial intent and the Heaven-Wasting 13 Swords. Yang Chen thought to himself that even using the Sea of Consciousness, he couldn't sense any information about this bead. Perhaps the strength of his divine sense or soul was not enough. Whatever. Anyway, this pearl is being nurtured by the Sea of Consciousness. It can't run anywhere. Suddenly, at this moment, a person appeared in front of Yang Chen, causing him to panic, his mouth wide open, his eyes glaring. It turned out to be Qiu Jianwu. Seeing Yang Chen so panicked, Qiu Jianwu looked puzzled. Then Yang Chen regained his senses and said, "You scared me to death." Qiu Jianwu said loudly, "Smelly brat, you were sick. You need to be treated." At this time, Qiu Jianwu recalled standing outside earlier. This brat had just looked like he lost his soul, and now he is hiding here laughing to himself. His sickness is not light. Yang Chen, his face full of anger, gritted his teeth and said, "You are the one who is sick." Hearing this, Qiu Jianwu felt as hot as fire, crossed his arms and said strictly, "Yo, you insolent brat, do you dare to say that one more time?" Yang Chen was scared at this time, with a face like a puppy, and replied, "I wouldn't dare." Qiu Jianwu gritted his teeth and said, "Before, when you came out of the secret realm, you looked like you saw a ghost, and I was even worried. It seems you were pretending. What a bastard." Then Yang Chen smiled awkwardly, scratched his head with his hand, and gave a non-committal answer. "This, that." Seeing this, Qiu Jianwu was also helpless and said, "Whatever, let's not talk about this anymore." Then Qiu Jianwu asked, "Tell me, what did you harvest in the secret realm this time?" At this time, the scene of Linger teasing him, saying, "I saw everything," appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen felt absent-minded, sighed, and said, "Wow." Then he said to Qiu Jianwu, "Old man, this time I really struck it rich, and incidentally also helped Linger and Wu Kuei obtain great opportunities." Qiu Jianwu laughed after hearing it and said, "Bragging, keep bragging, I'm listening." At this time, Yang Chen looked smug, pointed a finger to the sky, and said, "First, Xiao Kuei obtained the Dark Origin. Integrating it into his Dark True Qi has helped his True Qi increase significantly." Qiu Jianwu was startled and exclaimed in panic, "Dark Origin?" Then looking at Yang Chen's despicable face, he asked, "What else?"
Hearing Chu Jianwu ask, he smugly held up 2 fingers and said, "Second, we destroyed the Golden Divine Temple. From now on, there will be no Golden Divine Temple in the Tandon Secret Realm, nor will there be great heavy cold iron."
This time upon hearing this, Chu Jianwu's face looked as dumb as a cow and he let out an ah. After that, Chu Jianwu thought to himself, destroying the Golden Divine Temple? That place contains countless divine ruins of sword intent, and yet it was destroyed by this kid? Could it be that this kid has obtained that peerless sword intent? Then he pointed at Yang Chen and stuttered, asking, You have obtained sword intent? After that, Yang Chen crossed his arms, put on a smug face, and nodded. After nodding, he shook his head and put on an innocent, puzzled face. Seeing this, Chu Jianwu felt annoyed, frowned, and said, What is the meaning of nodding and shaking your head at the same time? Upon hearing this, Yang Chen explained, It is clear that the sword intent has entered my body, but it cannot be seen. No matter how I search, I cannot find it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jianwu opened his mouth wide and laughed like he had won the jackpot. Ha ha ha, good, 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 saying that you cannot find it. Then while laughing and pointing at Yang Chen, he asked, Do you want to know why? Upon hearing this, Yang Chen looked unconcerned and replied, I don't want to.
Hearing this, Chu Jianwu was also surprised, letting out an ah before saying, If you don't want to know, then your father here is too lazy to tell you. After that, seeing that Chu Jianwu didn't want to speak, Yang Chen shouted, Wait, old man, now I kind of want to know. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jianwu forcefully knocked him on the head with his hand. Yang Chen blankly hugged his head and shouted, Ouch, why did you hit me? After that, Chu Jianwu explained in a soft voice, Kid, I have also seen the Golden Divine Temple. The sword intent inside the statue is incredibly strong, far beyond our understanding. The reason it can be inside your body without you realizing it is because your perception is too poor. Upon reaching a certain level, you will naturally discover it. Hearing this, Yang Chen clapped his hands and said, So that's how it is. Then that's great. After that, Chu Jianwu asked Yang Chen, What else? Hearing this, Yang Chen's face broke out in a sweat, not daring to look at Chu Jianwu, and pretended to avoid it by clearing his throat. Ahem. Seeing Yang Chen's unusual expression, he roared, What else do you not dare to say? Speak quickly. After that, Yang Chen pouted and said, Ming Chen, no, Shen Baiqing was killed by us. Chu Jianwu didn't care and said, If he's killed, then so be it. What's a mere Shen family anyway? How did you do it, kid? Did you leave any clues behind for this kind of matter? After that, Yang Chen made a dull face and continued, Qiu Qiang was also killed by us. At this time, Chu Jianwu was startled and shouted, What? Then he put on a serious face and asked Yang Chen in a low voice, Who else knows about this? Yang Chen replied, Xiao Kui, Linger, Lingxi, and Nue Xiaoxin. Chu Jianwu tensely asked further, No one else? Yang Chen replied, No. Hearing this, Chu Jianwu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then that's fine.
Then he thought to himself, Chu Qiang is the instructor of the Eastern Court, with cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the martial seed realm. How did this kid kill him? Then Chu Jianwu asked again, You don't tell me you relied on your own strength to kill him. Speak, how did Chu Qiang die? Yang Chen happily replied, It's very simple. I controlled the sword intent in the statue and killed all 5 of Chu Qiang's group. As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Chu Jianwu opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock. Then Chu Jianwu closed his eyes and thought to himself, Looking at his expression, it must be true. This matter must definitely be kept a secret. I don't want the grand plan I've carefully calculated to be ruined because the 9th Academy Master goes crazy. Afterward, Chu Jianwu continued to ask, Is there anything else? Confess honestly. Yang Chen shouted out, Li Junru was also killed by me. Hearing this, Chu Jianwu angrily said, What? Can't you say it all at once? Then Yang Chen scratched his head and said, Too many things happened in 20 days. I just remembered it now. Chu Jianwu now felt helpless and depressed, saying, Forget it. Did you leave any traces? Yang Chen replied, No, that guy brought 4 cultivators at the 9th level of the martial seed realm from the Li family to fight against the Tiger Heart Poisonous Wolf at the Tiger Heart Cave. In the end, because the Tiger Heart Poisonous Wolf self-destructed, both sides suffered heavy casualties. I just took advantage of the situation, which can also be considered as taking revenge for the grudge in Chago. Hearing this, Chu Jianwu looked at Yang Chen and thought to himself, This kid's luck is truly good to encounter such a coincidence.
After that, Chu Jianwu asked, Did you harvest anything from the Rotting Heart Poison Wolf Cave? Hearing this, Yang Chen answered yes. Then he happily said, In the underground stone chamber of the Rotting Heart Cave, there's the stone tablet containing fused dark martial intent. Xiao Kui and I have already divided it between us. Hearing this, Chu Jianwu was startled and asked, Divided it? Then he wondered to himself, Could it all be gone? That's not right. That's fused martial intent. That's fused martial intent. How could he and Xiao Kui absorb all of it? Seeing Chu Jianwu confused, Yang Chen explained, Xiao Kui absorbed the dark martial intent, reached the 2nd layer, while I used it to increase my dark true qi. Hearing this, Chu Jianwu continued to stare with his mouth wide open and shouted, What?
Then Chu Zhenwu doubtfully shouted and asked, "Aren't you kid of the fire attribute? When did you get a dark attribute?" Yang Chen explained again. "In the secret realm, Xiao Kui and I stumbled upon a supreme treasure containing the dark origin. Using that dark origin, I faintly awakened the dark attribute." Hearing this, Chu Zhenwu looked at Yang Chen suspiciously and asked, "Is that so?" Then he thought to himself, "A cultivator's attribute is predetermined from birth. I've never heard of anyone awakening a new attribute. This kid is talking nonsense." After that, Chu Zhenwu glared and continued asking, "What else?" Yang Chen immediately shook his head, waved his hands, and said there was nothing else. Chu Zhenwu suspiciously asked again, "Is there really nothing?" Yang Chen hastily replied, "It's true." Then Chu Zhenwu took out his gourd and said, "Think again." Then Chu Zhenwu drank wine from the gourd. Seeing this, Yang Chen thought to himself, "It seems that if I don't confess clearly, this old man won't leave."
Afterward, Yang Chen scratched his head with his hand, sighed, and said, "Old man, I was able to absorb the innate purple chi from the divine ruin. As for..." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Zhenwu suddenly spat all the wine in his mouth onto Yang Chen's face. Having wine spat all over his face, Yang Chen looked at him like a fool. Chu Zhenwu, suspecting he had misheard, asked again, "Kid, are you telling the truth?" Afterward, Yang Chen wiped the wine off his face and replied, "It's true." Upon hearing Yang Chen's reply, Chu Zhenwu laughed joyfully like a madman. Then Chu Zhenwu pointed at Yang Chen and said, "Kid, good, very good. It wasn't a waste of this old man's calculations all this time. This time, even if it costs my life, I must protect you thoroughly. Lingxi and Xiao Kui, you guys must leave the Eastern Land. The Eastern Land is not suitable for monstrous geniuses like you to grow up." As soon as Chu Zhenwu finished speaking, Yang Chen immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Grandmaster." Seeing this, Chu Zhenwu gritted his teeth and said, "Stand up, you brat. This old man doesn't take kindly to fools." After saying that, Chu Zhenwu asked, "Kid, saying it like that, was the innate purple chi in the Golden Divine Temple and the Rotting Heart Cave all taken by you?" Hearing this, Yang Chen hurriedly shook his head. Seeing this, Chu Zhenwu wondered, and thought, "The Divine Ruin is gone, and it's clear that the innate purple chi has been completely absorbed. What does this kid mean by shaking his head?" Yang Chen hurriedly explained, "I already absorbed the innate purple chi in the Golden Divine Temple. As for the one in the Rotting Heart Cave, I already divided it among Xiao Kui, Lingxi, Linger, and Yue Xiaoshen."
Hearing this, Chu Zhenwu angrily scolded Yang Chen for being foolish, then shouted, "That Yue girl has absolutely no relationship with us. Why give her the innate purple chi? Do you think the innate purple chi is cabbage in the market?" Seeing this, Yang Chen scratched his head and said, "We were all in one team. Giving her a share can be considered hush money." Hearing this, Chu Zhenwu sneered ha-ha and said, "That's very expensive hush money. I'm afraid it's not just that. You're not a kid who eats from the bowl while looking at the pot, are you?" Hearing this, Yang Chen hurriedly shook his head continuously. Chu Zhenwu continued, "Whatever, keep your distance from that girl in the future. That girl has quite a gloomy personality. It's best not to mess with her." Hearing this, Yang Chen said he understood. After that, Chu Zhenwu started to leave. Reaching the door, Chu Zhenwu suddenly turned his face back and asked, "Kid, are you hiding anything else you haven't told me?" Yang Chen smiled and replied, "Old man, no, there's really nothing else." After that, Chu Zhenwu left and said, "All right." As soon as Chu Zhenwu left, Yang Chen sat down on the chair and muttered, "Now I can peacefully review the harvest this time." At this time, at the Tianan Martial Mansion, an old man said to the group of people going with him, "We're here." After that, they all cupped their hands respectfully and said, "Welcome, 13th Master." Then the red-haired old man, who was Chu Chang's father, thought to himself, "Why hasn't my son, Chu Chang, come out of the secret realm yet? The matter hasn't been investigated clearly, and now the 13th Master has arrived. This is truly troublesome."
Next is the blonde aesthetic guy. Impossible. There's no way something could happen to Junru. He must have been blocked by something. After finishing things here, I must personally go take a look. At this moment, brilliant flames appeared in the sky. Then the crowd below respectfully said, "Welcome, 13th Master." At this time, a young man and the old Grand Preceptor appeared in the flames. The young man was called the 13th Master. After that, the 13th Master and the old Grand Preceptor jumped down from high above to the ground. As soon as they landed, the crowd standing below respectfully said, "Greetings, 13th Master. Greetings, Lord Grand Preceptor." The 13th Master happily said, "The atmosphere in Tianan is indeed not bad. You are all meritorious officials of the state." Then the red-haired guy said, 13th Master flatters us. The resting place has already been properly arranged. Please." After that, the red-haired guy began to lead the way for the 13th Master and the Grand Preceptor. Behind them was a massive group of soldiers. The Grand Preceptor looked around for a while and asked, "Why isn't Chu Zhenwu here?" Hearing this, the red-haired guy scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps Academy Master Chu was too busy and forgot. I also don't know where he is." Hearing that, the Grand Preceptor sighed and said, "Zhenwu, with the 13th Master gracing us with his presence, your guts are not small, yet you dare not come to receive him." Over here in his room, Chu Zhenwu yelled, "What 13th Master?" Then he hurriedly ran outside like a madman and cursed, "These bastards definitely hid it for me on purpose." He ran like a madman past a tea house and heard a discussion. "Have you heard? Lord Grand Preceptor passed down the 13th Master's verbal decree. He ordered the core students of the 4 courts to prepare to perform martial arts on the training ground, to select talented people, and the 13th Master will personally guide them." Over here, Yang Chen was relaxing leisurely in his room. Suddenly, Qiu Jianwu kicked the door open, startling Yang Chen. Then he asked in confusion, "Martial Uncle Grandmaster, is something the matter?" Qiu Jianwu said with a serious expression, "Yi Tianqi and Donghua Shiji have arrived." Yang Chen asked again, "13th Master, what are they doing here?" Qiu Jianwu gritted his teeth and said, "They finished investigating the matter of the divine beast at Chaogo Sountain and came passing through here, probably at Donghua Shiji's idea. He probably wants to let Yi Tianqi meet Lingxi, which is why he arranged a martial arts demonstration." Then he pointed at Yang Chen and continued, "The new year is approaching. They will have to return to the royal capital soon. As long as you have your own calculations in your heart, it's fine. Don't show off." Yang Chen smiled lightly and said, "Old man, I am not a madman who will do reckless things. Yi Tianqi has a great background." Then Qiu Jianwu crossed his arms and said, "Kid Chen, he is 10 years older than you. You cannot compare temporary advantages and disadvantages. Have you ever seen a flood dragon and a raging bear bow their heads?" At this time, Yang Chen said confidently, "In no more than 3 years, I will definitely tame that kid." Then Qiu Jianwu pressed his hand against Yang Chen's face and said, "These are words from your own mouth. 3 years will pass very quickly. Do not forget when the time comes. Taking a 3-year limit, if you can do it, I will propose marriage to Tianba Guan on your behalf. Before that, ha ha ha." The scene shifted to the next morning. At this time, Yi Tianqi and Donghua Shiji, along with 2 guards, were standing in front of the door, when a white-haired man appeared in front of them. At this time, the white-haired man called Posha knelt and cupped his hand, saying, "Lo Posha begs you to uphold justice for your subject." Seeing this, Yi Tianqi ordered, "Posha, stand up." Then he thought to himself, "Doesn't the Shatter Kill Pavilion Master have a good relationship with all of Tiannan? Why is he putting on this appearance?" Then Yi Tianqi asked, "What is the matter?" The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master said again, "This old man didn't expect that rogue disciple of Gongsun Wuyai to disobey the agreement and return to Tiannan. Moreover, he took in a wandering disciple in Chaogou, who is shielded by Qiu Jianwu, to scheme against my young son Lo Shu." Hearing this, Yi Tianqi snorted. As for the old Grand Precept behind him, his eyes were half closed, thinking about something. Then he said, "Your Highness, I have heard of this matter. The reason Tian Baguang returned to Tiannan is that he had lost all his cultivation and became a cripple. As for his disciple Yang Chen, his talent is outstanding, and on the martial arena he killed an opponent at the true martial realm's 6th level. Lo Posha, a narrow-minded person like this, cannot accomplish great things." Hearing this, Yi Tianqi's face immediately darkened, radiating anger. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Posha quickly spoke up, That's not it." As soon as Pavilion Master Posha spoke, Yi Tianqi angrily gritted his teeth and said, "Scram!" As soon as the words fell, Pavilion Master Posha quickly tucked his tail and scrambled away. While running, Pavilion Master Posha panicked and thought, "How could it be like this?" After that, Yi Tianqi turned around and said, "Grand Priester, it seems you highly value that kid named Yang Chen." The old Grand Priester heard this and replied, "Your Highness, I have looked at his fate. His martial fortune is abundant. He is truly a rare genius of our country." Yi Tianqi unexpectedly said, "Abundant martial fortune." Then Yi Tianqi thought to himself, "Originally, I only planned to meet Tian Lingxi today, but now I have another target. If that kid Yang Chen is outstanding, then I can also take him under my command." Shifting the scene to the Tiannan Martial Mansion at the martial arts training area, Yi Tianqi and the old Grand Priester were currently watching people passionately practicing martial arts.
After that, as Yi Tianqi and the old Grand Preceptor continued walking, the martial artist training there saw them and said, "Is that the 13th Master? Truly of extraordinary martial bearing and outstanding talent. With a king like this, our eastern land will surely prosper. It is said that the 13th Master reached the peak of the 9th level of the Tianhe realm long ago. Who knows when he might break through to the Purple Palace realm? We are truly looking forward to it, looking forward to our eastern land producing a second Purple Palace expert." A while later, Yi Tianqi and the old Grand Preceptor were standing on the high peak with Qiu Qiang's father, Qiu Wudi. Then Qiu Wudi shouted loudly, "The presence of the 13th Master and the Grand Preceptor is an honor for our Tiannan Martial Mansion. I hope the core students will not disappoint expectations and will display their outstanding martial skills. Now it officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cheers from the martial artists rang out. After that, a guy jumped onto the martial arena, then confidently introduced himself in a loud voice. "Eastern Court's Xia Fu, 9th level true martial realm, challenges any opponent in the martial seed realm from the Northern Court." Upon hearing this, the people of the Northern Court discussed among themselves, "What should we do now? None of our Northern Court's core students at the 9th level true martial realm can be a match for Xia Fu." At this time, Jian Wuke, standing in the crowd, coldly snorted, then thought to himself, "Don't rush, observe first." Afterward, Xia Fu stood on the martial arena, looking down at the Northern Court crowd with a face full of disdain, and pretentiously said, "Is no one coming out to fight?" Just as he finished speaking, someone immediately jumped onto the martial arena.
That guy flexed his arm muscles, gritted his teeth, and said, "Core student of the Northern Court, Wu Kai-ming, 8th level true martial realm, seeking guidance." Hearing this, Xia Fu emitted dark qi, rushed forward, and roared, "Just lose." Seeing this, the people below panicked and said, "It's a dark attribute martial soul, the soul-breaking eye." Seeing Xia Fu rushing over, Wu Kai-ming hastily raised his hands to block the attack. At this moment, Xia Fu's eyes shone brightly, emitting dark qi, while his 2 hands tightly held Wu Kai-ming.
Wu Kaiming looked into Sha Fu's eyes, and then his own eyes lit up as he screamed in agony. Afterward, Wu Kaiming lost his vision, punched wildly in the air, and shouted loudly, "Get away! Get away!" Seeing this, Sha Fu revealed a savage smile. Then, Sha Fu kicked Wu Kaiming forcefully, knocking him out of the arena, making the surrounding crowd gasp in shock. Seeing this, old Chu Zhenwu disappointedly ordered a servant, "Take him back for treatment." The servant replied, "Yes." Winning the match, Sha Fu smugly said, "So embarrassing, I couldn't hold back a bit." At this time, a crowd of people clapped and praised. Sha Fu's talent is outstanding. In the future, he will definitely be famous in the Eastern Land. He is guaranteed to be favored by the 13th Master, haha. If that really happens, their Sha family will strike it rich. After that, Jan Wuqua jumped onto the arena. Jan Wuqua, with a cold expression and sharp eyes, said, "Jan Wuqua, 9th level true martial realm, challenging anyone below the martial seed realm in the Eastern Court."
Hearing this, the bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Yi Tianxi heard it and said, "Challenging above one's level. How interesting." Hearing that, the old Grand Preceptor said to Yi Tianxi, "This kid is born with innate strength. He is the personal disciple of Chu Zhenwu." At this time, a father said to his two children, Isn't he that fool who came to our house earlier this year with Chan Bagwang? He hasn't even accepted a single registered disciple. How could this kid become a personal disciple?" At this time, on the martial arena, a guy jumped up and said, "Jan Wuquei, you are too arrogant." Just as the guy said, "I am," Jan Wuquei dashed forward with his fist and unleashed the Coiling Dragon Has Regrets move. The guy was caught off guard, opened his mouth wide, and glared in panic, saying, Wait, I still..." Just like last time, before he could finish speaking, Jan Wuquei threw a punch at him, causing him to scream in pain all the way from the martial arena until he fell down to the combat ground, moaning in pain without stopping. Jan Wuquei stood on the martial arena and said in disgust, "Trash like him shouldn't get on the arena anymore. I've already said it. Lower than the martial seed realm? Could it be that there's no one here at the 3rd level of the martial seed realm?" Hearing this, the crowd below widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock, thinking, "Conceited, he's too arrogant." Yi Tianxi looked at Jan Wuquei and thought to himself, "Interesting." After that, another guy jumped onto the martial arena and said, "Jan Wuquei, stop being so unruly." Jan Wuquei saw this guy who just came up, his body hot as fire, glaring with a face as fierce as a dog.
Then Jan Wuquei scratched his head in confusion and asked, What is your name? Your appearance looks quite ordinary. It really gave me a scare. According to my older brother, you shouldn't have come up here." Hearing this, the guy was stunned and asked why. Jan Wuquei said, "Brother, having a face like this is not your fault, but showing up in front of a crowd like this is your mistake. There are distinguished guests here. They might vomit everything they ate this morning, and then you would offend them." Hearing this, the guy ground his teeth and glared in anger. The crowd below was also speechless and completely silent upon hearing this. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master on this side was burning with rage. Meanwhile, Itian Qi asked the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master, "Is that your eldest son?" Pavilion Master Posha respectfully replied, "It is my eldest son, Lu Bue." Then Itian Qi chuckled softly and said, This Jan Wuquei is truly arrogant." On the martial arena, Lu Bue roared in anger, "Damn you." Then he used the Shadow Divine Flower Martial Soul. Lu Bue summoned a sword and pointed it at Jan Wuquei. Seeing this, Jan Wuquei said, "All flash and no substance." Then Jan Wuquei swung his arm and unleashed the Heavenly Demon Tyrant Physique, Heavenly Demon True Chi. At this moment, Jan Wuquei looked serious and struck out with a move called Ancient Coiling Dragon, and a majestic white dragon suddenly appeared. Following Wuquei's fist, it aimed towards Lu Bue, who was also fiercely charging forward. Jan Wuquei rushed at Lu Bue as fast as lightning, causing their techniques to fiercely collide and create a beautifully explosive energy conflict. Jan Wuquei continued to press the attack, while Lu Bue struggled to defend. Because the conflicting energy was too great to the point of exploding, the momentum pushed both Jan Wuquei and Lu Bue far back.
Jian Wuquei was pushed far away at this moment but remained unharmed. His eyes were still sharp and cold, his hands still clenched into fists and covered by a thick layer of blue spiritual energy. On the side of the 13th Master, he and the old Grand Preceptor had been casually standing aside watching the show the whole time. At this moment, he calmly opened his mouth to judge. "That is Chu Zhenwu's Coiling Dragon Fist, right? It truly is a body cultivation divine skill." The old Grand Preceptor with white hair and beard beside him respectfully replied at this moment, simultaneously telling him an earth-shattering secret. "Your Highness, it is said that Chu Zhenwu intends to marry his daughter to this black-skinned kid. This is an opportunity." Hearing this, his 13th Highness was not very interested, so he just gave a perfunctory reply. "Oh." He looked up at the sky, showing an extremely bored expression, and sighed while thinking, "If I can subdue this Jian Wuquei, it can be considered as winning over Chu Zhenwu, but there are many guards of Chu Zhenwu's caliber in the estate. I don't know why the Grand Preceptor repeatedly recommended him. Could it be that there is something different about him?" After using all his strength to block one of Jian Wuquei's strikes, Lu Bue was out of breath and panting like a dog. Sweat was pouring down his face, and although his hands were still tightly gripping his second-hand sword, his legs had gone soft as if they were about to give out. Then his face darkened, his eyes glaring as if he wanted to destroy and eat Jian Wuquei alive.
He ground his teeth, his face scrunching up like a monkey eating chili, and unleashed a 7 shadows second stance technique towards where Jian Wukei was standing.
Jian Wukei was no soft persimmon to be easily squeezed by others. He spread his legs wide, standing in a horse stance as he focused spiritual energy into his tightly clenched fists. His eyes turned white, his face filled with anger. The dirt, rocks, and surrounding wind, unconsciously affected by him, flew up in a blinding swirl. Along with it, his long hair and the hem of his robes also fluttered wildly. He shouted loudly, unleashing a counterattack. Coiling dragon striking the sky. As soon as his words fell, a massive pillar of power appeared out of nowhere. It condensed into a pure white dragon's footprint, advancing and striking straight towards Lu Buwei, who was still using his technique and rushing madly at him, intending to leave him no chance of survival. At this moment, Lu Buwei's sweat was pouring down like a stream. He furrowed his brows tightly, gritting his teeth together, his eyes filled with anger, but equally laden with fear. He gritted his teeth, trying desperately to resist and hold on to his life. Because it could not withstand this terrifying source of power, his Hang's-Hita sword began to show signs of cracking. Jian Wukei was now tired of playing this cat-and-mouse game, so he showed mercy and spared him. He withdrew his technique, slowly landing on the ground, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, not a single speck of dust on his body, completely contrasting with the person standing opposite him, Lu Buwei. That guy, having been pushed back by his move, had to use one foot as an anchor to brake sharply. He looked disheveled from being beaten up, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Although he had withdrawn his technique, Jian Wukui's killing intent had not dissipated and still lingered around him. Jian Wukui's face was dark, looking at him like a little mouse about to be toyed to death, yet still trying to act tough. His eyes could not hide his contempt as he sneered. "Ha ha!" Knowing that he was being looked down upon, Lu Buwei was extremely furious. His ego surged fiercely, his face turned dark, his veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard!" Right after cursing, although he was already exhausted, he forced a dark expression and endured it to unleash his strongest move. He lunged like a madman towards Jian Wukei while using the 7 Shadows' ultimate kill. Jian Wukei now wanted to eliminate this little rat to prevent future troubles. He was so angry that his face darkened. With eyes as cold as an ice cellar, he softly uttered a sentence. "You brought this upon yourself." He raised his hand in the air as if grasping something. The surrounding spiritual energy rays also gathered completely into his palm. The coiling dragon subduing demon move was summoned accordingly. Hearing only the word strike, a gigantic fiery white dragon appeared and charged directly at Lu Buwei, forcing him to quickly put up a protective shield. Despite his efforts to fight back, Lu Buwei's attacks were ultimately just like a mosquito biting stainless steel compared to Jian Wukei. Thus, when struck back, he couldn't resist and was kicked far away. His mouth was wide open. With his legs spread out, the rocks and dart around where he previously stood couldn't escape their fate either, shattering and flying away along with Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei was beaten by him to the point of flying off the arena and free-falling in the air. Seeing his son free-falling like that, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master hurriedly rushed up to catch him. Holding his half-dead son in his arms, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master quickly checked his entire body. Then, with a dark face, he spoke. "All the tendons and bones in his body are severed. His dantian is shattered. How ruthless." Then he looked up, his sharp eyes looking as if he wanted to slice Jian Wukei's flesh and peel his skin. His eyebrows furrowed. Heaven knows how enraged he was. He growled and roared, "Vile beast, damn you to death!"
Just as the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master finished saying that, a mountain-like pressure suddenly crashed down upon him, making him unable to stand steadily. His face turned pale, and he cried out in fear, this is—" On the opposite side, the 13th Prince, the old Grand Preceptor, and the others had darkened expressions as they watched him make a fool of himself, relying on his old age to put on airs and bully the young. The aura around the 13th Highness was blazing with anger at this moment. With a dark face and furrowed brows, he stared straight at the father and son duo of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master and Lu Buwei, sneering as he warned in a suppressed voice. "One does not know his limits in front of me, while the other disregards the rules. Your Tianan truly has many talents." The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master was so scared he nearly wet his pants at this point. In front of everyone, he knelt and tightly hugged the still unconscious Lu Buwei, like a dog with its tail between its legs. Flustered and terrified, he pleaded, "13th Master, please calm down. This lowly one's mind was momentarily muddled." The 13th Prince ignored him completely, instead shifting his gaze to the departing back of Jian Wukei. His face darkened as he narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. The old Grand Preceptor, standing to the side, had been observing every expression of the 13th Master the whole time. Seeing his poor complexion, he secretly broke into a cold sweat and thought, "It seems I shouldn't have lured the 13th Master to Tianan." He hurriedly tried to smooth things over by turning to him with a fake smile and saying, "Your Highness doesn't need to be angry over such trivial matters. What do you think of Tianling?"
The 13th Prince had a bored expression, sighing as he replied to the old man, If Tian Lingxi doesn't show up, how am I supposed to see her? Seeing him say this, the old Grand Preceptor hurriedly pointed his finger in a direction. Your Highness, look over there. Following his finger, the image of Tian Lingxi, sparkling amidst the crowd with complete talent and beauty, having a perfect figure, appeared accordingly. It seemed like she was feeling bored, so her expression wasn't very happy. At this moment, the surroundings of the 13th Highness and turned pink. He blushed, stared intently, and then said to the old Grand Preceptor, Lord Grand Preceptor, after the Lunar New Year, handle this matter immediately. In terms of formalities, you can give Marquis Duanmu's estate a little more. Hearing his instructions from the side, the old Grand Preceptor happily replied, yes. His gaze also softened at this moment. He gently asked the Grand Preceptor a question that made him embarrassed because he didn't know how to answer. Lord Grand Preceptor, where is Yang Chen, whom you always highly regard? Why hasn't he taken the field? The Grand Preceptor immediately broke into a sweat, his eyes dodging as he answered him. Your Highness, wait a moment. Let me go send a message to Qiu Zhenwu. Qiu Zhenwu was currently watching the drama from below when a voice transmission was sent over, startling him. Zhenwu, the 13th Master wants to see Yang Chen show off. Tell him to get on the arena. After hearing the old Grand Preceptor's voice transmission, Qiu Zhenwu gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Damn it. Then he turned and shouted at Yang Chen, who was chatting with Jan Wuquei on the side, making both of them stunned. Kid Chen, Lord Grand Preceptor specifically named you to get on the arena, saying that the 13th Master wants to see your performance. Hearing this, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows as if he understood his meaning and smiled with an unserious face. Having said that, he lightly leaped from the ground onto the competition arena that was several times the height of a person.
As soon as his feet touched the martial arena floor, he put his hands on his hips, tilted his face up to the sky, and arrogantly announced, My cultivation level is the 7th realm true martial realm, which is too low. May I ask if any fellow students here at the same level are willing to let me seek guidance? The surrounding space suddenly turned dead silent. It seemed no one below could fully digest that amount of information. Meanwhile, on the martial arena, Yang Chen ignored them and shamelessly continued to purse his lips and whistle cheerfully. Seeing him like this, the people below couldn't help but show their disdain, even treating him like a mentally deficient fool, thinking, is there any opponent who lacks the shame to challenge the 7th realm true martial realm? Another guy who understood him better thought entirely differently. 4 months ago, this guy was still of the true martial realm 6th level. Without manifesting his martial soul, and without even needing to draw his sword, he killed Lu Shu. Who would dare to go up? Yang Chen remained confident on the arena, talking endlessly. Huh? No one dares to come up? Then let's add another standard. Are there any students at the 8th level true martial realm willing to come up? Hearing him say this, Qiu Zhenwu below got a dark face and angrily cursed internally. Can't you just play dead? Tan Lingxi below was also left with a dark face by his words, forcing a smile and not knowing what to say. Yang Chen up there had no idea how idiotic his actions looked, yet he still stood with one hand on his hip and the other cupped around his mouth like a loudspeaker, loudly announcing, 9th level true martial realm is fine too. Whether I win or lose, I will put up 50 spirit stones as an appearance fee. Seeing this scene, the old Grand Preceptor felt helpless with a dark face, while the 13th Highness clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that tears came out. Laughing, he pointed at Yang Chen and said, This kid is truly interesting, simply too interesting.
Yang Chen, still feeling no shame, stood on the martial arena scratching his head in apparent disappointment. As he spoke, he complained, It seems the appearance fee is still too low, but I come from the countryside. I am very poor. The crowd standing below watching the show didn't utter a word. It wasn't until a while later that someone opened their mouth. Is this kid really that formidable? The Tian'an Martial Mansion is so vast, yet no one steps up to the arena? Yang Chen also lost hope at this point and said, Forget it then. But immediately after, he happily raised his hand, his face full of an incredibly punchable defiance. Before me, there is the outstanding fellow disciple Jian Wuquei, so as an older brother, I cannot be left behind. Is there anyone with a first-level martial ancestor realm cultivation willing to come up here and give me some pointers? I can use 100 spirit stones as an appearance fee. Just as he finished speaking, that guy Duanmu Da'an from Marquis Duanmu's estate suddenly appeared behind him. He landed on the ground with full confidence and provoked him. Yang Chen, I heard you were the disciple of that trash Tian Baguan. I'll come up and fight you. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face darkened. He forced a smile at the guy and then flipped his trash-talking switch to start mocking him. He might lose in martial arts, but in a battle of words, he could take anyone on. He opened his mouth and cursed. Fellow disciple, what is your honorable name? Do you have any family? Even though my master's cultivation is ruined, he is an upright person. He once taught me, do good deeds to humans and do evil deeds to dogs. Saying that, he glared at the guy intensely, black chi enveloping his body, and began to completely roast him. Since I stepped onto this martial arena, have I ever insulted your family members? Even beasts have spiritual intelligence and know how to protect their families. Could it be that you are worse than a beast? Duanmu Da'an was scolded so badly he didn't even have time to react, feeling immensely humiliated. His face turned black, dark lines popped up all over his head, and his mouth twitched,
but he couldn't retort because he knew he couldn't outtalk him, so he could only stammer in anger. You... The 13th Highness standing below heard him utterly destroy the guy to the point of being speechless, and he looked incredibly amused, laughing out loud. His mouth truly spares no one. Ha ha!
The old Grand Preceptor was also so shocked at this moment that he broke out in a cold sweat upon witnessing with his own eyes the scene where everything pales in comparison to Yang Chen when he opens his mouth. But seeing his master's amused expression, he could only force a smile and play along. Your Highness, this is also the first time your servant has met him. This brat truly does not let himself suffer any losses. The 13th Prince at this time had also restrained his earlier loss of composure and calmly gave Yang Chen high praise. This brat is angry because others insulted his master. It seems his character is not bad either. Down below the competition arena, the people of Marquis Duamu's estate also had dark, angry faces when they heard him say that, especially Marquis Duamu, who was looking at him with a sharp gaze. That fellow Duamu Dan was now as furious as a chili-eating monkey, charging madly towards Yang Chen. As he charged, he cursed at him, smelly brat. He irritably executed his martial seed battle diagram, Duamu. Long vines, their entire bodies covered in sharp thorns, accordingly destroyed the ground to pierce upwards. He even combined it with the 100 poison brocade palm technique, enveloping his hands. While controlling the vines, he dashed quickly towards Yang Chen, who was still standing there with a dark face, and shouted loudly, "Die!" Yang Chen turned his head to glance at him, his face dark with disdain. Seeing that he didn't budge at all, that fellow thought he was so scared that he couldn't move, so he laughed loudly and yelled, "Courting death!" Yang Chen still stood there like a statue, only with a dark expression as he cast a disdainful glance at that buffoon of his, then waved his hand as if shooing away garbage, bugs, or something unclean approaching him. His hand, without a single fluctuation of spiritual energy or protection, directly slapped the poison-stained hand of Duamu Da'an, causing his bones to start cracking and shattering. With just a gentle wave of his hand, like swatting a fly, Duamu Da'an received a promotional ticket, learning to somersault in midair as well as experiencing an exciting flight straight up into the sky to explore, accompanied by dirt and rocks as his companions. The people below, seeing this scene, simultaneously had their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, terrified to the extreme by the sight they just witnessed, and exclaimed, "Just now there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of true chi on Yang Chen's body. Did he cripple one of Duanmu Doan's arms, relying solely on physical strength? How is that possible?" Another guy seeing this also sighed in admiration. Since when did his cultivation base become this terrifying? The 13th Prince standing below was also equally surprised by Yang Chen and commented, "Since his physique is already strong, the physical arts he practices are definitely not ordinary either." Chu Zhenwu, who is also below, seeing the situation turned upside down by him, felt that things were not good and silently scolded Yang Chen. "You brat, going on the arena to show off a little is enough. Now look at you, do you really like doing it for real?" On the martial arena, Yang Chen, seeing that the battle had ended, turned around and walked away coldly without any lingering attachment. The 13th Highness, seeing him walk away, hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute." Then, putting on the superior airs of someone of higher status, he proposed to him, "Yang Chen, do you want to be my retainer?" A pin-drop silence struck once again, as if everyone held their breath in silence to hear the answer from Yang Chen, while he still stood there without opening his mouth to answer him. The gossiping crowd below now all had eyes shining like stars, drooling with envy as they thought, "Wow, this kid is too lucky. A retainer of the 13th Master? That's incredibly noble." Chu Zhenwu, knowing that Yang Chen had fallen into the tiger's sights, couldn't help but grit his teeth and worry. "We're doomed." Yang Chen still stood there calmly, as if the main character in the proposal of Yi Tianqi, namely the 13th Master, was not him. Then he suddenly bowed, respectfully cupped his hands towards Yi Tianqi's group, and tactfully declined. "Thank you, 13th Master, for your high regard. However, this junior's cultivation is currently still weak, and I still want to train more in the martial mansion. Furthermore, this junior's master is now a crippled person and still needs someone to take care of him. In the future, when this junior's reputation is renowned throughout the Eastern land, at that time this junior will go to the royal capital to meet you." Hearing this, Yi Tianqi knew that he had refused. Also knowing that he could not win him over, he could only force a smile and agree. "All right." Saying that, ignoring him who was still bowing his head there, he coldly turned around and ordered the people beside him, "Let's go back." Yang Chen at this time still clasped his hands and bowed his head, but in a place where no one could see, his face darkened as he smirked. Chu Zhenwu, hearing Yang Chen refuse that 13th Master, was overjoyed and praised him. "Ha ha, this kid! It seems this kid took it seriously. A 3-year time limit. Can he really make Yi Tianqi kneel at his feet?" The massive fire phoenix carrying Yi Tianqi's group had already turned around and flown away, creating an incredibly beautiful scene in the sky. After a brilliant victory and kicking out Yi Tianqi's group, the 4 of them, Yang Chen, Linger, Jan Wuquei, and Chu Zhenwu, also happily returned.
Yang Chen really knew how to seize the opportunity at this moment to bargain with Chu Zhenwu. "Old man, the weather today isn't bad. How about we just handle the big event for Xiaoquei and Linger right here at Georgian Academy?" The 2 main characters of this matchmaking were startled and stunned when they heard him say that. Linger was even so shy that her cheeks turned as red as tomatoes.
As an experienced old fox, how could Chu Jianwu let a young sheep like him take advantage so easily? The old man replied to him, "The weather today is indeed not bad. Kid Chen, you are Shaokui's big brother. I went through a lot of hardships to raise Linger to adulthood. I can't just marry her off just because you say so. What betrothal gifts do you have?" Hearing him say that, young Chen's hands and feet trembled, his face withered, and he spoke dejectedly. "I still need betrothal gifts?" Hearing him say that, Chu Jianwu let out a disdainful breath that made him shut up because he couldn't refute. "A poor kid like you probably doesn't have any betrothal gifts anyway. I won't make things difficult for you." Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, the old man added, "Don't you have a miraculous secret art, kid? You can absorb innate purple chi. When you help Linger's Dantan transform into a purple palace, then come and propose." Hearing this, Jianwu Kui and Linger widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, unable to hide their disappointment as they shouted in unison. "Ah? What?" Young Chen also had a dark expression and broke out in a cold sweat at this request. Speechless, he could only stare at the back of the academy master who had just let out those words and thought to himself, "How long will I have to wait for this?" Scene transition. A campus surrounded by a pure white wall suddenly appeared. Next to it was a large ancient tree. This place was the Georgian Academy that Young Chen had mentioned. Young Chen's master and a red-haired woman were enthusiastically waving to welcome the four of them returning in glory. The master gently welcomed them and told them to go to the table and chairs by the base of the tree to sit and rest.
After sitting down at the table, he gently looked at Young Chen's group and asked, "Did Yi Tian Chi scram?" Young Chen stood up excitedly upon hearing this, hands on his hips, and bragged with a squinting smile like a kindergarten child. "He scrammed, master. That guy even wanted to take me in as a follower. He definitely hasn't looked in the mirror, thinking his face is so great." The old master, upon hearing this, also darkened his face and smiled sinisterly. "Ha ha!" With a voice full of contempt and ridicule, he said, "Many years later he will realize how ridiculous his words today are. How dare he show off his meager martial arts talent in the Eastern land?" At this time, Young Chen's expression gradually became ruthless as he arrogantly said to his master, "Master, he doesn't have that much time left, at most 3 years." Tian Baguang was a little surprised by his confident assertion and asked, "3 years?" Chu Jianwu, who had been sitting quietly on the side all this time, also spoke up in response to Young Chen's overly confident hands-on-hips attitude and explained to Tian Baguang, "Kid Chen is determined to make Etian Chi submit at his feet within 3 years, so I set the time limit to 3 years. If he can achieve it, I will take charge for him and marry that girl Lingxi to him."
Standing on the side, listening to Chu Jianwu putting on the airs of an elder and speaking so eloquently, Tian Baguang tilted his head, his face full of question marks and bewilderment. Huh? Then he thought to himself, doesn't his daughter's marriage have anything to do with him, the father? His face darkened as he glared angrily at Young Chen and Chu Jianwu, who were happily echoing each other without noticing that a father like him was also here. Furthermore, they were discussing marrying off his precious daughter. He now understood the feeling of having his homegrown white radish secretly dug up by a stupid pig. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, shooting a sharp, cold look at those two. The more he looked, the more displeasing they seemed. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart for another moment, Tian Baguang decided not to play hide-and-seek anymore and spoke up. First, he pointed his finger at Young Chen, who was still standing there daydreaming, and then looked straight at Chu Jianwu, uttering a sentence that made Young Chen, who was walking in heaven, fall with a thud down to hell. From happiness, it gradually turned into anxiety and fear. "Martial uncle, isn't this too advantageous for him? No, I must add another condition." Then he turned to stare fixedly at Young Chen, his face turning gloomy, a sinister smile appearing, and his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, he looked no different from a demon in the guise of a true cultivator, making someone as carefree as Young Chen feel a bit of the creeps upon seeing him. Trembling all over and breaking into a cold sweat, Young Chen thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling?" He raised a finger as if setting a condition, the face of an experienced old fox appearing, smiling sinisterly with a smirk. He began to use the calmest tone of voice, but uttered the most shocking sentence, which was, "Kid, within 3 years, you must find a purple palace opportunity. Don't say I'm making it difficult for you. Even if you find and fuse with just a little bit of innate purple chi, it will be considered passing the trial. It truly is the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, and the older the person, the more profound they are. That condition, which the old master claimed wasn't difficult, is something some people wouldn't even see in a lifetime." So the moment he said that, Yang Chen, Jianwu Kui, and Linger couldn't help but drop their jaws in shock, completely stunned by what they had just heard.
Tian Baguang had been observing Young Chen's every move from the very beginning.
Seeing him stand completely still with no reaction, his body trembling like a wet dog, his eyes wide open with no pupils visible, and sweat pouring down, he couldn't help but darken his face and evaluate. Could it be that my requirements are too high? Then he muttered to himself as if to comfort his own heart, that for this brat, the requirements must be a bit higher. Ling at this time had also managed to react, covering her mouth and giggling. Seeing this, Teacher Bagwang couldn't help but darken his face and glare at young Chen, scaring him stiff. Chu Zhenwu then opened his mouth and spoke up. Bagwang, it seems that this quiet Zhuajian Academy has limited your imagination. Hearing this, Elder Bagwang gaped in astonishment, his face turning blank as he was terrified by the thoughts wandering in his head. What does that mean? Could it be that my requirements are too low? Impossible. Finding and fusing with the innate purple qi is something impossible for young Chen to do right now. Chu Zhenwu suddenly turned around and ordered Jianwu Kei, Xiao Kei, you tell us about what happened in the secret realm this time. Then, seeming to notice Wu Kei's face looking too incredibly foolish and ignorant with a giant question mark on it, he couldn't help but turn to Ling and ask the little girl to recount it. Never mind, let Ling tell it.
Seeing the order handed down, the girl Ling cheerfully and quickly replied, "All right." Then she raised her hand and said, "This time we entered the secret realm," and began to immerse herself in her memories. First, the little girl recounted the 20 days the three of them spent in the secret realm. For 20 days in the secret realm, each of the three of us had to find treasures worth 500 spirit stones. After that, hand them over to the martial mansion. Next, she talked about the extremely fierce battle between Jianwu Kei and Shen Baixing. In it, he used the first Saber of Severe Punishment move. Then came the scene of Yang Chen looking majestic when he completely defeated Qiu Qiang's group with just a single trace of sword intent, and how their group collected the spoils of war. And the most special was the scene of Yang Chen holding the innate purple qi in his hands, before the curious and amazed eyes of the three little heads huddled together, chattering, "This is innate purple qi? Is this real? Oh my god!" And finally ending with the story of Ling protecting everyone from the deadly purple qi. Hearing Ling recount the whole trip, Tian Bagwan was like being struck by lightning and gasped in astonishment. At this moment, his world view seemed to have collapsed. Yang Chen and Qiu Zhenwu did not expect him to react so violently, so seeing this, both were speechless, leaving Tian Bagwan to sink into his own train of thought. Only after a while did Qiu Zhenwu have to knock on the table to call him, "Bagwang, wake up." Tian Bagwang at this time was like a volcano about to erupt, shooting daggers at Yang Chen. As for Yang Chen, he still played the role of an innocent and naive boy, knowing nothing to preserve his life. Then suddenly Tian Bagwan slumped his head on the table, his two hands clenched and pounding continuously in great frustration, causing the woman in red behind him to inevitably panic and worry. Opposite them, Yang Chen's group was sweating like rain, knowing they were about to be put on trial. Tian Bagwan, with an extremely resentful expression, cried and screamed, causing anomalous phenomena in the heavens and the earth. "What sin have I committed? Why did I take in a prodigal like you? Do you know what innate purple qi is? Do you know how expensive it is? That you girl is an outsider, with no relation whatsoever. You brat gave it to her. You're pissing me off to death." Yang Chen had long known that this trip was going to end in disaster, a point of no return, so he just gave a forced smile to brush it off, and didn't dare to retort. But in his heart, he secretly had a rebellious thought. Isn't it just a bit of innate purple qi? Is it necessary to use death as a threat? Qiu Zhenwu, seeing this, was afraid things weren't chaotic enough, so he said something that literally added fuel to the fire, making Yang Chen standing to the side turn pale and yellow, while Tian Bagwan didn't hesitate to give him another sideways glare. "Bagwang, I see this kid has 80% fallen for a honey trap."
Hearing Chu Zhenwu say that, Tian Bagwang acted as if his reverse scale had been touched and flared up. He pointed a finger at his face and started shouting and cursing. "Yang Chen, if you don't explain yourself clearly today, even if I get beaten to death, I absolutely won't marry Lingxi to you." The red-haired woman also walked up behind Yang Chen at this moment, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere, as if he would be eaten alive if he answered wrong by even a single beat. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled sweetly as she spoke to Yang Chen, scaring him out of his wits. "Kid Chen, you must explain this matter clearly."
Young Chen, suppressed by the auras of these two people at the same time, was completely drained of blood from his face. He thought to himself, "What is this? I am so wronged." The atmosphere was falling into a pensive silence when, in the clear blue sky, a golden dot of light along with a voice suddenly appeared, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look up. "Ayo, it's quite lively, isn't it?" After that was the image of old man Gongsun descending from nowhere, followed by the girl Tian Lingxi, who happily descended along with him. Seeing him, Tian Beiguang was so surprised that he jumped to his feet, his voice stuttering and mixed with a bit of emotion. "Master! Master!" Saying that, Tian Beiguang hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed to him. Old man Gongsun saw this and gently helped him up. "Stand up." Then he continued, "You're this old and still crying like a baby? Your daughter and disciples are all here. You might not need face, but this old man does."
Hearing this, Tianbei Guang happily stood up and stretched out his hand to invite him. Master, master, please have a seat. Just as he was about to sit down on the chair, as if remembering something, old man Gongsun turned to the red-haired woman standing behind him and ordered, Little girl Lu, clear the tea set. The weather today is not bad. We are going to drink wine. Hearing this, Qiu Jianwu laughed heartily and clapped his hands loudly. The bamboo leaf tea that senior brother brewed is probably not a small amount, right? A moment later, Yang Chan, Wu Kuei, and the master's wife happily hugged several large jars of wine out. Yang Chan and the master's wife each hugged one jar, while Wu Kuei held one in each hand. Tianling Shi was also currently massaging Tianbei Guang's shoulders. Yang Chen had just placed the wine jar on the table when he was threatened with a question by old man Gongsun that almost made his heart stop. That's right. What were you guys doing just now that made Bei Guang cry and sniffle like that? Did you gang up to bully him? Yang Chen felt extremely guilty at this time, so he immediately changed the subject, aiming to slip away as quickly as possible. He quickly came up with an idea and said, Grandmaster, how can we drink wine without snacks? I'll go get some snacks. The barbecue at the Shao family is the best. Old man Gongsun knew the thoughts of a brat like him, so he didn't scare him anymore and quickly chased him away. Go on. Waiting for just that, Yang Chen seemed to have a motor installed in his butt and quickly disappeared. In a flash, he was nowhere to be seen. He ran so fast that his hands were synchronized with his legs, raising a cloud of dust. Qiu Jianwu watched him run for his life and started teasing Tianling Shi, who was standing there. This kid is full of tricks. Ling Shi must be careful of him in the future.
Hearing this, Tianling Shi was so embarrassed that she practically smoked from how excessively red her face had become. Tianba Guang turned to look at his daughter, who was blushing furiously and showing absolutely no promise, and could only sigh as he asked, Ling Shi, did that little bastard really give that little girl Yue a streak of innate purple chi? Tianling Shi was also surprised by her father's question, but she still answered very calmly, Father, that is his business. We cannot interfere. Tianba Guang then cast an ambiguous glance to the side, simultaneously giving a calm, Seeing the old man like this, Jian Wu Kuei sweat profusely for his big brother, Yang Chun, while also praying that he would survive the disaster today. Knowing he had to lend his old brother a hand, Jian Wu Kuei forced a smile to speak up for and rescue Yang Chun from the situation. Sister, my brother doesn't have it easy either.
Undefined.
Elder Gongsun, holding a wine glass in his hand at this moment, looked up at Yang Chen and said a long string of words solemnly. Yang Chen, after the Lunar New Year, you all will leave Tiannan, go to the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. My friendship with the Grand Elder of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is not bad. When you arrive at the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, you will surely be treated generously. Hearing this, Yang Chen, who was intently gnawing on meat, was dumbfounded and couldn't react in time, to the point that the large meat chunk on the thigh bone was still tightly held in his hand without letting go. His mouth was still smashing and chewing the meat, not even waiting to swallow as he asked the old man while chewing, Is it that urgent? Elder Gongsun was strangely calm at this moment, as if nothing had happened, slowly bringing the wine glass to his mouth. He said, 13th Master has already met you. I'm afraid something might happen, so set off early. Young Chen on the side was still diligently grinding the meat, but his expression was not very willing. The bitter truth was that even if he fought, he couldn't beat the old man, so he had no choice but to compromise. Fine. Going back in time to return to the past, it was on the night before New Year's Eve. The sky at this time appeared like a mysterious black silk layer. The moon was also high and bright, faintly hidden behind layers of trees, surrounded by thousands of small stars that seemed to embellish the beauty of that black silk layer. Below was an extremely magnificent and majestic city estate.
At this moment, the old Grand Preceptor's entire body emitted a mysterious blue light. He sat cross-legged, holding a writing brush in his hand, intently scribbling and drawing random things on paper. Beside him were a tortoiseshell and a few ancient coins. While drawing randomly, he suddenly lifted his brush high, his face full of disbelief and shock. His worldview at this moment almost collapsed to the point that his long beard curled up like the whiskers of a catfish. The image that appeared was a sketch of Yang Chen, drawn so ugly that even ghosts and demons would disdain it, but that cunning, evil, and despicable smile could only be made by Yang Chen and never by anyone else. His arms were spread wide as if he was smug about manipulating something. Below was a massive and equally magnificent city. The old Grand Preceptor then panicked and cried out, "The Eastern land is destroyed, and the ringleader is Yang Chen. This matter—" Then he hurried as if wanting to find someone, to the point of not even bothering to clean up the pile of paper and ink, hurriedly walking away while anxiously saying, "This matter I must immediately report to the 13th Master." Scene change. At this time, at the Tiannan Commandery Mansion, there was a guy waving his hand holding something like a Tet firecracker, his head tilted up looking at the blue sky while deeply contemplating something. A dazzling, blazing red fire phoenix, carrying the old Grand Preceptor standing straight on its back, suddenly appeared from out of nowhere and flew straight towards where the guy was standing, startling him. The moment the old Grand Preceptor's feet touched the ground, he also hurriedly came out to greet him and hastily asked, "Lord Grand Preceptor, for what matter have you come?" The Grand Preceptor, with black lines now bulging all over his old face, only indifferently replied to him, "Upholding the royal decree.
Upon hearing the old Grand Preceptor say this, he immediately knelt down, his posture extremely proficient as if he had undergone professional training. He looked both respectful and sincere. Meanwhile, the old Grand Preceptor just stood there, indifferently looking down at him.
The old man looked at that guy for a while before opening his mouth wide, announcing in a loud voice, "The Tiannan Commandery capital hears the order of the Grand Preceptor. Immediately pursue and capture Yang Chen. Anyone involved with him, kill without exception." Then the old man continued, "You immediately order the entire army to lock down the whole city and investigate where Yang Chen is staying." Hearing this, that guy closed his eyes, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and respectfully replied, "Understood." Then his face clearly showed the despicable look of a petty villain as he smirked and thought, "Not long ago, Yang Chen was appointed by the 13th Master as a close retainer. How come an arrest warrant has been issued after just a few days?" Then, putting on the most sycophantic face possible, he spoke slowly to the old man who was turning to leave, making him turn back to listen. "Lord Grand Preceptor, Yang Chen is probably at the Georgian Academy in the outskirts of the city." Hearing this, the catfish-like old man turned his head and walked away, causing his 4 whiskers to stand on end as it electrocuted. Before leaving completely, the old man was still very considerate enough to instruct that guy, "You send people to capture him. I need to make a trip to Marquis Duanmu's estate." Hearing that, the guy also bowed to the old man's back and respectfully replied, "Yes." That guy, along with a group of people in red, blue, purple, and yellow, resembling all the colors of the rainbow, were now zooming towards the mountain containing the Georgian Academy, creating a streak of golden spiritual energy cutting across the blue sky. The red-haired woman inside also noticed the abnormality at this moment and was startled. Her face darkened and a deadly gaze shot straight toward the other side.
The chameleon group had now arrived at the entrance of Georgian Academy. Every single one of them was hovering and floating in the air like immortal, resentful spirits. The red-haired woman also flew up to block the front of the chameleon group, frowning and shouting loudly, "Lord Commandery Governor, what is the meaning of this?" The leader of the chameleon gang heard this and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha." Then, relying on his powerful master, he continued to bark, "By the king's decree, we are to arrest Yang Chen. Hand him over." Yang Chen's group inside heard the noisy commotion outside and also came out to see what was happening. Leading the way was Old Man Gongsun, walking sternly in front. Next was Qiu Jianwu, then Yang Chen, Jan Wukei, and finally Tianba Guang. Everyone's face was grim and serious. Seeing a whole formation of people hovering in the sky as if setting up an array to ambush him, Yang Chen was so shocked that his face lost all color, thinking to himself, "This is too coincidental. I have to leave tonight, and now the Eastern Land King's decree has arrived. It really happened just as predicted." Qiu Jianwu, naturally impulsive and easily angered, jumped in before old Gongsun could even say anything. He frowned and angrily roared at the group. "Does the decree state any reason?" The golden-robed man up there flashed a perfect photoshopped smile, but mixed with a hint of contempt and joy, saying, "What a coincidence. I also want to know the reason." Hearing this, Yang Chen's group below was simultaneously startled, confused, and bewildered. Qiu Jianwu was gradually losing his temper at this point. Yang Chen was so scared that he was sweating profusely, leaving only Old Man Gongsun calmly listening to what was next. At this moment, Yang Chen was so furious that black lines popped up all over his face, and his eyes rolled back completely white without pupils. He pointed a finger at where the man was standing, activating his trash-talking mode, and yelled, "Lord Commandery Governor, you didn't just make this up yourself, did you?"
Looking down from above and seeing him so angry and cursing like that guy only looked at him with half an eye, smirking in contempt. He spoke, his voice full of disdain. "Whether it's fabricated or not, you will know in a moment. Lord Grand Preceptor is coming here in person." Hearing this, Yang Chen's face darkened with wariness, but he still tried to raise his voice and said, "Then let's wait for Lord Grand Preceptor to arrive." After speaking, he secretly glanced to the side, his face clearly showing deep thought as he pondered inwardly. "I definitely cannot just charge straight out. Doing so will implicate Master and everyone else. What should I do?" At this moment, a massive fire phoenix carrying a group of people arrived, led by the old Grand Preceptor, and suddenly landed in front of Yang Chen's group. The old Grand Preceptor stood sternly upright on the back of the fire phoenix, staring intently at Yang Chen's group, with a majestic army behind him. Duanmu Gu's group, following the catfish old man's direction, also flew over to join the gathering. Among them, the woman in green, who was also the only woman, Duanmu Manhwa, flew over with a chaotic state of mind. Fear, anxiety, and even shyness were all present. Seeing the old Grand Preceptor, Yang Chen stepped forward to greet him, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. "Lord Grand Preceptor." The old Grand Preceptor looked at Yang Chen, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh full of regret. In his mind, he himself couldn't believe it either. "I also don't believe that you will destroy the Eastern Land, but there is no other way. Destiny is destiny." After thinking this, the old Grand Preceptor narrowed his eyes at Yang Chen, his expression indifferent, neither happy nor sad. He raised his voice to make a proposal that reeked of coercion towards him. "Yang Chen, return to the royal capital with me. As for the Eastern Land King, I will help you." Yang Chen knew that if he didn't compromise for the time being, there would be no way to escape, so he had to agree. All right. But then he started to bargain, saying to the old man,
Lord Grand Preceptor, can you give this kid a little time to say goodbye to Master and everyone? Seeing that he had agreed, the old man didn't mind much and happily compromised, even waving his hand to signal him to feel free. Suddenly, Manhwa, who had not spoken until now, unexpectedly flew straight down to where Yang Chen's group was standing, causing the Duanmu clan's patriarch to startle and yell, "Duanmu!"
Duanmu did not care about anything else and gently landed right next to Tianbaguang, while Tianbaguang, seeing her, also rushed over hurriedly. The two of them were like the cowherd and the weaver girl who could only meet once a year, their eyes looking at each other full of deep attachment and longing. They were so touched that tears flowed uncontrollably down their faces, and their hands held tightly onto each other, unwilling to let go. At this time, Yang Chen turned to look at Zhan Wuquei, who was still worried and sad, and solemnly patted his shoulder to instruct. "Xiaoquei, I am leaving with the Grand Priester. I have my own way to escape." Then he added, "After I leave, you ask Old Man Q to protect Lingxi and the others, and leave immediately. We will meet at Tiangu City, the boundary between the Eastern Land and the Eastern Emperor's sword sect. Be there or be square." Then he walked over and knelt down in front of Tianbaguang and Duanmu Manhua, whose hands were still intertwined with deep affection, and respectfully bowed. "Master, mistress, take care." After paying his respects, looking as if he had no lingering attachments, his face turned dark and cold, and he immediately turned around and left. Seeing him like this, Tianbaguang hurriedly called out to him, "Yang Chen." Then he quickly turned and shouted at Old Man Gongsun and Chu Zhenwu, who were still standing there, his face full of anxiety. "Master, martial uncle, we cannot let Yang Chen go to his death like this."
Old Man Gongsun and Chu Zhenwu were also extremely worried at this moment, watching his fading back. A thought simultaneously popped into their heads. Does this kid really have a way to escape right under the noses of so many experts? Tianling Xi's face was terrified to the point of sweating profusely. She could only stare blankly as her beloved was gradually moving away, tightly grabbing his sleeve and begging, "Grandpa, I beg you, save Yang Chen." But ignoring his dear student and beautiful granddaughter who were pleading with all their might to save Yang Chen, Old Man Gongsun just stood there, saying nothing and doing nothing, just standing there with a face full of deep contemplation. The Lord of Tiannan Commandery, still acting like a dog relying on its master's power, stood high above with his arms crossed, looking down at the Duajin Academy. His heart was full of contempt as he thought, a bunch of trash, yet they don't dare to resist. If they resisted a little, how great it would be. I could catch them all in one net. The white-haired guy with the early generation HKT bangs, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master, finally had some screen time after a long period of being kicked to the chicken coop by the author. Having a deep-seated grudge against Yang Chen's group since Zhan Wuquei crippled his son, he now started to speak up to flatter the old Grand Preceptor to add fuel to the fire. The king is truly wise. A rebellious beef like Yang Chen deserves to be chopped into 100 pieces. Seeing that Yang Chen had agreed, that group didn't bother to stay at the Duajin Academy any longer. They immediately turned around and left with the old Grand Preceptor's phoenix. Grand Boss Gongsun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly darkened his face and spoke up, calmly saying to Chu Zhenwu, "Zhenwu, a moment later, in order to safely send them away, I will cover the rear." Chu Zhenwu was unwilling upon hearing old Gongsun say this. He also wanted to help a senior brother, so he clenched his fists tightly and shouted angrily, "Senior brother, let me cover the rear." Hearing Chu Zhenwu say this, old Gongsun merely clasped his hands behind his back peacefully, looked up at the sky, and with a darkened face, gently advised, "Zhenwu, you are more suitable than me." When Chu Zhenwu heard a senior brother say this, he fell silent without saying a single word, his face clearly showing his worry and unwillingness. His eyebrows were furrowed so tightly they could pinch a fly to death, and his teeth were ground together, making a creaking sound. Only after a while did he speak up to compromise. "All right, I will listen to you." Meanwhile, the young lady Teen Lingxi had 2 long trails of tears flowing down her cheeks, sobbing with sorrowful eyes because she couldn't do anything to help Yang Chen, resulting in him being taken away by the old Grand Priester's people. At this time, Zhan Wuquei also noticed her. Seeing his sister-in-law sobbing continuously, he squeezed out a standard smile and simultaneously waved his hands and feet wildly to comfort her. "Sister, don't worry. Have you forgotten about the Tiannan secret realm?" Seeing that Teen Lingxi had started to calm down, he hurriedly continued, "My brother will have a way to escape. He is currently creating an opportunity for us. Wait until we arrive at Tiangu City. We will definitely reunite with him." Right after giving his instructions, old man Gongsun hurriedly dashed away with a fierce expression, leaving behind Chu Zhenwu, Tianbaguang, Manhua, Zhan Wuquei, and Tian Lingxi standing there staring blankly. Seeing that old Gongsun had left, Chu Zhenwu quickly created a small teleportation array and urged the others who were still staring blankly, "Quick, we must leave quickly."
The whole group stood in the teleportation array and quickly left, but by some stroke of luck or misfortune, when they flew over a mountain, they were quickly spotted by the subordinates of the Tiannan Commandery Lord. The pink-haired guy among them was startled and quickly yelled to the others, "They're running away!"
Saying that, those two quickly turned around and ran towards the Tiannan Commandery Lord's estate, completely unaware that Old Man Gungsun had appeared behind them, hands channeling true chi preparing to strike. As they ran, they panicked and shouted loudly, "Quickly notify the Commandery Lord!" While the two of them were running, there was suddenly a swish behind their necks. It was so fast that it only left a shadow, and the two of them, after taking that palm strike, had their mouths wide open, their eyes rolled back, and could only let out a single cry. At this time, Old Man Gungsun slowly and leisurely stepped out from the bushes behind. He unhurriedly clasped his hands behind his back and walked over to the two guys he had just sent to meet their maker, his face unusually calm. He glanced up at the speck of light from Chu Jianwu's group flying through the sky and thought in startlement, could it be that Li Tianheng got the news? It shouldn't be this fast. While Old Man Gungsun was still immersed in his own thoughts, on the opposite side, Duan Mugu's group had also found the place and stopped right in front of him. The leader was none other than the old geezer Duan Mugu. Seeing him and another group of people suddenly appear, Old Man Gungsun quickly went up to strike up a conversation. "Duan Mugu, what a coincidence!" Hearing this, Duan Mugu's face darkened, and he frowned, asking back, "Coincidence?" Then, as if doubting something, he asked further, "Old Academy Master, what do you mean?" Old Man Gungsun didn't bother to pay attention to his disrespectful attitude, and just tilted his head happily. With a gentle voice, he said, "I was just wanting to go to your Marquis's step to discuss a great matter with you all." Hearing this, Duan Mugu's face darkened with suspicion. Discussing a major matter? What major matter could this old man possibly need to discuss with me? Thinking this, he tried to keep a dark face and looked directly at Old Man Gongsun, who was still standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. With a tone full of doubt and probing, he asked him, "Old Academy Master, are you letting me take Lingxi back?" Hearing Duan Mugu's question, Old Man Gongsun immediately cut off his highly imaginative thoughts to avoid future trouble. He looked straight at him and answered in a decisive tone, "Duan Mugu, you being like this is a bit unreasonable. It is the new year, and it was hard enough for the father and daughter to reunite. Are you that heartless?" Then he added, with clear threatening intent in every word, "Could it be that Marquis Duanmu's estate is truly not afraid that Lingxi will hate you in the future?" That fellow Duan Mugu was rendered speechless by the great elder Gongsun, unable to say a word, only possessing a dark and angry face. After a long while, he unwillingly spoke up, "Then we will come to pick her up tomorrow morning." Then he shifted his chubby body to the side, stretched out his hand towards Old Man Gongsun, and said politely, "Old Academy Master, after you." After saying that, the few of them flew together towards Marquis Duanmu's estate. Below them at this moment was a majestic mountain landscape.
Their figures gradually distanced themselves, eventually disappearing completely behind the tall, majestic mountains, returning the place to its inherent peacefulness. A golden light, similar to the light of the teleportation array used by Chu Jianwu's group, suddenly appeared and seemed to cut across the towering mountain behind. As for the Tiannan Commandery Lord, when he heard the news of Chu Jianwu's group escaping from the mouth of his subordinate, it was like a thunderbolt striking his ears. Slumping down with a darkened face and furrowed brows, he was shocked and yelled out, "What? Chu Jianwu actually protected Tianling Shi's group and left Mount Gu? How could he be so bold?" Then he quickly pushed the room door open, both frantic and hurried, angrily roaring out orders to the subordinates who were still standing in the courtyard waiting for commands. "Men, quickly report to the royal capital, then the rest of you follow me." He quickly led an army to the Joygen Academy to search, only to find that the place, which was bustling just moments ago, was now completely empty. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of leaves flying when blown by the wind. Facing such an extremely silent scene, the Tiannan Commandery Lord was so anxious that he yelled out loudly, "It's over. Tianling Shi is nowhere to be seen. That is the woman the 13th Master values. If she truly escapes from Tiannan, where will the 13th Master's face be put?" Carrying a mood as tangled as a ball of yarn, he angrily gnashed his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it! Under these circumstances, we can only capture Gonsan Muye." At this moment, at Marquis Duanmu's estate, Duan Mugu and Old Man Gonsun were sitting opposite each other. But while Old Man Gonsun calmly closed his eyes and enjoyed his tea, Duan Mugu on the opposite side was sweating profusely like rain. Unable to hold it back any longer, Duan Mugu took a sip of tea with a darkened expression and spoke up. "Old Academy Master, what did you mean when you said earlier that you had an important matter to discuss?"
Old Man Gongsun temporarily paused, enjoying his tea at this moment, and calmly spoke. "Duan Mugu, 18 years ago, he was also the New Year festival. Do you remember?" Suddenly, he glared, his face turning black with anger, and continued speaking. "Tonight, I want to demand back both the principal and the interest." That Duan Mu, hearing this, also got angry and glared back at him, simultaneously summoning a cluster of climbing vines. They surrounded him like a type of shield that could both attack and defend. After that, he slammed his half-drunk cup of tea on the table, his eyes bloodshot, looking towards old Gongsun sitting there. Right at that moment, a group of his subordinates also frantically ran in to protect him. Although Duan Mugu was trembling inside, on the outside he still acted tough and said, Gongsun Wu Yai, what is the meaning of this? Are you bullying our marquise estate because we have no one? Gongsun Wu Yai, sitting opposite, hearing him say that, became so angry that his face turned entirely black, the teacup in his hand also freezing in midair. Right at this time, the Tiannan Commandery Lord also arrived, wearing a scowling face as he walked in, arrogantly pushing the crowd at the door aside and shouting, Disperse! He walked up in front of Old Man Gongsun, slammed his hand hard on the table, gnashing his teeth as he started giving orders. Gongsun Wu Yai, if you reveal the whereabouts of Tian Lingxi's group, I can let you go. Seeing him like that, Old Man Gongsun smiled disdainfully. Then he got so angry that he crushed the teacup in his hand and spoke through gritted teeth. It seems that because I haven't made a move for many years, you all have forgotten the fear of how Tiannan was dominated by me in the past. Just a bunch of insects like you also dare to be arrogant? Ridiculous. Saying that, Old Man Gongsun immediately widened his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could pinch a fly to death, his bloodshot eyes looking incredibly furious. A powerful source of true chi erupted, blowing away everything in the surroundings. The floor shattered and flew up. Even the Tiannan Commandery Lord's group was affected to the point of being unable to resist and was sent flying several meters away.
Old Man Gongsun now flew up right into the middle of the true chi vortex, which currently even had blinding lightning bolts striking out. Above his head, a long sword slowly appeared. The tables, chairs, and bricks were currently shattered by the true chi and flew in circles around it. The two sides now officially engaged in a decisive battle. Duan Mugu now also erupted with his full power and summoned even more vines. Seeing this, the Tiannan Commandery Lord also erupted. Both of them glared furiously at Old Man Gongsun opposite them, whose aura was soaring to the sky, surrounded by rolling true chi. The surrounding earth and rocks were shattered and blown into the air by the attack power of all three people. Duan Mugu's face turned slightly pale at this moment as he shouted angrily, Gongsun Wu Yai, stop! Old Man Gongsun now also retracted that rolling waterfall like true chi and calmly looked up at the sky. Amidst the blinding layer of earth and rocks, three silhouettes gradually appeared. Leading them was an old man with red hair and a red beard, and the other two, one green and one yellow, rushed over. The three of them looked exactly like a traffic light in the middle of an intersection. Interrupted by them, Old Man Gongsun had also retracted his true chi, but still left a little behind. The surrounding earth and rocks fell like dropping figs. Still keeping his posture with his hands clasped behind his back, he frowned angrily. Humph! Seeing Old Man Gongsun like that, the red-haired guy above could only sigh tiredly because he couldn't do anything to him. The red-haired guy and the green and yellow guys behind him now landed heavily in front of Old Man Gongsun. Just as he landed, that guy hurriedly spoke up to question him. Old Academy Master, why must it be like this? Old Man Gongsun now also looked sternly at him and called out, Q Woody. Then he started pouring out a long tirade. The Yi King royal clan has controlled our eastern land for 300 years. What they do, you surely have an idea in your heart. They just want to enslave all of us eastern land people. Anyone with a little bit of martial arts talent, apart from submitting, only has the path of death.
After being spoken to so bluntly by Elder Gongsun, that guy Chuwudi was so embarrassed that beads of sweat rolled down his face, staying absolutely silent because he couldn't refute anything. Seeing him remain silent, Old Man Gongsun coldly continued, Originally my heart was dead, but the heavens distinguished right from wrong, giving me hope once again. Speaking up to here, his tone suddenly shifted to extreme sarcasm. Even if you welcome the E family by all means, it's still very difficult to get what you want, right? Hearing this, although Chuwudi's face clearly revealed a panicked and fearful expression, with sweat pouring down like rain, he still stubbornly tried to advise Elder Gongsun against touching Marquis Duanmu's estate. Old Academy Master, even though Marquis Duanmu's estate offended you in the past, that is a matter from many years ago. I hope you consider that we are both from Tiannan and refrain from a massive slaughter.
Great Elder Gongsun didn't even bother paying attention to Chu Wudi, who was busy babbling on about neighborhood relations, and only sneered. Haha. Then he rolled his eyes and thought to himself, stalling so much time for Chu Zhenwu like this is enough. I should go check on Kid Yang Chen. Thinking so, he turned around and left, ignoring Duanmugu and Chu Wudi, who were still standing there like statues, watching him go. Before completely disappearing, he kindly left them a very well-intentioned reminder, settle it properly yourselves. Old Man Gongsun then circulated his true chi and sprinted away at lightning speed. As he dashed off, he worriedly thought to himself, Kid Chen, you must stay safe and sound. Scene change. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Old Man Gongsun's unnecessary anxiety, young Chen was currently happily laughing and chatting with the old Grand Preceptor on the back of the Fire Phoenix. He smiled so brightly that his eyes squeezed shut, hiding the sun, and crisp sounds of laughter echoed around. Young Chen suddenly stopped laughing and turned to ask the old Grand Preceptor, Lord Grand Preceptor, you have such mysterious abilities. Can you see if this trip of mine will be auspicious or ominous? The old Grand Preceptor half opened one eye to glance at him, slowly stroked his long white beard and sighed as he answered, I cannot see it. Seeing him answer like that, Yang Chen slowly sat down and acted mysterious, making a bet. Lord Grand Preceptor, want to make a bet? This kid is certain there will be no danger on this trip.
Hearing him say that, the old Grand Preceptor looked at him curiously. Yang Chen didn't rush to answer him, but from the back of the Fire Phoenix, he looked somewhere and calculated in his heart. Calculating the time, if everything goes smoothly, Lingxi and the others should have left the Tiannan boundary by now. Then his face hardened and he smirked secretly, thinking, now there are no taboos anymore. Yang Chen turned to the old Grand Preceptor who was still stubbornly silent beside him and asked sinisterly, Lord Grand Preceptor, you must have guessed a little bit about my fate, right? Hearing this, the old man froze. The hand that was stroking his beard now hovered in the air. He looked at Yang Chen with hesitation, but still stubbornly refused to open his mouth to answer. Seeing that the old man chose to remain silent and not answer the question, Yang Chen had roughly guessed a part of it. He didn't force the old man to answer, but just hardened his face, calmly spread out his 5 fingers, and said softly, Tell me, with the Yifang royal clan offending me like this, aren't they afraid that I will take revenge in the future?
Hearing this, the old Grand Preceptor's eyes widened, and with a slight tremble in his heart he asked back, in the future? Then, as if realizing his loss of composure, he hurriedly tried to look calm, stroking his beard to hide his anxiety. His mouth still stubbornly said, Kid, it seems you are very confident. Hearing the old man say this, Yang Chen didn't pay much attention, but calmly stood up, patted the dust off his knees, and under the old man's staring eyes, politely smiled and bid farewell. Lord Grand Preceptor, this kid thinks highly of you. Take care. Having said that, he smirked and simultaneously used the shadow evasion martial intent technique to escape. A stream of pitch-black true chi instantly enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared behind that layer of black mist, under the staring eyes of everyone present, leaving them so shocked that they stood frozen. At this moment, the old Grand Preceptor also reacted quickly, reaching out to grab into that black mist, as if wanting to hold him back, but it was too late. Yang Chen had completely disappeared. What the old man grabbed was only air and a few traces of black mist. At this time, he finally shouted loudly, Not good!
He could only stare blankly as he watched him disappear. A voice full of astonishment unconsciously escaped his lips. He disappeared. How was that possible? Standing on the back of the Phoenix, he looked down and cried out in panic. This was at an altitude of several thousand meters above the ground. Then he suddenly shouted, Stop! At this moment, the Grand Preceptor quickly formed hand seals, his eyes widening as he used his divine sense to probe and feel for Yang Chen's aura and the surroundings. Golden rings radiated from him like signals searching the area. Then he looked up at the sky again. Beads of sweat began to appear as he muttered to himself, Even my divine sense can't detect him. Did he really disappear? How could he do that? A subordinate soldier accompanying him, seeing his helplessness, asked, Lord Grand Preceptor. Then, the Grand Preceptor's face darkened as he said, Sigh, no wonder this brat agreed so decisively. It turns out he still had this trump card. Then, as if realizing something, he anxiously ordered the minion behind him, This is bad. Hurry back to Tiannan. Following his command, the Phoenix turned around and flew back toward Tiannan. Sitting on the Phoenix's back, his heart was filled with anxiety and worry as he thought, This is bad. They must have planned this from the start. If Shu Tiantian leaves Tiannan with the people from Zhuajian Academy, then things will take a turn for the worse. The Phoenix soared rapidly, tearing across the sky as it flew back toward Tiannan. At this moment, Yang Chen also emerged from a black hole in midair, his face pale green like a banana leaf. He panted heavily, his face dark as he thought to himself, The shadow evasion martial intent can be used in the sky, but the consumption of soul power is extremely high. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Suddenly, as if discovering something unusual, his eyes widened and cold sweat began to pour out.
Yang Chen looked up. Above him, the minion of the old Grand Preceptor had appeared at an unknown time and was holding a long spear, charging straight down towards where he stood, causing Yang Chen to drop his jaw. He stared and worriedly thought, I'm doomed. At this moment, the spear thrust straight at Yang Chen from behind, leaving him with no time to resist. He could only grit his teeth in anger and stand still to endure the blow. His eyes widened, his expression distorted, and his vision blurred. Suddenly, a source of golden light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Yang Chen's body within it, preventing his body from making contact with the spear, thereby saving Yang Chen's life. Yang Chen's eyes rolled back. The golden light emitting from him grew stronger and stronger, making it impossible for the spear to touch him. Seeing this scene, the soldier's face clearly showed shock and fear. A massive golden dragon head burst out from his body, charging straight towards the soldier. He was sent to the afterlife on the spot by that golden dragon head, before he could even utter a sound or leave any last words. Yang Chen was now drenched in sweat, but he calmed down, looking at his still glowing hands in disbelief, and exclaimed in astonishment, Am I still alive? Suddenly, Yang Chen felt as if his energy had been completely drained. His entire body swayed in midair, his eyes turned glassy, and he raised a hand to his head, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm so sleepy. His eyes uncontrollably and slowly narrowed, and his whole body, as if losing control, slowly fell down. Just before that, he still had time to sigh. How troublesome. Yang Chen was no longer conscious enough to hold on. He just fell head first like that. He fell so fast that he shattered the clouds blocking his path below. Seeing that his head was about to kiss Mother Earth, the man below finally raised a hand and cast a magic technique, creating a golden net to catch him. The surrounding dust and smoke were also blown up wildly by the impact of Yang Chen's falling speed.
The shopkeeper of Yebugui in Kushan town, who had just caught Yang Chen a moment ago, now looked at him and sighed with full frustration and weariness. His face clearly showed disappointment as he softly said, "Young master, your chess skills are truly too rotten. Such a beautiful chess game, yet you put yourself in a dangerous position. You are truly a burden." Old man Gonsun at this time was also using his true chi to fly swiftly in search of Yang Chen. His expression right now was a mix of slight worry and unease, completely different from his usual dignified demeanor. His face was currently covered in profuse sweat, and his breathing had begun to become slightly unstable due to exhaustion. He frowned and thought to himself, "My true chi is almost depleted." Unable to continue enduring this torment, Old Man Gonsun decided to land on an empty clearing right at the foot of the mountain to rest, as well as recover his true chi, which was about to be squeezed dry. Old Man Gonsun chose a rock with a completely flat surface to sit and cultivate. He pulled out a fiery red spirit stone from who knows where. Then, closing his eyes, crossing his legs, and spreading his arms, streaks of bright yellow true chi were slowly absorbed from the red spirit stone into Old Man Gonsun's body. After being squeezed to the last streak of true chi by him, the spirit stone also began to crumble into small fragments. His true chi fully recovered, Old Man Gonsun only then stood up and intended to leave immediately. But when he had only taken his very first step, he was startled when he glanced over. In that spot, who knows since when, an extra human corpse had appeared, lying face down on the ground, completely unconscious. On top of that body, tree leaves had been piled up without a shred of pity. Old Man Gonsun looked at the corpse intently and let out a curious sound. He just stood there staring blankly at the prone body not far from where he was standing, and his face instantly darkened. Profuse sweat poured down his face, and his eyes lost a bit of their calm as he inwardly suspected. Where did this corpse come from? Have I run into a ghost?
Although his face was no longer as black as just a moment ago, sweat still raced down his face. The old man was in slight disbelief at what his eyes were seeing, secretly doubting, how is this possible? I am certain that when I came down here, there was no one there. Then he thought further. In the eastern land, who could bypass my senses, silently throwing a person next to me? Then he walked over to check the body that had been lying flat there the whole time with no sign of waking up. When he flipped the body over, Old Man Gongsun was incredibly shocked, to the point of being unable to control his emotions, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Yang Chen!" Yang Chen at this time was still completely unconscious, sleeping like the dead, even to the point of drooling. He completely ignored Old Man Gongsun, who was still extremely worried. As for Old Man Gongsun, he was now immensely anxious and quickly placed his hand over the boy's heart to check if he was still alive or dead. Upon realizing he was still alive, the old man let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Fortunately, not dead yet."
Elder Gongsun, after finishing his examination of him, calmly began to use his outward projected divine sense to probe for the whereabouts of the people around them. From his body, sound waves slowly spread out in all directions. The sound waves emitted by Elder Gongsun pierced through every leaf and flew straight up into the sky, but the surrounding space remained absolutely silent, as if no one had ever been there. Elder Gongsun was at his wits' bend with Yang Chen, so he could only carry the dead-asleep boy on his back and quickly fly away using his true chi. Scene transition. At this time, in Tiannan City, the old Grand Preceptor was frantically ordering his damned soldiers to ransack and search everywhere. He reached out his hand, angrily shouting at his lackeys, "Search for me, not a single house or household is to be spared." Even a girl with big breasts but a tiny brain like Yashio Sin felt like she was struck by lightning when she heard this news. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth in astonishment, screaming, "What? Yang Chen disappeared? Lingxi's group is gone too?" Then she screamed again, but this time her tone was mixed with a bit of anger. "Why are you only telling me about such a major incident now?" After saying that, she hastily grabbed a coat and quickly put it on, then crying and furiously running out of the house, leaving the servants inside dumbfounded. As she walked, she was so aggrieved and angry that her cheeks puffed out, thinking to herself, "Yang Chen, you can't run away like this. Our romance hasn't even begun yet." Scene transition. By now, it was already the third day of the Lunar New Year in Tiangu City. This was a place with extremely harsh weather, featuring a vast, boundless desert of sand. It was to the extent that the bones of dead animals lay scattered under the thick layer of sand, and only a few cacti around could survive. The wind blew, sending sand flying blindly. In the distance, there was a sandy yellow city gate that was incredibly luxurious and magnificent. Chu Chin Mu's group had arrived safely in Tiangu City, thanks to the strong protection of Old Man Gongsun, as well as the wind-like speed of the teleportation array. Because they had to travel such a long distance, everyone looked incredibly exhausted. The group slowly stepped down, led by Tian Lingxi, followed by the red-haired woman, then Tian Lingxi's mother, Manhwa, and the others behind them. Tian Lingxi's face looked as if she had just lost her rice ration book, while the others were much calmer. Waiting until the last person had stepped down, Chu Zhenwu turned slightly and reached his hand behind him to retract the array. While retracting it, he seriously suggested, "Let's enter the city first."
Linger, currently hugging Xiaohei who was still nodding off, walked shoulder to shoulder with Janmuke. Suddenly, she cautiously asked Janmuke, causing him to instinctively look over. Xiaohei, do you think young Chen can escape this disaster? Hearing her question, Janmuke smiled with full confidence and replied, my older brother can definitely do it. Xiaohei, in Linger's arms, suddenly became extremely excited, its eyes narrowing into happy slits, its arms raised in response, and its mouth happily barking loudly, woof woof. This surprised Linger, causing her to rub its head. Janmuke, standing to the side and seeing it act like this, happily said to Linger, see, Xiaohei says so too. After hearing Janmuke utter those words, Xiaohei's face immediately sprouted 3 giant question marks, flipping its attitude as fast as an ex-lover. Just a second ago, its face was filled with excitement and joy, but the next second, its face was covered in dark lines. It angrily growled and cursed. I was saying it's best to let that demon die out there. Absolutely do not come back. Damn little demon, this time you are dead for sure. The great black master curses you to die a tragic death. Zhu Jianwu's group took out some hoods from nowhere and put them on. After putting them on, they headed straight toward the gate of Tianghu City, naturally led by Zhu Jianwu. Arriving in front of the gate of the Dagong Pavilion, Zhu Jianwu used his hand to pull his hood lower, turned back and seriously reminded everyone, act low-key, we will wait for young Chen here. The scene shifts to 3 days later. It was now the 6th day of the Lunar New Year.
After a long sleep, Yang Chen finally showed signs of waking up. He groggily opened his eyes, drool still dripping. He let out a soft groan as if still very sleepy. Old man Gongsun was still carrying Yang Chen on his back, flying quickly through the clouds. Seeing that Yang Chen had woken up, he glanced at him, but it seemed he was still not fully awake. Noticing that he hadn't completely shaken off the daze from his long dream, old man Gongsun turned his head to look. Glancing at him, he called out, Yang Chen. Then he started to mock him sarcastically. So you've finally woken up, kid. Do you even know how many days you've been asleep? On Elder Gongsun's back, Yang Chen finally snapped out of his daze and kept rubbing his eyes with one hand. When he was completely awake, he was startled out of his wits and hurriedly said to Old Man Gongsun, Old man, thank goodness it's you, otherwise it would have been dangerous.
Old man Gongsun also didn't bother to pay attention to Yang Chen's nonsense. He just looked at him and asked the question that still lingered in his heart. How did you, kid, escape from Donggo Shiji's hands? Elder Gongsun and Yang Chen had now also landed on the ground to walk. Yang Chen walked and laughed while talking to Elder Gongsun, who was still serious with his hands clasped behind his back beside him. At this moment, he began to wave his arms and legs, bragging extravagantly to the old man. I have awakened a type of dark martial intent. After executing it, I can disappear without leaving a trace. Ordinary people cannot detect it. As soon as Elder Gongsun heard him say that, he quickly turned his head and stared in amazement, making Yang Chen, seeing this, only scratch his head and smile shyly. The old man was so surprised that he lost his composure and asked him again, Huh? This kid awakened martial intent? Dark martial intent? Then the old man suddenly turned around and looked straight at him, beads of sweat running down his face. He pointed in a certain direction and tremblingly ordered him, You, execute it for me to see. Hearing that, Yang Chen immediately executed the Shadow Evasion martial intent. From behind his back, a black hole, like a cosmic black hole, suddenly appeared and sucked Yang Chen's whole body into it. Instantly, he disappeared before Elder Gongsun's astonishment. Where he stood just now, there was only a few wisps of black smoke and a few leaves blown up by the aftermath he created. If it weren't for those remaining traces, no one would probably believe that there was just a living person there. Elder Gongsun at this moment could not help but exclaim, This! Old man Gongsun still stood there, his hands still clasped behind his back, but his head was like turning on a rotation mode, constantly swiveling, from one side to the other, constantly casting his gaze to find young Chen, while also calling out loudly, Kid Chen. At this time, Elder Gongsun was still darting his eyes around to find young Chen on one hand, while thinking in his heart on the other. This kind of shadow evasion martial intent is too heaven-defying. It is truly a life-saving ultimate skill. No wonder this kid could escape from the hands of a strong expert like Donggo Shiji. Young Chen at this time also stepped out from that dark dimension and appeared right behind him, making him startle, turn his head, and speak without holding back his praise for him. Kid, this move is not bad. It suits the personality of a kid like you. Yang Chen only now noticed the surrounding scenery and asked Old Man Gongsun in surprise, Old man, what boundary have we arrived at? Hearing him ask that, Old Man Gongsun calmly answered his question as he walked. We are almost at the northern frontier of the eastern land. Your master must have arrived at Tianghu City early on. Hearing the old man say that, Yang Chen's eyes clearly showed a burning will. Clenching his fist and raising it in front of his face clearly showed his determination, making Elder Gongsun standing there also feel his eyes burn watching him act like a fool. He spoke up to Elder Gongsun, Let's move.
Hearing this, Elder Gongsun didn't even bother to answer young Chen, but just calmly turned to look at him and asked a very indifferent question, as if it didn't matter whether he answered or not. Kid, in Tiannan, did you encounter anyone eccentric? Hearing Old Man Gongsun ask this, a huge question mark appeared in Yang Chen's mind. His eyebrows knitted tightly together, as if thinking about something, and then he said blankly, An eccentric person? At this moment, Old Man Gongsun's face was covered in sweat as he fell deep into thought. It seems that some expert saved young Chen, managed to evade my senses, and brought Kid Chen to my side. Who exactly is that person? What level of strength have they reached? Then he suddenly placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, startling young Chen and leaving him dazed.
With one hand gripping the clothes on Young Chen's shoulder, the old man abruptly dragged him flying into the sky, to Young Chen's utter shock and panic. He was so surprised that he couldn't even utter a single word. His face darkened and his eyes widened so much they looked like they would pop out. Elder Gongsun didn't even bother to care what he was thinking, just carrying him by the neck like a chicken and saying, "Let's go." Scene change. At Tengu City, the sky had already turned to night, shimmering with thousands of bright stars, evoking a mysterious and vast feeling. Below were architectural structures that, although somewhat eroded by time, still exuded an inherent majestic and magnificent aura. Old Man Gongsun and Young Chen, after going through a long journey, had now arrived at Tengu City. Elder Gongsun now gently landed, and then with a thud, he violently threw the still dazed Young Chen straight onto the ground. As for Young Chen, after experiencing such an intense thrill, his soul had flown to the clouds. He sat blankly like a person who had lost his soul on the ground. His eyes lacked focus, his mouth wide open, looking as bewildered as someone intellectually challenged who didn't understand what was going on. Tianling Si, Chu Zhenwu, Zhenwu Kei, along with the girl Linger, were still standing there waiting for Young Chen and Elder Gongsun since it was still light. The worry and anticipation on everyone's faces simply could not be hidden. Tianling Si was so worried that her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed. Her hands were clasped together, silently praying, her eyes filled with the fear that something unpredictable would happen. Without anyone saying a word, they all tried to keep silent.
Suddenly, Chu Zhenwu, who had kept his eyes closed all this time, opened them to take a glance. His voice, filled with calmness but also mixed with a bit of anticipation, rang out to break the gloomy atmosphere there. "They're here." Young Chen and Old Man Gongsun also appeared at this moment. The two lifted the curtain and calmly walked in under the anxious waiting of Chu Zhenwu's group. Seeing the two of them, Chu Zhenwu only glanced and smirked, but still stood there with his arms crossed, having no intention of walking over to them. The girl, Tianling Si, was completely the opposite. As soon as she saw the two of them appear, her anxious emotions were relieved. She cried out of joy, smiling brightly even though her eyes were filled with tears, and called out loudly, "Young Chen!" She rushed quickly toward Young Chen and hugged him tightly. Seeing her like this, Young Chen clearly showed confusion and awkwardness on his face. He opened his arms to hug and pat her, coaxing while saying, "Silly girl, when are you crying? I told you I would be fine." Xiaohei, who was being comfortably held in Linger's arms, immediately darkened its face upon seeing Young Chen appear. Both its anger and wariness were clearly shown through its eyes and facial expression. Meanwhile, Zhenwu Kui, after seeing him, immediately clenched his fists to boost his spirit. His eyes were filled with determination as he said loudly, "Just wait until we get stronger. We will definitely return and kill them." Scene change. It was now early morning of the next day. Everyone carried a happy mood as they left. Young Chen, looking very smug, led the group through the city gates. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed into straight lines. Laughing loudly with his mouth wide open, he excitedly pointed his finger and ordered the others. "We are officially leaving the Eastern Land now. Let's set off. Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." Chu Zhenwu suddenly looked serious and asked the group who were still rejoicing, especially Young Chen, who was beaming with joy, "Have you memorized all the information about the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect?" Zhenwu Kui, acting like a good and smart student, immediately raised his hand excitedly to answer Chu Zhenwu's question. I know. Although the territory of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is not as vast as the Eastern Land, their strength is greater than the Winged Phoenix royal clan."
Hearing his answer, Chu Zhenwu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He asked seriously, "That's all?" Zhenwu Kui had already said everything he knew in response to this difficult question from him. The young man could only smile wryly, embarrassedly raising his hand to scratch his head, and replied, "I only know this much, haha." Hearing the young man say this, Chu Zhenwu could only close his eyes and sigh. Without bothering to hide the frustration, exhaustion, and helplessness in his words, he said, "You guys wouldn't even know how you died when you go out there." Tianling Si, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. She smiled gently, perfectly fitting the demeanor of a noble lady, and began to slowly answer to save Zhenwu Kui. Although the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is a sect by nature, it also has quite a few cities under its command. There are 72 cities, and each city has a sword venerable in charge. Although the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, just like the Yifeng royal clan, selects talents from each city to bring into the sect, the essence is completely different. The image of a fiercely burning alchemy furnace suddenly appeared, along with a crowd of people surrounding it, adorning her next words. Firstly, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect does not enslave the disciples in the sect like the Yifeng royal clan. Furthermore, depending on the type of genius, they will grant various cultivation resources and nurture them fairly.
The image then shifted to a cave shaped like a terrifying dragon's head, with groups of people entering it. She continued speaking. Second, which is also the most crucial point, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect completely opens the divine ruins within the sect, entirely unlike the Yifeng royal clan.
Fearing that the Eastern Land would produce a second Purple Palace expert, the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect does its utmost to bestow Purple Palace opportunities, hoping for more Purple Palace realm experts. The third image showed 3 people sitting in a triangle, like the triangle of Newton's binomial. The person in front was likely the one with the highest authority, with 2 close retainers below. They were surrounded by a blue halo of fire, and below them a group of disciples was neatly lined up. Tianlingxi spoke again. Third, within the territory of the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect, martial arts prevail, and the laws are clear. Even the Donghong clan is not allowed to deceive, seize, or violate the law. If the Donghong lineage has any privileges, it is merely an advantage in terms of cultivation resources. It is completely unlike the Yifeng royal clan, which treats all the commoners of the Eastern Land as slaves. Before the bewildered gazes of both Jianwu Kui and Linger, along with the boredom of Xiaohei, Qiu Zhenwu seriously supplemented the knowledge for Tianlingxi, as well as those big-mouthed but small-brained people. As for the origin of the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect, it is said that in ancient times, a powerful expert with the surname Donghong offended a super-expert and hid in Mount Donghong. He added that the descendants multiplied, gradually becoming a powerful clan. Thus, the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect came to be. Then he casually looked off into the boundless distance and seriously added a sentence. Within the Donghong lineage, there are those who inherit a super sword Dao.
As soon as the 2 brothers Yang Chen and John Wuke heard those words from the old man's mouth, their eyes lit up like stars. But in contrast to John Wuke's expression of admiration, with his mouth wide open to the point of not being able to close it, Yang Chen carried an appearance of excitement and curiosity. The evidence was that smiling mouth of his, looking like he had just struck gold. Scene change. It was already 1 month later. A vast green plateau painting appeared, featuring coniferous trees, along with rocky outcrops, and clouds drifting lazily around. The sunlight shone down from above, piercing through the layers of clouds and sweeping across the mountains, creating an incredibly majestic and poetic scene. Yang Chen's group had now also arrived at the gates of Donghuang City, blending into the bustling crowd entering the city. The trio of Yang Chen, John Wuke, and Tianlingxi merged into the flow of people, walking while looking left and right. They felt interested in everything they saw, no different from people leaving their hometown for the city for the first time. Out of curiosity, Tianlingxi looked from one thing to another, but she wasn't too eager, merely enjoying it quietly. Meanwhile, John Wuke's eyes were shining as he looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, this is truly a paradise for sword cultivators." Yang Chen also had a dumbfounded, shocked look on his face as he replied, "There are so many experts." While walking, Old Man Gongsun suddenly stopped and spoke to Yang Chen's group, making them stop and turn their heads to listen to his orders. At this moment, he gave an order while informing them, "You guys find an inn to rest. In the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect, martial arts duels are very popular. A single disagreement can lead to a fight. I'm going up the mountain to visit an old friend and conveniently make arrangements for you kids."
Old Man Gongsun, having just bid farewell to Yang Chen's group, hurriedly flew to his friend's place. As he leisurely landed, a young man dressed in a blue robe smiled happily and gestured with his hand, inviting him in. The young man maintained a perfect, elegant demeanor of a well-educated person, pointing to the cave behind him and respectfully saying to Old Man Gongsun, "Senior, the Great Elder is inside the Heavenly Secret Medicine Valley. Without orders, I cannot enter. Please proceed inside alone, Senior." Having said that, the young man quickly and solemnly returned to standing guard outside. Old Man Gongsun didn't bother staying outside with the young man for long, but quickly and leisurely walked in. As he walked, he clasped his hands behind his back and laughed. "Ha!" Old Man Gongsun strode along a small path, flanked by 2 majestic mountains adorned with lush green moss. He kept walking with his hands clasped behind his back, his face looking unusually calm. Old Man Gongsun kept walking and eventually reached a place where tree roots crawled all over the ground. Sitting there was an old man, the very same old man who had saved Yang Chen. He was holding a flower in his hands, attentively admiring it. When Old Man Gongsun called out, the man startled and looked up in a daze. Old Man He, the goofy-looking man sitting there holding a flower, was actually the Great Elder of the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect. Hearing Elder Gongsun call him, he looked up and said, "Old Ghost Wuya." Then, forcing out a sentence against his true feelings, he calmly said, "Having a guest from afar, I'm just thrilled to death." Hearing his old friend say that, Old Man Gongsun just calmly clasped his hands behind his back, walked over and asked, "Do you have wine?" Old Man He slowly stood up and replied, "Of course I do." Then the two approached the only table there. Old Man Gongsun sat seriously, waiting for his old friend to fetch the wine. As for Old Man He carried a large jar of wine, slammed it heavily on the table, and said with a smile, "Old Ghost, you are lucky. Enjoy my 100 herbs brew." Saying that, Old Man He raised his hand and opened the lid of the wine jar. As soon as the wooden lid was opened, a lingering fragrance drifted out, making Old Man Gongsun, who was usually serious, unable to hide his joy. His eyes widened like a child given candy as he excitedly cheered, "Baikao brew!" Old Man He, at this moment, held a dipper in one hand and a cup in the other, scooping the wine and pouring it into the cup.
Every drop of the precious, pure wine appeared accordingly. While doing so, he casually asked Gongsun Weiyai, "You, living so freely and leisurely in Tiannan, what brings you to Mount Dunhuang?" Old Man Gongsun reached out one hand to receive the precious cup of wine handed over by Old Man He, sighed, and with a face as gloomy as withered vegetables, began to complain to his old friend. "Sigh, it's a long story. This old man was forced to a dead end by the Yifeng royal clan, which is why I ran here." Old Man He had also sat down by now, leaning one hand on the table, holding his wine cup with the other to take a sip, and asked back, "Yi Wufeng?" Then, with an expression of the utmost disdain, the old man nonchalantly let out a sentence, "Just a frog at the bottom of a well." Saying that, Elder He put the wineglass down on the table, directed his gaze straight at Elder Gongsun, who was still ignoring the world, and smiled brightly as he suggested, "Old Ghost, how about I make a move, eradicate Yi Wufeng, and let you become the master of the Eastern Land? Wouldn't that be great?"
Hearing this, Elder Gongsun knew there was no hope, so he closed his eyes and calmly refuted Elder He's ridiculous thought. "Elder He, do you really think that relying on my Tianhe realm I can suppress the low-grade spirit vein and rule the Eastern Land?" Then, as if remembering his purpose for coming here, Elder Gongsun opened his eyes and calmly raised his hand to negotiate with his old friend. "Who are they? How is their aptitude?" Hearing Elder He's question, Elder Gongsun's function as a good grandmaster finally started to show. He closed his eyes, speaking with a serious tone of flattery. "The one with the best aptitude is naturally my grand-disciple, Yang Chen. He is an all-element heavenly Tao master and has awakened dual-element attributes." At this moment, Elder Gongsun suddenly opened his eyes, smiled brightly, and raised a finger, proudly showing off like a multi-level marketer trying to pitch a product. Moreover, that kid has twin martial souls. His cultivation is at the 8th level true martial realm, and he has already condensed a heaven-defying martial intent. Sitting opposite him, seeing his friend radiating joy and happily showing off his grand-disciple, Elder He was left speechless, curling his lips in secret disdain. "Could I possibly not know about the young master's matters? I know far better than you do." Then, as if he couldn't bear to see his long unseen old friend showing slight signs of mental illness, he could only nonchalantly chime in. "What? There is such a genius." However, in his heart, he utterly despised his old friend to the extreme. "What the hell do you know, old man? You don't even know 3 parts of the young master's talent. Ha! What grandmaster, truly going against the will of heaven." Scene transition. Half an hour later, Old Man Gongsun had finally let go of Elder He's wine jar and strode out. As he walked, his face bloomed like a flower as he exclaimed, "The 100 herbs brew that this old man fermented is quite strong, truly good wine." After enjoying a full meal and getting drunk with his old friend, Old Man Gongsun had now returned. Still maintaining that signature emotionless, stern face, walking with a hunched posture and hands clasped behind his back, he pushed the door and calmly stepped inside.
Chu Jianwu saw his senior brother return and hurriedly approached. With a rushed tone mixed with a bit of anticipation, he asked, "Senior brother, how did it go?" Elder Gongsun calmly answered his junior brother's question at this time. He said, "In 10 days, the demonic sword platform of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect will begin. At that time, you young brats can participate in the competition using the identity of Outer Sect disciples. After becoming core disciples, Elder He has agreed to look after you regarding cultivation resources." Hearing Gongsun Weiyai say this, Chu Jianwu was so shocked in his heart that his face broke out in a cold sweat. Linger still didn't understand what was going on. Hiding behind Janwu Kei, holding Xiao He in her arms, her sparkling eyes wide open, as if containing tens of thousands of questions why. As for Janwu Kei, upon hearing the old man say this, his disappointment showed on his face as he secretly thought, discussing for a whole day and it's only looking after us regarding cultivation resources? Old Man Gongsun didn't bother paying attention to the ever-changing expressions of those people, but just continued to focus on the main topic and calmly said, "The so-called demonic sword platform is the heavy artifact through which the Eastern Emperor's sword sect comprehends the sword Tao. Only core disciples have the qualifications to touch it." An image of a competition arena with thousands, tens of thousands of swords planted into it, topped with glaring red lightning currents, slowly appeared following Elder Gongsun's words. Along with that were the back silhouettes of 5 people facing the competition arena, creating an indescribably eerie feeling whenever looking at it. The old man continued, "And once every 3 years, the Sword Sect will hold a martial arts exhibition, selecting talented individuals from countless Outer Sect disciples and subordinate cities to enter Mount Dunhuang and become core disciples. This is exactly the most famous demonic sword platform ceremony of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." Hearing this, Janwu Kei was extremely surprised to the point where his eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped, while Linger just continued holding Xiao He, who was nodding off to sleep, and stared attentively. Then the young girl put on a thoughtful expression and rested her hand on her chin. After a while, she suddenly spoke up. "Once every 3 years, the demonic sword platform ceremony must surely have many experts gathered together. Wanting to enter Mount Dunhuang and become a core disciple is probably not that simple. Hearing Tianlinger say that, Gongsun Wai could only sigh, close his eyes, and continue to explain. The martial arts grand ceremony is divided into the true martial realm and the martial seed realm. After saying this, he suddenly asked, "You lot are all at the true martial realm. Among those of the same level, you must have some confidence, right?" Hearing him say that, Tian Wuquei began to imitate Tianlinger's peculiar thoughtful appearance and spoke his mind. "In the 9th level true martial realm, there shouldn't be many who can block my coiling dragon fist." Hearing him say that, Chu Jianwu, who was beside him, glanced over and seriously reminded, "You brat, be humble." Scene change. It was now 10 days later, and the registration area of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was bustling with people coming to register. Yang Chen and Tianlinger also sneaked off together and held hands to go register. Suddenly, Yang Chen held the shoulder of a girl there and asked with a smile, causing Tianlinger standing behind to become unhappy and jealous. "Miss, may I ask, what is the reward for the first place in this grand ceremony?"
The pink-haired girl turned around and gave him a look as if he had just fallen from another planet. How could he not know this and still come here? However, the girl still answered. The reward this time is a promise from Sect Master Dong Hong. The person who comes in first can make their own request. Hearing the girl say this, Yang Chen was so shocked that his pupils shrank. He opened his mouth wide and hurriedly asked, "Any request is fine?" The girl didn't even bother to stay and chat with him for long, turning around to leave. As she walked away, she calmly replied, "As long as the sect master can do it." Hearing the girl's words, Yang Chen smirked, lowering his head and bringing his hand to his chin as he thought to himself, "I remember Li Junru mentioning that Sect Master Dong Huang has a very powerful treasure, the Soul Reflecting Stone. If I take first place, then I can borrow his Soul Reflecting Stone to help Master restore his soul body." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and gently touched Yang Chen's hand that was stroking his chin in thought. Tianling Si tightly held his hand, looking up at him with puppy dog eyes and cheering him on. "You will definitely be able to do it." The scene now shifted to the registration area. People were crowding together one by one to submit their registration cards, and Yang Chen was among them. He stepped up to the registration desk and stood there motionless like a planted tree. The person processing the registration documents didn't even bother to look up when they saw him, merely saying indifferently, "Basic information." Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled brightly with utmost confidence and replied, "Yang Chen, 18 years old, 8th level true martial realm."
It didn't make him wait long. The registrar handed him a yellow card with 2 large words explicitly written on it, Yang Chen, along with a sentence, "Registration successful, go back and rest." Hearing this, Yang Chen picked up the card and carefully scrutinized every little detail of it. At the same time, he casually threw a red spirit stone to the man as the registration fee. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore and immediately turned around to return. On the way back, he and the girl Tian Lingxi bumped into each other, which startled her. As for Yang Chen, seeing her, he happily walked over and asked, "Registration successful?" Seeing him ask this, the girl Tian Lingxi happily raised the yellow card in her hand and replied, "Mm-hmm." Then, with an extremely timid expression, she hastily added, "But there are too many people. I heard them say that the registration will take place for 3 consecutive days, and there must be at least 10,000 people registering." Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled so brightly that his eyes couldn't even see the sun, stretching out an arm to wrap around her waist and pull her close to his body, making her face turn as red as a tomato. He joyfully whispered to the girl, "It's fine. It just happens to give us time to go for a stroll and have a date." The atmosphere around the two of them at this moment had turned into a pink state, with love bubbles flying around. Hearing this, Tian Lingxi's face turned even rare. She angrily thumped Yang Chen, who was still in an infatuated daze, and whined, "How hateful." Changing the scene, at this moment, the 4 people Tian Lingxi, Yang Chen, Zhan Wuke, and Tian Linger were like serious students, sitting with their backs straight on the chairs waiting to hear Qu Jianwu nag. Only Yang Chen's sitting posture was not very pleasant to look at. At this moment, Chu Jianwu was looking extremely serious, like an old teacher holding a piece of paper in his hands containing information about the geniuses participating in the grand ceremony. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. He started babbling and giving a lecture to the group of people opposite him. "I've heard the news. There are many geniuses participating in the grand ceremony this time. The one with the highest reputation is a person named Yun Zhenghu, a genius of the Yunzhong family in Donghong City, who is known as a once-in-a-century sword Dao genius." Hearing this, the young lady Tianlinger also raised a finger and added, "There are also Ye Shuangsheng and Hu Yansan, who also have very high reputations." Hearing that, Chu Jianwu raised the piece of paper high and stared at it seriously, while adding, "These people are all in the true martial realm, and as for the martial seed realm, almost everyone believes that the top spot will belong to Donghong Wangtai." The group of people had become extremely serious listening to him. In their hearts, everyone had a certain amount of anxiety, so if they could learn more about their opponents, they wouldn't hesitate to listen. Chu Jianwu then provided them with some information about this character named Donghong Wangtai. Donghong Wangtai is the only son of the Donghong City Lord, a descendant of a branch family of the Donghong clan lineage.
His talent is heaven-defying, far exceeding that of the disciples in the main branch of the Donghong clan. After speaking, he sighed, closed his eyes, and reached out to advise the group. For the next 2 days, there's no need to cultivate too much. Just maintaining a normal state is fine. Rest well and prepare for the grand ceremony. In a place where no one could see, Yang Chen's face had darkened. He raised his eyes like a predator preparing to hunt its prey and revealed a cunning smile. In his heart, he secretly felt excited. Yun Zhonghu, Donghong Wangtai. Haha, there really are a lot of geniuses. Things are heating up now. The scene shifted 2 days later at the competition arena of the Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect. At this time, there are already many people in the stands to enjoy the matches. Far away in the stands, 3 people were excitedly talking to each other. The brown-robed man suddenly spoke up. It's really bustling. The Demon Sword Platform Grand Ceremony is indeed the grandest festival that our Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect organizes every 3 years. All 72 cities are gathered here. There's a good show to watch now. Seeing this, the yellow-robed woman puffing on a pipe also chimed in. I just wonder if there will be any outstanding dark horses. The white-robed old man behind them also replied. It's hard to have a dark horse. I guess that the top of the true martial realm will be Yun Zhonghu, and the top of the martial seed realm will be Donghong Wangtai.
Down below in the contestants' preparation area, there were currently 2 men, one in green and one in yellow, looking extremely gloomy. The man in yellow placed his hand on the shoulder of the man in green to lift his spirits. Let's not dream about the rewards anymore. We just hope to show off our skills, become core disciples of the sword sect, and be able to enter Mount Donghuang to cultivate. That will be enough. Suddenly, a yellow light source flew straight from behind the mountain ranges toward the competition arena. Inside that light source, the figures of 4 men exuding the aura of true cultivators suddenly appeared, causing everyone below to look up. The man leading that group was none other than Sect Master Donghuang Haozheng. He was dressed entirely in yellow, bearing the appearance of a god of wealth, smiling down at the people below. Then Sect Master Donghuang opened his mouth wide and happily began his speech. The demonic sword platform, held once every 3 years, has begun again. You are the future of our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. The Sword Sect hopes that you can achieve outstanding accomplishments and one day hoist high the prestige of our Sword Sect. After speaking, he raised his hand high, his face turning stern as he began to explain the competition rules. During the matches, you are not allowed to intentionally injure your opponents. The martial arts ceremony is merely to examine your martial arts aptitude, not a life-and-death battle. Then he gestured behind him, his face looking completely natural as he introduced the other elders smiling in the background. Still following the old rules, the elders and I will fairly select the elites among you, choosing 200 geniuses to enter Mount Donghuang and admit them as core disciples. But of course, this is based on the principle of voluntariness. In addition, the top 3 of the 2 rankings, the True Martial Realm and the Martial Ancestor Realm, will receive massive rewards, and the first place will be granted 1 wish. Afterward, his expression suddenly became unusually sinister. He revealed an extremely scammy smile, raised a finger and said, "Furtherward, if the top 2 are favored by my 2 daughters, I might even marry my 2 daughters to you." The crowd of men below the competition arena, upon hearing what the sectmaster said, immediately had their eyes turn into heart shapes, screaming in excitement. Even Yang Chen, after hearing this, couldn't help but blush and exclaim a sentence that made Tianling Shi behind him turn black in anger. "Wow, I can even become a son-in-law." Tianling Shi in the back had her entire face completely dark. She glanced at Yang Chen, revealing an evil smile as she began whispering into his ear. "It seems you also have a lot of hope, huh? Becoming the son-in-law of Sectmaster Donghuang is a step to heaven." At this moment, Yang Chen was still completely oblivious, not knowing that his little lover behind him was enraged with a darkened face, emitting a thick deathly aura. He still blushed, smiling shyly, and put a hand on his chin and thought as he replied, "Makes sense." Then, as if sensing something slightly abnormal, he stopped his daydreaming. It was like a bolt of lightning struck him. His eyes widened and sweat poured down like a stream. He nervously tried to shift his gaze behind him, only to be met with the sight of Tianling Shi, surrounded by blazing anger. She lightly pinched his arm, flashing an incredibly bright smile, even though her face was completely dark with rage. Yang Chen finally knew fear and cried out in panic, waving his arms and legs wildly. He awkwardly begged Tianling Shi, who was still fuming and clutching him tightly with a dark face, under the understanding and sympathetic gazes of the people standing nearby. "Lingxi, it was a joke. How could you take it seriously? Let go of my hand. There are a lot of people watching." Sectmaster Donghuang, standing on the competition arena, looked down at the crowd that had become chaotic over his remark about marrying off his daughter. He raised his voice and sternly shouted, "Silence!" After that, he suddenly laughed heartily and shouted loudly, "Invite the contestants to step forward and enter the arena in turn according to their wooden tokens. The grand ceremony officially begins." Following the old sectmaster's words, the yellow wooden tokens left the hands of the candidates one by one and quickly rushed forward. Those wooden tokens flew from all directions towards the competition arena, then gathered into a giant true chi circle right above the stage of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Then, from that giant true chi circle containing the wooden tokens, 2 tokens suddenly flew out and were caught by an elder standing up there who raised his hand high. Then that person also raised the 2 golden cards in his hands. 2 lines of names had now appeared, Yang Jikong and Lu Shu Chao. The old man raised his voice and shouted loudly, "Yang Jikong matches against Lu Shu Chao." Because their names hadn't been called yet, Yang Chen and Tian Lingxi snuck away from everyone to take a walk. As they walked, Yang Chen placed his hands behind his head, his carefree appearance completely contrasting with his gloomy expression as he silently sighed. The first round is a random draw, so if we match against a strong enemy right from the start, wouldn't that be unfair? Not bothering to wait for him to finish speaking, Tian Lingxi, who was walking ahead, coldly replied, "One look and it's obvious you weren't listening seriously. The sectmaster said earlier, luck is also a part of strength." At this moment, the two suddenly walked past the competition arena. Tian Lingxi just kept her head down and walked past without even giving it a glance. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was completely absorbed in the incredibly beautiful techniques created by the two people fighting. They had now gathered with Jan Wukui's group to watch the match. While Tian Lingxi still maintained an uncaring expression, the two martial brothers, Yang Chen and Jan Wukui, had their eyes wide open in pure amazement, rendering Jing Han behind them completely speechless. Suddenly, Yang Chen exclaimed in awe, "Among the 200 martial realm geniuses who took the stage earlier, I have already seen 50 sword cultivators with different martial souls." Seeing his senior brother say this, Jan Wukui kept his astonished expression and chimed in with a sigh of admiration. "The sword cultivators here are much more developed than in the Eastern land." Tian Lingxi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly brought her hands to her chest, smiled brightly with an extremely eager expression, and cheered. "The first round is almost over. Very few people are injured. Everyone's goal is to show off their talent. This atmosphere is really great."
The first match had now truly ended. The Game Master was currently standing on the competition arena. Above his head were thousands upon thousands of wooden tokens dancing around as he raised his hand high and shouted loudly, "Next match, enter the arena." Hearing this, John Wukei confidently rotated his arm and walked briskly forward, despite Chu Linger's worried face and Jing Han's panicked expression. With extremely decisive eyes and a smile, he said loudly, "It's my turn." The people below were currently making a ruckus, discussing and mocking John Wukei with an expression of waiting to watch a good show. They spoke so loudly that even the pink-haired girl who had just shown the way for Yang Chen's group had to glance over. A red-robed guy among them put a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, and spoke up, "Who is John Wukei? Truly unlucky, having to fight Yunzheng Xiaoyuan." A gray-robed guy next to him saw this and immediately smiled brightly, continuing, "Haha, although Yunzheng Xiaoyuan is not equal to his older brother Yunzheng Hu, his strength is also super strong. Those in the 9th level true martial realm are definitely no match for him." Yang Chen at this time also glanced toward that group of people and pricked up his ears high to eavesdrop on the news, while a train of thought appeared in his heart. To think it's Yunzheng Hu's younger brother. These past few days, the most heard name is Yunzheng Hu. I really want to take a look. Then he immediately flipped his expression and turned to Tian Lingxi, placing a hand on her shoulder and smiling so brightly that his eyes narrowed as he refreshingly said, "Fox Spirit, Xiao Kei's luck is not bad. In the first match, he already has a genius of the Yunzheng family as a stepping stone. It seems he can become famous in one battle."
At this moment, a figure from behind wearing a red cloak was slowly, step by step, advancing onto the competition arena. He was exactly Yunzheng Xiaoyuan, the younger brother of that legendary genius Yunzheng Hu. At this moment, he walked all the way up to the stage, crossing his arms in front of him and smiling as brightly as possible, his expression extremely arrogant and confident in the face of the whispering and cheering for him below. Only then did Yunzheng Xiaoyuan startle and frown upon seeing Jan Wukui still standing like a statue on the competition arena. He had a bewildered expression, watching him act like a fool. He crossed his arms, his face filled with anger, and asked Jan Wukui with the haughty voice of a superior, "Why don't you admit defeat?" After hearing that guy say so, Jan Wukui only knew how to raise his hand to scratch his head and laugh foolishly like an idiot. Bringing out his gentle voice without a hint of lethality, he advised Yunzheng Xiaoyuan, "Brother Xiaoyuan, I suggest it would be more appropriate for you to admit defeat. My palm strikes are a bit heavy. I'm afraid if I can't restrain them, I will injure you, brother." The gossipers below, after hearing Jan Wukui's reply to Yunzheng Xiaoyuan, were so terrified that they sweated profusely, their eyes wide open. There were even people who exaggerated to the point of dropping their jaws and saying in astonishment, "What did he just say?" Another guy right next to him also stood motionless and chimed in, "Did I hear that wrong?" Even the pink-haired girl from earlier was shocked to the extreme after hearing Jan Wukui confidently utter such words. That guy, Yunzheng Xiaoyuan, after hearing that tirade, was directly made to doubt his life by him. His head sprouted full of giant question marks. He squinted, frowned disdainfully, and secretly thought, "This guy definitely isn't crazy, right? A name never heard of before, yet daring to be so arrogant with me?" Yang Chen below had crossed his arms and squinted his eyes, smiling in satisfaction at his little brother's sharp comeback earlier, rendering Tian Lingxi beside her speechless and totally helpless. Yang Chen at this time still smiled brightly and didn't hesitate to praise Jan Wukui with an unusual sentence. "These words make sense. Even if you injure that guy, I believe the referee won't be able to say anything."
Hearing what Yang Chen said from the side, Chuling Er's face was filled with extreme distress. Her face darkened in fear as she stole a glance at Yang Chen, hugging her chest with both hands and anxiously thinking to herself, "The speaking tone of Wu Kuei is becoming more and more like Yang Chen's now. This is not a good thing. I must find a way to stop it." Seeing that John Wu Kuei was still acting arrogant, refusing to shed a tear until seeing the coffin, Yunjiang Xiaoyan became extremely furious. He spun around and decisively slammed his hand hard onto the ground to summon a fierce, angry fire tiger. Its mouth opened wide as if ready to swallow everything behind it. At the same time, he shouted at Yunjiang Xiaoyan, "You are truly arrogant." At this moment, John Wu Kuei just stood there looking absent-minded, neither resisting nor attacking, letting Yunjiang Xiaoyan's technique close in on him. Seeing that he did not resist, Yunjiang Xiaoyan's face darkened with even more anger. He was now like a wild beast that had been released after a long time, madly roaring, cursing, and even provoking Yunjiang Xiaoyan. "Are you scared, stupid? Take my move." At this time, John Wu Kuei still didn't bother to pay attention to Yunjiang Xiaoyan's extremely nonsensical words, but just smiled gently and replied, "I am a body cultivator. One punch is enough." Because Yunjiang Xiaoyan was still young and extremely competitive, upon hearing this, his anger flared up furiously. He dashed quickly toward where John Wu Kuei was standing, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him alive, and roared, "Arrogant!"
Jian Wu Kuei only now began to get into his preparatory stance. He closed his eyes, spreading both his legs and arms wide to anchor his posture. Then suddenly Jian Wu Kuei glared with his eyes wide open, his gaze as sharp and cold as a sword blade, his face also darkening a few shades. He raised his eyes and swept them directly at the unmanned flying object heading straight towards him, revealing a trace of deadly intent in the depths of his eyes. Then he charged straight towards where that guy was flying over. His face darkened as he prepared to bring his fist into battle. As for Yunjiang Xiaoyan, he was already so angry that he ground his teeth loudly. He reached out one hand, striking straight at him. Jian Wu Kuei at this moment didn't hesitate or fear anyone. With a darkened face and a frown, he narrowed his eyes and also threw a powerful punch straight at that guy. The two powerful techniques suddenly clashed, creating an immensely strong wave of true chi fluctuation. The competition arena, along with dust, smoke, and sand, consequently shattered and flew up into a blinding cloud. Because Yunjiang Xiaoyan could not resist, he was sent flying far away and then fell off the competition arena, face-planting into Mother Earth and falling unconscious before the astonished gaze of millions of eyes witnessing it there. Jian Wu Kuei at this moment still stood firmly as if nothing had happened. His gaze remained as sharp and cold as a sword blade, his hands and feet still in a defensive stance, just waiting to attack. The surrounding smoke and dust seemed to be frightened by him to the point of not daring to approach. Then he also withdrew his technique, the sharp coldness in his eyes now completely vanishing. He calmly sighed, his voice full of utmost contempt for the defeated guy. "Your reputation does not match your reality, so you must take a beating." The guys below witnessing this scene had their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, psychologically shocked to the point of beyond recovery. Drops of sweat simultaneously poured down as they screamed the truth. How is that possible? The illustrious Yunjiang Xiaoyan was actually defeated in one move by that kid.
Jian Wu Kuei was currently standing proudly in front of the ruins amidst the whispering below. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Who is this guy?" Even the host at this time was so heavily shocked by Jian Wu Kuei that he was rendered speechless. His mind went blank, not knowing what to say. Only after a while was he able to open his mouth and stutter an announcement. Jian Wu Kuei wins." Secmaster Dongquang was also standing high up, observing everything from the very beginning. He crossed his arms sternly, but his face bloomed like a flower with a bright smile as he happily thought, "This brat is a capable person. Won't our Eastern Emperor's sword sect gain face in the future thanks to him?" At this time, it was Jing Han's turn to enter the arena. Her opponent was a tall and burly man, making Jing Han extremely exhausted. She tried to summon a sphere of true chi, and from that sphere, multiple streams of true chi were shot out to directly attack the man. After circling each other for a while, Jing Han was now completely out of breath. She let out a long sigh as if relieved of a heavy burden, and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She dragged her heavy steps downward, while behind her the steward shouted loudly, "Jing Han wins." Jing Han walked down and headed straight towards where Yang Chen's group was standing. Seeing her, Yang Chen smiled happily and gave her a thumbs up, along with a compliment that made Jing Han delighted. "Jing Han, not bad at all." Scene change. Night had fallen, but the crowd was still tirelessly clashing with each other on every competition pillar. Q Linger was currently on the competition arena, mercilessly beating her opponent to a pulp, making him unable to resist and roll over on the ground. Following that was the steward's loud voice, "Q Linger wins." After finishing her fight, Q Linger happily and arrogantly walked towards Yang Chen's group. Seeing this, a man in a green shirt panicked and exclaimed, "Hey, look at that group, they already have 2 dark horses." At this moment, it was Tian Lingxi's turn to fight. She used a veil to hide her heavenly beauty and calmly stepped forward. Yang Chen behind her was also extremely excited. He cupped his hands into the shape of a megaphone and shouted loudly, "Fox Spirit, do your best." Tian Lingxi had now stepped onto the arena. Her opponent was an incredibly arrogant man in yellow. As soon as he got on stage, he hurriedly opened his dog mouth and barked, "Haha, so it's actually a little girl. Still wearing a veil, is it because you're too ugly?"
After speaking, he laughed widely as if having a seizure. While laughing, he waved the pig-slaughtering knife-like weapon in his hand to summon a technique. He pretended to be a good person and advised Tianlingxi, "Little girl, it's better if you surrender early." He swung his sword extremely fast towards where Tianlingxi was standing, but to his surprise, what remained before his eyes was only a silent empty space without a single person. This startled him and left him so dumbfounded that he completely lost his guard.
Then a gentle sentence pulled him back to reality. His face was so pale that it was completely drained of blood. Heavy drops of sweat raced down. That sentence was, "You lose." Tianlingxi had dashed behind his back at some unknown time. By the time he turned his head to look back, he only saw her and her cold, sharp sword resting against his neck. Looking at the situation before them, a group of people silently sighed in admiration. A fellow swordsman softly discussed with the person next to him. "What is going on? I have never seen that group of people before, but having fought 4 matches, they won them all." An extremely arrogant group of people held their heads high, receiving all the evaluating and admiring gazes. Victory! The referee raised his tag high and said, "Yang Chen, number 96, step onto the arena."
Someone was extremely excited, his face full of confidence, breaking into a smile. "It's my turn." The audience below the arena was a little worried, sweating profusely, judging slightly. "He's here. It's that guy from that group again. Will this kid also win?" Another person chimed in. "He doesn't look very strong. His opponent is Zhang Fu. Even though he comes from the distant Yiling city, his reputation is still quite influential. It won't be easy for him to win." A young man carrying a sword on his shoulder stood on the high platform, looking extremely unapproachable. That young man was full of arrogance, his back straight, coming from Yiling city, Zhang Fu. The other young man jumped onto the high platform, looking at the aloof Zhang Fu, and spoke jokingly, "Brother, I don't want you to get hurt. Why don't you just admit defeat and step down from the arena?" The group of people watching below the arena were simultaneously shocked in disbelief that someone could be so arrogant. Hearing the young man say that, Zhang Fu immediately turned cold, angrily saying, "Your name is Yang Chen, right? You don't look bad, but what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Do you even speak the human language?" Yang Chen sighed with a helpless expression, scratching his head and thinking to himself, "Didn't I just fear accidentally hurting you, brother?" His face was carefree and full of confidence as he said, "Brother, want to negotiate a bit? I'll let you attack, and I absolutely won't fight back. If you can't injure me in 3 moves, then you step down. I sincerely don't want you to get hurt." Everyone below the arena was even more shocked, not expecting someone to actually dare to say that to their opponent. Is this guy serious? Zhang Fu was truly angered, his face full of a strange expression, scowling terrifyingly. The madman glared at Yang Chen again. "You!" He gritted his teeth and moved swiftly forward. "You brought this upon yourself." He sprinted towards the young man, his face ferocious as he swung his sword stance. That sword slashed into the ground, creating a massive crack and causing the space to tremble, while Yang Chen's face went blank. And Uncle couldn't believe it, sweat dripping down. Is this kid scared stupid?
He continuously slashed forward, extremely determined to fight. "Yang Chen, make your move." Yang Chen wasn't bothered in the slightest. He reached up to scratch his head, looking like a bystander with nothing to do with the situation. He lazily said, "It's obvious you haven't mastered the heavy sword posture yet. You've only got a fraction of it. If there's not much power, how can it even be called a sword posture?" Everyone was in utter disbelief, wondering how this kid could be so unbothered. Someone spoke up. Did this kid really come to participate in the martial arts ceremony? Is he just here to play around? The group of people who came with him was equally surprised, even covering their faces, unwilling to acknowledge an acquaintance. "Shh, don't say we know him." A handsome-looking young man with a gentle face said, "That's truly my big brother, so dashing, not using his strength to bully the weak, a man of righteousness." Another person hidden in the crowd, with bulging muscles and a massive physique, looked at the old man next to him and said, "Senior brother, with Kid Chen's death-seeking personality, will he even be able to grow up?" The old man looked at the kids nearby and said, "Truly arrogant and beyond discipline. Bagong, look at this. This is all thanks to your good upbringing. As the proverb says, to teach without strictness is the teacher's fault. What kind of master are you?" The young man who had been listening to their conversation laughed and said, "Master, martial uncle, I still clearly remember that back then, you two ran rampant and unruly all over Tiannan. This is all inherited, just inherited." On the high platform, Zhang Fu continued to slash forward without holding back, pointing the tip of his sword at Yang Chen and shouted loudly, "You brought this upon yourself." The match seemed extremely tense. A belligerent person whose pride had been challenged and who wanted to prove himself continuously wielded his sword. He fiercely thrust into Yang Chen's body, causing him to take a few steps back, yet his eyes, looking at the sword tip piercing him, didn't change color at all.
The sword thrust forward powerfully, creating a dent. He quickly retreated, leaving the other unprepared. Sand and dust flew everywhere.
Yang Chen looked at the wound without much concern and even brushed the dust off his lapel. This appearance of his was truly infuriating. Everyone dropped their jaws in unison, their eyes widening as they watched Yang Chen's series of actions in sheer astonishment. Was this still a human? Absolutely impossible. And Uncle was so shocked that his eyeballs seemed to fall out, his mouth opened wide. The young man smiled happily, gesturing with his hand. "Master, martial uncle, did you see that? The effect that kid wanted has appeared." Another martial uncle raised his head with a somewhat doubtful expression. "Is it really okay like this?" A group of disciples was standing nearby listening to their master. He clasped his hands behind his back and said unhurriedly, "Fortunately, this is not the Eastern land. Just let him mess around." The man standing not far away was quietly observing, stroking his beard. "Young master, this move of yours is not very brilliant. Trampling on that kid with no great reputation won't have much of a significant effect. If possible, continue to fight, and wait until you encounter Yun Zhonghu. Wouldn't it be better to trample him under your feet?" Zhongfu looked at the scene just now, extremely unwilling to accept it, gnashing his teeth, drenched in sweat, and said indignantly, "No, impossible, impossible." He gripped his sword even tighter, seemingly unwilling to concede. Is it because I am too weak, or is he unimaginably strong? Yang Chen added a few more taunting words. "Brother Zhongfu, you still have 2 chances to attack. Don't worry, I won't fight back." Zhongfu was extremely furious and vented his anger on the sword, causing Yang Chen to be stunned. "Eh?"
He originally meant nothing by it, but with a somewhat flippant expression he said, "Brother Zhongfu, this is a martial arts drill, not a life and death struggle. Brother, you absolutely shouldn't overthink it and use all your strength. The reason I acted like that was because I was afraid you would get hurt. My fists are a bit heavy." Zhongfu was extremely furious. He shouldered his sword and angrily turned his back to walk away, saying, "Yang Chen, I'll remember you. I concede." A senior elder stepped forward happily, clapping his hands and saying, "Ha ha, this is truly a blessing from the heavens for our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. To think that such a monstrous genius would appear this time. How fascinating." The old man next to him stroked his beard and spoke up. "This is the sect master's great fortune. Just now, this old man could also see that this kid possesses immense luck. Our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect will definitely prosper, and with him, our reputation will spread thousands of miles." The sect master, who was just laughing and speaking happily, immediately turned to the man who had spoken and asked, "Is that true?" The old man stroked his beard, closed his eyes slightly, and nodded to confirm. It seemed the sect master had already made his calculations, as he said, "Since the great elder has also said so, then it definitely isn't wrong. Ha ha, truly excellent." Standing up high and observing the arena, the sect master thought to himself that perhaps the reputation of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect would spread throughout Dongzhou in the future. The current Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, in the eyes of Dongshuan, was nothing more than ordinary, impoverished folks.
Not long ago, under the clear blue sky, the second round of the martial arts competition began. The sect master had already taken his seat of honor, seriously observing the match. A girl standing nearby spoke up and asked the sect master, did he want to rest for a while? Hearing this, he sighed and replied to her, "Sigh, the competing disciples are not resting, how can I rest? Continue." The next match began. The referee held up 2 bamboo slips and 2 names appeared. Tianling Shi, Donghuang Yingshu. He loudly announced, Tianling Shi matches against Donghuang Yingshu. Everyone below the stands immediately became excited upon hearing this name, their faces written with the word infatuated, extremely exaggerated. Donghuang Yingshu is here, the #1 beauty of Peng City. Yang Chen on this side, hearing the word beauty, also immediately opened his sleepy eyes to observe, asking with slight curiosity, "Beauty?" The slender, fair legs of the young girl slowly stepped out. As soon as that young girl stepped out, the entire audience watched her attentively, their eyes shining brightly, filled with adoration. Wow, she's here, she's here. The young girl's face appeared full of exquisite beauty, wearing a striking bright red outfit, her graceful figure walking in the wind. The red color of the clothes further highlighted her outstanding skin. Walking over with a haughty look on her face, she was none other than Donghuang Yingshu. As soon as Yang Chen saw Donghuang Yingshu step out, he was so mesmerized that he drooled, staring unblinking, and said somewhat infatuatedly, "She is indeed quite beautiful."
It seemed that just because she was a bit pretty, he stared at her in fascination, making the junior sister next to him glare. She shot him a sidelong glance and called out Yang Chen in a threatening tone. "In a moment when Lingxi comes down, I will tell her that you were staring at that person named Ingshu, drooling a full 3 feet. Caught red-handed, Yang Chen jerked in agitation. His face covered in sweat, he looked at her and flatly denied it. "Linger, could your imagination be any richer? Which eye of yours saw me staring to the point of drooling?" Linger was not one to back down, immediately retorting, "Look at that mouth of yours that can't even close, and that look in your eyes. Seeing that he couldn't deny it, he felt a bit guilty, sighed, and changed his tactic, sophisticatedly saying, "Linger, I wasn't looking at Ingshu, I was looking at Lingxi." A senior sister appeared, her face looking completely innocent as she spoke up.
That can't be right. You clearly weren't looking in that direction, and Lingxi hasn't even stepped onto the arena yet. The lie he just told was exposed by the senior sister before he could even cover it up. Sweat rolling down, he thought to himself in unexpected dismay. Sister Han, why are you joining in the fun? The fiery red-haired girl with a straight back raised her head confidently, looking at the opponent lightly stepping forward. Donghong Ingshu unceremoniously spoke. Ugly woman, I won't show any mercy. I advise you to admit defeat and leave the arena. Saying that, she even waved her hand, signaling her opponent to quickly concede and leave. The other girl gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes, repeating, Ugly woman, what a unique way to address someone. The woman in red propped one hand on her hip arrogantly. It seems you are very confident. Since you won't leave the arena, don't blame me for showing no mercy when you get hurt later.
Lingxi smiled. Even though she wore a veil, that smile could still be seen through her eyes, which curved like crescent moons. Attack with all your strength. The red-haired girl didn't hold back and immediately made her move. A surge of power emerged, and a sword appeared in her hand, radiating a brilliant fiery light. Her entire body glowed red in the firelight, her skirt fluttering as the crimson hues spread across the entire arena. She spoke up. I hope that after you see my golden willow flame sword, you can still speak so casually. Lingxi gently closed her eyes, starting to circulate her inner energy as ice spiritual energy manifested. The girl looked at Lingxi and asked, You're not manifesting your martial soul? Lingxi gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes, maintaining her smiling expression as she said, My martial soul is a bit special. It is not convenient to display. Donghong Yingshu was filled with anger. Speechless, you are looking down on me. You are going too far. You are truly arrogant to the extreme. Filled with rage, she swung her sword, striking the standard posture of the golden bird embracing the sun. With an agile body, she dashed toward Lingxi as fast as flying, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that covered the sky in red. Lingxi also quickly raised her guard, extremely seriously, waving her hand to circulate her inner energy. Two opposing auras clashed, the temperature gradually dropped, and a stream of icy aura was released. The red power and the blue power fiercely countered each other, neither yielding, both determined to win at all costs. The ice aura gradually overwhelmed the girl, forcing her to quickly take a few steps back to protect herself. The ice encased Donghong Yingshu's body, leaving her unable to react in time. Her sword-holding arm began to freeze, and she gritted her teeth tightly.
Before she could finish dealing with the frozen arm, another wave of power blasted over. The ice shot into her other arm, causing it to freeze as well. The ice started to spread, reaching her face. She was full of panic, staring blankly at the cold ice clinging to her body. Feeling that she could not fight back, she gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, There's a problem with your true chi. Lingxi looked up at her and slowly uttered every word. Whether there is a problem with my true chi or not, I naturally know. Yang Chen's face was full of joy, blossoming like a flower, and he smiled brightly, saying, Now Lingxi speaks more and more like me. Well taught, well taught. Donghong Yingshu hugged her body, her clothes a bit tattered after the recent brawl. Unwillingly, she said, I concede. The sect master, sitting on a chair not far away and observing all this time, smiled and said, The quality of this martial arts performance is much higher than usual. Dark horses are appearing one after another. It seems the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is about to rise. In the second round of the martial arts performance, a group of people stepped onto the competition arena one after another. Jan Wuquek won. Next, Yang Chen won. After the recent matches, Yang Chen walked over and asked, Did you win? The two girls did not disappoint anyone. Although a bit tattered, she still said proudly, We won, but it consumed too much energy. The opponent in the second round was much stronger. It took a lot of effort to win. Another faint voice echoed, I also won. Yang Chen smiled. It's fine. As long as you won, that's good. Watch the matches carefully. There are still many experts who will take the stage later. The referee's voice echoed once again. Donghong Wang Sai fighting against Chang Yang Yi. The crowd began to clamor and discuss noisily. It seems this person is truly famous. Here he comes, Donghong Wang Sai.
The red-haired man walked out with a murderous aura. He was none other than Donghong Wang Sai. Young Chen felt the powerful aura emitting from his body, a thought appearing in his mind. What strong sword intent. This is a true and upright sword cultivator. Chang Yang Yi, upon hearing his name, trembled all over and said, I concede. Just hearing him concede, the man jumped off the arena without saying a word. The referee's voice rang out clearly, announcing the end of the second round. Tomorrow they would participate in the third round. In the evening at the room, the sectmaster smiled and spoke cheerfully. A lie, Wang Sai is the future pillar of our Damhuang clan, truly not bad. He called out with some difficulty, Sectmaster. The sectmaster interrupted a lie. We can be considered of the same generation, there's no need to be so distant. If possible, calling me Brother Zheng in the future would make me very happy. A lie, sweating profusely, called out softly, Brother Zheng. The sectmaster smiled and stroked his beard, his evaluating eyes saying, A lie, After the ceremony, I want to let Wang Sai move into the master's room, granting him the status of a direct descendant, and I will personally teach him. Is that all right? The great elder seemed silent, then spoke up. Dong Huang Li, do you still remember what I said 20 years ago? Hearing the great elder say this, he became somewhat anxious. Great elder, on the day Wang Sai was born, you came to the city lord's estate and directly said that Wang Sai's youth would be precarious and it would be hard for him to grow up, but if he could live peacefully to the age of 20, he would step into the sky and transform into a flying dragon. But, the great elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, Dong Huang Li, over these 20 years, Wang Sai has endured hardships and has condensed a righteous sword intent impervious to all evil. I passed on to him the Tianshan 7 swords. Perhaps he has already mastered the first 2 swords. At the martial ancestor realm level, unless he meets a rare monstrous genius, he has absolutely no opponents and can go out to venture, but...
He fell silent again and continued. But Wang Chai's fate carries the 4 killings. Without the help of a noble person, he will surely die. Hearing this, the two of them were simultaneously shocked and cried out loud, "What?" The sect master, after hearing the great elder's words, was momentarily horrified. He turned his face, his eyes wide open with questions, and asked, "Fate carries the 4 killings? What are the 4 killings?" The great elder, sitting leisurely on his chair, slightly closed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said, "The so-called 4 killings are the fire, spirit, yang, and tuo killings. The fire killing brings bad luck. Once bound by it, that person will continuously encounter disasters. Let alone encountering any fortunate encounters or creation, even normal dangers might bring peril to those around him. The spirit killing signifies extreme ominousness and immense bad luck, posing life-threatening dangers. The yang killing represents physical punishment, bearing omens of disfigurement or disability. The tuo killing curses one's relatives. Once the person involved grows up and does not leave home, his 6 close relatives will inevitably suffer punishment." Hearing this, the sect master and Ali were extremely terrified. Huh? They thought to themselves, how could a person like this continue to live? Isn't this just seeing a ghost? Wang Chai's father was extremely worried about his son. Sweating profusely and unable to compose his expression in time, he quickly asked the great elder, "Is there a way to break it?" The great elder pondered for a moment, his expression slightly sorrowful as he said, "Before he was 20 years old, I used to help him break it. Although Wang Chai has a righteous nature, if we want to truly abolish the 4 killings, I have no way." The sect master was extremely worried about Wang Chai and anxiously asked the great elder, "Is there really no way to save Wang Chai?" He could only shake his head, bearing it with some reluctance, gritting his teeth and continued, "Those with the 4 killings fate usually have a short life, not living past 20. However, the legendary 4 killings fate is also considered the fate of the 4 symbols divine master. It is a heaven-defying fate that requires the assistance of a noble person to be transformed." The sect master seemed to have caught the main point and immediately asked, "Who is the noble person?" The other person truly did not know and could only shake his head saying, "I see that the killing intent on Wang Chai's body has already undergone a divine transformation. Clearly, the noble person has already appeared. We just need to observe in secret."
It is clear that the noble person has already appeared. We just need to observe secretly. Contrary to his calm demeanor, the other two were extremely worried about their sword sect's most promising son, sweating profusely. He seemed to have achieved his goal, smiling secretly in his heart. "Young master, with the assistance of the future 4 symbols divine master, your journey to Dongchuan will certainly have no shortage of highlights." The next day at the martial arts competition, the 3rd round was more than half over. The 4 people, Jian Wukei, Jing Han, Qiu Ling'er, and Tianling Shi, all passed easily. The referee standing on the high platform raised 2 bamboo slips, Yang Chen against Huyan San. Below the spectator stands, 2 brothers were looking up, extremely relaxed and leisurely. The younger brother next to him said excitedly, "Brother, it is that Huyan San who has a very high reputation." The 3 little sisters nearby heard this name and took turns flipping through their books to find information about this person. Huyan San came from Sanwen City under the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Because he awakened the sword intent at the 9th level true martial realm, he shocked the entire Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. On the high platform, the 2 youths faced each other. The other person, wearing a vigorous red outfit, stepped forward. His face showed a hint of arrogance, looking at the other and opening his mouth. "Draw your sword. The sword on your back isn't just for show, is it?" He was a bit teasing, breaking into a carefree laugh and said, "If you want me to draw my sword, you'll have to put in a little effort."
He didn't say much and immediately launched an attack. Powerful purple chi surrounded him. He opened his mouth and said, "As expected of an arrogant fellow, since it has come to this, I must experience for myself exactly how strong your body techniques are." Saying that, he waved his hand forward, controlling his spiritual energy to gather into a massive sphere. Looking at the scene just now, Yang Chen was a bit stunned. Huh? The other guy stepped back a few paces and began to attack using a divine artifact. "Yang Chen, take my purple flowing flame sphere attack." The powerful purple chi surged forward.
That light enveloped the entire arena. The beam of light was truly a bit blinding. That powerful energy crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive earthquake. Looking at the scene, Yang Chen was slightly thrilled, his face showing a hint of interest as he thought to himself, this flame is not bad, but compared to the true solar fire, it's still a bit lacking. Compared to Yang Chen's calmness, everyone below was astonished by the power just now, filled with panic, their eyes widened and mouths agape. Is that Yang Chen an idiot? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Could it be that he wants to be burned to ashes? Another person chimed in. It's over. I don't know where this kid came from. He definitely doesn't know the ferocity of the purple flowing flame sphere. The little sister below the arena was a bit scared, tightly holding the stack of the opponent's information in her hands, her voice trembling in fear. Lingxi, Yang Chen, why hasn't he made a move yet? The little brother, however, completely trusted Yang Chen. He turned around with a smile and said, that's because my brother thinks the purple flowing flame sphere is too weak. The little sister didn't expect this, her voice trembling even more. Weak? It's weak? The opponent in the arena was extremely furious, his brows tightly furrowed in utter dissatisfaction as he shouted, Yang Chen, are you stupid? You're still not making a move? Finally, Yang Chen unleashed his move, using one hand to forcefully push back the power of the purple flowing flame sphere. Time and time again, Yang Chen surprised people. His face flashed with a bit of seriousness as he reached out his hand and grabbed the powerful aura. Yang Chen smiled and absorbed all of the powerful aura into his body. The people below the arena felt like they were riding a roller coaster, being taken from one moment to the next in the blink of an eye. From earlier until now, their astonishment and bewilderment hadn't faded. What was going on? He blocked it with his hand? Isn't this seeking death? The other person was still terrified, his face drenched in sweat and full of disbelief, shouting in shock, Hey! Before the previous bewilderment could fully dissipate, everyone was hit with the next surprise. This time it was even more shocking. Their eyes opened wider than ever before in pure astonishment. The sect master began to show interest. To think this kid is also a fire attribute heavenly Tao master. This is truly very good.
Alai, who had been standing on the side observing all this time, also began to speak. His fire attribute true chi was probably several times higher than the purple flowing flame sphere. Hearing them say this, the great elder secretly thought in his mind that the young master and the people here were all blind. If they rushed outside with wild ambitions and let people know they had true solar chi, they would probably be caught, dismembered, and have their bones scraped. The opponent on the competition arena had a dark expression, his whole body trembling, unable to speak. On this side, Yang Chen being care at all, lazily raising his hands to gather suppressive force, saying, Huyan-san, draw your sword, don't disappoint me. After hearing those words, his self-esteem was trampled, and his eyes turned bloodshot with a desire for revenge. I have to say you have some tricks, brat, but you have completely angered me. Yang Chen, do you know the outcome of angering me? As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely slashed with the sword in his hand, the amount of power transforming into a ferocious beast rushing forward. The clash of experts just now seemed to captivate everyone, as they all simultaneously watched the match. That man rushed forward like flying, the sharp sword in his hand shining brightly. A powerful stream of air swept through, and the excellent swordsman seemed to have lost his temper. Yin-yang extreme divide. Looking at the powerful move just unleashed, Yang Chen stared intently without taking his eyes off, watching the purple energy heavily stab down onto the competition arena. His eyes widened, staring and thinking to himself that this guy's Yin-yang sword art actually contained a trace of sword intent. It seemed he also had some talent in the sword Dao. Yang Chen closed his eyes and sighed, but unfortunately, he had encountered him. Before he could snap out of his thoughts, the opponent unleashed the Lingshan sword posture. On the competition arena, both sides were in a fierce struggle, neither willing to give in, as ultimate moves were unleashed one after another.
The fascinating battle kept the audience unable to take their eyes off it. For a moment, they were astonished watching the two of them desperately fighting with no sign of stopping. These two were actually tied, so formidable. Another spectator then said, "It's really a tie, that Yang Chen hasn't even manifested his martial soul yet, so putting it that way, it seems Yang Chen is one step ahead." At the arena right now, the two stood face to face. Yang Chen's opponent was fiercely exerting his strength. The aura around his body was incredibly powerful, radiating a beam of purple light. He looked up at Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, I have to admit, you are very strong. Unfortunately, it ends here, because the power I am unleashing now is beyond your imagination." Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but sneer, suddenly letting out a sound. Hurry up, bring out that little trick of yours so I can broaden my horizons." The group of people accompanying Yang Chen were speechless upon hearing this, feeling a bit awkward and breaking a sweat. The martial uncle felt a bit helpless, turned to the person next to him and asked, "Senior brother, why do I feel like this kid is speaking more and more shamelessly every day?
Could it be that he's influenced by you?
The old man was quietly observing. Hearing his brother ask this, he looked up, cast a side glance at his junior brother, and retorted, seemingly extremely protective of Xiao Chen. Despicable? Is he being despicable? I cannot praise this level of yours. You don't know how to speak. You have no skill at all. Xiao Chen speaks so sincerely, so earnestly. The accompanying disciple was a bit startled hearing his master say that. Who in the world would protect someone so blindly? That is quite biased. He couldn't help but secretly think, who could believe that was sincere and earnest? He then turned to ask the other brother, Guang, that kid's fire attribute true chi has a bit of an evil nature. I couldn't feel it before. Tell me what kind of true chi is it? Guang, hearing his name mentioned, was slightly startled. For a moment he didn't know how to answer, so he smiled awkwardly and spoke. I also don't know. The old man next to him, hearing Guang say this, looked at him in dissatisfaction, even clicking his tongue in reproach. What kind of master are you? Kid Chen's fire attribute true chi is definitely a special type. When you have a chance, ask him. On the arena at this moment, a fierce gale appeared and a flame burst forth, shocking the entire martial arts exhibition. Huyan San, amidst the red light, gritted his teeth tightly, his brows furrowed as he channeled his chi to execute his move. The audience below the stage was truly surprised by the scene just now, slightly dazed as they said, "It's so light martial intent. My god, just as the rumor said, Huyan San has actually awakened his sword intent. Haha, let's see how that kid Yang Chen keeps pretending now." On the arena, Yang Chen looked into Huyan San for a long time, the spiritual energy around him still billowing out. Yang Chen tilted his head in amusement, speaking somewhat playfully. "Is this your trump card?" Sparks escaped from around him as Yang Chen, with his handsome face, tilted his head, his deep eyes looking towards Huyan San. It is indeed stunning, but it's still not enough. Huyan San had now become truly enraged. Blue veins bulged on his forehead as the sword in his hand pointed at his opponent, his killing intent soaring to the sky, Yun Yang asking heaven. As the strike slashed down, purple light radiated with immense power.
Yang Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, raising 2 fingers to execute a technique, his phoenix eyes full of cunning. Lingshan's sword posture, a single move blocked the power from the sword, looking extremely majestic. 2 auras, one purple and one red, collided with each other, clashing fiercely just like the 2 people on the martial arena right now. The collision of the 2 powers created a massive explosion, flames erupting and causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. Everyone present simultaneously retreated a few steps. The sect master was momentarily horrified and looked over at the Great Elder, but the Great Elder only calmly half closed his eyes. Without saying a word, the former was so astonished that a drop of sweat had appeared on his cheek. The sect master asked blankly, "Where did this kid come from?" At this moment, the Great Elder finally opened his eyes, gently stroked his beard, and shook his head, indicating he did not know.
The sect master was extremely doubtful at this moment, sweating profusely in disbelief. He judged in his heart that to be able to ignore Huyan San's suppression, there could only be 2 reasons. This brat had also awakened martial intent, and at the same time, he was unbelievably strong. In the silent space of the arena, the white smoke lingering in the air served as a reminder of the recent fire. The 2 opponents locked eyes. Standing in the smoke, Yang Chen smiled and clenched his fists, seemingly wanting to say something. Huyan San was currently in a miserable state, dripping with sweat, his face ashen and unwilling. He thought to himself in disbelief, how could he be completely unharmed? Yang Chen, whose clothes were completely tidy, seemed completely unaffected. He lazily scratched his head and said, "All right, Huyan San, don't be discouraged. Your talent is still very strong." Huyan San dropped to one knee and conceded to Yang Chen, saying unwillingly, I lost. The audience below excitedly raised their hands and chanted, "Yang Chen, Yang Chen, Yang Chen, Yang Chen." This guy was extremely immodest, enjoying everyone's praise, and even waved his hands to celebrate his victory as he stepped down from the arena. The group of people accompanying Yang Chen also looked at him with extreme pride, smiling to welcome him. Martial Uncle said, "This brat." Master was the proudest, looking at his disciple. Now that this round was over, the battle rankings would be updated. He wondered what rank this brat would achieve. The martial uncle beside him, with a slightly terrifying expression, opened his mouth and said, "This brat gives us a pleasant surprise every time. Just wait and see." The audience below was eagerly watching the drama unfold, looking at a person walking over and whispering, "Yan Zhenghu is looking for Yang Chen." A handsome young man with an unfathomable demeanor, an extraordinary aura, and the elegance of a martial artist, slowly and calmly approached. This person was the older brother of Yang Chen's recent opponent, Yan Zhenghu. Below the arena, the 2 youths stared intently at each other. Since he walked over, the surrounding people had been gossiping animatedly. His younger brother was defeated. As an older brother, he surely wants to get justice back right.
The person called Yun Jung-hu had just arrived. His back was straight, his head held high, emitting a somewhat aloof aura, appearing to be someone not easily approachable. He looked at Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, I am very much looking forward to having a match with you." Receiving the challenge from Yun Jung-hu, Yang Chen remained as calm as if nothing had happened. With a hint of arrogance, he spoke to the person in front of him. "I've been disappointed many times. If you really want to fight, then I hope you put some effort into it." Hearing the sarcasm from Yang Chen, he began to lose his temper. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes contained a few traces of hatred. Annoyed, he raised his voice. "You are arrogant.
Yang Chen, do you know, I specialize in dealing with arrogant people. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen immediately put one hand on his hip, pointed at himself with the other, and declared extremely arrogantly, I am arrogant against the heavens, stirring up storms and claiming supremacy. What can you do to me? Yuan Zhanghu was truly provoked. He looked at the person claiming to be arrogant, his eyes slightly lowered. Annoyed, but not knowing what to say, he could only let out a, After that, he turned and left, but before leaving he said, You're good. I hope you can still laugh later. Yang Chen smiled provocatively, staring intently at Yuan Zhanghu, who had just left not long ago. Beside him, Xiao Cui looked at his senior brother with extreme excitement, his eyes shining brightly. He recalled the words his brother had just spoken, as if they were a guiding compass he aimed for. I am arrogant against the heavens, stirring up storms and claiming supremacy. This was his brother, unparalleled in his dominance. Chower looked at Yang Chen on the spectator stand, thinking inwardly, is it really good to be so sarcastic and draw so much hatred?
The sect master, sitting on his chair full of joy, suddenly stood up, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! He stroked his beard, looking up at the spectator stand. Good, you have performed very well. You are rare geniuses. In the upcoming ranking battle, I hope you will freely reveal your talents, but you must not intentionally severely injure, maim, or kill your opponents. Holding my head high to speak, I have seen from up here the glorious future of our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. The future belongs to you. The ranking battle officially begins. On the spectator stand, the referee stood high up, holding the approved list. I will briefly go over the rules, which are unlike normal martial demonstrations. There is no elimination in the ranking battle. The 200 newly advanced disciples of the Sword Sect are divided into two groups. Below the stand, Yang Chen and his little brother were listening to the announcement, as his voice echoed loudly. 80 people of the true martial realm will fight on 8 battle arenas to choose the strongest person, while 120 core disciples of the martial ancestor realm will occupy 12 battle arenas, taking turns to fight and choose the 12 strongest people. Within the same realm, anyone can step onto the arena first to compete or become the arena master. Chower, standing next to Sha Ke, finished listening to the rules. She was a bit surprised and slightly confused. Isn't this like an ordinary martial arena, picking out the 12 strongest people? Contrary to Chower standing there in doubt, the 2 people accompanying her quickly dashed away, leaving her utterly stunned. On the stand, Yang Chen's smug and arrogant face lifted, as if wanting to touch the sky, extremely confidently asking, is there anyone coming up to get beaten?
Xiao Cui beside him smiled and followed up on his older brother's words, drawing his sword with one hand to remind any guy whose bones and joints were a bit stiff. Chur was a bit caught off guard, her face dripping with sweat as she looked helplessly at these 2 on the arena. Couldn't they be a little more modest? Yang Chen's master below darkened his face, displeased as he said that these 2 were truly fools. Those who went up first were only cannon fodder. How many people can you 2 handle? Once your true chi is exhausted, what will you use to compete for the rankings? Hearing this, the master displeasingly looked at the person next to him, softly asking who he was scolding. Looking at him again, he said, What kind of future does a coward like you have, fearing this and that? Haven't you fallen into such a miserable situation now? Those 2 brats are 100 times stronger than you. Hearing this, he lowered his head to listen to the master's scolding, not knowing how to reply and only uttering, The senior brother, hearing his junior being scolded harshly by the master, couldn't hold back and clutched his stomach, chuckling, truly laughing at the pain of others. I'll remember this grudge. Ha ha. At this time, a person suddenly jumped onto the arena. He was tall, carrying a large sword on his shoulder, seemingly wanting to have a proper match with Yang Chen. Tu Yuanjia, a young man full of vigor, knitted his brows tightly, his sharp eyes opened as he spoke. Yang Chen, you are too arrogant, truly looking down on everyone. The people below were a bit stunned, some sweating when they saw that young man. It was Tu Yuanjia. Another person said, Tu Yuanjia of the Tu family, a giant sword family. I heard he is an addict of sword techniques. Tu Yuanjia held the giant sword in his hand, staring intently at the other person, and spoke up. I just want to ask one thing. Are you a sword cultivator? Yang Chen stood on the arena with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly wary of this person, and nodded. Yes. Tu Yuanjia looked at Yang Chen again, speaking with some doubt. A sword cultivator must be upright and cultivate the sword Dao. You completely humiliate sword cultivators. He was indeed someone who was obsessed with and revered the sword Dao. His words made Yang Chen a bit amused, suddenly finding him somewhat interesting. Haha, Tu Yuanjia, then tell me, how do I humiliate sword cultivators? Tu Yuanjia held a giant sword in his hand, his back straight, full of righteousness, and generously spoke up. In every match, you do not take the initiative to attack the opponent. You clearly know your strength far exceeds the opponent's, so why do you still act pretentiously, losing the open and above-board demeanor of a true sword cultivator? Yang Chen was a bit surprised, feeling that this Tu Yuanjia was a bit strange. His words were unexpected to him, making him vaguely think, what an idiot. He quickly adjusted his facial expression, closed his eyes, and spoke. Tu Yuanja, let me tell you a story. The young teenager stared at the person in front of him and said to Yang Chen, Go ahead. Yang Chen raised a hand to adjust his expression and began the story. The story goes that, on a desolate grassland, a ferocious tiger made an appointment to race a foolish cow. These two animals had the same level of cultivation. After running for a whole day, although the tiger fell far behind before reaching the finish line, it ultimately won. Do you know why? Tu Yuanja listened attentively to the story. After hearing Yang Chen's question, his face suddenly sank, thinking until he sweated, and then blurted out, I don't know. Yang Chen casually waved his hand and said to Tu Yuanja, Go down first, think carefully about this issue, and then come back up to the arena. This Tu Yuanja actually thought about it so seriously, making Yang Chen behind him feel a bit amused. He didn't expect himself to be so mean as to tease a young cultivator. This kid actually stepped down from the arena to think, even snorting once. Not only was Yang Chen surprised, but even the people below the arena were equally surprised. In the dead silence, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? He actually stepped down from the arena. What does stepping down mean? It means admitting defeat. Lin Shi below the arena also didn't expect it, frowning gloomily at Yang Chen. What a shameless guy, bullying an honest person. The Tu family, the massive giant sword clan below the arena, fell silent in unison, a few sparks of irritation rising towards Yang Chen. Suddenly, the martial uncle next to the great master fell slightly silent. The old master looked at his brother and felt that something was a bit wrong.
He seemed to read his junior brother's worry and spoke up to reassure him. What are you worried about? Xiao Kui is not stupid, and moreover, he has Kid Chen to protect him, so what is there to worry about? Hearing his senior brother say that, he sighed slightly and replied, I know Xiao Kui is not stupid, but actually very smart. However, he is missing a nerve. I'm afraid that staying near Yan Chen won't teach him anything good. The junior disciple beside them also looked at the two discussing and said, Martial uncle, you can rest assured about this matter. Kid Chen dares to set up anyone, not even sparing himself, but he won't set up Xiao Kui. At this moment, on the arena, little Yan Chen still didn't know that they were actively discussing him below. He crossed his arms, leisurely shaking his head and sighing that he really was a silly child. Another person below the arena, who had been glaring angrily at the smug Yan Chen on the arena the whole time, was extremely unhappy. Unable to bear it any longer, he furiously leaped onto the arena. This person also belonged to the Tu family, the giant sword clan. His name was Tu Hai. He swung his hand, holding his sword, and raised his voice. Yan Chen, don't even dream of becoming a sword cultivator. That sword was massive, resting on his shoulder, and looking at it was indeed a bit terrifying.
Yang Chen didn't hold back either, smiling as he watched another person walk right into the trap. Half closing his eyes, Yang Chen looked at the person in front of him with an air of indifference, lowering his voice provocatively. Looking at your appearance, you must also be from the Tu family, right? What, do you also need me to tell a story for you? Stop pretending to be a sword cultivator. Does a kid like you even know how to hold a sword? Hearing the mocking tone in his voice, Tu Hai frowned and spoke angrily. Know how to hold a sword? Do you even deserve to hold a sword? You are completely unworthy. Do you even know what it means to be a sword cultivator? Hearing this, Yang Chen let out a long sigh. His face suddenly turned gloomy. Kid, let's make a bet. It won't be long before Tu Yuanya will definitely thank me. To me, he is 100 times more outstanding than you. You are not on the same level at all. Hearing this, Tu Hai was furious and wanted to erupt into a fit of rage, but then he heard Yang Chen continue. You keep opening your mouth to talk about holding a sword. At most, we are just beginners in the sword Dao. What right do you have to show off as a sword cultivator? Everyone below the arena couldn't help but be shocked and astounded upon hearing this. Before he was finished, Yang Chen continued. Even those legendary great experts of the sword Dao are vague and dare not speak recklessly about understanding the sword. When usually questioning the sword, what right does a kid like you have to lecture me on not being a sword cultivator? Do you think carrying a sword on your back makes you a sword cultivator? For the so-called illustrious giant sword family to give birth to an anomaly like you, it truly lives up to its reputation. Unable to endure it any longer, Tu Hai spoke angrily, swinging his sword forward. Bastard, stop using your long mouth to suppress reason. Let's fight and then talk. Yang Chen continued to use his goading technique. To be honest, I have absolutely no expectations for you. Unleash your strongest move. If you can force me to draw my sword, I will consider it my loss. Provoked to his absolute limits, Tu Hai was extremely furious. He began to circulate his power and used his giant sword to attack Yang Chen. The light emitting from the sword was full of might. Giant sword mountain cleaver. With sharp eyes, Tu Hai glared at Yang Chen as he thrust forward. The power of this move was truly boundless.
Yang Chen saw the ray of light and looked at the sword technique just now with great interest. Having already anticipated it somewhat, he began to form hand seals to execute a technique, creating a red bagua circle. Yang Chen forcefully broke it, and that red light dispersed.
Yang Chen curled his lips into a smile. The tip of the sword touched those streams of qi, creating radiant flashes of light as the crimson color gradually spread. Tu-Hai was extremely surprised by this scene, unable to react in time, and cried out. He used his giant sword to block, but that radiant red light still surged powerfully, making it somewhat difficult for Tu-Hai to execute his technique. He gritted his teeth and gripped the sword tightly, his face dotted with sweat. Full of exhaustion, Tu-Hai forcefully stabbed the sword into the ground, panting heavily, his complexion slightly gloomy. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected the gap in strength between him and that guy to be so huge. Even if he used his full strength to execute Jukek mountain cleaving, he couldn't force him to draw his sword. Down below at this moment, Young Jia had figured out the answer to the previous story, as if suddenly waking up and understanding what Yang Chen meant. He jumped onto the battle stage, which inevitably surprised the exhausted and kneeling Tu-Hai, drawing some of his attention. Seeing this person suddenly jump onto the competition stage when the battle hadn't ended, the referee's face darkened, and unable to suppress his irritation, he said, Young Jia, the match is not over yet. What are you doing on the stage? Young Jia looked at the referee, scratched his head naively, and said, Lord Referee, I didn't come up here to challenge. I just want to say 2 words to Yang Chen. The referee looked gloomy, his face turning somewhat stern as he furrowed his brows tightly, and said in slight frustration, What is it that can't wait until later? Can't you say it below the battle stage? Seeing the scene just now, Yang Chen on the other side looked toward the referee and said, Lord Referee, it's fine, let him speak. With the referee's permission, Young Jia stepped forward and cupped his hands in thanks. Yang Chen, thank you for reminding me. However, I am not a stupid cow. It won't be long before I will definitely challenge you and defeat you. The sunlight shone on Yang Chen's face as he replied, Young Jia, this goal of yours is a bit too grand. If I don't hold back, it will be very difficult for you to achieve.
Yuan Jia did not argue. After speaking, he immediately turned and walked away, leaving Tu-Hai dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. Tu-Hai watched the person leave, tightly gripped his giant sword, looking thoughtful, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Then Tu-Hai stood up, slung the sword over his shoulder, turned to leave, and said to that person, I lost. The space on the arena was dead silent, unusually quiet. A single leaf swirled in the wind. Yang Chen stood on the stage, acting as if nothing had happened, raising his hands in a gesture that said it had nothing to do with him. On this side, Xiao Kui on the arena was not inferior to Yang Chen, having defeated his opponent and sent him flying down below. The youth, after a series of agile movements, rubbed his wrists and growled with a slightly gloomy tone, Who else? Everyone below simultaneously looked at the youth entirely in black clothes, standing coldly in a corner, secretly thinking that Donghuang Wangcai fundamentally did not dare to challenge. Coming to the match on this side, Lingxi had also successfully defeated her opponent. The opponent was beaten until their face was deformed, their cheeks were swollen, and missing a few teeth. Her voice was as light as a feather, clasping her hands in a salute before leaving. Thank you for yielding.
The sect master was extremely happy, clapping his hands in praise. Up to now, the tempering ceremony has concluded successfully. Through discussion, the other elders and I have decided that the top person in the true martial realm is Yang Chen, and the top person in the martial ancestor realm is Donghuang Wangcai. After hearing the announcement, everyone cheered happily and excitedly, some even howling. Only one youth with a gloomy expression hidden in the crowd had a somewhat contrasting state. His face darkened, his brows furrowed, full of dissatisfaction, especially regarding Yang Chen being the top person this time. Watching the person on the grandstand happily waving his hands, receiving praise and cheers from the surroundings, he became even more furious and unwilling, After announcing the top rankers, the sect master continued. Before the ceremony, I promised to fulfill a request for the top rankers of the 2 leaderboards. Yang Chen, Wangcai, what kind of rewards do you 2 want? Donghuang Wangcai cupped his hands and stated his desire to the sect master, raising his voice. Sect master, I want to comprehend and cultivate the Heavenly Sun's secret art.
The sect master didn't even think about it, just stroked his beard and decisively agreed. This caused everyone below the arena to be simultaneously stunned, quite unexpectedly. The Heavenly Sun's secret art is an earth-tier cultivation method, the strongest secret art passed down in the Eastern Emperor sword sect since ancient times. Even the Donghuang lineage of the master of Mount Donghuang had to undergo rigorous training to cultivate it. Everyone truly did not expect him to agree so directly. Yang Chen glanced at the person next to the sect master of the Eastern Emperor sword sect, the Great Elder, and secretly thought, this person looks somewhat familiar. Yang Chen cupped his hands to the 2 seniors and spoke up. Lord Sectmaster, could this junior borrow the soul reflecting stone? Compared to before, the Sectmaster was now a bit stunned. Unexpectedly, he opened his eyes wide, stroked his beard, and went, Then he looked at the Great Elder beside him, wanting to seek his opinion. The Great Elder looked towards Yang Chen and spoke up. You can borrow it, but you, kid, must promise me one thing. Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Senior, don't just mention one thing. Even 100 things would be fine. The Great Elder stroked his beard again and quickly said, Then after you are done, come to the main peak to find me. Saying that, he tossed a token toward Yang Chen. He raised both hands to catch the token, and heard the Great Elder say, This is the token to enter the main peak. Yang Chen held the token in his hand and smiled secretly.
thinking delightfully in his head, with this there is some hope for my master's injuries to recover. Everyone below the arena looked at Yang Chen, who was joyfully holding the token with some suspicion, and secretly judged. The Great Elder's heavenly secret medicine valley is not a good place, although there are countless treasures inside. A dead person is buried under every single one.
The Great Elder stroked his beard and looked up at the sky, thinking to himself that for the young master's eternal great cause, this old servant had no choice but to take action. To become a great ruler, one shouldn't be afraid of that lingering ghost. After Yang Chen returned, he immediately reunited with his master's group. He saw the great master, and master's wife waiting for them along with Lingxi. Seeing Yang Chen return, his master quickly rushed to his side, patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said, "Ked Chen, we're lucky to have you this time." On this side, the mother and daughter looked at each other with joyful smiles directed at Lingxi. On this side, Yang Chen started speaking, causing his master behind him to look at his little disciple with extreme annoyance. Our martial arts demonstration this time has achieved our desired outcome, temporarily solving our team's problem. Hearing his little disciple say this, the master became even more furious. With a fierce expression, he asked, "Brat, do you believe I'll kill you?" Yang Chen absent-mindedly replied, "I believe it." The master's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth tightly and clenched his hands into fists. The master's wife, seeing the scene just now, was a bit dumbfounded and said to Lingxi, "Lingxi, look at that. This is exactly Yang Chen's true nature. You haven't even married him yet, and he's already bullying your father. Later, if his wishes come true, will you be able to live in peace?" The martial uncle looked at Xiao Chen approaching and said he had found this brat an eyesore for a long time. "Wait until we get back, we'll have a one-on-one duel. Seeing your attitude, you clearly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The great master looked at the master's face, which was furious because of Yang Chen, and said, "I think you can consider expelling him from the sect completely." Hearing these words from the great master like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, Yang Chen gaped his mouth in disbelief. After being threatened with expulsion from the sect, a terrified Yang Chen started crying to his master's wife. He began to recount, "Master's wife, you have to save me." "That's right, I'm reporting, I'm exposing." The master's wife listened attentively as he continued. "After we just arrived in Tannen, master went to the Joy Chen Academy." Before Yang Chen could finish his words, his master covered his mouth. He could only look blankly towards his master's wife for help. But how could it be so easy? His master wouldn't let that happen. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly thought of a way to cover it up and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We waited foolishly here for nearly 10 days. What's the point of talking so much? Are we done? Let's go back first. I can't compare to you all. I can't take it anymore." Lingxi sighed and spoke up to rescue her father and Yang Chen, who was being gagged. "I'm tired too. I'll go back and rest first." She went over and hugged her mother's arm, talking and laughing happily as they walked away together, leaving her father sweating profusely and the soon-to-be son-in-law whose mouth was gagged. After the mother and daughter left, the master's face gradually relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief as if he had just survived a life-threatening event. At this time, he finally remembered the extremely angry person in his hands. His face contained a few traces of dissatisfaction as he tightened his grip on Yang Chen a bit more, secretly thinking about this damn brat. "Wait until my cultivation base recovers. I will definitely beat you up viciously. No, one beating is not enough. I must beat him once every day. Only then will my anger be vented." Chow'er was a little surprised and called out in disbelief, "Are you guys going to the Dagong Tower now?" Xiao Kuei excitedly clenched his fists, and Yang Chen beside him also smiled, listening to his little brother say, "That's right, our great swords can no longer endure it." After hearing this, Chow'er was completely confused. Didn't these guys just finish fighting? She just felt that Xiao Kuei hanging out with Yang Chen was nothing good. At the tall tower, the two brothers had arrived. The tower in front of them was exactly the Dagong Tower. In front of the Dagong Tower, there was an old man sitting and guarding the door. Yang Chen approached and greeted, "Senior, may I ask how to enter the tower?" He was deep in a dream. Hearing the noise, he groggily woke up. Looking toward the person speaking, he let out a sound. "Ah." After regaining his senses, he immediately spoke up. "Little brother, want to enter the tower? It's not expensive, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones." Yang Chen was a bit bewildered after hearing the old man state the price, not expecting it to be so expensive. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. "Huh?" The old man raised his hand and explained endlessly, "Little brother, our Dagong Tower is a heavy artifact left behind by Patriarch Dong Huang from the ancient times to create true martial realm geniuses in the future. Once inside, resonating with the power left by the Patriarch, one can definitely condense a supreme martial seed." Feeling that Yang Chen was looking at him with eyes full of doubt, he hurriedly said, "Little brother, have you heard of the Supreme Martial Seed? Those peerless heaven-defying talents in the legends, none of them are without a Supreme Martial Seed. It can be said that the Supreme Martial Seed is a threshold, the doorstep for outstanding geniuses and peerless heaven-defying talents." Yang Chen sighed, looked at the old man again, and asked, "Senior, can you offer a discount?" The old man waved his hand and shook his head, clearly showing his stance. "Little brother, because of the rules, I cannot give a discount. If I were in charge, 100 spirit stones, no 10 spirit stones would be enough to enter." Hearing the old man say this, Yang Chen sighed again, pointing to his little brother behind him and said, "Senior, how about this? Can I buy a ticket so my little brother can enter with me?" The old man still firmly said no. The space became dead silent, the two sides looking at each other in silence, locked in a quiet standoff. As time slowly passed, Yang Chen finally admitted defeat,
taking out a large bag of spirit stones with a somewhat helpless expression. Here's 4,000 spirit stones.
Actually, the old man did not expect someone to spend such a large amount of spirit stones to go inside. As soon as Xiao Chen took them out, his eyes lit up, drooling, secretly thinking in his heart which family's kid this was. Too generous. He used a token to open the door for the two brothers to enter the tower. The token lit up and the door began to tremble, radiating a golden light. The door gradually opened, and Yang Chen and Xiao Chen stared intently inside, the entire space completely silent. The people outside saw the large door of the Dagong Tower open, and looking at the two newcomers preparing to enter the tower, they were a bit surprised, discussing enthusiastically. Look quickly, someone entered that Dagong Tower. It seems to be Yang Chen from the grand ceremony. Yang Chen slowly stepped inside. He lightly took step after step, probing this Dagong Tower. The space was silent and deserted, with only a flickering green light above. Other than that, there was nothing inside. He looked at the scenery inside, and suddenly said, "Why do I have the feeling we were scammed?" Hearing his older brother say this, Xiao Chen flew into a rage, clenching his fists and saying angrily, "How unreasonable! Brother, let's go ask for our spirit stones back." Seeing his younger brother so angry, Yang Chen immediately stopped him and said, "Let it go, Xiao Chen. This place can be considered safe and quiet. It's just right for you to try to condense your martial seat." Xiao Chen lowered his eyes, turned his head to look at his older brother, and answered obediently, "Yes." Xiao Chen sat down and began to calm his mind and utilize his technique. Before starting, he also said to Yang Chen, "Brother, then I will begin." Xiao Chen had started circulating his energy. A powerful surge of strength radiated from his body, and a green light enveloped him. That light began to condense, creating a colorful scene. A strange beast with blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Xiao Chen. The power continued to radiate continuously, and Xiao Chen was extremely focused on exerting his cultivation. That strange beast had a pitch-black body and blood-red eyes, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying at first glance. It extended its claws towards Xiao Chen.
The sharp claws of that strange beast touched his forehead, causing Xiao Kui immense pain. He suddenly screamed out loud. Powerful black streaks of qi escaped and surrounded the entire space. The streaks of demonic aura enveloped the whole area. It seemed to want to invade Xiao Kui's body, making it unbearable for him as he screamed out in terror. His soul seemed to want to escape. There was a mysterious black shadow with eyes containing red streaks, having a figure similar to Xiao Kui, faintly appearing behind him. The chaotic scene looked somewhat eerie and terrifying. Yang Chen stood outside observing, looking at the black currents of qi around him, full of worry. The martial seat had not yet condensed. Xiao Kui must have reached his limit. It seemed he had failed. From the Dagong Tower, powerful waves emanated, and a pink hue spread through the space. The strong spiritual energy emitted from the pink light left people with no time to defend themselves. Yang Chen was also thrown back by this power. Taken by surprise, Yang Chen was forced to his knees by the powerful force, and the ground shook. Xiao Kui was out of his wits. His whole body had no strength left, and his face was completely blank and stupefied. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to scream out in terror. His lifeless eyes and sweat-drenched face no longer had a trace of blood color.
That mutated beast approached again, its eyes staring fixedly at Yang Chen. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke and dust. Yang Chen panicked, leaning forward with immense worry, and shouted Xiao Kui's name. A red light emitted from Xiao Kui's body, right at the spot scratched by that strange beast's claws. His eyes seemed to have lost their soul as he knelt down in pain. Xiao Kui's face was soulless, appearing dazed and blank. His eyes also began to harbor a rosy red light, possibly having been possessed and controlled. Seeing Xiao Kui acting strangely, Yang Chen was bewildered in his thoughts and extremely worried for his younger brother. He secretly made an ominous guess in his heart. Could it be that he had been made foolish by the red light, or had his soul been seized? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Yang Chen's expression changed instantly, breaking into a cold sweat as he looked at Xiao Kui over there. Not good. Is it a body possession? Yang Chen gradually regained his composure and meticulously observed his younger brother. There were still some black lights surrounding Xiao Kui. Yang Chen opened his eyes wide in astonishment, seeing that Xiao Kui's martial seed had transformed into a black humanoid shadow. Was he surprised? This black shadow glowed with a red hue all over, its face unclear as if it had been covered by a mask. That shadow was looking towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen couldn't believe it and spoke up with some shock. Isn't this the form of Xiao Kui's martial soul? The martial soul slowly disappeared, leaving only a few rays of black light surrounding the red hue. Xiao Kui slowly regained his consciousness, his eyes gradually recovering their spirit. Yang Chen opened his eyes wide in astonishment, a bit stunned with his brows furrowed. Is this, the nether sacred tree? The black light with a few red streaks gradually dissipated. Xiao Kui, now fully awake, began to stand up with a much brighter face and called out, "Brother." Seeing his younger brother lively again, he was extremely happy, his face carrying a smile, as he said, "Xiao Kui, I saw your martial seed. It's very impressive." Yang Chen's face was a bit gloomy as he looked up at the pitch-black space above, secretly thinking, could it be that the red light aimed at Xiao Kui's head earlier was exactly the power left behind by Patriarch Donghong in the legends?
The entire Dogong Tower was blazing red, with a powerful source of spiritual energy surrounding the tower.
Xiao Kui returned to normal, speaking excitedly to Yang Chen. "Brother, now I know what is called a supreme martial seed." Hearing his younger brother say this, Yang Chen was also extremely interested. "Tell me quickly." Xiao Kui's entire body was sparkling, his large eyes unable to hide his joy as he said, "Brother, the so-called supreme martial seed is the condensation within the martial seed, containing the origin power of one's own attribute." After hearing his explanation, Yang Chen remembered the red light that had entered Xiao Kui's body earlier and said, "So that's how it is. Did you feel that when the condensation was about to fail, a red light pierced into your head?" Xiao Kui placed a finger on his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Brother, that was fire attribute true chi origin. Although it doesn't match my attribute, it highly increased my soul power. Otherwise, condensing this martial seed would probably have failed."
Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes lit up brightly. He clenched his fists, making a decision with great excitement, and asked loudly, "Fire attribute origin?" Yang Chen then quickly sat down, looked at Xiao Kui, and said to him, "Xiao Kui, help me stand guard. I also need to try condensing a martial seed." Saying that, he began to meditate, focusing his spiritual energy and forming hand seals. A strange beast with bright orange-yellow eyes appeared, along with some black light that enveloped the entire space. It bared its snow-white teeth, looking somewhat terrifying. Yang Chen was meditating but secretly thought to himself, "I have a 3-attribute nature. Do I have to condense 3 martial seeds? Or rather, condense a martial seed that merges all 3 attributes?" A stream of black gas gradually gathered. Yang Chen pondered in his heart, no matter what kind of martial seed is condensed, the most fundamental one is naturally still the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. I must definitely use the primordial demonic dragon martial soul as the foundation. At this moment, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile, as he secretly thought to himself, so what shape should the martial seed take? Then he imagined himself holding a giant pitch-black giant sword, acting smug and majestic. It has to be a giant sword, both majestic and domineering, and it also suits the characteristics of the main sword Tao that I cultivate. Yang Chen continued to meditate and focus his spiritual energy. The black gas condensing above his head became even stronger. Seemingly it was about to yield results. He opened his eyes wide, as if he felt something unusual, full of shock. The black light surrounding him just now flashed with a few rays of purple, seemingly having formed a sea of consciousness. It turned out that the martial seed had not transformed into the desired shape yet. Yang Chen thought of another way, and an azure dragon appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, a weapon shape doesn't work, a human shape doesn't work, so how about a beast shape, like this?" Still nothing. The sea of consciousness gradually dissipated. Yang Chen let out a long sigh of disappointment, his face gloomy and a bit depressed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his round eyes opened wide in shock. Huh? At the moment he was most depressed just now, what he was looking for appeared. A majestic and imposing giant sword emerged. Beside it, there was not only the giant sword, but accompanying it was also a beast with glowing red eyes and long horns emitting red light. Yang Chen was currently focusing his spiritual energy to help accelerate the transformation process of the martial seed. After channeling energy for a while, the beast-shaped martial seed completely manifested. It was a dragon-like beast with a sharp and cold look, appearing quite cool. Outside the Dogong Tower, a very strange red light surrounded it once again, causing a slight commotion for a moment.
That dragon was entirely surrounded by red light, fiercely opening its mouth and letting out a sound, radiating a powerful source of spiritual energy that illuminated the dark space. Yang Chen excitedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Wow, this super item actually has its own divine ability?" Then he placed his hand on his head, his brows dropping, and said with some disappointment, "Phantom form secret art, able to transform into any shape of the martial seed that the opponent uses. It has no use at all." Xiao Kui gradually approached, looked at Yang Chen and asked, "Brother, how is it?" Yang Chen suddenly didn't know what to say, vaguely a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, and said unnaturally, "No, it's nothing." Then he asked back, "Right, Xiao Kui, does your martial seed have any divine ability or secret art?" Xiao Kui was full of interest when mentioning his martial seed, excitedly recounting, "Of course I do, brother. My demonic tree martial seed contains an attacking secret art. Once executed, it can silently attack the opponent's sea of consciousness." Hearing this, Yang Chen asked with astonishment and excitement, "Really?" He didn't answer but looked at his older brother and asked, leaving him speechless as if glued, "Brother, what divine ability does your supreme martial seed have?" Yang Chen forced an awkward smile, moving stiffly, profusely sweating, which left Xiao Kui full of question marks. Yang Chen said as he walked, "Mine is also very strong, Xiao Kui. We've been in here for quite a while. We should go out now. Old man Gongsun must be looking for me by now." He stepped to the door and looked for a long time, then thought to himself how he should go out. At this moment the door suddenly opened. Outside there were many people standing and waiting, apparently attracted by the streams of light and came to watch the commotion. The two brothers looked toward the people outside. The two brothers slowly stepped out. The elders were fixing their eyes on the two of them. The silence was strangely quiet. The city lord was waiting impatiently, his face darkened, perhaps pondering over something.
Seeing that the person coming out was Yang Chen, he was a little surprised. A drop of sweat rolled down. He raised his voice, asking Yang somewhat unexpectedly,
Yang Chen, was it you who triggered the resonant power left by the patriarch, condensing the supreme martial seed? Hearing this, the city lord was extremely overjoyed, his face clearly showing his happiness, placing his hand on his chest and asking if he could talk about it briefly. Although Yang Chen still didn't understand what was going on, he nodded and agreed. He smiled, looked at Yang Chen, extended his hand to invite him, and smiled with goodwill. Little friend Yang Chen, please, can we go into the city lord's estate to chat?
At the city lord's estate, the sunlight shone on the roof tiles. The resplendent, majestic, and vast city lord's estate was receiving rays of light shining throughout the mansion. In the main room, the two brothers sat leisurely on chairs, Yang Chen casually taking a sip of tea. The city lord waited for Yang Chen to finish his tea before opening his mouth to speak with a look of reverent admiration. Yang Chen, can I see your martial seat? Hearing the city lord say this, Yang Chen turned to Xiao Kui and said to him, Xiao Kui, manifest your martial soul. Let the Donghuang city lord evaluate it a bit. Xiao Kui obeyed his older brother and stood up to manifest his martial soul. Purple rays of light with bizarre faces radiated, full of might. Xiao Kui seemed to have grown much stronger and was also familiar with how to control the martial soul. As soon as the city lord saw Xiao Kui's martial soul, he was momentarily shocked, full of unexpected astonishment, and exclaimed, This is exactly the supreme martial seed. Having finished admiring the supreme martial seed, the city lord said joyfully, Very good. It is indeed the supreme martial seed. To think you guys actually obtained the ancestral blessing left by the patriarch, not bad luck at all. Hearing the city lord say this, Yang Chen scratched his head, sighing somewhat shyly. Lord City Lord, we are just people from a small land. Being poor, the ticket price of 4,000 spirit stones is too expensive. It completely consumed the fortune of us two brothers. The City Lord looked at Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, rest assured, as long as you reveal the secret inside the Dagong Tower, it's just 4,000 spirit stones. We will pay it. Yang Chen winked, his eyes shining brightly, gave the City Lord a like, and showed his agreement. All right, Lord City Lord. In the Lord sitting here, if your families have geniuses in the true martial realm or the martial seed realm, if they want to condense a supreme martial seed, they can bring spirit stones to trade privately with me. One piece of information is worth 4,000 spirit stones, limited to one person only, and will not be leaked to the outside.
As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed a sly smile, causing the lords present to instantly freeze, sweating as they stared at Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the city lord whispered to his son, whose doubtful face beside him looked slightly bewildered. Wang Chai, pay 4,000 spirit stones, buy the secret in Yang Chen's hands, and then go into the Dagong Tower to see if you can metamorphose your martial seed. He looked at his father, somewhat disbelieving. Then Donghuang Wang Chai had to listen to his father, handing a large bag of spirit stones to Yang Chen, whose eyes lit up like car headlights as he reached out to take it. Yang Chen took the bag of spirit stones, mysteriously winking at Wang Chai. The secret in the Dagong Tower is, just like that. Brother Donghuang, swear on your martial heart not to reveal it to the outside. Hearing this, Donghuang Wang Chai was full of astonishment, his brows slightly furrowed, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times, secretly wondering what kind of secret this was. But he also had to grimace and grit his teeth, asking Yang Chen again, still unable to believe it. I swear on my martial heart. Are you sure that doing this can really resonate with the mighty power left behind by the patriarch in the tower? Yang Chen lowered his eyes, smiling. Hee. While busy stroking my chin, let me calculate. You really have the ability to resonate with the patriarch's mighty power and condense a supreme martial seed. The city lord, Wang Chai's father, couldn't wait any longer and quickly urged his son, Wang Chai, go to the Dagong Tower now. Listening to his father, Donghuang Wang Chai quickly stepped away, heading to the Dagong Tower, leaving Yang Chen in the room full of joy, smiling and hugging the bag of spirit stones, his heart blooming like a flower. At this time, Yang Chen and Xiao Cui were sitting majestically on their chairs, being served good tea by gentle and graceful beauties. Contrary to Yang Chen's leisurely demeanor, his younger brother Xiao Cui was full of anxiety, with a few drops of cold sweat on his cheeks. Looking at Yang Chen, he opened his mouth. Brother, if Donghuang Wang Chai fails, do we have to refund the money? Yang Chen, as if hearing something funny, curled his lips, looking at his younger brother and asked, Refund? Xiao Cui, have you ever seen money that went into your older brother's pocket have to be returned? Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was interrupted as the city lord stood up abruptly, full of astonishment. Huh? It succeeded. It really succeeded.
The Dagong Tower emitted a brilliant soul light surrounding the entire Great Tower. Seeing the spectacular glowing scene of the Great Tower, everyone immediately rushed toward the Dagong Tower. Donghuang Wang Chai strode out of the Dagong Tower, his cheeks still dotted with sweat and his cloak somewhat tattered. The city lord, seeing his son, was overjoyed and ran over with great excitement. Wang Chai, quickly manifest your martial seed. Hearing his father's words, Donghuang Wang Chai stretched out his arm and manifested his martial seed. A fire phoenix appeared, full of might, its brilliant light dazzling everyone. The city lord opened his eyes wide, staring at his son with glowing eyes, swelling with pride and crying out in joy. After retracting his martial seed, Donghuang Wang Chai stepped forward to Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, I owe you a favor. When the time is right, I will naturally repay you. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled, hee, and opened his mouth to continue. Then many thanks. Who knows, at some point I might really need your help.
After observing the scene just now, someone from the Tu family, the colossal giant sword clan Tu Cheng, spoke to Yang Chen in a stern voice. Our Tu family wants to buy 2 slots. Is that okay? Yang Chen lowered his brows, his eyes looking toward the speaker, pretending to be innocently unaware, with a provocative tone. The Tu family has an illustrious reputation. Why are you only buying 2 slots? That's too few. At this time, a white-haired old man spoke boldly to Yang Chen. Our Yunzheng family will buy 5 slots.
He smiled a standard smile and said hypocritically, "Of course you can. According to this junior's observation, your Yunzheng family does not only have 5 geniuses. Yunzheng Hu and Yunzheng Saiyan are outstanding among their peers. Once they enter the Dagong Tower, they can definitely condense a supreme martial seed." The old man of the Yun family remained silent for a moment before saying, "Kid Chen, our Yunzheng family's financial resources are limited. Buying 5 spots is already our limit." Yang Chen smiled politely, showing admiration as he gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Patriarch Yunzheng is truly a hero." This junior was merely praising. "Your family is truly blessed. If I reincarnate in my next life, I would also want to be born into your family." He spoke like that on the outside, but inside, Yang Chen secretly smiled slyly and calculated. With just you 5 ugly guys wanting to condense a supreme martial seed, keep dreaming. After the sound transmission ended, the expressions of the Yunzheng family members were as dumbfounded as Deng Huang Wangchai just now. All of them were unexpectedly shocked, and someone spoke up to ask Yang Chen again, "Are you sure you're not messing with us?" Yang Chen didn't care at all, immediately raising 2 fingers to guarantee. "I swear on my martial heart, the words transmitted just now are indeed the secrets within the Dagong Tower." The person who asked the question earlier had a darkened face full of displeasure. Yang Chen looked towards Yuanjia, who was full of doubts. "Junior brother Yuanjia, your bro absolutely isn't lying to you. I have great confidence in you. If you cannot condense a supreme martial seed, I guarantee to refund a portion of your spirit stones." Old Master Yun was unhappy hearing this, looking at Yang Chen and demanding, "Yang Chen, you are being a bit discriminatory. If by chance the descendants of our Yunzheng family are unsuccessful, will you also return the spirit stones?" Hearing what Old Master Yun said, Yang Chen immediately reached out his hand and decisively refused. "No, junior brother Yuanjia and I have a deep friendship, which is why he is treated differently."
Everyone around was slightly dumbfounded, unable to believe it when thinking of their deep friendship. Not only them, but even the insider, Yuanjia, did not expect it, question marks appearing above his head. Tu Qinghai sat on the chair, closing his eyes to calm his mind and think. Yang Chen, on this side, leisurely lifted his teacup full of joy, thinking that he had already sold 32 slots, and the spirit stones must have reached 10 digits. At this moment, Tu Qinghai suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at Yang Chen. Yang Chen stood up and walked over at this time, surprising Tu Qinghai a bit. Yang Chen went to the city lord, cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Lord City Lord, as well as all the lords, we 2 brothers must go back now, otherwise the elders in the inn will be worried." The city lord cheerfully waved his hand, signaling them to go back. After saying their goodbyes, the 2 brothers immediately ran away, leaving the city lord's estate.
Xiao Kui ran behind, looking at Yang Chen and asking anxiously, "Brother, can every single one of them really condense a supreme martial seed?" Hearing Xiao Kui say this, Yang Chen said full of confidence, "How is that possible?" Seeing Yang Chen's relaxed expression, Xiao Kui became even more uneasy and reminded him, "Brother, they are all big shots of Denghuang City. If they find out they were tricked, will we be in big trouble?" Yang Chen began to think, slightly puzzled. Tricked? When did we trick them? Trading with them was fair, open, and just. What's the trouble? Just as he finished speaking, a shout echoed from inside the city lord's estate, a voice that made the 2 brothers break out in a sweat. "Yang Chen!" The sky was clear and blue, flocks of birds were soaring, and the sunlight shone on the eaves of the inn. Yang Chen and Xiao Kui, with serious expressions, quickly ran into the room. Yang Chen's face was covered in sweat from rushing, and he quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Master, where is everyone?" Yang Chen's master was elegantly enjoying a cup of tea in his hands. Hearing his disciple's voice, he narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, "Where did you go to play around?" Because time was limited, Yang Chen and Xiao Kui promptly turned to leave. Before leaving, they left a message. "Master, there is a little trouble. Xiao Kui and I must leave the city and go up the mountain immediately. Please tell Lingzi and Sister Han. I'll wait for them on the mountain. Right, tell Lingzi to bring Xiaohei along too." Holding the teacup in his hand, the master was completely dumbfounded hearing Yang Chen say this, as if struck by lightning, full of question marks.
Before having a chance to ask Xiao Kui and Xiao Chen, the 2 brothers had left as fast as the wind. The master was furious, angrily shouting, "You brat, just what kind of trouble have you caused?" At Mount Donghuang, white clouds shrouded the mountain peak, and the sun had risen to its zenith, shining down on the layers of clouds. This Mount Donghuang concealed a deep green vegetation cover. The 2 brothers were waiting, and Xiao Kui beside him worriedly said, "Brother, this time we have essentially offended the entire Donghuang city. When we go back later and get caught by them, won't we have our skin peeled and tendons pulled out?" Yang Chen lowered his eyes and said indifferently,
What are you afraid of? Both sides agreed to the transaction, and I didn't force them to give the spirit stones. Xiaokuei, don't be afraid. The Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is different from the Eastern Land. The people here know how to be reasonable. The two of them stood in front of a dazzling, radiant golden statue. The statue was carved in the posture of a person sitting leisurely and calmly, with the gentle and benevolent facial features of a senior. The two stared intently at that statue. Yang Chen silently speculated in his heart that this statue must be Patriarch Dong Huang, a mighty figure from the primordial era, a true expert of the divine realm. At the majestic and imposing main gate of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, there was a young man wearing a green robe waiting. The young man had a dashing appearance and a handsome, bright face. His name was Lo Chengji. He looked at Yang Chen and said, "Junior brother Yang Chen, I heard that you are one of the top 2 in the ceremony this time." Yang Chen and Xiaokuei cupped their hands to greet senior brother Lo Chengji, answering with happy faces. "Senior brother, could you talk a bit about the sex rules? We just arrived and are afraid of making mistakes." Senior brother Lo Chengji chuckled, scratched his head amicably, rested his hands on his waist, and said to Yang Chen carelessly, "Junior brother, our sect is extremely free and open-minded. There are no rules at all. Except for the fact that you cannot enter or leave without a token of passage, there are almost no taboos." Then he looked at Yang Chen and continued, "Junior brother Yang, the sect's cultivation resources, including the cultivation time for a few heavy artifacts, will all be distributed according to the ranking allocation. The resources for a top ranker of the ceremony like you are so plentiful that you won't be able to use them all."
Hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely overjoyed, his whole body seemingly covered in a rosy hue, clenching his fists. "Is that so? That is truly wonderful." At this moment, the clouds gradually dispersed, and a majestic emerald-green mountain appeared before their eyes, towering and awe-inspiring, making those who admired it feel stunned by this wonder of creation. The senior brother was actively introducing it to the two brothers. "Junior brother, this Huangtan Peak is a special main peak for the top ranker of this ceremony. From now on, it will belong solely to you. It is your dojo in the sword set." The two looked at the incredibly spacious and airy Huangtan Peak in front of them, full of shock and surprise. "Really?" Senior brother Lo Chengji looked at the two junior brothers and advised, "Junior brothers, according to usual practice, the sect master will specifically summon the top 20 of the ceremony. Moreover, the sword pool of the main peak will be specially open for you. I suggest you go find a slightly better treasured sword." Hearing this, Yang Chen asked senior brother Lo in slight surprise, "Why is that?" Senior brother Chengji rolled his eyes and continued, "I have never been to the sword pool, but I have heard about it. Rumor has it that the sword pool has a high chance of helping a treasured sword undergo spirit awakening." After saying that, senior brother Lo Chengji smiled, waved his hand, and left. Yang Chen respectfully cupped his hands and slightly bowed his knees. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." The two brothers began to run and jump around, enthusiastically exploring the surroundings of Huangtan Peak. The area around Huangtan Peak was always abundant in spiritual energy, radiating a sparkling light that made the two brothers, Yang Chen and Xiaokuei, full of joy and emotion. Xiaokuei's eyes shone brightly as he reached his hand forward and said, "The earth attribute spiritual energy is so dense, this Huangtan Peak truly lives up to its reputation." Yang Chen, with an upright and majestic posture, said to Xiaokuei, "You take a stroll first. I will make a trip to the main peak." At another valley cave, surrounded by plants and trees, there was a stone-paved path leading inside. This was precisely the heavenly secret Medicine Valley, the North Seat main peak. Yang Chen briskly walked inside the Medicine Valley. A vibrant green sky appeared, with lush patches of spirit herbs, a whole field of spiritual medicine.
Seeing the spirit herbs in front of him, Yang Chen's eyes lit up like car headlights, and he exclaimed, "This is truly a good place." At this moment, a voice came from out of nowhere. Hearing it, Yang Chen turned around. The person asked, "Do you like it?" It turned out that the voice belonged to the great elder who had been standing there observing, his face evaluating Yang Chen a bit. Seeing him, Yang Chen didn't expect him to suddenly be here. He immediately cupped his hands, bending his body at a right angle to greet, Great elder." Seeing Yang Chen, the great elder stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Brat, according to the rules, you are required to take my place in tending to the precious herbs for a period of time. As for whether you get the soul reflecting stone, it depends on your performance. If you try to pull any tricks, try guessing the consequences." Hearing the great elder assign the task, Yang Chen was extremely confident. Tending to the precious herbs? Fine, no problem at all. At this moment, the great elder closed his eyes slightly and stroked his beard. Just ignore the trash precious herbs outside. Inside, there are 20 very important precious herbs. They all have name tags. Take good care of them. Saying that, he revealed a sly smile, having calculated everything beforehand. He opened his mouth and said, "Right, those 20 precious herbs need to be fertilized every day. As for the fertilizer, deep in the valley is a prison filled with wicked villains. Kill one every day, burn the corpse to ashes, and sprinkle it around the precious herbs. Remember carefully, it must be burned to ashes." Hearing the great elder say this, Yang Chen was utterly astonished. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, using living people as fertilizer? In the spirit herb garden, Yang Chen started walking and looking around. The spiritual energy here radiated powerfully from the spirit herbs. Yang Chen looked towards the black Bodhi tree, a dark holy item.
The Bodhi tree emitted a powerful source of spiritual energy. The black mist surrounding the black Bodhi tree was moving. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, drooling over the black Bodhi. What grade of treasure medicine is this, if the primordial demonic dragon martial soul inside my body absorbs it? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yang Chen shook his head vigorously. No, if I dare to devour this dark origin, old man He will definitely hack me to pieces. In the dark cave, Yang Chen stood looking at the wooden board hanging in front of the door with the 2 words, Death Prison, written on it. Yang Chen stepped inside the somewhat cold cave, hugging his own body, thinking to himself that it was strange. Why did it feel so cold? Going deeper inside, Yang Chen saw a chained person with long, slightly disheveled hair hanging down. Yang Chen looked at that person and asked, Big sister, why were you locked up in here? The person seemed to be reminiscing, hands clasped together, her face filled with joy as if recalling something, drool dripping down, and leisurely answered Yang Chen's question, for a bite to eat. Hearing this, Yang Chen's heart was full of question marks, scratching his cheek and muttering to himself, What bite to eat? Are you very poor?
She turned around confidently as if showing off her spoils of war. Her tongue licked the corners of her mouth as if recalling that sensation, blooming a giggling smile. That is immortal meat. It is the boiled meat soup of that half-year-old baby. Hearing this, Yang Chen, who was just feeling sympathetic towards this girl, suddenly darkened his face, his brows furrowed tightly, showing his displeasure at her actions. Yang Chen clenched his fists, speaking out full of indignation, unable to contain his anger. Saying that, he grabbed her clothes. You say you, even death, cannot expiate all your crimes. Filled with uncontrollable fury, Yang Chen immediately threw her into the scorching furnace. Today, let's start with you. Inside the furnace at this moment, a red light shone brightly, the intense heat incinerating everything to ashes. It seemed to be done. The light suddenly went out, the furnace opened, and a stream of white gas flew out. Inside that furnace, there was nothing left but ashes. Yang Chen stared intently at the furnace. That light reflected on the youth's face, making him astonished, unable to believe his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered. It seemed her soul was still lingering here. It morphed into a wisp of smoke, forming a ferocious face that wanted to rush over to take revenge on Yang Chen. The white gas radiated and flew towards Yang Chen, momentarily terrifying him. He used his hands to shield himself and jumped backward. Yang Chen's face was covered in sweat, his brows furrowed, teeth gritted, thinking inwardly that this time it was truly a huge trouble. Just when he was most worried, unexpectedly streams of purple chi appeared inside himself, surrounding him and gradually accumulating. Yang Chen was full of amazement. Oh, my purple nether true chi is exactly the dark origin formed from the seed of the purple nether sacred tree. To think it can actually absorb souls. Yang Chen felt as if his entire body was brimming with energy, thinking to himself that his purple nether true chi had originally just stepped into the 8th level true martial realm, yet in such a short time it had become considerably stronger. The great elder outside the death cell had always been secretly observing the situation inside. Seeing Yang Chen rejoicing because his purple nether true chi was improving day by day, and laughing heartily, the great elder pondered in his mind that it seemed there were still secrets on the young master that he did not know about.
In the small medicine garden, Yang Chen was spreading fertilizer for the precious herbs. Streams of purple light enveloped the herb plants. As soon as Yang Chen finished spreading it, the fertilizer was quickly absorbed by the herb roots, gradually spreading out, and the purple light enveloped them even more strongly. Looking at the herbs vigorously absorbing the fertilizer from the corpses, Yang Chen felt a bit scared, his face slightly pale. Sweat dripped down as he thought to himself that they were indeed specially cultivated by the Great Elder, using humans as fertilizer for the spirit herbs. White clouds dotted the blue sky, and the sunlight shining on the courtyard created a simple and peaceful scene. This place was the Feng Academy. The burly martial uncle looked at the old man. Senior brother, the rumors in the city sound so real. Is Kid Chen really that bold? Hearing his junior brother's words, he lightly sipped his tea, and then pondered, saying, There must be something strange about this matter. We have to ask Kid Chen to know for sure. Wait until he returns to ask him clearly. As for Yang Chen's master, who was also his future father-in-law, he was extremely dissatisfied, slamming his hand heavily on the table and speaking up. So that kid earned so many spirit stones in an instant, yet he doesn't even know to offer us a little. What a rebellious disciple, not knowing how to respect his master and revere his teachings.
Hearing this, that old man took a sip of tea, opened his eyes, and said, Can you be a little more promising, useless thing? The great master spoke up again. That kid is getting weirder and weirder. The next time he comes back, I will personally deal with him. Yang Chen, still completely unaware of this at the moment, was entirely focused on taking care of the spirit herbs. At the Heavenly Secret Medicine Valley, the great elder, observing him from behind, spoke up. Little fellow, that's enough. Hearing the voice, Yang Chen slowly turned around, saw him, and immediately called out, Great Elder. Seeing the great elder suddenly coming to inspect, Yang Chen began waving his hands and scratching his head, quickly explaining, I haven't been lazy at all. According to the great elder's instructions, I have taken good care of these 20 treasure medicines. The great elder stroked his beard and observed, saying with his eyes half closed, Not bad, you've taken very good care of them. However, if you want to get the soul reflecting stone, you still have to help me with one thing. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt a heavy pressure, sweating profusely and looking somewhat awkward.
His expression changed inwardly as he clicked his tongue, but outwardly he replied to the Great Elder, "What do you need this junior to do?" The Great Elder looked at Yang Chen, slightly closing his left eye, and said to him, "Help me run an errand. Go to the sect master's place and fetch an item back here." Yang Chen then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed to the Great Elder. "All right."
Hearing Yang Chen agree, the Great Elder changed his expression, revealing a calculating smile, stroked his beard, looking at him, and continued, "Kid, don't be careless. This matter is a bit difficult. You must go quietly and return silently." Hearing this, Yang Chen deeply doubted his life. What kind of damn mission was this anyway? His eyes looked like they were about to fall out, sweating profusely like rain, full of question marks. Huh? Seeing his face darken and doubting his life, the Great Elder happily showed a kind smile, encouragingly patted his shoulder and spoke out, saying he saw his bones were sturdy, with special talent. This little matter surely couldn't stump him. For a moment, Yang Chen couldn't tell if the Great Elder was praising or criticizing him. His expression was extremely bewildered. He was clearly forcing someone into a difficult situation. Yang Chen pressed his lips tightly, unable to utter a word. The Great Elder suddenly put on a mysterious expression, leaned close to Yang Chen and said, "As far as I know, Lord Sectmaster has been a bit busy lately. He might not necessarily be in the Nine Curves Cave. Just be careful, it's not a big problem." He then continued, "Right, when you enter the Nine Curves Cave, the third path from left to right is the entrance to the Three Curves Cave. You just need to go in and help me bring back a demon eye." Yang Chen was even more bewildered at this point, sweat falling incessantly, his worldview seemingly collapsing. Nine Curves Cave, Three Curves Cave, demon eye. The Great Elder seemed to see his bewildered expression, so he smiled and explained that it was just a black stone, shaped like an eye, very easy to recognize. Yang Chen placed his hand on his chin and began to struggle internally, weighing the pros and cons himself. "I have the shadow evasion martial intent. There probably won't be any problems." The Great Elder watched him walk away and happily stroked his beard, saying loudly, "Kid, I believe you will definitely be able to do it."
At the entrance to Juku Cave, Yang Chen had arrived and was observing the place. This was the place. He stepped inside step by step, silently observing both sides of the cave, his face still confused as to why there were no guards. In the vast and majestic space of the cave, Yang Chen's figure seemed to shrink before the grandeur of nature. He stared intently at the paths ahead, silently recalling the direction from left to right, the third passage corresponding to Sanku Cave. Yang Chen walked leisurely through the cave, walking and skipping, unexpectedly so relaxed. After walking for a long time, he finally arrived to the place where the exotic treasures were displayed. Everything here was endlessly precious, emitting a sparkling light that captivated people. On the stone table inside the cave, there was a round black stone, surrounded by purple soul energy, and in the middle there was a small circle like a pupil. Perhaps this was the demon eye. Yang Chen put his hands on his hips, looked at the stone in front of him, and thought to himself that he had seen a ghost. He reached out to touch the stone timidly, his face slightly suspicious as he silently evaluated. Could it be that this is really the eye of a powerful creature? He used the ring on his hand to shine a beam of light toward the stone. The multicolored variable light stream shone brilliantly. It seemed there was no restriction. The Great Elder had been using his spiritual energy to observe Yang Chen, seeing him relaxed and accepting everything from beginning to end, thinking to himself that a state of mind like this was hard to come by. Yang Chen quickly completed the mission, handing the demon eye over to the Great Elder. His eyes opened wide and sparkled, looking toward the Great Elder with such anticipation that it made him shiver slightly. As if guessing Yang Chen's mind, the Great Elder threw the soul reflectant stone toward him and said, "Brat, do you think I would lie to you?"
Yang Chen gripped the soul-reflecting stone tightly with both hands, cherishing it immensely, and said happily to the Great Elder, "Thank you." Having said that, he quickly left. The Great Elder, holding the demon eye in one hand, quickly called out, "Kid, wait." Seeing him turn his head back, the Great Elder spoke his mind. "Are you very dissatisfied with me?" Hearing this, Yang Chen waved his hands and shook his head vigorously, saying he was not. The Great Elder didn't dwell on this topic either, stroked his beard noddingly, and continued, "Kid, I'll give you a piece of news. In the Huangtan, on the peak of Huangtan, there is a treasure useful to you." Yang Chen looked at the Great Elder with a doubtful expression and asked, "Really?" The Great Elder only said that much, then turned around and left. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Yang Chen pondered secretly, then let out a long sigh. "If there is a treasure in Huangtan, it's definitely not easy to get. Otherwise, would it be my turn?" At Fang Academy, Yang Chen was walking over briskly. Just as he stepped into the room, the master inside glared at him and shouted angrily, startling Yang Chen, "You kids still dare to come back?" Yang Chen had an innocent face, completely unaware of what had happened. It seemed that not only the master had a gloomy face, but the martial uncle and the grandmaster were also stern. The martial uncle looked at Yang Chen with a darkened face and said, "Kid Chen, hurry and sit down." The grandmaster took a sip of tea and opened his mouth. "Kid Chen, the few of us abandoned our family businesses and left our hometowns because of you. Shouldn't this trouble fee be paid?"
Yang Chen did not understand what was happening at this moment, but seeing the seriousness this time made him sweat. In his heart, he was probably thinking, what does this service fee the Grandmaster mentioned mean? Yang Chen's master looked towards Yang Chen with calculating eyes, causing Yang Chen to feel a bit uneasy. The master spoke up, saying, "The master is still right. You little bastard, everything has been settled now.
The service fee for us, you must pay." Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yang Chen scratched his head, sweat streaming down, and spoke up somewhat helplessly. "Isn't it just a service fee? I'll just pay however much it is, right?" Yang Chen's master looked at him, raising one finger to set the price. "You little bastard, I don't need much. 10,000 spirit stones are enough." Yang Chen had to endure it, biting his lips tightly, and handed over 10,000 spirit stones to his master. As he handed them over, he thought irritably in his heart that they really had no shame left, being a burden, yet they still had the face to ask for a service fee. "Once Lingxi passes the door, if I still pay attention to you, consider me the loser." The martial uncle on this side picked up his teacup and spoke up. "Kid Chen, all the way from Tiandan to here, my mind has always been restless and worried. As for that service fee, 50,000 is not considered a lot, 30,000 is not considered a little, but if it's any less, I won't be happy." After hearing this, Yang Chen's face turned gloomy. He gritted his teeth, handed the spirit stones to the martial uncle, and said, 30,000, there won't be any more than that." Just as he handed 30,000 spirit stones to the martial uncle, a female voice rang out, startling Yang Chen. She winked and smiled. "I want some too." She looked at Yang Chen and spoke up. "Kid Chen, you've also seen it. From the time we arrived in Tiannan until now, both internal and external affairs have been handled single-handedly by me." "Ah." Without waiting for her to finish, Yang Chen hurriedly raised both hands in surrender and quickly asked, "Aunt Chen, how much do you want?" Hearing that, she winked playfully, one hand resting on her chin, the other setting the price. "Any amount is fine. It just can't be less than 10,000.
The master's wife, Yang Chen's future mother-in-law, was a bit embarrassed. Seeing everyone taking turns siphoning Yang Chen's spirit stones, she quickly said, "Yang Chen, you don't need to give any to me." Yang Chen's heart was filled with emotion, a trace of warmth welling up inside, secretly thinking that a mother-in-law is still the best. No wonder the proverb says a mother-in-law loves her son-in-law the most. It really isn't false. At this time, the Grandmaster, holding a teacup, finally spoke up. "Kid Chen, we are in a foreign land. It's very unsafe. With you carrying so many spirit stones, I am not at ease. How many are left? Leave them all with me. Keeping just a few hundred for cultivation will do." Hearing this, Yang Chen was startled, unable to believe his eyes, opening his mouth in slight astonishment as cold sweat poured down. "Huh?" Yang Chen looked gloomy, losing the mood to speak, his voice no longer calm. "Grandmaster, Mount Donghuang is extremely safe. The laws of the ancient sword sect are strict. It hasn't reached the point where someone would dare to brazenly rob things." The Grandmaster, folding his teacup, looked at Yang Chen and said, "You kid are still too young. No matter how bright a place is, there are still spots where the light cannot reach. Do you kid know how many people in this massive Donghuang city are targeting you all right now?" Yang Chen couldn't stand it anymore, his face darkening as he subconsciously asked the core question. "Grandmaster, how much service fee do you need?" The Grandmaster, as if hearing exactly what he wanted to hear, immediately set the price at 50,000. Yang Chen was left speechless at this point, taking out a large bag of spirit stones and slamming it heavily onto the table. His face was dark, his heart aching as if being cut, tears flowing silently, ignoring the people beside him happily celebrating and raising their glasses. "Everyone is happy today. Let's drink to our heart's content." The next day, Yang Chen stood facing his future father-in-law, smiling as he handed the soul-reflecting stone to him and said, "Master, this is the soul-reflecting stone. Use it to restore your soul body. Wait until you have completely recovered, then you must return this soul-reflecting stone." The master looked at Yang Chen, feeling a bit moved, tightly gripping the soul-reflecting stone in his hand and said to him, "Kid Chen, I owe you this time."
He turned and left, waving his hand before going, "Your disciple takes his leave." The master's wife and Aunt Jing stood together. The master's wife felt a bit uneasy in her heart and spoke up worriedly, "We extorted so much money from Kid Chen, he must be feeling very upset inside, right?" Aunt Jing looked at her and smiled, saying, "Manhua, you don't understand this matter. We are all doing this for Lingxi's own good." Hearing this, Manhua still didn't understand, her heart full of questions. "What do you mean?" Aunt Jing winked at her, one hand on her hip, the other gesturing as she explained, "Men cannot have money. If they have money, they will turn bad." After speaking, Aunt Jing looked over at Manhua with a slight smile. Upon hearing Aunt Jing say this, the master's wife burst out laughing. "Huff." The martial uncle stood next to the Grandmaster with his arms crossed over his chest and said, "Senior brother, does our situation count as being exiled?" Hearing his junior brother say this, he immediately replied, "Shallow, we are wandering the martial world like this. Consider it taking our first step out of the fish pond of the eastern land." Hearing this, the martial uncle sighed wearily, thinking to himself that compared to the eastern land, the Eastern Emperor's sword sect was no better. Wasn't it also just a fish pond? The Grandmaster's expression suddenly turned somber as he spoke. Rumor has it that whether it is the Eastern Land or the Eastern Emperor's sword sect, they are merely small, remote, and impoverished lands of the vast Dongchuan. I also really want to go out, but our strength is too weak. If we wander outside, we might not be able to keep our little lives at any moment.
At Huangtan Peak, the sunlight was already shining on the mountaintop. The clouds gradually dissipated, revealing an emerald mountain that created a harmonious scenery. A group of people was standing, waiting for Yang Chen. As soon as she saw him return, Lingxi hurried out and asked Yang Chen, "Did you get the soul-reflecting stone?" He boastfully showed off to his lover.
I went down the mountain and brought it back for everyone. It was just a small matter. It couldn't make things difficult for me. Hearing that he brought it back himself, Lingxi was extremely worried and opened her mouth to ask if the great elder made things difficult for him. Yang Chen acted as if it was nothing, smiling and saying that the cunning old man wanted to make things difficult for him, but who did he think he was? Not bringing that matter up again, Yang Chen smiled at Lingxi, asking her, "What do you think of this Huangtan Peak of mine?" He began to lead everyone around for a walk, then suggested that this place was very spacious, so how about the three of them come here too? Hearing that, Xiao Cui was extremely excited and enthusiastically spoke up. "That sounds good." Lingxi then sighed and announced that the sect has a rule: no male and female disciples under the age of 20 are allowed to live together. Hearing this, Yang Chen flew into a rage, clenching his hands into fists, baring his teeth in anger, and roared, "What kind of damn decree is this?" After saying that, the girls left first. Before leaving, Lingxi even turned her head to say to Yang Chen, "We are leaving first. You must take good care of Xiaohei." The scene suddenly became unusually quiet. A falling leaf was softly swept away by the breeze. The whole sky seemed to collapse and gradually darkened. One person and one beast stood there, not knowing what to say. Yang Chen's face was gloomy. Xiaohei looked at him, only hearing him say to go up the mountain. Yang Chen was half kneeling and half sitting by a golden-colored water bank, closing his eyes, entering a state of peace, and began to circulate his qi.
Yang Chen looked at his hands with some confusion. Huh? He thought to himself that his divine sense actually couldn't penetrate the water of this pond? As if wanting to find the root cause of the matter, he quickly jumped into the pond. Yang Chen crossed his arms to form an X shape, his body gradually sinking. He frowned tightly, looking towards the bottom of the pond, thinking in his heart, "What is this?" Yang Chen was pulled by a suction force, quickly sinking to the bottom of this pond, his whole body enveloped by layers of water resistance. In the water, Yang Chen was highly focused on forming hand seals and channeling spiritual energy. The streams of spiritual energy seemed to resonate with the water waves, shining even brighter, a massive amount of true qi. Yang Chen now landed on his feet at the bottom of the pond. He calmly kept his eyes on the water bubble surrounding him. Yang Chen was slightly dazed by this thing. A yellow mass of matter looked a bit strange, really making people pay attention and feel curious. Yang Chen looked at the mass full of suspicion, his brows furrowing slightly, as he reached his hand out, wondering a bit about what this was. He reached out and touched the yellow mass of matter. It had a certain degree of elasticity. Yang Chen held it in his hand, his heart full of bewilderment, looking at it suspiciously without taking his eyes off it. He began to use his magic technique to examine this mass of matter, trying to probe it. Just after he tested it with his magic technique, the solid mass began to move and transform, creating blinding streams of light.
Yang Chen observed every change in the substance with a gloomy expression. It continued to shine in the golden water, creating a sense of anticipation. At this moment, in his dantian, the substance was constantly transforming, with golden streams of qi dotting the green space, concealing many mysteries. The light shone brightly on Yang Chen's face. He gloomily observed everything in his sight and thought to himself, This is the great earth membrane garment. In the illusory space, a lush green tree laden with fruit appeared. Legend has it that every world has its own origin, and this origin is actually the rule of the heavenly Tao in that world. In the position of the heavenly Tao is in the center of the earth, the deepest place in the great earth membrane womb. The great earth membrane womb is the foundation of a world, containing the earth attribute origin. Over a long period of time, the great earth membrane womb will produce the ultimate earth attribute treasure, the great earth membrane garment. If the great earth membrane womb is considered a tree, then the great earth membrane garment is its branch. Yang Chen was filled with joy, clenching his hands as if he had found the answer, and a smile blossomed on his lips. Ha! This is truly a massive opportunity. He quickly jumped out of the golden pool and dashed away. After getting ashore, Yang Chen began to meditate, focusing his spiritual energy to transform the power into his body. He thought to himself that this was his fourth great true qi, the earth membrane true qi. Yang Chen rubbed his forehead, his expression slightly gloomy and discouraged, thinking, but I am only at the first level true martial realm right now. It seems that wanting to advance to the martial ancestor realm is still very far away. Warm sunlight shone on the roof tiles of the Donghuang Great Hall, creating a simple and peaceful scene. Inside the Great Hall at this moment, the sect master was standing at the highest point, looking down at the sect disciples who had gathered fully in the hall below. The sect master crossed his hands behind his back and spoke with full majesty according to custom. You are qualified to enter Sword Washing Island. In Sword Washing Island, not only is there a chance for your treasure artifacts to undergo spirit awakening, but it can also cleanse your body and enhance your strength. Among you, is there anyone who does not have a treasure artifact?
As soon as the sectmaster finished speaking, a slender hand was raised, shouting, "Me!" In the middle of the Great Hall, everyone rushed to look at the person who had just raised their hand with some surprise. It turned out that person was Xiao Cui.
Seeing this, the sectmaster was slightly startled, not expecting that there was actually someone who didn't have a treasure artifact, so he asked. He looked at Xiao Cui and asked, "What kind of weapon do you want?" Hearing the sectmaster ask him, before he could put his hand down, Xiao Cui excitedly said, "Heavy, just heavy enough is fine." The sectmaster said to the disciple standing next to him, "Ling Yin, take Jan Wu Kui to the Three Curves Cave to get a treasure artifact." The disciple next to him quickly responded, bowing his head slightly, "Yes." On the long red-carpeted path inside the Donghuang Great Hall, everything was magnificent and majestic. Two tall figures were walking quickly forward. Half an hour later, Jan Wu Kui returned, holding a treasure artifact in his hand and staggering slightly as he came back. He was panting heavily, his whole body drenched in sweat, struggling to drag the treasure artifact back with great difficulty. After everyone had a complete set of treasure artifacts in their hands, the sectmaster began to walk slowly in front, leading the way for the energetic youths. Yang Chen looked at his younger brother, seeing Jan Wu Kui having some difficulty, his face drenched in sweat, dragging the magic artifact. Yang Chen transmitted his voice to his younger brother, asking Xiao Cui, "Is it very heavy?"
Xiao Cui looked at his older brother, his heart blooming with joy. Although a bit tired, he still happily transmitted his voice. "Brother, it is the ancient divine weapon, Tu Long Club. I executed the heavenly demon contract method, so it has acknowledged me as its master. It is a spirit artifact, just that I don't know why it is in a deep slumber." Young Chen was a bit startled upon hearing his younger brother's message, jumping and looking over. A spirit artifact? Seeing his brother's doubt, Xiao Cui happily explained, "Brother, the Tu Long Club weighs 54,000 caddies. Before it acknowledged me as its master, I had to use true qi just to lift it." The entire group quickly followed the sectmaster and soon arrived at their destination. In front of them was a stone abundant in spiritual energy, emitting a few flashes of red light. This stone seemed quite large, with a few rays of sunlight shining down on that massive brown rock. The sectmaster stroked his beard, leisurely saying, "We have arrived at the sword washing pool. You all may go down. You can stay inside for 3 days." Everyone around heard the sectmaster's words and was collectively confused, searching their surroundings. "Huh? Where's the sword washing pool? How can there be a sword washing pool?" Yang Chen and Xiao Cui stood there, also taken by surprise. Yang Chen rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, could the sword washing pool the sectmaster mentioned actually be this stone? As if to prove his speculation, he lightly stepped onto the stone. Powerful waves surged out, creating a brilliant golden light. Yang Chen frowned, observing the phenomenon that just occurred, slightly astonished, his eyes widening. Powerful sources of spiritual energy surged out, as if wanting to sweep Yang Chen away. Yang Chen seemed to have realized something. "I understand now. This is a forbidden array." Inside, Yang Chen's entire body was enveloped in glowing red light. Yang Chen smiled. Truly not a bad place.
Yang Chen seemed to have remembered something. He pulled down the sword on his shoulder. Holding the longsword in his hand, he stabbed fiercely, thinking to himself that he could not forget the main business. The sword seemed to awaken its spiritual consciousness, shrouded in a crimson light. A mark appeared in the middle of the sword, brightly illuminating that corner of the sky. Yang Chen looked at the Dharma artifact in astonishment. "This is—" Then from the rock, Yang Chen jumped down and quickly left, while among the exhausted fellow disciples, some had already collapsed. 3 days later, everyone was exhausted, their spiritual energy seemingly drained. The senior brother finally arrived and said, "Junior brothers, I will take you down the mountain." Everyone present seemed to collapse. Some held their heads looking at the sky. Some looked ready to drop to their knees. Only Xiao Cui stood tall and straight, poised among the crowd. Seeing that everyone was a bit dispirited, the senior brother spoke up. "Junior brothers, do not be discouraged. Actually, to have a sword artifact undergo spirit awakening in the sword washing pool requires serendipity. Successfully achieving spirit awakening upon entering the sword washing pool for the first time is something almost unprecedented since ancient times. The sword washing pool can absorb the essence of heaven and earth on its own and activates once every half a year. You all still have chances." Xiao Cui, happily holding the treasure artifact in his hands, quickened his pace to follow his older brother. Yang Chen looked over at Jan Wu Kui and said, "Xiao Cui, absolutely do not reveal the secret that the Tu Long cudgel is a spirit artifact. This thing is too heavy. A normal spatial ring cannot store it. Later, I will find you a high-grade spatial ring, which will definitely be able to store it." The obedient little brother securely held the spatial ring in his hand, flashing a bright smile as he said to Yang Chen, "I know, bro. Rest assured, no one can snatch it away." At Huangtan Peak at this moment, the senior brother who had been leading the way suddenly turned around to look at the two of them, prompting Yang Chen to look up with some attention. He waited for Yang Chen to approach, then handed the item in his hand to him and said, "Yang Chen, these are your cultivation resources." Yang Chen, slightly surprised, held the item in his hand and thought to himself, "This is too great.
giving me a mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring for free. Inside, there are also 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 soul pills to recover divine sense, a pass token for the 3rd floor of the Sword Sect Scripture Pavilion, and a time card for cultivating in the 4 great heavy artifacts of the Sword Sect. After handing over the items, the senior brother turned to say goodbye to Yang Chen. "The items have been given to you. I will take my leave first." Yang Chen smiled and replied, "Take care, senior brother." Full of excitement, Yang Chen tossed the spatial ring up, thinking in his heart, "No wonder Yunzong Xiaoyuan risked his life in the arena like that. It turns out the cultivation allowance is so abundant." The two brothers, Yang Chen and Jian Wukuei, walked one after the other. Xiao Kui was extremely happy, tightly holding the magic artifact in his hand. Suddenly, Xiao Kui turned around and called out, "Bro, the sword sect is too generous. It's hard to imagine. So many cultivation resources, and it's only for my use for 1 year?" Xiao Kui held the spatial ring, carefully examining it. "Bro, what is this time card for cultivating in the 4 great heavy artifacts?" Yang Chen explained to his younger brother while blinking his eyes. "The time card is the certification to cultivate in the heavy artifacts. My time card gives 1 hour every day, and it can be accumulated. What about yours?" Xiao Kui, still not taking his eyes off the spatial ring, answered his brother's question. "Mine is half an hour." Xiao Kui looked at Yang Chen and spoke up. "Bro, the sword sect also has the 4 great cultivation heavy artifacts. I've only heard of the demonic sword platform. What are the other 3? Yang Chen began to explain to his younger brother. Xiao Kui, among the 4 great cultivation heavy artifacts of the sword sect, the demonic sword platform is for awakening, cultivating, and tempering sword intent. Next, in the Crimson Space, the place filled with azure green flame lake swords containing the terrifying fire attribute azure green true flame is a cultivation paradise for the fire attribute. If one can fuse a wisp of azure green true flame, their fire attribute true key will definitely undergo a transformation. Yunshang Valley can temper the martial heart and condense soul power.
At another place, towering mountains surrounded blazing red patches. As for the most mysterious Dazong secret realm, it was said to contain many divine ruins. As long as one had enough comprehension, they could not only comprehend formidable secret arts or martial arts from the divine ruins, but might even obtain innate purple chi. Xiao Kui seemed to realize that the only places he could go among the 4 great cultivation-heavy artifacts were Yunshang Valley and Dazong Secret Realm. Yang Chen said happily with full determination to his younger brother, "Xiao Kui, let's just stay at this Huangtong Peak for a month first, accumulate enough cultivation time, and then we will go together." Hearing this, Xiao Kui happily replied, "Okay." A month later, Yang Chen sat on the ground full of exhaustion, panting heavily, and thought to himself that after a month of bitter cultivation, the Earth Membrane True Chi was still only at the True Martial Realm 5th level. The further he went, the harder it was for the Earth Membrane True Chi to level up.
He looked over at Xiao Kui, who was concentrating on his cultivation, his entire body emitting flames. He recalled that a few days ago, Xiao Kui had officially advanced to the 1st level Martial Seed Realm, which was truly admirable. At this moment, the sparks gradually scattered and then disappeared. Jian Wukuei slowly opened his eyes, regaining his spirit after a month of cultivation. As soon as Jian Wukuei opened his eyes, he looked at his older brother sitting not far away and called out, "Brother, let's go. Our time cards should have accumulated quite a lot by now. We should go broaden our horizons with the 4 great heavy artifacts." Yang Chen then stood up and said, "Xiao Kui, let's go to the demonic sword platform first. Even the Sword Sect's triennial core disciple selection ceremony is named after the demonic sword platform. Aren't you curious?" Jian Wukuei seemed reluctant and didn't really like it. He lowered his brows, looked at his older brother, and said, "Brother, just hearing demonic sword platform makes it obvious that it's related to sword cultivators. Can I not go?" Yang Chen looked at his younger brother and casually left him with a sentence, "Hearing is false, seeing is believing." After saying that, he quickly walked ahead, leaving Jian Wukuei behind. "Let's go." Not long after leaving, Xiao Kui, holding Xiao He in his arms, suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I think there's something not quite right with Xiao He." Hearing this, Yang Chen looked over and asked doubtfully, "Not right?" Jian Wukuei carefully observed Xiao He and then voiced his thoughts. "Brother, I can feel that there is an incredibly huge power hidden inside Xiao He's body." Hearing Xiao Kui say this, Yang Chen doubtfully stroked his chin and observed, which made Xiao He uncomfortable and bare its fangs. After observing, Yang Chen let out an "Oh!" He thought to himself, could it be that a formidable bloodline power exists within Xiao He's body, and it was truly sealed by the true martial sword emperor? Then he said to Wu Kui, "I will study it carefully after we go back. Perhaps there really is a special bloodline power sealed within its body." Finally, they, along with Xiao He, arrived at the place. Xiao Kui looked somewhat helplessly at the path ahead. The endless flights of stairs could truly temper a person's will. The two brothers stood in silence, looking at this path without saying a word.
Xiao Kui looked up, opening his mouth to say that any core disciple of the Sword Sect, once stepping onto the first stone step, would begin to consume their cultivation time on the time card. A drop of sweat rolled down Xiaokui's cheek as he continued saying that he heard if one could pass 1,000 stone steps and reach the top, a miraculous event would happen. However, since ancient times there had been countless outstanding figures in the Eastern Emperor sword sect, but no one had ever been able to climb to the peak. A towering stone tablet appeared before their eyes. The names of the outstanding talents in the Eastern Emperor sword sect were sequentially inscribed on it. Sword ranking first place, Donghuang Jie, 891 steps. Sword ranking second place, Donghuang Baijian, 891 steps. Sword ranking third place, Donghuang Zun, 819 steps. Yang Chen quietly observed and then said that on the sword ranking, the 100 recorded names were all disciples of the Donghuang clan. Moreover, he did not find the name of the current sect master, Donghuang Haozhang. Yang Chen then looked over at the sect disciples who were slowly advancing up each step. Some people fell to their knees not long after they started walking, one following another, while a few still tried to endure through the difficulty and exhaustion. Jianwu Kui, full of excitement and passion, quickly walked over and shouted, "Brother, let's go up and try." As soon as Jianwu Kui set foot on the first step, his face was covered in sweat, his brows furrowed, and he surprisingly let out a, "Huh?" Yang Chen saw his little brother struggling to step up. Not understanding what was going on, he approached and asked Xiaokui, "What's wrong?" Then he also stepped onto the first stone step, and the moment he put his foot down, a powerful force radiated out, shining with a brilliant light. Yang Chen looked at the recent phenomenon in full surprise, briefly astonished, as he thought to himself, "This power, it is not the gravitational pull of the great earth membrane intent, nor is it normal weight." He had a bit of doubt as he made the judgment. Earth attribute power.
Yang Chen quickly sat down, focusing his spiritual energy to absorb the spiritual energy, his entire body emitting a fiery red glow. The people in front saw Yang Chen sitting and cultivating and began to discuss. "Isn't that Yang Chen? Why is he cultivating on the first step?" Someone followed up. "He's not an idiot, is he?" Another person said, "Is that kid really the new top ranker of the true martial realm? Wasting time cultivating on the first stone step? Is he stupid?" Another person looked at Yang Chen in annoyance and said, "What a bastard! Even if the time on his card is enough, he can't just waste it like that, right?" A silver-haired youth holding a staff in his arms was startled by the strong wind behind him, making him jump in fright. He broke out in a cold sweat, panting as he looked at the person behind him. "What are you doing, old bro?" The main character walking behind him had lightning and blazing fire beneath his feet. While the youth was tired like a dog, he remained completely calm and unaffected. The main character carefully sensed the energy all around him. What kind of energy was this exactly? With this kind of skill, which was originally just the earth membrane true chi of the true martial realm 5th level, unexpectedly it had grown significantly stronger. The main character sat cross-legged on the spot, his arms spread wide to sense the energy of heaven and earth. It seemed he had to take this opportunity to increase the power of the earth membrane true chi. But shortly after he sat down, the fire under his feet gradually extinguished.
The male lead looked at his two hands in surprise and thought, "Is it over? Am I restricted again?" The male lead placed one foot on the ground, immediately creating a terrifying surge of energy. Beneath his foot, a large flame and a strong gale were formed. He happily placed one hand on the ground as the gale and flames erupted. "Ha-ha," he thought excitedly. Having fully absorbed the second step, the earth membrane true chi has already increased to the peak of the true martial realm 5th level. This is great. The male lead hopped lightly from the second step to the 5th step. He thought with satisfaction. Originally, upgrading the earth membrane true chi was extremely difficult, but because I devoured and merged the mysterious energy from the stone steps, it has already advanced to the 8th level true martial realm. The male lead took another step. The spiritual energy became even more abundant. The 10th step now. The devouring of the power in the stone steps has increased even more. But seeing the path he still had to travel next, the male lead was scared out of his wits. "Huh? What is that?" Looking up at the stairway with thousands of steps, this place reaches a height of hundreds of zong, with thousands of massive stone steps. Because it contains various rules of earth attribute power, plus some residual characteristics of a spirit treasure, it truly can make postnatal martial artists temper their bodies, awaken their martial intent, and condense their martial intent. The male lead could only helplessly hold his face. "So that's how it is. This is a fragment of a spirit treasure." That young man, sweating profusely, hesitantly called out, The male lead thought as he stepped up. It's hard to believe that just a fragment of a spirit treasure possesses such might. The Tu Long Club in Xiaokui's hands is a complete spirit artifact. If its artifact spirit awakens, heaven knows how formidable it will be. The male lead sighed softly. "If it is indeed a spirit artifact, I still shouldn't absorb all of it. I should absorb a little less energy from each stone step." The male lead's foot stepped onto the 97th step. He walked over as if he didn't see the red-haired person, who was wearing clothes a size larger than his body and sweating like rain, and said, "Senior brother Xiaoyuan, seeing that you are about to climb to the 98th step, the difficulty has increased greatly." The person the male lead called Senior Brother Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing him. Yang Chen, if you have the ability, climb it yourself. The male lead chuckled, while the red-haired person's face darkened with contempt. Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, I can bring you up, but I've been a little short on money lately. How much are you willing to pay? The male lead twitched the corner of his eyes and smiled. I don't believe you are not tempted. In the true martial realm, the closer you get to the 100th step, the more benefits you can get. The red-haired person said with contempt. You're short on money? The male lead happily replied, Then I won't bother with you anymore. Meanwhile, the other person looked up at the sky helplessly. Just as the male lead was about to leave, the other person couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. Wait, can you really help me climb up to the 98th step? He curled his lips into an evil smile. It seems Yang Chen doesn't know that the demonic sword platform forbids helping other disciples climb the stone steps. If Yang Chen really has the ability to carry me or bring me up to the 98th step, I will just spend a few extra spirit stones, and Yang Chen will also be in trouble. If things go wrong, this brat will die. He asked maliciously, Yang Chen, are you telling the truth or lying? The male lead curled his lips and said, Of course it's true. He wagged his finger slightly. Besides, it's not expensive. I only charge 100 spirit stones. He angrily threw a money pouch over. Here. The male lead smoothly caught it.
He slightly weighed the money pouch and felt satisfied. The male lead glanced at him and said, What are you staring blankly for? Go up. Provoked to anger by the male lead, he pointed his finger at his face and yelled, Yang Chen, you dare to play me? The male lead said disdainfully, No, Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, go up. Rest assured, if you can't get up, I will pay you 100 spirit stones. He took a step forward in annoyance. You? Unexpectedly, he gently took a step up without being blocked. This astonished him. Seeing that he could go up, he said in surprise, I really managed to get up. The male lead smirked, looking at him, staring back with an open mouth in shock. The red-haired man seemed to doubt his own life. Yang Chen, what secret art that you have? You can actually affect the gravitational force of the stone steps? Seeing his shock, the male lead gave a sly smile. The male lead smiled with ill intentions and said, Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, your martial arts talent is truly extraordinary to be able to climb up to the 98th step. He angrily crossed his arms, turned his face away, and coldly snorted. The male lead closed his eyes and calmly said, Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, as far as I know, it seems no one at the true martial realm in the sect has ever climbed to the 98th step. I did some calculating, and you are truly a rare genius. The male lead looked at him happily and said, Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, if you can successfully climb to the 99th tier at the true martial realm, you will certainly make a name for yourself and be revered by later generations. He stood there, his whole body trembling. Meanwhile, the male lead stood behind him like a devil, enticing the deeply conflicted red-haired man. Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, I can help you climb to the 99th step. He gasped in amazement. Really? The male lead curled his lips, laughing wickedly. Hee ha ha. Senior Brother Xiaoyuan, I come from a poor land. Unlike people born into great families like you guys, I am very poor. The red-haired man did not want to listen to the male lead's babbling anymore. How much? Tell me. The male lead chuckled. Heh. Senior Brother, how much can you give?
He hesitantly offered a price. How about 300? The male lead smiled sinisterly and brightly, making the red-haired man break out in a cold sweat. What are you joking about? I wasted so much saliva, it can't possibly be just 300. The red-haired man said dejectedly, Yang Chen, 300 is already not a small amount. I am also poor. The male lead acted as if he was also helpless. Ha, then let's drop it. These words made him completely scared. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and put on an act. 500, Yang Chen, 500. It can't be any more than that. The male lead didn't bother listening to him anymore, sat down cross-legged, and immediately calmed his mind, leaving him speechless and unable to say anything else. He went mad with anger. You! He gritted his teeth and thought, if I can climb to the 99th step, then the prototype martial intent awakened 2 months ago at the Dogong Tower can definitely improve by a margin. He spoke loudly to the male lead meditating in front of him. Yang Chen, 1,000 spirit stones. This is my entire fortune. The male lead curled his lips, smiled with narrowed eyes, and looked at him. Senior Brother, do you think I'm stupid? Is your fortune only 1,000 spirit stones? That man was choked by the male lead's exposure, speechless as if he didn't know what to say. His face darkened, and he shouted at the male lead. 1,000, Yang Chen, 1,000 at most. If you don't agree, then forget it. The male lead half opened one eye, looked at him and said, Senior Brother, no bargaining. 2,000 spirit stones. He went mad with anger. Impossible. The male lead looked sly. I feel like it's still possible. Finally, the red-haired man had to grit his teeth and endure, saying in a low voice, "Yang Chen, 2,000 is too much. Can you give a little discount?" The male lead looked non-negotiable. No bargaining. In the end, that man had to resign himself to handing a large bag to the male lead. "Yang Chen, if you dare to deceive me, then Mount Donghuang will absolutely have no place for you to stay." The male lead laughed, "Hee-hee-ha-ha. Ha-ha, it's fine." The man was speechless, seeing the male lead gleefully squeezing the money bag. He said loudly, "Yang Chen, hurry up and cast the secret art. The cultivation time at the demonic sword platform is very precious." The male lead glanced at him. "Senior brother Xiaoyan? All right." He was surprised. Just as he finished speaking, spiritual energy appeared under his feet, making him amazed. For every step he took, he was amazed. So miraculous. If I hadn't experienced it myself, even if beaten to death, I wouldn't believe this guy has this kind of ability. Even so, he was still panting heavily, while the male lead walked calmly as if it were nothing. Seeing the male lead so relaxed, he couldn't help but be full of doubts. When the male lead stepped onto the 100th tier, a layer of spiritual energy erupted and shot straight into the sky. The cultivator saw that anomaly and gasped in astonishment. What happened? Rumor has it that below the Purple Palace realm, any cultivator climbing the stairs of the demonic sword platform, once they reach the top, will trigger the phenomenon of the demonic sword platform. A guy wearing a torn cloak was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. What? Others were also endlessly amazed. Who is the pretty boy climbing to the 100th step, encountering a ghost? Who is that guy, yet he can climb to the highest step of the true martial realm? So badass. The younger generation is truly formidable. It seems he is a genius junior brother of this ceremony batch. A female cultivator held her face, infatuated and drooling. "Oh, so handsome. Sisters, don't fight with me. He is mine. As soon as I saw him, I knew he is my true love." The male lead sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy like a raging fire.
The male lead's entire body erupted with the blinding light of his whole body's spiritual energy. He felt an energy taking the shape of a majestic turtle. Seeing this, the male lead was instantly amazed. Earth attribute martial intent? He curled his lips and smiled in delight. Who would have thought? I am at the true martial realm, yet I have awakened the martial intent power belonging to a cultivator in the Tianhe realm. Moreover, there isn't just one type. The male lead looked at the crowd of cultivators standing dumbfounded on the lower steps and broke a sweat. It really was impossible to be a little humble even if he wanted to. That red-haired man was also the same as the people below. This young Chen, to actually reach the 100th step, he must have obtained tremendous benefits. How hateful. He angrily shouted, Yang Chen! The male lead only slightly turned his face and said, "Yeah?" He hurriedly said, "As long as you help me climb to the 100th step, I am willing to offer any price." The male lead said disdainfully, "Senior brother Xiaoyuan, today is not suitable." He repeated, "Not suitable?" The male lead said, "Senior brother Xiaoyuan, how about we leave it for another day? I feel that... His face darkened as he looked at the male lead. This kid, looking down on me for not having money. He said in annoyance, "Yang Chen, I have a pass to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. I can give it to you." The male lead crossed his arms and said calmly, "I already have the 3rd floor." He gritted his teeth and said, "Yang Chen, I still have an ancient treasure." The male lead asked curiously, "What ancient treasure?" The red-haired man summoned a red flag. The male lead felt a chill. What is this thing? The demonic dragon martial soul in my body actually reacted like this? It is absolutely not an ordinary object.
However, the male lead still showed a disdainful look. "Senior brother Xiaoyuan, what kind of toy is this? Is it really an ancient treasure? Prove it to me." He tightly gripped the flag in his hand, easily driven crazy by the male lead again. "Yang Chen, the shopkeeper of Dogway Pavilion, has appraised it. This small flag is an ancient treasure. Its material is unusually sturdy, invulnerable to water and fire, hard to destroy with swords or sabers. If it's not an ancient treasure, what is it?" The male lead shrugged in disbelief. "Is that so? It might just be a toy from the ancient times." The red-haired man shouted loudly, "Yang Chen, this flag of mine is the most precious thing. Whether you trade or not is up to you." The male lead sighed, acting like, "I don't want to believe it, but whatever you say, I have to believe it." Then said, "It's not impossible, but you have to add some items. A flag with an unknown function is not enough, really not enough." He gritted his teeth. "I only have 900 spirit stones left." The male lead shrugged. Aye, you are very poor. But whatever, I'll let you have a good deal this time. But senior brother Xiaoyuan, you have to remember, you owe me a favor, a big favor. You have to pay it back in the future." He gritted his teeth and handed over the magic artifact and a large bag of spirit stones to the male lead. "Take it." The male lead happily collected everything into his spatial storage. Then the male lead cheerfully patted his back heavily. "Senior brother, you can go up now." He nervously took a step forward. Seeing that he had stepped up, his eyes flashed brightly. "I reached the 100th step." He excitedly and happily spread his arms, looked up at the sky and shouted, "Come here, mysterious reward!" But seeing it quiet for a long time, he couldn't help but open one eye to peek. Strange. Why didn't anything happen? The others were equally shocked. A woman with shrimp paste-colored hair tilted her head and said, "What? Yunjong Shaoyuan has also climbed to the 100th level?" A dark-faced man said, "I dare to affirm the martial arts talent of this Yunjong Shaoyuan is even stronger than Yunjong Hu." A green-haired woman blushed, infatuated. This batch of junior brothers newly entering the mountain are all equally formidable, continuously climbing to the highest step. Hearing himself being praised, Yunjong Shaoyuan was so thrilled that his nose pointed to the sky. The benefits of the 100th step might be received later, so be it. The main character, having obtained what he wanted, happily skipped down. He gleefully smiled with smugness. "I must quickly find a place to study this flag."
At Huangtong Peak, a tall mountain with a distinct azure-green color, Yang Chen stood right at the cave entrance, spreading his hands to form a posture. He summoned the flag obtained from Yunjong Shaoyuan. Its name was the Hidden Comprehending Scripture. Yang Chen thought suspiciously, strange, my divine sense is completely blocked. He doubtfully waved the flag back and forth. What the hell, why is there no reaction? He summoned his own spiritual energy. How about trying the demonic dragon martial soul? Surprisingly, the flag in his hand shook frantically. The flag was sucked into the center of the vortex by the spiritual energy storm above Yang Chen's head, right in front of Yang Chen's astonished face. He looked up, watching it get sucked in with terror. What? Then that spiritual energy entered Yang Chen's body again. He panicked, grabbing his stomach in confusion. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, where did it go? It wasn't actually eaten, was it? He helplessly waved his hand, giving up. Sigh. It might have been eaten as a snack by the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. The silver-haired man, Xiao Chui, saw Yang Chen and his eyes lit up like stars. "Ah, brother, you've become a famous person. Many senior brothers and sisters at the demonic sword platform are talking about you. Among them are some whose cultivation has already reached the Tianhe realm." Yang Chen sighed softly, making the other man confused. People fear fame, pigs fear getting fat. Yang Chen explained, "Xiao Chui, it would be good if you didn't enter the martial seed realm. The limit at the demonic sword platform is at the 100th step. Once a true martial realm level steps onto the 100th step, they will gain tremendous benefits." Xiao Chui asked back, "What benefits?" Yang Chen confidently crossed his arms and said, "I awakened the solid rock martial intent at the 100th step." Xiao Chui was endlessly surprised. "Huh? Brother, isn't the solid rock martial intent an earth attribute? Furthermore, didn't they say the demonic sword platform can only awaken and cultivate sword intent?" Yang Chen calmly said, "The demonic sword platform can awaken any martial intent. It's just that on the highest steps, the probability of awakening a martial intent is much higher. That's right, I accidentally unlocked the earth attribute earlier. Sigh, an all-attribute heavenly Dao master is really troublesome. Leveling up is very annoying."
Seeing the male lead act so arrogantly, Xiaokui felt helpless. He was also very distressed. He wanted to have more attribute elements too. The male lead thought, "That's right. Speaking of cultivation, among my 4 types of true qi, the purple nether true qi, heavenly lightning true qi, and earth membrane true qi have all reached the peak of the 9th level true martial realm. Only the true solar qi is still at the 8th level true martial realm." The male lead put his hands on his hips and sighed. He had to quickly think of a way. The male lead tilted his head and asked Xiaokui, "Among the sword sect's 4 great cultivation-heavy artifacts, there is a place called Xingbi Pool, right?" Xiaokui replied, "That's right. It's a holy land for cultivating fire attribute true qi." The male lead's eyes shone like stars as he happily said, "That's the place. Xiaokui, come with me." This startled Xiaokui, making him stare at the male lead with wide eyes. At Xingbi Pool, the lake was surrounded by red dirt mountains. The male lead and Xiaokui were sweating profusely as they walked. It was too hot. Xiaokui glanced and said, "Brother, this hot air is poisonous. Be careful to protect yourself." The male lead replied, The male lead deployed his spiritual energy to protect his entire body, slightly bending his knees to execute light footwork. "Xiaokui, I'm afraid Xingbi Pool has something unusual. Be careful." Xiaokui replied from the ground, "Yes." The male lead flew over the surface of the lake, where bright red poisonous fire streams appeared on the water. The male lead landed on a stone pillar protruding right in the middle of the lake. He quickly covered his face. The bright red poisonous fire enveloped the male lead like a wave. The male lead quickly regulated the true scripture, heaven-comprehending scripture, to absorb the surrounding poisonous fire. The specks of spiritual energy on the lake were all absorbed by the male lead. The cultivators were horrified when they saw the spiritual energy being absorbed by the male lead. Who is that kid? Is he courting death? He must be from this new batch of disciples, not knowing the terrifying nature of the toxins at Xingbi Pool yet. He's going to suffer now. Ha, one idiot, daring to come to Xingbi Pool at the true martial realm and absorbing the poisonous fire so unscrupulously. Does he think he's lived too long? Xiaokui also landed on another rock. The fire poison quickly surrounded him. Immediately someone mocked him. "Haha, did I see wrong? Senior brother Chi, that guy's of the dark attribute. Why did he come here?" A man with a top knot on his head said, "Weird, that kid's brain must be broken. Coming here specifically for bitter cultivation, specifically coming to endure the toxicity of the azure green pool, right?" An orange-haired female cultivator crossed her arms and sighed. "Only of the first-level martial seed realm, probably a new disciple from this batch." Xiao Chui also began to absorb the fire poison into his dantian. He thought the Tyrant Emperor Heavenly Demon secret art could actually transform the azure green fire poison, transforming the terrifying fire poison into a type of killing fire, condensing his Heavenly Demon Tyrant physique. The male lead noticed the person next to him. What is going on with Xiao Chui's body?
The male lead chuckled. Looking at Xiao Chui's expression, he probably also obtained a huge benefit. Better not care about him anymore and get busy with my own business first. The Dantian of the male lead materialized an earth-colored dragon coiling within the fire energy. It opened its mouth and sucked all the fire poison into its belly. Right at its mouth, a flag that was previously absorbed appeared, sucking up all the surrounding fire poison at an unimaginable speed. The poisonous fire was like being drawn by a vacuum, plunging into the male lead like a tornado.
All the poisonous fire was completely absorbed by that flag. The male lead felt the changes in his body and thought, so this small flag had actually been devoured by the primordial demonic dragon Martial Soul. Looking at this situation, this flag seemed to have been recognized by the primordial demonic dragon Martial Soul, having some sort of dependent connection. The image of the dragon was still absorbing the poisonous fire. Could this flag absorb the azure-green poisonous flame, and by letting it fuse with enough azure-green flame, reveal its inner appearance? The male lead smirked. If handled well, the mysterious flag might truly be an ancient treasure artifact, perhaps even a spirit artifact. It's hard to say. The other cultivators turned pale with fear upon seeing this. Was that guy crazy? Behind those cultivators, a woman in green clothes approached. She was Hua Chu Jiao. Behind her were two large muscular men. The people around recognized her and panicked, stepping aside to both sides. It's Hua Chu Jiao. It's Hua Chu Jiao. The orange-haired woman's eyes turned into sparkling heart shapes. Junior sister Chu Jiao, she is just too beautiful. The male lead who was cultivating up there couldn't resist squinting his eyes to look. So beautiful. The big guys behind Hua Chu Jiao pushed away the crazy men in all four directions. Step aside, step aside. As for Hua Chu Jiao, she only looked upwards. The male lead saw those guys being so arrogant while Hua Chu Jiao remained calm as if she didn't care and sighed. But she's also too arrogant.
Zuo Yao stood right by the lake, making a slightly doubtful sound. The man standing to Zuo Yao's right poked his head out and asked, "Junior sister, what is it?" Zuo Yao pointed at the two male leads and said, "Senior brother, look over there. These two junior brothers are truly quite interesting." The man looked up at the two bodies frantically absorbing poisonous fire into themselves. Oh, he thought in terror and confusion. One is only at the first level martial seed realm with a dark attribute. Why is he cultivating here? The other junior brother has just broken through to the true martial realm. Where did he get the guts to go up to the cultivation stone platform of the Azure Green Flame Lake? Does he not want his life anymore? Seeing the male lead absorbing the poisonous fire, he realized in shock. So it's him. That man glanced disdainfully and said to Zuo Yao, "Cho Yao, there is still a few months left until the sword refining ceremony. That new junior brother just went up the mountain and is still only at the true martial realm." Zuo Yao didn't say anything but just smiled. Zuo Yao said loudly, "May I ask for this junior brother's honorable name?" A man named Yun Jong-hu spoke up. "Senior Sisters Woe, this person is the top scorer of the true martial realm in this sword refining ceremony. His name is Yang Chen, from an unknown little piece of land." Zuo Yao said disdainfully, "Oh, so he's the one who snatched your first place. Now he's still only at the true martial realm cultivation base, yet he has already made a name for our Donghong." Hearing those sarcastic words, Yun Jong-hu was driven mad with anger but couldn't say anything. He said in a weird, sarcastic tone, "Senior Sisters Woe, that brat is arrogant and boastful. Previously he even caused the Dagong Tower to boil over, and many families in our Donghong city were scammed out of quite a few spirit stones by him."
Xie Chu Yao laughed loudly. "Ha ha, this is truly very interesting." After speaking, she used her light footwork and flew up. The male lead was startled when he saw her flying right in front of him. She said, "Young Chen, right? Next month at the Seven Plums Peak gathering, you should come for a visit." After saying that, she flew away swiftly without saying another word. The male lead was left speechless by Xie Chi Yao's words, having nothing to say. Humph. Those cultivators were extremely horrified when they saw Xie Chi Yao fly away. Ah! The orange-haired female cultivator seemed unable to believe her ears. Impossible! Senior Sister Xie actually invited that brat to participate in the Seven Plums Peak. Meanwhile, the man with a top knot on his head was full of jealousy towards the male lead. He must have seen a ghost. He is only at the true martial realm. What talent and virtue does he have to step foot into the Seven Plums Peak? The male lead's head was full of ellipses. Are they sick? On Xiao Kei's side, he was still meditating and absorbing the poisonous fire, his clothes and long hair. Xiao Kei was bursting with excitement. My heavenly demon tyrant physique has actually broken through to the 3rd level. Xiao Kei jumped to where the male lead was sitting in cultivation and excitedly shouted, "Ah!" Inside the male lead's dantian, the dragon, along with that flag, were still frantically absorbing the poisonous fire. The male lead, who was sweating profusely while cultivating, seemed to feel something. Humph! There was something inside this small flag. South Brilliance Yang Extreme, Li Fire Origin 1, 10,000 evils divided. The male lead recognized in horror. This is actually one of the 10 great origin fires. The male lead withdrew his true chi, resting his hands on his thighs while thinking. But this origin fire has a spirit and is extremely mysterious. How could it let an ordinary creature control it? Racking his brains without an answer, the male lead gave up and stood up helplessly, shaking his head in frustration. "Sigh, let's go."
leaving Xiaokei's head full of question marks.
Xiaokui asked softly, "Brother, could it be that Senior Sister Zuo is making things difficult for you?" The male lead tilted his head and asked back, "Senior Sister Zuo?" The male lead let out a calm sigh. "Xiaokui, do you think your brother looks like the kind of person who gets troubled over a woman?" Xiaokui glanced at the male lead in frustration. He said, "Brother, that Senior Sister Zuo looks very beautiful. She is also young, has high cultivation, and her talent is not bad at all." The male lead waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaokui, even if she is more beautiful and more of a genius, it has nothing to do with us." Xiaokui reminded the male lead, "Brother, but I'm not the only one who heard that Senior Sister Zuo invited you to her Qmite Peak. She is 80% likely to be interested in you." He frowned and sighed. "Brother, if you really succeed, I will help you hide it from sister-in-law Lingxi, but maybe we won't be able to hide it for long." Hearing Xiaokui's helpless words, the male leaf flared up and scolded him. "Hide your head." Xiaokui was startled by his shout and jumped. Being scolded, Xiaokui didn't dare to speak, only muttering, "Yeah." Meanwhile, the male lead just glared at him and snorted loudly, "Humph." At the Eastern Land royal capital, a majestic and brilliant city, many cultivators were floating in the sky. Suddenly, a massive eagle flew over, carrying a huge, strong wind. A middle-aged cultivator, whose identity was the Eastern Land king, Yi Wufeng, seemed to realize something. This is the Purple Palace realm.
A few figures loomed on the back of the giant eagle. The most prominent was a pink-haired woman standing at the front, her hands clasped majestically. Then she and two male cultivators jumped down. The cultivators hovering in the sky also descended. A young man with light blonde hair exclaimed in disbelief, "Yinhua, is that you? Is it really you?" The old and slightly plump cultivator behind Yinhua shouted angrily, "Shut up! A poor and lowly brat like you, what right do you have to call our young lady's name directly?" Yinhua hurriedly advised him, "Uncle Ling, don't be angry. He is my friend, Yi Tianxi." His face darkened as he sighed. "Oh, you are Yi Tianxi? With just this cultivation base of yours, although you can't be considered trash, you can't be called a genius either." The old man asked Yinhua doubtfully, "Young lady, is this the genius you mentioned? Did we waste our effort crossing tens of thousands of miles just to—" Yinhua explained, "Uncle Ling, you definitely wouldn't expect this. Although Tianxi only has the cultivation of the 9th level of the Tianhe realm, his Dantian is already close to 70% purple transformed. He will definitely be able to achieve the Purple Palace in the Tianhe realm." The old man seemed shocked by her words. 70% purple transformed? Eastern Land King Yi Wufeng hurriedly stepped forward a bit and said, "Lords," he cunningly thought, "Little 13 must have met the other party while gaining experience in the Dongchan secret realm, and it seems their relationship is quite close. If we can use this to establish a connection, then we will be rich. They might even be a major faction somewhere in Dongchan." Yinhua's Uncle Ling stepped forward and said, "Little guy, this is the command token of the 9th sect master of the Taihei sect, sincerely inviting you to join our Taihei sect." Eastern Land King Yi Wufeng glanced at Yi Tianxi and urged, 13, quickly agree." Yi Tianxi cocked his hands behind his back and sighed, "Yinhua, I didn't expect you to have such a great background. What moves me the most is that you actually came to visit me. You definitely didn't expect our Eastern Land to be this poor, right?"
In the cultivation secret chamber, the male lead sat cross-legged in the cultivation cave, guiding true qi into his dantian. That gluttonous black dragon was still using its two front limbs to crazily grab the poisonous fire and stuff it into his mouth. Because of guiding the true qi into his body, the male lead was sweating profusely all over, as if taking a bath. This non-Li origin fire had an extremely high destructive power. Even the primordial demonic dragon martial soul might not necessarily be able to withstand it. The male lead dejectedly tilted his head to the side. Never mind, the matter of the non-Li origin fire was not something he can resolve right now. But a moment later, the male lead's vitality flared up again, and he tightly clenched his fists. All four great true qis had reached the limit of the 9th level true martial realm. It was time to advance to the martial seed realm. The male lead sat up straight and continued to regulate the true qi of the poisonous fire, while the black dragon seemed to coil within the true qi. The four true qis of fire, dark, lightning, and earth converged in his dantian. Purple nether true qi, true solar qi, earth membrane true qi, and heavenly lightning true qi. The four qis seemed to blend together in the male lead's dantian, merging into the martial seed. Condensing into reality, dragon qi surged in his dantian, followed by an abundance of true qi as power ran along the male lead's meridians. The male lead looked at the dragon body flying within his dantian and was stunned. He had succeeded. The male lead then looked in horror as the poisonous fire in his hand seemed to explode. The poisonous fire in the male lead's hand seemed to explode, and he opened his mouth in fear. The poisonous fire shot straight into the center of the male lead's forehead. The male lead watched in astonishment as the poisonous fire entered his forehead. He closed his eyes to feel the dragon qi and the poisonous fire surging in his head. The martial seed in his sea of consciousness, although he could feel it, could not be controlled.
The male lead stood up, resting his hands on his hips and sighing. "I have never heard of this matter before. I'll ask the seniors about it when the time comes." Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, the male lead was startled upon seeing a woman's figure. A woman as beautiful as a flower, with a green bow pinned in her hair, her small lips happily curling up. The male lead recognized the newcomer. His eyes turned into heart shapes, and his lips puckered up as he dashed over madly. Ling Shi! A petite young woman ground her teeth, her hands clenched into fists as she tried to suppress her anger to avoid going crazy and lunging forward to bite the male lead. The male lead, as if just realizing there were two other people present, awkwardly scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Aha, everyone is here? The male lead scratched his head and said, What happened? Xiao Kuei covered his mouth and whispered to the male lead, At the azure green flame lake. Hearing Xiao Kuei's reminder, the male lead crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, trying to rummage through his memory. Azure green flame lake.
Ling Shi's face darkened, a strong smell of sour vinegar overflowing as she mocked the male lead. The 7 plums have just bloomed, their fragrance spreading over a whole region. Those who don't know might even think it's the scent of plum blossoms. The male lead felt as if lightning had struck his ears, his mouth wide open in shock. The male lead immediately ran over like a puppy to flatter her. Ling Shi, it seems your mood isn't bad. You even recited such a good poem. I smell a scent of wanting to find a mate around here. How about we pick a night? Ling Shi's face darkened and she said angrily, Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? The male lead ambiguously avoided her gaze and said, I don't understand. What does this poem mean? The petite young woman explained to him, This poem was said by senior sisters Zuo Qijiao. Every year Zuo Qijiao invites a number of top handsome geniuses of Mount Donghuang to hold a tea party and discuss the martial Dao at her 7 Plums Peak, but in reality she is choosing a Dao companion. Then she fiercely put her hands on her hips and said sternly, I don't believe you don't know. The tall young woman standing behind her also chimed in, Everyone knows. The male lead hastily denied it entirely. How could I know? That petite young woman smiled angrily with a darkened face and said, Still so good at talking nonsense, young Chen? Could it be that you are truly moved by senior sister Zuo? The male lead hurriedly defended himself. Absolutely impossible. Ling Shi, heaven and earth be my witness. Before this, I have absolutely never met nor heard of whatever trash senior sister Zuo is. I also don't know where that old woman gets her sense of superiority, acting like she's giving an order, instructing me to participate in some 7 Plums Peak gathering. It's truly ridiculous. Hearing the male lead's explanation, Ling Shi was satisfied, and her face became bright and happy. Seeing that she was no longer angry, the male lead hurriedly said, Ling Shi, I have also advanced to the martial seed realm. Now that the few of us have gathered, how about we each manifest our martial seeds and exchange pointers for a bit? The petite young woman excitedly jumped up. All right. At the martial arena, the male lead's group strolled over. The male lead smiled and said to the orange-haired young woman, Sister Hand, your talent isn't bad. Let us broaden our horizons and see you condense your martial seed. The person the male lead called Sister Hand channeled her spiritual energy and her eyes closed. Then they suddenly opened wide.
Boom! Her spiritual energy condensed into a large flower bud above her head. Open! Then the bud bloomed into a massive flower. The male lead second surprise. Whether in the Eastern Land or the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, for normal cultivators in the martial seed realm, their martial seed battle diagrams are mostly at the lowest yellow tier. However, among noble aristocratic families with martial Dao inheritances, rare profound tier battle skills or cultivation techniques are not uncommon. If they use those as a foundation to condense their martial seed, the martial seed battle diagrams of those cultivators will have significant potential, known as profound tier martial seeds. Xiao Kuei sighed with emotion. Jing Han, is this a profound tier martial seed? Jing Han supported the flower in her hand and said, This is my Fire Lotus martial seed battle diagram. Its shape takes the appearance of my own Nether Lotus martial soul. The foundation is still the Kun Fire Art battle skill I recently obtained from the Sword Sect Scripture Pavilion. Its grade is mid-grade profound tier.
The male lead and the others clapped in praise. Sister Han, your Fire Lotus martial seed is not bad. Even among profound tier martial seeds, it is of high grade. From this we can see your future martial Dao path is very promising. The petite girl looked up at the sky and said arrogantly, Do you even need to say that? Sister Han choosing her martial skill at the Scripture Pavilion was also based on my suggestion. The male lead grinned at her. Linger, seeing you look so confident, it seems your martial seed isn't bad either. Right, our Xiao Kuei is also not bad. How about you two compare? Anyway, for the two of you, winning or losing doesn't matter. She confidently said, Compare then. The male lead smiled sinisterly. Linger, since it is a bet, we must have a little wager. The amount isn't important. What do you think? Linger confidently spoke up. If we want to bet, the two of us will bet. Bet on what? The male lead, seeing her fall into the trap, smiled sinisterly. He said, Linger, based on our relationship, a big bet hurts our feelings. A small bet is just for fun. Let's not bet on those ordinary things. Let's bet on something special. Linger asked doubtfully. What is called special? The male lead said sinisterly. Just bring a little punishment. For example, the two of us, if we lose, we will go to a crowded place. For example, under the demonic sword platform, and shout loudly that we are fools. Is that okay? Xiao Kui turned pale and said loudly, No! Linger frowned and said, Change to something else. The male lead giggled and said, How about this? If you lose, you give Xiao Kui a kiss. That would be fine, right? Xiao Kui's eyes lit up and said, This is fine. Linger blushed and shouted, What if you lose? The male lead said sinisterly, If I lose, among us, you can have me kiss anyone you want. Lingxi blushed on behalf of Linger, thinking that was a really good idea. Linger was choked up, her face turning black. She became angry out of embarrassment and shouted loudly, making the male lead jump. Even Xiao He, who was mentioned, was full of question marks. Fine, if I win, you give Xiao He a kiss. The male lead opened his mouth in shock. The male lead was left speechless by Linger's words, while Linger was amused to the point of tearing up.
Xiao He refused to accept it and angrily barked loudly. Linger said to Xiao Kui, You go first. Xiao Kui stood up straight, and the true qi beneath his feet rose up. Black true qi wept and azure spiritual energy billowed out. A massive and majestic entity appeared behind Xiao Kui. It had a pair of horns on its head, and its eyes gleamed with a murderous light. Linger opened her mouth wide in astonishment. The male lead happily looked at her shocked face and cheerfully said, Xiao Kui's martial seed is precisely the battle demon martial seed, a supreme martial seed forged from the dark origin. How about it? Are you convinced? Linger broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Are you two brothers both perverts? The male lead acted arrogant. There's probably no need to look at yours. Just fulfill the bet. Linger's face turned red as she slowly walked up to Xiao Kui, who was also standing there shyly waiting. Then she closed her eyes and took a risk, giving Xiao Kui a quick peck on the cheek.
After Lingxi finished kissing, she hurriedly ran away. Xiao Kui, having been kissed by a beauty, blushed happily and touched his face foolishly. The male lead said happily, Lingxi, it's your turn. Lingxi stepped out and unleashed her spiritual energy, and a thick layer of ice appeared under her feet. The ice layer quickly spread to the surroundings. Lingxi, freezing to the point of a runny nose, shouted loudly, All right, I'm freezing to death. You guys are all perverts. The male lead thought for a moment. Although the Liachi martial seed is in my sea of consciousness, it is fundamentally not controlled by me at all. Lingxi approached and whispered, Xiao Chenzi, where is your martial seed? The male lead opened his mouth wide in shock. You guys can't see my martial seed? The others frowned and tilted their heads in confusion. The male lead pointed his nose to the sky and said arrogantly, My martial seed is invisible, or perhaps outsiders cannot see it. The group looked as if they didn't believe him. Lingxi was doubtful. And invisible martial seed? She tilted her head, not understanding. I've never heard of a martial seed being able to turn invisible. Xiao Kui didn't believe it. Probably not. The male lead didn't dare to look into their eyes and stammered, It's just that your knowledge is shallow. Xiao Kui, however, thought differently. That's not right. A few months ago, I clearly saw the model of Brother's martial seed. Could it be that something went wrong? In the cultivation room, the male lead hurried back to cultivate, and then his face darkened as he thought, Even though I have broken through to the martial seed realm, I cannot manifest and grasp my own martial seed. Such a thing, I'm afraid no one would believe it if I said it. The male lead stared at his hand in a daze. Perhaps it is due to the Nanli origin sire in the Liachi martial seed. The Nanli origin fire in the Liachi martial seed. It's highly likely that it hasn't fully awakened or unlocked yet, and needs to devour and fuse with a massive amount of fire attribute energy. The male lead frowned. But if the Nanli origin fire in the Liachi martial seed really fuses with enough energy and completely unlocks, can I really withstand it? After thinking, he started to refine chi. Whatever, before finding a way to suppress the Nanli origin fire in the Liachi martial seed, I absolutely cannot let the Liachi martial seed absorb any energy. Late at night, with the full moon high above, outside the Tanhu continent, a pavilion was built on an island floating in the sky. On the uneven ground, there was a chair carved from stone that was extremely old, with many cracks. A terrifying black and red figure hovered in the air. He softly whispered, I can feel it, the aura of the Nanli fire seed. Dabe, make a trip to the Tiansu realm and bring the fire seed back here for me. A monk bowed, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Dabe will definitely bring the fire seed back for my lord. The sentient beings of Tiansu have suffered for a long time. They must be saved to demonstrate my lord's compassion. Suddenly, a dwarf appeared behind Dabe. He. He also bowed, his face sinister, and cupped his fists, saying, Master, Dabe always overthinks things and acts sluggishly. Leave this mission to me. It just so happens that I am familiar with the Tiansu realm, and it would be a good time to visit. Dabe, next to him, quickly interrupted. My lord is compassionate. If Da Zheng is allowed to go to the Tiansu realm, I am afraid a great war will break out, which will not benefit the master's grand plan. The dwarf laughed sinisterly. Master, in the current Tiansu realm, only Lu Ju Tian is a bit tough to deal with. My Jingshen divine art has already advanced to the 18th level, so it is a good time to go meet him. That terrifying figure said. Let Da Bei go. Da Jing, be a bit more patient. Currently, you are still not Lu Jutian's match. Although a measly Lu Jutian is nothing much, the Dao Phantom behind him is not easy to deal with.
The short guy, as if unwilling, frowned and replied, yes. The other figure said, Da Bei, regarding the non-Li fire seed, a few days ago I sensed its very faint aura, but right now I can't feel it anymore. This matter is a bit strange. We cannot be careless. Da Bei's face darkened. All living beings suffer. All are ignorant. The Tianshu realm is a sea of bitterness. Even if it dries up, this little monk must bring the non-Li fire seed back on this trip. That figure ordered, go. As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared instantly. He thought to himself with a bit of vexation, Da Bei's temperament and wisdom are all good. It's just that his killing intent is a bit too heavy. Going to the Tianshu realm this time, I hope he can be tempered a bit. Elsewhere, the male lead was standing with his hands on his hips, looking up at a tall tower. He sighed as he walked and thought, the martial seed cannot make any progress. I can only think of other ways to improve my strength. Let's go to the Dazong secret realm to take a look first. Just as he stepped into the door of the scripture pavilion, the male lead met a tall and sturdy male cultivator with short, fiery red hair. The male lead happily waved his hand to greet him. Senior brother Wangchai, what a coincidence. Seeing the male lead, he had a disdainful look on his face, then turned his head away. Your face looks really annoying. The male lead was provoked by him, reached out to point at him, and scolded. Your face isn't that beautiful either. Right, it looks a bit like a swollen-headed goose. Have you ever seen a swollen-headed goose? He was driven mad by the provocation, turned around abruptly and shouted, You're the one who looks like a swollen-headed goose. Your whole family looks like a swollen-headed goose. The male lead frowned and said, Senior brother Wangchai, it seems I haven't offended you, have I? But why are you treating me like this? Wangchai showed a look of hatred. I'm just irritated. A brat like you with that toad-like appearance. How could you be valued by senior sister's woe? Keep dreaming. He turned his back and entered the teleportation gate, leaving the male lead with a head full of question marks. The male lead crossed his arms and sighed. So this guy likes Zuo Qiyao? Is Zuo Qiyao that good, that even Donghuang Wangchai was conquered? Why do I feel she's not even as good as Lingxi? The male lead could only sigh and hand his token to the gatekeeper. It seems I definitely have to take a trip to that so-called Seven Plums Peak. I'll go and see what's so special about that Zuo Qiyao. The male lead stepped firmly into the teleportation portal. After entering, he felt a moment of panic. Immediately after, the male lead was teleported to a deep valley filled with white bones, some belonging to humans and others to monster beasts. The surrounding air was also filled with green gas. The male lead looked at those skulls in horror. The pressure exuded by these bones was immense. It seemed that the masters of these corpses possessed extremely powerful strength when they were alive. The male lead twitched the corners of his mouth. No wonder the Dazong secret realm was designated as the most core area of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Having so many skeletons of top experts was the prime condition for forming immortal purple chi. Wangchai saw the male lead and sneered disdainfully. Are you dumbfounded? It's my first time here too. Legend has it that this is the very foundation of our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Just entering here broadens our horizons. As for those great inheritances, they are truly extravagant hopes. The male lead's face darkened, laughing dryly as he thanked him for the reminder. Then the male lead walked straight away, ignoring Wangchai. While walking, the male lead discovered a skeleton, which turned out to be the skeletal remains of something resembling a giant spider. The male lead felt its coercive pressure, which made him turn pale with fear. He hurriedly unleashed the true solar chi. It seemed that although the skeletons in this Dazong secret realm contained limitless inheritances, obtaining them was very difficult. The male lead hurriedly sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton. He adjusted his spiritual energy. These bones contained a very terrifying power, and it also seemed to be of the fire attribute. A stream of blue-purple chi was absorbed into the male lead's spiritual energy loop. The male lead thought in astonishment, is there still so much innate purple chi? He looked around in all directions. There were still clusters of purple chi around. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered, if I absorb all the innate purple chi right now, I will definitely be discovered. I'd better wait for an opportunity. An hour later, the male lead sat cultivating, but still couldn't feel anything. Strange. This power had no reaction at all. The male lead gave up, stood up, and sighed. Forget it. Let's go inside and take a look first. While the male lead was walking along the path, he encountered a skeleton sitting in a corner. The skeleton was old and covered in dust, with some old fabric still clinging to the bones. This must be the skeleton of a human cultivator. The male lead felt the true chi from the skeleton and paused his steps slightly. The male lead was horrified. It's the immortal power of the fire attribute again. He looked at the empty scene without a single person and was astonished.
Why hasn't anyone come here to comprehend? But unexpectedly, far behind the male lead, Wang Chai was hiding behind a rock, staring fixedly at him. This idiot. Since ancient times, no disciple of the Sword Sect has been able to take away a single thread of innate purple chi at Shangshan Cliff, let alone obtain a powerful inheritance. I was wondering what he wanted to do. I didn't expect him to come here. The male lead was slowly stepping forward. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy shot out from the skeleton towards the male lead. The male lead's face turned pale. His spiritual energy had been impacted. His steps felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and he slowly and sluggishly stepped forward. The closer he got, the heavier the coercion became, causing his legs to bend slightly. Immediately after, the heaven comprehending scripture released spiritual energy, merging with the spiritual energy of the white skeleton in front of him.
Spiritual energy quickly shot out from the skeleton. It burrowed into the male lead's forehead. The surge of spiritual energy caused a muscular old man to appear in the male lead's mind. In his hand, he held a hammer resting on his shoulder. Opposite him were stone giants and other majestic fairies. The old man pointed his hammer at the fairies and shouted loudly, "Our self-reliant human race will resist. We are not things to be used to make medicine. We cannot be enslaved. For the sake of our future descendants, we are determined to fight with all our might. Even if we die, we have no regrets." A stream of tears flowed from the corners of the male lead's eyes, as if he could feel the old man's will, his blood boiling. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual energy shot straight into the male lead's forehead. The reason an obsession is called an obsession by everyone is that it would rather endure loneliness for many years, reluctantly waiting to find a successor. Junior, I hold the command token managing the Pure Chi Purifier Judgment, but in this battle of Autumn Mountain, we have failed. We lost hundreds of thousands of elites of the human race. They were buried here, and the Purifier Judgment has disappeared. The male lead supported his head with his hand. I remember talking to my grandfather many times, and he always mentioned prisons and shackles. It seems that our Yang family is indeed shouldering some great mission. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from the skeleton emitted even more. It burrowed into the male lead's body. Huh? What is this? It entered my body. The spiritual energy in the male lead's dantian was sucked in by the fiery red flag. The male lead excitedly watched the green spiritual energy enter his body. The leggy martial seed has a reaction.
The entire flag was enveloped by surging spiritual energy. The energies intertwined and were absorbed by the flag. The male lead laughed maniacally. I can control it now. I can control the lychee martial seed. The male lead spread his arms, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to merge with his true chi. The surging spiritual energy continuously rushed into his dantian. Half an hour later, the male lead was frightened pale. The skeleton of the sorcerer in front of him gradually dissipated into the air. The male lead broke out in a cold sweat. The remains are gone. I didn't do this. It entered there on its own accord. The male lead seemed to realize something, and he immediately entered a meditative state. Right, let's try the lychee martial seed. The flag summoned by the male lead grew longer, with spiritual energy surging endlessly. The male lead felt the boundless source of spiritual energy. Although he was sweating from exhaustion, a smile lingered on his lips. The feeling of this power is truly amazing. The male lead retracted the flag, and his spiritual energy gradually dispersed. He quickly stood up. The power is immensely strong, but it seems that if I am not careful, it will control my mind. I still need to use it with caution.
Somewhere, a city on an island floating in the sky suddenly shook violently. Streams of spiritual energy separated from the spirit body, scattering in clusters in the air. That black spirit body screamed in pain. No! His whole body trembled. The aura of the non-Li origin fire has disappeared? No, absolutely impossible. He immediately summoned the dwarf Da Jing. That guy quickly ran over. Even though the dwarf was trembling with fear, he still respectfully bowed his back. Great Master, Da Jing is at your service any time. That spirit body was madly angry. I have lost the vital aura of the non-Li origin fire. This is impossible. Go assist Da Bei a bit and quickly investigate to get the results. I want to know the reason. Da Jing smiled disdainfully and said, Master, this is impossible. The fire seed is something you spent a tremendous amount of thought and calculation over tens of thousands of years to lead into the Tianshu world to nurture. It has the Master's imprint on it. There is no way you could lose the connection. That spirit body furrowed its brow slightly and said, This seed also cannot understand it. For this kind of situation to appear, it cannot be outside of these three possibilities.
He looked up at the high sky and said, First, an expert with a cultivation base no lower than my own has broken the mark on my fire seed and refined it. This is absolutely impossible. Da Jing, sweating profusely under the oppressive aura, said, The fire seed naturally developed sentience and devoured enough origin energy to undo the seal and escape my control. But once the non-Li fire seed developed sentience and broke my seal, it definitely must have devoured enough origin energy to enter its growth stage. The spirit entity softly said, It needs even more energy to grow faster, and would immediately destroy the entire Tiansu world, which is currently still perfectly fine. This possibility is also ruled out.
He gritted his teeth in anger. So it seems there is only the third possibility, which is that the fire seed was obtained by some cultivator. Moreover, this cultivator has entered some kind of special secret realm in the Tiansu world, isolating my perception. The male lead sneezed loudly. Da Jing grimaced and said, Master, the Tiansu world is nothing but a small world. Could there possibly exist a secret realm that isolates your perception? The spirit entity shouted angrily, Do not underestimate the Tiansu world. This small world is not like other ordinary small worlds. Da Jing, the stalemate between me and the lower god Chen Chong will still drag on for some time. You enter the Tiansu world together with Da Bei and retrieve the fire seed for me. Da Jing flew off while replying, As you command. At Mount Donghong, a fiery red phoenix appeared in the sky, its entire body covered in flames. A group of people wearing golden armor was accompanied by an old man named Donggo Shiji. He and the group stepped into a luxurious great hall. In the hall, a short old man was currently sitting on a chair. He scratched his face. Strange. For many years, the relationship between the sword sect and the Eastern Land royal family has been nothing to write home about. Why would this Donggo Shiji, a heavily relied upon minister of the Eastern Land king Yi Wufang, come to pay a visit? The old man leading the group cupped his fists, bowed respectfully, and said, The Eastern Land Grand Preceptor, acting on the king's order, has come to pay respects to Sect Master Donghong.
Sect Master Deng Huang waved his hand and said, Everyone, make yourselves at home. Yi Wufeng sent you here. What do you have to say? The old man shyly did not dare to look at the old Sectmaster. He hesitantly said, Lord Sectmaster, my king heard that the Eastern Lands rebel, Yang Chen, ended up fleeing all the way into the sword sect. He specially sent me here to negotiate, hoping that Lord Sectmaster can release them back, or hand them over to me. The old Sectmaster was puzzled. Has Yi Wufeng gone mad? Where does he get the confidence to ask me for people? He frowned in anger. Since they have entered Mount Donghuang, they are all disciples of my sword sect, and no longer have any relationship with your Eastern Land. The leading old man turned pale upon hearing the Sectmaster say this. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Lord Sectmaster, could it be that just for a mere little brat, you would truly fall out with our Eastern Land king? The old Sectmaster snorted coldly. Does Yi Wufeng still really consider himself a big shot? The leading old man suffered a terrifying coercive pressure that made him fall to his knees. He cried out in terror. Lord Sectmaster, my king promises he is willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones in exchange for Yang Chen. The old Sectmaster had blue veins bulging all over his forehead. He propped his hand against his face, his eyes full of killing intent. Your name is Dongguo Shiji, right? He turned back to say to Yi Wufeng, Did he take the wrong medicine? That old man did not dare to speak loudly anymore, his whole body sweating. Lord Sectmaster, please appease your anger. Then he took out a letter and presented it. Lord Sectmaster, this is an invitation letter personally signed by King Wu. On the first day of the last month of the year, at the plaque unveiling ceremony of our Eastern Land Royal Mansion, we specially invite the Lord Sectmaster to attend the ceremony. The old Sectmaster took the letter and waved it. What is this Yi Wufeng trying to stir up? Don't your 108 commanderies of the Eastern Land already have a martial academy in each place? Now making another Eastern Land martial mansion? Do you have too much free time? All right, this Sectmaster will remember it. If I am free, I will make a trip. That old man hurriedly said, Lord Sectmaster, when the time comes, King Wu will respectfully await your grand arrival. At Huangtan Peak, he was sitting on the ground humming, while Xiao Cui noticed a person wearing yellow clothes slowly walking over. The person arriving was Dong Huangqi. Xiao Cui called out to the person sitting behind him, Brother, it's Dong Huangqi. He doubtfully turned his head and replied, Huh? He hurriedly stood up and bowed. May I ask what young Master Qi has come to Huangtan Peak for? Dong Huangqi smiled brightly and said, You are young Chen, right? I heard you are very strong. Oh right, previously the Eastern Land Grand Priester came to pay respects to my father, proposing to use 100,000 spirit stones in exchange for your life. He thought in fear, this 13th master has actually chased me all the way here. Xiao Cui hurriedly said, Senior Brother Qi, the Lord Sectmaster didn't agree to it, did he? Dong Huangqi waved his hand and said, What are you joking about? No matter how poor our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is, there won't be such a thing as selling a disciple's life. How could our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect do such a thing? Let alone the fact that the relationship between us and the Eastern Land royal family is not good either. He let out a breath and smiled. The Lord Sectmaster is still wise. Dong Huangqi blinked and said, The Eastern Land Grand Priester also presented an invitation letter, saying that at the end of the year, their royal capital is organizing some kind of grand ceremony, inviting my father to watch. My father wants to take the top 20 people of this demonic sword platform ceremony to go and learn from the young geniuses of the Eastern Land, but it is all up to you guys to decide, so he told me to come here and ask first.
He excitedly exclaimed, Let's go! Xiao Cui approached and asked softly, Brother, won't there be any mistakes? He smiled confidently. Even if there are, we still have to go. First, I am a person of the Eastern Land, yet I have never been to the royal capital of the Eastern Land. Getting to know the Eastern Land king a bit to see what kind of figure he is.
Why would he remember a weak kid like me? Second, we also need to see the absolute geniuses of the Eastern land to clearly understand the gap. His eyes gradually became more focused. Of course, the most important thing is that I once promised Master that I must make a name for myself in the Eastern land. Dong Huangji chuckled. It seems my father didn't judge the wrong person. 1 month later, at the flower-filled land of Seven Plums Peak, the two of them were strolling among the pure white flowers when Xiao Kui exclaimed in surprise, "Wow!" Suddenly, a disgusted voice rang out from behind them. "A good dog doesn't block the way. You poor kid in front, where do you come from? Why don't you get lost?" He darkened his face and glared at him. Early in the morning, whose dog wasn't locked up and ran in front of this young master to bark? The person behind the two of them was a man with short blonde hair pointing randomly towards the sky, wearing wrist guards and a belly band made of tiger skin. He pointed at his own face and asked, "Huh? Kid, you don't know me?" He said in disgust. "Should I know you? Did you take the wrong medicine?"
Zuoshang pointed angrily. "Fine, you damn brat. Good. Listen carefully. Absolutely do not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." Behind Zuoshang came 3 people. The one in the middle had long pink hair and the arrogant face of a second-generation rich kid. That person was called Yunzong Hu. Yunzong Hu smiled and said to Zuoshang, "Young Master Shang, today is a good day. Who is the blind fool that offended you?" Saying that, he glanced at him. "Oh, isn't this Yang Chen? You actually dared to come. Did you take Senior Sister's was joke seriously?" He sighed in disgust. "Yunzong Hu, I have some doubts whether you were born from the same mother as Yunzong Xiaoyuan. Your virtue is far worse than your younger brother's. I suggest you go back and ask clearly when you have time. Test your bloodline clearly." Zuoshang frowned and asked, "You are Yang Chen?" He looked at the spiritual energy around him. "Only at the first level martial seed realm cultivation. How do you cultivate?" Zuoshang smiled arrogantly. "The dignified top person of the demonic sword platform ceremony, joining the sword sect for half a year, yet still only at the first level martial seed realm? How did you do that?" He gritted his teeth. "I heard you were favored by my older sister. I thought you were some peerless genius. It turns out you were just a poor and stupid brat." Xiao Kui over there darkened his face unhappily. "This senior brother must be a disciple from the previous batch, right? You are only at the 5th level martial seed realm after all. Do you dare to fight a match?" Zuoshang looked over in surprise. "Huh?" He looked at Xiao Kui's spiritual energy and was shocked. This guy is actually at the 4th level martial seed realm. Yunzong Hu frowned and thought, 4th level martial seed realm? How is it so fast? Zuoshang is also only at the 5th level martial seed realm. Zuoshang temporarily didn't know what to say. 2 lackeys behind Yunzong Hu sneered. In the sword sect, when someone with a lower cultivation level challenges someone with a higher cultivation, they cannot refuse. Otherwise, they will be punished. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Xiao Kui took a stance and said seriously, "Jan Wuke, 4th level martial seed realm, please." He cheered for his younger brother with all his might over there. "Xiao Kui, beat that idiot ruthlessly for me." Zuoshang got furious upon hearing this. "Yang Chen, don't gloat over others' misfortunes. If you have the guts, then come up. I challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" He chuckled. "Want to challenge me? Wait until you defeat my Xiao Kui first. Xiao Kui, don't give him any face. Beat him ruthlessly." Zuoshang got extremely angry. "You," Yunzong Ho gloated. "In the sword sect, when a person with higher cultivation challenges someone with lower cultivation, they don't have any initiative." Zuoshang stepped forward and looked straight at Xiao Kui. "Zuoshang, 5th level martial seed realm." He cracked his knuckles. "Having the guts to challenge me, you will regret it very soon." Saying that, he summoned his martial seed, which was a massive tiger with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent. Yunzong Hu on the other side was endlessly amazed. "Is this Xie Shang's fierce tiger martial seed? How cool!" Xie Shang said arrogantly, "Jianwu Kui, right? You are the challenger. Make the first move. I'll give you a reminder. Use your ultimate move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to use a second move." Xiao Kui said nothing, only looking at him gloomily. After that, Xiao Kui immediately summoned his martial seat, and a surge of spiritual energy rushed out from behind him. Xiao Kui's usually gentle eyes became full of sharpness. Xie Shang was completely horrified. You're actually of the dark attribute." Yunzong Hu shouted, "Young Master Shang, be careful of his fist technique. It has some demonic energy." A withered tree emerged from the ground, and on its barren trunk grew mouths full of sharp teeth.
Its thick roots wrapped around Xiao Kui's body, and the branches stretched outwards. Zuoshan cried out in fear. "What kind of martial seed is this?" A massive tiger appeared. It stood behind a tall, burly man with short blonde hair, but both it and the man were sweating profusely. He thought in fear, "How is this possible? This bastard's martial seed can actually suppress mine. My cultivation is higher than his, yet my martial seed is being suppressed by him." As if remembering something, he thought, Then there is only one possibility. Xiao Kui was executing his martial seed, his large figure having a majestic face. The man thought in fear. His martial seed is an earth-tier martial seed. He encouraged himself. No, I cannot back down. His cultivation is lower than mine. Even if his martial seed is strong, I might not necessarily lose. He waved his hand. John Wu Kui, you make the first move. Xiao Kui reached out his hand as his martial seed surged up. He simply said, please advise. The large hand of Xiao Kui's martial seed reached toward the man. He summoned his tiger-shaped martial seed to dash up and fight. It bit tightly onto the hand of Xiao Kui's martial seed. This caused both the man and Xiao Kui to be knocked back a few steps. Xiao Kui said softly, it's nothing more than this. Xiao Kui's martial seed transformed into a coiling spirit dragon. Coiling dragon has regrets. The man was horrified by the situation and immediately unleashed a magic technique, Blazing Sun Chain. The tiger, its eyes turning red, charged madly, accompanied by 2 coils of snake-shaped spiritual energy. The snake-shaped spiritual energy relentlessly attacked Xiao Kui's martial seed. The bystanders were all shocked and amazed. It's senior brother Zhuoshan's Blazing Sun Chain. This combat skill is extremely formidable. That's right, I heard that if you were trapped by the Blazing Sun Chain, even if your cultivation is stronger than the user, it is difficult to escape.
Xiao Kui's martial seed twisted and turned to evade the attack. The image of the dragon dodging the strike in the blink of an eye was extremely thrilling. That monster-shaped martial seed of Xiao Kui was still hit by that man's move, getting wrapped all over by thick strands of spiritual energy. However, it was extremely calm. A male cultivator sneered, truly not knowing life from death, to actually dare to fight a decisive battle with young Master Shang. However, Xiao Kui just stood motionless there. Xiao Kui's handsome face slightly lifted, the corners of his lips curling up a bit. Is that all? Right after that, those strands of spiritual energy were melted by Xiao Kui's spiritual energy. Seeing his spiritual energy being burned like that, the man screamed in horror. Hey, how can this be? Xiao Kui curled his lips into a smile. Hee, I don't have the earth-tier martial seed that you speak of. The man's forehead creased tightly, his whole body tensing up with bulging green veins. Then he brought his hands together, his martial seed roaring as it attacked. Azure green flame sphere. The male lead was endlessly surprised. Azure green. Xiao Kui just let out a sound of doubt. His martial seed also launched an attack, coiling dragon in the sky. When Xiao Kui's shogans collided with the man's move, they lost their heads, and even that massive figure struggled to resist. Those guys screamed joyfully. Excellent! Then an explosion rang out, and both the techniques and those dragons were blown apart. However, the form of the martial seed was completely unharmed. Seeing this, he revealed a look of disbelief. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Kid, you have some skill. John Wu Kui, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, the technique I'm about to execute will probably cause you severe injuries. Xiao Kui simply replied to him. Senior brother Shay Shang, I don't mind telling you, that little bit of your power doesn't even count as a warm-up for me. Hearing this, he was so infuriated that green veins popped out all over his face. You, kid, don't you regret this? Then he executed a magic technique, and a massive pillar of spiritual energy shot straight at Xiao Kui. Red Sun Sword Art. The male lead shouted loudly. Careful. Xiao Kui was caught off guard by this move. Xiao Kui also deployed a magic technique, and a dragon had appeared again. Coiling dragon subduing demon. That dragon had rushed forward to meet the man's attack. It opened its mouth and swallowed all of his technique, turning that head into a golden color. As for Xiao Kui's martial seed, it still stood towering as if nothing happened. The man laughed maniacally, his whole face becoming twisted. You cannot block the power of this Red Sun Sword Art. A burst of his power exploded like a bomb, striking right into the middle of the belly of Xiao Kui's martial seed, making it hunch over slightly.
That guy smiled twistedly. It's over. But his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Even though his previous move managed to touch Xiao Kui's martial seed, it didn't seem to make a dent in it. Sweating profusely in fear, he stammered. What kind of martial seed is this? Beneath Xiao Kui's feet, numerous streams of pitch-black spiritual energy appeared, continuously transforming into surging dragon chi. That guy exclaimed in terror, coiling dragon striking the sky. Then a massive fist, along with thousands of streams of dragon chi, rained down from the sky, attacking that man. His eyes bulged out. What? Feeling the terrifying power, he gritted his teeth in fear, the veins on his face bulging. He executed a combat skill, and fire erupted around his body. His martial seed opened its mouth wide and spewed out a massive mouthful of fire, guiding, splitting posture. The flames turned into a tiger's head and dashed forward madly. That flame collided with the fist of Xiao Kui's martial seed. This collision caused a massive explosion, making the space tremble incessantly.
However, that move still couldn't block that powerful fist. That man could only shout loudly in helplessness. No! His martial seed surged up to block Xiao Kui's martial seed strike. The two martial seeds collided with each other, creating a fierce, strong wind. That tiger-shaped martial seed was beaten into dissipation by a strike from Xiao Kui's martial seed. As for that man, he was panting heavily because he had to block the previous move. Xiao Kui, on the other hand, stood calmly in place, smiling lightly and said, Senior brothers Woshang, thank you for yielding.
That man retracted his martial seat, which only had half a face left. That pink-haired man looked disdainfully toward the blonde man who was stomping away in anger. He gritted his teeth and looked at the male lead and his brother. Suo Shang lost. How is that possible? The male lead chuckled disdainfully. Yin Jung-hu, what, do you also want to challenge our two brothers on this Chi-Hai Peak? Yin Jung-hu glared contemptuously at the male lead. Don't be too smug. He waved his hand and walked away. Let's go. Xiao Kui was so happy he blossomed. Brother, I won. His cultivation is even one level higher than mine. The male lead patted Xiao Kui's shoulder. Suo Shang is nothing. Among the martial seed realm senior brothers, at most he is just better than the mediocre ones. There are many who are more formidable than him. Wait until we meet someone more highly skilled, then we will fight a satisfying battle. Then the male lead and his brother took a stroll on a bridge spanning across the river. Across the river there was a female cultivator with light green hair who happily said, "Two junior brothers, please come this way." The male lead blushed in embarrassment and scratched his head. "Sorry to bother you, senior sister." The male lead broke out in a cold sweat looking at the entire body of that senior sister. She looked cheerful, but her whole body emitted a terrifying spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the senior sister receiving them actually had a cultivation of the 8th level martial seed realm.
The three of them walked through the huge gate. Then the male lead walked up to a pavilion with stone tables and chairs. As soon as the male lead sat down, he let out a surprised sound. A group of cultivators rushed inside, and among them was Yun Jong-hu, who smirked maliciously. The leader of the group had a low ponytail, and he was called Jong-fu. He looked up at the sky and looked at people through his nose, making the male lead's face darken. He raised his voice and said to the male lead, "You are Jian Wuquei?" The male lead narrowed his eyes in annoyance at him. "Who are you? Do we know each other? Do you know that talking like that is impolite?" Jong-fu's face darkened, and he glared at the male lead angrily. "Brat, do you need to cause trouble? Are you trying to pull some tricks?" The male lead said disdainfully, "Pull some tricks for this young master to see. If you don't cause trouble, you're not human." Jong-fu glared at the male lead uncomfortably. "Oh ho, first level martial seed round cultivation base. Where did this brat crawl out from?" Yun Jong-hu stepped forward and whispered to Jong-fu, "Senior brother Fu, he is young Chen, and he is also the first place of this demonic sword platform ceremony." Jong-fu looked at the male lead contemptuously in disbelief. "Are you a pig, brat? You've been in the sect for half a year, enjoying the resources of the first place, but you're still only at the first level martial seed realm? How do you even cultivate?" The male lead's face also darkened as he replied, "What the hell does that have to do with you?" Jong-fu smirked contemptuously. "You've got guts, brat. I don't know what tricks you used to win first place, but your talent is no longer suitable to be a disciple of our sword sect. You are just a humiliation to the sect." The male lead retorted sarcastically, "Hey, who do you think you are? Do you think our Eastern Emperor sword sect was opened by your family? If you want to find some real sense of existence, don't come looking for this young master. It's so boring even in a place with no one to talk to. Go hit your head against the wall. Opening my eyes early in the morning, only when seeing a ghost would I meet a weirdo like you." Jong-fu was provoked to the point of madness. He looked the male lead in the eye and growled angrily. "Bastard," he said angrily. "I am Jong-fu. Brat, have you heard of me?" The male lead looked puzzled. "Jong-fu, are you very famous? Was I supposed to know you?" Jong-fu was so angry he was speechless. Yun Jong-hu smirked contemptuously. This idiot has already offended someone. After that, the short red-haired guy who had just stepped forward was stopped by the aura inside. He said to Jong-fu, "Jong-fu, did you see a junior you didn't find pleasing to the eye and want to teach him a lesson again?" Jong-fu shouted loudly, "Dong Huang Wangchai, what does it have to do with you?" Dong Huang Wangchai smirked disdainfully. "Stupid, you entered 3 years earlier than me, but you are still stuck at the martial seed realm. In these 3 years, what have you been doing on Mount Donghuang?"
Jong-fu was infuriated again. "You!" The male and female cultivators behind looked at the scene unfolding before their eyes and discussed among themselves. Senior brother Dong Huang truly gave Jong-fu no face at all. Of course, they had formed a grudge since the demonic sword platform ceremony 4 years ago. At that time, the two made a bet with each other that if they lost, they could not participate in this demonic sword platform ceremony. Dong Huang Yongzai sat down right at the male lead's table. Jong-fu, angered to the point of madness, stood frozen in place. Dong Huang Yongzai said to the male lead, "How do you cultivate, kid? Why are you still at the first level martial seed realm?" The male lead sighed softly. "I am not like you ordinary mortals. I am a great 3-element heavenly Tao master, so my cultivation naturally increases slowly." Dong Huang Yongzai exclaimed in surprise. 3-element? The male lead chuckled. "You don't believe it?" Dong Huangzai frowned and slammed his hand heavily on the table. "Of course." The male lead smiled sinisterly. "Yongzai, how about we make a bet?" Dong Huangzai frowned and said, "Bet on what?" The male lead looked at him taking the bait and smiled darkly. Dong Huang Yongzai held his chin in thought. The Eastern Emperor sword sect had never had any 3-element cultivator since ancient times, let alone a 3-element heavenly Tao master. Even a dual element was extremely rare, 1 in 1,000 years, so he definitely didn't have it. He looked at the male lead smiling over there and didn't understand. This kid had won quite a lot of spirit stones last time in Donghuang City. Maybe he could win this time too.
Donghuang Yongzai said, Yongzai, how do you want to bet? The male lead giggled. You say the answer. Donghuang Zai held up 5 fingers. Bet 500 spirit stones.
The male lead waved his hand, showing his refusal. I'm not lacking in spirit stones. I won't bet spirit stones. Donghuang Wangchai frowned and said, Brat, what do you want to bet? In his heart, he was on guard. This brat is really crafty. The male lead squinted at him. If you have anything rare and precious, take it out to see. Donghuang Wangchai furrowed his brows. Rare and precious items? The spatial ring on his hand flashed. Donghuang Wangchai pulled out a chipped bowl. Yang Chen, what do you think of this? This is something I obtained in a treasure secret realm. I asked several people, but no one knows its origin. The male lead was suddenly startled when he saw it. Huh, the martial soul is reacting. This is a good item. The male lead held his chin in thought, while Donghuang Wangchai kept talking nonstop. Yang Chen, don't look down on this stone just because it's an eyesore. In fact, it's extremely tough. Even a top-grade, profound-tier precious sword would find it hard to leave a mark on it. It's a top-tier weapon forging material. The male lead frowned in disbelief. A weapon? Donghuang Wangchai immediately switched into his merchant mode, hurriedly pointing at the bowl. Touch it. Try touching it. The male lead reached out for the bowl, but before he could even touch it, a bolt of lightning transmitted from the bowl to the male lead's hand. A numbing sensation. The male lead was amazed. This is lightning attribute power. The male lead looked closely at the cracked bowl in disbelief. How can a mere small stone bowl accumulate lightning energy inside? The male lead smirked. Interesting. Looks good. Donghuang Wangchai smiled. Yang Chen, how about I bet this thing? Yet the male lead shrugged and sighed. Wangchai, I come from a small countryside. I don't have anything rare. Donghuang Wangchai smirked. You just need to put up 500 spirit stones. The male lead rejoiced as if he had struck gold and said, All right then, no going back on your word. Donghuang Wangchai put the bowl away into his spatial storage. Yang Chen, go to Donghuang City and ask around. When have I ever broken a promise? The male lead scratched his head. That works. However, in his heart he was laughing out loud. What an idiot. The male lead casually stood up. Then he walked behind Donghuang Wangchai and held out his left hand for him to see. Donghuang Wangchai looked at the male lead's empty palm and asked in confusion, Yang Chen, what do you mean by this? The male lead unleashed his fire attribute spiritual energy and smirked. Watch closely. Look very closely. A small flame appeared in the male lead's palm. Donghuang Wangchai tilted his head, looked at it, and said indifferently, Oh, fire attribute. However, right after that, a pitch-black stream of spiritual energy emerged in the male lead's palm. Donghuang Wangchai exclaimed in astonishment, This is the dark attribute. He stared wide-eyed at that pitch-black spiritual energy. It was indeed the power of the dark attribute. He was actually a dark attribute heavenly Tao master? He looked up at the confidently showing off male lead and stammered. Dual attributes, the male lead said cheerfully. Wangchai, you don't know how much I hate the dark attribute. If it weren't for it, my cultivation base would have already reached the 9th level martial seed round by now. Donghuang Wangchai looked at his smug appearance and gritted his teeth. You. The male lead patted Donghuang Wangchai's shoulder. Don't admire me too much. A dual element talent is not a good thing. It's exhausting, making people feel tired, do you understand? Donghuang Wangchai said angrily, We bet on 3 elements. There's still one more element. Don't try to trick me. The male lead cast a magic technique, a happy smile blooming on his lips. A stream of red-black spiritual energy appeared in his palm. Donghuang Wangchai looked at that dazzling spiritual energy in horror as if he couldn't believe it. What? Donghuang Wangchai jumped up in disbelief. 3 elements? Holy crap, is it really 3 elements? He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the smug male lead. Oh heavens, oh earth, why don't you open your eyes, giving such a terrifying and monstrous talent to this bastard? It's not fair, it's too unfair. Donghuang Wangchai's tears flowed like a river. He had finally experienced the feeling of jealousy. It was so bitter. The male lead clenched his fist and crushed the spiritual energy in his hand. Wangchai, do you think I should spread this matter out? Donghuang Wangchai frowned in thought. Are you kidding? Having this level of talent, once it's spread out, it will absolutely shock the world. It will definitely cause a tremor not only in Mount Donghuang, but also in the entire Eastern Emperor's Sword Sect region. This is 3 elements, a 3-element heavenly Tao master. He replied weakly, Of course. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. No, Yang Chen was currently only at the 1st level martial seed realm. His cultivation base was too low. If he revealed his identity as a 3-element heavenly Tao master now, there was no guarantee that accidents wouldn't happen. He was afraid that even the direct lineage disciples of the Donghuang clan would harbor some thoughts. He looked around suspiciously, then approached the male lead and whispered, Yang Chen,
I feel that your talent is too astonishing. How about temporarily hiding it? It would be better. Human hearts are unpredictable. The male lead looked at Dong Huang Sai in surprise. Good person, Yinhua. This guy really meant well for him. The male lead was moved to tears, covering his mouth with one hand and patting Dong Huang Sai's shoulder with the other, crying out in emotion, causing Dong Huang Sai's face to darken.
Then the male lead grinned, flashing him a thumbs up. Brother, wait a bit until this tea gathering ends. Let's find a place, burn some incense to heaven and earth, and become sworn brothers, all right? Dong Huang Chai's face darkened as he repeated, Sworn brothers? Then he sighed. Fine. I don't have a younger brother anyway, and I must accept the consequences of my bets. Take this. He pulled out the chipped bowl and handed it to the male lead, who was grinning heartily. The male lead looked at the bowl Dong Huang Chai handed him and pondered for a moment. This was a treasure, Yinhua. This brother Wang Chai was an upright person. Since they were on the same side now, he could trick anyone but his own family. The male lead pulled out his golden spatial ring. Brother, there were 1,000 spirit stones in here. You take this first. Dong Huang Chai asked in confusion. Why? The male said, Brother, even though it was a bet, this stone bowl is truly a rare treasure, and moreover, it is very useful to me. Consider these spirit stones as compensation. Dong Huang Chai handed the bowl to the male lead and refused. No need. This is a bet. I must accept my losses. Furthermore, even blood brothers must keep their accounts clear. I cannot accept these spirit stones. The male lead could only sigh. He had accidentally tricked his own family. He would have to think of a way to compensate him later. After a while, the sunlight became dazzling. Graceful beauties carrying tea sets gradually entered. The male lead took a sip of tea, and his eyes lit up like stars. Big brother, what kind of tea is this? The flavor is rich and long-lasting. So delicious. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Chai, who was being poured tea by a beauty with light green hair, looked at the male lead with a darkened face. He was so embarrassed he didn't dare to look at the male lead. This bastard didn't even recognize Dongyang tea, which every single household knew. Was he doing this on purpose? The older sister was amused by the male lead's behavior. She softly asked, Where did this little junior brother come from? He is too funny, making Dong Huang Chai want to die from embarrassment. Dong Huang Chai shouted at the male lead, What are you yelling about? It's Dongyang tea. Yang Chen, if you don't have anything proper to say, then don't talk nonsense. The male lead tilted his head in confusion after being scolded. Huh? Right after that, a familiar beauty led two male cultivators inside. Senior Sister Zhu, Senior Sister Zhu.
The surrounding male cultivators saw Zhou Q Yao, their eyes immediately turning into heart shapes as they screamed crazily like meeting their idol. Senior sisters, whoa! The male lead looked at Dong Huang Sai, who was still calmly turning his back to drink tea, and asked, Brother Wang Sai, the beauty has arrived late, don't you care? He just calmly said, She is not my type. Hearing this, the male lead was shocked. What? Even the people standing around were shocked and turned abruptly to look at him. Those people glared angrily at Dong Huang Sai. A guy with a top knot tied on his head shouted furiously, Dong Huang Sai, what do you mean? Are you looking down on junior sisters well? Facing the wrath of the male cultivators infatuated with So Q Yao, Dong Huang Sai also broke out in a cold sweat. The male lead said softly, This senior brother, is there something wrong with your brain? The man was dumbfounded when the male lead said that. What do you mean? The male lead's face darkened as he said, There really is a problem with your brain. The man got mad and lunged at the male lead. Brat, you dare to bully me? The male lead looked at him rushing over and chuckled. Zhou Q Yao saw the noise over there and turned around to look. The male lead stood up and reached out a hand to stop him. This senior brother, we are fellow disciples. We must reason first. If reasoning doesn't work, then we fight. You don't have any objections to this sentence, do you? That man couldn't say anything and just listened to the male lead babbling. Various senior brothers and senior sisters present here, come and judge. Zhou Q Yao glared at them in annoyance. Why invite a blockhead to join the tea gathering? The male lead continued to babble. Men like and women love. This is the relationship between heaven and earth. It cannot be blamed. Moreover, everyone has a love for beauty. Senior Sister's woe is too beautiful, causing all of you to toss and turn in your dreams 1,000 times. But as for the so-called yellow flowers and wild grass, everyone has their own preferences. There will definitely be some resolute people who are not easily swayed, not attracted by beauty. These are great men. The male lead pointed at Dong Huang Sai, who was breaking out in a cold sweat, his face showing a look of having nothing to do with it. For example, my brother Wang Sai, who has just advanced to become the top person in the martial seed realm, is wholly devoted to the martial Tao. He has cultivated a heart of iron and stone and will not be swayed by ordinary beauty. That man was enraged by the male lead's words. You bastard. So Q Yao's face also darkened upon hearing these words from the male lead. Dong Huang Sa was made to take the blame by the male lead and trembled like a leaf. You brat, don't harm me. The man with the fire tiger martial seed, who was previously defeated by Xiao Qiu, stepped forward and said to Zhuo Chao, Senior sister, this brat Yang Chen is too rude. He should be chased out. Suo Chao turned her face away and snorted softly. She walked toward the main seat placed in a separate area. She sat down on the chair and said, "Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters. Today we are fortunate to gather at Seven Plums Peak, enjoying the beautiful mountain scenery full of 7 fragrant plums, holding a tea gathering to discuss the Tao, and progressing together." The people standing behind cheered. Suo Chao continued, "We can be considered the outstanding talents of the sword sect. Following precedent, martial cultivation cannot be done alone, nor can it be closed off. This humble girl is untalented, but today I earnestly invite everyone to discuss the Tao, to progress together, and to advance our martial Tao." The male lead whispered softly to Donghuang Wangchai, "It's a pity there's no food, no sweet wine. It's a bit stingy." Meanwhile, Donghuang Wangchai frowned in disdain upon hearing the male lead's words. The male lead didn't understand the romance of the atmosphere, drinking tea like plain water, while Donghuang Wangchai had a dark expression, regretting endlessly. "Why did I agree to become sworn brothers with you?" Suo Chao waved her hand and said, "Fellow disciples, you may freely discuss the Tao now."
Provoked by the male lead, this new male cultivator jumped up and glared at him with a dark expression. He pointed at the male lead and shouted loudly, "I, Yan Jimin, 9th level martial seed realm, Yang Chen, do you dare to fight?" The male lead calmly said, Your name is Yan Jimin?" He raised his eyes and smiled disdainfully. "That's right, do you dare to fight?" The male lead didn't even bother to care. "Yan Jimin, I see you are not deaf either. Can't you see my cultivation base? Or do you feel a sense of achievement using the 9th level martial seed realm to bully the 1st level martial seed realm? When your seniors taught you combat skills, did they teach you proper etiquette and integrity? You are not worthy of being a man." As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the men all glared at him with deadly looks, causing the male lead to break out in goosebumps. A man with long blonde hair wearing a brick orange outfit raised his chin and said, "What a weirdly harsh kid. Young Chen, don't you know the rules of the tea gathering? Within the same realm, one can challenge at will. If you feel the disparity is too great, you can just refuse the battle. Why do you have to humiliate him like that?" The male lead's face darkened. Huh? In his heart he thought, it turned out this guy didn't really want to challenge him, but just wanted to make him lose face.
He shrugged and casually said, "That's right, senior brothers and sisters. In the martial arts tea party, if someone with a lower cultivation base is challenged, is it true that they cannot refuse?" Donghuang Wangchai chimed in, "Correct. Are you planning to make a move? Here we have the 2nd level martial seed realm and 3rd level martial seed realm. A total of 3 people. You can choose anyone." The male lead raised his voice, "Xiaokuei, take care of them for your older brother." Xiaokuei, who was sitting and drinking tea, was confused when mentioned and replied, "Huh?" Then Xiaokuei stood up with a serious face and said to Yuan Zimin, "Jian Wukui, 4th level martial seed realm. Senior brother Yuan Zimin, do you accept the challenge?" Yuan Zimin's face darkened as he replied, "Of course." Donghuang Wangchai, hearing this, hurriedly used sound transmission to the male lead. "Yang Chen, aren't you just asking for humiliation by letting Jian Wukui challenge Yuan Zimin? Why? Why on earth is that?" The male lead calmly replied through sound transmission, "Brother Wangchai, you must look closely. Xiaokuei is not an ordinary person. He will surprise everyone." Donghuang Wangchai looked at Xiaokuei, who was gently smiling and couldn't believe it. Surprise? He thought, can he really surprise us? Why does it feel so vague? Yuan Zimin was amused by Xiaokuei to the point of crying. Are you really serious?" Even though Xiaokuei was so angry his face darkened, he still smiled and said, "Do you really think you've already won?" The crowd, along with Yuan Zimin, laughed until they held their stomachs, while Xiaokuei stood there with a dark face. After that, Xiaokuei walked to the martial arts battle stage, leaping onto the stone steps. Xiaokuei glanced at Yuan Zimin, "Get your ass over here." Even he himself started to doubt. Could Jian Wukui really defeat Yuan Zimin? No, that's impossible. The difference in their cultivation levels is too huge. If it were only a 1 or 2 stage difference, perhaps Jian Wukui might still have a slight chance of winning. The male lead smiled. "Yuan Zimin, don't be too smug yet. You'll be crying later." Donghuang Wangchai was horrified by the male lead's words, with an expression that said, "Do you even know what you're saying?" Even he himself began to doubt. Could Jian Wukui really defeat Yuan Zimin? No, impossible. The gap between their cultivation levels is too far. If it were only 1 or 2 stages apart, Jian Wukui might have a chance. Then he patted his forehead in regret. Sigh. Why did I agree to become sworn brothers with him just now? Xiaokuei summoned his martial seed, and a dark stream accompanied by lightning appeared. Yuan Zimin looked at the spiritual energy and guessed, a dark attribute? The image of Xiaokuei's martial seed gradually appeared before their eyes, but Yuan Zimin casually smirked with disdain. What an evil obstacle. A mere 4th level martial seed realm dares to challenge me? You really don't know life from death. Yuan Zimin summoned a massive, towering tree that reached the sky.
It seems that Yuan Jimin's martial seed soared as high as Xiaokuei's martial seed. The people sitting and watching a good show couldn't help but discuss when they saw Yuan Jimin's martial seed. It's the Fire Monk martial seed. Yuan Jimin is truly formidable. It is said that his Fire Monk martial seed has upgraded 3 times and is about to reach the low-grade profound tier. A female cultivator said with emotion. That's peak, a male cultivator said. Good luck, kid. Yuan Jimen leaped high into the air, snorting. He looked down at Xiao Kuei standing on the ground and smiled contemptuously. Jan Wu Kuei, you must remember carefully the words I said before. In this battle, as long as you have a way to shake my martial seed battle diagram even a little, I will admit defeat immediately, without any refutation.
Xiao Kui's face darkened. Cut the nonsense. Make your move. Zuo Qiuyo and a short blonde-haired man sat happily on their seats, watching the fun. The man said, "Look, that idiot's martial seed battle diagram will definitely be defeated, suffering a backlash and serious injuries." The short-haired female cultivator said, "His name is John Mu Kuei, right? The follower Yang Chen brought along? What a blockhead. This is clearly a pit that Yang Chen dug, yet he still dares to jump in. Idiot, truly a massive idiot." A man sitting there replied, "Yang Chen is just playing around. He doesn't have the capability to regain his own face, so he sends his follower up. For someone like this to be a master, it's truly living long enough to see a ghost." On the other side of the martial arena, Yuan Jimin was up high, his martial seed blazing with light. Standing in opposition on the ground was Xiao Kuei with his pitch-black martial seed. The male cultivator said, "Isn't that right? Look at that stupid black thing. It might even be shattered by that guy Yang Chen. How pitiful." Xiao Kuei unleashed his spiritual energy, his hair flying in the strong wind, and his usually gentle eyes turned sharp. Above Xiao Kuei's head appeared a pitch-black ring of spiritual energy, surrounded by bright green spiritual energy. That ring of spiritual energy grew larger and larger. The crowd of cultivators sitting and watching this scene were frightened to the point their jaws dropped. One of them yelled in terror, "Soul Light martial intent." Up high, Yuan Jimen was also astonished seeing this scene. "I'm not seeing things, am I?" He was frantically in disbelief. No, how did he awaken martial intent? Even Deng Huang Wangchai was scared pale. The martial seeds of Xiao Kuei and Yuan Jimin created a terrifying strong wind. Xiao Kuei's martial intent unleashed a terrifying surge of power, and his face became even sharper.
The male cultivator sitting next to Xie Qiuyao gritted his teeth looking at Xiao Kuei, his lips stammering in disbelief. Xie Qiuyao was equally astonished, her whole body leaning forward. Unexpectedly, that foolish kid was a peerless genius. She smirked wickedly. If I can subdue geniuses like Yang Chen and Jian Kuei, they will definitely surrender and become my subordinates. The male lead stood up, his face filled with satisfaction as he feigned modesty. "Senior brothers, senior sisters, you flatter me, you flatter me." Seeing the male lead's smug expression, Deng Huang Wangchai could only roll his eyes in disdain. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not like you're the only one who awakened a martial intent. What do you mean by that?" Yuan Zimin was so frightened by Xiao Kuei's martial intent that his entire body stiffened, and he took a few steps back. On what basis can this fool awaken the soul light martial intent, while a genius like me cannot? Heaven is truly blind. Xiao Kuei's martial seed used both hands to grab the martial intent and fuse it into its chest. The martial intent in the martial seed's chest expanded even further. The martial seed opened its mouth and roared, generating a shocking strong wind. After that, the martial intent seemed to devour the martial seed, and the entire body of the martial seed transformed into spiritual energy, merging into the martial intent. The more it merged, the larger the ring of martial intent became. Yuan Zimin, floating in midair, stared wide-eyed at the scene, his whole body tensing up in defense. Xiao Kuei's eyes were sharp as he shouted loudly, "Kill!"
Yuan Jimen's martial seed was attracted by the martial intent into Xiao Kuei's martial intent. Yuan Jimen could only stand there, his mouth agape in shock. The martial seed was sucked into the martial intent. Because his martial seed was sucked in, Yuan Jimen immediately coughed up blood. Heavily injured and unable to maintain his balance in the air, he fell from the sky into the remnants of the martial seed, creating a light explosion. Xiao Kuei gently jumped down to the ground. Then he happily went to meet the male lead. "Brother, I drove him away. The 9th level martial seed realm is only so-so." He, in turn, proudly gave Xiao Kuei a thumbs up. The male lead arrogantly shrugged. "This is the fate of those who challenge my brother, truly not knowing what is good for them. Is there anyone else here who wants to challenge? Someone whose cultivation is not too far off from our Xiao Kuei, let me choose one." The short, earth-blonde-haired man became furious and loudly roared. "Yang Chen, what are you so arrogant about? It's not like you won yourself. Do you dare to come out and challenge?" The male lead glanced over. "Oh, it's Suo Shang. If someone else jumped out, I could understand, but what qualifications do you have?" He arrogantly said, "Even in the case where Xiao Kuei didn't use his martial intent, he would still beat you until you had no strength to fight back. Do you know why? Being hung up and beaten like that, aren't you ashamed? Senior brother, where is your sense of shame?" Zuo Shang gritted his teeth in anger, blue veins bulging on his forehead. "You." Zuo Qiuyao unhappily darkened her face. The long blonde-haired male cultivator sitting next to Zuo Qiuyao with a dark face approached and said to her, "This despicable brat's tongue is really sharp. How hateful. Junior sister, a stubborn person like this will truly never be able to climb high. I suggest expelling him from the tea party."
Hearing this, Zuo Qiuyao chuckled softly. "Senior brother Jay, calm down. Although Yang Chen is stubborn, he is still the top of his batch. Geniuses mostly have such temperaments."
The male lead, getting provoked, asked the male cultivator, "Who are you?" Donghong Wang Chai hurriedly whispered to the male lead, "Yang Chen, that is senior brother Jay of the Donghuang clan. He's from the direct lineage of the Donghuang family. His father is the secmaster and he's ranked 4th. The male lead was startled by Donghong Wang Chai's words. Huh? To think he is the son of the secmaster. The male lead broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Donghuang Jay, what is your cultivation level?" Donghuang Jay smirked. "Kid, my cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Tianhe realm." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" The male lead gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, didn't they say that since you were older you should have cultivated for a few more years? Wait a few more years and see how I deal with you." The male lead glanced at Donghong Wang Chai sitting behind him. As if thinking of something, the male lead's eyes lit up. "Brother Wang Chai, stand up." Meanwhile, Donghong Wang Chai, being called out, replied in fear. "Huh?" Donghong Wang Chai stood up and softly asked the male lead, who was frowning and glaring, "Yang Chen, what's wrong?" The male lead pointed directly at Donghong Jay's face and said, "Brother Wang Chai, can you just watch them humiliate me in front of so many people? Brother, are you still my brother? Beat him up! Beat him up!" As for Donghong Wang Chai, who was pushed by the male lead to fight, he stared at him in shock. He looked in terror at the angry male lead.
As if having thought things through, Donghong Wang Chai sighed. He put on a serious face, looked at Donghong Jay and said, "I, Donghong Wang Chai, 1st level of the Tianhe realm, formally challenge Donghong Jay. Please." Donghong Jay frowned and said, "Wang Chai, what is the meaning of this?" Donghong Wang Chai replied, "Young Chen is merely a junior brother at the 1st level martial seed realm. You are a direct descendant of the Donghuang clan, with a cultivation base at the 2nd level of the Tianhe realm. Aren't you ashamed of bullying him?" After that, he waved his hand and stepped onto the martial arena imposingly, saying, "Tianhe against Tianhe. This is completely fair." Infuriated by Donghong Wang Chai's words, Donghong Jay retorted, "Donghong Wang Chai, you truly do not know what's good for you. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Below the martial arena, the male lead shouted in support, adding fuel to the fire. "Brother Wang Chai, take him down. As long as he's not dead or crippled, it's fine. Hit him hard." Xiao Kui thought dejectedly, "It's all because I lack the ability. Otherwise, big brother Donghong Wang Chai wouldn't have to challenge him." Meanwhile, the other male cultivators were infuriated to the point of exploding. Sheikh Yu Yao rubbed her chin. Why did Donghong Wang Chai step up for young Chen? Could it be that all his previous behaviors were fake? Donghong Wang Chai drew the sword from his back and summoned his martial seed. Donghong Wang Chai's martial seed was like a blazing flame accompanied by majestic lightning. Donghong Jay said, "Is this your martial seed battle diagram?" Donghong Jay reached out his hand and unleashed his spiritual energy. "I will broaden your horizons so you can witness the true Red Sun Golden Crow."
Donghong Jay summoned his martial seed, a phoenix that spread its wide wings and soared into the sky, while glaring light of spiritual energy emanated from beneath Donghong Jay's feet. The male lead standing below couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked up. Is this a Tianhe realm cultivator? Truly terrifying. Donghong Jay held spiritual energy in one hand, while the other was rested behind his back. The spiritual energy beneath his feet surged endlessly. "Make your move, Wang Chai. I also want to see what tricks a branch family genius like you has up your sleeve." Donghong Wang Chai took his stance, spiritual energy covering his entire sword blade as his face hardened. Then he swung his sword towards the phoenix. Red Sun sword art. The 2 male cultivators standing behind the male lead were horrified. No way! This is the Red Sun sword art. How could the Red Sun sword art possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, the male lead shouted excitedly, "Damn, this sword is truly too scary." Donghong Jay formed hand seals and softly chanted, "3 flames, command seal seal." The 2 wings of Donghong Jay's martial seed closed in front of it, manifesting a holy sword-shaped mark. Then its wings flapped with great force. White phoenix intersecting flames. After a fierce blast passed, Donghong Wang Chai's fiery figure emerged through the dense smoke, his sword still held firmly in place. Donghong Wang Chai smirked, raising his hand and pointing his sword to the sky, pink flames still lingering on the blade. Heavenly Rain Sword. Donghong Wang Chai's martial seed in the sky unleashed a rain of arrows, shooting directly toward Donghong Jay's martial seed. The male cultivator standing outside shouted in shock. What? To think Donghong Wang Chai actually cultivated the Heavenly Rain Sword into the 100 Swords Rain. There are 100 sword lights. He truly deserves to be called a sword fanatic. An even more exaggerated person yelled, "This is martial Dao talent." Donghong Jay swung his arm, his entire body bursting into flames as he revealed an arrogant smile. Azure Green Flame Sword Evasion.
The phoenix in the sky raised its head high, its chest puffing out slightly, and opened its beak to release flames that formed a powerful shield. Donghong Wang Chai's arrows collided with that sturdy shield and were blocked by it. Donghong Ji furrowed his brows tightly, his face already breaking out in sweat, not expecting to be so easily forced to unleash his ultimate move. Donghong Wang Chai rested his sword on his shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Donghong Ji, the probing is over. Let's get serious."
Above Dong Huang Wangchai's head appeared a fiery red ring of spiritual energy, and he smiled confidently at Dong Huangji. The male lead standing below had to cover his face, squinting his eyes as he struggled to look. What is this? I didn't expect it to be so hard to look at directly. Those male cultivators cried out in terror. What kind of sword intent is that? How terrifying. To think we can't even control our divine sense to probe it. Strange. There's no record of this sword intent in the ancient texts. Dong Huangji was also frightened into breaking a cold sweat. Wangchai, what kind of martial intent is that? What is its power? Dong Huang Wangchai swung his sword down and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Wu Hen sword intent. As for its power, you'll know in a moment. Dong Huangji raised his hand and summoned a large fireball. Humph. The male lead watched in astonishment. True flame sphere martial intent. Dong Huangji beckoned with his hand, smirked, and said, Wangchai, use all your strength. I want to see what's so special about your Wu Hen sword intent. He formed hand seals and shouted, Rise! A dazzling golden pillar of light flew straight into his martial seed. The phoenix blazed with intense fire as Dong Huangji said, Wangchai, watch closely. It flapped its wings, and the fireballs on its body shot down like a torrential rain.
Facing such a powerful attack, Dong Huang Wangchai drew his sword and said, Traceless sword intent. He pulled his sword back slightly, then swung out his sword intent with force. This strike pierced straight into the center of the sphere. Unable to withstand Dong Huang Wangchai's attack, the sphere exploded in the sky. Dong Huangji was so terrified that his mouth hung wide open in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Wangchai rested his sword on his shoulder and giggled. On the other side, Dong Huangji was also infuriated by him, veins bulging on his forehead. Dong Huang Wangchai raised his sword over his head with both hands, then swung it fiercely forward. His martial intent seemed to tear through the sky as it surged toward the phoenix. On the ground, Dong Huangji broke a sweat while forming hand seals. He shouted in disbelief, No, impossible. Dong Huang Wangchai rested his sword on his shoulder and giggled. Dong Huangji, do you admit defeat yet? Infuriated, Dong Huangji spat. Admit defeat? Keep dreaming. Dong Huang Wangchai swung his sword behind his head with both hands. Then don't regret it. Saying so, he swung his sword, and Dong Huang Wangchai's martial intent shot straight toward the phoenix with unstoppable momentum. Below, Dong Huangji broke a sweat as he formed hand seals. This is bad. The cultivators sitting and watching felt helpless as they looked at Dong Huang Wangchai and the male lead. What? Huh? I can't stand it anymore. That kid Yang Chen is going too far. If I were Dong Huang Wangchai, I would definitely give him a few slaps. Hearing this, the male lead frowned and said angrily, What does it have to do with you? What are you getting worked up about? If you want to challenge, you must speak up so I can choose. Our three brothers will accept it. After saying that, he glanced at Dong Huang Wangchai. Brother Wangchai, don't you think I'm right? Dong Huang Wangchai could only nod in helpless agreement. The male lead gleefully slapped him hard on the shoulder. Brother Wangchai, with your talent and strength, having to expend so much effort just to defeat an opponent a minor realm above you, you are indeed being complacent. Saying that, the male lead confidently showed off his little brother, making even Xiao Kui himself doubt his life. You are looking down on our Xiao Kui. Take him, for example. With a cultivation base at the 4th level martial seed realm, he can suppress the half-step Tianhe realm Yuan Jimin just by breathing. Not bad, right? He reached out and pointed at Xiao Kui. Given that, do you see Xiao Kui being complacent? He is thinking he wants to defeat stronger opponents. What is a half-step Tianhe realm? His goal is the true Tianhe realm. He wants to overcome a major realm to completely suppress his opponent. The crowd, along with Dong Huang Wangchai, was instantly dumbfounded by the male lead's words.
Dong Huang Yongzai remained silent, rubbing his chin for a moment before hesitantly saying, That makes a lot of sense. The male lead smiled confidently. Brother Wangzai, we can't be complacent, otherwise others will look down on our three brothers. Suddenly, someone in the crowd voiced their disdain. What a disgrace. The male lead was furious and marched toward the source of the voice. Who? Who is it? Zhuoshang, sitting next to Zhuo Chujiao, jumped up in a fit of rage, pointed right at the male lead's face, and scolded. Yang Chen, you are truly shameless. You only rely on your glib tongue and can only deceive John Wu Chek or an honest person like Dong Huang Yongzai. You are no gentleman.
The male lead shouted angrily, Zhuoshang, I've already given you some face, but you still want to cause trouble? Zhuoshang, infuriated, stuck out his tongue to provoke him. Yang Chen, you are nothing but a first-level martial seed realm trash. Without your two brothers, you are nothing. The male lead pointed at him and said, I, Yang Chen, first-level martial seed realm, officially issue a martial challenge. After saying that, he leaped onto the martial arena. Zhuoshang, if you please. The crowd seemed dumbfounded by him. No one dared to speak. Dong Huang Wangchai whispered to Xiao Kui, Jan Wu Kui, what is your brother doing? However, Xiao Kui just calmly said, Where is all this nonsense coming from? Just watch and you'll know. Dong Huang Wangchai was speechless. Seeing Dong Huang Wangchai angry, Xiao Kui just smiled and said, Brother Wangchai, my brother is very formidable. Dong Huang Wangchai said worriedly,
Formidable? No matter what, he is still just at the first-level martial seed realm. But remembering something, he opened his eyes wide. Could it be that he has comprehended martial intent? Dong Huang Wangtai hurriedly asked. Jian Wu Kui, good brother, has he awakened his martial intent? Xiao Kui nonchalantly replied. Of course, my brother has comprehended more than just one type of martial intent. Dong Huang Wangtai was horrified. Huh? Zhou Shang smirked, rubbing his hands together sinisterly. A brat who doesn't know life from death? This time I must teach you a lesson.
Zhou Shang said, Young Chen, you make the first move. The male lead laughed heartily. Senior brother Zhou Shang, do you really want to teach me a lesson? Don't hold back anymore. Unfortunately, you are going to be disappointed this time. The male lead took a stance and summoned a large flag. Zhou Shang looked at it in astonishment. What kind of martial seed is this? Dong Huang Yongzai was shocked, while Xiao Kui remained incredibly calm. This is a supreme fire attribute martial seed. Zhou Shang said madly, I don't care what kind of martial seed you have. I am at the 5th level martial seed realm. Just based on cultivation realm alone, I can suppress you. Saying that, he summoned his tiger-shaped martial seed. He roared arrogantly, Young Chen, you are the challenger. Make your move. This young master wants to see what kind of ability you have. The male lead casually picked his ear. Zhou Shang, I have already seen your combat strength. I am kindly reminding you that you should make the first move. If I attack, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance. Zhou Shang gritted his teeth and sneered. You brat, your heart is truly malicious. You know you can't defeat me, so now you want to find a way out for yourself? No way. The male lead just pointed his finger to the sky. You gave up the chance yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for bullying you. After saying that, he pointed straight at the sky and shouted, Rise! A beam of red spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. The martial seeds of the male lead and Zhou Shang faced each other, creating a terrifying pressure. The male lead formed hand seals and shouted, Lin Shan sword posture. His spiritual energy transformed into a giant sword. It spun around and pointed straight at the throat of Zhou Shang's martial seed. Zhou Shang took a stance and shouted, Blazing Sun Chain.
Earth-brown spiritual energy shot up from the ground, seemingly wanting to engulf the sword. Their attack caused the sword to be snapped. Several martial cultivators discussed. Ha! Yang Chen has the ability to comprehend an extraordinary sword Dao, but for him to challenge the young master with his first-level martial seed realm cultivation is truly a bit reckless. Exactly. Who would have thought that such a mighty sword move could be so easily crushed by the Blazing Sun Chain? What a pity. If this sword Dao contains sword intent, how could the Blazing Sun Chain have trapped it? Relying on his momentum to be arrogant, he just has a little bit of ability yet acts so conceited. Truly beyond saving. Dong Huang Yongzai looked up in astonishment. Could it be that what Yang Chen comprehended is not sword intent, but a type of martial intent? The male lead just calmly formed a hand seal and shouted, Ling Shan sword posture. The dissipating sword immediately became intact again as usual. Zhou Shang shouted, Azure Green Flame Sphere, and his martial seed opened its mouth wide to spew out a large mouthful of fire. The sword and the fireball collided with each other, creating a massive impact. Zhou Shang's martial seed was slightly injured by the collision. The male lead laughed heartily. Young Master Shang, this is only my first move and you already can't take it? Daring to be arrogant with just this little bit of skill? You're quite something, but absolutely do not admit defeat. I'm not done playing yet. Zhou Shang was furious. You bastard kid, you're about to die yet still acting smug. He raised his hand. Red Sun Sword Art. Zhou Shang's martial seed rushed forward to attack the male lead's flag. The male lead controlled the sword above his head. Ling Shan sword posture. The male lead's sword charged forward to clash with Zhou Shang's martial seed's technique.
Zhou Shang sweated profusely, thinking, could it be that Yang Chen only knows one move, the Ling Shan sword posture? The two techniques clashed, creating a terrifying explosion in the sky. The male lead beckoned with his finger, provoking Zhou Shang. Your Red Sun sword art is still not practiced to proficiency. Don't execute it anymore to embarrass me. Unleash a few formidable moves to broaden my horizons. Zhou Shang shouted angrily, Yang Chen, don't get cocky. Zhou Shang's martial seed roared loudly, guiding, splitting posture. Dong Huang Wangchai worriedly said, This is bad. This is Zhou Shang's strongest trump card. The Ling Shan sword posture definitely won't be able to withstand it. The male lead took his stance again, swinging his hand forcefully forward. Ling Shan sword posture. The male lead's flag absorbed his spiritual energy, then used it to empower the sword. He then swung his hand and shouted, Slash! The two techniques collided, creating a massive explosion. However, the male lead's sword cleaved straight through Zhou Shang's technique and shot directly towards Zhou Shang. The sword struck right into the middle of the head of Zhou Shang's martial seed, with his martial seed taking a direct hit as Zhou Shang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crowd, along with Dong Huang Wangchai, gaped in astonishment, while Xiao Kui just smiled gently, as if not surprised at all. Dong Huang Wangchai muttered softly, A bit strange. The male lead chuckled, resting his hands on his hips, and said, You lost. Zhou Shang said nothing, jumped off the martial arena, and left.
Zhuo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Yang Chen, you are excellent. I officially invite you to join Seven Plums Peak. The gossiping crowd around them gaped in astonishment. Huh? What's going on? What is Zhuo Xiaoyao thinking? Seven Plums Peak is entirely female cultivators now. How could there be men? Xiao Kui shouted loudly in objection. No way, I don't agree.
Those guys annoyingly booed. Huh? What does this John Wu Kei mean? Could they be... The male lead scratched his head and smiled. Senior Sister Zhuo, I'm sorry. I temporarily cannot agree to your invitation, Sister Zhuo. Zhuo Qiyao frowned for a moment. Zhuo Qiyao then acted coquettously. Yang Chen, are you rejecting me? Immediately he was booed by the crowd of male cultivators. Yang Chen, you really don't know what's good for you. Yang Chen, you are not a gentleman. This is too much. Bastard, that brat really deserves to die. The male lead was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. This woman is truly scheming. The male lead awkwardly scratched his head. Senior Sister Zhuo, we are not on the same path. Why must you do this? Zhuo Qiyao put on a charming expression. Junior brother Yang, is there some misunderstanding between us? If there is, just say it out loud. If I am wrong, I will apologize right in front of everyone. The male lead crossed his arms and said, Senior Sister Zhuo, honestly, accepting your invitation, I'm afraid it means becoming your Tao companion, right? It's not impossible, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Zhuo Qiyao was directly stunned by his words. Huh? Zhuo Qiyao opened her eyes wide with excitement. Speak, what condition? The male lead laughed out loud. Senior Sister Zhuo, everything must follow in order. I already have a Tao companion from before. If you don't mind, you can be a concubine. Welcome to join our Huantan Peak.
Zhuo Qiuyao's face darkened while the rest of the crowd gaped in astonishment. Zhuo Qiuyao shouted angrily, Yang Chen, don't think that just because you are on Mount Donghuang this young lady can't do anything to you. A lowly brat like you not knowing what's good for you is one thing, but you actually dare to humiliate me. I must kill you. The male lead patted his chest and said, Senior Sister Zhuo, don't misunderstand. I am speaking to you with absolute sincerity. There is absolutely no intention to humiliate you, absolutely none. Zhuo Qiuyao flared up in a storm of rage. You, get out of here for this young lady. If you have the capability, spend your whole life hiding on Mount Donghuang. The male lead was frightened. What should he do? If he went down Mount Donghuang, he would definitely be killed immediately. The male lead stammered. Senior Sister Zhuo, you should be a bit more open-minded. This humble one's cultivation is still low. May I be so bold as to ask what your cultivation is? Zhuo Qiuyao sat down. This young lady is already at the 9th level of the Tianhe realm. What? Do you want to challenge me? The male lead stammered. Huh? Amazing. Very amazing. The male lead laughed awkwardly. This kid is 18 this year. May I ask how old Senior Sister is this year? Zhuo Qiuyao's face fell. 9 years older than you. The male lead chuckled. Senior Sister, do you dare to make a bet with this kid? Zhuo Qiuyao asked. Bet on what? The male lead held up 3 fingers. 3 years. Senior Sister, in 3 years I will fight a life and death battle with you. Surely you won't be unable to wait, right? Zhuo Qiuyao angrily said. You, Yang Chen, you must swear a martial heart oath, a life and death battle in 3 years. The male lead said loudly. I, Yang Chen, swear that in 3 years I will challenge Zhuo Qiuyao, facing life or death on my own. Having said that, he looked at Zhuo Qiuyao, whose face was completely dark. Senior Sister Zhuo, this humble one has reaped quite enough this year. Taking you as a target in 3 years, I definitely won't slack off. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Kui and the male lead were walking in the forest. Xiao Kui called out softly, Brother, that woman is not a good person. She is full of murderous intent. We must be careful in the future.
The male lead waved his hand and said, Xiao Kui, of course I understand, but our cultivation is still lacking. In the short term, we cannot fight her head on. So having no other choice, I provoked her and made an appointment to fight her 3 years later. Xiao Kui next to him replied, But we only have 3 years. What if she cultivates to the Purple Palace realm by then? The male lead waved his arm calmly and said, Xiao Kui, rest assured. I have already entered the Dazong secret realm. Wanting to absorb the innate purple chi from that pile of immortal bones is not an easy matter. No matter how monstrous Xia Qiao is, she cannot reach the Purple Palace realm within 3 years and have her Dantian purple transformed into one entity, regardless of how profound her methods are. Xiao Kui smiled happily. That's right. Now it seems that arrogant woman only has 3 years left to live. Donghuang Wangchai, walking behind the two, was terrified upon hearing this conversation. He thought to himself, being around these two who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth seems a bit off, doesn't it? The male lead looked at Donghuang Wangchai and said, Yo, Brother Wangchai, from now on, you are the big brother of us 2 brothers. Donghuang Wangchai said dejectedly, Yang Chen, can we negotiate this matter? The male lead maliciously threw an arm over his shoulder. Big brother, what do you mean by that? From now on, everyone up and down Mount Donghuang will know that the 3 of us are brothers. What is there to negotiate? Go, let's head to my Huangtan Peak. No, head to your vulgar cave dwelling. Quickly go pay respects to heaven and earth and perform the grand ceremony. Xiao Kui cheered and clapped his hands. That would be great. Donghuang Wangchai's face darkened. Yang Chen, Xia Qiao has extraordinary talent of this era. Even if some elders of the sword sect were compared to her, many would fall short.
She often trains with the elders of the sect, and it is said that she wins more than she loses. Her strength is very formidable. Are you sure you'll have a chance in 3 years?
Xiao Kui spoke heroically. It's nothing. As long as she doesn't reach the Purple Palace within 3 years, this day next year will be the anniversary of her death. Deng Huang Wang Chai broke out in a cold sweat from Xiao Kui's words. He was speechless and asked, "Based on what?" Xiao Kui immediately revealed a boastful look, "Based on my brother's talent being entirely unique." Deng Huang Wang Chai asked in disbelief, "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" He asked the male lead in astonishment, "Young Chen, I heard from John Wu Kui that you have a likened martial intent, and it's not just one." The male lead replied, "Yeah." Deng Huang Wang Chai shouted in terror, "What? Are you sure there is no sword intent? Quick, tell me quickly, are they all martial intents?" The male lead held out his fingers and counted, "Dark attribute, shadow evasion, martial intent, and..." Seeing the male lead counting martial intents like that, Deng Huang Wang Chai became terrified.
Huh? Deng Huang Wang Chai, feeling aggrieved, teared up and tremblingly pointed at the male lead. You are not human." He shivered and asked the male lead, "Where are the others?" The male lead said, "The martial intent has earth attribute endurance." Deng Huang Wang Chai seemed to accept it and said, "So it's this enduring martial intent. An enduring martial intent is still ordinary." The 3 of them stepped close to the entrance of the Rangu cave mansion. Deng Huang Wang Chai asked the male lead, "Male lead, is that a wooden sword behind your back? The first time I met you, you were already wearing a black wood sword. Could it be some extraordinary treasure?" The male lead smiled. "That's right. This wooden sword is indeed a treasure. Although it is just a sword blank and hasn't been engraved with patterns yet, its temperament is very extraordinary. It won't be long before ordinary array patterns are unworthy of it." Deng Huang Wang Chai led the other 2 into the cave entrance. "Let's go. I'll take everyone inside." He sighed with emotion. "Your luck is quite good." The 3 entered the depths of the cave, the surrounding space filled with stone pillars supporting the cave ceiling. The male lead looked at the largest stone pillar. The 3 of them looked up. "Xiao Chen, Xiao Kui, this is the Rangu platform. I heard it is a dark attribute treasure. Array patterns are engraved on it, which can gather heaven and earth spiritual energy. Usually I have to sit upright on it to cultivate." The male lead's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Treasure, a good treasure." Saying that, the male lead turned to ask Deng Huang Wang Chai, "Brother Wang Chai, what is the explanation for the Rangu platform?" Deng Huang Wang Chai looked up and thought for a moment. "People say it was passed down from ancient times, but I'm not sure of the specifics either." The male lead narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Brother Wang Chai, let's negotiate a bit. How about giving the Rangu platform to me?"
Deng Huang Wang Chai glanced at him. "For you? You brat, don't look around randomly. This is public property of the Sword Sect. How can it be taken as your own? If you violate the orders of the Sword Sect, you will be punished." The male lead smiled. "Huh? Is that so? Brother Wang Chai, do you want to comprehend a second martial seed?" Deng Huang Wang Chai was startled. "A second martial seed?" The male lead confidently patted his chest. "Brother Wang Chai, I possess a mysterious secret art that can unlock a few miraculous martial intents." Deng Huang Wang Chai was astonished. "What?" He awkwardly asked again. "Really? Is that true?" The male lead casually said, "Brother Wang Chai, what is our relationship? How could brothers lie to each other?" Immediately, Deng Huang Wang Chai hurriedly put his arm around Xiao Kui's neck and said, Then let's become sworn brothers first." The 3 of them jumped onto the Donggu platform. Deng Huang Wang Chai summoned a table with an incense burner holding incense and a few cups. The male lead also responded to his words. "Okay." The 3 of them bowed together and said in unison, "Today, the 3 of us swear by our souls to become sworn brothers in life and death, never abandoning each other until death." Deng Huang Wang Chai was delighted. "Xiao Chen, I will call you that from now on. Tell me quickly, what exactly is this secret art? I really have never heard of it." The male lead scratched his head embarrassingly. "An unnamed secret art. It is also my first time having the opportunity to obtain it. If you don't believe me, then go ask and see." Deng Huang Wang Chai turned to look at Xiao Kui. "Xiao Kui, is what your older brother saying true?" Xiao Kui smiled radiantly. How could it be fake? Deng Huang Wang Sai asked, "How long did you 2 cultivate in the Dazong secret realm?" The male lead brothers replied, "Not even 3 hours. Ah, it didn't even take me half an hour." Hearing that, Deng Huang Wang Sai immediately leaped up and jumped away. "Xiao Kui, watch the house. Xiao Chen and I will hurry along." Deng Huang Wang Sai and the male lead landed on a bustling street full of passersby. The 2 of them stepped into a tower and met the person the male lead had encountered on those 1,000-stone steps. Yunchuang Shaoyuan saw the male lead and wondered, "Young Chen, weren't you invited to the list in Senior Sisters Woe's tea gathering? Why didn't you go?"
The male lead waved his hand. "I've already been there. It's full of people seeking fame and profit. Completely dull. It's better to take the time to cultivate instead." Yunzhang Xiaoyuan was endlessly puzzled. "Is that so?" Could it be that he lost after the martial arts battle, has no face to stay there anymore, and so withdrew on his own? Then he could only stand in place, looking doubtfully as Donghwang Mongchai and the male lead entered the teleportation gate. Behind him, Donghwang Jae was angrily taking his frustration out on the surrounding crowd. "Get out of the way, can't you see?" Yeonjung Xiaoyun hurriedly bowed and smiled, saluting Donghwang Jae. "Senior brother Jae." Donghwang Jae glanced down. "You are," he introduced himself. "I am Yeonjung Xiaoyun of the Yeonjung family. Could it be that senior brother Jae is not participating in the Seven Plums tea party this time?" As soon as Donghwang Jae heard about the tea party, he frowned and flew into a rage. He immediately swung his arm and stormed off aggressively, leaving Yeonjung Xiaoyun gritting his teeth in endless confusion. One after another? What is going on? At the Dazong secret realm, before the eyes of the two was a skeleton of a winged creature firmly pinned to the cliff face.
On that skeleton, a layer of red spiritual energy was still accumulated. Donghwang Wangsai touched the skeleton and said to the male lead, "Xiao Chen, I found my way here last time. This skeleton is not of the fire attribute. I feel a bit of familiarity. Quickly cast your secret art and see if it possesses fire attribute martial intent." The male lead approached the skeleton. "Brother Wangsai, the location here is very good. No one will come. Maybe our brothers will strike it rich today." As soon as the male lead cast the secret art, a massive bird with a noble golden color appeared in his mind. Its tail feathers were long, sparkling, and beautiful. The male lead immediately rejoiced. "It's a sacred light Luan." He removed his hand from the skeleton and thought, "This must be a young sacred light Luan. This bird is innately born inheriting the great sacred light flame. Every single one of them is unbelievably strong." Donghwang Wangsai hurried over and asked, "How is it, Chao Chan? How is it? Were you able to find anything out?" The male lead laughed heartily. "Brother Wangsai, this time we really struck it rich." Donghwang Wangsai gleefully said, "Strike it rich? Hurry up and tell me, what martial intent did you find?" The male lead shook his head. "There is no martial intent." Donghwang Wangsai asked him with confusion, "No martial intent? If there's no martial intent, then what are you so excited about?" However, the male lead just smiled and said, "But I discovered something even more precious than martial intent." Donghwang Wangsai opened his mouth in surprise. "What?" The male lead said, "Brother, have you ever heard of the Great Sacred Light Flame?" Donghwang Wangsai held his chin and thought, "Great Sacred Light Flame? I don't think I have." The male lead put his hands on his hips and said, "Country bumpkin, surely you've heard of the Sacred Light Luan, right?"
Dongfang Wangcai seemed to realize something and opened his mouth in astonishment. Holy Light Luan, could this be? He used his trembling finger to point at the skeleton. Xiao Chen, is this the skeleton of a Holy Light Luan? The male lead said happily, "Ah, completely correct. This is indeed the skeleton of a Holy Light Luan, but it is only a cub's." Donghuang Wangcai trembled with excitement. "Divine fire, divine fire." After saying that, Donghuang Wangcai said anxiously again, "But how should this divine fire be extracted?" The male lead smiled. "Brother Wangcai, do you feel it's a bit too fast?" Donghuang Wangcai sighed. "Tell me." The male lead stood with his hands on his hips, nose pointing to the sky, resting his hand on the white skeleton. "Brother, don't rush. I have a way. Today we will share this great holy light flame." Donghuang Wangcai exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen, you have a way?" The male lead said arrogantly, "Of course." Hearing this, Donghuang Wangcai hurriedly urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, hurry, hurry!" The male lead immediately raised his hand to cast a magic technique, and gray-black spiritual energy continuously surged out from the male lead's hand. The skeleton pinned to the cliff face immediately trembled as if being sucked out. The suction force from the male lead's magic technique drew the spiritual energy enveloping the skeleton out from the cliff face. Its 4 limbs had already separated, and that source of spiritual energy was gradually gathering at the peak of the magic technique. In the midair, the spiritual energy of the skeleton gradually gathered into a huge lump, but it was still continuing to absorb. Donghuang Wangcai gasped in amazement. This is the great holy light flame." The male lead glanced at Donghuang Wangcai, who was standing blankly to the side. "Brother Wangcai, what are you still spacing out for?" He immediately sat down to meditate, right here.
Donghwang Wangchai's fiery red spiritual energy reached out to the spiritual energy of the great sacred light flame in the sky. The spiritual energy of Donghwang Wangchai and the sacred light flame slowly linked together. The male lead down below was sweating profusely, having to support his hands against each other to persistently hold on. "Brother Wangchai, you have to hurry. If it stays like this, I won't be able to hold on for much longer." Donghwang Wangchai, who was meditating, was also sweating all over his face. He hurriedly said, "Just hold on a little longer." Donghwang Wangchai's spiritual energy transformed into a vortex, sucking the spiritual energy of the sacred light flame into the center of the vortex. The male lead, as if drained of all his strength, collapsed heavily to the ground. Donghwang Wangchai hurriedly stood up from the ground. "Xiao Chen." Donghwang Wangchai helped the male lead up and asked softly, "Are you okay?" The male lead meanwhile held his head, feeling slightly dazed. The male lead panted and looked at Donghwang Wangchai. "I'm fine. It's just that my divine sense has suffered a massive depletion, almost to the point of drying up." Donghwang Wangchai took out a medicine bottle and poured out a golden pill. "That's good then." Donghwang Wangchai took the pill and stuffed it into the mouth of the still doubtful male lead.
Xiao Chen, this is the Star Soul pill. It can quickly recover divine sense. The male lead puffed his cheeks and chewed, as spiritual energy enveloped his entire body. Star Soul pill? There's actually a pill like this? Donghuang Wangchai said, it's very rare. This was refined by my old man. After chewing, the male lead meditated for a while. The male lead looked over at Donghuang Wangchai, who was also sitting and meditating, and smiled. Brother Wangchai, from now on our true chi will be the same. Both will be sacred flame true chi.
Hearing this, Donghuang Wangchai was excited. Xiao Chen, this sacred flame true chi is too terrifying. Compared to my previous heavenly sun true chi, it is not just dozens of times stronger. The white skeleton on the cliff was enveloped in fire-red spiritual energy. The male lead looked at it and thought to himself, within the skeleton of this divine beast, there is still the essence blood of the sacred light Luan, known as pure blood. It's a pity that I can't take it right now. Donghuang Wangchai happily turned to the male lead and said, Xiao Chen, thank you. The male lead smiled and looked at him. Brother Wangchai, we are brothers of life and death. There's no need to say thank you. The two left that place and headed back to the Ronggu cave mansion, only to feel the cave shaking violently. Rocks were falling down due to the tremors. Donghuang Wangchai and the male lead panicked and hurriedly ran over. What happened? Upon arriving, they saw that the cave had collapsed, with thick black smoke billowing in all directions. In the middle of the smoke was the figure of Xiao Ke kneeling on the ground. Xiao Ke's two hands were holding on to something planted in the ground, emitting terrifying spiritual energy. Donghuang Wangchai opened his mouth in shock. What? How did it turn out like this? Xiao Ke was panting heavily from exertion, yet he still did not let go of that thing. The male lead panicked. Brother Wangchai, what should we do? Donghuang Wangchai comforted the male lead. Xiao Chen, don't worry. If my expectations aren't wrong, this black club is definitely an extraordinary ancient artifact. Its grade is certainly high. It might even be at the earth tier. Xiao Ke is trying his best to subdue it. At this moment, we absolutely must not interfere, nor can we disturb him. He can only rely on himself. The male lead asked, Brother Wangchai, does your Ronggu cave mansion have a guardian array? Donghuang Wangchai replied, it's not a guarding forbidden array. It's just an illusionary screen with a partitioning function.
Suddenly, the tremors caused by Xiao Kui grew even stronger. The black spiritual energy emanated more and more. It forced Donghuang Wangchai and the male lead to take a few steps back. That spiritual energy gradually gathered into the shape of a massive and majestic ancient elephant. It used its long trunk to suck in the surrounding black spiritual energy. Due to the elephant's suction force, Donghuang Wangchai and the male lead's clothes and hair were blown backward. Donghuang Wangchai raised his hand to block the falling rebel and asked, Xiao Chen, is this Xiao Kui's martial soul? This martial soul is too terrifying. How come I've never heard of it before? Even the male lead was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat. Grandfather had once warned Xiao Kui that unless it was a matter of life and death, he must not manifest his martial soul. Looking at it now, Xiao Kui's identity was definitely not ordinary. Could it be that grandfather really just picked him up? That elephant continued to extend its long trunk, sucking relentlessly. Donghuang Wangchai shouted in surprise, a spirit artifact. He pointed at Xiao Kui, who was floating in midair in disbelief. Xiao Chen, that's a spirit artifact, right? Do you see it? It must be a spirit artifact, right? The male lead could only laugh out loud. A fool truly has a fool's fortune. Donghuang Wangchai could only twitch his mouth. This kid's fortune is too good. The two of us just got the great sacred light flame, and he went even further, obtaining the spirit artifact. Up there, Xiao Kui was struggling to absorb the spiritual energy, sweating profusely.
When Xiao Kei's feet touched the ground, he hesitantly called out, Brother Wangchai, Donghuang Wangchai waved his hand and said with a smile, It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Kei, what exactly happened? Why was it so dangerous? Xiao Kei explained, Brother Wangchai, I was cultivating when suddenly the Ronggu platform cracked open and a strange black club appeared. It suddenly and violently absorbed my true chi and the divine sense in my sea of consciousness. I risked my life to resist, and finally, unable to endure it, I manifested my martial soul and only then managed to subdue it. Donghuang Wangchai asked excitedly, Is it a spirit artifact? Xiao Kei scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not too sure either. I received a very ancient message just saying that the black club is the evil club. There was also continuous information talking about some artifact spirit. Then the male lead's eyes lit up like stars. Artifact spirit. Xiao Kei, if it has an artifact spirit, it is definitely a spirit artifact. However, this name is a bit strange. Of all things to call it, it is called the evil club. Xiao Kei looked at his hand wrapped in black spiritual energy. The artifact spirit seems to be injured. It needs to be supplemented with some dark energy before it can recover. The male lead crossed his arms and nodded. Xiao Kei, then you'll be busy in the future. Even though the evil club is a spirit artifact, it will be a hassle for you during this time. However, getting a spirit artifact is, all in all, not bad. Donghuang Wangchai said enthusiastically, Today is truly not bad. The three of us brothers have had our gains, and I have wine. Let's indulge ourselves today. The three sat on stone chairs, holding their wine cups and shouting loudly, Cheers! After 3 rounds of wine, the three of them were so drunk they forgot their way home. Donghuang Wangchai leaned back and fell asleep straight away. Xiao Kei lay face down on the table, while the male lead propped his forehead on his hand, nodding off. Suddenly, the male lead found himself appearing in a dark space. Huh?
While still surprised, he saw a small transparent sphere in front of him, and he immediately reached out to touch it lightly. Unexpectedly, it suddenly grew larger, extending to envelop the male lead's entire body. Flashes of lightning appeared all around the male lead, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. The male lead used his spiritual energy to push his body forward. A stone tablet appeared before his eyes, upon which were carved the words, Dutian Lightning Seal. The male lead stopped, curiously touching the stone tablet lightly. As soon as he touched it, he was sucked inside, suddenly attacked by lightning before he could react. What is going on? The lightning seemed to have grown eyes as it spread all over the male lead's body. The sphere enveloping him was also incessantly struck by lightning. The male lead held his face in pain. His whole body flickered with lightning. The male lead widened his eyes and looked at his hand. Revered in the 3,000 realms, Dutian is the chief. Lightning rules myriad phenomena. Its commands cannot be disobeyed. There was an orthodox lightning seal, divided into civil and martial. The Dutian civil lightning seal commands the righteous generals of the great heaven. The Dutian martial lightning seal can destroy all dark evil. A purple pearl with lightning flashing around it appeared in the male lead's hand. To think that this pearl was actually called the Heavenly Pearl, the lightning world inside it was truly domineering. The male lead sat cross-legged, holding his chin in thought. It's just a pity that right now he couldn't control this pearl. He could only learn one type of martial skill from within it. He curled his lips into a smile. This martial skill was divided into two types, civil and martial lightning seals. The Dutian civil lightning seal could control all righteous path power, while the Dutian martial lightning seal was the nemesis of all dark forces. If he cultivated these two lightning seals to great perfection, wouldn't he be invincible?
The male lead spread his arms to both sides to contemplate. The male lead then pulled his hands back. Between his hands, rings of lightning flashes appeared. This was due to the heavenly lightning seal. The male lead became excited. Haha, to think that I can actually manipulate the Dutian divine lightning now. The male lead happily said, this matter cannot be delayed. I must experience it a bit. Suddenly, the male lead was shocked to the point of coughing up blood from his mouth. The three drunk people woke up. The male lead hurriedly covered his mouth. Xia Kui, sitting next to him, worriedly asked, what's wrong with you, brother? Dong Huang Wangchai, sitting opposite, was also puzzled. Xiao Chen. The male lead raised his hand to stop them, hurriedly taking out a pill and swallowing it. It's nothing. My cultivation just had a slight mishap just now. There's no need to worry. Dong Huang Wangchai said, it's good that you're okay. Then just stay at my place tonight. Rest well. The male lead chewed the pill in his mouth, wiping the blood on his lips with his hand. Brother Wangchai, on our Mount Dong Huang, is there any good place to cultivate dark power? Dong Huang Wangchai replied, there is Yunshang Valley. The male lead frowned slightly. Yunshang Valley, isn't that a place to condense the martial heart? Xia Kui said, Brother Wangchai, how does one cultivate dark true qi in Yunshang Valley? Dong Huang Wangchai said, don't you guys know? Yunshang Valley is famous because it has a lot of Yunshang stones. All year round it is covered by dark clouds and fog, with dense yin energy. That is why it is famous.
The male lead was excited. Yunshang stone. Dong Huang Wangsai smiled. Yes, the Yunshang stone is indeed a good item. I heard that refining one Yunshang stone and absorbing its pure dark energy is equivalent to refining 100 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chua smiled happily at the male lead. Brother, after we return from Donghuang City, let's go to Yunshang Valley too. Xiao Chua and the male lead left the cave, following the long stairs. On the way, they met two male cultivators. Seeing the male lead, the two spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, isn't that Yang Shan? Why is your face so pale? You definitely have no face left on the mountain. The two, not knowing life from death, continued. What a fool, daring to offend senior sister Zhou, and even shamelessly challenging her to a life-and-death battle. Despicable to the extreme. I heard he even dragged Donghuang Wangsai down with him. He's a jinx. Anyone involved with him runs into bad luck. Hearing this, Xiao Chua looked at the two with a cold face and frowned in annoyance. Brother, these guys are too much. The male lead simply replied calmly. They are just trash. No need to pay them any mind. He continued gently. Xiao Chua, in a few days, I will go to the scripture pavilion to choose a martial art for you. If you are lucky enough to get a club-type spirit artifact, then you can focus solely on club techniques in the future. Xiao Chua asked in confusion. Brother, I already have a second-tier martial art manual, and my cultivation is still only at the martial seed realm. Finding a top-grade yellow-tier club technique martial art is already enough. The male lead laughed and said, Oh, do you still need to be polite with me? He gently shook his head and said, Xiao Chua, we don't need to compare ourselves with that scum. Even if a yellow-tier martial art is cultivated to great perfection, its power is only so much. It's fine for the martial seed realm, but what about the Tianhe realm? What about the Purple Palace realm? Every type of martial art requires a lot of time and effort. If there's an opportunity to comprehend a top-grade profound-tier martial art, there's no need to choose a yellow-tier one.
Xiao Kui asked, Brother, if you were to take your martial arts fist technique, what would you do?
The male lead said, "Me? The second stance of my Lingshan sword art is only a minor accomplishment. Do you think I need a martial art?" Xiao Kui, hearing the male lead say this, didn't know what to say. Even the male lead didn't know how to brag anymore, so the space around the two of them became strangely quiet. Suddenly, the male lead seemed to sense something. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Kui, be careful!" In the sky, a streak of spiritual energy appeared, flying towards them like the wind. Xiao Kui was so terrified he couldn't move. "Ah!" The male lead took a casting stance and hurriedly said, "Xiao Kui, quickly hide." The attack from the sky plummeted straight towards the male lead, creating a massive tremor. Mid-air, a blonde, short-haired male cultivator appeared, holding a sword and looking down. Why did they disappear again? The guy, wearing a full-face mask, clicked his tongue softly. "The sword sect deacons are about to arrive. Looks like I failed this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he fled and vanished. The male lead reappeared from the spatial dimension. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Zuo Q Yao, you asked for this. Since you dared to lay a hand on this young master, don't regret it." Xiao Kui angrily clenched his fists. "Brother, this is definitely an assassin sent by that woman Zuo Q Yao." The male lead sneered. "This is also my first time seeing such a vicious woman. If she does one thing, don't blame me for returning it tenfold, and that masked assassin is currently fleeing."
Suddenly, a massive hand appeared in midair and grabbed him, causing the mask on his face to fall off. A majestic voice rang out, "Zhua Shanren of the Zhua family, you are truly audacious. You probably don't know, but it's because of this stupidity of yours that the entire Zhua family has been destroyed, right?" The person named Zhua Shanren screamed in terror, "Great Elder, my mind was bewitched. I deserve to die, but the others in my Zhua family are innocent." The old man with earth-colored long hair spoke angrily. "Do you even believe those words yourself? Innocent? How could there be so many innocent people in this world?" Saying that, the old man's eyes widened. The two male leads were currently standing opposite the group of people. Leading them was a hunchbacked old man who said, "Chen, why aren't you two monkeys cultivating on the mountain? What is the meaning of this?" The male lead scratched his head shyly. "What do you mean? Our two brothers have been very well behaved on the mountain. It's just that we haven't seen everyone for a long time, so we missed you." A tall, middle-aged man looked at him. "All right, we are getting ready to go to the Zhuaxin auction. You two should come along too." The male lead was confused. "Auction? Zhuaxin? What is that?" At a luxurious wooden pavilion, the roof eaves were extravagantly carved with dragon heads. A small podium was placed on the stage, where a fat middle-aged man stood and said, "Welcome to Guigu. In this auction, except for special items, everything can be paid for with spirit stones." After speaking, a burning fire sphere appeared from his hand. The first auction item is an ancient array pattern. After appraisal, its age exceeds 5,000 years. It is preliminarily identified as a fire attribute array pattern, and its level is at least high-grade profound tier. Its effect is still unknown, and the starting price is 100. The cultivators below immediately rushed to shout, 100 spirit stones, 120 spirit stones, 150 spirit stones.
Standing below, the male lead asked in confusion, "The Eastern Emperor Sword Sect has so many fire attribute cultivators. Normally, not to mention a high-grade profound tier array pattern, they would all fight for it. Why are there so few Tianhe realm cultivators bidding here?" The old man replied, "Xiao Shen, the array Dao is profound. I heard Ba Guang say you have array Dao talent. If you are free, practice it more. The array pattern on the stage is indeed a high-grade profound tier, but unfortunately it is incomplete. Unless an array master buys it for research, it is truly not worth anything." Hearing this, the male lead frowned and looked up. "This auction is too boring, bringing these things to auction without even paying attention." On the stage, the host had summoned a large green sphere. He introduced, "After appraisal, this is a rare ancient tree heartwood, attribute Dharma artifact, containing high-level wood attribute energy. A wood attribute cultivator can definitely use it to make their wood attribute true chi undergo metamorphosis. The starting price is 100 spirit stones." The cultivators below the stage immediately shouted, 100 spirit stones, 150 spirit stones, 300 spirit stones. The old man, who hadn't said anything until now, raised his hand and said, 1,300 spirit stones. A long-bearded old man next to him spoke up, 1,400 spirit stones. The old man said again, 2,300 spirit stones. Seeing his old man spending so generously, the male lead was puzzled. Could it be a good item? The male lead formed a hand seal, cast a technique, and touched the center of his forehead. His eyes turned red as he looked toward the green sphere.
He looked inside the sphere where black chi appeared, twisting and howling. What exactly was that evil aura? The male lead said to his old man, "Grandmaster, the ancient wood tree heart is a bit strange. Do not bid on it." The old man asked softly, "What is strange about it?" The male lead replied, "Inside the ancient wood tree heart there is an incredibly evil dark energy. It is very terrifying." The old man sighed, "Dark energy. All right, then I don't need this item anymore." Returning to the simple courtyard, the male lead asked a plainly dressed middle-aged man holding a teacup, "Master, has your cultivation completely recovered?" The male lead's master replied, "How could it be that simple? It really is thanks to you. The great elder won't urge you to return the soul-reflecting stone, will he?" The male lead smiled and waved his hand. Probably not. The male lead's master smiled and said, recovering soul power is extremely difficult. Even with a supreme treasure like the soul-reflecting stone, my soul power currently hasn't even recovered 50%. However, my sword soul and martial seed are currently condensing again, which can be considered a great blessing. The red-haired middle-aged man pointed at the male lead's face and laughed heartily. You kid really wasted your effort, didn't they? Didn't they say that the top ranker of the demonic sword platform enjoys a lot of resources? Why are you still only at the first level martial seed realm? Look at our Xiaoke, he is already at the 4th level martial seed realm. The old man said, Stinky brat, it's been almost half a year. Tell me, how have you been cultivating? The male lead scratched his head. Xiaoke isn't an outsider either, let alone, his master glanced calmly. If you, brat, don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about running away. The male lead laughed dryly. Master, I also just awakened a talent, so it prolonged my cultivation progress. Talent is not my fault either. The people sitting on the chairs asked in surprise. Awakened a talent again? The male lead scratched his head. Earth attribute.
The old man thought, Earth attribute. Earth attribute is good. Earth attribute heavenly Tao masters are very rare. Rumor has it that the legendary Earth attribute experts have countless ways to preserve their lives. If you, kid, have the opportunity to awaken Earth attribute martial intent, that would be great. He said, come, show us, old man, your martial seed battle diagrams. The male lead said shyly, Grandmaster, Xiaokui and I have just condensed our martial seeds not long ago. They are still not enhanced. It's better not to manifest them yet. The pink-haired man said, evolving the martial seed battle diagram is the foundation of every cultivator's combat power. It is extremely important. With our foresight, just a little advice is enough for you to benefit for the rest of your lives. It will also make it easier for you bratty kids to have a direction to transform your martial seeds. The male lead sighed and said, Xiaokui, you manifest yours. Xiaokui replied, all right. Xiaokui cast a magic technique, and the source of spiritual energy under his feet surged. The tree-shaped martial seed coiled up, spreading purple spiritual energy. Everyone was surprised. This? What is this? The pink-haired man shouted loudly, Xiaokui, is this condensed using the dark origin? Xiaokui replied, He excitedly slammed the table. Good, very good. The male lead's master was also stunned. This is a supreme martial seed. The pink-haired man said proudly, Xiaokui, the sword sect surely doesn't lack high-level martial arts. You should carefully choose one to cultivate and fuse into it. Your martial seed battle diagram will be stronger. The male lead's master looked at him grinning and got angry. What the hell are you laughing at? Where is your martial seed? Manifest it. If you are not as good as Xiaokui, then don't even hope that I will agree to the matter with Lingxi.
The old man angrily slammed his hand on the table. What are you yelling about, you worthless thing? How much could you have possibly taught Xiao Chen? The male lead laughed loudly. Ha ha! Having been personally instructed by you, Grandmaster, my martial seed battle diagram is naturally not weak. It can at least be comparable to Xiaokui. Saying that, he summoned his martial seed. Grandmaster, look. Everyone looked at the male lead's flag. This is... His master stood up in shock. Ah! The old man said, how old are you already? You have no image at all. Do you want a beating? His master panted and said, Master, Yang Chen's martial seed burned. It burned a wisp of my divine sense. The three masters of the male lead and Xiaokui stood up in shock. What? Impossible. The old grandmaster tried to release his spiritual energy to probe. His spiritual energy rushed straight toward the male lead's flaming flag. As if sensing something, he was surprised. Kid, how exactly did you condense your martial seed? It's not a fusion of 3 types of origins, and there are 2 types of powerful energies that I cannot appraise. What exactly is it? The male lead sweated profusely looking at the old man. This old man's eyes were so sharp. Xiaokui's master crossed his arms and spoke. Obviously, after you went up the mountain, your opportunities haven't been bad. I must say, the sword sect is truly generous. Just on this point alone, the Yifeng royal clan is 100,000 miles behind.
The eastern land under the rule of the Yifeng royal clan can be considered a disaster. If you two ever have the opportunity, you must definitely change this situation. Do not forget that we are also people of the eastern land. The male lead's master also said, if we destroy the Yifeng royal clan and let the eastern land merge into the sword sect, that would be great. Our eastern land does not lack geniuses. It's just a pity that there is no good environment for them to grow up. At Huangtan Peak, the male lead looked in astonishment at the tail of a creature swinging back and forth. He gently approached the creature that was sprawling out asleep. He hesitantly said, Is this Xiaohe? Xiaokui asked in horror, Is it really Xiaohe? The male lead thought of the majestic image of a true dragon and wondered to himself, could Xiaohe really be the descendant of the true martial sword emperor? Xiaohe frowned and scowled while cultivating, with black spiritual energy rising densely from its body. After a night of completing its cultivation, Xiaohe opened its mouth and let out a huge yawn, slightly opening its large eyes.
As soon as it opened its eyes, it was startled by Xiao Kui and the male lead, who were also sitting and meditating. Because it was startled, its unsteady body tilted completely towards the river. Its massive body fell straight into the river, making water splash everywhere. In the river, it panicked and flapped its tiny wings. It struggled to climb back onto the bank, spewing out river water, its entire upper half lying exhaustedly on the riverbank. But when it saw its own fat body, it panicked and barked loudly, "Woof woof woof, woof woof woof." On the other side, the male lead looked in annoyance as it screamed noisily, "Woof woof woof." The male lead angrily shouted, "It's so noisy."
Being scolded, Xiaohei immediately covered its mouth tightly with both hands, sweating from fear. It thought of the scene where it became huge, then pinned the male lead to the ground and beat him until he drooled. Wait until I become a bit more formidable. The Black Master will use chains to bind this evil demon Yang Chen. Beat him once a day. No, once is not enough. Woof woof woof. Must beat him twice a day. The male lead saw it spacing out and kicked it with his foot. Being kicked, Xiaohei immediately stood up in anger, hands on its hips, and barked loudly, "Woof woof woof." Seeing it making a scene, the male lead pinned it to the ground and kicked it a few times. Xiaohei could only painfully hold its head and curl up on the ground, constantly crying out, "Woof woof woof, woof woof woof." Suddenly, the male lead heard Xiaohei's sound transmission. "Yang, no, master, don't hit me anymore. Boo-hoo." The male lead looked at it in surprise. Has this guy become a spirit? Not only can it speak the human language, but it also knows how to use divine sense for sound transmission. The male lead sat on the ground and talked to Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, I won't hit you anymore. You lack discipline. To think you dare to flap your lips at me, you're rebelling. Right, how did you turn into this after just one day of not seeing each other?" Xiaohei grimaced and used sound transmission with the male lead. "Master, I awakened my bloodline power." The male lead was doubtful. "Bloodline power?" It stammered. I'm not too sure either." The male lead rubbed his chin and asked, "Xiaohei, then do you have a cultivation technique yet?" Mentioning cultivation techniques, Xiaohei immediately crossed its arms and said arrogantly, "I do. Master, my technique is the Tai method." The male lead asked in confusion, "What is the Tai method?" Xiaohei didn't know what to do and waved its arms vigorously. "That, like this, like this." Seeing this, the male lead sighed. Why is this Xiaohei so similar to the true martial sword emperor in every other aspect, but only its brain is different? The male lead thought of the scene where the true martial sword emperor handsomely lifted the chin of a beautiful female dog. Could it be that the true martial sword emperor carelessly did something with a dog-like monster beast and thus created Xiaohei?
Thinking of that scene, the male lead covered his mouth and laughed until tears flowed. As for Xiaohei, he didn't understand why he was laughing so happily. The male lead laughed loudly, looked up and asked Xiaohei, "Do you know how to fly?" Xiaohei naively replied, "I don't know." The male lead angrily shouted, "You must practice. Start immediately." After saying that, the male lead kicked Xiaohei into the sky. In the air, Xiaohei struggled wildly and cried out incessantly, "Woof woof woof, woof woof woof." Xiao Kui shouted from below, "Xiaohei, do your best." Xiaohei in the sky had already spread his wings and managed to fly. Suddenly he thought, I can't sign any contract with that guy. Should I run away now? However, he shook his head repeatedly. No, heaven knows what tricks that guy has. It's better to wait until I get stronger before deciding. He flapped his wings to land on the ground. The wind he created caused dust to fly everywhere. The male lead joyfully put his arm around Xiao Kui's shoulder. "Xiaohei has made progress. The two of us cannot fall behind either. Let's go to Yunchang Valley tomorrow." At the deep and gloomy Yunchang Valley, every cliff was covered with moss, and vines swayed in the wind. Xiao Kui asked, "Brother, is this Yunchang Valley?" The male lead didn't know how to answer either. "It's my first time here too. It's probably down here, right?" Suddenly, an old man with a brown beard appeared behind him and said, "Is it the first time for you two at Yunchang Valley?" The old man pointed down the cliff and said, "Below is exactly Yunchang Valley. When you go down, you must pay attention to grab the black cloud vine. If you feel anything abnormal, don't go down any further. The deeper you go, the stronger the power of the profound array gets. If you get sucked in, no one can save you."
The male lead silently looked down the cliff. Then he said to the old man, "Lord Deacon, may I ask if Yunchang Valley has Yunchang stones?" The old man said, "Yunchang stones? There are Yunchang stones, but they are very hard to get. If you are lucky, you might be able to get them. Could it be that you are all of the dark attribute?" The dark attribute is quite rare in our sword sect. The male lead and Xiao Kui looked at each other and chuckled. The male lead and Xiao Kui clung to the black cloud vine and climbed down. The male lead silently watched the dark chi floating on the cliff. He furrowed his brows, trying to inhale as little dark chi as possible. "Xiao Kui, be careful." Suddenly, an eagle-shaped monster beast appeared below, opening its large, tooth-filled mouth and flying straight toward the male lead. The male lead was frightened looking at its tooth-filled beak. The male lead immediately used the hand seals of the heaven-comprehending scripture to dodge. The male lead broke into a cold sweat. The illusion array is so powerful. No wonder this Yunchang stone has such great value. It turns out to be this hard to get. Suddenly, he saw something. A cliff on the mountain was covered with sparkling colored stones. The male lead jumped to the ground and cheered. "We're rich!" He quickly picked up several stones scattered everywhere. He excitedly hugged a pile of stones and happily said, "Today we've truly struck it rich. I just wonder what Xiaoquei managed to get." He happily grabbed onto the black cloud vine. "Let's head back." Xiaoquei stood at the other side of the cliff and shouted to the male lead. "Brother!" The male lead excitedly said, "Xiaoquei, how many Yunshang stones did you get?" Xiaoquei's eyes shone like stars. 1,670 stones. "Brother, we're rich this time. To me, it's equivalent to over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, with these Yunshang stones, I believe I can reach the high stage of the martial seed realm by the end of the year." The male lead said, "A cultivation environment like the Sword Sect is extremely rare. Xiaoquei, we have gained quite a lot of benefits. If there is a chance, we must make a name for the Sword Sect." Xiaoquei smiled and said, "I will never forget in the future. I am a disciple of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." The two of them grabbed onto the black cloud vine again and continued moving. "Oh, right, brother. Let's go to the scripture pavilion. You have to help me choose a suitable club technique." The male lead replied, "All right." At the scripture pavilion, the senior guarding the door took the wooden token, then looked at the male lead and said, "You are the top ranker of this new batch?" The male lead was annoyed. "Doesn't it look like it?" The guard disdainfully said, "First level martial seed realm, truly unimpressive." The male lead didn't bother to care and snatched back the wooden token. Xiaoquei also frowned in annoyance. The two stepped up the stairs and approached the cave entrance. The male lead spoke loudly to the two seniors sitting on both sides. Two seniors. One of them glanced down. You brat, you really know how to pick the time. Take this." The male lead said, "Senior, I came to choose a martial art. Could it be I still have to pay money?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit straight on the head with a stick, making him see stars.
The old man hit him and said, "Brat, you just joined the sect, right? This old master guards the scripture pavilion, and it's the first time I've heard the words hand over money. Your guts really aren't small." The male lead rubbed the lump on his head and said fearfully, "Sorry, senior, I'm truly embarrassed." The old man reached out his hand and said, "Identity token." The male lead took out his wooden token. "Oh, so that's how it is." The two old men said in unison, "Brat, all the martial arts on the third floor are engraved in spirit slips. There are annotations next to them. If you are not certain which one to choose, it's best not to flip through them." The door gradually opened before the male lead's eyes. The four sides around the scripture library seemed to be plated with gold, and the light shining down from the roof illuminated the surroundings. The male lead approached the shelf. Flowing firefly sword seal, new flame sword finger, fire cloud steps, melting flame art, great rushing saber secret art, hardship staff method. Suddenly, there was something covered by dark attribute spiritual energy. It is Star Fury, an ancient battle artifact. It has a strong seal. Without absolute strength, it cannot be broken. Otherwise, it will only damage the body. If you are fated, this item is of the dark attribute. Use it carefully. The male lead carefully reached out his hand. The male lead seemed to realize something. A huge dragon head appeared behind the male lead. The male lead deployed the purple nether true chi to protect his body, reaching out his hand to grab the tablet. As soon as his hand touched the plaque, a thin stream of black true chi quickly spread across his entire arm. The male lead was so shocked he couldn't believe it. What? He didn't expect this thing to actually be extraordinary. However, this is not the place to study it. I'll take it back first and decide later. He picked it up, then left and handed it to the elder guarding the door. "I choose this one." The elder glanced at it. "Hey, you brat. Do you know how precious a third-floor martial art manual is? How could you waste it like this?" The male lead asked blankly. "Senior, can't I choose it?" The elder sighed. "Fine, you can if you want. Kid, didn't you look at the description? Although this is an ancient combat skill, its tier is still unknown. Furthermore, it has a seal that is not easy to break. Moreover, acting forcefully and brutally will only destroy this precious jade slip. Once it is destroyed, can you compensate for it? A light punishment would be a reprimand. A severe one would be expulsion from the sect. You better think carefully." The male lead embarrassedly scratched his head. "Senior, I feel that I have a destined affinity with it." The elder shouted angrily. "What destined affinity?" "Kid, according to the rules of the sword sect, you can take this back to study for a month, but you absolutely must not damage it. Otherwise, you'll cause huge trouble." The male lead breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Thank you, senior. I'm not stupid. I definitely won't destroy it. Please rest assured, I will return it on time next month."
The elder sighed. Seeing the male lead step out, Xiaoquei ran over to welcome him. "How is it? Did you find any club martial art technique to help me?" The male lead scratched his head awkwardly. "No." Xiaoquei sighed softly. Sigh. The male lead gently explained. "Xiaoquei, there is one club technique called the Jiaxin club art, and it is even top-grade profound tier, but I didn't choose it." Xiaoquei was doubtful. "Why is that?" The male lead crossed his arms and laughed happily. "Xiaoquei, I discovered a combat skill that is even more formidable. I'm afraid it's much more badass than that Jiaxin club art." Xiaoquei asked doubtfully.
Really? The male lead patted Xiao Kui's shoulder, headed back and said, "At Huangtan Peak." The male lead took out the token enveloped in purple spiritual energy. "Be careful, feel it a bit. There is a seal on the spiritual slip." Xiao Kui took the token. Yes. Immediately, Xiao Kui was startled by the spiritual energy inside. The dark energy is too strange, very eerie. Xiao Kui placed it on the stone table. The male lead opened his fist and exerted his spiritual energy, smiling gleefully on his face. "Let me use the heaven-comprehending scripture to feel it a bit." However, before his spiritual energy could get close, it struck back. "What?" The male lead immediately summoned a dragon head. "It seems I have to take a bit of a risk." So his spiritual energy enveloped the token. The dragon head on his head opened its mouth wide and sucked the seal from the token. The token vibrated in midair for a moment, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The male lead then retracted his fist, and the dragon on his head was withdrawn. "Xiao Kui, the seal has been broken. Take a look at what the spiritual slip actually is." Xiao Kui happily held the token. Xiao Kui closed his eyes to feel it, and a strand of spiritual consciousness invaded the token. The male lead looked doubtfully at Xiao Kui, who was trying so hard that he trembled. He thought doubtfully, what did Xiao Kui probe to make him look like that? Xiao Kui couldn't probe anything, and looked at him aggrievedly with tears in his eyes. The male lead hurriedly comforted him. "Don't rush. Speak slowly."
Xiao Kui could only sigh, his two hands gripping the spirit tablet tightly as he tried again. Suddenly, Xiao Kui screamed in terror. It's a divine ability, a divine combat skill. The male lead was also startled by Xiao Kui's words. What? He trembled and clutched his heart. "Xiao Kui, are you sure it is? It is really a divine ability?" Xiao Kui pursed his lips and nodded. "Yeah." He hurriedly snatched back the spirit tablet. "Let me see." He released a trace of spiritual sense to probe the spirit tablet. In his mind appeared a large, muscular old man resting a hammer larger than a human body on his shoulder. Star, also called a minor realm, Star Fury, exactly like its name, is the fury of a minor world, unparalleled in its dominance. The old man's face turned stern. "I hope the Fated One will carefully comprehend and cultivate it. If you succeed, you can also remember my name. My seat is Martial Emperor, and my dojo is in the Yunsha Middle Realm." He stared intently at the spirit tablet and thought, it really is a divine ability. He handed it to Xiao Kui. "Xiao Kui, the Star Fury divine ability is not an ordinary divine ability. You must comprehend it carefully and absolutely not rush. If you feel anything is wrong, stop immediately and go to Yunshang Valley to temper your martial heart first." He smirked and sat cross-legged on the ground. "All right, then the two of us brothers will cultivate for a while. After some more time, we will go cause trouble for that Suo Chu Chao." The male lead felt annoyed thinking about Suo Chu Chao. Stinky woman, just you wait. The male lead, with his entire body enveloped in dark energy, advanced towards Seven Plums Peak. As he walked, he thought, I wonder what the special treasure on Seven Plums Peak is. He approached a tower made of stone. He immediately leaped out of the spiritual energy covering his body, jumping right to the door of the tower.
He reached out and pushed open the tower door, causing a thick cloud of dust to billow out. In the middle of the tower sat a gilded box containing a burning sphere enveloped by dense spiritual energy. The male lead was endlessly astonished. What kind of treasure was this? He reached out his hand to feel it. Then he became terrified. This is a monster core. The ruby-colored core sparkled brightly as it burned. This so-called array pattern was clearly connected to the current master of Seven Plums Peak, Zhou Chujiao. If I touch the monster core on this rock, it will definitely alert Zhou Chujiao. He gritted his teeth and grabbed it anyway. Let's risk it. Then he immediately summoned his shadow evasion martial intent, and his entire body was enveloped in dark energy. That dark energy shot out of the tower at the fastest speed. As soon as the male lead ran out, he hid behind a large tree, sweating profusely. However, seeing no reaction, he grew doubtful. Where are the people of the Zol family? Why is there no movement? After that, he immediately returned to Huangtan Peak. He gleefully presented the monster core for Xiao Kui to see. "Xiao Kui, take a look at what this is." Xiao Kui asked suspiciously, Where did you rob this from?" He happily tossed the monster core up and down. "Seven Plums Peak. But for some reason, even after I stole this precious treasure, the Zol family didn't react at all." Yet Xiao Kui calmly dropped a bombshell that terrified the male lead. The Zol family has been wiped out? The male lead broke out in a cold sweat. Is that true or false? Xiao Kui, where did you get this news from?
Xiao Kui replied, "It's true. I heard that the big shot of Donghuang City has also arrived at the Zhuo estate. Except for Zhuo Chujiao, who's unconscious, everyone in the Zhuo estate has disappeared." The male lead suspiciously rubbed his chin and thought, it seems a big shot at the Purple Palace realm or above has taken action. He put his arm around Xiao Kui's shoulder and sighed, saying, "Xiao Kui, if the threat from the Zhuo family has disappeared, then let's just cultivate diligently. Wait until the Eastern Lands Martial Mansion grand ceremony held at the end of the year. Our two brothers will go out and make a name for ourselves." In the Eastern Land royal capital, a luxurious city was located halfway up a mountain. A group of people stepped down from the backs of transport monster beasts. The group then entered the city. Xiao Kui followed and talked to the male lead. "Brother,
Our momentum this time absolutely cannot be inferior. The male lead smiled and said, "Of course." Suddenly, a group of women dressed in fiery red martial arts uniforms aggressively walked out. Yang Chen, where is Yang Chen? Get the hell out here." Dong Huang Wangchai stood nearby and said, "Xiao Chen, so you guys know each other? Is there something going on between you two? Moreover, she suffered from that, which is why she is desperately questioning you regardless of everything." The woman with red hair and diagonal bangs angrily shouted, "Yang Chen, I can be considered to have clearly seen your true colors. You are just an ungrateful and treacherous, despicable person." The male lead angrily gritted his teeth and stepped out. "Yi Xiao Chen, you better explain clearly. What do you mean by ungrateful and treacherous?" Yi Xiao Chen flared up in anger, pointing her finger right at the male lead's face and scolding. "Not only are you ungrateful and treacherous, but you are also shameless, despicable, low-life, dirty, and vile."
Yi Xiaoqing, don't think that just because your father is the Eastern Land King, you can say whatever you want. Does your father know you are this unreasonable? Yi Xiaoqing, if you don't explain yourself clearly today, we are not done settling this. First, calling you ungrateful. My master holds a high and powerful position in the Eastern Land and promoted you, even gifting you his exclusive command token, taking pity on your martial aptitude, giving you a shortcut to the heavens that anyone would dream of. But what did you do? You actually betrayed the Eastern Land? Are you not ungrateful? You're sick. Could it be that Dongguo Shiji didn't tell you the underlying reasons? Yi Xiaoqing, if you want to criticize me, go back and ask your father first. Ask your master, Dongguo Shiji. Ask your older brother, Yi Tianqi first. As for now, get lost. I don't want to see you anymore, especially that face of yours. Yang Chen. Miss, if the Eastern Land King has any dissatisfaction with us, we can leave the city or even return to our estate.
Dong Huang Wangchai said, "We have arrived at the Eastern City, the most famous Wuguan Divine Tower in the Eastern Land. Today, let's broaden our horizons and see why one cannot pass its gate." The male lead agreed. "Let's go." The three of them arrived at the Wuguan Divine Tower. The Divine Tower was purplish red and built with 2 floors. Dong Huang Wangchai smiled and said, "Who goes first?" The male lead said, "Brother Wangchai, you go first. Your strength is the highest. If even you come out without gaining anything, then it will definitely be even harder for the two of us." Dong Huang Wangchai stepped forward and placed his hand on the lock ring. It immediately lit up, and a burst of spiritual energy escaped from it. Dong Huang Wangchai stepped through the newly opened gate. That petite red-haired guy happily clapped his hands. "Everyone, I'll open the bets. I bet senior brother Wangchai can surpass Yi Tianqi and charge into the 3rd floor. Any takers? 2-to-1 odds. The main point is just to make it a bit challenging." A few cultivators immediately handed him money. "I bet 50 spirit stones. Me too." A moment later, Dong Huang Wangchai floated out in midair. Immediately, that kid rushed over to ask, "Brother Wangchai, how was it?" Dong Huang Wangchai shook his head slightly. "2nd floor. What a pity. Just missed it by a bit." However, the surrounding cultivators clamored, "Tell us, what's inside? Senior Brother Wangchai, are there any restrictions from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor? Brother Wangchai, what treasures did you get?" Dong Huang tightly closed his eyes and told them that he couldn't speak of it. Yang Chen thought to himself, "It seems there is definitely something strange in this ancient tower. Those who enter are not allowed to reveal related information." Yun Changsha Yuan volunteered to go next. "Let me enter." He then stepped into the black vortex. About 3 minutes later, he walked out with a tired and dejected expression. His whole body seemed to be spinning, and he said weakly, I didn't even pass the 1st floor."
The others were extremely panicked upon hearing this. "No way? What? Did we hear that right? Is the 1st floor really that difficult?" Jian Wuke confidently said at this time, Let me go in and see." So he stepped inside. A quarter of an hour later, Jian Wuke stepped out with a not-so-bright expression, his eyes looking dull. Everyone around rushed over and asked him eagerly, "Jian Wuke, did you reach the 2nd floor? Did Jian Wuke succeed? It didn't take much time. Did you already reach the 2nd floor?" Jian Wuke sighed tiredly and said to everyone, I was just a little bit away from breaking through the limit of the 2nd floor." Dong Quan smiled and praised him. "Xiao Ke, very good." Yunzong Xiaoyuan looked at him with a dejected face and aggrieved eyes. Dong Quan glanced over at Yang Chen with a look of contempt and disdain. "Xiao Chen, you're the only one left. If you can't charge into the 2nd floor, ha! Yang Chen glared back at him with an unwilling look. He confidently said in front of everyone, "Watch me." Before stepping in, Yang Chen gave a thumbs up to show that he would definitely do well. He walked in with a face full of confidence. Appearing before his eyes were items neatly placed on a wooden shelf. Yang Chen was amazed and thought to himself, "So many treasures." His eyes turned into 2 large round coins. "I'm rich. I'm going to be rich." A voice rang in his ear. "Young human, before passing the trial, you must swear upon your soul. Except for the fact that you can tell outsiders which floor you have reached, you must not reveal half a word about anything else. Otherwise, your soul will be burned." Yang Chen was shocked and immediately thought, "This is the artifact spirit of the Wuguan Divine Tower. Strange. Why would an ancient spirit artifact guard the Eastern Land royal capital?"
He immediately called out, "Dare I ask if Senior is the artifact spirit of the Divine Tower?" That voice rang out once more. "Excellent. It has been 100,000 years, and you are the third person to recognize me as an artifact spirit. Kid, you are only at the 4th level Martial Seed realm. How could you see through it?" Yang Chen replied decisively, "Senior, I haven't just seen an artifact spirit once. Furthermore, the Black Brother who entered here earlier is my brother, and in his hands he has a spirit artifact. Moreover, it is an ancient spirit artifact." That voice was extremely shocked by his words. "Is that so? What is that spirit artifact?" He replied, "Tulong Club." That voice repeated what he just said. "Tulong Club." It asked again, "Is it really the Tulong Club?" After hearing him say that, it then told him, "You swear an oath first. Starting from the 1st floor, my mood is not bad today, so I will lower the difficulty for you a bit. As long as you can pass the 5th floor, I will continue talking to you." Yang Chen remained silent for a long time upon hearing that. Finally, Yang Chen confidently replied to it, "All right, I swear on my soul that other than telling outsiders the number of floors I reach, I will not reveal half a word about anything else. Otherwise, my soul will be burned."
A flaming chair appeared before him, making him look at it in great astonishment. That voice called out to him, "Successor, the game begins. The rule is that on each floor you can only choose one item to break the restriction. If you fail, you will be sent out. If you succeed, you will move on to the next floor." After that, it spoke about the Fire Guard Stool, which was an item belonging to the great venerable pill acolyte. He often sat on this item to watch over the pill refinement furnace, absorbing countless essences of pill fire. It was a low-grade profound tier fire attribute artifact. Hearing it say this, he looked down at the flaming chair in shock. What? A fire attribute treasure like this was actually just a normal sitting stool for a pill acolyte? After that, Yang Chen placed his hand on the burning chair. His entire body was engulfed by those fierce flames. He quickly used the shadow evasion martial intent technique to hide himself in another space to avoid being burned to ashes by the fire. Finally, he successfully escaped. Another barrier appeared. This barrier was the door for him to continue stepping into the 2nd floor. He placed his hand on the door and muttered to himself that the 1st floor was already so dangerous, he didn't know what the 2nd floor would be like. When Yang Chen entered, there were many precious treasures of immense value inside. Before his eyes appeared a massive green cauldron. He approached and placed his hand on the body of the cauldron to sense it. As a result, he realized that the cauldron was the everlasting tripod, an item personally forged by the Great Venerable, a treasure meant for containing medicinal pills. Medicinal pills below the saint grade could all be placed inside. Even as years passed, there was no need to worry about the medicinal efficacy being lost, maintaining the effects of the pills eternally. Yang Chen's face was dripping with sweat. Suddenly, he fell into another space. Before his eyes were ruins, experts in the control of martial intent.
There was a guy here who had killed many people. On the ground were corpses that had been brutally murdered by him. He angrily rushed forward, intending to teach that guy a lesson. Heavenly slaughter. Yang Chen immediately unleashed a move to attack that monster, Ling Hei sword posture. The illusion dissipated, and he finally escaped from it. He angrily thought to himself, hateful, to think this artifact spirit would create such an illusion. Yang Chen closed his eyes and sighed. Strength. Everything is because of strength. There is nothing to be angry about. He was about to turn around and leave when the door leading to the 3rd floor appeared, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. His face looked at it in panic, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Didn't I fail?" Yang Chen stroked his chin and thought, "The strong control their anger, so this is what it means." After that he smiled, then reached his hand out in front of the cauldron and thought, "Let's collect this cauldron first." He confidently stepped into the 3rd door, not knowing what the 3rd floor would be. Arriving there, appearing before his eyes were 5 colorful chests, including blue, green, red, yellow, and brown. Yang Chen stood silently and thought. These 5 colored chests perfectly correspond to the colors of the 5 attributes of true qi. Could they be related? Are the treasures inside compatible with the attributes? Or, finally, he decided to choose the red chest. He reached out to touch the chest and said, "I primarily cultivate the fire attribute. This chest is probably the easiest one for me." Yang Chen pressed the button placed in front of the red chest. Suddenly, a flame from the chest began to burn. The flame spread all over Yang Chen's body, making him very panicked.
He seemed to recognize this flame, Tiangong Fire Gourd. To think that the naturally born Tiangong Fire Gourd could absorb any earth fire into it, while also having the effect of nourishing earth fire. Yang Chen happily collected the Tiangong Fire Gourd and exclaimed, "All right." The artifact spirit, seeing this, panicked and said, No, how is this possible? Looking at the intensity of this kid's divine sense, it's actually about to crystallize." The red chest gradually closed, but he still hadn't fully retracted the power of the Tiangong Fire Gourd. He thought to himself, "Damn, this restriction is truly strong." After that, he attacked the red chest, causing it to crack open. Yang Chen smiled happily. Success. The flames surrounding the chest gradually shrank. Then Yang Chen picked up the red chest, and the door to the 4th floor opened. Yang Chen happily stepped through the door to the 4th floor.
Upon arriving, in front of him was a room with a wall completely blocking the exit. Seeing this, Young Chun called out, "Lord Artifact Spirit, are you here? Why is there nothing here?" In reality, he had fallen into a narrow space, surrounded only by walls. He wondered to himself, where is this? Outside, everyone was currently discussing animatedly. Yang Chun has been in there for more than half an hour. Why hasn't he come out yet? Wang Chai, how about we leave? If Yang Chun can get out, he can return on his own. That's right, senior brother Wang Chai. Waiting like this isn't good either. We still haven't gone to see the bustling streets yet. Dong Huang turned around and said to everyone, "You guys head back. Wu Kui and I will wait a little longer."
Dong Huang turned to ask Jian Wu Kui, "Xiao Kui, aren't you worried?" Jian Wu Kui replied with a certain sense of expectation. "No need to worry. My big brother will definitely charge to the higher floors, maybe even passing the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Dong Huang looked blankly and thought, is that true or false? What exactly is this kid doing inside? Meanwhile, on Yang Chen's side, he was looking for a way to escape from this place. He shouted loudly, "Artifact Spirit, what is the meaning of this? Let this young master out right now." Hearing him say that, the Artifact Spirit sighed. Sigh. Yang Chen asked in confusion, "Lord Artifact Spirit, you finally come. Where is this place? It doesn't look like a place for overcoming trials, does it?" The Artifact Spirit replied, "This is the lowest floor." Hearing the Artifact Spirit say that, his face froze. Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and coaxed the Artifact Spirit. "Lord Artifact Spirit, this junior is absolutely not a vicious person. I am an extremely kind cultivator, having never done a bad thing before. Why would—" Before he could finish speaking, the Artifact Spirit retorted, "Kid, stop saying useless things. If this lord feels that you are a vicious person, then you are a vicious person. Do you have an opinion?" Hearing the Artifact Spirit say that, he cursed angrily in his heart. Damn it, this hateful Artifact Spirit, being abandoned for many years, has caused its spiritual intellect to become erratic. He continued to sweet-talk the Artifact Spirit with honeyed words. "Lord Artifact Spirit, you have to look closely. I am truly not an evil person." It replied to him with a majestic demeanor. "I am the dignified head Artifact Spirit of the Star Tower, shaking countless realms. After being here for so many years, I finally met someone with talent, but his personality is a bit— Never mind, personality can be tempered. I'll choose him then." After hearing the Artifact Spirit say that, Yang Chen forced a smile and asked, "Lord Artifact Spirit, I wonder how long you have been here." It replied, "Probably 100,000 years." Hearing the Artifact Spirit say that, he was completely astonished.
The Artifact Spirit continued asking him, "Kid, do you have any ambitions?" Yang Chen confidently replied, "This kid's cultivation is currently still low, but I want to transcend boundaries and dominate the world. To have whatever I desire, I want this heaven to be unable to obstruct my vision. I want this earth to be unable to hinder my body. Before he could finish speaking, the Artifact Spirit interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop." He awkwardly said to the Artifact Spirit, "Senior, I am not afraid of you laughing at me, but in truth, this kid doesn't have any ambitions. My greatest hope is simply not to be bullied and to be able to protect the loved ones by my side." The Artifact Spirit continued pressing him. "Kid, have you ever heard of the Kui Sing Tower?" Yang Chen blankly replied, "No." A Kui Sing Tower appeared before his eyes, and the Artifact Spirit began to say, "I forgive you for never having heard of it. The so-called Wu Guan Divine Tower that you saw is exactly the Kui Sing Tower, and this old man is none other than the Artifact Spirit of the Kui Sing Tower." The Artifact Spirit began to tell him, "Ever since the previous master fell, I have been lonely for 100,000 years, and you are the next master that I have chosen." Yang Chen looked up at the Kui Sing Tower floating in midair, and that Artifact Spirit spoke again. "Kid, now you know what a heaven-defying fortune is, right?"
Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise, "This is truly—" The Artifact Spirit continued to speak. "All right, now tell me your name. By the way, my name is Wrong. You can call me Elder Wrong." After hearing the Artifact Spirit say that, he also began to introduce himself. "Elder Wrong, my name is Yang Chen. Right, are there a lot of treasures hidden in the Kuxing Tower?" Elder Wrong replied, "To get the treasures in here, you must rely on your own strength to break the restrictions." Hearing Elder Wrong say this, Yang Chen's face went blank and he cried out, "Huh?" Elder Wrong continued, "Yang Chen, the Kuxing Tower is a mid-tier spirit artifact. With your current strength, you still cannot refine it. Even for the first spiritual restriction, I'm afraid you need to advance to the Tianhe realm to enhance the refinement. For now, let's form a contract." Suddenly, a wave of power surrounded Yang Chen, merging and gradually forming a black sphere. As the sphere gradually completed, he called out, "Elder Wrong, how do we form the contract?" Elder Wrong replied, "A blood contract will do." After that, he dripped a few drops of blood onto the sphere. Elder Wrong spoke, "The blood contract has been formed, but whenever the Kuxing Tower moves, it shakes heaven and earth. It is better to wait until after you leave. I will choose a good time to go find you myself." Finally, everything was resolved, and Yang Chen walked out of the Black Gate. Seeing this, Jian Mu Kui happily called out, "Brother." Yang Chen stood frozen on the spot, because there was no sign of anyone else waiting for him except for Jian Mu Kui and Yunjiang Shaoyun. He called out, "Xiao Kui, why is it only you and eldest brother here? Where are the other senior brothers?" Jan Wuquei sighed and said, "They left early on. Don't bother about them anymore. They even thought something had happened to you. How truly ridiculous." Yunjiang Xiaoyan asked Yang Chen, "Xiao Chen, tell me quickly, which floor did you reach?"
He happily replied, "The third floor. This matter related to Kuixing Tower must also be kept secret. I will not reveal it to anyone." Yunjiang Xiaoyan saw this and immediately praised him. "I have long heard how formidable 13th Master Yi Tianqi is rumored to be. Isn't this right in front of the Wugan Divine Tower? You can't lose to our brother." John Wuquei saw this and cried out in admiration, "You are truly formidable." The three of them talked as they walked. Yunjiang Xiaoyan spoke up first. "Tomorrow is the sign unveiling ceremony. Let's head back first." The next day, at a city near the mountain, people on this side gathered in great crowds to see a statue depicting a man. The leader of the eastern land, Yi Wufeng, was walking over. He said to Dong Huang Haojing, "Big brother Haojing, the young talents beside you, could they be the outstanding ones from this demonic sword platform ceremony?" Dong Huang Haojing burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" He glanced over and replied, "That's right. Except for one among them who had matters to attend to and couldn't make it, the other top 20 of the demonic sword platform ceremony have all arrived." Yi Wufeng kept a bright smile and said to him, "Excellent. Big brother Haojing, today is the sign unveiling of our Eastern Land Martial Mansion. Your presence is truly a great honor. Later, the first batch of new mansion students from our martial mansion will still need your young geniuses from the sword sect to step in and teach them a little. It will also let them know that there is always a higher mountain."
Hearing this, Dong Huang Haozeng replied with satisfaction, "That is also good." Yi Wufeng flew high into the air. He stood up there, looked down, and announced, "Today is a memorable day in history because the Great Eastern Land Martial Mansion has been established. At this grand ceremony, representing the billions of people of the Eastern Land, I thank Sect Master Dong Huang for his visit." Yi Wufeng said with determination, "I believe the Eastern Land Martial Mansion will definitely produce countless geniuses from this place. There will even be outstanding individuals who can step out of the Eastern Land, venture into the outside world, and bring fame to our Eastern Land." Everyone around shouted, "Great!" Dong Guo Shiji also called out at this moment. Next is the most spectacular moment, Yufumen. John Wuquei asked Yang Chen in confusion, "What the hell is this Yufumen?" Yunjiang Xiaoyuan began to explain. The so-called Yufumen is where the most outstanding geniuses selected from all the commanderies of the Eastern Land gathered to conduct martial battles in order to enter the Martial Mansion, becoming the first batch of students of the Martial Mansion and becoming the disciples of the Son of Heaven. Yi Wufeng landed on the ground. He looked at Dong Huang Haozeng and said, "Brother Haozeng, today is the auspicious day of our Eastern Land Martial Mansion celebration. At the same time, it is also a gathering of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation of our Eastern Land. It is called the Gathering of Wind and Clouds. I wonder how it compares to your demonic sword platform ceremony." Dong Huang Haozeng replied calmly, "Yi Wufeng, this is completely uncomparable. It's not on the same level. Besides, it seems you haven't won the hearts of the people. Even the geniuses of your own Eastern Land are leaving their homeland."
He continued to speak, "Yi Wufeng, I forgot to tell you about the predictions made by the elders and myself. Young Chen, the one you hate and even drove to his death, is a Purple Palace genius. If you are lucky, you will witness with your own eyes 3 Purple Palace experts of our sword sect." Yi Wufeng's face looked very uncomfortable after hearing those words. The people around were extremely shocked at this moment by what Dong Hong Haozeng said. Huh? What? Who was the young Chen that Sectmaster Dong Hong mentioned? A Purple Palace genius again? Impossible. Looking at the way the two giants are speaking, there must be a story behind it. We just don't know where this person named Yang Chen comes from and what role he plays. Heavens, the sword sect has another Purple Palace genius. Yi Wufeng smirked and looked at him. Brother Haozeng, whether Yang Chen's martial aptitude is qualified enough for him to be a Purple Palace genius, we will not discuss for now. Even if he truly has such talent, he still needs to grow up first. Suddenly, a man among them clapped his hands. His name was Yi Tianqi. He clapped and said, "I didn't expect Yang Chen to be so outstanding now. Why not let Yang Chen and the young talents of our Eastern Land aristocratic families have a match to spread the prestige of our martial mansion?" Yi Tianqi turned around and said to Sansing, "Although your cultivation base is at the 5th level martial seed realm, 1 level higher than Yang Chen, since the other party is the top ranker of this term's demonic sword platform ceremony, you can barely ask him for some pointers." Sansing confidently called out, "Yang Chen, let's have a match. Let me see what abilities the famous top ranker of the sword sect has." Yang Chen just sat there casually whistling. Seeing this, Sansing's face twisted. "Yang Chen, do you dare to fight or not?" He sighed and said, "Brother, if you want to challenge me, you are still not qualified." Hearing this, the people around almost vomited blood out of anger. "What? Yang Chen, you are indeed too arrogant. Where do you think you are? Bastard, this kid is hateful." Seeing Yang Chen being so confident, Yi Tianqi also spoke up.
Yang Chen, according to what you said, what does it take to be considered qualified to challenge the top ranker of the demonic sword platform ceremony this time?
Young Chen still answered calmly. If it's just sparring, as the leader, wouldn't it be incredibly boring for me to take the field right from the start? Yi Tianqi turned to San Qing and said, "Forget it. Since it's like this, let some genius of the sword sect take the field." Young Chen ordered Jan Wuke. "Xiaokei, you go." Jan Wuke exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?"
Opponents, you'll be punished by having to walk back to the sword sect. Yi Wufeng, seeing him so smug, immediately said, "Young Chen, what is the meaning of this? Jan Wuke is at the 9th level martial seed realm." Young Chen replied confidently, 13th Master, Jan Wuke is my blood brother, born in the same year, 19 years old. What is inappropriate about him taking the field?" His words at this moment struck Yi Tianqi's ears like bolts of lightning. Xiaokei is a martial arts fanatic who loves to duel, spar, and learn from different opponents. If this person doesn't work, just casually send out anyone under 25 from your side. Seeing this, Yi Tianqi turned and said, "Azong, you take the field." Azong obeys the command. Jan Wuke and Azong were now standing and staring intently at each other's faces. A snake with ferocious eyes appeared, flicking its tongue filled with deadly poison. Young Chen, observing the match from the outside, said, this kind of martial seed."
A Trung spoke up and asked Jian Wuke, "What is your martial seed?" Jian Wuke calmly replied, "Then we have to see if you can force me to manifest my martial seed or not." The people outside were shouting loudly, "What is this guy's name? Jian Wuke. Is his brain defective? What the hell, he is really courting death." Yang Chen on this side looked helplessly at the match inside. "Sigh, I have unknowingly ruined Xiaokei." A Trung stayed intently at Jian Wuke's face and let out a sigh. After that, he began to control the snake to obey his commands. Yunzong Xiaoyan seemed to have discovered something and cried out, "This is a poison technique." A Trung rushed forward like a hungry tiger. "You are courting death." A handful of danger was rushing towards Jian Wuke like a delicious prey. Yunzong Xiaoyan outside called his name loudly with anxiety, "Xiaokei." That hand slammed down violently. Jian Wuke still stood calmly in the midst of the thick black smoke, blooming a smile.
A Troom was extremely terrified at this moment and said, "Impossible! My nightmare poison claw is fused with the nightmare snake deadly poison. Even a Tianhe realm expert would be heavily injured if struck. Why do you not have the slightest reaction?" He didn't say much and shouted, "Star Fury!" A puff of blue smoke surrounded him, gathering to form a giant fist. Donghuang Haojing was extremely surprised when he saw his power. "What is that?" Yi Qiangqi was no less surprised. "Huh?" Yi Qiangqi shouted loudly, "Stop!" Jian Wuke looked at him in confusion. He began to explain. "There's no need to fight anymore. Yisheng cannot possibly block this move." The people around saw this and began to discuss animatedly with each other. "Huh? No way? How is that possible? That fist seal of his looks very ordinary too." Yi Qiangqi asked Jian Wuke in doubt. "Jian Wuke, what martial art is this of yours? I think even an earth-tier martial art would not have such power." He was confused and thought for a long time, not knowing how to answer. Donghuang Haojing only then explained to Yi Qiangqi. "Tiangqi, what Jian Wuke executed is a fist technique called Star Fury Demonic Fist, which is a legacy left behind by the ancient sword sect. Not long ago, I just passed this martial art to this kid. Haha, to think his comprehension is truly monstrous. He actually comprehended and cultivated the first move of this fist seal." Yi Tiangqi looked at him with a disdainful gaze. "The sword sect is truly generous. This is no ordinary earth-tier martial art." He smiled awkwardly. Haha. After that, Donghuang Haojing continued to say to them, "To tell the truth, in terms of martial arts, our sword sect is truly not lacking. It's only in the aspect of fist techniques that we need to worry a little. Right, the Star Fury Demonic Fist is a high-grade earth. Those practicing fist techniques in the four sects are very few. We can only let this kid take advantage." Yi Wufeng found it quite a waste of time. He immediately said to Donghuang Haojing in annoyance, "Since the spar is over, let's end the warm-up here." He then smiled kindly and replied, "All right, then next let's quickly take a look at the UFU men of your Eastern Land Martial Mansion." Inside the mansion at this time, Jian Wuke and Yang Chen walked in together. Donghuang Haojing sat up high and enthusiastically welcomed them.
He exclaimed, "Come, come, please sit." Then he turned to Jian Wuke and asked, "Where did your earth-tier martial art come from, kid?" He immediately replied, "Lord Sectmaster, the Star Fury fist art was found last year in a certain secret realm in Tiannan. After my brother and I joined forces to see through a divine ruin and obtained it, I cultivated it for a year, and now I can be considered to have grasped the basics." Donghuang Haojing happily exclaimed, "Not bad. This proves that the opportunity of you two brothers is not ordinary. I have heard of the Tiannan secret realm before. Tiannan is a good place. The Tiannan Martial Mansion is a long-established and prestigious martial academy in the Eastern Land. You, kid, don't know what's good for you, grasping the basics of an earth-tier martial art in 1 year, yet you still complain it's slow. Haha." He spoke continuously without stopping for a moment. Jan Wuque still tried his best to sit and listen to him speak. "Jan Wuque, you can rest assured, the sword sect has no objections to the opportunities of the disciples under its command, and furthermore will heavily reward disciples who obtain opportunities.
Your reward will be decided after we return to the sect and I discuss it with the Supreme Elder, but you must not be arrogant and complacent. The Eastern Land is nothing but a small place. In this vast Dongchuan there are still many existences that you cannot imagine. After speaking, he continued pointing his finger at Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, the same goes for you, kid. He could only smile awkwardly in response to his kindness. After that, Yang Chen bowed to Donghuang Hadzang. Lord Sectmaster is wise and divine in martial arts. I will gladly follow the Sectmaster's teachings.
The next day, the air was incredibly fresh, and the sun was casting its morning light upon the ground. Yi Wufeng was currently sitting on a stone chair. Yang Chen saw this and thought to himself, compared to yesterday, why are there 3 extra seats, and they are still next to Yi Wufeng? He thought deeper and deeper. Could it be people from Dongchuan? Suddenly, a fire phoenix flew past his head. After that, Yi Wufeng left that chair and flew high into the sky. He spoke loudly, welcoming your excellencies to the Eastern Land. 3 people landed on the ground from the sky, a middle-aged man, a beautiful girl, and an old man. The middle-aged man spoke first. Are you the master of the extreme East? This strength? Yi Wufeng smiled and said, My lord, I am the king of the Eastern Land Kingdom. Please stay. I can also fulfill the duties of a local host. The middle-aged man's face pulled down and replied, No need. Didn't I hear that the master of the extreme East is the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect? Why has it changed? Could it be that the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect has declined? Donghuang Haozong landed on the ground from the sky. He gave a friendly smile and said to the middle-aged man, My lord, I am the current sect master of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect.
Seeing this, the middle-aged man replied, then it just so happens I have a matter to announce. That beautiful girl stepped forward and said, Uncle Jia, the Eastern Land King is the true master of the extreme East. Uncle Jia replied to her, Miss Yanhua, not long ago I also heard about the negotiation contents of the 4 factions at Taising Valley. I am ordered to transmit to the extreme East and activate the entrance to the secret realm. This is a major matter. As far as I know, the master of the extreme East has always been the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Hearing this, Yanhua revealed a gentle smile. Uncle Jia, you might not understand the current situation in the extreme East. Right now in the extreme East, more than half of the territory belongs to the Eastern Land Kingdom, while the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect occupies less than a third. Uncle Jia fell silent upon hearing her words, and she continued, Uncle Jia, a brilliant genius has appeared in the Eastern Land Kingdom. My father is preparing to accept him as a personal disciple. Oh right, his father is the current Eastern Land King. Hearing this, Uncle Jia replied, Yanhua, I am actually quite curious, exactly who was able to earn your father's favor? From above, Yanhua shouted down below, Tianqi, come here quickly. Suddenly, Donghuang Haozhang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought in panic, so this Yi Wufeng's backing is actually the Taihei sect. He said to Uncle Jia, Milord, our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect has stood tall in the extreme East since ancient times. Over 100,000 years, our inheritance has never been broken. Today, it is rare for the exalted lords sent by Dongchuan to come to the extreme East to open the entrance to the secret realm. The cultivators of our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect deeply desire such an opportunity. Hearing him say this, Uncle Jia immediately replied, In that case, the entrance to the secret realm will be handed over to your 2 families to guard. The only minor requirement is to protect the entrance of the Grand Array well. If it is destroyed, it will be very difficult for you to get such an opportunity again in the future. Moreover, the lords above might be very furious. At this time, Donghuang Haozhang and Yi Wufeng bowed their heads. Many thanks, my lord. Yi Wufeng replied, Yes.
Jia Shushu placed his hand on his chin and said, Coming here, this seat has investigated a bit about the entrance to the secret realm, which is still in a nameless small valley. Not far away is a small city called Tiangu City. Yi Tianqi bowed his head and said with a respectful tone, Lord, opening the entrance to the secret realm will probably consume a lot of spiritual energy. Below is the royal city of our eastern land. Please rest for a while. We can also fulfill our duties as local hosts, allowing the Lord to experience the customs of our Far East. Jia Shushu didn't say much and replied to his goodwill, No need. This seat will wait for you in the small valley outside Tiangu City. In less than a month, the entrance of the Grand Array can be handed over. Donghuang Haozhang flew high into the air, then said, Yi Wufeng, the Grandmaster is right before us. I need to immediately return to the Sword Sect, so I will bid farewell here. Arriving at his destination, he landed on the ground in front of a cave. Elder He stepped out and said to him, My lord Sectmaster, you are no longer young. Why are you still fuming with such anger? This is not good. Trust me, the sky won't fall. He smirked and smiled at Donghuang Haozhang. Let this old man take a guess. Looking at your expression, it seems it's not a bad thing. Perhaps it's a big event. What big event could there be these years? Right, could it be that you have laid eyes on some widow in Donghuang City? You want her, but are afraid of losing face? If it spreads out, it would damage your reputation? Donghuang Haozhang narrowed his eyes and replied, Elder He, a major event. Stop joking around about other things. It's the Dongchuan secret realm. The entrance to Dongchuan is about to open. Elder He thought it was a small matter and calmly replied, If it opens, then it opens. When he finally processed it, he was extremely shocked and shouted, Damn it, bastard, how could it be opened? How could it be so fast? Whose idea was this? They deserve to be killed.
Donghuang Haozhang's face darkened at this moment. He spoke to Elder He with a serious expression. Elder He, could it be that the Dongchuan secret realm opening at our extreme east entrance isn't a good thing?
Elder He stroked his beard and said, "There is both good and bad." He began to explain. Haozheng, the Dongchuan secret realm at the extreme east, has a grand array entrance. Naturally, this could be for the elite disciples of the sword sect to enter and seek opportunities, but it is also a huge trouble. Dongchuan is very large, and monstrous geniuses are countless. Whether the elite disciples of the sword sect can come out alive every time they enter is truly hard to say. Elder He's face sank. From what I know, in Dongchuan there are quite a few Tianhe realm geniuses who have the power to slay Purple Palace realm cultivators. Listen carefully, this is the power to slay, not just the power to fight. Does our sword sect have anyone like that?
Hearing the words coming out of Elder He's mouth made Donghuang Haojing extremely panicked. What? He continued, in reality, for those so-called geniuses of our extreme east entering the Dongchuan secret realm, let alone seeking opportunities, I'm afraid just protecting their lives won't be easy at all. Donghuang Haojing thought for a moment and said, "It seems you must choose the people entering the secret realm more carefully. Furthermore, order them to stick together as a group and try not to go to places with divine ruins." Elder He's face pulled down as he told him, "Haojing, compared to those hidden future troubles, the Dongchuan secret realm that newly opened an entrance in the extreme east still has a tremendous benefit. At least our sword sect will soon have a few more Purple Palace realm cultivators. The Dongchuan secret realm is a good place. Inside there are countless ancient ruins. Even the oldest divine ruins contain a large amount of innate purple chi, so for the quota of the first group entering, you must consider it carefully." Donghuang Haojing at this moment seemed to think of something, and he hurriedly cried out, "Elder He, on the way back, I already thought it over. What do you think about having Zuokyu Ya lead the troops?" He shook his head and said, "This girl is inherently treacherous. She definitely cannot be nurtured. Are you sure you want to let her lead the troops?" Donghuang Haojing asked him back, "Elder He, is this true?" He stroked his beard and said, "If you don't believe it, let's just wait and see. You can verify the prediction I've stated." Donghuang Haojing thought about it and said, "Then we cannot let her enter the Dongchuan secret realm." Elder He shook his head and said, "No, why stop her? Heaven is about to rain. A mother wants to get married. You take care of it once. Could it be you can stop it a second time?" At this time, Donghuang Haojing fell into a deadlock, asking himself who he should choose then.
Elder Huo looked at him with a helpless gaze. Donghuang Wuding isn't bad either. Choose him. Over on Yang Chen's side, inside the secret cultivation chamber, the Qixing Tower was currently hovering in the air, emitting an incredibly powerful surge of energy. Yang Chen was extremely astonished and thought to himself, it really found its way here. Jian Wuquei panicked and said, "This is a spirit artifact?" Elder Rong began to speak. "Brat, exactly what kind of sect is this place you are staying at? How could it conceal a venerable?" Yang Chen replied, "This is my sect, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." He exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Rong, not long from now the entrance to the Dongchuan secret realm in our extreme east is about to open. When that time comes, can you enter with me?" Up above, Elder Rong replied, "It's fine, but this Dongchuan secret realm is probably filled with ambushes and dangers everywhere. Are you sure you, little brat, can go?" Yang Chen said confidently, "This petty Dongchuan secret realm is just a stepping stone for me, Yang Chen, on the path to invincibility." Elder Rong agreed to Yang Chen's proposal, so he said, "All right, then this old man will accompany you on this trip." Just as he finished speaking, the tower began to emit light, and Yang Chen looked at it in a daze. After that, the tower's light transformed into a stream of dark energy and entered Yang Chen's body. After that, Yang Chen happily said to Jian Wuquei, "Xiaokei, this is the Wuguan Divine Tower." Hearing this, Jian Wuquei was startled and said, "Huh? You are truly amazing." Yang Chen then said to Jian Wuquei, "Xiaokei, the senior inside this tower has an important matter to discuss with me. Go outside and help keep watch for me."
Right after Jian Wuquei went outside, Elder Rong came out from Yang Chen's body and immediately asked, "Kid Chen, tell me your current situation. Except for knowing your divine sense and bloodline, I don't know much else clearly." Hearing this, Yang Chen scratched his head and happily talked about his past. "Elder Rong, since I was little, I wandered into a very poor and desolate small city. Before coming of age, my family members went missing due to an unforeseen event, and I have been alone until now. After that, I also met a bad person, encountering an extremely unreliable master. Even his martial soul was crippled. If it weren't for me expending a great deal of effort to find a soul-nurturing supreme treasure for him, I'm afraid he would still be a cripple right now. However, my grandmaster is not bad. Not only did he guide me in the Lingxiao sword art, but he also prepared a sword for me. Unfortunately, it's just an ordinary wooden sword. I'm still looking forward to spirit awakening, and even relying on it to awaken my sword intent." After listening to Yang Chen's story, Elder Rong spoke up. "Kid Chen, having such a grandmaster means you are very lucky. Do you know what material this wooden sword is made of?" Seeing that Yang Chen didn't understand after being asked, Elder Rong explained, "Kid Chen, this is Sunyang wood. This thing is extremely rare, especially for a fire attribute Heavenly Dao Master. It is absolutely a highly coveted treasure.
because once Sunyang would undergo Spirit Awakening, it can sense earth fire within a certain range, and even the aura of heavenly fire. Hearing this, Yang Chen asked, Elder Rong, if Sunyang wood is so extraordinary, then my Blackwood sword undergoing Spirit Awakening probably won't be easy, right? Elder Rong replied, It's not simple, it depends on your fortune, kid. Yang Chen scratched his head and awkwardly said, Elder Rong, so far this kid has only comprehended one sword art. Do you have any good sword skills at your place?
Hearing this, Elder Rong felt helpless and said dejectedly, Kid Chen, there really are no sword arts here with me. Let alone sword arts, there aren't even any martial arts. Hearing this, Yang Chen hummed in disappointment. Elder Rong continued, Kid Chen, what realm are you at right now? Do not be arrogant. You probably wouldn't understand even if I told you the importance of a martial Dao foundation right now, but if you do not establish a solid foundation, you will regret it later. Kid Chen, I still don't know the quality of your true chi, comprehension, technique, and other aspects of yours. Tell me, if they are too poor, it would be a waste of time, and we need to think of a solution. Yang Chen scratched his head and replied, Elder Rong, my technique doesn't need to be changed. My martial soul brings it along naturally. I feel it is extremely good. As for... Before Yang Chen could finish speaking, Elder Rong asked in surprise, What? A martial soul can also bring along a technique? Kid Chen, circulated for me to see. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately sat down and executed the heaven-comprehending scripture. A flame appeared in the palm of his hand, radiating a powerful aura all around. Seeing this, Elder Rong suddenly shouted, Origin fire? Kid Chen, when you circulate your cultivation technique, why is there a slight breath of origin fire? Yang Chen withdrew the heaven-comprehending scripture and replied, The other day I subdued a type of origin fire. Naturally, it will carry some breath of the origin fire when I cultivate. At this time, Elder Rong exclaimed in shock, You've already subdued an origin fire? Impossible! At this moment, Yang Chen had already displayed his origin fire. Seeing this scene, Elder Rong said, Not only does this kid have extremely strong divine sense, but he is also favored by an origin fire. It seems that this Elder Rong will soon become famous in the void along with you, kid. After that, Elder Rong respectfully addressed Yang Chen as his master.
Hearing this, Yang Chen scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, Elder Rong, you should still call me Kid Chen. It's a bit more intimate and also more convenient. After that, Elder Rong said, Kid Chen, you must quickly perfect this martial seed a bit, quickly so it can evolve. Yang Chen excitedly replied, All right. After Elder Rong went back inside Yang Chen's body, he said, Kid Chen, after entering the Dongchuan secret realm, call me. Right after Elder Rong left, Yang Chen felt bitter and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Tormented for half a day, and this old man didn't spit out a single thing. The scene changes to the entrance of the Dongchuan secret realm, where a giant fiery red bird flew over. At this time, Yi Wufeng laughed heartily and said, Old brother Haozeng, you arrived quite early. Haozeng replied, Little brother Wufeng, you aren't slow either. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm appeared, taking the form of a rather eerie purple vortex. At this time, Donghuang Haozeng ordered his people, Everyone, go in. After that, Donghuang Haozeng's people entered the secret realm one after another, along with Yang Chen and Zhan Wuquei. Right after stepping into the secret realm gate, their bodies were enveloped by a purple aura for teleportation. They were all teleported close to each other, creating loud noises.
On this side, Yang Chen also landed successfully. Afterward, Yang Chen stood up. In front of him were two purple teleportation lights. Over here, Donghuang Wang Chai and Donghuang Jie's group all landed close to each other. Then Donghuang Jie spoke up to announce, Senior and Junior brothers, we are already in the legendary Dongchuan secret realm. This place not only has countless divine ruins, but also countless unquantifiable precious strange treasures. In short, with boundless opportunities in so many of us, even if we encounter an opportunity, I fear it will produce conflicts. I suggest we still split up and act separately. Hearing this, Donghuang Wang Chai angrily said, Donghuang Jie, the sect master has reminded us many times. In the secret realm, there are not only opportunities, but also danger everywhere. It is better for us to unite as one and be careful. Donghuang Jie snorted at that, then said disdainfully, Wang Chai, stop using my father as a token of authority. Senior and junior brothers, whoever is willing to go with me, stand over here. As soon as Donghuang Jie finished speaking, Zhuo Chaoya walked toward him and said, I plan to go with Donghuang Jie. What about you guys? Seeing this, the rest of the group immediately followed and spoke up. I will naturally follow Senior Sister Zhuo. Senior Sister Zhuo, count me in too. After that, Donghuang Jie put on an arrogant look, laughed out loud, and sarcastically said, Junior brother Wang Chai, I wish you get limitless opportunities in the secret realm. Donghuang Ling, walking behind, asked, Senior brother Wang Chai, just ignore them. If any problems occur, they brought it upon themselves. Yang Chen also spoke up, Brother Wang Chai, Xiao Kui and I will go together. You and Donghuang Ling, we should split up. Donghuang Wang Chai let out a surprised huh. Yang Chen continued, Brother Wang Chai, let's split up for now. We will definitely meet again before long. Having Donghuang Ling here is also somewhat convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the two disappeared like a puff of smoke. Yi Ganfu, a person from the Yifeng royal clan who was lagging behind and arrived late, said angrily, This Yang Chen runs quite fast on the contrary. I am already at the 9th level of the Tianhe realm.
Yang Chen, go die.
Xiao He was leading the two brothers forward. Xiao Kui said excitedly, "Brother, do you believe that in less than 3 years I will beat those geniuses of the Dongchuan Great Sect so hard they'll go home crying to their mothers?" Yang Chen's attitude was very confident. He said, "Xiao Kui, you really have no ambition. Why would we need 3 years? In 1 year, we can sweep through the first floor of the Dongchuan Secret Realm and let those so-called geniuses of the Dongchuan Great Sect broaden their horizons, expand their knowledge, and know what it means that there is always a higher mountain." Suddenly, Xiao He barked with a woof woof, which startled Yang Chen a little. He realized that right ahead there was a Tianhe realm great monster, the giant bird, with its shaggy and thick feathers, looking as if they had never been groomed, spread its massive wings, creating strong gusts of wind with every flap. Wu Kuei said with a bit of worry, "Brother, it's a Yanzi. It seems its cultivation has already reached the high stage of the Tianhe realm." While circling majestically in the sky, the giant bird was suddenly attacked.
From somewhere, blazing red streams of fire suddenly shot forth, like a series of flaming spears piercing through the air, striking its massive body. From afar, another giant bird appeared, its entire body covered in blazing red flames like a fire god descending to the world. Its wings burned brightly. Every time it spread them wide, flames scattered like raging waves. This was the Shang bird, carrying the primordial relic bloodline of an ancient strange beast. Yang Chen was also a bit wary of it. This was too dangerous, wasn't it? He hastily turned back to instruct his younger brother. "Xiao Kui, we must not let our guard down." Xiao Kui quickly replied, 10 days passed, and the secret realm was still filled with a dangerous aura. This place was the territory of countless high-level great monsters, the rulers of this harsh land. The most prominent in that scene was a majestic tiger standing tall among the towering ancient trees. Wu Kuei did not hesitate at all. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, straight toward the imposing tiger. His agile footsteps glided over the dense ground, while Yang Chen followed behind, cheering incessantly. "A 7th-level martial seed realm saber-toothed tiger. Xiao Kui, slash it. We are going to eat roasted tiger whip." Wu Kuei dashed forward with eyes shining with confidence. He threw a powerful punch, a mighty palm force shattering the air, aiming straight at the giant tiger's head. An explosion echoed like rolling thunder, and the ground shook as his punch hit the target. The majestic tiger let out one final agonizing roar, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. In front of the two of them, the tiger had been defeated and had no strength to resist. 2 people behind them saw this and immediately asked, "Brothers, this saber-toothed tiger is our prey that we have been chasing all the way here. May we ask who you are?" Yang Chen looked at the 2 of them and replied, "There is nothing good on this beast's body. We will only take the tiger whip. You guys can do as you please with the rest." The young woman opposite them asked in astonishment, "Could it be that you two are from the extreme east?"
Seeing the astonished attitude of that young woman, Yang Chen immediately asked back, "What's wrong?" The guy walking next to her immediately showed an angry expression and said, "So you are people from the extreme east. I have long heard the intersect senior brothers mention you. The extreme east is a wild land. This time the higher-ups granted grace and bestowed an opportunity to your extreme east. But in this secret realm, although there are many opportunities, most of them already have owners. Your eye should be a bit sharper." He doubtfully asked back, "Already have owners?" That guy frankly replied, "That is, of course. The place we are standing at is the first level of the secret realm, but basically any place with a divine ruin will be divided up by the major factions." The young woman behind also chimed in. For example, Konglong City is 1,000 miles away to the southwest, managing all the divine ruins within a 10,000 miles radius, and the nearest and largest divine ruin is Konglong City. Yang Chen politely bowed his head and thanked them. "Many thanks to you two. Thank you, big sister, for pointing the way. We 2 brothers also want to go to Konglong City but don't know the rules. Could we ask for some guidance?" Hearing this, the young woman next to him cheerfully replied, "My name is Zhen Shao. This is my senior brother Pang Huang. Do you also want to go to Konglong City?" Yang Chen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Big sister Shao, we come from a small place. If we can go to Konglong City to broaden our horizons, it would naturally be good. It's just that," Zhen Shao happily said, "Come with us. We also want to return to the city." Finally, successfully leading the other party on, he hurriedly replied, "All right." At Konglong City, the scenery was enveloped in a wild and cold atmosphere. Sharp limestone rocks jutted out like thousands of swords planted deep into the earth, distributed everywhere to create a treacherous terrain. A bossy guy aggressively walked over and said to Zhen Shao, "Junior sister, I finally waited for you." Looking at the 2 people behind them, that guy immediately asked, "Who are these 2? Zhen Shao hurriedly introduced, "Senior brother Yu. They are cultivators from the extreme east. Entering the wild secret realm for the first time is full of danger, so I brought them to Konglong City."
That big bro then asked again, "Barbarians from the extreme east, junior sister? You are good in every way, but your heart is simply too kind. It's fine that the cultivation of those 2 is low, but if they encounter bad people, it won't be good." Zhen Shao embarrassedly replied, "Senior brother, they are absolutely not bad people." That big bro sighingly accepted the truth. All right, junior sister. Tomorrow we will go to the dragon-patterned divine ruin together. Zhen Shao obediently replied. That senior brother Yu added. Then I'll go first. Those two barbarians can go wherever they want. Zhen Shao happily replied. Yes, senior brother. She hurriedly turned around to explain to him. Yang Chen, don't mind him. Senior brother Yu isn't a bad person. On the surface, he smiled brightly and replied, Haha, it's fine. But in his heart, he muttered, This Zhen Shao is so naive, it's almost cute. This isn't being straightforward at all. It's clearly a dog's eyes looking down on people. Yang Chen began to ask for a little more information. Sister Shao, what kind of place is the dragon-patterned divine ruin? Could it be related to dragons? Zhen Shao then supplemented Yang Chen's knowledge. The dragon-patterned divine ruin is located just outside the North City. Not only does it contain extraordinary mysteries, but it also hides a massive amount of innate purple qi. The cultivators who come to Konglong City are probably all aiming for the divine ruin. Yang Chen, how about the two of you come with me tomorrow to broaden your horizons? Facing this invitation, Yang Chen declined. Thank you, Sister Shao, but I still want to go sightsee inside the city for a bit. As for the dragon-patterned divine ruin, we can just go by ourselves.
Jin Xiao also didn't force them. She waved goodbye. Then I will go first. The secret realm is dangerous. You guys pay attention to your safety. Wu Kui from behind asked doubtfully, Brother, do you feel that these people of Dongchuan are also ordinary? Besides Big Sister Shao, every single one of them is so arrogant. Yang Chen said coldly, Let's go together to the dragon-patterned divine ruin tomorrow to let these Dongchuan people clearly know who the real frogs at the bottom of the well are. The two of them entered the dragon-patterned secret realm, where the scenery opened up magnificently and mysteriously. Inside the secret realm, towering earth and red stone pillars rose up like ancient sky pillars, sturdy and solemn. Yang Chen looked at the marks on the stone pillars and thought to himself, these crescent moon patterns on these stone pillars seem to be dragon patterns. Could it be that a true dragon once fell here? Suddenly, Yang Chen's sharp eyes spotted a figure on top of a stone pillar in the distance, a young woman sitting and cultivating, as calm as if there was nothing around. He immediately wondered, who is this woman? Suddenly, Shen Xiao's voice called out, It's senior sister. Her senior sister only then opened her eyes and snorted, Little Xiao, I didn't expect you to have arrived here. I already said it, you should have entered the secret realm earlier. This place is not bad, just comprehend it, there will definitely be gains. Turning to look at the two men below, that senior sister asked, These two are... Zhen Xiao once again explained, Senior sister Lian, they are my friends from the extreme Eastland. The senior brother following behind her said with a bit of disdain, They are nothing but two rotten fish and shrimp. With a martial ancestor realm cultivation, they also want to come and comprehend the blood dragon sword art. Yang Chen, after being introduced, hurriedly greeted, Greetings, Senior Sister Lian. Senior Sister Lian reminded him, A hero is not asked where he comes from. Go choose a stone pillar and comprehend it yourself. Yang Chen obeyed, stepped forward, chose a nearby stone pillar and said, Xiao Kui, this is the place. He began to sit down in front of that stone pillar, his eyes closed, concentrating on circulating his energy and comprehending. Streams of powerful blazing golden fire covered his entire body like a sturdy protective shield, while simultaneously directing towards the stone pillar. Inside the stone pillar, a half-moon-shaped mark appeared like a small crimson crescent moon, containing mysterious power. Suddenly, the color of the sky around them changed, becoming crimson, as if everything was being burned in a hurricane.
From the stone pillar, a spark shot up, soaring straight into the sky, like a flaming arrow, illuminating the entire space. Bringing with it a powerful surge of energy, it seemed as if it was activating something ancient and full of mystery. The sky turned up blazing red in the distance. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, and the crowd was instantly stunned, asking, Is that the dragon-patterned divine light? Good heavens, who is it? Who has comprehended the profoundness of the dragon pattern? That place is probably the Sword Peak stone pillar. Could it be that someone has comprehended the blood dragon sword art? I don't know who it is, but I think it might be Feng Yi. That guy's comprehension in the sword Dao was astonishing, and he has always been obsessed with the blood dragon sword art. Perhaps he has finally achieved his wish? Senior Sister Lian looked into the distance and thought, Is it the kid who came with Zhen Shao? She descended from the stone pillar. Below, Zhen Shao was still looking in that direction in astonishment. Sister Lian asked her, Shao, is the kid who came with you earlier really from the land of the extreme east? Zhen Shao repeated that it was the extreme east, and his first time entering the secret realm. What's wrong, Senior Sister? Did that guy cause trouble? Lian Zi looked up at the fiery red sky and said, No, that kid is a monster. Yang Chen was currently in the space of consciousness. Opposite him, a towering figure appeared like a mysterious god, holding a sword and wearing fiery red armor. That god stood proudly in the space, majestic and full of power. With a gentle movement, the god swung his sword into the endless void, as if nothing could stop him. Yang Chen said in astonishment, Shattering the void at will? That god continuously swung his sword, each time making the scenery turn as blood red. The swinging sword created powerful streams of fire, burning fiercely in midair. Yang Chen felt as if he was enveloped by the fiery red light, its heat and energy spreading throughout his body.
Then suddenly, all that light and energy seemed to be sucked into a vortex, sweeping away everything in sight. Looking at the sword techniques from that god, Yang Chen was still amazed. 3 sword techniques, truly formidable. Returning to reality, he was very surprised because the surroundings were packed with people. Why are there so many people? Wu Kui approached and asked, "Brother, have you comprehended the Blood Dragon sword art?" Yang Chen asked blankly. "So those 3 moves are exactly the Blood Dragon sword art?" His words made the surrounding crowd completely stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art in such a short time? Another person said, "I heard the most formidable one was Zhang Wuji of the Great Han Sword Sect 100 years ago, and he only managed to comprehend up to the 2nd move of the Blood Dragon sword art. I really don't know what's going on." Yang Chen turned to his little brother and said, "Shaokui, although you mainly focus on body cultivation, this sword art is truly extraordinary. If you have free time, practicing it a bit wouldn't be a bad thing." Wu Kui asked doubtfully, "Can I also comprehend it?" Yang Chen pointed to the crescent moon mark on the stone pillar and said, "Shaokui, do you see the draven pattern on the stone pillar? Press your hand here, and do not make any movements."
Wu Kui listened and walked toward the stone pillar. His hand gradually touched the half-moon-shaped mark on it. A warm sensation from the mark spread throughout his body, as if an invisible power was wrapping around him. Immediately after, Yang Chen hastily released a brilliant golden fire that surrounded his body, strong and blazing like a protective shield. Those streams of fire quickly connected with the stone pillar. Once again, the stone pillar shot out crimson pillars and vortexes, enveloping the entire space. Swirling streams of light like fire spread everywhere, creating a majestic and powerful scene. The surrounding crowd was entirely astonished, looking up at the sky with wide, shocked eyes as they saw the red pillar shining straight into the heavens, radiant like a mysterious sign from above. Hubbub of discussions broke out. "Ah, how is this possible? Oh my god, it's the dragon-patterned divine light." Yang Chen crossed his arms and said smugly, "Doesn't this little Chang Long have to be obedient in front of my primordial demonic dragon martial soul?" Shen Shao hurriedly ran over and asked, "Brother Yang Chen, how did you do that? It's truly magical." Yang Chen replied arrogantly, "This is nothing, big sister Shao. I am the top ranker of the new batch of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. If I didn't even have this little bit of ability, how could I have achieved first place in such a fierce competition?"
After Wu Kui finished his comprehension, he turned to him and said, "Brother, the 3rd stance of this sword art is too profound. I still haven't fully absorbed it." Yang Chen laughed freely. "It's fine. I can pass on the profundity of the Blood Dragon sword art's 3rd stance to you later." Zhen Sha still didn't believe it at this moment and asked Yang Chen, "Can your younger brother really comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art? Did you do that?" Hearing this, Yang Chen replied, "How could this be faked? Big sister Shao, why don't you give it a try? Who knows, you might also be able to comprehend the complete Blood Dragon sword art." Zhen Sha couldn't believe her ears and asked again, "Can I really?" Yang Chen didn't say much. He just placed his hand on the mark on the stone pillar. Once again, the stone pillar shot fiery red energy into the air. Her senior sister Lian hurriedly ran over and asked, "Shao Shao, how is it?" Zhen Sha couldn't believe her ears and said, "I actually managed to comprehend it, but my aptitude is limited. I could only comprehend up to the 2nd stance." The senior brother following Zhen Sha, who usually looked down on Yang Chen, hurriedly came over to flatter him. "Yang Chen, can you help me just once? Don't worry, you won't lack a reward." Yang Chen bluntly refused. "No amount of money from you will do." That senior sister Lian also came to ask for a favor. "You are Yang Chen, right? My name is Lian Yuyun, and I am also a sword cultivator like you. I really want to comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art. Tell me, what conditions do you need to help me?" Faced with Lian Yuyun's plea, Yang Chen remained silent for a while. He looked very troubled and said, "Miss, please spare me. I am powerless." Zhen Sha also stood up to plead for her senior sister. "Yang Chen, senior sister Lian is the eldest senior sister of the Rock Saber sect. Eldest senior sister is a very good person. Do you really have no way?" He refused, saying, "No way." Zhen Sha snorted in disappointment. He thought to himself, "This silly girl. People with outstanding talent and virtue are easily envied. I don't want to become a target of public criticism." Xiao He also used sound transmission to ask, "Master, can you let me comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art a little bit?"
Xiao He slowly crawled over, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry to agree immediately. At this moment he said, "Xiao He, there is no rush for this matter. Anyway, I have already initially grasped the Blood Dragon sword art. I will pass it on to you later." Xiao He happily barked. At this time he turned to ask Zhen Shao, "Big sister, do you know if there is anything interesting deep inside this secret realm?" Zhen Shao's face was full of fear. She said, "I only know that deep inside this secret realm is extremely terrifying. Only cultivators with extremely strong talent and will have the qualifications to explore it." After getting the answer, Yang Chen said aggressively, "Let's go, Shaokui. Let's go broaden our horizons."
The crowd that came to watch the excitement saw the two of them going deep into the secret realm and gloated a bit. Look at that. That guy Yang Chen from the extreme east wants to go deep into the divine ruin? Haha, this is going to be fun. I'm afraid that kid still doesn't know the terror inside the divine ruin. It's really like seeing a ghost, just a mere martial seed realm, yet he dares to rush deep into the divine ruin. Isn't this courting death? They continued to step deeper inside. Every step made the surrounding space more silent and mysterious. The scenery inside the secret realm didn't change much. It was still those jagged, earth-red rocks, undulating like small mountains. Yang Chen's body felt like it was being crushed by a strange power. He thought, my God, what kind of weird power is this? It's so uncomfortable. Following behind, Wu Kui was not much better, calling out with difficulty, "Brother." Yang Chen turned back to the exhausted little brother behind him. "Xiao Kui, rest for a bit. This weird power is very unusual. I will release my martial soul to see." He quickly executed his martial soul into the space. Streams of red spiritual energy radiated powerfully like a tornado, swirling and spreading all around. Yang Chen slowly sensed the space inside the secret realm, caution rising in his heart, waves of cold air running down his spine as he realized something was wrong. A feeling of unease quickly crept into his mind, making his eyes sharper. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He inwardly sighed. Not right. The primordial demonic dragon martial soul is not absorbing any energy, but the spiritual energy itself was scared away. Behind him, Wu Kui was still unaware of the situation. He praised, "Brother, your devouring martial soul is truly amazing."
Yang Chen only spoke up now. "Xiao Kui, ahead is the inner periphery of the dragon pattern divine ruin. Let's go in and take a stroll." Seeing them steadily step inside, the crowd could only stand from afar and exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my God, look at that. Is this real? I dare say that something is definitely going to happen at the dragon pattern divine ruin today. Look at Yang Chen. Those two brothers are so at ease." The two of them calmly walked into the secret realm. Every step was cautious and fully alert. Everything around remained the same, silent and full of mystery. Suddenly, from the top of a tall stone pillar, a voice rang out, sharp and full of authority, asking them, "Who are you?" That person was exactly Xiao Yunyang, and he continued asking, "You guys, how did you manage to get here?" Yang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Haha, of course we walked in here." Sensing that the strength of the two of them was at the martial seed realm, he immediately began to suspect what kind of background these two had. Xiao Yunyang flew down from the tall stone pillar, walked over and greeted them. "May I ask where you two are from?" Yang Chen answered, "Eastern Emperor Sword Sect."
Xiao Yunyang asked in doubt, Eastern Emperor Sword Sect? In his heart, he wondered why he had never heard of it. Looking at the two strangers in front of him, he thought that to be able to nurture these two monstrous talents, could it be some hidden great sect? Now he introduced himself. "Are you two little brothers just entering the world? Let me introduce myself a bit. I am Xiao Yunyang from the Zizhen Great Martial Nation." Yang Chen also responded warmly, "Big brother Xiao, I will not hide it from you. This is the first time we two brothers have entered the Dongchuan secret realm. I wonder if this dragon pattern divine ruin has any special features." Xiao Yunyang told them that the dragon pattern divine ruin contained many inheritances of ancient experts, but in the outer periphery there were a few ordinary inheritances, which were also a type of blood dragon sword art. It was just that the blood dragon sword art seemed to have some kind of chains arranged. Until now, no one had ever completely comprehended all three moves. Although in the inner periphery, every bloodstone pillar contained a great inheritance, it was a pity that because of the obstruction of the road of bloodshed, irrelevant people found it very difficult to enter the inner periphery. Even for someone like me whose cultivation has reached the high-stage Tianhe realm, it took some effort to be able to enter. Yang Chen understood upon hearing the explanation. So that's how it is. No wonder this road was so difficult to walk from the beginning. Xiao Yunyang smiled and replied, "Like you two being able to easily rush into the inner periphery at the martial seed realm, let alone seeing it, I have never even heard of it before." Yang Chen replied modestly, "It's just luck, just a bit of good luck. Big brother Xiao, my name is Yang Chen, and this is my younger brother Jan Wu Kui." Wu Kui informed him, "I will comprehend first." After saying that, he left immediately. Yang Chen also said politely to Xiao Yunyang, "Big brother Xiao, you can continue to comprehend. When we get out of this divine ruin, we will drink wine together. It's my treat." Xiao Yunyang readily agreed. "All right."
Yang Chen walked up to a stone pillar. With a resolute heart and sharp eyes, he reached out and touched its surface. Immediately, powerful sources of energy radiated out, spreading throughout the space. Streams of light began to surround the stone pillar, dazzling and full of mystery, as if something was changing inside. Looking at this transformation, Yang Chen realized that it was possible now. On the stone pillar, a vortex appeared, gradually expanding like a hole leading to another world. He watched closely, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Suddenly, the entire surrounding space seemed to sink into a sea of fire, with powerful flames blazing fiercely, engulfing everything. A monster beast skull appeared before him. Yang Chen snorted in suspicion. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand towards it. Instantly, the monster beast's skull cracked open in the middle, and a small round object flew out, floating in the air.
Yang Chen quickly pulled the small object closer, closing his hand to grip it tightly in his palm. Looking at the tiny object, he couldn't help but be surprised when he realized that this was actually a drop of Konglong essence blood. Having this drop of Konglong essence blood, won't it be easy for me to obtain the inheritance at these stone pillars? The streams of energy wrapping around the stone pillar suddenly erupted more violently, surging up like an uncontrollable hurricane. The stone pillars shook, and the light from those energy sources flared up fiercely, as bright as a blazing fire. Suddenly, the stone pillar shot straight into the sky. Blinding golden beams of light radiated in all directions, illuminating the entire space, and forcing Yang Chen to hastily retreat, shielding his eyes from the glare of the intense rays. The crowd outside was extremely surprised upon seeing the scene. Who is it? Perhaps Xiao Yunyang has obtained the inheritance. As far as I know, currently in the inner area of the Divine Ruin, there is only Xiao Yunyang, the eldest prince of the Zhenwu Great Empire. His formidable strength is indeed just like the rumors, on par with the geniuses of the first-tier nobility.
All three people inside the secret realm were stunned, standing motionless, looking at the stone pillar in front of them erupting with powerful energy. Xiao Yunyang was very surprised. He yelled, "What is this situation?" Wu Kuei was very familiar with this situation, proudly saying, "It is still my brother who has casually comprehended it." This sentence made Xiao Yunyang pale. Xiao Yunyang turned and said, "Brother John Wu Kuei, your Eastern Emperor sword sect is really strong, right? In your sect, are there many people like your brother?" Wu Kuei instantly replied, "Big brother Xiao, we two brothers have a sworn eldest brother who is also very powerful. He is at the high stage Tianhe realm. This is also his first time entering the Dongchuan secret realm. If our luck is good, maybe we will meet him. There are also many brothers, and senior sisters who are all very powerful." Xiao Yunyang broke into a sweat upon hearing this, secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it, is this hidden sect named Eastern Emperor Sword Sect really that powerful? Are there geniuses everywhere? The two of them looked at Yang Chen in front of them. Xiao Yunyang stepped forward and asked, "Yang Chen, how is it? What inheritance is it? What percentage did you get?" Yang Chen sighed and did not answer, making Xiao Yunyang also very confused. He asked again, "What's wrong?" He thought to himself, could it be that he only got a portion of the inheritance? At this time, Yang Chen replied that it was a dragon talisman alchemy art. "It is useless to me. My secondary profession is not an alchemist. Moreover, this dragon talisman alchemy art requires the dragon race's bloodline to be cultivated. Isn't this unreasonable?" Xiao Yunyang asked again, "Dragon talisman alchemy art Yang Chen? The dragon talisman alchemy art is probably extraordinary. It must be a unique alchemy technique of the dragon race. Otherwise, it wouldn't need the bloodline of the dragon race to be cultivated. Oh right, how much of the inheritance of the dragon talisman alchemy art were you able to obtain?" Yang Chen calmly replied, "How much? Of course it is the complete dragon talisman alchemy art. If it were flawed, wouldn't it be impossible to even sell?" Hearing these words, Xiao Yunyang was shocked. Huh? He was absolutely astounded.
He turned to ask his younger brother, "Xiao Kuei, how is your comprehension going?" Xiao Kuei obediently replied, "Brother, I just made contact with it a moment ago. Relying on myself, it will probably take at least over 5 days to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Bloodstone Pillar. However, I also had a slight sensing. Perhaps it is a type of secret art related to body cultivators." Yang Chen happily put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, walking and saying, "Let's go. I must first help you obtain the inheritance." Once again, Yang Chen reached out his hand and touched the stone pillar together with Xiao Kuei without hesitation. Immediately, streams of powerful energy began to radiate again, wrapping around the two of them. The stone pillar continued to erupt, with strong streams of light spreading through the space like flames. The entire sky shone brightly, with dazzling golden light so intense that it seemed to want to tear the sky apart. That energy continuously flared up in rapid waves, causing the surrounding air to become heavy and scorching hot. The people outside, seeing the brilliant light source in the distance, were continuously surprised. Could it be Xiao Yunyang again? Did he continuously obtain 2 inheritances of the Bloodstone Pillar in such a short period of time? Is this some sort of ghost trick? Did the divine light of inheritance appear again? This is unreasonable. Even for Tian Xingyun, first-class noble monsters like them couldn't possibly obtain the inner circle inheritance continuously so quickly. It's very bizarre here. Could it be that a super genius we don't know about is also in the inner circle? Xiao Kuei's acquisition of the inheritance opened Xiao Yunyang's eyes once again. He hurriedly asked, "How did you guys do that?"
Yang Chen replied that the restriction of the dragon patterns on these bloodstone pillars was too weak. Xiao Yunyang asked tremblingly, "These are too weak?" He awkwardly asked for a favor. "Brother Yang Chen, could you—" Yang Chen understood his intention and said, "Big brother Xiao, I know you mean to let me help you with a little something. It's fine, it's just a small matter." Xiao Yunyang's eyes flashed with astonishment at this moment. He looked at Yang Chen like an idol and asked eagerly, "Is it really possible?" Yang Chen replied, "It's a small matter, let's go." Arriving in front of a stone pillar, Xiao Yunyang asked cheerfully, "Brother Yang Chen, what do you need me to do?" Yang Chen explained, "It's very simple. Big brother Xiao, you just need to control your divine sense to make contact with the dragon pattern on the bloodstone pillar." He was still a bit doubtful and asked again, "Is it really that simple?" Following his words, Xiao Yunyang reached out and touched the dragon pattern on the bloodstone pillar, and a brilliant golden light flashed on the stone pillar again.
Once more, the stone pillar erupted with a source of energy like a pillar of fire shooting straight into the high sky. Looking at the two people who were comprehending on both sides, Yang Chen thought, it's also time to choose one for myself. In the distance, the crowds outside were stunned by the sight of the stone pillars erupting energy into the blue sky. The whole crowd competed to ask what was going on. Could it be that a problem occurred at the Dragon Pattern Divine Ruin? Quickly go notify the Elder. The Dragon Pattern Divine Ruin has mutated. On a distant mountain peak, two people were quietly observing the situation. Xin Wen said, "Look over there. That is probably the Dragon Pattern Divine Ruin. It has very likely mutated. Then, not long after we entered the secret realm, we encountered such a good thing. Our luck isn't bad." The lackey following behind immediately replied, "Brother Sin, this proves that wherever you go, there is no lack of opportunity. We are also lucky to tag along."
Being flattered, Xin Wen laughed joyfully. "Ha ha, let's go! We will go to the Dragon Pattern Divine Ruin and drive out all unrelated people. All the inheritances inside will be obtained by our Golden Sword Peak." Yang Chen glanced at a pile of inheritances floating around him and thought, this whole pile is all dragon race inheritances. What use do I have for this useless garbage? Xiao Yunyang had also obtained an inheritance. He said joyfully, "Yang Chen, this time it's really all thanks to you. Another day when you come to my Zhenwu Great Empire, I will use the grandest etiquette to welcome you." Suddenly sensing two people flying over from afar, Yang Chen asked, "Big Brother Xiao, who are they? Do you know them?" The two people using light footwork to fly over were from Golden Sword Peak. Yang Chen didn't know who they were, so he asked again, "Golden Sword Peak?" Xiao Yunyang's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Yang Chen, in our Dongchuan, there are 4 first-tier noble factions, naturally not counting your hidden sects. They are the Dongchuan Empire, Seven Swords Heavenly Sect, Ice and Fire Martial Academy, and Northern Emperor Mountain. The Seven Swords Heavenly Sect has 7 peaks, and those 2 are disciples of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect's Golden Sword Peak. Their leader, Xin Wen, is the new generation super genius of Golden Sword Peak. Although he is only at the 4th level of the Qianhe realm, his Purple Palace has completely purple transformed, and he can advance to the Purple Palace realm at any time." Yang warned Yang Chen, "Be careful later. The people of Golden Sword Peak have always been extremely arrogant and overbearing, looking down on others. Even if you come from a hidden sect, you cannot offend them. Try your best not to offend them." Xin Wen's footsteps were very aggressive, but he was forced to vomit blood by the power source within the secret realm.
Seeing this, Yang Chen disdainfully said, "Big Brother Sha, he is nothing more than this. I really thought that a genius of Dongchuan would be so monstrous." Hearing these mocking words, Shen Jiwen angrily said, "What kind of thing are you to dare mock me? Wait until this young master walks out of this place. It will be the day of death for you, a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xiao Yunyang reached out his hand, adopting a posture intended to protect Yang Chen, with anger clearly visible on his face. Then Xiao Yunyang said, "Shen Jiwen, I think for a dignified genius of the Golden Sword Peak, who is almost at the Purple Palace realm, bullying a 5th-level martial seed realm like this, does it have any meaning?" Besides that, Yang Chen was provoking him, smugness clearly showing on his face. Shin Jiwen reached out to wipe the blood from his lips, smiling as he said, "Oh, isn't this the noble, His Highness the Prince of our Zhenwu Great Empire? Please forgive my previous blindness. I truly didn't notice." Upon hearing Shin Jiwen's words, Xiao Yunyang grew even angrier and forced out the words, "Shin Jiwen, don't go too far." Seeing Xiao Yunyang's anger, Shin Jiwen became even more interested and provoked Xiao Yunyang, laughing contemptuously. "Xiao Yunyang, a defeated opponent like you dares to stand up and demand justice? Take a look at your own state first before planning anything." Then Shin Jiwen lunged straight at Xiao Yunyang. His leap was so powerful that it caused the ground to shake violently. The shaking ground made Xiao Yunyang unable to stand firm, and he staggered as if he was about to fall. But Yang Chen was different. He still stood firmly, and suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yunyang in confusion. It was as if something had struck Xiao Yunyang's chest, causing him to clutch it in pain. Right at that moment, Yang Chen supported him, and then Yang Chen smiled and said, "Big Brother Sha, if you pay attention to dogs, you will lose."
In a scene with 3 people, 2 of them were supporting each other. Hearing what Yang Chen said, Xin Wen froze. Infuriated, his power erupting more and more, Xin Wen scowled and said, "You are courting death." Seeing that he had successfully provoked Xin Wen, Yang Chen sneered and said, "You idiot, do you know where this is? To have the audacity to make a move here? Are you tired of living?" The red power from that pillar struck Xin Wen, making him unable to control himself. Then, unexpectedly, Xin Wen was kicked far away, causing his companion to panic in surprise. Xiao Yunyang was dumbfounded, not yet understanding what was happening. Beside him, Yang Chen was laughing heartily, so amused that tears were streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the guy accompanying Xin Wen ran toward him, shouting loudly, "Brother Xin!" A scene of 2 people, one side dumbfounded and still not understanding anything, the other so amused that flowers seemed to bloom, still standing and laughing loudly. Xiao Yunyang was worried, his face covered in sweat, and turned to say to Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, offending Xin Wen like this brings no benefit. He is a madman, so it looks like we are in trouble this time.
You can't stay in here forever without going out.
After listening, Yang Chen remained calm and sighed, saying to Xiao Yunyang, Big Brother Xiao, thank you for standing up for me this time. I just couldn't stand that disdainful look of his. Xiao Yunyang sighed in relief and said, Ha ha, making enemies with a powerful foe over a trivial matter is not a wise choice. Yang Chen replied, Big Brother Xiao, there are some people who won't let things go just because you yield. They will only go further. In the eyes of such people, morality does not exist. They are like vicious dogs. You only feel at ease after giving them 2 strikes with a stick. Xin Jiwen flew straight down to the ground, creating a large crater in the earth. The person accompanying him ran over anxiously. Brother Xin, boom. His power caused the crater in the ground to become even larger, startling everyone. This Xin Jiwen's blood was already boiling. He stood up and shouted loudly, Ah! Extremely bitter. The fire in his heart was seething as he gritted his teeth and said, Despicable martial seed realm brat, I will hack you into 100 pieces. But at that moment, Yang Chen and Xiao Yunyang were still standing there chatting. Yang Chen said, Big Brother Xiao, could I trouble you with something? Xiao Yunyang replied, Tell me. Yang Chen said cheerfully, Could I trouble you to take my little brother out of the divine ruin? Just getting him out of the divine ruin is fine. Consider it a favor I owe you. Hearing Yang Chen say this, Xiao Yunyang asked in bewilderment, Just take him out? Yang Chen replied decisively, That's right. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sha Kui became anxious, his voice trembling as he asked, Brother, then what will you do? Replying to Sha Kui's question, Yang Chen did not show a single trace of worry or fear. He cheerfully answered, Rest assured, I have my own ways. Right at that moment, Xin Jiwen, who was running towards the place he previously looked for Yang Chen, saw Xiao Yunyang taking Sha Kui out. That Xin Jiwen furiously shouted, Where is that despicable brat? Where did he pop out from?
Xiao Yunyang happily replied to Xin Jiwen, Xin Jiwen, I only know his name is Yang Chen and he comes from a hidden sect. I don't know the rest clearly. I've known him for less than half a day. Earlier, I only stepped up for him to repay a favor. Xin Jiwen panted heavily, covered in sweat. He asked in confusion, Hidden sect? Seeing this, Xiao Yunyang happily patted Xiao Kui's shoulder and said, Let's go, leaving Xin Jiwen still standing there, not understanding what was going on. Arriving at the city gate, Xiao Kui said, Big Brother Xiao, I am not going into the city. Let's say our goodbyes here. If it is fated, we will meet again in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Yunyang showed an expression of surprise and confusion. Xiao Yunyang then asked Xiao Kui again, You're not going into the city? Then Xiao Kui turned his back, looked up at the sky and said softly, No, I want to stay here and wait for my brother. Hearing this, Xiao Yunyang's face was filled with surprise. But he was quite ruthless, without any lingering attachments. Xiao Yunyang turned around and walked straight into the city. As he walked, he said, All right then, be careful. Suddenly, a source of purple smoke appeared next to Xiao Kui. From within that stream of smoke, unexpectedly, it was Yang Chen. Yang Chen jumped out from it, making Xiao Kui jump in fright and exclaim, Ah! Yang Chen laughed heartily and said confidently, I didn't lie to you, right? That Xin Jiwen is probably still looking for me all over the secret realm right now.
Xiao Chu smiled and replied to Yang Chen, Then where are we going next? Yang Chen smiled and answered, To the ancient city of Lu Estate. The scene changes. There is a group of people fighting each other, seemingly divided into 2 factions, competing to throw weapons at the opponents. It seems one guy got hit by a thrown weapon, making him slide far away. Yang Chen and Xiao Che are standing looking down from above. The scene they are watching is exactly that fighting scene. Xiao Che said, Brother, what should we do now? Yang Chen scratched his head, answering Xiao Che's question. Although Dong Huangjie has a grudge against us, we are after all disciples of the Eastern Emperor's sword sect, and the opponents are all in the Tianhe realm. It seemed Yang Chen saw some words on the clothes of one of those guys. Then he said, this word. Then Yang Chen recalled Xiao Yangyan's words. You 2 little brothers have just entered the world, right? Let me introduce myself a bit. I am Xiao Yangyang from the Zhenwu Great Empire. Then the guy with the logo on his shirt rushed over, hitting the guy who was struck earlier. Looking at the swing of the arm, one could understand how powerful that punch was. At that moment, Yang Chen shouted loudly, Stop! Then Yang Chen stood on the cliff, crossed his arms, and with a challenging expression said to the senior brothers below, Brothers of the Zhenwu Great Empire, can you listen to this humble one for a moment? Then the guy with the logo on his shirt got angry, bursting with fiery rage, and gritted his teeth to reply to Yang Chen, Stop trying to establish close ties. You barbarians really ate a leopard's gall, daring to steal right over our heads? Yang Chen jumped down from that high cliff, approaching them. Yang Chen confidently said, Can you all stop fighting first? Xiao Yanyang and I are good friends. We just parted ways with him in Konglong City. All the senior brothers there panicked upon hearing Yang Chen's words, immediately exclaiming, What? You and the first prince know each other? Another guy said, Brother E, this kid is clearly spouting nonsense. Just a barbarian from the extreme east at the 5th level martial seed realm. How could he possibly know His Highness the First Prince?
Hearing what that guy said, Yang Chen smiled and replied, Big Brother Xiao was a sword cultivator. He and I became friends in the inner circle of the Divine Ruin. At that time, he was still comprehending an earth attribute martial art called rock armor.
Hearing this, the guy named Brother E was suspicious. Not believing Yang Chen's words, he asked again, "Are you really acquainted with His Highness the Eldest Prince?"
Brother E turned his back and said, "If you and the eldest prince know each other, then we'll let this matter slide. The Yi lotus in the small pond will be yielded to you all. It's not considered any particularly precious heavenly material or earthly treasure anyway. Let's go." Everyone was bustling and overjoyed, approaching Yang Chen to express their gratitude. "Yang Chen, thankfully we had you this time. Yang Chen, if it weren't for you, we really would have been in big trouble. Yang Chen, are you really acquainted with the eldest prince of the Zhenwu Great Empire?" Then the guy who was severely beaten by Brother E earlier struggled to stand up, then stammered, "Even if he didn't come, we wouldn't have suffered a loss. We have a lot of people."
Yang Chen turned to Xiao Yan and asked, "Xiao Yan, where is Senior Sister Zhou?" Xiao Yan was confused, sweating, looking around before replying to Yang Chen. Zhou Qiaoyao has already left with someone else, a genius from the Daheng demonic sect named Q Yun. Xiao Kui panicked and said anxiously, "She is the dignified chief disciple of the sword sect. Why would she run away with someone else?" Yang Chen heard this and laughed, saying, "Senior Sister Zhou entering the Dongchuan Great Sect, isn't this a stroke of luck? Why do your faces look so dejected?" Xiao Yan was angry, recalling the image of her provoking and sneering, and said, "Yang Chen, I spit on you." Even more enraged, Xiao Yan said, "Zhou Qiaoyao just joined the Daheng demonic sect, yet she stood in front of us and ruined the sword sect 100 times over. We were cursed and humiliated by the people of the Daheng demonic sect. Not only did she not speak up for us, but she also took the opportunity to harm us." After hearing this, Yang Chen was shocked and said in surprise, "So do you guys have any plans yet?" That green-haired guy anxiously tried to say, "Then we won't bother you to worry about it." Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately turned away without hesitation and said, "Then let's say goodbye here." Changing the scene, Xiao He was taking Yang Chen and Xiao Kui somewhere. Xiao Kui happily said to Yang Chen, "Once our reputation becomes more prominent, we can definitely join a large sect as well. Not to mention the first-rate great factions, in a second-rate force we will definitely have a firm foothold." Yang Chen replied to Xiao Kui's words, "Look at your little ambition. A second-rate force already satisfies you? With the conditions of the two of us, not to mention taking up the chief disciple position of the 4 first-rate great factions, becoming an elite disciple is absolutely guaranteed." Xiao He had brought them to the ancient city. Looking down from above, we can see all the scenery from the ancient city. It looks so beautiful here. Then Yang Chen said, "Xiao Kui, our journey will start from the Lu Estate ancient city. First, we must control this ancient city and trample it under our feet."
Hearing this, Xiao Kui responded with excitement, "I'll listen to whatever Big Brother says." The scene shifted as they landed on the ground. Right there, a large crowd had gathered, and not knowing what was happening, Yang Chen and Xiao Kui felt curious and approached the place. Everyone was in an uproar. "It's Dongfang Junyi of Luyun Valley. He actually passed the test? What the hell? Dongfang Junyi is merely an insignificant 9th-level martial seed realm, yet he could succeed? I really don't know what kind of trick this Lufu Ancient Nation test is playing." Yang Chen approached the stot, patted a stranger on the shoulder and asked, "Old brother, may I ask what is being tested here?" The man sighed and answered Yang Chen, "This is the Lufu Ancient Nation recruiting outstanding geniuses to venture into the ancient battlefield ruins. But only talents who pass the test have the qualifications. It's said that those who pass can also meet Her Highness the Princess, who is as beautiful as a fairy in legends." Yang Chen immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up as he said, "As beautiful as a fairy? Xiao Kui, let's go take the test together." Meet to take the test. Arriving at a large stone sphere, an old woman there instructed, "Place your hand on this stone sphere and inject a little divine sense into it."
Then Xiao Kui placed his hand on the sphere and began to inject his divine sense into it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then the old woman said, "Ha ha ha ha, little friend, you have passed the test. You can go into the palace to rest temporarily." Hearing the old woman's words, everyone was surprised, unable to believe it, and everyone was in an uproar. What is this? Did we see a ghost? Where did this kid come from? Just a lowly martial seed realm, yet he can pass the test. The way Luofu Ancient Nation works truly makes people feel puzzled. They don't recruit strong Tianhe realm cultivators like us, but instead recruit a martial seed realm cultivator, truly clueless. Then a soldier pushed Xiao Kui forcefully inside. Xiao Kui was startled and panicked, turning around to ask, "Hey, wait a minute, my older brother is still outside." Yang Chen smiled brightly and said to Xiao Kui, "Little brother Xiao Kui, go in first, I will follow right after." Then Yang Chen began to inject his divine sense into the sphere, but Yang Chen's divine sense was quite different from Xiao Kui's. It seemed he injected a powerful amount of divine sense into it. After doing so, it seemed something happened. The old woman standing next to him started to become very surprised. Then she panicked, breaking out in the sweat, and asked, You, little friend, may I ask your name and where you are from?" Yang Chen answered confidently and cheerfully, "Senior, this junior is named Yang Chen, from the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." Hearing Yang Chen's introduction, the old woman's face turned pale, and she asked again, "You are from the extreme east?"
After hearing this, everyone's expressions were the same as hers. Uproar. Huh? Did I hear that wrong? This kid is from the extreme east?
I don't quite believe it. How could such a genius appear in a place like the extreme east? It seemed everyone was very angry, causing a loud uproar. The old woman immediately shouted, "Quiet!" Then the soldier began to lead Yang Chen inside. Opening the door, the first scene Yang Chen saw was a group of women welcoming him. They warmly welcomed Yang Chen. "Welcome, young master." But there was something wrong. Behind those women, a raging fire suddenly flared up, making Yang Chen a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself that these maids, every single one of them, were all in the Tianhe realm. Far away, right at the door, Xiao Che happily waved and called Yang Chen. "Ah, over here!" Then one of the people inside shouted, "Her Highness the Princess has arrived." Seeing Her Highness the Princess, Yang Chen's face flushed red and drool slowly trickled out. He thought to himself, "Truly worthy of being the princess. That is the princess, looking so beautiful and sharp. With her appearance, it would be quite strange if she didn't make countless people excited." The old woman who just walked in sighed and said, "This is Her Highness the Princess of our Luofu ancient nation. She will personally lead you into the ancient battlefield ruin." Right behind her was Her Highness the Princess.
Then she shouted loudly, "Treasures or inheritances that you harvest in the ruins we will not care about, but you must help Her Highness the Princess obtain an important treasure. If there are no questions, you can immediately sign the contract." Hearing the old woman's words, Yang Chen thought to himself, this princess looked about the same age as him, yet she was already at the 7th level Tanhair realm. Her talent was truly astonishing. Some guy standing next to Yang Chen, looking into his eyes, he was probably mesmerized by Her Highness the Princess, radiating full adoration for her. Then he jumped up in joy and shouted, "For Her Highness the Princess, I will sign the contract right now." It wasn't just him. Everyone was jumping up in joy, demanding to sign the contract. "I also want to sign. Let me sign first. Me first." Seeing that scene, Her Highness the Princess was also amused, and she said softly, "Then I will have to trouble you all." Scene transition. Outside the ancient city, the sky was clear blue and the foliage was lush. That was Sin Ji-won. It was truly surprising that he appeared here. He said to Her Highness the Princess, "Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Her Highness the Princess's kingdom-toppling beauty is indeed true to his reputation." Her Highness the Princess also happily replied to Sin Ji-won, "Young Master One is too kind. I wonder what brings young Master One to the ancient city this time." Sin Ji-won answered her, "Her Highness the Princess, this subordinate actually came here this time under the orders of my family's patriarch. He said that a senior from our Sin family lost a precious sword artifact in the ancient battlefield ruins, so aren't I here to try my luck, to see if I can find it again?" Her Highness the Princess, with an arrogant and disdainful expression, replied to Sin Ji-won, "Then I wish young Master One can achieve his wishes upon entering the ancient battlefield ruins this time."
Sin Ji-wan asked Our Highness the Princess with a disdainful smile, "Her Highness the Princess, rumor has it that your ancient nation still hasn't found the 2nd volume of the great Luo Dao scripture, right?" Upon hearing that question, Her Highness the Princess's expression began to change, turning pale, serious, and she replied with some anger. Her Highness the Princess started to say, "Young Master Wen, I don't know where you heard this news from. The great Luo Dao scripture is not only a cultivation technique, but also the nation-guarding treasure of our Luo Fu ancient nation. How could it be lost in the ancient battlefield ruins? This joke of yours is a bit out of line." Hearing Her Highness the Princess's answer, Sin Ji-wen burst into laughter and replied, "Her Highness the Princess, please don't be angry. I just blurted it out." But it seemed Her Highness the Princess was truly angry. She stood up, turned away, and said, "Young Master Wen, I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you anymore. If you have any needs, just instruct the maids." Going outside, Her Highness the Princess met the old woman, who said, "Her Highness the Princess, I guess the fact that the great Luo Dao scripture is missing is no longer a secret in the eyes of the big shots in Dongtuan. But even if they want to pry, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for them to get it. This is the 1st level of the Dongtuan secret realm. The strongest here is merely at the Tianhe realm, so you can rest assured." Her Highness the Princess still seemed to be angry, saying, "Granny Chen, the words Sin Ji-wen said earlier were clearly intentional. I am worried that he came specifically for the great Luo Dao scripture." The old woman smiled faintly and said, "Ha ha ha ha. So what if he came specifically for the great Luo Dao scripture? Since ancient times, have there been few people who have designs on our ancient nation's great Luo Dao scripture? But have you seen anyone succeed? The great Luo Dao scripture is protected by the heroic spirits of our ancestors. Even we who hold the secret technique cannot succeed, so it is impossible for an outsider to succeed." Scene transition, arriving at the ancient battlefield. Her Highness the Princess was sparkling and beautiful. She said that the ancient battlefield was divided into 3 levels. On the 1st and 2nd levels, you could move freely and obtain opportunities, but on the 3rd level, you had to act according to orders. Then, Her Highness the Princess and those men stepped into the ancient battlefield together. Upon entering, those men seemed to have sensed something. Yang Chen thought, "This aura." Arriving at the destination, the old woman began to speak.
This is the first level of the ancient battlefield ruins. The passage you see is called the Heroic Spirit Ancient Road. On both sides of the Heroic Spirit Ancient Road, there are many natural caves, and each cave is guarded by an ancient heroic spirit. If you want to obtain the treasures or inheritances inside, you must gain the recognition of the ancient heroic spirit. Her Highness the Princess said arrogantly, all the ancient heroic spirits in the caves are more or less corrupted by a mysterious demonic power, making their moods unpredictable. It is best for you not to try, as it will be very dangerous. Suddenly, a man was attacked and flew straight toward Her Highness the Princess, but fortunately it did not hit her. A provocative voice rang out, "A despicable scum dares to taint the inheritance." It was a fireman, who seemed like a scumbag himself, up to no good. Yang Chen and Xiao Kui were both surprised. Purple Palace Realm? No, it's still the 9th level of the Tianhe Realm, but it's even stronger than an ordinary Purple Palace Realm. While Yang Chen hadn't fully recovered from his shock, Xiao Kui happily said to Yang Chen, let's go try together." A subordinate of Yang Chen appeared and said, "Master, let's go, let's give it a try."
Then both Yang Chen and Xiao Kui joyfully shouted out loud, "Go!" Then the two of them gradually entered the cave. Inside there was a rather strange guy, just a dry skeleton surrounded by a stream of blue-black smoke. That subordinate appeared again and said, "Master, directly use your sacred flame true chi to condense into fire and purify him." Hearing this, Yang Chen shouted, "This is the 9th level of the Tianhe realm." Then that subordinate continued, "Damn, brat, hurry up. This guy is still a bit dazed and hasn't fully awakened yet. Make your move quickly." Then Yang Chen shouted, "Let's risk it," and he accumulated and used the sacred flame true chi. He threw the sacred flame true chi straight at that guy's body, making him cry out in pain. It hurts so much. Spare me, spare me, spare me." Then that guy disappeared, leaving Yang Chen and Xiao Kui standing there in a daze, not understanding what was happening. While the two of them were still dazed, the subordinate appeared again and said, "Brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and take the treasure inside. That metal emitting purple chi is the treasure."
Seeing the treasure, Yang Chen's eyes shone brightly. He said excitedly, "Xiao Kui, we've struck it rich. If it can be stored using bone orchid, it must definitely be a good item." Xiao Kui picked up the treasure, observed it closely, and then said, "Dad, recorded inside here is a type of finger technique combat skill called the 5 Poisons Finger, top grade profound tier." Hearing this, Yang Chen said in a panic, "A profound tier combat skill recorded in a bone orchid? What a true waste." Scene transition. At that moment, the fire person, Her Highness the Princess, and the old woman were still standing looking at each other. The guy put his hand on his chin, frowned, and said, "Leave. You are not worthy." The old woman asked softly, "Patriarch, our young miss is the daughter of the current ancient king, the master of the next ancient nation. Could you not make a slight exception?" The fire person seemed not to hear anything. He replied, "This kind of useless thing is also the master of the ancient nation in the future? To think the Lofu ancient nation has declined to such an extent. Destroy it, destroy it, destroy it completely." Her Highness the Princess said gently, "Patriarch, the inheritance of the ancient nation absolutely cannot be cut off. I am confident that I can let the motherland recreate the glory of ancient times." Hearing Her Highness the Princess's words, he burst into laughter, replying, "Relying only on you? Just drop it. You are too young. There are many things you have not yet come into contact with. You should just be a muddled insect to avoid suffering a lifetime of despair." Hearing him say that, Her Highness the Princess was extremely angry, but right at that moment, Yang Chen appeared. He poked his head in and asked, "Her Highness the Princess, may I ask if there is a treasure in this cave that you absolutely must obtain?" The old woman shouted angrily, "Scram!" Her Highness the Princess turned back to look at him and said, "What if it is? What if it is not?" Yang Chen said confidently, "I can help you get the thing inside." Scene transition. At the ancient battlefield, Yang Chen, Her Highness the Princess, and the old woman were walking in the corridor. As they walked, Her Highness the Princess said, "Do you have a way to persuade the flame heroic spirit?"
Yang Chen crossed his arms and calmly replied, "I don't." Hearing Yang Chen's answer, the old woman was stunned, her jaw dropping. The old woman said, "Huh? You brat! You are not sure if you can persuade the flame heroic spirit, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly." Yang Chen took a step forward, standing in front of Her Highness the Princess and the old woman, and confidently said, "If you two want to get the items in the cave, it is not absolutely necessary to persuade the flame heroic spirit." Hearing Yang Chen say this, as if thinking of something, Her Highness the Princess said, If not persuading the flame heroic spirit, could it be that you have another way?" Suddenly, the flame heroic spirit loomed behind Yang Chen, revealing a sly smile. "He, brat, I saw you sneaking around." Then the flame heroic spirit launched an attack on Yang Chen. Those attacks did not affect Yang Chen even a little bit. They completely rebounded back onto the flame heroic spirit, causing the flame heroic spirit to fall to the ground and scream loudly. So painful. Her Highness the Princess and the old woman saw that scene, each with a giant question mark popping up over their heads. As for Yang Chen, he stood there laughing gleefully and then said, "What are you still standing there in a daze for? Why don't you hurry up and go inside?"
Not only did the flame heroic spirit go inside, but Yang Chen also disappeared following the flame heroic spirit, leaving the two women still standing there in a daze, not yet understanding what was happening.
Yang Chen said to his subordinate, "Elder Rong, is the sacred flame true qi really that powerful?" Elder Rong replied, "Master, regarding the sacred flame true qi, although it has a certain purification power, against this kind of monster, it is completely useless." Hearing Elder Rong's answer, Yang Chen reached up to scratch his head, then asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Elder Rong continued to explain to Yang Chen, "Kid, do you know what is called a fire that can never be extinguished?" Realizing something, Yang Chen exclaimed, "Isn't this a question that even children understand?" Then Elder Rong continued, thinking about the flame heroic spirit as he spoke, "Haha, but this so-called heroic spirit is actually tainted by some monsters with a chaotic aura. It fundamentally cannot be considered true life energy, and your sacred flame true qi has already fused with a trace of the breath of the non-Li origin fire." Elder Rong went on, "The origin fire burns chaos to birth existing matter, to birth all kinds of worlds, and to nurture all kinds of life forms. Therefore, for the fire origin, chaotic energy is the best firewood." As Yang Chen stepped out, that old woman immediately asked, "What about the guardian heroic spirit?" Yang Chen sighed and said calmly, "It's gone." The old woman panicked, jumping up and screaming, "It's just gone like that?" Her Highness the Princess pointed at Yang Chen and asked, "Who exactly are you two?" Xiao Kui, standing behind Yang Chen, smiled. As for Yang Chen, he laughed heartily and replied, "We are just like the other cultivators, all here to seek an opportunity." The old woman immediately changed her attitude, happily approached Yang Chen and playfully said, "I remember your name is Yang Chen, right? Little friend Yang Chen. Later, can you help us obtain an important treasure?" The old woman happily continued, "As long as you can help us get this item, within the scope of our ancient nation's abilities, you can make any request as you please." Even Her Highness the Princess earnestly pleaded with him, "Yang Chen, is it okay?" Hearing these requests and pleas, without hesitation, Yang Chen agreed, "Sure." With an anxious expression, the old woman turned to hold Her Highness the Princess's hand and said, "Your Highness, we won't wait for them anymore. Let's go directly." Then Her Highness the Princess and the old woman turned away. As if realizing there was some hidden meaning in the old woman's words, Yang Chen thought, "Them." Transitioning the scene, all four people were present in front of the gate. Before entering, the old woman advised Yang Chen with concern, "Yang Chen, you two brothers need to be careful. The ancient heroic spirits of the third floor do not only protect the caves, there are especially strong heroic spirits wandering everywhere to patrol." Yang Chen recalled what Elder Rong had told him. "Master, this third floor might have genuinely nurtured a chaos demonic creature." Yang Chen's face turned pale. "This," Yang Chen said fearfully. Then he and Xiao Chek followed Her Highness the Princess and the old woman. Yang Chen covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Elder Rong, "Elder Rong, are you sure there is a juvenile chaos demonic creature on this third floor?" Elder Rong replied, "It's probably not wrong. It's just unknown what rank the chaos demonic creature is at. If it reaches the profound demon rank, even if it is a juvenile, it will be very difficult to deal with." Hearing this, Yang Chen replied, "Profound demon? Elder Rong, do chaos demonic creatures actually have ranks?" Elder Rong spoke while thinking of those chaos demonic creatures. "That is, of course, Master. Chaos demonic creatures are very strictly ranked. A superior chaos demonic creature will have absolute command over an inferior chaos demonic creature." The more Elder Rong explained, the more terrifying images of the chaos demonic creatures he thought of. Elder Rong continued, "Generally speaking, from top to bottom, chaos demonic creatures have 4 ranks, which are Chaos Heaven Demon, Chaos Earth Demon, Chaos Profound Demon, and Chaos Yellow Demon. A mature Chaos Yellow Demon can even easily destroy a minor world. The strength of chaos demonic creatures cannot be compared to our cultivators. As long as chaos energy exists, they are almost immortal beings, extremely terrifying."
Having arrived at the destination, they needed to retrieve the item Her Highness the Princess required. Her Highness the Princess immediately pointed towards the chaotic demonic creatures and said, "Yang Chen, the item I need to retrieve is in the deepest place, the final cave. If you can truly help us after we get out, we will definitely reward you generously." Confident, Yang Chen stepped inside boldly and said, "Then let's go." Suddenly, something made Yang Chen stop in his tracks. Standing before the chaotic demonic creatures, Yang Chen's face stiffened, breaking out in sweat. The ferocious souls of the chaotic demonic creatures were charging over one by one. Yang Chen and Elder Rong were panicked. Elder Rong said fearfully, "Master, unfortunately my guess was right. There truly are chaotic demonic creatures here, but the so-called ancient heroic spirits are all just his puppets, his claws used to seize chaotic energy." The chaotic demonic creatures were charging at him, reaching out their hands to grab Yang Chen. Seeing this scene, the best option now was that running was the best policy. Yang Chen immediately turned away, lowering his head and running straight for the exit, just wanting to escape quickly. Those chaotic demonic creatures chased after Yang Chen. As he ran, Yang Chen kept turning his head to look back at them. Suddenly, those chaotic demonic creatures stopped, staring blankly at something and no longer chasing after Yang Chen. Her Highness the Princess was shocked. She said, "What on earth is going on here?"
From a distance, someone was approaching. It was Xin Ziwen and his people. Xin Ziwen was walking over with a scowl, looking very angry.
Xin Jiwen furiously shouted loudly, "You bastard kid, it's you!" Seeing Xin Jiwen's attitude, the old woman immediately rushed out to stop him. "Young Master Wen, what is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking our ancient nation's hired help for no reason?" Yang Chen immediately realized something and thought, how come this guy is here too? Could it be that the person the old madam mentioned is him? Xin Jiwen became even angrier and shouted loudly, "Old woman, get out of the way. This kid has a deep grudge against me. Is your ancient nation definitely going to interfere?" Hearing Xin Jiwen say this, Her Highness the Princess asked back in panic, "Young Master Wen, please tell me." Her Highness the Princess stood up to protect Yang Chen and said, "Young Master Wen, please calm down first. Yang Chen is a hired help of the Lufu ancient nation. At this time, we will definitely protect him. If word gets out, who else would be willing to be our hired help in the future?"
Hearing Her Highness the Princess say this, Xin Jiwen became even more furious, gritting his teeth and saying, "Is it the intention of your ancient nation to become enemies with me over this brat?" Her Highness the Princess replied with a faint smile, "Young Master Wen, those words are a bit too harsh. Our ancient nation would not dare to offend you. I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding inside, and I am willing to mediate between the two of you, or even provide compensation." Xin Jiwen temporarily calmed down and said, "Then I will give face to Her Highness the Princess for now, but I have one condition. From this moment on, this brat must not leave my sight." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke was furious and was about to retort, "You," but Yang Chen raised his hand to stop him. "Xiao Ke, don't be hasty." Feeling that she had successfully mediated the situation, Her Highness the Princess said cheerfully, "Young Master Wen, how about we join forces to charge into the third floor right now?" Xin Jiwen scowled and replied, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." As everyone headed inside, Yang Chen turned back to instruct Xiao Ke. "Xiao Ke, it will be extremely dangerous later. When I enter the heroic spirit ancient road, you must immediately turn back. It would be best to retreat all the way and wait for me outside the stone hall." Hearing Yang Chen's instructions, Xiao Ke asked in confusion, "Big brother, if we can't do it, we can just retreat. We are not in a hurry. We are still young and we still have time." Yang Chen laughed heartily and replied confidently, "Don't you know my capabilities? Don't worry." The scene shifted. Upon arriving, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The chaotic demonic creatures seemed to be very furious.
Everyone exclaimed, "How could this be?" And right in front of them were chaotic demonic creatures. It seemed like there were very many of them. Right at that moment, Yang Chen shouted gleefully, "Charge!" With young Master Wen here this time, we can definitely break through. Xin Jiwen was furious, gritting his teeth and replied to Yang Chen, "Since we are already here, we cannot waste our efforts. Kill our way through." Then Xin Jiwen drew his sword and entered a combat stance, unleashing a powerful golden first element sword, heading straight toward that horde of demonic creatures. Then he laughed gleefully and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, couldn't even withstand a single strike." Yang Chen showed a look of contempt toward Xin Jiwen. He said, "Truly a fool. This is life energy. If it were really that easy to kill, would it be your turn?" The demonic creature that had just been slashed by Xin Jiwen still looked very healthy, although a quite large chunk of its abdomen was missing. The demonic creature roared, looking very terrifying. Then Xin Jiwen pointed his sword upward, accumulating 100 silvers crossing the void, all the power being absorbed by that sword. When the sword had accumulated enough, Xin Jiwen shouted loudly, "100 silvers crossing the void," unleashing a powerful attack toward the horde of chaotic demonic creatures. Yang Chen stood outside watching and couldn't help but be surprised. This time it probably died. As if knowing it would be like this, Her Highness the Princess stood smiling contentedly. Ha ha ha, seeing the attitude of Her Highness the Princess like that, Yang Chen couldn't help but wonder. He thought, "Elder Wrong, that demonized heroic spirit probably isn't dead yet, right?" Fire had started burning everywhere. Elder Wrong replied, "What do you think? If the chaotic demonic creatures were that simple, how could they have become the great enemy of all intelligent life forms? Even if these so-called remnant monster souls in front of us don't even count as the claws of chaos, the energy core on their bodies is chaotic demonic power." A massive power was emanating. That was probably the power of the chaotic demonic creatures. That demonic creature still wasn't dead. He hadn't even consumed a single bit of power. Seeing that the demonic creature was still robust, Xin Jiwen, Her Highness the Princess, and the old woman broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, There's no mistake, right? Even an expert of the Purple Palace realm would die without a burial place under this strike." But Yang Chen remained very calm, staring intently at the demonic creature. With a trembling voice, Xin Jiwen shouted loudly, "Charge! Let's charge over there! Charge to the innermost part! Even though these ancient heroic spirits are very bizarre, they have no brains. Let's shake them off first, then we'll see." Everyone ran headlong forward, and the demonic creatures started chasing after them. Only Yang Chen seemed to remain very composed. While running, he turned his head to look back at them. Scene transition. They were standing in front of a deep pit, below which were green poisons. Her Highness the Princess turned to ask Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, what about that lower volume of the Great Loa Dao scripture?" Yang Chen was thinking about something. It seemed like he was activating some kind of combat skill to defeat those demonic creatures. Yang Chen flew high up, surrounded by the glaring red of fire running around him. Focusing, Yang Chen initiated the origin fire, refreshing the primordial chaos, giving birth to divine power, the divine power that originates all things.
Yang Chen lost his focus. He opened his eyes. Yang Chen held his head. That source of power was gradually slipping away from his grasp. Yang Chen said, Wu Yang holds the fire, protecting the order, for the protector of order. Scene transition. The old woman angrily scolded, Wait, this non-Li origin fire seed is actually the flame of origin. So much information, what a headache, causing Yang Chen to wake up. The old woman continued, Yang Chen, Her Highness the Princess is still talking to you. Yang Chen stood in a daze, looking at the two of them. Looking down at the green poisonous substance, Her Highness the Princess said, Yang Chen, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Do you see that giant cave? Help me take out the white stone tablet inside it. Inside that disgusting, slimy, poisonous substance, there was a piece of stone shaped like a scorpion glowing brightly. It seemed that the stone did not appear right before his eyes. It was only visible through Yang Chen's ability. Yang Chen then thought to himself, now I can actually see through the fog formed by chaotic energy. Then Yang Chen began to fulfill his promise. He concentrated deeply. The flying insect armor luckily was only a type of rage insect, not a true chaotic demonic creature. Yang Chen looked really cool. That red leaf had appeared on his forehead, and streams of bright red fiery aura were coursing around his body. Her Highness the Princess saw this scene and exclaimed in panic, Chaos is fuel, order is eternal. That light was gradually growing larger. Boom, Yang Chen threw it into the deep pit containing the poison and slime. Below there was protective magic so that no one could touch them. Yang Chen was trying to destroy it. Right at that moment, behind them, a horde of chaotic demonic creatures was rushing towards where they stood.
Her Highness the Princess said in a panic, Look over there! Among those chaotic demonic creatures, not only were there fire spirits but also another species, twice as large as those fire spirits, rushing towards Yang Chen and the others. Xin Zhiwen was terrified. He shouted loudly, There is actually a purple palace realm heroic spirit here. Run quickly! Hearing this, Her Highness the Princess immediately ran away. Yang Chen seemed very relaxed. He wasn't afraid at all, still standing there thinking about something. Seeing this, Her Highness the Princess urged him, Yang Chen, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you running away quickly? Yang Chen still stood looking into that deep, large pit. That was the stone piece that Her Highness the Princess needed to take. It was still lying down there and hadn't been retrieved yet. Suddenly, the image of the stone piece was gradually blurring. Everyone stopped at this moment, including the chaotic demonic creatures. Everyone had a big question mark on their heads, staring intently at Yang Chen. That huge demonic creature was gradually disappearing. He was unwilling to accept it and shouted loudly, What happened? Seeing this, Xin Zhiwen immediately exclaimed, What is the situation? Suddenly someone appeared, along with a chilly gust of wind. It was the Patriarch. The Patriarch smiled and said, You are the descendant of the Luofu ancient nation. How is the Luofu ancient nation now? The old woman and Her Highness the Princess had changed their attitudes. They were no longer afraid and wanting to escape. The two of them smiled brightly and replied to the Patriarch, Patriarch, we are indeed the juniors of the Luofu ancient nation. She is the current Her Highness the Princess.
Yang Chen wondered, thinking to himself, Patriarch? The Patriarch smiled and replied, To think that the ancient nation still has its inheritance left. Very good, very good. Her Highness the Princess happily responded to the Patriarch, Patriarch, do you know where the second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture is? The Patriarch smiled and replied, The second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture? Then he held the scroll in his hand and continued, It is in my hands. Seeing the second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture, Her Highness the Princess's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, That's right, it really is the second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture. Then the Patriarch came in front of Yang Chen, knelt down and said, Thank you, young master, for rescuing us from our sunken sea of suffering. You are our benefactor. Yang Chen waved his hand and replied embarrassedly, Senior, please stand up. In fact, you don't need to perform such a grand ceremony. Exorcising evil demons is the responsibility of righteous cultivators of our generation. I cannot refuse it. Boom! It was like a volcano erupting behind Yang Chen. Then the poison and slime in the deep pit slowly entered Yang Chen's head, making him dizzy. Seeing this, the Patriarch excitedly said, As expected, the young master is noble. I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you can permit it. Yang Chen embarrassedly replied, This kid's name is Yang Chen. You should still stand up. I also came here by chance, and I also received help from Her Highness the Princess. If you have any requests, just say them. If I can agree, I will definitely agree. The Patriarch replied, All right, young Master Yang. I, using the name of the former first prince of the Luo ancient nation, specially invite you to become the great enshrine of our nation. Hearing the Patriarch's words, the old woman angrily shouted, What? This kid is only at the martial seed realm. How can he serve as the great enshrine of our nation?
The Patriarch handed the second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture to Yang Chen, saying, Young Master Yang, thanks to your favor this time, our ancient nation will definitely repay you handsomely. Therefore, I specifically present the second volume of the Great Luo Dao Scripture to you, hoping you can take it out of the secret realm and hand it over to the current nation lord.
After the patriarch finished speaking, some wandering souls flying around him cried out tearfully, "First Prince, we finally meet you, Your Highness the Prince. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, these past few years have been truly miserable." Yang Chen suddenly jumped into that deep pit. Her Highness the Princess and the patriarch panicked and screamed, "Young Master Young!" Landing safely on the ground, the power around him was very strong. Elder Yan appeared and said to him, "Master, this is the power of a chaotic demonic creature. Ordinary methods cannot see it clearly. You should still control the origin fire seed ones. Perhaps there is also an anomaly here. We absolutely cannot avoid it." A stream of red demonic magic was entering Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen said, "Let's go." Then he approached a purple block, which was surrounded and covered by demonic magic. Looking at that stone block, it was emitting a powerful force, so this was the real culprit. Yang Chen was about to strike it when Elder Yan stopped him. "Master, don't be hasty."
Elder Rong approached the shape to examine it, then said, "Master, if I am not mistaken, this is probably the legendary Chaos Demonic Box. It might nurture some wondrous treasures inside." Yang Chen asked in wonder, "I wonder what kind of treasure is nurtured inside this demonic box." After examining it for a while, both Yang Chen and Elder Rong were bewildered. How could this thing be opened? Elder Rong had an idea and immediately said to Yang Chen, "Master, retract the origin fire seed. Your sacred fire true chi has already fused with a bit of the origin fire aura, which is enough to easily break the demonic power barrier outside the chaos demonic box." Hearing this, Yang Chen replied excitedly, "Then I will give it a try." Yang Chen brought his hand close to the shape. It seemed his flame had burned away a part of that cube. The powers within the shape were pouring out. Inside the shape, the chaos demonic box revealed a glass bead, carrying a sparkling purple color. Elder Rung turned to Yang Chen and said, "Master, this is the origin of life. Eating it now would be too much of a waste for you. How about letting me keep it?" Without hesitation, Yang Chen tossed the bead to Elder Rong, then said, "All right, but what is this black thing?" Elder Rong picked up the purple bead and carefully observed its surroundings, then said, "Strange, what on earth is this? I have lived for so long, yet this is the first time I have seen it." Yang Chen wondered, pointing his finger at the purple bead, and said, "To be able to be placed together with the origin of life, it probably isn't any ordinary object either." Yang Chen reached out and grabbed that purple bead. It immediately shocked him repeatedly, leaving Yang Chen feeling numb. Suddenly, a dragon appeared when Yang Chen held the bead. The dragon was gradually flying high into the sky. Yang Chen, continuously panicked, watched the dragon's flight path.
Seeing this, Elder Rong couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Rong exclaimed, What kind of situation is this? A black-gray dragon looking both ferocious and cool. Absolutely unstoppable, cutting off all vitality, cutting off all opportunities, cutting off thousands of great dows, flowed together into Yang Chen's head. Afterward, Yang Chen looked very tired. He said to Elder Rong, "That's truly badass. Is it really that powerful?" Elder Rong, sweating profusely, replied, "Master, what exactly is the origin of this martial soul of yours?" Yang Chen immediately turned away and said, "Elder Rong, let's go up first." With just one jump, Yang Chen easily reached the upper level. Her Highness the Princess smiled and spoke happily to Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, if Lord Shanggu has entrusted the second volume of the Great Lower Dao scripture to you, could I trouble you to take a trip to our ancient nation? Rest assured, we definitely won't let you suffer any disadvantage." Hearing the words of Her Highness the Princess, Yang Chen sighed and replied, "That's a matter of course." Then they all went outside. Xiao Kui, who had always stood outside according to Yang Chen's instructions, saw Yang Chen coming out and happily cried out, "Brother!" Yang Chen smiled brightly and said to Xiao Kui, "Are you okay?" Sweating profusely, Xiao Kui said to Yang Chen, "Brother, you have no idea what just happened. Those ancient heroic spirits all mutated, turning into white beams of light, and all went up to the third floor, making me very worried."
Yang Chen laughed heartily, replying confidently, "That's because your brother has already purified the chaotic demonic creature here. Isn't that amazing?" Xiao Kui clapped nonstop after hearing this, admiring Yang Chen. Xiao Kui said he truly lived up to being his brother, making Yang Chen hopelessly smug. Sinji Wen, who knows where he had been hiding all this time, finally appeared. He said, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you guys to have escaped the danger too. That's really great. I was very worried just now." Her Highness the Princess replied to Sinji Wen with a look of disdain. "Sorry to trouble young Master Wen with your worry. We will take our leave here." Sinji Wen seemed to have sensed something and became suspicious. Something's wrong. What exactly happened just now? Then he turned to the person accompanying him and said, "Let's go. We'll go up to the third floor and take a look." "Yes, boss." The scene was desolate as Sinji Wen and his disciple headed inside. Sinji Wen then changed his mind, turned around and ran towards where Yang Chen and the others were walking. As he ran, he shouted, "They must have obtained a great opportunity. Let's chase after them." At that time, the four of them were walking and happily chatting together. Her Highness the Princess smiled and said, "Yang Chen, I still don't know where you guys are from." Yang Chen smiled and replied, "Eastern Emperor Sword Sect." The old woman asked in wonder, "Eastern Emperor Sword Sect? The Eastern Emperor Sword Sect of the Extreme East?" "That's right," Yang Chen replied. The old woman, with a contemptuous expression, turned to Her Highness the Princess and said, "Shanshan, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is a minor faction in the Extreme East, completely unranked."
Hearing the old woman finish speaking, Her Highness the Princess turned to look at Yang Chen and secretly thought, could these two be swindlers who tricked the patriarch? But Yang Chen, oblivious to this, was still smiling very happily. Right after that, Shin Wen was rushing over, shouting as he ran, looking very noisy. Kid, stop right there for me. It is time to settle the debt between us. Yang Chen showed a look of contempt, sighed, and replied, what debt? Shin Wen, panting angrily, replied, first, you schemed against me at the Dragon Pattern Divine Ruin and then ran away. You need to compensate me for this matter. As for the second point, the precious sword left behind by the ancestors of our Shin family has been taken by you, kid. That is an item of our Shin family. How dare you touch it? Yang Chen smiled faintly, looked over at Her Highness the Princess's annoyed expression, and asked, what does Her Highness the Princess think? Her Highness the Princess said, Shin Wen, this is not your Seven Swords heavenly sect. Hearing Her Highness the Princess say that, Shin Wen's blood boiled, his anger seething. He said, Her Highness the Princess, are you sure you want to become an enemy of my Seven Swords heavenly sect because of this kid? And Her Highness the Princess confidently made Shin Wen understand. Yang Chen is an honored guest of our ancient nation. Moreover, you cannot represent the Seven Swords heavenly sect. I'm afraid you can't even represent Golden Sword Peak. Right beside her, Yang Chen was also standing there mocking and despising Shin Wen. Shin Wen became even angrier. He clenched his fists, scowled, and gritted his teeth, saying, You, Pushan Shan, I hope you all remember this well. Do not regret it. Then Shin Wen left. Her Highness the Princess laughed gleefully and turned to say to Yang Chen, let's go too. Mother has probably been waiting for a long time. Changing the scene, in the ancient city, the ruler of the Lufu ancient nation was Queen Inlan. Her Highness the Princess arrived home and excitedly approached her mother. She laughed with delight and said, Mother, this is the second volume of the great Law Dao scripture that the heroic spirit of the patriarch on the third floor of the ancient battlefield ruins told me to bring back to you.
Queen Yinlan also excitedly replied, Her Highness the Princess, is this true? Queen Yinlan then picked up the second volume of the great Luo Dao scripture to admire it. The patriarch laughed happily and said, Descendants of the Lufu ancient nation, I have asked a young man named Yang Chen to bring back the second volume of the great Luo Dao scripture. This young man has a great background. You must treat him well. He will be the hope for the rise of the Lufu ancient nation. After hearing the patriarch's instructions, Queen Yinlan looked at Yang Chen shyly and said, This. Then Lord Yinlan smiled and said to Yang Chen and Sha Kui, May I ask how to address you two young masters? Yang Chen and Sha Kui happily replied, This lowly one is Yang Chen, and this is my younger brother, Chen Wu Kui. Then Queen Yinlan happily invited them. Oh, young Master Yang, please come in. Thank you, young Master Yang, for personally escorting the heavy artifact of our ancient nation. Sitting at the dining table, Queen Yinlan asked Yang Chen and Sha Kui, taking the liberty to ask, Is it convenient to reveal where in the extreme east you come from? Yang Chen also happily replied, Lord Nation Ruler, we two brothers come from a very remote place in the extreme east, Chaogo City.
Hearing about Chaoge City, it seemed Queen Yinlan knew the place. The gray dragon immediately appeared in her mind. Chaoge City 2,000 years ago had a powerhouse who roamed the continent unhindered named Imperial Dragon Great Emperor. This Great Emperor was also surnamed Yang, and furthermore, originated from Chaoge City. Could it be that Yang Chen is a descendant of this Great Emperor? Queen Yinlan laughed loudly and said, Young Master Yang, do not feel like a stranger. You are a great benefactor of our Lofu ancient nation. In the future, do not address me as Nation Lord or anything like that. My name is Pu Li. Just calling me Aunt Lai is fine. Aunt Lai continued to smile and speak, ignoring Yang Chen, who was feeling dismayed. Young Master Yang, to be completely honest, perhaps you have already heard the Patriarch's heroic spirit mention it on the third floor of the ancient battlefield ruins. I solemnly invite you to become the great enshrine of our Lofu ancient nation. Is that all right? Yang Chen immediately waved his hands and said, Lord Nation Lord, this lowly one is only at the 5th level martial seed realm. You shouldn't joke like that. Queen Yinlan replied awkwardly, It is because I am too eager for talent, failing to notice that your current cultivation base is a bit low. How about this? Yang Chen, wait until you advance to the Purple Palace realm, then take up the position of Great Enshrine for our Lofu ancient nation. Is that all right? After hearing this, Yang Chen's head spun. Then he replied, This, on the contrary, is possible. It seems that today, if I don't agree to something, I'm afraid I definitely won't be able to walk out of this great hall. Queen Yinlan continued, Since that is the case, I still have one request. I wonder what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter. Hearing her mother's words, Her Highness the Princess was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yang Chen thought for a moment and replied, Her Highness the Princess is absolutely beautiful, with outstanding talent. She is truly a heaven's favorite favorite.
Hearing Yang Chan's answer, Queen Yinlan delightedly placed her hand on Her Highness the Princess's shoulder and replied, Since it is so, how about I marry my little daughter to young Master Yang? Hearing her mother's words, Her Highness the Princess was still in a daze, breaking out in even more sweat. The male lead was doubtful, his head full of question marks. What? He hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Lord Nation Ruler, Her Highness the Princess is peerlessly beautiful. This lowly one is truly not worthy. Her Highness the Princess immediately puffed her cheeks unhappily. I'm the one who isn't happy, yet he still has such a disdainful look. It's really too much. Seeing this, the nation ruler worriedly held her cheek and asked, Young Master Yang, could it be that my daughter is not worthy of you, or is there some other reason? The male lead embarrassedly scratched his head. Lord Nation Ruler, please understand, this lowly one already has a partner. Towards Her Highness the Princess, I truly do not dare to have any wishful thinking. Hearing this, the nation ruler smiled happily. Young Master Yang, choosing a Tao companion is not about having many or few, but about understanding each other, relying on each other, and being together. Let Shanshan stay by your side for a period of time. The two of you can get to know each other. Meanwhile, the princess unhappily crossed her arms, her face darkening. The male lead embarrassedly replied, "This, then I shall respectfully obey rather than politely decline." The nation ruler then covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Young Master Yang, Shanshan has a gentle and introverted personality. Please guide her a little more. That's right, tomorrow morning you guys can set off to return to the secret realm, right? With Shanshan guiding you, perhaps it will be much more convenient for you.
The male lead smiled happily. Thank you, Lord Nation Ruler. Lord Nation Ruler, I wonder where the great opportunities are in the Dongchuan secret realm. The Nation Ruler replied, that would naturally be Fengshan Mountain. The male lead's eyes lit up as he asked again, Fengshan Mountain? It sounds very formidable. The princess looked at the male lead's starry eyes and showed obvious displeasure. She mocked him in her heart. What a country bumpkin, to not even know about Fengshan Mountain? In the vast Dongchuan, who wouldn't know about Fengshan Mountain? The nation ruler said cheerfully, tomorrow I will let Shanshan take you on a tour, and you will know immediately. The male lead looked troubled, resting his chin on his hand and said, I'm afraid tomorrow won't do. After this exploration trip in the secret realm, I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough and must go into secluded cultivation for a period of time. The nation ruler enthusiastically put her arm on her daughter's shoulder. Then I wish young Master Young great progress in cultivation. Shanshan, take young Master Young to the royal family's cultivation secret chamber. Hearing her mother's words, she stood up, went to the door, turned around and invited the male lead and Xiao Ke. Let's go. After they left, the nation ruler glanced at a dark shadow hiding in the corner. After they enter the secret realm, you will also go in. Remember their every word and action clearly. There must be no discrepancies. The dark shadow softly replied, Understood. 3 months later, the male lead stood happily in the middle of the stone courtyard. When Xiao Ke saw him, he called out, Brother! The male lead excitedly rubbed his nose and said, Xiao Ke, now that my secluded cultivation is over, I have already reached the 9th level martial seed realm. If it weren't for my desire to temper my foundation, I would have already reached the Tianhe realm by now. After saying that, he asked Xiao Ke, what realm are you at now? Xiao Ke also scratched his head shyly. Brother, I also broke through. I am now at the 5th level Tianhe realm. Hearing this, the male lead's eyes widened and he exclaimed in astonishment, What? 5th level Tianhe realm?
That princess also said in helpless astonishment, You two, how did your cultivation increase so quickly? The male lead boasted, Ha ha, you just need to get used to it. Her Highness the Princess, during the time our two brothers were in seclusion, did anything major happen in the secret realm? She crossed her arms and replied, Yes, the only genius on the Dongchuan genius ranking, named Feng Yuanzheng, is about to prove the Tao and be conferred as a god at Mount Fengshen. The male lead asked in confusion, A genius? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Xiao Ke said, Brother, weren't we on to Mount Fengshen before anyway? It's just right. Let's go broaden our horizons a bit. The male lead immediately cheered, and Xiao Ke also smiled happily. Only the princess showed no sign of joy whatsoever. At Mount Fengshen, a high mountain was covered by a light layer of mist. Xiao Ke said, Brother, we've arrived. The male lead excitedly pointed at Mount Fengshen. Xiao Ke, this is the first goal since we left the extreme east. Conquer it. The princess looked at them in annoyance. Truly two idiots. Just like that, and you arrogantly want to conquer Mount Fengshen. You really know nothing.
Xiao He also joined in the joy, barking woof woof. The male lead looked at it and asked, Do you also want to become famous on Mount Fengshen? The princess stood nearby, looking suspiciously at the master and servant. Xiao He excitedly wagged its tail continuously, woof woof, which left the princess dumbfounded. The male lead praised, Good, very imposing. Xiao He happily barked, woof. The princess felt depressed and didn't dare to look. Even their dog was so arrogant. They were truly hopeless. The male lead excitedly stepped forward. Let's go. When the group reached a corner of the mountain, they saw a purple-haired man who had left a large hammer that smashed a small hole in the ground while he sat cross-legged on the ground cultivating. That purple-haired person was Feng Yuanzheng. The princess introduced to him. This is the Divine Power Echo Wall. Use this stone hammer to heavily strike the stone wall. If the Divine Power produces 3 echoes, you can leave your name on this Divine Power Echo Wall, achieving the title of a genius. The male lead blankly asked back, Is it really that simple? Hearing him say that, the princess got angry. This stone hammer weighs fully 50,000 caddies. Ordinary cultivators at the peak Tianhe realm cannot even lift it. She puffed her cheeks in disgust at the male lead, this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the male lead realized something, such a familiar aura. Behind him appeared a group of people walking slowly towards them. Seeing the person leading, the male lead waved his hand and shouted loudly, Big Brother Xiao, over here! The person called Big Brother Xiao by the male lead panicked, put a finger to his mouth, and softly said, Shh, Brother Young Chen, don't be so loud. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanzheng, sitting on the other side, was provoked to anger. He coldly glared at them. Who are you? That older brother hurriedly mediated. Young Master Feng, he is my friend.
It's his first time at Mount Fengshen, and he didn't know this was young Master Feng's territory. I hope you can be understanding. The male lead's face darkened as he looked at Feng Wanzheng. Does the #1 genius of Dongchuan actually have such character? After speaking, Feng Wanzheng abruptly turned around, refusing to look at them.
Suddenly, Xiao Kui approached Feng Wenzheng without saying a word. Xiao Kui glanced down. "Step aside, you are blocking the way." The crowd following Big Brother Xiao caused a commotion. "Is this kid a blockhead? I can guarantee it. There must be something wrong with his brain. He really hasn't experienced death before, yet he dares to cause trouble for Feng Wenzheng." Xiao Kui frowned and said, "I heard your reputation is quite great, but monopolizing this place like this isn't very appropriate, is it? Could it be that you don't allow others to participate in the Feng Shen test?" Feng Wenzheng stood up from the ground. He smirked and formed a hand seal. "You kid are actually quite arrogant. I will test you with one move. If you can block it, I will make way for you." He waved his hand and a sword flew toward Xiao Kui. "Go!" Xiao Kui shouted. Star Fury. Spiritual energy radiated from Xiao Kui's body. The spiritual energy transformed into a fist that clashed with the flying sword. The two moves collided with each other, creating a significant impact, making the air thick with dust and smoke. The surroundings of the two were obscured by thick smoke and dust. The surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed, "This kid actually managed to block one of Feng Wenzheng's moves. Just what is his background? Could he be from a hidden sect?" Feng Wenzheng stood with his arms crossed, looking at Xiao Kui. "What great strength. I look forward to your next performance."
Xiao Kui looked at them unhappily. "A bunch of trash. Open your eyes wide and see." Xiao Kui stepped forward and touched the hammer handle on the ground with one hand. They immediately panicked. Could this kid be wanting to lift the divine power hammer with one hand? Where did this kid come from? I'm afraid he really has innate divine power, but wanting to lift the divine power hammer with one hand is truly a delusion. Xiao Kui used his strength to lift the hammer. Xiao Kui held the hammer handle and lifted it over his head. Feng Yunzheng was so surprised that his eyes widened. Feng Yunzheng gritted his teeth and thought, "Such terrifying strength. Is this still a human?" After lifting it, Xiao Kui dropped it to the ground, creating a hole in the ground. Xiao Kui listened for a moment. There were only 2 resounding sounds again, still lacking a bit of heat. Xiao Kui said to the male lead, "Well, it's a bit harder than I imagined. 3 resounding sounds with one hand. Maybe I need to practice more. You go try it. You can definitely do it." The male lead waved his hand. "Young Master Feng is the only genius in Dongchuan. He is about to carry out the famous great act of being conferred as a god. Why should we go up there and cause more trouble? Isn't it embarrassing?" Feng Yunzhang watched the two of them leave. Could these two be from a hidden sect? Feng Yunzhang glanced at that big brother Xiao. "Xiao Yunyang, what is the background of those 2 kids?" Xiao Yunyang looked at him. Then he explained, "Young Master Feng, those 2 brothers and I also just became friends not long ago. They both come from a hidden sect." Those people were immediately terrified. What, a hidden sect? The crowd clung to each other and whispered, "It must be a hidden sect, otherwise they wouldn't be so formidable. To think that I could actually see people from a hidden sect today." The princess tilted her head and asked in doubt, "A hidden sect?" The 3 of them walked towards the stone stele.
The princess introduced, "This is the Mark Stele, a supreme treasure that refines the purity of true qi. If your true qi is fully condensed, you can pass the Mark Stele's test and be conferred as a god in one go." The male lead said to Xiao Kui as he ran, "Xiao Kui, let's go." A lamp spoke, "Master, although your true qi has formed a condensed origin, it still contains some impurities, especially the purple nether true qi. If you don't mind, you should borrow this item to refine it first." The male lead replied, "All right." The 3 of them sat cross-legged in front of the tower to meditate. 3 days later, a woman with dark pink hair walked over. Her name was Shangguan Han Yun. The male cultivators looked at her and gossiped. "Look quickly, it's the demoness of the Array Dao demonic sect, Shangguan Han Yun. She has also come to Fengshen Mountain. Things are going to be lively this time. Her older brother is Shangguan Han Zhen, one of the top 10 geniuses of Dongchuan. Sigh, I don't know who is going to be unlucky this time." Shangguan Han Yun turned her head to look at them. "Where are those 2 brats from the hidden sect that you mentioned?" The male cultivators pointed toward the mountain. "They are still over by the Mark Stele." Hearing this, she immediately went to the Mark Stele and saw many people meditating there. She arrogantly said, "Who is Yang Chen and John Wu Kui? Stand out." The male lead, who was cultivating, was angered at being called out and turned around to glare at her. "I am cultivating at a critical moment. Who is it?" But when he saw her beauty, he was instantly captivated, his eyes lighting up. The male lead blushed shyly. "Beauty, I am Yang Chen. May I ask your name?" Shangguan Han Yun looked arrogantly at the male lead. "Rumor has it that you come from a hidden sect." The male lead happily replied, "Beauty, you must be joking. I do not come from any hidden sect. I simply come from a small, desolate place not worth mentioning." Shangguan Han Yun giggled. "You really know how to joke. It seems you are looking down on this little lady." The princess approached and whispered in the male lead's ear, "Young Chen, this woman's name is Shangguan Han Yun, also known as the Black Intent Demoness. She is extremely arrogant and domineering, vicious-hearted and flirtatious. You need to be a little careful." Shangguan Han Yun said, "Young Chen, as well as your younger brother Jan Wu Kei,
I represent the Zhendao demonic sect to invite you to stay at our Zhendao demonic sect. The male lead awkwardly scratched his head. Beauty, I am afraid I must disappoint you. I am already a flower with an owner. Moreover, as a man, I cannot love many people. She posed slightly. Brother Young Chen, anyway, the two of you must stay with a faction. Can't you consider me? The divine lamp immediately warned the male lead. Master, this woman possesses the yin bewitching bloodline. For a man, having a woman with such a bloodline, if you undergo dual cultivation, it can upgrade your physical body strength. The male lead shyly said, Beauty, we are still not very close. How about you stay by my side and we get to know each other better?
Shangguan Han Yun smiled as beautifully as a flower. That is fine. However, I have many pursuers. Being by your side might bring you some trouble. Perhaps young Master Young, as the successor of a hidden sect, is certainly not afraid of these troubles. I agree to your condition. The male cultivators immediately frowned. Is this kid seeking death? I dare say, once he encounters Shangguan Hanjan, beating him to death would be getting off lightly. He still doesn't know the terror of Shangguan Hanjan. Could it be that the rose of our Dongchuan is already taken just like that? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out behind them. They exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the pillar of fire shooting straight into the sky. Feng Yuanzheng was undergoing the Fengshen test. Feng Yuanzheng stood up straight, holding a hammer in his hand, and a dazzling spiritual light appeared on the cliff. Shortly after, the three words Feng Yuanzheng appeared on the cliff. Feng Yuanzheng sighed with emotion. I am finally famous on Fengshen Mountain. But I used both hands. At that time, if that youth also used both hands? Right after, a young man with silver hair tied up with a hair crown appeared, a gentle smile blooming on his lips. He was Wan Liancheng, the direct descent of the Dongchuan Empire's royal family. The surrounding people started discussing upon seeing Wan Liancheng. The green-haired male cultivator exclaimed in surprise, It's Wan Liancheng. The man in green clothes said, To think Wan Liancheng has also arrived. It seems the Dongchuan Empire really wants to recruit this Feng Yuanzheng. The blue-robed male cultivator replied, Haha, that's not certain yet. We have to see what kind of conditions he can offer. Wan Liancheng smiled gently and walked over to greet Feng Yuanzheng. Feng Yuanzheng, I follow my grandfather's imperial decree to specially enter the secret realm to solemnly invite you to become a guest official of our royal family. Hearing his invitation, Feng Yuanzheng cupped his fists and bowed towards Wan Liancheng. Many thanks to your highness for coming here in person. I, Feng, am extremely grateful.
Suddenly, a male cultivator from the Water Academy ran over and shouted loudly, Feng Yuanzheng, I have come on the orders of my Dao Master to tell you that you have obtained the admission qualifications for our Water Academy. You can enter any of the 5 halls of our Water Academy to cultivate. Hearing that guy dared to come and snatch his prey, Wan Liancheng's face darkened with displeasure. The surrounding cultivators were puzzled. What? Is the Water Academy that great? Even Feng Yuanzheng only obtained the admission qualifications? The cultivator in the azure robe said, That is the Water Academy, one of the 4 great factions. I heard that there is also a Fire Academy inside the Water Academy that does not recruit outsiders, and every person inside is an invincible giant. A core disciple of the Golden Sword Peak, wearing a yellow robe with sharp hands, named Xin Jiwu, also hurriedly spoke up. Feng Yuanzheng, you are also a sword cultivator. In Dongchuan, our 7 Swords Heavenly Sect is your best choice. If you can enter our Golden Sword Peak, you can directly become a core disciple. Feng Yuanzheng held his chin in thought, looking at the 3 opportunities in front of him, hesitating on which one to choose. Seeing Feng Yuanzheng hesitating like this, Xin Jiwu hurriedly said, Feng Yuanzheng, my older brother is still on his way to Fengshan Mountain. If I don't carry enough weight, he will personally invite you. The others immediately caused a commotion. Xin Jiwen is also coming to Fengshan Mountain. Then perhaps inviting Feng Yuanzheng is just incidental. He must have also come because he wants to make a name for himself at Fengshan Mountain. A pink-haired girl with 2 hair bonds also spoke up. Xin Jiwen's combat strategy is absolutely supreme. This time he will probably successfully be conferred as a god. This is his last chance. The azure-robed male cultivator replied to her, Xin Jiwen actually could have advanced to the Purple Palace realm a long time ago. He has just been delaying his breakthrough. It must be because he wants to make a name for himself at Fengshan Mountain. Seeing this, Feng Yuanzheng said, Young Master Wu, thank you for your 7 Swords sex interest, but I think the Water Academy will still be more suitable for me. The disciple of the Water Academy, hearing Feng Yuanzheng agree to join, was overjoyed. Feng Yuanzheng, it seems we will be schoolmates from now on. After leaving the secret realm and handling all your matters, you can come to the Water Academy.
The pink-haired girl standing in the corner saw the male lead's group arriving and shouted, Look, Yang Chen and Zhan Wuke, 2 disciples of the hidden sect. They have also arrived. Wan Lianchen cupped his fists toward the male lead's group and greeted them with a gentle smile. I heard that you 2 come from a hidden sect. Representing the royal family of the Dongchuan Empire, I sincerely welcome you 2 to join us as guest officials. Hearing this, the male lead asked, Guest official? Your Highness, once we become guest officials of the Empire's royal family, what are the benefits? Wan Lianchen happily replied,
As for the status of our empire's royal guest officials, the distribution of cultivation resources is equivalent to that of our royal family's direct lineage. Hearing this, the male lead was overjoyed. Are there any heaven-tier martial arts or something like that? Hearing the male lead ask so bluntly, the princess revealed a look of disdain on her face. Wan Li and Chen stammered hesitatingly. Hearing this, the others openly showed their disdain. They truly come from a hidden sect indeed, opening their mouths to demand heaven-tier techniques right away. That female cultivator asked in confusion. That's strange. According to the records in ancient tones, wasn't it said that people from hidden sects are extremely humble? What exactly is wrong with this Yang Chen? The green-robed male cultivator said unhappily. With these conditions, I'm afraid there is no such faction in Dontron. How could we accommodate such a great deity? Suddenly, a person with red hair, wearing a golden robe and having pointy ears, descended from the sky. It's Shinzi-wen. Shinzi-wen has arrived. Seeing his older brother arrive, Shinzi Wu said, I, Feng Yuan Zheng, have already decided to go to the Water Academy, but now 2 extremely monstrous martial artists have appeared here, who are the world-tempering inheritors of a hidden sect, if we can recruit them.
Shinjuan looked over at the male lead's group and evaluated. After looking, he laughed out loud. I'm dying of laughter. He stepped forward and stood in front of the male lead. Oh, isn't this young Chen? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, yet you've already become the successor of a hidden sect. Your capabilities are truly not small. The male lead sneered in response. Young Master Wen, we really are quite fated. Is this still the old saying, enemies are bound to meet? But young Master Wen, your memory is too poor. Meeting me, perhaps you are about to encounter bad luck. Hearing him say that, Shinjuan smiled disdainfully and looked at the people around. You have all been deceived. These are both swindlers. A few days ago, I was just fooled. They come from a bottom-tier sect from the extreme east, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, just 2 barbarians from the extreme east. Wan Li and Cheng became angry at the male lead. You Brett, your guts are not small, actually daring to scam our Dongchuan Empire. You are courting death.
The male lead just wagged his finger. You are all mistaken. He stood out to explain. Since I entered the Dongchuan secret realm, I have come from the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Big brother Xiao Yunyang testified at this point. As for the talk about some hidden sect, that is something you made up yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. Then he introduced the princess standing behind him. Shanshan is the princess of the Lofu ancient nation. She has always been traveling with me. She can testify to the identities of us 2 brothers. Sinji Wen was furious. He swung his sword and slashed over. This is not the Lofu ancient nation. Yan Chen, accept your death. The male lead hurriedly leaned back to dodge. He stepped back to evade the move, but Sinji Wen swung his sword again. 100 silvers crossing the void. Sword light appeared in the air, enveloping him from all directions. He summoned his martial art to block the attack. A giant sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and Sinji Wen's sword lights were blocked before its blade. Feng Yuansong retracted his sword, the spiritual energy around his body spreading out. Young Master Wen, these 2 are my friends. Sinji Wen looked at Feng Yuanzong unhappily. You can protect him for a moment, but you cannot protect him forever. Let's go. The male lead happily said to Feng Yuanzong. Thank you. Feng Yuanzong turned around and walked away. It is my honor to be able to help you 2. I just recently joined the Water Academy. If you ever need my help in the future, you can come to the Water Academy to find me. Feng Yuanzong glanced slightly at the male lead. These stupid people really have eyes but cannot see. Just based on the fact that Shan Wuquei already has such outstanding aptitude, isn't this Yang Chen also a genius? Fortunately, I intervened to help him once today, considering it as forging a good karma.
Jen Wuquei said to the male lead, Brother, I still want to spar with that Sinji Wen once. I feel like he is no longer my match now. The male lead said, There will be a chance later. Let's go. We will continue to condense our true chi. That Sinji Wen had a dark expression and laughed wickedly. Wait until I become famous at Fengshen Mountain. That will be the day you, Yang Chen, die without a burial place. At the Mark Steel, the male lead was still sitting in cultivation. His whole body was covered in sweat, and the spiritual energy around him was circulating within his meridians. A moment later, the male lead opened his eyes and retracted the spiritual energy. Xiao Kui asked, Brother, did you succeed? The male lead replied, The divine lamp was endlessly shocked. Master, are you sure your martial seed has undergone metamorphosis? The male lead happily replied, That's right, my martial seed has completed its 2nd metamorphosis. The divine lamp was frightened by his words. Master, this talent of yours truly makes me very amazed. You must know that even for a genius at the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm, the vast majority cannot make their martial seed undergo metamorphosis twice. The male lead noticed something. Hey, why is it so lively over there? The 2 of them approached the edge of the mountain, where a crowd of people was gathered below a tower. Jian Wuquei explained to him, Brother, that is Sinji Wen taking the Feng Shen test at the famous Julong Tower. Seeing that there was a spectacle, the male lead jumped down. Let's go over there and join the fun. I guess that guy Sinji Wen also has a bit of a chance. Who knows, maybe he will succeed.
A ring of spiritual energy appeared beneath Shinji-Wen's feet. He strained himself so much that the blue veins on his forehead bulged. The spiritual energy around his body flared up. The people behind him had to step back a few paces due to his spiritual energy. The male lead was also surprised when he arrived and saw this.
The princess followed behind and told him, "This is the Juling Tower. It tests the strength of divine sense. If one can simultaneously light up 5 of the 9 mausoleum lamps, it is considered a success." At the top of the tower, 4 lanterns appeared, swaying in the wind. The people around were endlessly amazed. He's about to succeed. Oh my god, in just a few breaths of time, he lit up 4 lamps in an instant. Shinji-Wen is about to succeed. Just how strong is Shinji-Wen's divine sense? This is simply too awesome. The male lead just looked on calmly. I thought it would be something impressive, but is that it? However, the spiritual energy could not gather into the final lamp. Something was wrong. Shinji-Wen yelled in disbelief. "Damn it!" Xiaokei laughed, clutching his stomach, and said, "Brother, your judgment is truly accurate. Just one look and you knew this guy wouldn't make it." Shinji-Wen angrily drew his sword and yelled at the male lead. "Yang Chen, stop laughing. Now that Feng Yuanzheng isn't here to protect you, wait for your death." Xiaokei frowned unhappily. Shinji-Wen swung his sword, 100 silvers. However, the male lead raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on." Shinji-Wen paused in confusion. The princess also looked at the male lead in confusion, wondering what this guy wanted to do now. He said loudly, "Now I want to be conferred as a god at the Juling Tower. Shinji-Wen, you are the new generation super genius of the Golden Sword Peak. Don't tell me you want to take this opportunity to sneak attack me." Jan Wu-Kei stood beside him and said righteously, "Brother, I am here. I will protect you." Shinji-Wen trembled with anger. Furious, he sheathed his sword. "Haha, you 2 brats don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll let you live for a little while longer."
The male lead calmly walked forward. The male lead softly asked the divine lamp in his heart, "Elder Wrong, with the intensity of my spiritual consciousness, I should be able to casually pass this test, right?" It immediately replied, "That is of course. Master's spiritual consciousness has surpassed the limit of the postnatal stage. Even compared to many innate stage cultivators, their spiritual consciousness cannot compare to yours." The male lead happily said, "Elder Wrong, has my spiritual consciousness really surpassed the postnatal stage?" It replied, "Of course, Master. Spiritual consciousness is soul power. Just like cultivation, it is also divided into major stages. At the postnatal stage level, soul power is divided into 3 tiers, formless and intangible, condensing form into reality, and condensing reality into essence." The male lead softly exclaimed, "Oh." The male lead excitedly asked, "Elder Wrong, can you tell me what level my spiritual consciousness is at right now?" The divine lamp immediately broke a sweat. It replied, "Master, your spiritual consciousness is already considered to have just entered the ancestor level." The male lead responded, "Is that so?" It continued, "Master, you will naturally know these common sense matters once your cultivation gets a little higher. The test at this Juling Tower does not pose any difficulty to you at all. However, if you can light up 9 mausoleum lamps, it will actually bring you quite good benefits." Seeing the male lead standing there forever, Shinji-Wen felt annoyed. Doesn't this guy want to be conferred as a god? Is he just standing there wasting my time? The male lead closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes, erupting with dense spiritual energy.
The surroundings became noisy. It had started. Yang Chen had already begun the Fang Shen test at the Juling Tower. Even Shen Ziwen had failed. Yang Chen was nothing but a poor kid from the extreme east. Being able to light up 1 lamp would already be a blessing from heaven and earth. It was hard to say. Jan Wu-Kuei almost managed to be conferred as a god at the Echo Wall. However, the male lead smoothly lit up 8 lamps. Jan Wu-Kuei and the others were endlessly surprised. What is the situation? The others were equally shocked. What is that? It's the Feng Shen divine light. Oh my god, who is it? Who successfully passed the test of the Juling Tower? On top of the tower, the lamps lit by the male lead clearly appeared. Shin Ziwen was terrified. How is this possible? This kid actually lit up 8 lamps in one go. He looked at the male lead and thought, "No, I can't let this kid live, otherwise I will definitely die in his hands in the future." The pink-haired woman said in astonishment, "Look over there, the 9th lamp is also lit up." Jan Wu-Kuei was delighted. "Haha, my big brother is really amazing." The princess was terrified. What kind of background does this Yang Chen actually have? The 9th lamp had lit up, fluttering in the wind. Shin Ziwen summoned his sword. He slashed at the male lead. Die! However, an old figure formed from the light of the lamps appeared. "Who has awakened me?" Seeing Shinji-Wen slashing down with his sword at the male lead's head, the old man frowned endlessly. He lightly flicked his index finger and said unhappily, "An ant that doesn't know life from death." Shinji-Wen was sent flying by this move of his. The male lead watched in astonishment as Shinji-Wen slumped to the ground before the shock of everyone present. The old master lowered himself from above, coming close to the male lead to see him clearly. "Human kid, according to the ancient contract, you can light up the Julong Tower at the postnatal stage, thereby granting you an origin soul divine crystal." Saying that, he pointed towards the tower.
The Origin Soul Divine Crystal is inside the Julong Tower. Use your divine sense to control and refine it yourself. The male lead was stunned. Refine it? Aren't you giving it directly to me? I don't know how to refine it. But before he could ask anything, the old man vanished. The male lead hastily reached out his hand and shouted, Hey, wait a moment. The divine vamp said to him, Master, I actually have a divine sense refining art here. With the strength of your divine sense, you will probably be able to successfully cultivate it in no time. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a divine sense manual for him. Catch this, Master. The male lead immediately opened his hand and caught it. He happily opened the secret manual, its light spreading from the pages. Just in time, I can give it a try. The male lead stretched out his hands, tightly shut his eyes, and felt the spiritual energy of the secret manual envelope his body. Very quickly, he cultivated the manual, and the book followed the source of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians. The male lead happily withdrew that spiritual energy. Success! The divine lamp, seeing its master easily absorb the secret manual, was also frightened. Master's comprehension is truly too heaven-defying. He happily summoned a magic circle. Refine it for me.
His divine sense penetrated the tower. Infiltrated by his divine sense, the tower trembled incessantly. Finally, he could feel the pulsation of the Origin Soul Divine Crystal. It was also terrified by his divine sense, trembling violently. Ultimately, the spiritual energy of the Origin Soul Divine Crystal was gathered into the palm of his hand. The people around were completely astonished by his actions. A man in green said in bewilderment, I just reacted. What exactly happened just now? The little girl was also terrified. Yang Chen is being conferred as a god at the Juling Tower. The man in blue gaped. Not only being conferred as a god, he lit up 9 lamps at once, even summoning the ancient mountain spirit out. Shin Jiwoo hurriedly ran to where Shin Jiwan was lying face down after being beaten. Brother, are you all right? Shin Jiwoo, with a trembling hand, pointed towards the male lead and gnashed his teeth. Kill, kill. But before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Shin Jiwoo was scared to tears and hurriedly hugged him. Brother! Half an hour later, the male lead opened his eyes to see the crowd behind him staring at him in horror with wide eyes. The male lead let out an evil laugh, piercing their hearts with his words. What's wrong with all of you? You haven't left after so long. Could it be that you can't be conferred as a god yourselves, so you came to leech off me? Look as much as you want. I'm not petty like you people. Right, whoever said I couldn't do it before? Why don't you keep yelling? Hearing the male lead being so arrogant, the crowd yelled angrily. This Yang Chen is truly a petty person intoxicated by success. So unappreciative. Isn't it just being conferred as a god at the Juling Tower? Can you be conferred as a god in 3 other places too? If the mountain spirit hadn't intervened, this Yang Chen would have been slashed to death by Shin Jiwen long ago. Meanwhile, the male lead just stood there, smirking as he watched them jump around in anger. The male lead ignored them and turned to Xiao Kui, saying, Xiao Kui, do you want to try? Actually, the Feng Shen test of the Juling Tower is quite simple. Xiao Kui said shyly, Perhaps my divine sense intensity isn't enough. I won't be able to light up 5 lamps.
The male lead said, It's fine. Your strong point isn't divine sense. Wait for an opportunity to let your divine sense level up by another stage. The intensity of the divine sense is very important. The male lead looked into the distance and smiled, saying, Down below, let's go broaden our horizons with the soul-inspecting stone. The power of the soul is the foundation of us cultivators. We must quietly cultivate for a while. The princess gently reminded, Yang Chen, what the soul-inspecting stone tests is soul power. The male lead grinned. Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try. The 3 people walked over to the soul-inspecting stone. It was a stone wrapped in golden iron chains with lightning winding around it and talisman papers pasted on it. The divine lamp said to the male lead, Master, I feel that your soul power passing the soul-inspecting stone test shouldn't be our problem, but whether you can pass the trial is hard to say. He was puzzled. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Elder Rong, how are the high and low tiers of soul power divided? The divine lamp said, Master, the tiers of soul power are divided similarly to divine sense. The postnatal stage has 3 tiers, which are respectively the formless phantom, condensing form into reality, and condensing form into essence. Right now you are probably at the stage of condensing form into reality. He suddenly heard something. He turned his eyes to look where the sound came from. That is...
Dong Huang Wangchai suddenly ran over from nowhere. Xiao Chen! Dong Huang Wangchai said happily and excitedly, Xiao Chen, you are truly too amazing. The male lead looked around at him. Brother Wangchai, why are you alone? Dong Huang Wangchai frowned in annoyance, not looking directly at the male lead. Let's not mention it. The male lead smiled happily. Brother Wangchai, with your talent, perhaps being conferred as a god at the famous Fengshan Mountain is as easy as turning over your hand. Which one do you want to try? Dong Huang Wangchai screamed in panic. Conferred as a god? The people behind were surprised to hear the words Fengshan. Is there someone else who wants to be conferred as a god? A female cultivator asked happily. Oh, who is it? Dong Huang Wangchai hurriedly said, Even you can do it. As a big brother like me, if I can't successfully be conferred as a god, wouldn't that mean I'm weaker than our brothers? The princess looked at Dong Huang Wangchai in confusion as he smiled awkwardly. Who is this person? Listening to his tone, he seems to be Yang Chen's big brother.
Could it be that he is also a peerless genius? The male lead happily pointed at the soul inspecting stone. Brother Wangchai, I originally planned to go to the soul inspecting stone to try. Why don't you do it first? Donghuang Wangchai turned pale and stammered. Let's forget about the soul inspecting stone. It's a bit difficult. I can try the other ones instead. The male lead then pointed towards the tower. Brother Wangchai, then you should start with the jeweling tower. Donghuang Wangchai silently took a few steps back.
Donghuang Wangchai embarrassingly asked Xiaokui, Xiaokui, why isn't your name written on the jeweling tower? Xiaokui scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Wangchai, I am still young and foolish. Of the 4 Fengshan test events on this Fengshan mountain, I only have some grasp of the divine power echo wall. As for the others, I still can't do them for now, making my brother and you lose face. Donghuang Wangchai looked at the 2 smiling brothers, frightened out of his wits. Being brothers with these 2 peerless geniuses was truly the bad luck of his 8 lifetimes. Donghuang Wangchai pointed at the soul inspecting stone. I am not in a hurry, Xiaochen. Are you planning to broaden your horizons at the soul inspecting stone first? Not bad. It's also my first time at Fengshan Mountain, and I want to broaden my horizons with the soul inspecting stone a bit. The male lead and Donghuang Wangchai approached the soul inspecting stone. The male lead closed his eyes and released his divine sense outward. His divine sense shot towards the soul inspecting stone, but the stone didn't have the slightest reaction. The male lead was shocked and couldn't believe it. What kind of situation is this? The divine lamp explained. Master, this block of soul inspecting stone is refined from a special type of spiritual material. Other than soul power, it can dissolve the vast majority of energies. So he plopped down on the ground, while Donghuang Wangchai looked at him sitting on the ground in confusion. The male lead circulated his spiritual consciousness, and right in the middle of his forehead, a maple leaf-like mark appeared. The spiritual consciousness from his forehead shot towards the soul inspecting stone. Donghuang Wangchai opened his mouth wide in shock. This is... The soul inspecting stone was cracked open by the male lead's spiritual consciousness, and the chains on its body also began to loosen. Imbued with the male lead's spiritual consciousness, the soul inspecting stone manifested rings of spiritual energy that shot straight up into the sky. His spiritual consciousness shot straight into the sky along with the ring of spiritual energy. The crowd below broke out in a cold sweat of horror as they looked at that dense source of spiritual consciousness. Could it be that someone was still being conferred as a god at the soul inspecting stone? Never had anyone been able to make a name for themselves on the soul inspecting stone. Could it be that a genius had been born? The spiritual energy on the soul inspecting stone gathered into an old man. It was the same old man who had appeared in that tower, and he said softly, Kid, it's you again. He then repeated his old lines. According to the ancient contract, human kid, your name is Yang Chen, right? You will obtain an origin soul stone, and I will open the restriction of the origin soul stone for you, so hurry up and refine it. The male lead was doubtful. Origin soul stone? He asked the divine lamp in confusion. Elder Wrong, what kind of treasure is the origin soul stone? How do I refine it? The divine lamp was already frightened pale. The master's soul power had actually reached such a strong level. It suddenly remembered something. Could that black pill be the legendary great demonic seed? Seeing that the old man didn't answer, the male lead asked again. Elder Wrong? The divine lamp spirit said, Master, the 2 powers of the soul and spirit are interconnected. Since you have preliminarily stepped into the introduction of the Shangqing True Refining Art, you can manipulate your soul power to refine the origin soul stone. However, he continued, Master, even for an innate stage cultivator, the origin soul stone is a treasure of the soul. Unfortunately, even if you refined it, I'm afraid its effect will not be very great. The male lead asked in confusion, Why? The old man crossed his arms and said, Master, your soul power is relatively strong, which is not beyond my speculation. The origin soul stone does not have much effect on you. You should release your spiritual energy into the soul inspecting stone to test it out. He felt the energy of the origin soul stone. He sighed. Sigh. Elder Wrong is not wrong. I just absorbed a little bit of the origin soul stone earlier, but there was no upgrade at all. He turned around and said to Xiaokui, Xiaokui, open your sea of consciousness. Let me see if I can transmit the energy of the origin soul stone to you. After it enters your sea of consciousness, immediately choose to dissolve it into your soul power. Xiaokui asked, Origin soul stone? The male lead immediately waved his hand, transmitting the origin soul stone into the middle of Xiaokui's forehead. Catch it. Xiaokui shivered uncomfortably. Ah! Donghuang Wangchai hurriedly asked, Xiaokui, are you all right? Xiaokui felt the origin soul stone spreading from within his divine sense, and sat down to begin cultivating. The male lead explained to Donghuang Wangchai, Brother Wangchai, Xiaokui is still refining the origin soul stone. Let's protect him together. Suddenly, a disciple of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect happily ran over to the male lead. Yang Chen, our Seven Swords Heavenly Sect invites you to join. You are a Seven Swordsman. Cultivating in our Seven Swords Heavenly Sect is the best choice. The male lead said in confusion, Brother, I am someone who has formed an enmity with Shinji Wen.
Is it really okay for you to do this? He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Yang Chen, you still don't understand our Seven Swords Heavenly Sect. He pointed at the crowd standing nearby. They all know that our Seven Swords Heavenly Sect has 7 mountains, and each side has its own Tao. Their golden sword peak has always been used to being arrogant, and practicing the sword Tao has a huge relationship with them. But my soul sword peak has always advocated focused concentration, internal restraint, and cultivating one's nature. The male lead sighed. Thank you for your invitation. I have already felt the sincerity of your soul sword peak, but now is still not the time for me to make a decision. Then the male lead said to Donghuang Wangsai, Brother Wangsai, next it's your turn. Based on your abilities, becoming famous on the soul inspecting stone should be very easy, right? Donghuang Wangsai was startled upon being mentioned.
He hurriedly said, You brat, you really don't know how to be modest. If we keep doing this continuously, it will be very easy to incur others' jealousy. Wait a little longer. Over on the other side, Xiao Kui, having finished refining, happily stood up. Ah, my soul power has undergone metamorphosis. The princess was astonished. Soul power metamorphosis? Could it be related to Yang Chen? Donghuang Wangchai said, Xiao Kui, your soul power has undergone metamorphosis. Being conferred as a god on the soul inspecting stone probably won't be a problem. Give it a try. Xiao Kui clenched his hands into fists and confidently said, It is definitely possible. Even if I can't pass the trial like my older brother, becoming absolutely famous won't be a problem. Xiao Kui circulated his spiritual consciousness and penetrated it into the soul inspecting stone. Rings of spiritual energy shot up into the sky from the soul inspecting stone. The others were endlessly astonished. Huh? It really lit up? Could there be a mistake in the intelligence? Isn't this soul inspecting stone supposed to be the most difficult? Xiao Kui's released spiritual energy grew more and more, and the surrounding strong wind began to rise.
Donghuang Wangsai and the princess looked up in astonishment. No way, is Xiao Kui also the strong? Another burst of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, terrifying the others to no end. Xiao Kui and the male lead stood looking at the soul inspecting stone, which was emitting streams of spiritual energy shooting into the sky. Xiao Kui said to the male lead, Me, the limit of the earth tier is 6 soul rings. Did I make you lose face? The male lead put his hands on his hips and laughed. Haha, Xiao Kui, don't be discouraged. This is enough. We are only 20 years old. We are still young. Hearing what the male lead and his brother said, Donghuang Wangzak pretended to have a stomachache to slip away. What is that? My stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I need to go to the restroom. The male lead was about to reach out and hold Donghuang Wangzai back when a voice called out to him. Yang Chen. It turned out to be Wan Liang Chen. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the male lead and said with a gentle smile, Yang Chen, I am following the royal decree of the Grand Emperor to specially invite you to join our Donghimon Empire. The male lead showed no emotion and said, I am just a lowly barbarian from the extreme east. I didn't expect to alarm the nation ruler of the empire. I am truly flattered and terrified. Wan Liang Chen smiled gently on the outside. Haha, but inwardly he smirked wickedly. Even if you are a genius, after joining our empire, won't you still be a slave of my royal family? The male lead frowned and said, Speak, what are the conditions? Wan Liang Chen said, Yang Chen, the Grand Emperor said that if you join our empire, except for the imperial capital, you can choose any city to be the city lord, and the secret treasury of our royal family can be open to you unconditionally. He looked at the male lead and continued, In the secret treasury of our royal family, there are countless rare treasures, and there is also a heaven-tier combat skill. However, the male lead didn't seem to care. Your Highness, right now I am still preparing to go to the Fengshan Stone Stele. Let's talk about these things later.
Wan Liancheng angrily shouted, What, you still want to go to the Fengshan Mark Stele? The male lead's group of 3 walked to the Mark Stele. The male lead stepped onto the stone steps. His hand touched the stele. A halo of light appeared where his hand met the stone stele. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy spread into the stele. The cracks on the stele glowed with a red light. The princess and Xiao Kui stood outside, looking worried. The red marks gradually spread to the top of the stele. The people around were amazed upon seeing this scene. He succeeded. Another person gasped. Too terrifying. To think that Yang Chen's true chi is actually this terrifying. This is a true genius. However, the male lead was not very satisfied. To think there are only 6 marks, it didn't reach the 9-mark limit. The male lead frowned and asked the divine lamp, Elder Rong, what treasure is inside the Mark Stele? The divine lamp narrowed his eyes and said, Master, there are 3 drops of extreme spirit true liquid inside the Mark Stele. It is truly a treasure in terms of true chi, especially for a cultivator at the postnatal stage. Once they obtain a single drop, they can absolutely heavily condense their true chi. The male lead asked, Extreme spirit true liquid? He then pondered deeply. The sea of consciousness between his brows immediately surged. Afterwards, he brought his surging sea of consciousness to touch the Mark Stele again. Wait, I can try the Dutian True Chi. A crack with a radiant purple light appeared on the stone stele. The others were astonished. Huh? What is it? Look over there. Here. The divine lamp emerged from his divine sense and said, Master, you actually possess a lightning attribute talent. How did you awaken it? The male lead chuckled.
At first, when I was at Chago Mountain, I encountered a bizarre thunder phenomenon, so I conveniently circulated the heaven-comprehending scripture a bit. After that, I awakened the lightning attribute talent. Seeing the male lead so confident, the divine lamp found it hard to say this matter. The divine lamp said, "Master, where did you obtain your heaven-comprehending scripture?" The male lead said, "I obtained it from the inheritance of my own martial soul." The divine lamp was panicked. Can a martial soul even pass down cultivation techniques? The male lead asked in confusion. Could it be that other martial souls cannot do so? It stroked its white beard. It seems this young master of mine is a bit extraordinary, hiding a great secret within him. The old man who had previously appeared in the tower with the soul inspecting stone emerged and said, "Who awakened me?" When he saw the male lead, he panicked. "Why is it you again?" But the male lead just chuckled. He happily stretched out his hand. "Well, where is the reward?" The old man could only helplessly hand the reward over to him. The male lead reached out and received the reward. "I'm afraid I cannot refine this extreme spirit true liquid all by myself. Having so much cannot be wasted." The male lead immediately said to Xiao Kui and Dong Huang Wangchai, "Brother Wangchai, Xiao Kui, place your hands on the stone steely." Hearing his words, the two found it hard to understand. Although confused, the two still stepped forward. Seeing the two of them stepping toward the stone steely, the people around discussed, what are John Wukui and Dong Huang Wangchai doing? Haha, I dare say they definitely have a reason for doing so. There must be a reason. Perhaps Yan Chen has already passed the trial on the stone steely, and the ancient mountain spirit is sharing some benefits with them. Why don't I have a good brother like Yan Chen?
Donghuang Yongzai looked at the spiritual energy condensing in his hands. My true chi is actually condensing and sublimating. Xiao Kui, who was touching the marked steel, turned to ask the male lead, did you divide rewards among us? The male lead was sitting with his eyes closed in concentration. Donghuang Yongzai said, Xiao Kui, your older brother is still breaking through. Xiao Kui turned to talk to Donghuang Yongzai. Breaking through? Is my older brother about to break through to the Tianhe realm? The others discussed. What? Previously, Yang Chen wasn't even in the Tianhe realm. How did he manage to connect with function? One look and you can tell he's a newcomer. Don't ask why, because he is Yang Chen. Unbelievable. Truly something I've never seen before. So how strong will he be now that he has broken through to the Tianhe realm? The male lead, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Xiao Kui walked over. Brother, that fast? The male lead said, this is what I call returning to my original state. Quickly condense your true chi. The male lead stood up excitedly and said, it's time. Look at that steep cliff. I must go to the Fengshan Echo Wall. Young Chen went to the inheritance place and stood silently in front of a giant hammer like Thor's. He pondered deeply. After that, he turned to ask his artifact spirit. Elder Rong, I still haven't learned any powerful body tempering secret art. Do you have any suitable ones over there? Elder Rong smiled smugly, pulled out his ancient text and said, of course there is. A technique called Extreme Dragon 3 Strikes. Young Chen immediately plopped down, his eyes sparkling, a proud smile clear on his lips. He, truly worthy of being Elder Rong. Then immediately he focused all his strength, dedicating himself to cultivating the new secret art Elder Rong just gave him.
Half a day later, Yang Chen was still diligently cultivating, immersed in the new secret art, ignoring the gossip around him. Then suddenly, he revealed a sinister smile full of smugness. So the first strike is used like this. I have comprehended it. Then gathering a massive amount of power, he grasped the handle of the stone hammer, gently using both hands to lift the massive stone hammer up in front of him, as light as cotton. The melon-eating crowd had a chance to marvel, never thinking he would have the quality to lift Thor's hammer like that. Quick, look! Yang Chen is moving. How many echoes do you think he can make the divine power of the echo wall emit? Perhaps ringing out 3 times wouldn't be a big problem, but to reach 9 times to pass the test is quite difficult. Then immediately, in the dense smoke, Yang Chen, with a sharp gaze, locked onto the target ahead, and his arm swung the stone hammer up, flashing a streak of light. He forcefully and directly smashed the stone hammer into the echo wall, emitting a series of continuous, fierce rumbling sounds. Little sister Pu Shanshan gasped, covering her mouth with her hand in disbelief, and Dong Huang Wang also froze, unable to hide his surprise. The two of them stared wide-eyed at him. Was this even human anymore? It was one thing for his true chi, soul power, and spirit power to be strong, but how could his physical strength be this monstrous? As soon as he released the hammer, Yang Chen stepped back, panting, and thought to himself, it's only 6 echoes again, still missing 3 echoes to pass the test. Yang Chen immediately withdrew his hammer. He turned and asked the artifact spirit, Elder Rong, what kind of treasure is the divine power of the echo wall hiding? The artifact spirit replied gently, Master, inside are 3 Naihei eyes. He then asked with a surprised expression, how does this Naihei eye relate to the physique? Elder Rong explained slowly, these are seeds produced by the ancient tree, the Naihei spirit pearl. They contain a massive amount of life force, strong enough to upgrade the physical flesh and blood vitality. Yang Chen then rested his hammer beside him and sat down heavily, determination shining brightly in his eyes. He firmly stated, I definitely must obtain the Naihei eyes.
Then he continued his cultivation. The crowd looked at him with puzzled eyes, whispering among themselves, "What is young Chen trying to do? Is 6 hours of cultivation still not enough? Could it be that he still wants to pass the trial? Good heavens, could it be that we have witnessed the birth of a peerless genius?" 3 days passed quickly. A girl appeared with her hair tied in 2 bell-like buns and shouted loudly, "Don't just stand there, young Chen. He's challenging the divine power of the echo wall again." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads in surprise. Yang Chen once again used all his strength to raise the stone hammer, as big as Thor's hammer, charging at the speed of light. "Ugh," he grunted. He shouted loudly and struck heavily straight at the echo wall. From the echo wall, a loud boom echoed, followed by a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Everyone immediately ran over to look. Pu Shanshan and Dong Huangwang were stunned by the sight, secretly astonished. That's not right. Why was there only one sound? Under Yang Chen's mighty power, the echo wall cracked into pieces, emitting continuous booming sounds. The mountain spirit poked his face out through the crack in the wall, saying helplessly, "Who is it? Why is it you again?" He looked at Yang Chen, who was scratching his head and giggling, feeling completely speechless. Yang Chen smiled innocently and smugly, acting as if nothing unusual had happened, and shamelessly asked, "Hee, where is my reward?"
Mountain Spirit sighed helplessly. Being so old and encountering this brat would probably make him an ancestor. With no other choice, he gently held the Naihei pill like a marble and handed it to young Chen. "Forget it, take it." Upon receiving the 3 Naihei pills as Elder Rong mentioned, he immediately began cultivating these 3 seeds, probably afraid they would sprout if left for too long. His face became pensive, concentrating on refining the 3 seeds until they shrank into a single speck of light. Right after finishing his cultivation, the aura on young Chen's body instantly changed. At this moment, he could clearly feel the change in aura right on his hands. Elder Rong joyfully cheered to congratulate him. "Master, you are now an innate spirit physique." Young Chen then turned his head to share this joy with his 2 brothers. "Brother Wang Chai, Xiao Kui, you two should also give it a try." Dong Huangwang immediately raised his hand to refuse. "I am a sword cultivator. Pure physical strength is not my forte. It's better not to embarrass myself any further." In complete contrast to Dong Huangwang, John Wukui happily agreed. "Let me give it a try." Young Chen stood leisurely with his arms firmly crossed, secretly believing, "Previously, I also passed the Extreme Dragon 3 strikes to Xiao Kui." Looking at Xiao Kui's demeanor, he has probably comprehended some clues. At this moment, John Wukui channeled his physical strength from both hands onto the handle of the stone hammer. Snorting coldly, he gritted his teeth tightly and used his entire body's strength to raise the hammer, striking heavily at the echo wall. The echo wall seemed to be too exhausted, so it let out some rumbling sounds just to please them. Young Chen stood outside, staring, secretly wondering, are there only 8 sounds? From within the echo wall, it cracked open and let out a clank sound. Young Chen unexpectedly stood stunned. Did it succeed? Does this last sound not count? Mountain Spirit appeared with a grumbling and frustrated look. Truly, being kind only brings trouble. He shouted loudly, "Are you going to stop or not?" Seeing that the person striking wasn't Young Chen, but rather John Wukui, he was startled. "Huh? You changed people?" With an innocently guilty bright smile, John Wukui shamelessly reached out his hand and said, "Reward." Mountain Spirit once again dropped a Naihei seed to John Wukui and said, "Take it." As soon as John Wukui received the Naihei seed, he also began to cultivate it immediately.
Seeing this, Wan Liancheng immediately gathered around, doing his best to invite and pull them in with a flattering tone. "Yang Chen, Jian Lukui, the 2 of you can both enter my Dongchuan Empire. If you have any requests, you can bring them up. We can satisfy them, absolutely satisfy them." Another side was unwilling to give up and also immediately ran over to invite. "Yang Chen, come to my Soul Sword Peak. As long as you join the Soul Sword Peak, you will be the prospective Sword Son." Yang Chen smiled and replied slowly, "I have already felt the sincerity of your Soul Sword Peak." Just as he was about to say more, a pink-haired child suddenly rushed out from the crowd, inserting himself between Busan Fan and Dong Huangwang, and shouted loudly, "Stop talking!" The little girl trotted over to Yang Chen with her chubby cheeks. Seeing this, he looked at the little girl with a blank face, his head full of question marks. The kid ran back and forth, circling around, as if secretly considering and evaluating Yang Chen with her eyes. Then, with a joyful face, she pointed her finger straight at his face and judged with an arrogant tone like she was the mother of the world. "Not wrong. It is you. You are Yang Chen, right? From now on, you are the little 6th of our academy." Yang Chen looked at the pink-haired kid, smiling smugly with a silly expression, confused and cursing inwardly. Whose child is this? At this time, Wan Lianchen stepped forward, looking with a disdainful gaze, pointed his finger straight at the kid's face, and said, "Whose brat is this? Do you know what place this is? Why don't you get lost?" The pink kid got so angry that smoke came out, lightly flicked her hem into a stance, and looked at Wan Lianchen with half an eye, acting as if she had already remembered his appearance. "When I return to the mountain, I will tell 3rd senior brother that you bullied me. Let's see how he handles you," she snorted. Hearing that, Wan Lianchen stuck out his thick-skinned face and said provocatively, "Little sister, who is your 3rd senior brother?" The pink kid immediately bloomed a smug smile and said arrogantly, "My 3rd senior brother is Shen Longran." As soon as they heard that name, everyone gasped and stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they had just heard, and frantically asked again, "What? Shen Longran?
The Shen Longran of the Fire Academy? Besides him, there isn't a second Shen Longran. The murmurs and discussions reaching his ears made Yang Chen cast an examining look at the little girl, snorting inwardly. This little girl and this Shen Longran, what kind of background do they have? As if certain of her victory, the pink-haired girl patted Yang Chen's body loudly and boldly declared, "My third senior brother has spoken. Yang Chen is from now on the little sixth of our Human Mountain. Do any of you have an opinion?" He was slightly dumbfounded by the little girl's words, wondering inwardly, Human Mountain? Seeing that he had no chance, Wanli and Chen immediately backed down. No opinion.
Yang Chen then got close to Pushanshan, whispering softly to ask, "I remember there is no faction named Horman Mountain in Dongchuan. Could it be a hidden sect?" Pushanshan replied gently, "Yang Chen, the so-called Horman Mountain is exactly the Fire Academy. The Water and Fire Martial Academy is located on Mount Shuangzi outside Shuangzi City. The inner circle of Horman Mountain is the Fire Academy." He puzzledly asked, "Then who is Shen Longran? Is he really that formidable?" Pushanshan replied, "Not just formidable, Yang Chen. Shen Longran was the #1 on the Dongchuan King ranking that year. He is known as the Guanfeng King. With his unparalleled wind sword in the world, the martial kings who have lost their lives under his sword are countless." Yang Chen asked with a surprised look, "Then how old is the Guanfeng King this year?" Pushanshan answered calmly, 29. Damn. Hearing this, Yang Chen was shocked to the core, completely astounded. He immediately shouted, "Only 29 years old and already invincible in the martial king realm?" The pink-haired little kid behind them arrogantly smiled with smugness. "How about it, Shally Yuzi? Aren't you going to call me senior sister quickly?"
Yang Chen put on a face pretending not to care much. "Let me ask a little. If I join Horman Mountain, are there any benefits?" The little kid was dazed, standing blankly, not knowing what to say, her face filled with confusion, and then she stammered, "Benefits? Didn't third senior brother tell you about the benefits?" Then the little kid clapped her hands, her eyes lighting up as if she just had a brilliant idea. "Ah, that's right. Joining our Horman Mountain might not have other benefits, but there is one new benefit you will definitely not expect." Yang Chen asked curiously with a face full of anticipation, "What benefit?" Little Hong smiled innocently and replied, "No one in Dongchan would dare to bully our Horman Mountain's people." The crowd fell silent upon hearing the little kid say that, and Yang Chen asked with a dumbfounded haste, "Is it that formidable?" At this time, Little Hong got angry and shouted loudly at the crowd, "Could it be that any of you dare to be arrogant in front of our Horman Mountain's people?" Everyone awkwardly and hesitantly backed away, continuously refusing and replying, "We don't dare, we don't dare. I suddenly remembered my wife is about to give birth. I'll take my leave first. That's right, my mother is also about to give birth to a baby. I have to quickly go back to take care of her. Apparently, giving birth also has a sisterhood like that?" Yang Chen scratched his head with one hand and put on an ignorant smile with the other, then asked, "Little senior sister, I am still not clear about the situation of Woman Mountain. Could you introduce it a bit?" The little girl puffed her cheeks and said poutingly, "You are so talkative. I've told you many times already. Call me fifth senior sister, not little senior sister. As for the situation on the mountain, when you go up the mountain, you will naturally know." He quickly waved his hands awkwardly and asked, "Fifth senior sister, my younger brother is John Wu Kuei, and there is also big brother Donghuang Wang Tai. Can we enter Holman Mountain together?" Little Hong stroked her chin and thought like a little old lady. "John Wu Kuei, I've heard third senior brother mention him. He said he can guard the mountain gate and incidentally act as an assistant to fourth senior brother. The others are not allowed."
Jan Wuquei, who was eavesdropping from afar, ran over from out of nowhere and replied, "Yes, I am willing." Donghuang Wang Tai was left abandoned all by himself, accompanied only by the breeze and a green leaf. Seeing this, he immediately thought about his bleak future. "This is bad. I'm the only one nobody wants. I've really lost face this time." Suddenly, a green-robed man walked over and interrupted Donghuang Wang Tai's train of thought. "Donghuang Wang Tai, not long ago I received a missive from Master. He said you were born with a soul bone, an unparalleled genius for cultivating the soul sword. Now I solemnly invite you to join our soul sword peak." Donghuang Wang Tai blanked out, stunned upon hearing such boasting about himself. Soul bone? Soul sword? Donghuang Wang Tai didn't know how to react. Then suddenly, Elder Rong appeared and informed, "Master, Donghuang Wang Tai is indeed a sword Dao prodigy. He was born with a soul bone perfectly suited for cultivating the soul sword. But," hearing Elder Rong hesitate, Yang Chen asked him, "Could it be that cultivating the soul sword is very difficult?" Elder Rong helplessly explained, "It's not just difficult. Almost everyone who cultivates the soul sword is a madman. Master, the process of cultivating the soul sword is extremely arduous and dangerous. Those without a normal state of mind cannot cultivate it successfully. But once successfully cultivated, the moment the soul sword is unsheathed, one can easily cross realms to take an opponent's life."
Donghuang Wang asked again, "This brother, may I ask after joining Soul Sword Peak, is there—" Before he could finish, the man in green interrupted, "Donghuang Wang Tai, there are no other conditions to join our Soul Sword Peak. Master sent a message saying only one sentence. If you join our Soul Sword Peak, his elderly self will definitely do his utmost to pass on his teachings to you." Hearing such sweet words, Donghuang Wang firmly agreed. "Senior brother, I am willing to join Soul Sword Peak." After speaking, Xiao Hong said goodbye.
Young Chen, your senior sister will go first. Third senior brother said you have 1 month to handle everything. After 1 month, you must definitely go up the mountain. Faced with Xiao Hong's departure like this, everyone revealed bewildered faces, remaining silent. She just left like that? Afterward, he said to Pu Shanshan, Her Highness the Princess, thank you for answering our brother's doubts along the way, but now that we have already joined a sect, it's time to say goodbye. Seeing them leaving like this, Pu Shanshan couldn't bear it. She slightly furrowed her brows and softly replied, Young Chen. Hearing this, he sighed again, his mood suddenly sinking, and asked, Speaking of which, the entrance to the secret realm of our extreme east is one way. I wonder how we should return to the extreme east. Pu Shanshan's radiant smile bloomed again, shining on her face, her eyes curving with happiness as she replied, You don't need to worry about this. You can come with me to the ancient nation. At that time, there will naturally be someone to take you back. Suddenly, a man in red came running from nowhere and called out breathlessly, Young Chen, John Wuke, I finally found you.
Seeing the man in front of him, Young Chen immediately called out to Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Yunyang smiled happily and said, Young Chen, my father has heard of your great deeds at Fengshen Mountain, but he is still cultivating at a crucial moment and cannot come. Therefore, he told me to bring Senior Jinglong here to invite you all to our Zhenwu Great Empire as guests. Young Chen asked blankly, Jinglong? As soon as the words fell, a rumbling sound echoed in midair, and suddenly a green stream of energy appeared. A dragon unexpectedly rushed out from the dense smoke, making Yang Chen's face turn pale, so pale that not a drop of blood could be seen. The massive Jinglong appeared majestically through the hazy smoke, leaving everyone surprised and their mouths wide open. Yang Chen was shocked out of his mind, his eyes wide as saucers, and dumbfounded when he saw Jinglong. Xiao Yunyang smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened, and said, Yang Chen, Senior Jinglong is my father's contracted beast, currently a high-stage martial king. Yang Chen's eyes whitened, his mouth still unable to close, and he thought to himself, a high-stage martial king? Doesn't that mean he can sweep across the extreme east? Afterward, he turned around, waved to Pu Shanshan, and smiled while saying, Her Highness the Princess, since Big Brother Xiao has invited me to the Zhenwu Great Empire, then I cannot return to the ancient nation with you. Let's bid our farewells here. Immediately, Yang Chen abandoned the girl to follow his friend, leaving Pu Shanshan all alone and forsaken there, and flew towards Jinglong with the brothers. In the wind, Pu Shanshan could only stand silently and raise her head to watch them from afar, saying goodbye here.
3 years passed, and Young Chen's group, along with Xiao Yunyang, were still riding on the back of Jinglong, flying through the sky. Young Chen smiled happily and said to Xiao Yunyang, Big brother, we have really troubled you, both hosting us and taking us back to the extreme east. Xiao Yunyang smiled and replied, Haha, it's nothing at all. I'm waiting for the day when brother Young Chen becomes famous in Dongchuan. He then asked, I wonder how much longer until we reach the extreme east. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinglong spoke up. We have arrived. Young Chen was dumbfounded and exclaimed, Huh! The crowd at the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was terrified and overwhelmed when they saw Jinglong casually flying in the vast sky. They said loudly, Martial King Realm! Why is there a Martial King Realm great monster coming to our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect? Young Chen said to Xiao Yunyang with his eyes narrowed in a smile, Brother Xiao Yun, Senior Jinglong, thank you so much. This is my sect, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Xiao Yunyang gave a brief judging glance and thought to himself, so small. Jan Wuke also excitedly said, We're finally here. Xiao Yunyang awkwardly replied, It truly is a blessed land of feng shui. No wonder geniuses like you appeared. He enthusiastically invited Xiao Yunyang down for a tour. Come down, we welcome you as guests of our Mount Donghuang. Xiao Yunyang gently said to the Black Dragon, Elder Jing, sorry for the trouble. Then immediately, Jan Wuke and Yang Chen jumped down. Xiao Yunyang Kleinyan at the same time as Yang Chen's group, making Donghuang Haozhang below startled, unexpectedly shouting, Yang Chen. He gently approached and introduced Xiao Yunyang to Donghuang Haozhang. Sect Master, this is the first Prince Xiao Yunyang of the Zhenwu Great Empire, also a good friend I made in the Dongchuan Secret Realm. Our smooth return this time was all thanks to him and Senior Jinglong. Donghuang Haozhang was wide-eyed after hearing this. He suddenly shouted, The first Prince of the Zhenwu Great Empire? Xiao Yunyang still maintained a calm and elegant attitude and said, I am Xiao Yunyang, paying my respects to the Lord Sect Master.
Seeing the distinguished guest from a powerful background, Donghuang Haozhang hurriedly invited Xiao Yunyang inside. Please come in quickly, His Highness the First Prince, please come in quickly. As Xiao Yunyang walked, he said, Sectmaster Donghuang, there is no need to be so polite. Perhaps you still don't know, right? The great name of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is now famous throughout the Dongchuan land. Donghuang Haozhang was completely taken aback. He asked in a panic, What? Hearing Xiao Yunyang firmly affirm once again, famous throughout the Dongchuan land, he and the rest of the group were stunned, so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. No way! Xiao Yunyang continued, Sectmaster Donghuang, En Chen is now the #1 person on the Dongchuan Genius ranking, and he has also been accepted by Horman Mountain. Who in Dongchuan doesn't know?
Dong Huanghao was utterly shocked and asked Yang Chen to verify the truth. Is it true? Hearing this, Dong Wangchai squeezed in and said, Lord Secmaster, Yang Chen passed the Fengshan test at Fengshan Mountain, creating a history that no one has ever achieved before. He completely crushed all the geniuses from the great sects of Dongchuan, and the major noble families are competing to recruit him. The conditions they offered are truly, Xiao Yunyang casually said, not only Yang Chen but Jan Wuke has also successfully been conferred as a god at Fengshan Mountain. Dong Wangchai was also accepted as a disciple by an expert of Soul Sword Peak from the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect. Dong Wangchai looked dumbfounded and asked blankly, Wangchai, he isn't lying to me, is he? Dong Wangchai chuckled along with Jan Wuke and Yang Chen, speaking with a bit of narcissism. Lord Secmaster, these are all public facts now. Just randomly send someone to Dongchuan to inquire a bit and you will know immediately. Dong Huanghao then revealed a proud expression, laughing heartily and clapping his hands loudly to congratulate them. Good, good, good. My Eastern Emperor Sword Sect is finally famous in Dongchuan. Men, first take His Highness the First Prince to arrange his accommodation. Tonight we won't return until we are drunk. Afterward, a subordinate walked over to lead Xiao Yunyang to rest. First Prince, please go this way. Dong Wangchai also turned to say to Yang Chen and Jan Wuke, let's head over there. Just as he was about to step away, Dong Huanghao's voice made Yang Chen stop and look back with a startled expression. He then asked, me?
In the rear hall, Dong Huanghao brought out a dark black box for Young Chen and said, Young Chen, this is what the Great Elder left for you. Holding the black box in his hands, he couldn't help but wonder, Elder He left this for me? He sighed and said in a weak, somewhat tired voice, Elder He's lifespan has been exhausted. He has gone to some treacherous territory in Dongchuan to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. I'm afraid this journey of his bodes more ill than good. Hearing this and feeling it was a scam, he immediately waved his hand and retorted, lifespan exhausted, bodes more ill than good? That's impossible. Dong Huanghao smiled and said, Young Chen, you obtained an extraordinary fortuitous encounter in the secret realm, right? Otherwise, how could you become famous at Fengshan Mountain? Young Chen held up 2 fingers to indicate a tiny amount and said modestly, I just obtained a little fortuitous encounter. Dong Huanghao could only sigh and then reminded him, Young Chen, Dongchuan is not inferior to our extreme east. When you go to Dongchuan in the future, you must be humble. Our extreme east cultivators cannot compare to them, so you must be careful. Young Chen immediately bowed his head and cupped his hands. Understood, this junior will remember. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the cultivation room, sounds continuously transmitted, echoing outside. Huff, huff, ah, ah, ah.
That sound came from none other than Yang Chen. He was working hard trying to pry the box open until his face changed color, but he still couldn't pry it open. After a while of fruitless effort, Yang Chen sat there panting heavily while the box remained completely intact in his hands. Out of options, he decided to try using his divine sense to probe it. His eyes squeezed shut as he tried to sense what interesting things were inside the box. Even using his divine sense, he still couldn't penetrate the box. He gritted his teeth in helplessness. What on earth is this thing? Getting mad to the point of going crazy, Yang Chen decided to call out loudly, Artifact Spirit, quickly help me see what this thing is. Elder Rong appeared and stared at the box for a long time before speculating. Master, I also cannot find out what is inside this wooden box. Furthermore, on this black wooden box, there is a very bizarre bloodline restriction. It requires a specific bloodline to be opened. He looked at the box and said wearily, Bloodline power? Pondering for a moment, Yang Chen forcefully bit his finger like a Naruto sealing art and said righteously, Let's try it first and see.
Afterward, he dripped a small drop of blood he had just bitten from his hand onto the black wooden box. Immediately, a miraculous thing happened. Dark energy emanated and enveloped the box. Suddenly, the box popped open by itself, causing the energy to become thicker. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen looked dumbfounded, his whole body frozen, his eyes glued to the box. Behind the smoke, a golden-pupiled eye appeared in the box. Yang Chen panicked and stammered, This is... Then Yang Chen closed his eyes tightly and immediately refined the eye. Right at this moment, a powerful light emitted from behind the pupil, carrying the voice of Elder He. Young Master, as a parting gift, I present you the Wu Shan left eye. The young eagle has left the nest, and this old servant's mission has come to an end. I hope that the great devourer will one day rule over Autumn Mountain. He looked at the eye for a while and silently wondered. This was Elder He's voice. Why did he call himself an old servant? And where exactly was this Autumn Mountain? The artifact spirit immediately spoke from behind. Master, it is truly hard for me to believe that there is such a holy relic inside this box. This is a holy relic possessing taboo power. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately asked, Elder Rong, do you know about this Wu Shen left eye? Elder Rong was surprised and suddenly spoke up. You also know about the Wu Shen left eye? He stood dazed and said, Huh, what Wu Shen left eye? Elder Rong looked helplessly at Yang Chen, thinking he was smart, but it turned out he was... Elder Rong then explained, Even in the Great Thousand World, the Wu Shen left eye is extremely rare. It is a legendary holy relic. Master, the so-called Wu Shen left eye is the eyeball of a clansman of the ancient Wu Shen god clan, possessing unfathomable mysterious power. Rumor has it that any life form that merely obtains a Wu Shen eyeball
after successfully integrating it into their own eye, can freely see through any restriction, distinguish yin and yang, and clearly see evil aura.
Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and he said with excitement, "Is it really that formidable?" Seeing Yang Chen's brightly lit childlike eyes, Elder Rong added, "Master, in the endless void there is no lack of strange things. The bizarre and magical life forms number not just in the billions. The people of the Wu God clan are an ancient divine clan, powerful body cultivators in the endless void. What are known as divine beasts or true dragons fundamentally cannot be compared to them. In legends, a person of the Wu God clan can destroy a small world with a single punch. Their bloodline is strong to an extremely high degree. Once they reach adulthood, they are in the divine realm." Yang Chen, still holding the eye in his hand, pressed Elder Rong with a question. "Elder Rong, how should this left eye of the Wu God be fused?" Elder Rong replied, "Master, fusing the left eye of the Wu God is very simple. Activate your bloodline power, wrap it around the eye, and put it into your own eye. That is to say, only by awakening the flesh and blood life of the bloodline power can you fuse it. Furthermore, the stronger the bloodline power of the fuser, the stronger the energy obtained after the fusion." The more he listened, the more curious he became. He picked up the eye and replied with a smile, "Let me try." Immediately, Yang Chen dropped his essence blood into the eye. Instantly, the Wu God's eye flew straight towards Yang Chen's left eye at breakneck speed.
Unable to suppress the pain in such an unprepared situation, he fell flat on the ground. His hands tightly grasped his eyes, screaming loudly, "Ah! Ah!" Elder Rong immediately reminded, "Master, quickly control the bloodline power." Struggling through the pain, Yang Chen immediately triggered his power into the eye, trying to control it. The eye continuously emitted thick smoke as it tried to fuse with his vision, gradually taking on the aura of two polarities. About an hour later, Yang Chen startlingly touched his eyes with his hand and said, "Elder Rong, I have lost the perception of my left eye. Why is this?" Elder Rong flew close to Yang Chen and said, "Master, don't rush. Fusing the left eye of the shaman god might take some time. It needs a process." Yang Chen felt a sudden wave of sorrow, his mood suddenly dropping as he sighed. "I'm doomed this time. I've become a one-eyed dragon." Time passed quietly, and it was time for Yang Chen's group to say goodbye. Before the moment of parting, everyone in Donghuang Haozhong came out to see them off. Before leaving, he advised, "Yang Chen, remember that no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, our Eastern Emperor Sword Sect will always be your final safe haven." Yang Chen happily replied, "Thank you, Sectmaster." Just like that, Jinglong tore across the sky, taking them to Dongchuan Province. At this time, Xiao He was still lying sprawled lazily on Jinglong's back under the helpless gaze of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang turned around and exclaimed, "Yang Chen, this contracted beast of yours is quite special on the contrary. I have never seen it before." Yang Chen could only look at the dragon pig lying there, sleeping soundly without a care in the world.
Without hesitation, he said disdainfully, "He is not worthy of your praise. He just sleeps from morning to night." At this time, Elder Rong suddenly transmitted his voice. "It really is strange. I didn't expect that my eyes were playing tricks on me before. This little thing is truly powerful." He looked at the dragon pig with a discriminatory look and transmitted back, "Powerful? Elder Rong, what exactly is Xiao Hei's situation?" Elder Rong transmitted his voice to answer, "Master does not need to be anxious. He is currently awakening his bloodline power. The berserk power that you feel is exactly the bloodline power of this little thing." Elder Rong transmitted his voice again to continue. "It's also strange. That berserk power is actually a mixture of two types of bloodline powers, both of which are divine beast bloodlines. As for whether there is the bloodline power of the Black Keelan, it cannot be seen for now." At this time, Jinglong spoke up. "Below is Yeyun Canyon, the stronghold of the Water and Fire Martial Academy in the Dongchuan Secret Realm." Yang Chen immediately clasped his hands in greeting and thankfully replied, "Big Brother Xiao, Senior Jinglong, thank you very much for this journey." Xiao Yunyang waved his hand and greeted, "Yang Chen, remember to come play at our Zhenwu Great Empire any time in the future." Then he pressed down on Jinglong's neck and flew away, leaving John Wu Kei and Yang Chen on the back of Xiao He, who was still flapping his wings vigorously. At this time, the two people and one monster beast flew across the mountain crevice of Yeyun Canyon. The two of them rode Xiao He to fly past a tower, seeing many people on it and many caves. Yang Chen found it strange and immediately said to John Wu Kei, "Xiao Kei, let's go take a look. This mountain cave seems to have some mystery." They quietly landed at the foot of the mountain cave, and he gently stepped forward to acquaint himself with a burly guy. "Brother, what exactly is inside this mountain cave?" Without listening to the explanation, the burly guy and his two subordinates raised their voices. "Who are you? You really have guts as big as the sky to recklessly barge into our Yeyun Canyon. Do you not want to live anymore?" John Wu Kei saw this and became annoyed, speaking up, wanting to curse his low intelligence, but then taking offense himself. "Kid, why are you talking to my big brother like that? Believe it or not, I will beat you up." Pushing his luck, that guy yelled even louder. "Senior brothers, look quickly. Our Yeyun Canyon has two strange guys who don't know whether to live or die coming here, and they even arrogantly want to hit me. It's really making me die of laughter."
A long-faced, dull-looking guy stepped out from behind. "Where did you two jump out from? Do you know what place this is? Even if you are looking for death, you shouldn't do it like this. Young Chen showed a look of disdain and said in a provocative tone, Originally, I thought the Water Academy was somewhat formidable. I didn't expect it to be full of such idiots. The people of the Water Academy angrily shouted, Brad, you are courting death! Bastard! This Brad is too arrogant. Who cares what his background is? Chop him down. Without hesitation, Young Chen immediately ordered his subordinate, Xiao Kui, beat them up. John Wu Kui rushed forward with eyes full of killing intent, and without hesitation delivered a palm strike straight to the face of the Water Academy member. The Water Academy member took John Wu Kui's punch head-on. The force sent him flying straight into the cliff behind, blood spurting wildly from his nose. After taking the beating, this guy still didn't learn his lesson, staring blankly for a long time. Immediately, with a face full of killing intent, he rushed up holding a whip in his hand and roared loudly, You are courting death! The whip flew over like a spirit snake, coiling in a circle, shooting straight towards John Wu Kui.
Jian Wu Kui revealed an arrogant smile as if victory was in his grasp. Then he swung his fist out and said, You came right on time. At this time, the group from the Water Academy laughed mockingly, revealing despicable faces, and laughed loudly, saying, Is this guy an idiot? He's truly courting death, to actually want to use the strength of his physical body to resist Senior Brother Guan's 9 Dragons Whip. Senior Brother Guan's 9 Dragons Whip is an Earth-tier combat skill, yet this guy uses his physical body to resist it. It would be hard for him not to die. As soon as those words were spoken, Jian Wu Kui was seen casually flicking the whip attack back with his hand, as light as a feather. Seeing the whip attack bounced back, the person surnamed Guan from the Water Academy was stunned and staggered backward. His face dripped with beads of sweat as he screamed, What? Just who exactly are you? At this moment, Jian Wu Kui glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive, then charged forward and decisively said, Why do you care who I am? I just threw one punch. I haven't even enjoyed it yet. Thus, Jian Wu Kui charged up and hit him with a palm of the coiling dragon fist. The person surnamed Guan took the brunt of the massive destructive force from that attack. Then his body was sent flying straight toward the cliff face once again, falling unconscious on the spot. Only now did the Water Academy group feel fear. They immediately turned their heads and ran away, stammering, Damn it, this guy's strength is too great. He came here to wreck things, right? Quickly go call for people. Young Chen leisurely walked over from behind Jian Wu Kui. Seeing this, Jian Wu Kui turned his head and calmly said with a straight face, I really didn't mean to do it on purpose. It's just that he is too weak. He immediately gave a thumbs up in praise, his face clearly showing satisfaction as he smiled and said, It's fine, your big brother is here.
The group from the Water Academy flocked over, their numbers growing by the minute. Intending to use their numbers to bully the weak, they shouted loudly, Kid, you've got guts. If we let you leave Yeyin Canyon alive today, we wouldn't be students of the Water Academy anymore. You really are tired of living, daring to come to our Yeyin Canyon to provoke us. Beat these two scums to death. Right at this moment, a guy walked over from a distance, saw the commotion, and immediately asked, What happened? A guy in the Water Academy crowd explained, Senior Brother Shen, these two retards barged into our Yeyin Canyon and beat Senior Brother Guan so badly that he's severely injured. Hearing this, the guy surnamed Shen roared with an angry face, then said bitterly, Who is it? Who dares to act so arrogantly in the territory of our Water Academy? That Water Academy guy immediately pointed straight at Yang Chen's group and accused, Senior Brother Shen, it's them. The guy surnamed Shin was a bit dumbfounded at this moment, then walked towards Yang Chen's group and asked in surprise, Why is it the two of you? He leisurely crossed his arms and calmly replied, You are the one on duty at Yeyin Canyon? Our two brothers just entered Yeyin Canyon, and these idiots wanted to chase us out of here. They even made a move, wanting to take our lives. Tell me, how should this matter be handled? The guy surnamed Shin hesitated for a moment, then kept turning his head around, asking the Water Academy crowd, Here, who is it? Get the hell out here. Seeing the guy surnamed Shin shouting loudly, the Water Academy crowd could only stand there in silence. The guy surnamed Guan dragged his battered body, which had just been tortured, to stand in front of the guy surnamed Shin and said miserably, But Senior Brother Shin. Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped so hard in the face by the guy surnamed Shin that his face shifted. Still unappeased, Senior Brother Shin shouted loudly, This is Yang Chen, and also a student of our Water and Fire Martial Academy. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to startle and shout loudly, whispering and discussing among themselves. What? He is Yang Chen? The Yang Chen recruited by the Fire Academy? How is that possible? Isn't that Yang Chen a peerless genius? At this time, Senior Brother Shin turned around and spoke politely to Yang Chen's group. They didn't know the situation. Treat it as unintentional. Yang Chen, I will personally escort you out.
He showed a resigned expression, sighed, and said, All right, then I will give you face. After that, the two of them and the dragon pig tagged along behind Senior Brother Shin. Seeing this, he immediately asked, Senior Brother Shin, can I ask you something? Is there anything profound in these mountain caves? Senior Brother Shin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, Young Chen, do you still not know the origin of Yeyun Canyon? As they walked, Senior Brother Shin continued, Yeyun Canyon is said to be an ancient battlefield. Countless super-strong existences have died here. The seniors of our Water and Fire Martial Academy occupied this place and dug out many mountain caves on the cliffs. Inside these mountain caves, there is a massive amount of innate purple chi. Hearing this, young Chen stared wide-eyed, unable to close his mouth, and blurted out, a massive amount of innate purple chi? After that, Senior Brother Shin led them to a spatial passage barrier and said, We have arrived. This is the teleportation light gate connected to the Martial Academy. Passing through the barrier, everyone arrived at the south gate and entered a room. Senior Brother Shin led the two of them to a teacher, bowed respectfully, and introduced. Teacher Ju, they are Young Chen and John Wukei, the new students of our Horman Mountain. Teacher Ju looked up at Young Chen's group with a bored and puzzled expression, then snorted. After sizing them up for a while, Teacher Ju smiled smugly and replied, Very good. It seems Horman Mountain has added 2 more freaks. Young Chen cupped his hands in a respectful greeting, with John Wukei standing behind him with a blank expression. Greetings, Tao Master. Teacher Ju breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, Ha, kid, I don't have the qualifications to be your Tao Master. He showed a confused expression, his head full of question marks, and asked, Why? Teacher Ju pointed behind them and said, Take a look behind you. Hearing this, all of them turned around to look. A picturesque landscape painting majestically unfolded right before their eyes. The rolling, overlapping mountains were like giant waves of stone reaching into the deep blue sky.
Teacher Ju gave a gentle smile and said happily, These are the mountains of the Water Academy. Human Mountain is still further back. If you are disciples of Human Mountain, then go report to Human Mountain yourselves. Yang Chen and Jiang Ruquei were captivated by the breathtaking scenery. They stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as they thought to themselves, Is it really this big? Teacher Ju continued, Brats, I will send you off for a distance. Fate willing, we will meet again. Immediately, Teacher Ju drew a circle with the calligraphy brush in his hand, much to the astonishment of Yang Chen's group. Before Xiao He could even process the situation, it fell to another place through Teacher Ju's barrier along with the two of them. Far different from the scenery just now, this place was somewhat more desolate and contemplative. The sky was gray and clouds covered the area, creating a gloomy atmosphere.
Yang Chen and John Wukei bloomed with radiant smiles, their eyes shining like 2 children receiving gifts. Yang Chen said happily, Shaokui, we have arrived. They stepped up the stairs step by step. Next to them was a stone stele inscribed with 3 words, Homen Sang. Suddenly, Yang Chen sensed something unusual. His face turned pale and he said loudly, Not good, there is a forbidden array. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from behind the mountain range and landed on the ground with a loud crash. A figure appeared behind the light and slowly landed in front of Yang Chen. The pressure radiating from the smoke made Yang Chen unable to help but hold his head and frown. That guy was exactly Shen Longran, the 3rd senior brother of Homen Sound. He landed gently in front of him and said, Little junior brother, where's my wine? Yang Chen looked dumbfounded and asked blankly, Wine? Shen Longran had an angry face, impatiently stretched out his hand and asked, What are you still standing there in a daze for? Hurry up, wine. Didn't I ask that last Kyawer to pass the message to you, telling you to bring me the wine? Hearing this, he could only stand there in a daze. Standing for a while, Yang Chen suddenly darted his eyes around and thought to himself, That last Kyawer is probably that girl's real name. She is really unreliable at all, but fortunately it's fine, I still have the goods. So he took a jar of wine from his bag. Before he could even hold the wine jar and turn around, he saw it disappear right from its own hands. Yang Chen had a blank look on his face and uttered, Huh? That guy Shen Longran immediately picked up the wine jar and gulped it all down in one breath in a majestic manner, much to Yang Chen's astonishment. After drinking it all in one gulp, Shen Longran directly threw the wine jar down, letting it roll on the ground.
Feeling that his alcohol capacity was not yet satisfied, he became annoyed and raised his voice. Why is there only 1 jar? Is there any more? Yang Chen stared at him, gently shaking his head without saying a word. Instantly, Shen Longran's mood suddenly plummeted, his face radiating a murderous aura as if he wanted to eat them alive. Seeing this, Yang Chen looked at him in shock. Having not spoken for a long time, Jian Wukei, seeing the situation, pulled out another jar of wine from somewhere and offered it to him. Without hesitation, Shen Longran immediately snatched it and tilted his head back, gulping it all down in one breath. After drinking, Shen Longran wiped his mouth refreshingly. His face clearly showed satisfaction as he said, So satisfying. After chugging the 2 jars of wine from Yang Chen and Jian Wukei, he threw 2 tokens in front of them and said, These are the identity tokens of our Huaman Mountain people. All the restrictions on the mountain and on your bodies will no longer be an obstacle. Of course, there are some places that, with your current strength, you still cannot enter. Yang Chen quickly bent down and picked up the command token in his hand. After throwing them, Shen Longran turned around and said while walking, Let's go, up the mountain. Yang Chen stepped onto the stairs and couldn't help but sigh.
Sure enough, after getting this bone token, the restrictions have lost their effect. Jian Wukei and Yang Chen followed behind him. As he walked, carrying Xiaohei under his arm, he asked, "Senior brother, can we ask a bit about the situation on the mountain?" Shenlongrun's eyes widened, turning his head back to ask in surprise, "On the mountain? What situation is there on the mountain? There is no situation on the mountain at all." Hearing this, Yang Chen felt bored and asked helplessly, "What's wrong with this senior brother? He won't say anything."
Suddenly, Shanlang pointed at Xiaohei, curiosity clearly showing on his face, and asked inquisitively, "Junior brother, this black dog of yours isn't bad. Let's make a 7-course dog meat meal for lunch." Hearing this, both Xiaohei and Yang Chen turned pale and panicked, stepping backward. Hearing the panic, the dragon pig trembled all over and burrowed into Yang Chen's arms. He was startled and said loudly, "A 7-course dog meat meal? Senior brother, you can't do that. It is my contracted beast." Pressing his advantage, Shanlang said with a sinister face, "Junior brother, among fellow martial brothers of Horman Mountain, we shouldn't lie to each other. Between you and this black dog, there is clearly no aura of a contract, so how can it be your contracted beast? Say no more. We'll make a 7-course dog meat meal out of it this noon. Its bloodline isn't bad either, highly nourishing." Yang Chen felt thoroughly miserable, cherishing the beast in his hands, crying tears as he hugged it. "Senior brother, Xiaohei really can't be cooked. It was left to me by a senior who showed me grace." Shanlang sighed, then put his hands behind his head and subconsciously said, Then we really can't make a 7-course dog meal out of it. We people of Horman Mountain must repay any slight favor we receive from others. It's just that I haven't tasted what a divine beast black Keelan tastes like yet. What a pity." Yang Chen hugged the dragon pig in his arms and briefly thought, "Is Xiaohei really a black Keelan?" Over here, the sound of chopping wood became more and more rapid, catching Yang Chen's attention. A buzz-cut kid holding an axe as big as his body was standing there chopping bamboo stalks one by one. Whack, whack.
While working hard, Shenlongrun pointed to the kid and said irritably, "Baldy, is there anyone as lazy as you?" The buzz-cut kid stood silently looking. It truly was a case of good nature meeting trouble. The bald kid immediately threw his axe down and ran straight down, saying aggrievedly, "Third senior brother, I am truly not being lazy, really." Seeing this, Yang Chen stared at the kid and thought to himself, "What level of cultivation is this bald guy at? Why can't I see through it?" Ignoring the explanation, Shenlongrun scolded again. "It's been almost a month and you haven't even finished this little matter. You only know how to waste food. Now that little junior brother is here, you haven't even finished building the bamboo house. Where is he supposed to stay?" The buzz-cut kid raised his hand to scratch his head, giggled, and then casually said, "Third senior brother, we are only short about 200 bamboo stalks. Who knows, today we might be able to let little junior brother stay in his new house." After saying that, the bald kid picked up his axe to continue chopping, but Shenlongrun interrupted. "There's no need to chop bamboo for now. Anyway, it's not lacking much. Go cook first, and, right, to welcome little junior brother, go cut some meat." Hearing about meat, the bald kid's eyes lit up and he happily replied, "Yes." After that, this guy walked away excitedly with a satisfied look. Seeing this, Yang Chen curiously asked, "Senior brother, who was that person just now?" Shenlongrun pointed toward the departing buzz-cut kid and said, "Ah, he is your 4th senior brother." Yang Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, pretending to understand, and replied, "Senior brother, there's no need to trouble 4th senior brother to help with my accommodation. I'll just go chop it myself later." Shenlongrun then leaned in close, his eyes rising with deep suspicion, and said in a questioning tone, "You?" Seeing this, Yang Chen looked confused.
His face looked dumbfounded, pointing his hand straight at his own face and tilting his head to ask, "I can't chop it?" Seeing this, Shenlongrun didn't hesitate and pointed toward the bamboo patch, suggesting, "Little junior brother, how about you give it a try? Let me see." And so Yang Chen walked over to the bamboo patch and stared at 4th senior brother's axe lying horizontally on the ground. Just as he bent down intending to pick up the axe, he suddenly realized that with all his strength, he couldn't lift it. He cried out in panic, "What?" Seeing his display fail, he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly in front of Shenlongrun. After that, Yang Chen picked up his sword and noticed a slender bamboo stalk nearby. Fast as lightning, he dashed in, executing a combat skill rapidly. The sword slid past the bamboo trunk, creating a blinding streak of light. After swinging his sword, he was stunned to see the bamboo completely intact and unaffected. Not willing to give up, Yang Chen decided to use flames to glide lightly over his sword's blade, his eyes focused intently in the direction of the bamboo. He released his full power forward, and a faint mist of smoke was forcefully blasted out. But apart from emitting smoke, the bamboo trunk remained unscathed, still intact and even more lush than before. Yang Chen and his senior brother were shocked and stunned, their faces reaching the extreme of astonishment as they blurted out, "What?" Yang Chen widened his eyes when he saw the bamboo still in its original form, making him doubt his existence. "What kind of bamboo is this?" Shenlongrun immediately touched his chin with his hand, while the other hand touched the scratch that Yang Chen had slashed down, and smiled, fully satisfied. His voice constantly sighed in admiration. "Truly a little freak. No wonder the master chose to bring you into the sect." Then he smiled satisfyingly and said, "Little junior brother, there is no need to be discouraged. Your cultivation base is only at the postnatal stage. These bamboo pieces are all treasures. They are materials used for forging top-grade spirit artifacts. In Dongtron, one of these bamboo stalks is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones."
Hearing this, Yang Chen froze completely, his face full of astonishment, before he panicked and asked loudly, "Thousands of high-grade spirit stones?" Afterward, Yang Chen and his brother obediently followed behind Shenlong Ran. As they walked, Yang Chen asked, "Senior brother, can you tell us about the cultivation base and information of our teacher, as well as our senior brothers and sisters?" Hearing this, Shenlong Ran sighed with a heavy and indescribable tone. "Little junior brother, if we count the two of you, our Huaman Mountain has a total of 8 people. However, the old immortal doesn't manage us year-round, sometimes rarely even coming back once a year. Eldest senior brother has already gone down the mountain, so before you two arrived, there were only 4 people on the mountain." Then, drooling with excitement, he said, "Currently, the manager of our Huaman Mountain is your second senior sister. Second senior sister has heaven-toppling beauty and is so gentle and beautiful that it fills us with reverence. You brat, if you dare to anger your second senior sister, see if I don't skin you alive." Shenlong Ran then continued, "Your eldest senior brother is named Yu Zhenbei, and he currently has a great reputation in Dongchuan. As for your second senior sister, she is named Bu Suman. She is the most low-key and hasn't gone down the mountain until now. She is the very pillar of our Huaman Mountain."
Seeing this, Yang Chen hesitantly asked, "Then, senior brother, you are—" Shenlong Ran confidently flipped his hair to look elegant, then smugly said, "As for me, I am your third senior brother, named Shenlong Ran. I am the #1 handsome guy in all of Dongchuan, given the title Guanfeng King by outsiders. Perhaps you have heard of it." Looking at this shoppy version of J97, Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and flattered him endlessly. "Third senior brother, I have long heard of your great name in the Dongchuan secret realm. You are precisely the #1 king of Dongchuan." Hearing Yang Chen's flattery, Shenlong Ran was thrilled and laughed proudly. "#1 king, not bad. This is the first time someone else has called me the #1 king of Dongchuan. That's right, I am the #1 king of Dongchuan. Your fourth senior brother Shi Zhan, whom you have met before, is a kid who hasn't grown up yet. He is considered obedient, just a bit lazy. As for your fifth senior sister Qiaoer, she is just an underage little girl." Yang Chen followed behind with a dumbfounded expression. Finally, the 3 of them reached the mountain peak, with the white-eyebrowed Xiaohei climbing up from behind. Shenlong Ran pushed the door open with a bang, swaggered in, and noisily said, "Suran, I have brought the little junior brother up the mountain." Hearing the noise, Suran immediately turned her head to look happily. Second senior sister Bu Suran, seeing the noisy guy, curled her lips and asked, "Have you completed your task for today?" Qiaoer subconsciously lowered her head and tried to speak up for Shenlong Ran. "Second senior sister, today we were welcoming little junior brother. Maybe—" Bu Suran ignored Little Hung's flattering words. She angrily brought a bright flame and with sharp eyes said loudly, "No way. If the task is not completed, there will be no food to eat." Qiaoer dejectedly kicked a pebble on the roadside and muttered resentfully, "I'll do it then. Why be so fierce?" Yang Chen looked at Bu Suran in front of him, suppressed a laugh, and thought to himself, "This person is probably second senior sister Bu Suran. Why do I feel like things are going to be very bad in the future? I must find a way to build a good relationship."
Thus he rushed up and rubbed his eyes to attract the second senior sister's attention. He flattered her, saying, "I'm not seeing things, am I? To think there is such a peerlessly beautiful woman in this world. Second senior sister, even if a fairy descended to the mortal realm, she could never compare to you in the slightest." Bu Suran saw Yang Chen's antics and covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft laugh. Seeing her smile so brightly, he continued to smooth talk. "Senior sister, we are truly too lucky. Senior sister, with your smile, let alone 100 flowers blooming, even the bamboo all over this mountain would jump up and grow 3 inches taller." Bu Suran chuckled softly and replied shyly, "Hee, little junior brother, you are truly quite interesting." Shenlong Ran on the side widened his eyes in surprise. Feeling a bit unwilling, he was so shocked that he went cross-eyed, thinking, "Is that even allowed?" Then her attention bumped into the dragon pick, and Bu Suran expressed her delight, saying, "This black dog is really cute, yet it contains the bloodline of a black Keelan. Little junior brother, your opportunity is not bad at all." Yang Chen happily replied, "Senior sister, I call him Xiaohei. There is no contracted beast pact or anything. Just consider it a meeting gift I'm giving to you, senior sister." Bu Suran happily rubbed its head, her smile unable to hide her delight. "This is a rare contracted beast. It will be an assistance to you in the future. Your senior sister won't snatch your opportunity. How about this? The little guy is clearly awakening his bloodline power, so I will help you look after him for a while." Right at this moment, the buzzcut kid walked over from out of nowhere and broke the atmosphere, still holding a ladle in his hand as he announced, "Second senior sister, it's time to eat." Bu Suran said joyfully, "Little junior brother, the dining hall is located in front of the bald guy's bamboo hall, and behind it is the kitchen. His cooking skills are not bad, and he is in charge of the meals for all of us." At the dining hall, Yang Chen was left speechless, staring blankly at the sparse piece of meat on the dining table, and thought to himself, "With such a small piece of meat, is it enough to eat?" Completely opposite to him, Shenlong Ran and Shizhan looked at the steaming meat and drooled, their eyes sparkling as if they saw gold. Shizhan couldn't wait any longer and turned to say to Bu Suran, "Second senior system, divide the meat."
Busaran rolled her eyes and said, "Go call Choyer. Today is our little junior brother's initiation, so perhaps we can spare her this time."
Hearing the command, Shijan immediately ran off to call little Hung, replying loudly, "Yes, sir." Young Chin then asked Busaran, second senior sister, "I heard that the teacher is not on the mountain, so how do we usually cultivate?" At the mention of the teacher, Busaran flew into a rage, unable to hide her frustration. She clenched her fists and said irritably, "Don't care about that old man. It's best if he just dies outside." Shenlong Ran leaned close to Yang Chen's ear and whispered, "Little junior brother, the few of us came up the mountain, and moreover, the teacher has never managed our cultivation, so you still shouldn't mention him. To use his own words, cultivation must rely on oneself." Suddenly, Busaran slammed her hand on the table with a bang, making the other two jump in surprise, their eyes showing clear astonishment. She gritted her teeth and snapped, "You still have the nerve to speak? Not long ago, if you found him, why didn't you bring him back?" Shenlongran became flustered and stammered, Saran, it's not like you don't know the teacher's personality. At that time, he agreed to return to the mountain with me, but in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen."
Busaran then turned her face away and casually threw out a blunt remark, truly useless, piercing straight through his black heart. At this moment, Shijan had brought Chao Er back, second senior sister. Busaran suddenly clapped her hands with a meaningful look. "Before eating, let's talk about some official business." She looked towards Yang Chen and loudly declared, "Little junior brother is the youngest, so you all should take care of him from now on. First, regarding cultivation. Third brother, you will be responsible for guiding and teaching him in the future. As for little junior brother's cultivation base, it is still low, so just focusing on cultivation is fine. There is no need to arrange any chores for him." Hearing this unfairness, Chao Er absolutely refused to accept it and shouted loudly, "Huh? Based on what? He is even older than me. Based on what does he not have to work?" Just a single glare from Busaran immediately extinguished Chao Er's intention to rebel. "You still dare to argue? It is precisely because you are the laziest. If it weren't for little junior brother arriving today, you wouldn't even have a meal to eat." Chao Er trembled and cried out, "Stop scolding me! Stop scolding me! Boo-hoo-hoo!" After saying that, she picked up the plate of meat in her hand along with a knife. "The tasks have all been distributed. Now let's divide the meat and eat."
Yang Chen picked up a piece of meat the size of 2 fingers, his eyes full of doubt. In contrast, Shenlong Ran's eyes lit up as he looked at the meat, drooling with craving. He immediately swallowed the meat whole, chewing and devouring it ravenously. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt something was wrong and his face turned pale. This was bad. Yang Chen grimaced, clutching his stomach and writhing in pain, then said, "What kind of meat is this anyway?" At this moment, Elder Rong hurriedly appeared, his voice full of urgency. "Master, quickly use your bloodline power to refine it." So Yang Chen complied, and without hesitation, he immediately refined the meat he had just eaten. He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, "To think that my flesh and bones have actually been strengthened by a whole level because of this piece of meat." Seeing this, Shijan gave a thumbs up in appreciation and exclaimed in praise, "Impressive, you were actually able to digest this meat." Jan Wuke could not hide his curiosity and asked, "Senior brothers and sisters, what kind of meat is this? It contains such frantic energy." Hearing this, Joer tilted her chin up, her eyes showing clear smugness, and said, "True dragon meat. Perhaps you guys have never eaten it before." Upon hearing this, the two of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, their eyes filled with astonishment, and they said in unison, "True dragon." Shijan smiled brightly and added, "Look at how shocked you two are. You guys still don't know, right? On our Horaeman mountain, there is a dragon cave where quite a few dragon beasts are raised. However, there is only one true dragon, which is a juvenile fire dragon." Upon hearing this, Jan Wuke and Yang Chen became even more terrified at the thought that they had just eaten dragon meat and shouted, "Fire dragon!" Busaran only spoke up at this moment. She clapped her hands to signal for order and said calmly, "Don't be so surprised. Eat your meal properly. Wait a bit, and third senior brother will take you to cultivate." A moment later, Shenlong Ran took Yang Chen to the bamboo forest to cultivate.
Yang Chen looked around. As he walked, he asked, "Third senior brother, what am I cultivating here?" Shenlong frowned, glanced at him and said, "You don't even know what you are cultivating? The teacher already said it. The Tao of cultivation lies within oneself. You are still at the postnatal stage, mainly focusing on building your martial Tao foundation. You are already in the Tianhe realm, yet your Dantian is not completely purple transformed. I really don't know what to say to you." Yang Chen showed clear confusion and awkwardly said, Where does my innate purple chi come from?" Hearing this, Shenlong helplessly smacked his forehead. "Blame me. I forgot to tell you that coming from that remote place in the extreme east, resources containing innate purple chi are extremely scarce." After that, he pointed his butt towards him, chuckled, and said, "Let's do it this way. You stay here first, completely purple transform your Dantian, and then we will figure out the rest. I still have some matters to attend to. I'm leaving." Yang Chen asked with a blank face, "What is it?" At this time, Elder Rong appeared once again.
He said to him, "Master, do not look down on this bamboo forest. To you, this place is absolutely a supreme treasure land." He slowly followed behind and suddenly asked curiously, "Elder Rong, is there anything profound here?" Elder Rong laughed heartily and said, "I truly did not expect that such a small, savage, ancient realm would actually have such a spiritual mountain."
Master, do not underestimate this bamboo forest for being inconspicuous. It is arranged with an extremely powerful forbidden array. Hearing this, Yang Chen was stunned and asked, "Forbidden array?" He glanced around and thought to himself, "It is a pity that my Wushen left eye has not successfully integrated yet, otherwise I might have been able to see it." Elder Rong smiled brightly and continued, "There was an incredibly powerful cultivator who imprisoned a massive amount of innate purple chi beneath this bamboo forest. As long as you cultivate here, even if you do not understand the secret technique to absorb the innate purple chi will continuously transform and enter your body." Hearing this, Yang Chen could not close his mouth in awe. What a grand method! Then he plopped down onto the ground, got into a cultivation posture, and said, "All right." About 2 hours later, Chao-Er appeared from nowhere, her tone showing annoyance as she said, "Little junior brother, you are truly annoying. How old are you now, yet you still need me to come and call you back to eat?" Hearing this, Yang Chen stood up and scratched his head, gently asking, "Fifth senior sister, I've troubled you. Right, what are we eating tonight?" Chao-Er could not hide her excitement. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Her eyes lit up and she said, "We have meat to eat again tonight." Afterward, Chao-Er led the cultivating Yang Chen back. The whole group was eagerly waiting to eat, their eyes not leaving the meat for a second, when Chao-Er pushed the door open with a bang and said, Hey, I brought little junior brother here." Seeing the two of them return, Busaran clapped her hands to signal and said, "Let's eat." Yang Chen picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed vigorously, unable to hide the excitement on his face as he thought to himself, "Isn't this the fire dragon meat from this noon? But it also contains a massive amount of energy. Could it be some kind of dragon beast?" As everyone was enjoying their meal deliciously, Busaran announced, "Half a year from now is the 10,000-year grand ceremony of the Dongchuan Empire. This time, whoever performs well among you will be allowed to go down the mountain." Seeing this, Shi Jian spoke excitedly while chewing. "I want to go down the mountain." He looked at Shenlong Ran with sparkling eyes and said, "Third senior brother, take me down the mountain this time, okay?" Chao-Er also excitedly raised her hand to speak, immediately throwing the chopsticks in her hand onto the table. "I want to go down the mountain too." Shenlong Ran pouted slightly, thought for a long time, and then spoke. "Perhaps you guys should go and beg second senior sister. I don't even know if I myself will be going down the mountain."
After hearing this, Yang Chen leaned in and asked softly, "Third senior brother, is there something about to happen?" Shenlong Ran replied, "Last time I went down the mountain and met eldest senior brother, he said that Dongchuan is likely to be unpeaceful soon. It is mainly because of the ambition of that old man Wan Shang, who has accumulated power for so many years and is starting to reveal his wicked face." Yang Chen was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. He was startled and asked back, "Wan Shang, the king of the Dongchuan Empire?" Shenlong Ran sighed, his voice carrying a bit of exhaustion. "That's right. The only daughter of the sect master of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect will marry Wan Shang's great-grandson, Wan Buhui." Yang Chen vaguely realized something and immediately asked, "These two great forces allied, could it be?" Busoran responded with a sharp gaze, "That's right. It is aimed at our Water and Fire Martial Academy, or to say our Fire Academy." That night, as the bright moon hung high in the sky, Yang Chen was still in the bamboo forest, focusing on his cultivation. Suddenly, Elder Jing appeared from the top of the bamboo forest, looked at him, and said, "The great devourer has never lacked fortuitous encounters. It seems that old man Benghua can be considered somewhat capable, and the good things on the young master are quite a lot." Suddenly, from the darkness, a figure silently appeared behind Elder Gang. Elder Gang looked at him out of the corner of his eye and shouted angrily, "What are you still doing here? Get lost!" The figure flickered in the dark night, smiled, and said, "Haha, why so agitated? For better or worse, we are good brothers. Is this how you receive me?" Elder Gang was so furious that the blue veins on his forehead became even more prominent. "Are you going to get lost or not? If you don't, I will send a message to report you." Hearing this, the person immediately became flustered and hurriedly pleaded, "Don't, you old immortal. My mission is complete, and I just passed by to visit you. What's wrong with you?" Elder Gang put on an annoyed expression and sneered disdainfully. "Visit me? You're here to visit the young master, right? Rest assured, the young master is very well." He continued, "Gangzi, you are truly too hasty. The postnatal stage is the foundation of the martial Tao. It must be built solidly." At this moment, Elder Gang's rage exploded, and he roared furiously, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I don't know this little bit of logic? But 2 of the 7 emotions demonic heads have already entered the Tiansu world. The Origin Harmony aura on the young master's body is like a giant lantern. They will find him sooner or later. How can I not be anxious?" Under the bright moonlight, Elder Hei's face was finally revealed. He asked in a panic, "What? Do you know which 2 great demonic heads they are?" Elder Gang then spoke slowly to Elder Hei. "One is Bei, and the other is unknown. The young master is still only at the postnatal stage. He absolutely must grow up quickly. Time is running very short."
Still surprised, Elder He quickly replied, "But we cannot rush for success, nor interfere too much, otherwise it will make you regret it in the future." Elder Gang frowned and coldly snorted, his voice full of annoyance. "Get lost. I know in my heart how to guide him. I don't need you pointing fingers and bossing me around."
Hearing this, Elder He replied, "Sort it out yourself, old man. On the young master's body is a famous ancient spirit artifact, the Kui Sing Tower. Its artifact spirit is perfect without any flaws. You should pay a little attention to it." After saying that, Elder He just flew away. Hearing this, Elder Gang stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. He pondered, Kui Sing Tower, could it be? A month passed and young Chen was still actively cultivating in the bamboo forest. His chi refining was also getting stronger day by day. Seeing this, Elder Rong poked his face out, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Master, your soon-young wood sword embryo is about to undergo spirit awakening." Young Chen held the sword in his hand with a face that couldn't hide his surprise. He asked, "Does spirit awakening also need innate purple chi?" Elder Rong gently explained, "Master, for an artifact to undergo spirit awakening, it needs a large amount of spiritual energy or other forms of energy. Innate purple chi is one of the best choices. I suggest you immediately control the sacred flame true chi to nourish the Blackwood sword, plus the innate purple chi. In the future, it is highly likely that it will birth an artifact spirit and become a spirit artifact."
Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately took his 2 fingers and gently stroked the Blackwood sword, then said smugly, "This is truly great." Next, Yang Chen slowly guided the innate purple chi bit by bit into the Blackwood sword, and a faint purple light gradually appeared along the blade. Seeing that the time was ripe, Elder Rong quickly urged Yang Chen, "Master, now is the time, drip your essence blood into the Sunyang wood sword." Elder Rong appeared increasingly anxious, urging incessantly, "Go." Hearing this, he immediately dripped his essence blood onto the sword. Suddenly, the Sunyang wood sword gradually revealed red patterns running up along its hilt. At the same time, in the dining hall, everyone was still waiting for Yang Chen with hungry eyes, just waiting for him to start feasting. Chower couldn't stand the long wait, fuming with anger, and snapped, "This little junior brother, late again." Busaran gently reassured and calmly said, "No need to wait. Let's eat first." "That's right, Chower. Later you take little junior brother's portion to the bamboo forest. He must definitely be at a crucial point in his cultivation." Chower chewed her food with bulging cheeks, pouting and grumbling dejectedly as she chewed. I still have to deliver food?" Shen Lang leaned over and asked Jian Wuke, "Xiao Ke, your big brother probably mainly cultivates the sword Dao. He hasn't comprehended sword intent yet, right?" Jian Wuke immediately replied, "Reporting to third senior brother, my big brother indeed mainly cultivates the sword Dao. Although he hasn't comprehended sword intent, he has already comprehended a type of dark martial intent and an earth attribute martial intent." Hearing this, everyone present suddenly spoke in unison with looks full of astonishment. 3 attribute talent?
Busuran smiled radiantly. She giggled and said, "No wonder the little junior brother is only at the first level of the Tianhe realm now. It turns out he is a triple attribute heavenly Dao master." Shenlong Ran sighed. He really is a little monster. Originally, I only planned to let him borrow the blue wheel sword wall of Shuaimen Mountain to comprehend sword intent. It seems the Zonshen statue and the nether soul chamber of Shuaimen Mountain can also be borrowed for a bit. At this time, second senior sister Busuran turned to instruct her 5th junior sister. "Chower, later when you deliver food, go tell Yang Chen that after he reaches the Purple Palace, he should make a trip to the Water Academy." Chower showed an excited expression and quickly replied, "I want to go too." Seeing this, Busuran glared at her, showing dissatisfaction, and said, "Chower, those so-called cultivation treasure lands of Shuaimen Mountain are of little benefit to you. Your only task right now is to chop bamboo. Only when you can easily chop 1,000 trees a day can you advance to the Purple Palace." Chower replied sulkily, her face full of resentment. Second senior sister, you are really biased." A while later, Chower arrived to the bamboo forest to deliver food to young Chen. Seeing him, young Chen walked over and greeted senior sister Chower. Chower, venting her anger on an innocent bystander, was furious. She didn't bother to hand it over, but threw the basket at young Chen. Then she stomped away in a huff, her face full of sulking. Seeing this scene, young Chen thought to himself, "It seems I haven't offended this little lass. What is this all about?" A while later, Chower suddenly stopped, looking a bit hesitant. She turned her head, looked at him with a sidelong glance, and said, "That's right. Senior sister said that after you reach the Purple Palace, you should make a trip to the Water Academy. The Blue Wheel Sword Wall, Zonshen Statue, and Nether Soul Chamber can all help you comprehend."
Yang Chen asked in surprise, "Blue Wheel Sword Wall, Zongchen Statue, and Nether Soul Chamber." His heart cheered with joy at this moment. It truly was like someone bringing a pillow just as he was dozing off. The Blackwood sword had just undergone spirit awakening, and he was still feeling sad that there was nowhere to awaken a sword intent. Yang Chen put the basket beside him, then plopped back down on the ground and made up his mind. If I don't achieve the Purple Palace in a day, I won't step out of this bamboo forest for a day. 1 month later, Yang Chen was still actively cultivating, ignoring worldly affairs. His hands were still working hard with all his strength. The innate purple chi appearing between his palms, circulating continuously, carrying an imposing aura. In his dantian, continuous transformations occurred. A large amount of innate purple chi poured in aggressively, and split into 2 small soul fragments that gently floated in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Yang Chen kept marveling. This primordial demonic dragon martial soul is truly miraculous.
My divine sense and soul power have both reached the innate stage, yet they can still be upgraded. Suddenly, Yang Chen frowned, his intuition telling him that something was wrong. He panicked and thought to himself, waste sword martial soul, what is this situation? Yang Chen's face became increasingly grim, and beads of sweat continuously dripped down. He was shocked to realize that his slaughter sword was gone. Yang Chen immediately jumped up, his heart full of anxiety and his expression full of tension, and went to look for it. There must be a problem somewhere. Suddenly he was stunned when he saw his sword soul wrapped in a sphere. What was this? Yang Chen lightly touched it with his hand to see if it would explode. But as soon as he poked it lightly, it was as if a current of killing chi ran through his body and invaded his mind, making him dizzy. After struggling for a long while, Yang Chen collapsed, panting. He thought to himself, innate killing chi, is this another type of sword intent? He then asked his artifact spirit, Elder Rong, have you ever heard of innate killing intent? Elder Rong replied, Master, where did you hear about innate killing intent? This seems to be a type of killing intent. Only extreme demonic cultivators have the ability to cultivate it. This kind of killing intent is very terrifying. Although its power is very great, it hurts others and at the same time hurts oneself. After hearing this, Yang Chen asked innocently, Elder Rong, what if innate killing intent is a type of sword intent? Elder Rong's face was shocked and he exclaimed in panic, Sword intent? Master, have you comprehended sword intent? Seeing Yang Chen stand up, Elder Rong suggested, Master, please try to unleash that lifeless killing intent for a moment. Hearing his artifact spirit, Yang Chen's face burned with determination, his eyes lit up, and he nodded in response. All right. Then Yang Chen did not hesitate to unleash the lifeless killing intent, causing it to erupt fiercely. On the other side, second senior sister Bu Suran was sitting and reading a book when an unusual feeling suddenly appeared, making her stop. There is something strange. She subconsciously looked towards the other side of the window, saw the scene with Yang Chen, and thought to herself, such a massive killing intent in the bamboo forest? Shenlong also ran outside to watch. Unable to keep his mouth shut, he exclaimed, What is that kid cultivating to cause such a huge commotion? Suddenly, Yang Chen stopped dead in his tracks, breaking out in a cold sweat all over his body. After that, the killing intent immediately dissipated into a faint smoke, and he collapsed, his whole body seemingly drained of all strength. Yang Chen sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, and complained tiredly. What happened? My divine sense is actually completely exhausted. He tried to lift his head and complained to the artifact spirit. Elder Rong, my divine sense is completely exhausted. Elder Rong explained, Master, your sword intent is too terrifying. Do not unleash it. Holding a jade object in his hand, he said, This is an extremely precious special soul spirit pill. Please take it first. The artifact spirit handed the special soul spirit pill to Yang Chen and then disappeared. He took the special soul spirit pill and immediately chewed it loudly like chewing candy. Seeing the strange commotion, Bu Suran and Shenlong hurried to the bamboo forest and asked, Little junior brother, what happened? Yang Chen gently replied, Second senior sister, I have just comprehended a type of sword intent that contains killing intent. When unleashed, it consumes an extreme amount of divine sense. Second senior sister Bu Suran asked with a face full of shock, Sword intent? Sword intent that contains killing intent? Hearing this, Shenlong Ran walked over curiously and flattered, Little junior brother, what kind of sword intent is it? Can you demonstrate it a little bit? Yang Chen scratched his head helplessly and said, Third senior brother, just now when I used it for less than 2 breaths of time, my divine sense was almost exhausted. I can't demonstrate it anymore. I can only wait until my divine sense recovers. Bu Suran happily said, Perhaps the sword intent little junior brother comprehended is very extraordinary. Your divine sense is not strong right now. Before dancing to the Purple Palace Realm, it is best not to use it easily. Yang Chen agreed. Yes. Bu Suran was still curious and asked in surprise, Little junior brother, has your Dantian completely been Purple Palace transformed?
Yang Chen opened his mouth to talk nonsense again. Second senior sister has really good eyes. I just barely achieved purple transformation. Bu Suran then said, Then let's go back and rest together. Wait until your divine sense recovers before we can go to a few places in the Water Academy to cultivate. After that, she turned around and left. Not long after, the two brothers Yang Chen and John Wuquei went together to a place called Shuman Mountain. John Wuquei said to Yang Chen, Brother, you've been cultivating constantly lately. I forgot to tell you, Xiao He has become a spirit. Yang Chen heard the shocking news and asked with a dumbfounded face, What? John Wuquei continued, I heard from fourth senior brother that second senior sister took Xiao He to some dragon cave, and when it came out, it became a spirit. Yang Chen was still clueless and didn't understand what was going on, his face full of question marks. No, what do you mean it became a spirit? John Wuquei couldn't hide his helplessness and said, Xiao He can do really well now. It is especially loved by second senior sister, and it eats even better than us. Yang Chen thought to himself, it seems that the Black Kirillin bloodline in Xiao He's body has completely awakened, and it has stepped into the adulthood stage. He stroked his chin smugly, scheming in his heart, and smiled sinisterly. That's a good thing. When we brothers go out in the future, we will be even more majestic, if anyone dares to resist. After that, Yang Chen and John Wuquei saw a noisy and bustling crowd gathering around. He gently approached a girl with a big chest and blonde hair, asking happily,
"This senior sister, can I ask you something?" That girl turned her head, mistaking him for a pervert and looking annoyed. "Which academy are you two from?"
Yang Chen explained, "Senior sister, we are not students of the Water Academy. We—" Before he could finish, the girl pointed her finger right at their faces and yelled, "What? Who are you people? Why did you come up the mountain?" Then he slowly took out the tablet of the Fire Academy, pointing and saying, "Senior sister, don't be hasty. Look at this." Seeing the command token, the girl was startled all over and asked in surprise, "This? Are you people from Hallman Mountain?" Hearing her loud voice, everyone's attention shifted to John Wuquei and Yang Chen. They whispered and gossiped, making the brothers the center of attention. Hallman Mountain? And it's a command token from Hallman Mountain? Who are they? Does Hallman Mountain have disciples with such low cultivation? The girl immediately recognized him and shouted, "You are Yang Chen!" Seeing that everyone recognized him, Yang Chen arrogantly stuck his nose half a meter in the air. Yang Chen? Yes, it's probably that Yang Chen. The Yang Chen who continuously was conferred as a god 4 times at Fengshen Mountain. Something unprecedented. Yang Chen respectfully replied, "I am indeed Yang Chen. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. This time our 2 brothers are following our senior sister's orders to come here and borrow the Blue Wheel Sword Wall, Songchen statue, and Nether Soul Chamber to cultivate for a bit." Then he happily said, "Senior sister, please show us the way to Blue Sword Peak." Seeing that he was a big shot, the girl immediately changed her attitude and bowed hurriedly. "I offended you just now, I apologize, but I can't take you over there right now. Please understand, junior brother Yang Chen." Yang Chen asked blankly, "Why? Are you worried that we will wander in and disturb the senior brothers and senior sisters cultivating inside?" The busty girl awkwardly explained, "Actually, it's not that. The truth is, there is a senior brother from our wood hall who is preparing to fuse his sword intent today, so the hallmaster told us to leave Blue Sword Peak empty and wait for that senior brother to arrive." The big-breasted girl quickly made an excuse. "How about you 2 junior brothers don't go to Blue Sword Peak anymore and go to the Great Comprehension Cave instead? The Zongchen statue is at the Great Comprehension Cave." Yang Chen looked annoyed and said irritably, "How arrogant, not going themselves but also not letting others go. Let's go, Shaoquei. Today we will go to Blue Sword Peak to broaden our horizons a bit."
At Blue Sword Peak, Jian Wuquei and Yang Chen were walking when they were blocked by a strange guy. "Halt," Yang Chen said in a deep voice. "I am Yang Chen, a disciple of the Fire Academy, specially here to fuse sword intent. On what basis are you stopping me?" The guy replied, "I don't care who you are. Before the disciples of our academy arrive to fuse sword intent, no one else is allowed to enter. Come back in 3 days." Unable to suppress his anger, Yang Chen flared up and shouted, "You guys don't show up yourselves, yet you don't let others in. You really have a huge sense of authority. We 2 brothers are going in. If you have the guts, then make your move." Failing in the battle of words, the guy resorted to martial force. He released his cultivation and shouted, "You are truly audacious." Seeing his intention to release his cultivation, Yang Chen's face filled with anger, and his sharp, cold eyes radiated an overwhelming power. He released his sword intent, along with an extremely terrifying killing intent. That killing intent surged forward relentlessly, instantly crushing the guy's cultivation.
Seeing this, that guy was so panicked that his face went ashen, and he cried out in panic, "Here, here!" He shrank his trembling body, his face looking frantic, thinking to himself, "What kind of killing intent is this?" Yang Chen, with a stern face, emanated an overwhelming aura. He gritted out each word decisively. "Do you still want to stop me now?" When that guy saw Yang Chen, his face immediately turned pale. Unable to hide his fear, he trembled and thought to himself, "No wonder Huarman Mountain took this kid under their wing. This is clearly a monster, fundamentally not human." Suddenly, more and more people from the Water Academy descended from above, gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Among them, the old man leading the way was Vice Academy Master Kim, with an experienced and peerlessly majestic demeanor. Seeing him, that guy bowed respectfully and reported, "Greetings, Vice Academy Master Kim." Vice Academy Master Kim asked sternly, "What was that streak of killing intent earlier all about?" Yang Chen pointed straight at that guy's face and accused, "Vice Academy Master Kim, that streak of killing intent earlier was emitted by this kid, but your Water Academy using strength to bully the weak has truly opened my eyes. A dignified Wood Hall Dao Master at the innate stage, yet bullying a lowly Tianhe Realm kid like myself." Vice Academy Master Kim looked at Yang Chen with eyes full of suspicion and wariness, lowering his voice to ask, "Who are you?" That guy replied, "Vice Academy Master Kim, he is Yang Chen, who was recently taken in by Huarman Mountain." Hearing this, Vice Academy Master Kim held his head, looking completely exhausted, and said helplessly, "Huarman Mountain." Then he reached his hand out toward Yang Chen and offered, "Yang Chen, right? Huarman Mountain and the Water Academy and our academy are one entity. The Wood Hall Dao Master probably wouldn't pressure you for no reason. There must be a cause, right?" Yang Chen stood with his arms crossed, his eyes full of contempt, and spoke in a disdainful tone. "The cause? You'd better ask this Wood Hall Dao Master."
This guy then muttered, "The disciples of our Woodhall made an appointment in advance, wanting to come to Blue Sword Peak to comprehend sword intent, but this young Chen trespassed on his own accord." Hearing this, young Chen immediately retorted, "If the disciples of your Woodhall were already comprehending inside, I naturally wouldn't barge in. On what basis are you not letting me enter?" Hearing that, the guy from Woodhall was so infuriated that his body trembled, and he raised his voice to shout, "You!" Young Chen's face darkened with killing intent as he looked at him. His eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he raised his voice to retort, "You what you? You have wasted so much effort. You should apologize to me." Feeling his self-esteem trampled and humiliated, the guy from Woodhall's face contorted in anger as he shouted loudly, "Apologize to you?" Vice Academy Master Jin looked at young Chen with a cold gaze and asked, "Young Chen, aren't you being too arrogant?" Young Chen was furious and was about to snap back when he heard someone's voice echoing from behind. "Oh!" All three of them turned their heads to look and realized that Shen Longren was floating in midair. Seeing Shen Longren's appearance, both Vice Academy Master Jin and the Water Academy crowd subconsciously froze, exclaiming in shock, "Shen Longren?" Shen Longren looked at them and happily replied, "I knew someone would bully little junior brother, so I specifically came here to take a look. I didn't expect it to actually be true. Do you old geezers still have any sense of shame left? Grandly acting as Dao Masters and Vice Academy Masters of the Water Academy, yet joining hands to do such a thing? What a bunch of dog shit!" Being mercilessly humiliated by Shen Longren, the Water Academy crowd was left speechless, standing dumbfounded on the spot. Vice Academy Master Jin shouted angrily, "You!" But Shen Longren had reached his peak anger, refusing to yield, and angrily cursed, "All of you, get lost. If it weren't for giving face to Old Man Kling, I would hack you bastards to death today." Seeing that nothing could be done, Vice Academy Master Jin and the Water Academy crowd swallowed their anger and resentfully turned to leave. He turned to his subordinates and coldly ordered, "Let's go." Young Chen's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Shen Longren. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Third senior brother? You are so cool."
Shen Langran said his goodbyes. "Little junior brother, you should take this time to comprehend sword intent. It would be even better if you confuse sword intents." After speaking, he disappeared. John Wukui stood nearby and praised, "Brother, third senior brother is too amazing. Lecturing the Vice Academy Master of the Water Academy is like teaching a grandson. The other party didn't even dare to talk back." Yang Chen looked immensely proud. "Ha ha ha, there must have been some things that happened in the past that we don't know about. Otherwise, those old fogies definitely wouldn't let it go. However, I guess a huge reason for that is probably because their fists aren't a match for third senior brother." John Wukui gave a faint, charming, world-weary smile like a chrysanthemum, simply letting out a soft sound. After that, the two brothers, Yang Chen and John Wukui, stopped in front of the blue wheel sword wall. Suddenly, a dense surge of sword intent appeared and surrounded him like a mysterious, invisible cage.
Yang Chen froze. He was astonished to see the endless blazing flames exploding fiercely right before his eyes. He started, stepped back, and used his hand to stop his little brother, saying seriously, "It seems second senior sister was right. Shakui, the blue wheel sword wall can only be comprehended by awakening sword intent. You practice on the side for a few days." Right after, Yang Chen drew the black wood sword from his back, holding it with a cold and resolute expression. He slowly sat down cross-legged, tightly closed his eyes, and used all his senses to focus on feeling his surroundings. Sitting before the blue wheel sword wall, Yang Chen thought to himself, "What if I circulate the Jujing?" Next, his divine sense easily separated from his physical body, soaring into the air and lightly touching the boundary. In his divine sense state, Yang Chen passed through the wall of the blue wheel sword wall, and countless swords appeared before his eyes. He let out a loud laugh that echoed throughout that silent space. "Hee, this time I can freely choose one to merge with my lifeless killing intent." Afterward, he stood watching them for a while, like selecting concubines for his harem. Kongtong sword intent, Blue Flame sword intent, Lianhang sword intent. After picking for a while, Yang Chen smiled happily and made his choice. "I decide on you, Destruction Sword." Immediately, Yang Chen focused all his mental effort to comprehend the sword intent into the Destruction Sword. The sword intent gradually trembled in waves, becoming more fierce and intense with each passing day. Sensing the right moment, Yang Chen shouted a single word, "Collect." In the blink of an eye, fierce smoke billowed up, forming a dense mist in front of him. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to pull it towards himself. After a struggle, the sword intent completely submitted and lay obediently under Yang Chen's control. Seeing the sword intent subdued so easily right before his eyes, he thought to himself, "Is this considered a success? Why does it feel a bit too simple?" So Yang Chen stood up, looked at the wall, and sighed in boredom, as if carrying a feeling of overwhelming disappointment. John Wukui approached to comfort him. "Brother, it's okay. If you failed, we'll just come back next time. Wait until you advance to the Purple Palace realm to come." Yang Chen still didn't understand what was going on, asking in confused surprise, "Failed? What failure?" John Wukui was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, and asked back in disbelief, "Brother, did you succeed? Didn't second senior sister say that integrating a sword intent takes at least 10 days to a half a month?" Yang Chen smiled complacently and confidently spoke with an arrogant face. Of course. John Wukui was overjoyed, his voice shouting with excitement. That's way too fast. Brother, what sword intent did you integrate? Hearing this, Yang Chen revealed a smug smile, raised his head high, and said with brimming confidence, Destruction sword intent. John Wukui couldn't hide his shock and asked with his mouth wide open, Is it really the destruction sword intent? Second senior sister said it's one of the strongest sword intents of the Blue Wheel Sword Wall. Yang Chen said complacently, Would I lie to you? Then Yang Chen wrapped his arm around his brother's neck as they walked and talked. John Wukui exclaimed, Brother, you are truly amazing. Yang Chen happily replied, Let's go. We're going to broaden our horizons with the statues. In just a moment, the two brothers set foot on the land named Zongchen statue. They were attracted to a stone slab containing the claw of some creature trapped inside like an ancient fossil.
Seeing this, John Wukui asked in confusion, Brother, why is this Zongchen statue a rock? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be a statue? Yang Chen beside him also stood looking thoughtfully. Suddenly, his artifact spirit appeared and announced, Master, it's hard to believe, but it is actually a Zonging beast. It seems the scene here is not simple. It must have been done by some powerful cultivator. Yang Chen stared blankly for a moment and then asked dumbfoundedly, Zonging beast? Elder Rong hurriedly explained, Master, it is normal that you haven't heard of it. Even in the great worlds of the Endless Void, the vast majority of cultivators do not know of the Zonging beast. The Zonging beast is an extremely rare earth attribute divine beast, naturally possessing spatial divine abilities. The Zongchen statue in this great comprehension cave is in fact a powerful expert killing a Zonging beast, sealing it within the stone wall, and then gathering the earth attribute martial intent to seal inside it. Yang Chen lightly touched the stone slab and said, To put it bluntly, this Zongchen statue is actually the corpse of a Zonging beast, sealing a massive amount of earth attribute martial intent. After that, Yang Chen plopped down in front of the Zongchen statue to immerse himself in tranquility. He tightly closed his eyes, focused his mind, and silently felt what was happening around him. Sensing the intent on each Zongchen statue, he thought to himself, the earth attribute martial intent here is much weaker compared to the sword intent in the Blue Wheel Sword Wall. They are just some strong earth attribute martial intents, without any mix of true and false. Among tens of thousands of Zongchen statues, he decided to choose one that looked different. I choose you, legendary grade martial intent, Great Earth Prison. After that, Yang Chen softly instructed John Wukui, Shakui, I want to comprehend a powerful earth attribute martial intent. The time consumed might be a bit long, so you go cultivate on your own first. John Wukui nodded in agreement and happily stepped aside. All right, then I will protect you. Right after that, the earth attribute martial intent appeared in the form of a golden orb from deep within the Great Earth Prison.
Seeing that the opportune moment had arrived, he immediately directed his entire consciousness to comprehend and control it. About 10 days later, Yang Chen, with a face as wrinkled as a monkey's butt, still hadn't finished comprehending. He sighed with difficulty. Oh God, could it be that my comprehension is lacking? It's been 10 days and I've only comprehended half of it. Seeing this, Elder Rong thought to himself, the master's comprehension is truly monstrous. He only spent 10 days to comprehend more than half of this legendary martial intent. At this time, Qingming, the eldest grandson of the Water Academy's Academy Master, sat in deep thought and then asked frustratingly, Dao Master Ling, when exactly are they coming out? Dao Master Ling replied, Qingming, how would I know that? When they went in here, they didn't say how many days it would take them to come out. According to custom, normally it takes about 3 days, whether it's comprehending or fusing martial intent. They should probably know by then, but Qingming stood up abruptly and said gruffly, the Zongchen statue is the cultivation treasure land of our Water Academy. Those people from the Fire Academy are too much. Taking it over for themselves is one thing, but they also have the thick skin to refuse to come out. Dao Master Ling, how about you go inside and urge them? Dao Master Ling sighed and said slowly, that wouldn't be very appropriate.
That guy Qingming reacted angrily. If you won't go, I will. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Instructor Ling, please guide me to open the restriction. Instructor Ling looked at Qingming helplessly and reminded him, Qingming, they are people from Horman Mountain. Qingming's face darkened, his teeth ground together, and he said angrily, so what if it's Horman Mountain? Outside Horman Mountain, they show off their might and drag down the reputation of our Water Academy. But let that pass. Now they are even bullying us on our own turf? How can there be such a reason? After that, Qingming spoke boldly, demanding Instructor Ling immediately, you just need to open the restriction. I will bear any trouble. Then this unruly guy who didn't know his place just barged in and saw John Wukui sitting outside, calmly comprehending and cultivating. Seeing Jian Wukui sitting there, he glared and raised his voice loudly, get out of the way. Jian Wukui felt that truly being peaceful only brings trouble. His cultivation was interrupted, so he stood up and shouted angrily, my big brother is comprehending martial intent at a crucial moment and cannot be disturbed. What exactly is your intention? Qingming, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, raised his voice, who are you trying to fool? Who takes half a month to comprehend martial intent? You were Jian Wukui, right? I've heard of you. Don't think that just because you made a name for yourself at Fengshen Mountain you are so amazing. A genius? What a complete joke.
Hearing these sarcastic remarks, the blazing fire of anger told Jian Wuquei that he wanted to chew the head off the guy blabbering in front of him. Taking advantage of the situation, Qingming mocked again. Haha, kid, do you really want me to make a move? Jian Wuquei was now furious like a thunderstorm, rage blazing in his eyes, and shouted, I won't let you disturb my big brother. Seeing this, Qingming didn't hold back and smiled sinisterly. Just a trashy little 9th level Tianhe realm, yet you dare to boldly manipulate true qi in front of me? You are asking for a beating. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Instructor Ling tried his best to stop it. Qingming, calm down a bit. You can't make a move. Qingming ignored the advice, shook off Instructor Ling's hand, and said loudly, Today, watch me teach this blind kid a lesson. Then the coercive pressure emitted by Qingming made Jian Wuquei freeze, feeling overwhelmed. Jian Wuquei looked at him with ruthless eyes and snorted in disdain. Seeing that Jian Wuquei could block it, Qingming exclaimed in shock, This kid can actually block it? Thus, Qingming swung his hand toward Jian Wuquei again, radiating killing intent, and shouted loudly, Die! Following Qingming's execution, Sword Ki poured out massively, surging continuously and rushing toward Jian Wuquei at a dizzying speed.
Dao Master Ling turned pale when he saw that guy execute sword intent, and he blurted out in panic, No! Jian Wuquei did not hesitate at all, immediately drawing his sword to block it. However, he still could not avoid the massive amount of Qingming's sword intent piercing into his body. Yang Chen, sensing that something was wrong at this moment, opened his eyes. Glaring with a cold, sharp gaze, he ordered his artifact spirit, Elder Rong, kill him. Upon hearing Yang Chen's order, Elder Rong immediately complied and flew outside rapidly. Outside, Jian Wuquei had already been knocked to the ground by Qingming. Suddenly, Qingming was startled to see the artifact spirit flying towards him from afar. Reacting quickly, Qingming unleashed a stream of spiritual energy and shouted, Go!
Seeing Qingming's spiritual energy stream shooting toward him, Elder Rong only needed to slash straight down and Qingming's spiritual energy was split in half. Afterward, Elder Rong continued to charge straight at Qingming. Seeing this, Qingming panicked, his eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, What? Spiritual energy? Just as he finished speaking, Elder Rong flew over quickly, piercing straight through Qingming's head. Ling Tong, who was behind, saw Qingming fall and hurriedly ran over, screaming in panic, Qingming! Qingming's eyes had rolled back, turning completely white. As Ling Tong held him, he trembled and shouted loudly, You people are truly audacious. This is the Academy Master's eldest grandson. Jian Wuquei had stood up, looked up, silently pursed his lips, and thought, Was that streak of flowing light from earlier Big Brother making a move? At the same time, on Water Dragon Peak, the old Academy Master of the Water Academy, who was sitting in cultivation, was suddenly startled and thought, Why has Minger's aura disappeared? What has happened? He felt anxious and uneasy. Immediately, the old Academy Master released his divine sense outward, covering the entire mountain peak and the surrounding forest. Shanlang Ran, not far away, holding an empty wine jar, sensed the divine sense and thought, This is Old Man Kling's divine sense. Shanlang Ran seemed to remember something and was startled. Not good. Little junior brother. The old Academy Master of the Water Academy dashed from the mountain peak to where Jian Wuquei and the others were very quickly, calling out loudly, Minger! As soon as he landed, he immediately hugged Qingming's body and shouted loudly, Speak! What happened? Ling Tong replied, his face turning purple, his hand trembling as he pointed at Jian Wuquei. Reporting to the Academy Master, it was Yang Chen and Jian Wuquei of Homen Mountain. They shot out a streak of flowing light to kill Qingming. Hearing this, the old Academy Master was furious. He looked at Jian Wuquei and growled, Homen Mountain. He looked at Jian Wuquei with unfriendly eyes, his words filled with suspicion. It was you? But you are merely at the 9th level Tianhe realm. How could you kill my Minger? Jian Wuquei could not say a word. He could only tightly grip his weapon. One of the old Academy Master's eyes emitted a blue light, and he snorted. He looked inside, silently evaluating Yang Chen. The person inside only had the cultivation of the 2nd level Tianhe realm, making it even more impossible for him to be the murderer.
He turned back to look at his subordinate, asking suspiciously, Ling Tong, did you see clearly that it was really a stream of flowing light? Ling Tong immediately confirmed. That stream of flowing light flew out from the Great Comprehension Cave, and after taking down Qingming, it disappeared abruptly. The old Academy Master asked again, disappeared abruptly? Then he speculated, could it be a spirit artifact or an assassin from their Horman Mountain? Then he turned to ask Jian Wuquei, Kid, perhaps you know how Minger died. Speak. Just as he finished his sentence, a call rang out. Academy Master Qing. From behind them, Shenlong Ran appeared, speaking loudly. Academy Master Qing, my little junior brother is still comprehending martial intent. There is no need to trouble an old man like you to come here cursing and swearing just to act as a protector. Hearing Shenlong Ran's words, the old Academy Master became furious and shouted loudly, Protector my ass, you people from Horman Mountain killed my grandson. Shenlong Ran, you must give me an explanation. Shenlong Ran waved his hand, saying, Old Man Qing, I feel that the Zongchen statue should still be moved back to Horman Mountain. Oh right, there is also the Blue Wheel Sword Wall and another Soul Chamber. The instructors of your Water Academy are highly capable, even capable of using their seniority to bully the young. If I hadn't been here, my little junior brother would have been in trouble last time. Academy Master Qing seemed to have been hit where it hurts. He was startled and said hesitantly, This. Then he spoke loudly again. Long Ran, this matter has not been clarified yet. Moreover, my grandson died here, and besides, when I originally borrowed these 3 items, Without letting him finish his sentence, Shenlongran interrupted. Initially, when borrowing these 3 items, you old man confidently agreed, saying that when our Horman Mountain disciples come here to comprehend, the Water Academy disciples not only wouldn't disturb us, but even if someone was comprehending here, they would have to give up their spot. What about now? Academy Master Ching also immediately argued back. Langran, these 3 treasure artifacts are a promise I made to your teacher. Furthermore, your little junior brother Yang Chen is still comprehending his martial intent, so it seems he hasn't been disturbed. The problem right now is what exactly is going on with Minger's death. Shenlongran replied, we should still go outside first, at least wait until my little junior brother is done before figuring out the next step. If you interrupt his comprehension of martial intent, you have already seen our teacher's temper. Academy Master Ching could only temporarily swallow his anger, turning around to leave. Let's go. Shenlongran breathed a sigh of relief. After they left, Shenlongran turned to ask Jan Wukui, Xiaokui, are your injuries all right? Jan Wukui replied, Third senior brother, I'm fine. They are just superficial wounds. Hearing the answer, Shenlongran turned around and instructed, you continue to guard this place. I must stay outside to keep an eye on that old man. Jan Wukui complied. Yes.
Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Young Chen had finally successfully comprehended the martial intent. He thought to himself that after spending a month, he had finally merged this legendary Great Earth Prison martial intent into his own solid martial intent. Seeing Young Chen come out, Jan Wukei immediately asked happily, Brother, did you succeed? Young Chen replied, Yes, Xiaokei, are you all right? Jan Wukei answered, I'm fine, but that kid named Qing Ming you killed is the eldest grandson of the Water Academy master. Hearing this, Young Chen immediately panicked and said loudly, Huh? Eldest grandson? This is going to be troublesome. Young Chen calmed down and said to Jan Wukei, Let's go out first and talk later. Xiaokei, later when we go out, you must return to the mountain gate immediately. Jan Wukei looked worried and asked, Brother, what about you? Young Chen smiled confidently and replied, Don't you know my tricks yet? Sneaking back to Horman Mountain won't be a problem. Suddenly, Shenlongran and Academy Master Ching approached from a distance. Seeing Young Chen, Shenlongran immediately asked, Little junior brother, are you all right? Before Young Chen could answer, Academy Master Ching shouted loudly, Young Chen, was Qing Ming killed by you? Young Chen immediately pretended to be foolish, scratched his head, and asked back, Qing Ming, what Qing Ming? I've always been comprehending martial intent inside the Zongchen statue. Shenlongran defended Young Chen, turned to look at Academy Master Ching, and said, Old man Ching, don't be old and muddled. Have you ever seen someone kill someone while simultaneously comprehending martial intent? Besides, my little junior brother is only of the 2nd level TNA realm. What is the cultivation level of your grandson, Qing Ming? Hearing this, the old Academy Master was so furious that he couldn't speak.
Ignoring the old Academy Master, Shenlongran asked Young Chen, Little junior brother, are you going to continue going to the Nether Soul Chamber to comprehend martial intent, or return to the mountain? Young Chen smiled with his eyes narrowed and replied, Let's return to the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately darted away, leaving Academy Master Ching alone in anger. Old man Kling, farewell. After returning to the mountain, Young Chen gathered with everyone, chatting lively together. Busaran smiled happily and said, A few years ago, when Old Man Kling came up the mountain to meet our teacher, he always praised how formidable his grandson Qing Ming's talent was. He wanted to enter our Horman Mountain, but our teacher didn't agree. To think he would end up dying by little junior brother's hands. Shizan, with 2 grains of rice stuck to his mouth, said while chewing, That Qing Ming was truly a piece of trash. A dignified cultivator of the innate 5th level Purple Palace realm, yet he was slashed down by little junior brother. Chower, sitting opposite, also didn't stop eating and waved her chopsticks, saying, I've met that kid before. He had eyes on the top of his head and was very arrogant. Little junior brother did a great job. Busaran clapped her hands lightly and said, Let's end this matter here. 3 months from now will be the 10,000-year grand ceremony of the Dongchuan Empire. Which of you will go? Hearing this, Shizan and Chower immediately competed to raise their hands and asked to go. I'll go. Senior sister, let me go. Busaran said, Little Baldy, this time you will lead little junior brother and Xiaokui down the mountain. In addition, take 5 bamboo stalks as a gift. Hearing this, Shizan cheered yay, looking happy. On the contrary, Chower let out a sad sigh.
Young Chen pondered, This is the 10,000-year grand ceremony of the Dongchuan Empire, and yet we are giving 5 bamboo sticks as a gift. Is this really appropriate? Busaran said, Little Baldy, this time when you go to the Dongchuan Empire, you must not easily cause trouble. However, if others provoke us, our momentum must not be weak either. Besides, there is one important thing. You must take good care of little junior brother and Xiaokui. Their cultivation is still weak. If they get bullied by others, see if I don't peel your skin off when you return. Shizan gave a thumbs up and said confidently, Second senior sister, you can rest assured. I will definitely protect them well. 3 months passed. The trio of Shizan, Yang Chen, and John Wukui arrived at the gate of Xichang in Dongchuan. Shizan stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes shining, and said happily, Junior brother, Xiaokui, rumor has it that this Xichang is the #1 great city of Dongchuan. It must be extremely bustling. Let's go for a walk. After saying that, the three of them strolled into the city together. The streets here were indeed very crowded. Looking at the people walking around, Yang Chen thought to himself, the cultivation levels of the pedestrians in this city are unexpectedly so high. I even thought that my current 9th level of the Tianhe realm was already very formidable. It seems I will have to be a bit more modest in the future. Shizhan pointed at a shop and said, let's go inside and take a look. The three walked in together and saw that both sides of the shop were displaying a lot of stones. Yang Chen asked curiously, isn't this a casino? What is the meaning of placing these stones here? Fourth senior brother, what kind of stones are these? Why can't my divine sense probe them? Shizhan smiled and replied, little junior brother, do not look down on these stones. There are precious stones inside.
Yang Chen asked in response, Tang stone? Elder Rong in Yang Chen's mind explained, Master, this Tang stone is an extremely rare cultivation resource. Normally, only array masters can use it. Shizan looked at Yang Chen and said, little junior brother, this Da Teng casino seems to be the property of the Dongchuan royal family. After all, in the entire Dongchuan, only the Dongchuan Empire can control this Tangstone mineral vein. Tangstone is a specialty of the Dongchuan Empire. From behind, a loud call rang out, Yang Chen. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately turned to look. Dong Huang Wangsai and Yun Yang waved in greeting and slowly walked over, saying loudly, Yang Chen, Shao Kui. Dong Huang Wangsai approached and said, just now Yun Yang and I were talking about you. I didn't expect to actually meet you. Suddenly, a group of people wearing yellow uniforms aggressively approached. The leader said loudly, Dong Huang Wangsai. His face was dark and grimacing as he pointed straight at Dong Huang Wangsai and shouted, Dong Huang Wangsai, you're not staying with your senior and junior brothers of the sect. Why are you walking with outsiders? Dong Huang Wangsai looked back and said, Xin Jiwen, have you clarified the situation? First of all, I represent Soul Sword Peak, so you have no right to boss me around. Secondly, I'm hanging out with my own brothers. What does that have to do with you? Xin Jiwen was furious but speechless. A person beside him patted Xin Jiwen's shoulder and persuaded, young Master Wen, don't be angry. It's his own freedom to do whatever he wants. Xin Jiwu also approached his brother and said, brother, don't bicker with him. We just need to report the truth after returning to the sect. Naturally, someone will deal with him. Seeing that the people opposite were asking for a beating, Shizan asked Yang Chen, little junior brother, who are those brats? Do they have a grudge against you? How about I hack them down for you? After Shizan finished speaking, he stretched his limbs and was about to go over. Seeing this, Yang Chen hastily grabbed Shizan's shoulder to stop him and said helplessly, no need, no need. They are just a bunch of mad dogs. There's no need for fourth senior brother to take action.
A loud noise rang out. Clang. A massive stone appeared before everyone's eyes, along with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled with narrowed eyes and said warmly, thank you all for visiting the Da Teng Casino. You all probably know the rules by now, right? Once a bid is placed, it cannot be taken back. He turned to everyone and continued introducing, this is the largest rough stone excavated from the Tangstone vein. The starting price is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below clamored to bid. I bid 6,000. I add 1,000, 7,000, another person said. With such a large rough stone, there must definitely be something good inside. I bid 10,000. Yang Chen used his divine sense to probe the massive stone. Yang Chen thought, my divine sense disappeared as soon as it made contact. It's simply impossible to see through it. What about the heaven-comprehending scripture or the Jujing? Afterward, Yang Chen continued to use other methods to probe the stone. This time, Yang Chen's probing technique successfully penetrated the stone.
Yang Chen looked inside the stone and was startled. It's only this tiny? A person next to Yang Chen offered a high price. I bid 50,000. Seeing this, Yang Chen secretly felt pity. You guys just keep bidding. Who knows which unlucky guy will end up buying it? Yang Chen's left eye suddenly had some kind of issue, making him confused. Then Yang Chen was surprised, opening his eyes wide thinking, this Tangstone can help me refine the Wushen left eye. Yang Chen immediately used his see-through magic on all the surrounding stones. After that, Yang Chen found his magic gathering, surrounding a single stone. Shijian quietly used sound transmission to ask Yang Chen, little junior brother, what are you doing? Don't tell me you also want this stone? This Tangstone has no use. It is an item used by an array master. Yang Chen smiled at Shijian and replied via sound transmission, fourth senior brother, I urgently need the Tangstone. It has a great use. Shijian approached the stone and said, little junior brother, even though I am an outsider, I feel that the production rate of Tangstone inside this stone is extremely low. Yang Chen stroked his chin, appearing confident, and replied, fourth senior brother, you cannot judge a stone by its outer appearance. Sinji Wen, who was not far away, heard this and immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha, right, you cannot judge a stone by its outer appearance. The extreme East barbarian came up to Homan Mountain, instructed Rich this time, now wanting to gamble on stones. Yang Chen's face darkened. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. You are everywhere. Sinji Wen, do you dare to bet with me? Sinji Wen showed disdain for Yang Chen and arrogantly agreed. Bet, Yang Chen, you ignorant kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If we bet, then we bet. After accepting Yang Chen's challenge, Sinji Wen waved his hand and shouted, "We are betting. Bring the board out here." Immediately, the shop owner walked out from the back. "Young Master Wen, who do you want to bet with here?" Yang Chen put his hands on his hips, raised his hand and answered, "Me." The shop owner stroked his beard, looked at Yang Chen and asked, "You have an unfamiliar face, and your cultivation realm is not high either. Where are you from?"
Yang Chen crossed his arms and calmly replied, "Huorman Mountain." Hearing this, the shop owner was startled. "Huorman Mountain?" Then he immediately feigned 2 coughs and changed his expression as fast as a spinning top, saying, "The betting conditions between you 2 sides must be agreed upon beforehand. I am just a witness." Shinzi Wen had an arrogant expression, raised 2 fingers, and said to Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, rumor has it that your Huorman Mountain is poor, so we won't bet much, just 20,000 high-grade spirit stones." The onlookers who were gossiping heard this and started discussing in astonishment. 20,000? For an innate realm cultivator? This is quite a large fortune. "That's right. Isn't this bet too big?" Someone exclaimed. "So rich!" Yang Chen snorted, then turned abruptly to look at Donghuang Wangsai and said, "Brother Wangsai, lend me some spirit stones." Wangsai looked troubled and whispered to Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, I just joined Soul Sword Peak, and I'm totally broke. Moreover, I see that it's very difficult for Tang Stone to be produced from this raw stone, so let's just drop it." Seeing this, Shi Zhan handed a golden ring to Yang Chen. "Little junior brother, you are really not generous. It's only 20,000, yet you still have to borrow from an outsider? Senior brother will give it to you." Yang Chen took the golden ring and replied with a smile, "Thank you, 4th senior brother." Yang Chen checked inside the storage ring and was unexpectedly delighted, thinking, there are actually 50,000 spirit stones inside. With money in his hands, Yang Chen immediately became much more confident and provoked. "Sinji Wen, good or bad, you were still a famous disciple from Golden Sword Peak. You can actually open your mouth to say a mere 20,000 high-grade spirit stones? Aren't you afraid of losing the face of the 7 Swords Heavenly Sect?" Sinji Wen was still very arrogant and asked back, "Yang Chen, don't be so full of yourself. How much can you bet? This young master will play with you to the end." Yang Chen was just waiting for this, immediately holding up 5 fingers and saying, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Do you dare to bet?" Sinji Wen agreed without hesitation. "You said this yourself. Bring it on." Seeing that the 2 sides had agreed on the bet, the shopkeeper said, "The 2 sides betting are Yang Chen of Huorman Mountain and Sinji Wen of the 7 Swords Heavenly Sect. The bet for each side is 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. If the raw stone opened here contains a Tang Stone, then Yang Chen wins. Otherwise, Sinji Wen wins." After that, he shouted loudly to the cutter, "Please break the array with the saber and open the raw stone." The cutter immediately slashed horizontally, the sharp blade cutting off a part of the stone. The cut was very clean, and the exposed part of the stone was smooth and flawless. Seeing this, Sinji Wen immediately held his stomach and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Yang Chen, just wait to lose until your family is bankrupt." Yang Chen remained very calm and said to the cutter, "Cut it one more time." Hearing this, the cutter decisively chopped the stone in half. Thud. The stone was split in 2, and immediately a pink Tang Stone appeared, its blinding light dazzling the eyes. Someone shouted loudly, "There are goods!" Seeing this, Sinji Wen was struck as if by lightning, his mouth wide open in astonishment. "Huh? How is this possible? There are actually goods in this old raw stone?" Yang Chen immediately smiled smugly, repeatedly waving his hands like a debt collector. "Hey, hey, hey, if you play, you must accept the outcome. Hand over the money." Sinji Wen tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, having to hand a large bag of money to Yang Chen, and said bitterly, "You were just lucky. Just you wait."
Yang Chen, holding a heavy purse in one hand, returned the storage ring to Shi Zhan. "4th senior brother, I am returning the spirit stones to you. Also, let's go together to the best tavern in Xicheng. It's my treat." Yang Chen turned and asked Xiao Yunyang, "Big brother Xiao, we are not familiar with Xicheng. What is the most high-end tavern here?" Xiao Yunyang replied, "If we are talking about the most famous tavern in Xicheng, more than half of the cultivators in Dongchan have heard of it. It is exactly Shenlian Pavilion." Yang Chen was puzzled. Shenlian Pavilion? What a strange name. Xiao Yunyang continued to introduce. "Speaking of Shenlian Pavilion, the most famous thing is not the food inside, nor the wine, but a very rare treasure, the ancient artifact Divine Lotus." Xiao Yunyang recounted, "Legend has it that no one can refine this treasure. As long as you are a customer spending money in Shenlian Pavilion, you can try to light up the mysterious ice black lotus. Once you can light up 5 of the 9 lotus petals of the mysterious ice black lotus, Shenlian Pavilion will give this mysterious ice black lotus away." Yang Chen was surprised. "There is such a good thing?"
Yang Chen was delighted, raised his fist high and said loudly, let's go to the Divine Lotus residence together." Inside the Divine Lotus residence, a long line of guests was queuing up waiting to try refining the profound ice black lotus. Yang Chen looked around thinking, so many people yet not even one has managed to light up half a lotus petal. Elder Rong appeared, reminding Yang Chen, Master, this is a soul artifact. The refining method is complete trash, wasting good materials. Yang Chen asked back, soul artifact? What is this? Elder Rong replied, Master, the so-called soul artifact is actually a special type of spirit artifact. A soul artifact. Before Elder Rong could finish his sentence, Yang Chen said loudly, Elder Rong, are you saying the profound ice black lotus is a spirit artifact? Elder Rong glanced at Yang Chen, replying, Master, although this is a spirit artifact, it is not suitable for you. Yang Chen looked puzzled. Why? Elder Rong helplessly replied, because you are not a soul heavenly Tao master. Yang Chen asked again, what? Elder Rong then answered in meticulous detail, Master, the so-called soul heavenly Tao master is not just a series of talents, but a heavenly Tao master who only awakens or whose soul possesses special talent. This soul heavenly Tao master is extremely rare. If they mature, they can reach the level of massacring formlessly. Yang Chen was stunned. Is it that terrifying? Elder Rong conferred. That's right. Moreover, beside you, Master, there is a soul heavenly Tao master. Yang Chen was shocked. What? Yang Chen hurriedly asked, who is it? The three of them all approached the profound ice black lotus together. Shizan said, the rule is to light up 5 petals. Then the profound ice black lotus belongs to me, right? The elder of the Wan family, Wan Qi, replied, that's right. As long as you can light up 5 petals on this divine lotus, this ancient artifact will belong to you. There was a man standing behind, mocking. There's actually someone who has designs on the divine lotus. It's truly hilarious enough to kill. The person next to him also chimed in. Do you guys know this bald guy? Where did he come from? Shizan turned around slightly annoyed, pointed at himself and said loudly, your father is Shizan from Horman Mountain. The surrounding people who had just mocked Shizan were shocked still upon hearing this, their eyes wide open like 2 letters O, and their mouths as big as eggs.
Unlike the others, Wan Shi remained calm. He asked, Shizan of Huaman Mountain? So it is a high disciple of Huaman Mountain. It's just that... But before he could say anything more, Shizan immediately took action. Shizan circulated his spiritual energy and transmitted it into the profound ice black lotus, only to see 3 petals slowly light up. The people around were very surprised and said one after another, What? Oh my god, it was actually lit up. One of them said, worthy of being someone from Huaman Mountain, I heard that the last time this profound ice black lotus was lit up was 10 years ago. Seeing that Shizan actually managed to light up the lotus, Wan Shi was startled, breaking into a sweat, and said loudly, this is bad. This bald guy has already lit up 3 petals. If he really manages to light up 5 lotus petals, the consequences will be unimaginable. A few seconds later, Shizan had to give up and stopped transmitting spiritual energy to light up the flower. The last stream of spiritual energy was still being absorbed by the profound ice black lotus. Wan Shi stood beside it, staring intently at the lotus flower, sweating profusely with anxiety.
As the spiritual energy dissipated, the mysterious ice black lotus still hadn't lit up 5 petals. Seeing this, Wan Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Shizan, on the other hand, clenched his fists in frustration and said, sooner or later there will be a day when I take it back to Human Mountain. Wan Qi was wiping sweat with his sleeve, pondering to himself when he saw Yang Chen approaching. So lucky, so lucky. Wait, who is this again? It seems he is with Shizan. Yang Chen approached the mysterious ice black lotus, his demeanor full of confidence. Standing with his hands on his hips, Yang Chen looked at Wan Qi and asked, Senior, is it true that as long as I light up 5 lotus petals on the divine lotus will belong to me? Wan Qi replied, Of course, this is also the rule of our Shenlian pavilion since its establishment. He then secretly comforted himself. This junior is merely at the 9th level Tianhe realm. I am overthinking things. After receiving the confirmation, Yang Chen immediately placed his hand on the center of the mysterious ice black lotus. Upon receiving Yang Chen's spiritual energy, 3 petals of the mysterious ice black lotus immediately lit up. The surrounding people who witnessed this were extremely shocked and began chatting loudly. One of them said, How can this be? The person next to him was also sweating. 3 lotus petals lighting up at the same time? I'm not seeing things, am I? Another asked, Who is this kid? Yang Chen continued to channel spiritual energy into the lotus. He said, 5 petals now. Wan Qi was so shocked his jaw dropped. Trembling and stuttering, he raised his hand and asked, Who exactly are you? Shizan was very proud, stepping forward to introduce Yang Chen. He is my little junior brother, the old 6th of Human Mountain. Upon hearing this, Wan Qi's mouth opened even wider, and his body trembled even more violently. You are Yang Chen? Yang Chen paid no attention to him and casually tried to lift the mysterious ice black lotus. Curiously, even though Yang Chen strained until his facial muscles were tense, the mysterious ice black lotus remained motionless. He thought to himself, Why is it so heavy? Is this a restriction? Yang Chen had to give up, letting go with a dejected face. Elder Rong appeared again and said to Yang Chen, Master, do not rush. I have a way. Just wait a moment and control the sacred flame true qi. Shijan rolled up his sleeves, approached, and said, "Little junior brother, I will help you." Wan Qi still tried to salvage the situation until the last moment, stopping him, saying others were not allowed to help. If he couldn't take the Divine Lotus himself, he couldn't blame anyone else. Shijan was furious and immediately scolded Wan Qi. "You said that if 5 lotus petals are lit up, it can be taken away. Now you set up a restriction to hinder us. You are truly too shameless." Yang Chen spoke up, comforting Shijan's agitated mood. "Fourth senior brother, don't rush. Watch how I take this mysterious ice black lotus." Wan Qi looked at Yang Chen and snorted, thinking to himself that even if someone of the martial king realm came, they wouldn't be able to shake this restriction. He was still thinking that this was just a mere little Tianhe realm kid who dared to speak so arrogantly, when suddenly the mysterious ice black lotus disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now not only was his mouth wide open, but his eyeballs were about to fall out as he shouted like a loudspeaker, "Where is the divine lotus?" Meanwhile, Yang Chen scratched his head, smiling mockingly at Wan Qi. "Why do you care so much? The divine lotus is already mine." Hearing this, Wan Qi swallowed his grievances, tightly gripping his walking stick in frustration. Shijan stood to the side and rubbed salt into the wound. "What's wrong? Could it be that your Wan family wants to play dirty?"
Wan Qi approached young Chen, trying to salvage the situation. "Young Chen, no, young Master Chen, you cannot take the divine lotus away. Let's negotiate. How about we compensate you with a spirit artifact? What do you think?" Young Chen reached out his hand, refusing. "I'm sorry, senior. I feel that the mysterious ice black lotus has a destiny with me. No matter what, I won't give it up." Seeing Young Chen turning his back to leave, Wan Qi moved as if equipped with an engine, instantly appearing in front of Young Chen again. "Young Master Chen, don't go. Everything can be negotiated. State your condition. As long as you are willing to give up the divine lotus, I will try my best to satisfy your request." Blocked on his way, Young Chen said in annoyance, "I will not give up the mysterious ice black lotus." The people beside Young Chen also walked up. Shijan angrily threatened, "Step aside. If you still don't step aside, then don't blame me for attacking. With so many people here as witnesses, word will spread throughout Dongchuan that your people are being unreasonable." Hearing this, Wan Qi could do nothing more but watch them leave. "You." Upon returning to their place, Yang Chen immediately took out the mysterious ice black lotus, and Elder Rong appeared at the same time. Yang Chen asked, "Elder Rong, did you find anything unusual about this mysterious ice black lotus?" Yang Chen looked at the mysterious ice black lotus and added, "It's no use. I also can't see what secret is hidden in this mysterious ice black lotus. But seeing the people of the Wan family so tense, even willing to trade a spirit artifact for it, there must definitely be a great secret hidden inside." Yang Chen frowned and scratched his head. "What should I do?" Elder Rong then suggested, "Master, can't that Tang stone help you refine the Wushan left eye? Then perhaps it can help you see through the profound mystery within it." Yang Chen immediately took out the Tang stone and said, "All right." A day later, Yang Chen was sitting and refining the mysterious ice black lotus, with fragments of the Tang stone scattered all over the floor. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and said loudly, "It's a success."
Yang Chen used the Wushen left eye to see through the mysterious ice black lotus. Through the Wushen left eye, the mysterious ice black lotus slowly emitted faint strands of spiritual energy. After that, a line of golden text appeared from the mysterious ice black lotus. Yao Clan's Peak, Tai Sang One Sword. Yang Chen turned to ask his artifact spirit, "Elder Rung, what is the meaning of Yao Clan's Peak, Tai Sang One Sword written inside this?" Elder Rung replied, "I have never heard of it either. Perhaps it is an item from your world." Right at this moment, Shijan opened the door and walked inside. Yang Chen stood up, leaned close to Shijan, and whispered, "Fourth senior brother, have you ever heard of Tai Sang One Sword?" Shijan asked back, "Tai Sang One Sword?" Then immediately answered, "Who doesn't know Tai Sang One Sword? It is the signature divine ability sword skill of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor." In Yang Chen's head, it was as if a flock of little chicks ran by. He blankly scratched his cheek. Yang Chen continued to ask, "Fourth senior brother, then do you know where Yao Clan's peak is actually located?" Shijan rested his chin on his hand, pondered, and said, "If it is a peak, then it is probably at the summit of Dongchuan's #1 mountain, Yao Clan Divine Mountain." Then he turned to look at Yang Chen and asked, "Little junior brother, why are you asking about this?"
Yang Chen hurriedly shook his head, waved his hands, and changed the subject. "It's nothing, fourth senior brother. What is the matter that you came looking for me?" Shijan took out a bamboo slip book and said, "People from the Wan family brought an invitation here. They said they want to invite all the youngest outstanding geniuses of the entire Dongchuan to a banquet, giving you and Xiao Kui one each." Yang Chen took the bamboo slip, scratched his head, and said, "Then do I have to go? I just snatched the mysterious ice black lotus of their Wan family." Shijan put one hand on his hip, pointed at himself with the other, and smiled confidently. "Haha, little junior brother, you can go with peace of mind. If they dare to touch a hair on your head, I will level the entire royal palace of the Dongchuan Empire."
At the royal palace of the Dongchuan Empire, Yang Chen and Jian Wukui arrived at the gathering place together. From behind, a crowd walked up, and one of them pointed at Yang Chen and said, "Isn't that Yang Chen and Jian Wukui? Why are they here?" A jealous guy said, "Look at their arrogant appearance. It's just a lucky coincidence that they were accepted by Horman Mountain. Their tails are still wagging." Another person chimed in, "Hee, they are no longer barbarians from the extreme east anymore. He is the #1 genius of our Dongchuan now." Hearing this, Yang Chen crossed his arms and retorted, "Yo, everyone, what a coincidence. Could it be that you are also here to participate in the tea gathering?" "No way. I guess you probably went to the wrong place. Doesn't the invitation say that the participants of the tea gathering are all the youngest outstanding geniuses of the entire Dongchuan?" Yang Chen turned around, his words full of aggression. "Being on the same side as you all is the real disgrace to my Yang Chen's name." The group of people who were just laughing, mocking, and being jealous of Yang Chen became very angry and bitter upon hearing this, but they could not do anything.
Wanli Chen fawned as he approached and said, "Yang Chen, it is all my fault. They have always been used to being arrogant. It is not like you haven't seen it at Fengshen Mountain. Don't be angry." Seeing Wanli Chen speak like this, those people felt as if lightning had struck their ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Chen smiled and replied, "I naturally won't get angry at dogs." Hearing this, Wanli Chen felt extremely bitter, but outwardly he still had to appear amiable. "Why must you act like this? We are all the youngest generation of Dongchuan. We will see each other often in the future. Making things difficult like this won't be good in the end." Yang Chen put his hands on his hips and laughed in delight. "Ha!" In his heart, he thought to himself, "I've already been this arrogant, yet this Wanli Chen is still backing down step by step. This Wan family must definitely be aiming for the mysterious ice black lotus." Ignoring Wanli Chen's hospitality, Yang Chen said, "His Highness Lian Chen, I suddenly remembered that my 4th senior brother asked me to do a very important task that cannot be delayed. The 2 of us brothers must leave first." Wanli Chen hurriedly stopped him. "You want to leave? Young Master Chen, don't be in a hurry. My tea party has just begun. It wouldn't be good if you left now." Shin Shiwen suddenly appeared from nowhere behind him, his voice grating on the ears, causing Yang Chen's face to darken. Yang Chen, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to make His Highness Lian Chen lose face?"
Yang Chen immediately turned to retort, "Sin Shiwen, your memory is truly poor. People with a poor memory do not live long. Moreover, what does anything in here have to do with you? Does it concern you at all? Were you born in the year of the dog?" Being scolded, Sin Shiwen flared up in anger to the point of trembling. Clenching his fist tightly, he shouted loudly, "Yang Chen!" Wanli Chen, seeing that things were going too far, shouted loudly, "Sin Shiwen, shut your mouth for me." Then he turned back to Yang Chen with a flattering posture and said, "Yang Chen, actually, inviting you here today is because there is an important matter I want to discuss with you." Yang Chen played dumb, standing to watch this guy put on an act, and asked, "What is there to discuss with me?" Wanli Chen raised a finger, trying to persuade Yang Chen. "Young Master Chen, look, this mysterious ice black lotus is completely a piece of trash to you. If you trade it with me, I will absolutely make you satisfied." Yang Chen thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's exactly like this." Then he touched his head, showing a regretful expression, and said, "His Highness Lian Chen, you spoke too late. My 4th senior brother said this mysterious ice black lotus was somewhat interesting and took it away to study. It is no longer in my possession now." Wanli Chen did not believe it. He approached closer and probed, "Young Master Chen, could it be that you are deceiving me?" Yang Chen pointed backward and said, "How could that be, His Highness Lian Chen? Why don't you send someone to ask my 4th senior brother, and you'll find out. Right, if you guys want to make a trade, just look for him." Hearing this, Wanli Chen became wary. After that, Yang Chen turned around, preparing to leave. "Xiaokui, let's go." Someone used sound transmission to Wanli Chen. "Chenger, stop him. I can sense the aura of the Divine Lotus on his body. The Divine Lotus is definitely on him." Receiving the order, Wanli Chen immediately flew in front of Yang Chen to block his way. He pointed his finger at Yang Chen's face and said, "Yang Chen, don't play tricks. I know the Divine Lotus is on you." Seeing that he was exposed, Yang Chen still calmly put his hands on his hips. "Haha, Wanli Chen, what do you mean by this? Planning to rob me?" Suddenly, a person jumped down from above and landed in front of Yang Chen. He was exactly the 3rd son of the Dongchuan king, Wan Gong. Yang Chen was slightly startled. He thought, I can't see through his cultivation. Even if this person is not at the Martial King stage, he is still a high-stage Purple Palace cultivator.
Yang Chen folded his arms and sneered. "I guess I have finally broadened my horizons on what the so-called royal family of the Dongchuan Empire truly is. First, you lured me into the palace, and now that you can't get it, you start robbing, right?" Wan Gong threatened. "Kid, don't push me." Yang Chen shouted loudly. "Push you? What the hell are you? It is your Wan family who bullies others too much. Haha, rest assured, today's matter is not over. Our Horman Mountain is not just some stray cats or dogs that you can bully at will." Wan Gong still said shamelessly, "You little brat, what kind of place do you think the Imperial Palace is? A place you can come and go as you please?"
After that, he stretched out 2 fingers and provoked. Just a petty disciple of Horman Mountain, and you dare to humiliate me. Take 1 move from me. If you don't die, then leave. Saying that, he immediately launched a move aiming straight at Yang Chen. Yang Chen also reacted instantly, using the lifeless killing intent move to neutralize Wang Gong's attack.
From behind Yang Chen, a surge of killing intent materialized in the shape of a demon's face. In the distance, Shizhan also sensed Yang Chen's lifeless killing intent and immediately knew something bad had happened. Little junior brother! Shizhan rushed swiftly toward the surging stream of killing intent, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" Unfortunately, 3 soldiers saw Shizhan rushing into the royal palace and immediately charged forward to block him. "Who's there? How bold of you to trespass into the Empire's royal palace!" Shizhan immediately raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike forward and roared, "Scram!" A super giant hand appeared in the sky, smashing directly into the 3 soldiers like swatting mosquitoes, causing them to collapse. Meanwhile, even though Yang Chen had used his lifeless killing intent, Wang Gong's attack had not been neutralized and aimed straight at Yang Chen. Seeing this, Elder Rong immediately rushed out to block it. Even so, it was useless. Yang Chen was still struck directly by the attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood and being sent flying away. Seeing Yang Chen sent flying, Jan Wuke shouted anxiously, "Brother!" then hurriedly ran over. Wang Gong was very surprised to see that Yang Chen was only injured and not yet dead, thinking to himself, "What? I dignifiedly used a full-force strike of the Martial King realm, yet I couldn't kill a Tianhe realm brat?" Right at this moment, Shizhan flew in from the sky, appearing behind Wang Gong, and shouted loudly, "Who dares to injure my little junior brother?" Shizhan hurriedly landed, running to Yang Chen's side, calling out, "Little junior brother!"
Shizhan took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Yang Chen, saying, "This pill of mine can only temporarily suppress his injuries. We must quickly return and inform second senior sister." Shizhan hoisted Yang Chen onto his shoulder, ready to leave, and glared angrily at Wang Gong, warning, "I remember you. Just you wait." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately sped away. Wang Gong looked up in the direction the 3 had left, frowning as he thought, "That bald guy just now is probably Old Fourth Shizhan of the Fire Academy. What exactly is his cultivation? I fundamentally couldn't see through it." All 3 had returned to Horman Mountain. Busaran and Kao pushed the door open and walked in. Jan Wuquei immediately ran up to Busaran and said, "Second senior sister, quickly save my brother." Busaran took out from her bag a spirit herb that emitted a strange green light. Busaran approached the bed, held Yang Chen's chin, opened his mouth, and directly stuffed the herb inside. Even though Yang Chen was unconscious, he unconsciously chewed the herb. Afterward, the spirit herb quickly took effect. Yang Chen regained consciousness and slowly opened his groggy eyes. Seeing this, Jan Wuquei was very relieved and cheered happily. "Brother, you're awake." Yang Chen sat up straight, looked at Busaran and asked, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" Busaran replied with a dark face, "If it weren't for that stupid bald guy, I wouldn't have needed to come. He couldn't even protect someone. Truly useless." Shizhan, who was dejectedly kneeling in the corner of the room facing the wall to repent for his mistakes, couldn't help but shiver upon hearing this. Hearing this, Yang Chen scratched his head to smooth things over. "Second senior sister, don't blame fourth senior brother. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would definitely be dead."
Busuran suddenly thought of this and became extremely furious, saying, "To think that the dignified Wan family would be so despicable as to use a Martial King realm cultivation base to deal with you. Little junior brother, rest assured, I have already sent word to your eldest senior brother. This time, if their Wan family does not give a satisfactory explanation, we will level Si Cheng." Yang Chen was startled and opened his mouth wide, saying, "Level Si Cheng? Wouldn't that be causing too big of a scene?" Busuran was still angry and said, "Causing a scene? Them causing a scene is also them breaking the rules first. Do they really think our Horman Mountain is easy to bully?" Chao Er, who was standing to the side, caringly asked Yang Chen, "Little junior brother, how are your injuries? Are you all right?" Yang Chen chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he replied, "Many thanks for fifth senior sister's concern. I am already fine." Hearing this, Chao Er pointed at Yang Chen and said loudly with a serious face, "Nonsense! Little junior brother, don't force yourself with the intensity of your body. The injuries regarding your ribs are indeed fine, but you suffered heavy injuries not long after condensing and rebuilding your purple palace. You must rest. As for settling accounts with the Wan family, wait until eldest senior brother arrives to figure it out." Yang Chen turned to ask Busaran, "Second senior sister, who exactly is eldest senior brother?" Chao Er immediately answered for Busaran, "Eldest senior brother is Yu Jianbei. You don't even know this?" Yang Chen once again showed his clueless and dazed self, asking back, "Yu Jianbei?" Seeing Yang Chen so foolish, Chao Er said dissatisfactorily, "Little junior brother, you truly lack knowledge. You don't even know Yu Jianbei?" Busaran rubbed Chao Er's head and said, "Chao Er, little junior brother just arrived in Dongchan a few days ago. It is perfectly normal that he hasn't heard of eldest senior brother's reputation."
Chao, with a face as if showing off her idol, asked Yang Chen, "Little junior brother, the master of Northern Emperor Mountain. You've heard of him, right?" Yang Chen answered, "Master of Northern Emperor Mountain? Is not the Northern Emperor Mountain that is one of the 4 great factions? What relationship does he have with eldest senior brother?" Chao covered her mouth with one hand and explained with a mischievous smile, "Little junior brother, our eldest senior brother Yu Zhenbei is exactly the master of Northern Emperor Mountain." Hearing this, Yang Chen felt as if he had received shocking news, his jaw almost dropping. "What?" Jan Wuquek was also very surprised, opening his mouth wide. "Huh?" Right at this time, a person respectfully walked in, bowed and reported, "Senior brothers and sisters, there is someone outside requesting an audience, saying there is an important matter to discuss."
Bu abruptly spoke up. People from the Wan family? Not meeting them. Outside the gate of Human Mountain, it was indeed Wan Gong who wanted to request an audience. He asked the person who had just relayed the message, "Little brother, what is the situation?" The disciple who had just relayed the message replied, "Senior Wan, I'm truly sorry. The senior brothers and sisters said they won't meet you." Wan Gong was slightly startled and frowned, asking again, "Not meeting?" He thought to himself, "It seems I've made a big mess of things this time. I must quickly return to see my father." The king of the Dongchuan Empire stood on a high step looking down, asking, "Well, how did the people of Human Mountain want to be compensated?" Wan Gong knelt below, cupped his hands respectfully, and replied, "Father, the people of Human Mountain are too rude. Not only did they refuse to see me, but they also said they want to—" Seeing Wan Gong hesitate, the king pressed, "Want to what?" Wan Gong cupped his hands, put on a serious expression, and said loudly, "They said they want to level our Siqing and annihilate our Wan family." The king was suspicious and asked once more, "Did they really say that?" Wan Gong remained silent at this moment. Seeing this, the king snorted coldly. "Huh." He swung his hand and slammed it hard on the armrest of the throne, angrily shouting, "Things have come to this point, and you still dare to lie to your father."
Seeing his royal father fly into a thundering rage, Wan Gong trembled in fear, clasped his hands over his head, and admitted his fault. "Father, I was wrong. The king waved his hand and said, "Step down. I will handle this matter myself." Anxious and depressed, Wan Gong bowed and left. After Wan Gong left, the king called out, "Buhui, come out." A silhouette appeared in the corner of the room. Wang Buhui stepped out and bowed before the king. "Greetings, great-grandfather." The king looked at Buhui and asked for his opinion. "Buhui, regarding the foolish matter your third grandfather has done, what do you think?" Wan Buhui placed one hand over his chest and replied, "Great-grandfather, we must appear weak in this matter." Hearing this, the king said, "Continue speaking." Wan Buhui answered, "Great-grandfather, our plans are still in the preparation stage, and many links have not been completely solidified yet. At this time, we absolutely cannot afford to fall out with Huaman Mountain. Furthermore, we are in the wrong first in this matter. My intention is to try our best to satisfy Huaman Mountain's demands." The king's expression turned serious as he asked a difficult question. "What if they want your third grandfather's life?" Wan Buhui remained calm and quickly replied, "Great-grandfather, we absolutely cannot agree to that. That stinky brat from their side is still alive. On what grounds do they demand third grandfather's life? If this matter causes third grandfather to lose his life, then our Dongchuan Empire will completely become a laughingstock." The king showed no expression and merely said, "You step out as well. Your great-grandfather is tired and needs to rest a bit." As Wan Buhui obediently turned and left, a bizarre black shadow slowly emerged from behind the king.
That black shadow was precisely the king's shadow slave, Mo Tuo. He said, "Master, little Buhui is indeed very outstanding, and furthermore, he cares a lot about familial affection." The king stroked his beard with one hand, turned to look at Mo Tuo and denied it. Familial affection. How ridiculous those two words are. Mo Tuo, you really underestimate Buhui. He has a lot of scheming in his heart. He even wants to scheme against me. It's just that this little bit of scheming is still too immature. Mo Tuo continued, "Master, let's not talk about little Buhui anymore. The Divine Lotus fell into Horman Mountain. If Old Man Gain penetrates the secret hidden within it, it will be very troublesome." Hearing this, the king also agreed. "That's right, Old Man Gang is mysterious and hard to predict. If we are talking about the entire Dongchuan, the only person who makes me the most apprehensive is him." He clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at Mo Tuo and continued, "Our Wan family has comprehended it for so many years, yet we haven't found the secret of the Divine Lotus. Even if Old Man Gang gets it, he absolutely won't be able to comprehend it either. It's just that if that's the case, we will be completely out of destiny with the Taisong sword."
Meng Ta laughed, raising a finger and said, "Hee, Master, even if the Divine Lotus contains the Taikong sword, that place will become a land of absolute death. Old Man Gang might just die there." At this moment at Horman Mountain, a group of people was slowly approaching from afar to where Bu Suran was waiting. Bu Suran smiled lightly and greeted, "Eldest senior brother, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Master of Northern Emperor Mountain, Yen Ba, walked closer, placed his hands on his hips, and said with a joyful laugh, "Haha, little Suran, you are still weighing every word with me. It seems our little junior brother is fine." Bu Suran joked, Eldest senior brother is still brilliant and outstanding. You can even see through this. Truly impressive. Yin Ba continued, You haven't changed a bit. Then asked, Is that old man still doing well? Busuran crossed her arms and replied indignantly, It's not like you don't know that old man's personality. He doesn't even bother to return to the mountain once a year. He might just die outside one day, and none of us would even know. Yin Ba laughed heartily. Haha, let's not talk about that old man anymore. Let's go. We should go visit little junior brother. After that, the two of them went into the room to visit Yang Chen. As soon as they stepped into the room, Yin Ba and Yang Chen's eyes met. Yin Ba sighed with admiration. Don't say that. Even though that old man has no other skills, his ability to judge people is conversely very formidable. Little junior brother's talent is stronger than any of ours.
Yang Chen stood up and clasped his hands in greeting to Yin Ba. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Previously, I had only heard the rumors, but now that I finally meet the real person, it is very different. Yin Ba asked in confusion. How is it different? Yang Chen immediately said, Before I heard people say that eldest senior brother's martial prowess is unmatched, being one of the current big shots of Dongchuan. The way I see it, that is not the case. Hearing this, Busuran immediately reminded Yang Chen, Little junior brother, do not speak nonsense. Only now did Yang Chen show off his flattering skills, saying, The way I see it, eldest senior brother has a heroic spirit and is the #1 person in Dongchuan. Yin Ba didn't understand how he suddenly got praised, and said blankly, What? Busuran also looked dumbfounded, repeating, The #1 person in Dongchuan. Even though Yang Chen was injured, he vigorously spouted a bunch of flattering words, as if he didn't know fatigue. The strongest people in our Dongchuan are only the bosses of the 4 top-tier top factions, right? I've heard of King Wansheng of the Dongchuan Empire. He is already old and his life is not long. The sect master of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect probably has half of his body buried in the Yellow Earth. And what about eldest senior brother? Elegant and outstanding. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the barrier, surpass the martial ancestor realm, and suppress all of Dongchuan with your coercion. Hearing these flowery compliments, Yin Ba laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, little junior brother, your mouth is quite sweet. But now is not the time to talk about this. What exactly happened with your injury? Hearing this mentioned, Busiran felt dissatisfied. The people of the Wan family are truly shameless, to actually have a martial king sneak attack little junior brother. Hearing this, Yin Ba burned with anger and shouted loudly, Damnable brutes, that Wan family is too arrogant. I will go demand justice first.
Saran advised, Eldest senior brother, there is no rush in this matter. Rushing over to hit their door like this won't give us any advantage. This is the lair of the Wan family. We cannot be reckless. Yujin Bei was still angry, wanting to demand justice immediately. Saran, those bastards from the Wan family can even do things like bullying the weak. Do you still expect them to be reasonable? Saran replied, Using teacher's words, before taking action, we must reason with them. If reasoning fails, it is not too late to take action. I guess the news of you arriving in Sicheng is already known to the Wan family. It is not too late for us to just wait first. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Dongchuan Empire, the 2 sons of King Wansheng came to see him. The one wearing green was Wan Dahuan, the eldest son of King Wansheng. The one wearing yellow was Wan Zhenchuan, the second son of King Wansheng. Wan Dahuan spoke up. Father, this matter is very clear. Huorman Mountain does not intend to let it go. Given their past style, it won't be easy for us to confront them directly. Wan Zhenchuan followed up. Big brother, we don't need to be so afraid. If we are so afraid, when word gets out, outsiders will think that our Wan family is afraid of their Huorman Mountain. King Wansheng, sitting up high, said, Second son, you speak. Wan Zhenchuan clasped his hands and respectfully replied, Father, we were in the wrong first in this matter, so the 10,000-year grand ceremony outside will definitely spread wildly. If one person cannot handle it, it will be quite disadvantageous for us. I suggest we should still talk to the other party first to see their attitude. As long as Huorman Mountain's demands are not excessive, we can agree.
Wan Shang also agreed, taking out a command token and said, Take this command token and go invite Yinba. Be a bit polite. Just say I invite him for a drink. At Huaman Mountain, the messenger disciple came in again and reported, Senior brother, senior sister, someone from the Wan family has come again. In his hand he holds the command token of the king of the Dongchuan Empire requesting an audience. Yinba said, then let him in. The Wan family member stepped into the room, cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Lord Northern Emperor. My father wishes to invite your excellency for a drink. Is that all right? Yinba Samtim agreed. A drink? Then we'll settle the old debts and new grudges all at once. Lead the way. Busaran, seeing Yinba agreed, called out anxiously, Eldest senior brother. Yinba didn't turn around, simply gave a thumbs up and offered words of comfort. Don't worry, little Saran. I will return after I go. Seeing this, Busaran could only remain silent. Young Chen beside her spoke up. Second senior sister, I guess that perhaps eldest senior brother and King Wanshang had a prior promise. He is going because he wants to fight a battle with King Wanshang. Busaran still couldn't feel at ease, letting out a long sigh, and said, But for him to go alone to the Wan family's lair. Young Chen stood up, reassuring Busaran.
Second senior sister, eldest senior brother is fighting a battle with King Wansheng this time. I'm afraid it will mostly be sparring in nature. Midway, they probably won't use their ultimate trump cards. It might just be testing each other. Busaran felt more relieved, turning to reply. Yeah, perhaps it's not just that. King Wansheng is truly an old fox. Maybe he will use this opportunity to settle the matter of your injury. It's just unknown what price he is willing to pay. By evening, from high above, Yinba landed. A loud crash echoed as dust and smoke scattered everywhere, and the rocks and earth below split open.
Busuran and Chao heard a loud noise and opened the door to investigate. Busuran thought, it's the aura of eldest senior brother. They only saw Yinba smiling brightly, with minor scratches on his body, dusting off his clothes. Busuran immediately approached Yinba and asked, eldest senior brother, you aren't hurt, are you? Yinba placed a hand on Busuran's shoulder and replied, just minor injuries, but it was worth it. Let's go, we'll talk inside. Afterward, the three of them went inside. Yinba raised a fist and smiled confidently, saying, that old man Wansheng does have some skill. This time I lost by half a move, but I already know his weaknesses clearly. Next time we fight, victory or defeat won't be so easy to predict. Busuran smiled and replied, that's good then. Yinba pointed to the bag he was holding in his hand and smiled very brightly at Yang Chen. Little junior brother, that old man Wansheng bled a lot this time. Inside are a few treasures that even I couldn't get my hands on. You could say this is a blessing in disguise. Hearing the word treasures, Chao Er's eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly said, treasures? Eldest senior brother, what kind of treasures did you get? Yinba listed, first, the Dengyuan Motherstone. I see that little junior brother's wooden sword is somewhat extraordinary and has already undergone spirit awakening, so a Dengyuan Motherstone is needed.
Busaran felt surprised and said, Dengyuan Motherstone. Seeing Busaran react like that, Yang Chen turned to ask, second senior sister, what is this Dengyuan Motherstone? Busaran smiled with narrowed eyes and answered, little junior brother, the Dengyuan Motherstone only produces one piece every 1,000 years, so it can be said to be extremely rare. At that time, if you put this Dengyuan Motherstone into the wooden sword, there will be a huge chance to upgrade the wooden sword into a spirit artifact. Hearing this, Yang Chen was also surprised, his eyes shining like stars, and he cheered, wow! Yinba smiled proudly and continued, the second item, I asked him for 3 drops of white dew. Old Wansheng initially refused to admit he had the white dew even if beaten to death, but I still forced him to take it out. Busaran and Chao approached to take a look. Busaran asked, white dew? What is this thing? Suddenly, Elder Rung appeared and said in astonishment, how is this possible? In such a remote place, how could there be white dew? Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately asked, Elder Rung, is this white dew extremely precious? Elder Rung immediately explained, Master, the full name of white dew is white spirit crystal dew. It is a rare treasure mixed in spirit crystal mines. Only cultivators above the innate stage can refine it, which can strengthen one's own condensed divine sense and soul power. Busaran happily said, eldest senior brother, so this white dew is the white spirit crystal dew. This old Wansheng is quite generous. Yinba replied, generous? Him generous? He is a petty guy. I threatened him. If he didn't give it, I would chop his unlucky son Wangong to death. Even if beaten to death, he would never have taken out 3 drops of white dew otherwise. Hearing that, Busaran continued to ask, eldest senior brother, then what is the third treasure? Yinba turned and handed Yang Chen a black box, saying, little junior brother, the thing inside has a great effect on you. It's just that completely subduing and refining it won't be a simple matter. Yang Chen took the black box and was about to open it to see. This is... Yinba quickly stopped him. Little junior brother, it's better to return to the sect before looking further.
Chao was very curious and asked, eldest senior brother, what is in this bottle? Yinba folded his arms and answered, I saw that little junior brother has the fire attribute, so I opened my mouth to ask old Wansheng for this item. Actually, many people in Dongchuan know that Wansheng secretly controls a small secret realm named Flame Demon Deep Cave, which gives birth to a miraculous earth fire named Great Blue Demonic Flame. Busaran was very surprised and said loudly, Great Blue Demonic Flame? Eldest senior brother, logically speaking, the Great Blue Demonic Flame is one of Wansheng's trump cards. He couldn't possibly give it away to an outsider. Could it be that old ghost Wansheng has some scheme? Elder Rong reminded Yang Chen. Master, be careful of that blackstone bottle. I vaguely sense a trace of evil aura. Yang Chen also said, I also felt that something wasn't right. Listening to eldest senior brother, let's go back to the mountain and then discuss it. Seeing that everyone planned to return to Horman Mountain, Yinba said, then I will escort everyone back to Horman Mountain now. I am worried that old fox Wansheng will regret it. Chao said boredly, huh? I haven't played enough yet. The next day, everyone had returned to Horman Mountain. Yang Chen was sitting in his room, observing the black bottle with Elder Rong. Elder Rong folded his arms and said, Master, if we don't open it, it won't do. We might as well open it and take a look. I'm here. Hearing this, Yang Chen opened the lid of the black bottle, and a sparkling purple light appeared. Something darted out of the bottle. Elder Rong broke out in a sweat. Seeing that things were not good, he immediately shouted, Not good! Elder Rong said to Yang Chen, Master, quickly execute your origin fire. This black spark is bizarre. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately executed his origin fire, aiming at the Black Shadow. Yang Chen's origin fire wanted to wrap around the Black Shadow, but before it could succeed, the Black Shadow rushed extremely fast and pierced straight into Yang Chen's head. Elder Rong panicked and couldn't stop it in time. Not good! The Black Shadow successfully invaded Yang Chen's body, and it said smugly, "Truly, the heavens are helping me. I didn't expect this physical body to be so outstanding, and the soul has actually reached the ancestor realm. Ha ha!" Elder Rong was anxious outside, flustered, and shouted to Yang Chen, "Master, be careful, he wants to possess you." At this time, Yang Chen was already lying on the floor, having lost consciousness.
The Black Shadow opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Yang Chen's soul, laughing as if it had already secured the victory. "Ha ha ha, your body belongs to me now." But before it could swallow, a flame suddenly flared up, rendering it unable to move. The flame blazed fiercely, tightly holding the Black Shadow and burning it. Seeing this, the Shadow immediately said, "Damn it, what kind of soul fire is this? Brat, quickly control your soul fire and let me go. I promise to give you a great fortune." Yang Chen appeared and questioned the Shadow. "Who exactly are you? Why are you hiding inside the great Loa demonic flame?"
The scorched Shadow had no choice but to answer. "I am a wisp of the remnant soul of the Luyan demonic emperor of the Cloud demon race. Because I was too heavily injured and my demonic body shattered, I had no choice but to hide in this great Luo demonic flame. Kid, as long as you let me out, I will give you a great fortune." Yang Chen crossed his arms and asked indifferently, "What kind of fortune?" The Shadow replied bitterly, gritting its teeth, "Kid, it's an innate spirit treasure. I know the whereabouts of an innate spirit treasure." Yang Chen continued to interrogate, "Innate spirit treasure, where is it?" The Shadow replied, "In the Flame Cave." Yang Chen asked again, "Flame Cave, what kind of place is that?" The Shadow, still being held tightly, continued to answer, "It is underground in the Xicheng Imperial Palace. The entrance is inside the main hall of the Imperial Palace." Yang Chen approached the Shadow with a threatening expression and asked, "Besides these, what else do you know?" The Shadow couldn't bear it anymore and begged, "Kid, can you control your soul fire and move it away first? My remnant soul is about to dissipate." Yang Chen didn't care and reached out to the Shadow, saying maliciously, "Ha ha, then go die." After that, Yang Chen squeezed the Shadow. The Shadow only had time to scream one sentence, "Ah, you damn human race kid," before it completely dissipated. Yang Chen woke up holding his head because he was still dizzy. Elder Rong hurriedly flew over and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Yang Chen exhaled and replied, "I'm fine. Elder Rong, just now in the great Luo demonic flame, a kid named Luyan demonic emperor was hiding, but his remnant soul was destroyed by my soul fire. He said he came from some Cloud demon race." Hearing this, Elder Rong exclaimed loudly, "Luyan demonic emperor? Cloud demon race? How could a demonic emperor of the Cloud demon race enter the Guan realm of the human race, and with only a remnant soul left?" Yang Chen spoke again. "Right, Elder Rong. Have you ever heard of an innate spirit treasure? Before the Luyan demonic emperor died, he revealed the whereabouts of an innate spirit treasure." Elder Rong felt as if lightning struck his ears. How is that possible? An innate spirit treasure? If that guy had an innate spirit treasure, why was he only left with a remnant soul?
Seeing Elder Rong's huge reaction, Yang Chen immediately asked, "Elder Rong, what exactly is an innate spirit treasure? Is it really more powerful than a spirit artifact?" Elder Rong explained, "In the endless void, because the origin fire lit up the chaos and gave birth to worlds of various sizes, all kinds of life came to be. And in these worlds, at the very beginning of their conception, some special treasures were born. These are the innate spirit treasures." Yang Chen was surprised, opening his mouth wide. "Huh?" Elder Rong's eyes shone as he said excitedly, "Master, this is an opportunity rarely seen in 1,000 years. As long as there is even a slight possibility, you absolutely must not miss the innate spirit treasure. 10,000 spirit artifacts cannot compare to it." Yang Chen showed determination. "All right, when I become stronger in the future, I will definitely go explore the Xicheng Imperial Palace." Suddenly, Elder Rong sensed something and looked toward the door, saying, "Master, someone is coming." From outside, a strange old man walked in and said to Yang Chen, "Kid, you're not bad. Come take a trip with me." Yang Chen thought to himself, "Who is this guy? To be able to freely enter Home Mountain? Could it be?" After that, Yang Chen immediately cupped his hands, bowed, and said, "Greetings, teacher." The person called teacher saw this and said in satisfaction, "Yeah, you're not stupid. From now on, skip the worldly formalities. I don't like them." Yang Chen laughed and said, "Teacher, I will go tell second senior sister, third senior brother, and the others. They will definitely be very happy knowing you have returned." The old man heard this. His face darkened as he scoffed. "They'd be happy? I'm afraid they're hoping I died out there. Stop blabbering and follow me." Yang Chen and the old man left together, stopping in front of a large cave entrance that was sealed. Yang Chen asked, "Where is this?" The old man did not explain, only saying, "You will know once you go inside." He then pulled back the seal and stepped inside. The two walked into the cave together. Inside, there were numerous boxes enveloped in spiritual energy floating in the air. The old man looked at Yang Chen and instructed, "Kid, next, you will stay here and read the slips. Once you have memorized them, you may come out.
I will come to check on you once a month. If you don't pass. Yang Chan looked all over the cave, which was filled with floating boxes. His face turned dark as he thought dizzily. So many. When will I ever finish reading them? Yang Chan took a slip out of the nearest box. After taking all the slips out, Yang Chan sat on the ground with piles of slips in front of him. Holding a few in his hand, Yang Chan muttered, spirit herbs, spirit materials, array patterns, pills, treasure artifacts, spirit artifacts. The knowledge inside here is actually all this assorted stuff. Memorizing it won't upgrade my combat power, so what's the use? Elder Rong advised Yang Chan, Master, don't overthink it. Other cultivators wouldn't even have the chance to read them if they wanted to. Yang Chan held 5 slips in his hand and asked Elder Rong, Elder Rong, is there any use in me grasping this complicated information? Elder Rong replied, Master, didn't you often say in the past that your own horizons were not broad enough? Do you know what horizons are? Before Yang Chan could answer, Elder Rong excitedly continued, Horizons refer to the information each cultivator grasps. The more information you grasp, the broader your horizons will be. There are many unlucky cultivators who, because of their narrow horizons, unknowingly missed out on countless great opportunities. Even if a supreme treasure were placed right in front of them, they might not recognize it. That is truly the most pitiful thing. Elder Rong stroked his beard and continued, Your teacher is an extraordinary person. He has very deep intentions.
Yang Chen sluggishly accepted. All right, if it is like this, then I will read. 20 days later, Yang Chen was still sitting in the cave, researching each slip. Suddenly, from behind, the teacher of Humen Satan approached. Yang Chen stopped and called out, Teacher. The old man asked Yang Chen, How many slips have you read these past few days? Yang Chen cupped his hands and replied, I have read 37 slips. The old man looked satisfied. The speed is quite fast, then I will test you. Hearing that he would be tested, Yang Chen panicked and said loudly, Didn't teacher say you would only come to test me once a month? I have only been in here for 20 days. The old man pointed at Yang Chen and said with a smile, Do you actually believe those words? Today, teacher will teach you a lesson. You must remember clearly, when it comes to others, even if you have a close relationship, you cannot completely trust them, understand? Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Huh? The old man continued, Then I will test you to see what the results of your study on the herb chapters are after these 20 days. Let me ask the simplest question. Yang Chen, tell me, what kind of place does this xixiang grass normally grow in?
Yang Chen sweated, thinking gloomily, Here, on this bone slip, it only says that the West Fragrance grass is a profound tier spirit herb with not bad spiritual effects. It doesn't say where it grows. The old man, not knowing where he got a whip from, hit Yang Chen's body and said angrily, What? You don't even know this? Yang Chen raised his hands to shield himself, saying in despair, Teacher, there is really no record on the bone slip. Hearing this, the old man became even angrier, pointing at Yang Chen and scolding, Truly a stupid thing. You don't even know such a simple question. This kind of spirit herb definitely grows in places with dense spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt stunned, thinking to himself, This old man doesn't play by the rules. The old man whipped the wall to show his authority, continuing, Second question. To your knowledge, how many high-grade spirit stones is one soul origin pill worth? Yang Chen sweated, trembling, his eyes darting around, thinking, The bone slip only writes about the efficacy and appearance of the soul origin pill. It doesn't say how much money it's worth. Then Yang Chen silently asked Elder Rong, Elder Rong, how many high-grade spirit stones is this soul origin pill worth? A dead silence appeared. Yang Chen's eyes widened as he nervously watched the teacher tightly holding the whip. Yang Chen despaired. I'm doomed. Elder Rong probably doesn't dare to come out right now. After that, the whip lashed straight towards Yang Chen, and Yang Chen hurriedly dodged. The old man got angry again, continuing to point at Yang Chen and scolding. You don't know the answer to any question. What exactly have you been doing these past 20 days?
Yang Chen was helpless, trying to defend himself. Teacher, it is not written in these bone slips. The old man was very angry, veins bulging on his forehead, and continued to scold. If it's not written, don't you know how to think for yourself? Kid, your performance is truly too poor. Then he threatened, In a few days, I will come to test you a second time. If you are still like this, it won't be resolved with just beating you a few times with a whip. After that, the old man turned and left the cave. Yang Chen helplessly shed tears. Elder Rong, why didn't you help me earlier? Elder Rong only dared to come out at this moment, saying awkwardly, Master, this teacher of yours is extremely strong. He had already discovered my existence early on. If I had come out to help, it definitely wouldn't have ended well. Yang Chen sat back down on the ground, sighing. Then how long do I have to read? Somewhere else, in a room, Yi Tianxi was smiling smugly. Yang Chen, this time not only you, but everyone from your home in mountain must die. Outside the room, there was suddenly a sound, as if someone was approaching. Yin Hua happily walked in and said,
Tianxi, my father has basically agreed to our matter. Tianxi looked joyful. Really? Yinhua, hurry and come in. Yinhua looked at him and continued. Tianxi, you have to reward me this time. I talked until my mouth was torn in front of my father, and he only reluctantly agreed. Tianxi frowned slightly, hesitating. But, seeing his sorrowful expression, Yinhua asked, Tianxi, what's wrong?
Tianxi looked pitiful as he recounted, Yinhua, I am at the Taihei sect, and I really can't do anything to that guy Yang Chen, but I heard recently that he wants to deal with my royal father and my family members in the Eastern Land. Yinhua replied, slightly annoyed, Tianxi, you don't need to worry. Right now, Huomen Mountain is already hard to preserve. What kind of waves can a Yang Chen like him cause? How about this? After some time passes, I will arrange for a deacon to go to the Eastern Land to protect your Eastern Land kingdom and conveniently eliminate the people of Mount Donghuang as well. 3 months passed. Yang Chen was controlling the last bone slips to revolve around his body. The teacher of Huomen Mountain visited again and asked Yang Chen, How many bone slips have you read these past few days? Yang Chen stood up, cupped his hands, and replied, Teacher, this junior's aptitude is dull. Although I have finished reading all the bone slips over these 3 months, I still haven't completely memorized them. The old man stroked his beard lightly and said, Oh, then I will test you to see. He then asked, Tell me, why is Dahuan Temple located on Mount Donghuang?
Yang Chen thought for a moment and replied, Teacher, I feel that there might be 2 reasons why Dahuan Temple is located on Mount Dahuan. The old man inquired further. Tell me what you think. Yang Chen then answered, First, I guess Dahuan Temple is located on Mount Dahuan because it is close to the Yao Clan Divine Mountain. They are probably supervising the demonic creatures suppressed at the Yao Clan Divine Mountain. Second, perhaps the ancestral founder of Dahuan Temple had some special request and had to locate the temple on Mount Dahuan. Hearing this, the old man crossed his arms and smiled, commenting, Although it's just nonsense, I'll consider that you put some thought into it. I will ask you one more question. Do you know what the Manhan curse is? This time, Yang Chen quickly replied, 2,000 years ago, a super expert fell in Dongchuan. Before dying, this expert executed a great divine ability and issued a curse, such that whenever any Dongchuan cultivator leaves, it will trigger the curse, resulting in death. This is the Manhan curse. The old man pressed again. Then do you know how this Manhan curse can be resolved? Yang Chen calmly answered, As long as someone among the Dongchuan cultivators can advance to the Emperor realm, this Manhan curse will naturally be lifted. The old man turned around in satisfaction, walking away as he said to Yang Chen, This time it wasn't bad. I'll consider that you passed. Pack up and follow me. We're changing places. Yang Chen stared blankly, thinking to himself, It's done just like that? Why isn't it like last time? The teacher of Huomen Mountain stepped out of the cave, pondering, It seems the young master already knows the news about the Tai Kong One sword. But is it really a good idea to open the Yao Clan seal this early? With a serious expression, he thought, No, I have to set up a scheme, a big scheme. Afterward, the old man brought Yang Chen in front of another stone door, lifted the seal, and said, Go in.
The 2 of them walked inside together. The scenery inside the cave was a dense garden with lush green plants. Yang Chen exclaimed, Wow! In his mind, he whispered, If I hadn't been in the first cave, even if I saw these spirit herbs with my own eyes, I wouldn't know the medicinal properties and efficacy of these spirit materials. The old man said to Yang Chen, for the next month, you will be in charge of looking after these spirit herbs. If there is a problem with even one plant, you know the consequences. The old man pointed to a stone table in the garden and instructed, The jade slip on that stone step records the important points of protecting the spirit herbs. You can check it yourself. Kid, do not be careless. If you destroy the spirit herbs, not only will I not let you off, but even your second senior sister will beat you. Yang Chen approached the stone table, picked up a bone slip, and pondered. So these 8 medicine fields each have a miraculous spirit gathering forbidden array, and I need to refine spirit stones in each medicine field. I have to transmit spiritual energy through the spirit gathering forbidden array into each spirit herb. It seems that this cave is meant to train my divine sense manipulation power. Yang Chen was very confident and immediately set to work. All right, let me try. So Yang Chen began to control his divine sense, nurturing the spirit herb seedlings. Success was nowhere to be seen, doing more harm than good. The spirit herb was withered by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's face darkened, breaking out in a sweat, premonishing an impending storm. I'm doomed.
Yang Chen sat hugging his knees and asked the artifact spirit, Elder Rong, do you have any secret art for controlling divine sense? Elder Rong immediately replied, There are no shortcuts to controlling divine sense. You can only rely on your own hard work and bitter cultivation to succeed. Yang Chen thought to himself, There are no shortcuts to controlling divine sense. I can only rely on myself to continuously practice and be tempered 1,000 times to succeed. After a long time, the medicinal herbs could not withstand the power of the spiritual energy and lay scattered on the ground.
Seeing this, young Chen wanted to stop even less. I don't care anymore. Sooner or later, I will have to pour spiritual energy into these spirit herbs anyway. I just hope that when the time comes, Master and second senior sister can be a little gentler on me. Young Chen channeled his power into the spirit herb in front of him, and a red surge of power strongly rose up. He thought, it seems I have grasped a bit of the secret. This time it will definitely work. Suddenly, Busuran appeared behind him and called out, "Little junior brother." Hearing his name being called, young Chen was startled and turned around, stammering, second senior sister." Busuran put the basket down on the stone table nearby and asked, "Little junior brother, your divine sense?" Young Chen rubbed his head and smiled, his smile carrying a hint of apology. He bowed deeply and spoke loudly, startling Busuran. "Second senior sister, I'm sorry. My control over my divine sense is too weak, and I accidentally killed all the spirit herbs you worked so hard to grow." Busuran was not angry at all. On the contrary, she reached out, rubbed her chin, and said, "No, that's not entirely it. The main reason is that the intensity of your divine sense does not match your current cultivation. If I'm not wrong, your divine sense has probably reached the king realm, while you have only just entered the innate stage of the purple palace realm. Naturally, it is difficult to effectively control your divine sense."
Young Chen was enlightened and cupped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks to second senior sister for answering my doubts." Busuran smiled and said, "Little junior brother, inside here are all planted seeds. Controlling spiritual energy to stimulate the seeds will be a bit easier. You can use this to practice first." Young Chen's eyes welled up with gratitude. "Second senior sister, you are truly too good." Busuran took a full bowl of rice out of her basket and handed it to young Chen. "Here, eat first." After finishing his meal, young Chen continued to channel spiritual energy into the spirit herbs. Stimulated by the spiritual energy, the sprouts began to shoot up into seedlings. Seeing this, young Chen burst out laughing. "Haha, it's a success." But his laughter didn't last long before young Chen was struck on the back by someone startling him. Elder Gang scolded, fuming with anger. "You prodigal son, in just a short amount of time you have already killed 20 spirit herbs. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens?" Hearing the scolding, young Chen did not resist. He thought to himself, didn't he say he would only come to check after a month? The words of this old man truly cannot be trusted. Elder Gang stood with his arms crossed, watching young Chen hold his shoulder, and silently praised. The young master is indeed an outstanding genius. In half a day's time, his control over his divine sense has improved significantly. Elder Gang turned to leave, not forgetting to say before he went, "I will come to check in a month. By then, if I find that you have killed any more spirit herbs..." Young Chen watched Elder Gang leave, his heart full of weariness. "I guess I finally understand why senior brothers and senior sisters wanted to leave this old man to die outside."
Time quickly passed and a month went by. Yang Chen used his spiritual energy to make the spirit herbs grow rapidly. He thought complacently to himself that fortunately he had the seeds given by second senior sister, and his control over his divine sense had now undergone a complete transformation. Suddenly, Yang Chen heard a noise and knew someone had appeared behind him. He was a little scared, thinking it was disastrous. The old man had arrived. This month he had killed 3 spirit herbs, and although he used the seeds to promote their growth, but it turned out to be Shen Langran walking over. "Yi, little junior brother." Young Chen was surprised by Shen Langran's appearance. "Third senior brother." Shen Langran said complacently to Young Chen, "Little junior brother, the teacher handed over the responsibility of your subsequent cultivation to me. Follow me." Young Chen asked doubtfully, "Huh? Third senior brother, is this true? Where's that old man?" Shen Langran said seriously, "Little junior brother, when it comes to cultivation, I will not be lenient. Although that old man is very annoying and has a bad temper, his teaching in some aspects leaves nothing to be said. I will also report your subsequent cultivation progress, so you'd better watch out and do your best." After that, Shen Langran opened a cave for Young Chen. Young Chen asked in surprise, "Third senior brother, what is this cave?" Shen Langran replied, "Zhulan Cave." Inside this cave, there was a sword inserted into a stone pedestal, and underneath lay bundles of bamboo scattered around. Shen Langran gently pulled out the sword and said to Young Chen, "Little junior brother, you need to use this bamboo sword to peel off the bamboo skin and then weave it into a bamboo basket. Weave 1 basket every day, and the time limit is 1 month." Young Chen doubtfully asked the artifact spirit, "Elder Rong, can it really be peeled?" Elder Rong observed the sword in Shen Langran's hand and said, "Master, you must not underestimate that bamboo sword. Although it is not a spirit artifact, it has an extremely strange array pattern added to it, which is probably beneficial for peeling bamboo." Elder Rong continued, "According to my observation, this cave is for cultivating the injection of true qi into the bamboo sword and then accurately controlling and compressing it. Peeling the bamboo skin is not difficult, and weaving the bamboo basket is also easy." Yang Chen held the sword and slowly brought it toward the bamboo stem. The sword blade was indeed sharp, and a piece of bamboo skin was peeled off very easily. Yang Chen picked up the piece of bamboo skin to observe it, silently evaluating it in his heart. Immediately, Yang Chen nimbly began peeling the bamboo like a machine. Elder Rong tried to stop him, but to no avail. "Master, there is still a lot of bamboo here. You can take your time to try and figure it out." A long while later, Yang Chen was already exhausted, and bamboo skins were scattered all around his feet.
Young Chen asked, "Is there no more bamboo?"
Shenlong Ran ran over and shouted loudly, "Little junior brother!" Seeing his senior brother arrive, Yang Chen hurriedly showed off, "Third senior brother, the bamboo is all gone." But Shenlong Ran quickly pulled Yang Chen away. "Follow me first. Now is not the time to discuss bamboo." Shenlong Ran and Yang Chen ran up the mountain slope, where two people, one with green hair and one with white hair, were waiting. Seeing the two, Yang Chen immediately asked, "Big brother, why are you here?" Dong Huang Wangsai anxiously replied, "Yang Chen, something happened. We need to quickly return to the extreme east." Yang Chen husked again to make sure. "Is it Yi Tanshi?" Wangsai gritted his teeth in anger. "That's right. I received intelligence that Yi Tanshi brought people from the Taihei sect to the Eastern Emperor Sword sect to kill people." Yang Chen said angrily, "Yi Tanshi, how dare he?" Wangsai continued, "Yang Chen, there are rumors outside that King Wansong is about to advance to the Emperor realm. Therefore, the Taihei sect, being a subordinate of the Dongsuan Empire, has become increasingly arrogant. Now Yi Tanshi is marrying the eldest daughter of the 9th sect master of the Taihei sect."
Yang Chen turned to look at Shenlang Ran, third senior brother. Shenlang Ran crossed his arms over his chest, sighed, and said, "Little junior brother, the second has already handed it over. For our personal matters outside, we must not use the power of Horman Mountain. This time you will have to rely on yourself." Shenlang Ran also did not forget to warn, "But little junior brother, remember well, you are a disciple of our Horman Mountain. If anyone dares to harm you, I will definitely annihilate their entire family." Yang Chen, along with John Wu Kuei and Deng Huang Wangchai, hurriedly flew away. He said to Shenlang Ran, "I know. Thank you for the reminder, third senior brother." Yang Chen turned to ask Wang Chai, "Brother Wang Chai, I guess the people dispatched by the Taihei sect must be of a very high cultivation realm. Do you have any reinforcements on your side?" Deng Huang Wang Chai immediately replied, "It is exactly because I don't have any that I came looking for you." Yang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go. We are going to the Zhenwu Great Empire." The three of them set foot in the royal capital of the Zhenwu Great Empire, where Xiao Yangyang was already waiting. He happily greeted them. "Yang Chen, Xiao Kui, long time no see." Yang Chen did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Big brother Xiao, things are urgent right now. I won't waste words. I came this time to ask for your help." A huge question mark popped up in Xiao Yangyang's head as he pointed at himself and said, "Ask for my help?" Yang Chen said urgently, "That's right. I have an enemy who brought experts from the Taihei sect to the extreme east. They want to attack my master and my sect." Xiao Yangyang was doubtful. "How could this be? They are truly too shameless. Yang Chen, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I will take you to meet my father." The trio was led by Xiao Yangyang to the great hall, where the elders were also present, and the majestic atmosphere felt a bit suffocating.
Several civil officials spoke up. "Although we in the Taihei sect have always had deep grudges, now is not the time to offend the Taihei sect. True, if we help the people of Woman Mountain now, once Wanshang truly advances to become an Emperor Realm expert, that will be the day of our Zhenwu Great Empire's destruction." These words make a lot of sense. We cannot play around with the billions of lives in the entire Zhenwu Great Empire. At this time, King Xiaoban finally spoke. "I will seek the opinion of the old patriarch." King Xiaoban walked into a large room, paid his respects reverently, and requested an audience with the old patriarch. After listening, a person's sigh could be heard, and that person spoke. "What is meant to come will come." Xiaoban hesitated slightly. "Old patriarch, ah." From the darkness echoed a voice. "I already know your purpose for coming here. Our Zhenwu Great Empire has a great tribulation approaching. If we cannot cope with it, perhaps the entire Zhenwu Great Empire will be destroyed." Xiaoban opened his eyes wide in fear. "What?" But that voice continued. "However, the hexagram indicates that our Zhenwu Great Empire still has a chance of survival, and this chance lies with the three young people who entered the royal palace today."
Xiaoban was visibly overjoyed. "Old ancestor, what should I do then?" "Satisfy all the demands of those three young people." After that, nation ruler Xiaoban personally met Yang Chen and his two brothers. He firmly said, "Yang Chen, I will personally go to the extreme east with you." Shifting the scene to the Eastern Land Imperial Palace, it was now surrounded by a group of experts. The leading formation consisted of Xu Yinhua, Taihei sect elder Fa Jun, and Yi Tianqi. Xu Yinhua pointed down and said, "Uncle Jun, we are finally here. Below is the Eastern Land royal capital, the birthplace of big brother Tianqi. Let's go down." Yi Tianqi also happily said, "Uncle Jun, please." Seeing Yi Tianqi, several people below shouted, "It's the 13th master returning." Yi Wufang also shouted joyfully, "Tianqi." Yi Tianqi ran over and greeted, "Father." Yi Wufang placed his hand on his son's shoulder and asked, "Have you reached the Purple Palace achievement?" Yi Tianqi happily replied, "Father, the sect has esteemed guests." Yi Tianqi's father realized and happily welcomed them. "These must be the esteemed guests from the Taihei sect, right? Please come in quickly." At the Eastern Emperor Sword sect, a fiery red eagle landed, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Dong Huang Haoshang hurriedly flew over, his face full of panic. "What on earth is going on?" The bird announced, "Eastern Land. The people of the Eastern Land have arrived. They even brought the experts of the Taihei sect." Dong Huang Haoshang hurriedly said, "Quickly go to Donghuang City and Feng Academy, and bring Yang Chen's master and the others up the mountain. Right, you also have to make a trip to the city lord's estate, and bring Donghuang Li up the mountain as well." Following the order, the eagle flew away, but before Dong Huang Haoshang could compose himself, he heard ear-piercing sounds. Then several lion-bodied birds appeared and flew over. Dong Huang Haoshang immediately activated his command token and shouted loudly, "Open!" Instantly, a gigantic barrier was opened. Dong Huang Haoshang looked up at the barrier.
wondering to himself if this mountain-projecting grand array of overhag could withstand it. On this side, Fa Jun asked with some surprise. It's just a small second-rate sect, yet it has a protecting grand array of this level of power. Yi Wufeng walked over, cupped his hands, and respectfully said, "My lord, how could the trash of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect have ever encountered such a formation? Perhaps they are frightened out of their wits. How about I go down and meet them first?" Fa Jun smiled sinisterly. "All right," but secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Good. Let this reckless fool go and test it."
Yi Tianfeng on this side radiated a blazing aura and shouted, "Dong Huang Haozheng, get out here and die!" Dong Huang Haozheng shouted, "Yi Tianfeng, cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, get down here." Yi Tianfeng said disdainfully, "You're at death's door and still dare to talk tough. Dong Huang Haozheng, you won't be able to escape this time." Yi Tianfeng plummeted down, heading straight towards Dong Huang Haozheng, but before he could land, his head smashed into a barrier, causing him agonizing pain as if he had hit his head on a rock. Yi Tianfeng stood holding his head and cried out, "Forbidden Array!" Saying that, he immediately swung his arm, his spiritual energy concentrating on his raised arm. Yi Tianfeng shouted, "Dong Huang Haozheng, don't think that having an array protecting you means you can hide like a turtle in its shell."
Yi Tianfeng struck down onto the array formation. The powerful collision caused the array formation to tremble slightly. He shouted loudly, "Take my palm!" But this grand sect-protecting array was not easy to deal with, so Yi Tianfeng was knocked back. Yi Tianqi witnessed everything and hurriedly turned to say to Shu Yinhua, "Yinhua, I didn't expect this grand sect-protecting array of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect to be so complicated." Yinhua said to that elder, "Uncle Jun, don't waste time, quickly destroy them." But Fa Jun didn't want to make a move yet. He glanced at her and said, "Haha, Yinhua, you underestimate the forbidden array of the small mountain below. Even if I attack with all my strength, I'm afraid it will be hard to break in a short time." Yinhua turned pale. "How is that possible? Uncle Fa, you are an expert of the King Realm." Fa Jun interrupted. "Haha, the land of the extreme east lacks spiritual energy. Even if this array has a proper structure, it's nothing but a facade. Watch me break it." He kept talking, not noticing that Yi Wufeng was already behind him. Yi Wufeng ran over and respectfully reported, "My lord, the forbidden array of Mount Donghuang is a bit strange." Fa Jun showed no mercy and shouted, "Get far away, don't get in my way." After saying that, this guy quietly flew to the forbidden array below. He tensed his body, radiating spiritual energy, and shouted a single word, "Go!" Then a giant lightning hand just grabbed onto the grand sect-protecting array. However, this grand sect-protecting array was completely unharmed. Fa Jun angrily snorted. Yinhua, the father and son duo, Yi Wufeng and Yi Tianqi, screamed out, "How is this possible?" Refusing to give up, Fa Jun summoned a giant bird. He shouted, "Break for me!" Shu Yinhua was somewhat smug. Uncle Jun has even released his soul seed. This time they are definitely dead. Then that soul seed used the extinguishing land claw to strike down. A massive surge of power shook the heavens and the earth. The people below began to panic and look for places to hide, and some gave up. "Hurry and run. Run where? Do you see those 3 terrifying monster beasts? We basically have no way to run. It's over. This time we are really dead." However, the grand array still didn't chip even a little bit, and the people below were still safe and sound. Fa Jun seemed unable to believe his eyes. "Impossible!" He snorted coldly again and launched the next attack.
Instantly, a sword light slashed at the head of Dong Huang Haozheng's monster beast. Suddenly, he saw a black dragon flying toward them from afar. He exclaimed, "This aura is—" The black dragon was carrying Yang Chen's group and the king of the Zhenwu Great Empire as it flew over. Its imposing manner was blazing. Fa Jun shouted, "What is going on?" Yang Chen said angrily, "Damn it!" Dong Huang Huangchai turned to look at him and said, "It's the people of the Taihei sect." Xiao Ban reminded everyone, "Don't rush. I have investigated and found that Mount Donghuang is protected by a strong forbidden array. Your sect will be fine." Looking at the black dragon soaring in the sky, Dong Huang Haozhang cheered, "Reinforcements! Our reinforcements have arrived!" Fa Jun also recognized the black dragon, and he immediately wondered, "Jing Long, what are the people of the Zhenwu Great Empire doing here?" The black dragon slowly landed on the ground, radiating a blazing aura. Yang Chen said to Xiao Ban, "Uncle Xiao, let's go down and see what's going on." Long Chai also chimed in, "Right, let's go to the sect first." The two held their short swords and slid down the black dragon's back to land on the ground. Dong Huang Haozhang reached out to open 2 passages in the barrier and shouted loudly, "Yang Chen, Wang Chai!" Then the grand array rumbled and shook. A hole was opened, and the barrier activated the array. Over here, Tian Bagwan and the Grand Master were still safe and sound. Yang Chen ran over and called out, "Master, Grandmaster!" Yang Chen knelt down and respectfully said, "It's all this disciple's fault, putting everyone in danger." Gonsun Wei said loudly, "Stand up! With so many outsiders here, what kind of posture is this?" Dong Huang Haozhang laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Yang Chen, you arrived just in time." Yang Chen was furious, his hands clenching into trembling fists. "Rest assured, Sectmaster, the Winged Phoenix royal clan won't be jumping around for much longer. This time we returned exactly to completely eradicate them and reclaim the peace of the eastern land." Yang Chen said to King Xiaoban, "Uncle Xiao, I'm afraid we will need you to deal with the experts of the Taihei sect."
Xiaoban then replied, "None of them can escape. They absolutely cannot return to Dongtuan alive." Xiao Yunyang appeared worried. "Father," Xiaoban reassured him, "among them only Fa Jun is at the Martial King Realm. They do not even have the qualifications to face me head-on, just a bunch of useless trash."
Then Xiaoban and Xiao Yunyang flew up together. Fa Jun asked in surprise, Xiaoban, why have you come here in person? Yi Tianxi asked worriedly, My lord, what is the matter?
Fa Zhen did not reply to Yi Tianxi. He stepped forward and respectfully said to Xiaoban, Greetings, King Xiao. Yang Chen decisively said, Uncle Xiao, kill. Hearing this, Xiaoban immediately took action, his hand drawing a yin-yang circle. Then he struck directly at Fa Zhuan, making him turn pale with fear. Fa Zhuan could not defend in time and immediately screamed tragically, Ah, 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 ah. Xu Yinhua panicked and tried out, Martial Ancestor Realm? Why would a Martial Ancestor Realm expert come to a poor place like the Extreme East? Saying that, the whole group rode on their strange beast and shouted to each other, Go! Yang Chen swung his sword down, still shouting loudly, Kill! Yi Wufeng used his sword to block Yang Chen's attack. Seeing this, Yang Chen growled, Yi Wufeng, you deserve to die. Yi Wufeng was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, You little brat, I should have killed you in the beginning. I didn't expect you to become a disaster now. Saying that, he formed an earth thunder vortex and charged toward Yang Chen, not forgetting to say, Go to hell. Yang Chen quickly used the Blackwood sword to block this dark energy. However, the dark energy still wrapped around the Blackwood sword without letting go, making Yang Chen somewhat flustered. Seeing this, Elder Rung hurriedly stepped forward to block Yi Wufeng's attack. Then Elder Rung turned to say to Yang Chen, Master, your combat experience is still too little. On Yi Wufeng's side, spiritual energy surrounded him. He floated in the middle, holding his sword with a bit of complacency. Over here, Yang Chen activated his earth attribute, and rocks and soil began to fly up. He struck out with a great earth prison, and Yi Wufeng looked up, his face full of fear. He exclaimed, What is this? As soon as he finished speaking, he was surrounded by rocks and dirt, with large and small stones flying in to wrap around him. Yang Chen looked at Xiaoban, who was behind him, and said, Uncle Xiao, please help me pursue the eagle that just fled. Don't let Yi Tianxi and the Taihe sect's people escape. Xiaoban frowned and complained, We can't catch up. That woman has a token of the Taihe sect on her. An ancestor realm expert of the Taihe sect has already taken them away. Yang Chen put his sword behind his back, pondered for a moment, and then continued, Then I won't bother Uncle Xiao anymore. This great kindness and virtue, Yang Chen will definitely keep in mind. Dong Hong Hajing also flew over and said to Yang Chen, how do you think the matters of the Eastern Land should be handled? He happily replied, Sectmaster, now that Yi Tianfeng is dead, it is time for the Eastern East to be unified. Uncle Xiao and I must quickly return to Dongchuan, so as for the unification, Sectmaster can just handle it. Dong Hong Hajing watched Jinglong carry Yang Chen and the others fly away and thought, An evil war has appeared in our Eastern Emperor sword sect.
On Jinglong's back, Yang Chen sat deep in thought. He asked the artifact spirit, Elder Rung, what exactly is this thing? Why can't it be refined? Elder Rung replied, I'm not entirely sure either, but its material is extraordinary, and coupled with the unique patterns on it, I guess it might be some kind of token. Xiaoban approached from behind and said, Yang Chen, we will be arriving at Horman Mountain immediately. Yang Chen stood up and said, Uncle Xiao. Yang Chen wondered, Uncle Xiao, do you know the current situation in Dongchuan? Xiaoban thought for a moment and then said, Not long ago, the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect, the Taihe Sect, and the large and small forces of 18 families officially formed an alliance with the Dongchuan Empire, establishing the Empire Alliance. Now, the young sect master of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect, Yun Ji, has arranged a battle with your senior brother Shen Longrun. Everyone is paying attention to this battle.
Yang Chen was surprised. Yunji, who is this again? Xiaoban smiled and said, Before your senior brother went down the mountain, he used to be the #1 in the martial king realm of Dongchuan, but in the end he was still defeated by your senior brother. Now that he dares to challenge your senior brother, he must have made a breakthrough. Jinglong flew to Horman Mountain, where Shan Longrun was already waiting. Shan Longrun immediately flew up to Xiaoban to greet him. King Xiao. Xiaoban looked at Shan Longrun, smiled with satisfaction, and said, Ha ha ha, the Guanfen king is too polite. I still have to go back to guard against those sinister and petty people of the Taihe sect. Farewell. After bidding farewell to King Xiaoban, Yang Chen and Shan Longrun flew down. Yang Chen remembered something and immediately said to Shan Longrun, Third senior brother, I have heard it all. That dog fart Yunji wants to challenge you. Why does your face look like nothing happened? Shan Longrun said dejectedly, Little junior brother, you must remember, anyone who has been defeated by you has no right to become your opponent anymore. If you could be defeated by an opponent you once beat, it proves you are too much of a rookie, unsuitable to be a person of Horman Mountain. Yang Chen put on a slightly pitiful face and asked, Third senior brother, rumors about Dong Ming are currently spreading outside. This is clearly aimed at us, so what should we do? Shan Longrun glanced at Yang Chen and said, Little junior brother, those guys are all clowns. Moreover, this is not something you need to think about. Your task is to weave a bamboo basket every day. Pass the trial of Zhulan Cave first, and then we'll talk.
Yang Chen could only complain to the heavens. Why did he still have to weave bamboo? In Manhan City, Elder Hua was leisurely sitting and playing chess with the blacksmith. Holding a chess piece in his hand, Elder Hua looked at the blacksmith teasingly. Stinky blacksmith, are you trying to struggle to the death? Can't you just happily accept defeat? The blacksmith refused to yield and said, Old fellow, stop trying to force it. Just admit defeat. It's been so many years. Not only have your chess skills not improved at all, but your chess character is getting worse and worse. Elder Hua slammed the table angrily. Stinky blacksmith, is your skin itching for a beating? The
The blacksmith couldn't keep his calm, immediately giving Elder Hua a light slap on the cheek and scolding, "You dead dog, do you want to be beaten?" Their competitive blood boiled over, and the two rushed in, punching each other furiously, their mouths constantly cursing. "Motherfucker, are you looking for death?" After a long time, the scene was a mess of flying chickens and jumping dogs, and the two exhausted old men sat in their respective corners, panting heavily. Even though he was tired, the blacksmith spoke first. "Gangzi, according to our promise, you speak first." Elder Hua wiped his sweat with his hand and said, "I want the key to the Zili tomb treasury." The blacksmith pointed at Elder Hua and scolded, "What? Impossible." Elder Hua frowned. "Are you really not going to give it?" The blacksmith crossed his arms over his chest and firmly said, "Old and mortal, have you forgotten what kind of place the Zili tomb treasury is?" Before the master left, he instructed that as long as the young master has not reached the divine realm, he must not enter the Zili tomb treasury for even a single day. Elder Hua stroked his beard and said, "Stinky blacksmith, even if you were beaten to death, you wouldn't expect what the young master currently possesses. Can you guess why the young master, having just entered the innate stage, sent a message to you asking for the key to the Zili tomb treasury?" The blacksmith asked, a bit impatiently, "Old man, hurry up and tell me, what on earth does the young master possess?" "Origin fire," Elder Hua said with a tone full of smugness, which caused the blacksmith to open his eyes wide in astonishment.
Taijeng exclaimed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Elder He stroked his beard and said, "With the devouring martial soul here, nothing is impossible. Among the 7 emotions' demonic heads, 2 have already entered the Tiansu world. I need that artifact to conceal the young master's aura." Taijeng pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Old man, I can give you the key, but you have to return the Lili root to me." Hearing this, Elder He shouted angrily, "No way, you stinky Taijeng. Don't even think about targeting the Lili root. If you want the Lili root, you have to beat me on the chessboard first." Taijeng snorted coldly and said, "Forget it, here is the key." Holding the key to the Lili tomb in his hand, Elder He thought to himself, "I wonder how the young master's cultivation is going now." The scene shifted to Yang Chen, who was sitting and working hard at weaving bamboo baskets. Several finished baskets were already placed behind him. Elder Gang came out of nowhere and spoke, startling Yang Chen. "Your bamboo basket weaving is not bad. Follow me." Elder Gang led Yang Chen to a large lake behind the mountain. Yang Chen asked in surprise, "Teacher, what are we doing here?" Elder Gang didn't waste words and directly ordered, "Stop talking nonsense. Jump down quickly." Yang Chen said no more and jumped into the lake filled with water. When half of Yang Chen's body was submerged in the water, a surge of pain struck him, making him grimace. "It hurts so much. What is this place?" Slowly, Yang Chen's entire body struggled in the water until only his head remained. Elder Gang walked away without looking back. Before leaving, he also said, "Stay there for a full month before coming up." Seeing the spiritual energy radiating out, Yang Chen realized something. "I understand now. This is actually helping me with body tempering." On this side, Elder Gang and a few disciples were focused on eating and drinking. Not seeing Yang Chen, Chow'er wondered, "Teacher, where is little junior brother?" Elder Gang chewed and said, "He is still in the purgatory dragon pool. There is no need to bring him food for this month." Chow'er let out an ah, smiling inwardly as she thought, "Little junior brother is going to suffer this time." Shen Longran said to Elder Gang, "Teacher, eldest senior brother sent a message a few days ago, asking whether we should respond to the continuous major movements facing the Dongchuan Empire." Elder Gang frowned and said, "Are such trivial matters worth your worry? When you go out in the future, don't say you were my disciples. It's too embarrassing. A foolish person with one foot in the grave causes a little commotion, and you call it a major movement?" Busuran looked worried. "Teacher, we are fine, but eldest senior brother is the master of a local faction. He must care greatly about the life and death of the cultivators under his command." Elder Bang shouted angrily, "He truly isn't focusing on proper work. What is the use of taking in so much trash? Coming up with a nice name when founding a sect? At most, it is just a wild monkey climbing a small bare tree, claiming the tree to be king. He really knows nothing." Busuran held her face and sighed. "It seems that the living beings of Dongchuan are about to suffer terribly." Elder Gang immediately stood up, angrily saying to the disciples, "Pitying the people and blaming the heavens also requires strength. If you go to Xicheng and behead Wan Shang, naturally you can stop this disaster, but without Wan Shang, it won't be long before another Zhang Shang or Li Shang appears." Elder Gang turned his back to leave, not forgetting to remind them before going. "Your current task is cultivation. The man-hand curse will be lifted soon. At that time you can meet geniuses from the outside world. When that time comes, don't suffer too cruel of a blow." Shi Zhan remained silent for a moment and then asked, "Second senior sister, what do the geniuses outside actually look like?" Busuran didn't answer, only turning to look in another direction. At Purgatory Dragon Pool, Yang Chen had finished his cultivation, and lightning erupted all over his body.
Every step he took was followed by lightning. Yang Chen revealed a smug and proud expression. As soon as Yang Chen stood up, he saw spiritual energy radiating vigorously, full of imposing momentum. Looking at the power he had obtained, Yang Chen secretly laughed. In just 1 month's time, my body's physical quality has grown by more than double. This is truly a good place. Elder Gang's voice suddenly roared out of nowhere, startling Yang Chen. What are you still standing there in a daze for? Come eat. Yang Chen quickly sat down at the table to eat and drink with everyone. Shang Longran asked, Master, Yunji of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect issued an intense challenge 2 months ago. Should your disciple go? Elder Gang said somewhat angrily, if he already doesn't know life from death, then there is no need to hold back. Fulfill his wish.
Waiting just for that, Shen Longran happily said, then this disciple will leave tomorrow. Elder Gang took out a rope whip and said, I guess after you kill Yunji of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect will probably make a move. When that happens, use this whip to hit him hard. Saying that, Elder Gang threw the whip toward Shen Longran. Holding the whip in his hand, Shen Longran thought to himself, isn't this an expert of the 9th level martial ancestor realm telling me to hit him? Elder Gang pointed at Yang Chen and continued, you should also go down the mountain together to broaden your horizons. Cultivating the Tao requires knowing when to be tense and when to be relaxed, and practical combat experience is also very important. In Shuangzi City, Gongsun Wu Yai heard a noise and immediately went on guard. Who is it? Yang Chen poked his head out from behind the roof and waved. It's me. Yang Chen turned to Lingxi and said, Lingxi, I heard earlier that you and Q Linger joined the Medicine King Valley together. Why did you suddenly come back? Lingxi glanced at Yang Chen without answering. Seeing this, Gongsun Wu Yai quickly smoothed things over. Sigh. Lingxi has withdrawn from the Medicine King Valley. Yang Chen opened his mouth in shock. What exactly is going on? Gongsun Wu Yai glanced at Lingxi's sad expression and continued. Wanlian Chen of the Wanshang Empire wants to propose marriage to the Medicine King Valley. The target is Lingxi. Lingxi didn't want to put her master, the Taiji Divine Doctor, in a difficult position, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the Medicine King Valley. Hearing that someone proposed to Lingxi, Yang Chen was enraged. Well done, Wanlian Chen. Lingxi, this time you will go back to Xicheng with me. I will declare war on Wanlian Chen in front of the Dongchuan experts. After I defeat him, I will ask to marry you.
Lingxi heard this and blushed from being touched. Elder Gongsun spoke up. Your tone, kid, is not small. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? Do you know what kind of place Xicheng is? Yang Chen smiled smugly upon hearing this. Rest assured, my third senior brother will also go along. At that time, he and Yang Ji of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect will have a decisive battle. Gongsun was a bit suspicious. Your third senior brother, is he that Guanfeng king? Suddenly, Tian Baguang appeared looming behind Yang Chen and said, Kid, since when did I say I would marry my daughter to you? Yang Chen quickly turned to Lingxi, who was still blushing, to ask for help. Here, Lingxi, are you willing? Lingxi smiled brightly, the corners of her eyes slightly wet, and answered, I am willing. The scene shifted to Xicheng. Yang Chen held Lingxi's hand as they stepped out of the spatial rift. Some people from the Water Academy saw this and asked, Senior brother Yang Chen, Senior brother Shen said he. Yang Chen wondered, what place is Longxing Zhuang? What did third senior brother go there for? The other side answered, that is the largest trading market in Xicheng. Senior brother Yang Chen, should we go there now or go to the merchant firm to rest first? Yang Chen turned to look at Lingxi, who nodded slightly to show her agreement. Having received Lingxi's approval, Yang Chen said to that person, then you lead the way. We will head there now. At Longxing Zhuang, a bustling street with people coming and going, Yang Chen and Lingxi strolled around the city together. Suddenly, Yang Chen saw a familiar silhouette. It was Shan Longran. Seeing an acquaintance, Yang Chen immediately raised his hand and called out loudly, Third senior brother! But Shan Longran did not see him, as he was busy arguing with an old man. Old geezer, stop nagging. How about we make a bet? The old man was not willing to concede either, saying, Shen Longran, if it's about competing in martial strength, this old man might not be your match, but when it comes to eyesight, you are still far behind. The shopkeeper saw the tense situation and hurriedly intervened. You too, isn't it just a single Dan origin route? Why hurt the harmony like this? This time, our Longxing Zhuang has a large batch of Dan origin routes. There is absolutely no need to be stubborn over this one. But the old and the young both refused to give in, shouting in unison, No way. The shopkeeper panicked and cried out, You too, how do you want to bet? Just say it. The old man crossed his arms and said, Is there even a need to discuss this? Just bet on whether this Dan origin route contains an origin pearl or not. That will do.
Shen Lang smirked and laughed. Old man Huo, I'm just afraid you can't afford to bet. Ignoring the two of them getting fired up at each other in a corner, young Chen stepped up to the pillar and said, So this is the pill origin route. Lingxi curiously turned to ask young Chen softly, Young Chen, what is the pill origin route? Young Chen explained,
This is the type of bone-refining treasure that causes true qi to evolve into origin true qi. It is extremely precious. Shenlang said, Old man Huo, you are betting that there is no origin pearl inside this pill origin root, right? The old man slammed the table and said, Keep dreaming. Are you being reasonable at all, kid? I had my eyes on this pill origin root first, yet you insist on interfering. Unless you bet on whether there is an origin pearl inside this pill origin root or not, otherwise I am not betting anymore. Suddenly, Shenlang heard Young Chen's voice. Third senior brother, there is no origin pearl inside this pill origin root. Shenlang turned to see Young Chen, and the two communicated with each other using divine sense. Little junior brother, are you really certain?
Young Chen smiled faintly. Third senior brother, I possess a type of secret art. I am absolutely confident. Shenlongren pointed at the large bag and said to the old man, Old man, let's bet all the remaining rough stones. If I lose, I will buy all the rest and give them to you. Of course, if you lose. Nosy passersby stopped to watch the drama. What? Betting the rest? That's way too much. A single piece of rough stone is extremely valuable. The rest must be several hundred pieces. Is Guanfan King crazy? The old man was speechless and said, You... Shenlongren became even more smug. Old man, why are you pretending if you don't have money? You still dare to bet with me? I see you are just a poor guy. Hearing Shenlongren's provocations, the old man shouted angrily, Shenlongren, I bet. Shenlongren, don't cry when you lose later. The two of them, one old and one young, both urged the shopkeeper. Open it quickly. The blade sliced through with a swishing sound, and sparks flew due to the friction. Inside there was indeed nothing at all. Seeing this, the old man exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible! Shenlongren achieved his goal, put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulder, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, little junior brother, we struck it rich! A moment later, Shenlongren carried the large bag on his shoulder and began to inspect the spoils.
Rows of black bamboo tubes were neatly arranged in front of Young Chen and Lingxi. Shenlongren said, Little junior brother, take a look and see how many of this batch of pill origin roots contain an origin pearl. Young Chen sat down, counting each tube, and said, Third senior brother, 21 fire attribute, 17 water attribute, 14 wood attribute, a total of 86. Shenlongren said happily, I'll take 10 water attribute ones for senior sister Chower. The rest all belong to you. Young Chen suddenly stood up and said, Many thanks, senior brother. Shenlongren turned his back and said to Young Chen, This place is still very safe for the time being. You two should focus on cultivation first. There are quite a few despicable people out there, and though we aren't afraid of causing trouble, it is just not worth wasting time on this scum. Hearing this, Young Chen immediately said, Senior brother, there is one more thing. Shenlongren asked in a bored tone, So slow and dawdling. If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. Yang Chen pointed at Lingxi and said, Wan Liancheng of the Wancheng Empire has asked for Lingxi's hand in marriage. Because Lingxi didn't want to make things difficult for her master, she took the initiative to leave Medicine King Valley. I plan to challenge Wan Liancheng after your decisive battle with Yunji. Shenlongren seemed to agree and said, This time after I cut down Yunji, I will accompany you on a trip to Medicine King Valley. Although the people of Medicine King Valley are considered decent at pill refining, their backbones are a bit soft. Yang Chen said gratefully, Third senior brother, then I thank you. Shenlongren reprimanded him somewhat. What kind of words are these? Between us brothers, do we still need to say thank you? Listen carefully. It's a good thing that old geezer isn't here. Otherwise, he would have taken a beating.
Yang Chen sat down and picked up the multicolored stones. He placed those stones into Lingxi's hands, not forgetting to instruct, Lingxi, these are yours. Next, we will successfully evolve our own true qi and then figure things out. Looking at the stones in her hands, Lingxi said, moved. Okay. Yang Chen asked his artifact spirit, Elder Rong, why is there no lightning attribute among these origin pearls? Elder Rong explained, the lightning attribute is extremely rare. Even in the endless void within those massive great worlds, finding just one is difficult to ask for, let alone in the Tiansu continent, a middle-tier world like this. Yang Chen began to refine. Yang Chen closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy slowly invading his body. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Yang Chen opened his eyes wide. Seeing a strange bridge before his eyes, he asked blankly, What is going on here? Looking at the strange bridge, Yang Chen thought to himself, Innate divine restriction. This Dutian pearl is actually an innate spirit treasure. He touched the pillar wall and thought, now that I am at the innate stage, I can try to refine this restriction. At this time, Yang Chen took out the small tripod, focusing his mind on the center of the tripod. A loud swish rang out. Yang Chen exclaimed, Success! After that, Yang Chen touched the snakes on the stone pillar and thought to himself, these lightning snakes are all high-level pure lightning attribute true qi. I wonder if they can help me evolve my Dutian true qi? Suddenly, surges of true qi poured into Yang Chen's body, making him both panicked and in pain. Yang Chen turned to look at Lingxi, who was worrying about him, and reassured her, my lightning attribute true qi has taken the lead and successfully evolved.
Hearing Yang Chen's words, both Lingxi and the artifact spirit were shocked. Huh? What? Lingxi asked in a panic. Since when did you awaken a lightning attribute talent? Yang Chen scratched his head and smiled, saying, a very long time ago, back when I was at the Chaogo Martial Academy. I will slowly tell you about it later. Lingxi looked at Yang Chen thoughtfully for a moment and had no choice but to say, all right. Yang Chen said, right now, of course, there is something more important. I have a soul secret art I want to pass on to you. Lingxi asked curiously, a soul secret art? Yang Chen continued, yes, this secret art is called the soul hammering art, given to me by a senior I deeply respect. Suddenly, Elder Rong appeared and said to Yang Chen, Master, how did your lightning attribute origin evolved? Yang Chen replied, I previously obtained a lightning attribute treasure, and just now I refined it a bit. Then, in a daze, it evolved. Elder Rong sighed with some emotion. It seems there are quite a few secrets on Master's body. At the Benchu Wasteland, a figure had been standing there for an unknown amount of time. That was Yunji of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect. Beside him were the people of the Dongchuan Empire. Wan Buhui of Dongchuan thought to himself, Shen Lang Ran, Yunji. If it weren't for that matter, the #1 person in the King Realm of Dongchuan would probably be me. Yunji of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect was present, and beside him, In Ba of Northern Empire Mountain also appeared to cheer for his junior brother. Shen Lang Ran, Yang Chen, and Lingxi flew over. Someone saw them and immediately shouted, Shen Lang Ran is here. Shen Lang Ran did not land, but hovered in the air, sneering. What a massive deployment. Even some old demons who haven't appeared for a long time have come running here.
Shenlongrong quickly landed in front of Yanba. He then said nonchalantly, Fellow Taoists, many of you have probably heard of my little junior brother. As for this young lady, you probably haven't forgotten her either. She also comes from the extreme east and is the wife of my little junior brother. The bystanders asked in surprise, What is the Guanfang king trying to do? Isn't today the day of his match with Yunji? It seems he wants to say something. It's related to that young Chen, the new disciple of Horman Mountain. I think I've seen that young lady before. She seems to be a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Shenlongron paid no attention to those words and continued nonchalantly. But I couldn't have imagined that the direct descendants of the Wan family's royal lineage of the Dongchuan Empire would deludedly covet my sister-in-law and even want to use martial force to threaten her. Tell me, what kind of behavior is this? Wan Dahuan roared, Shenlongron, you are insolent. Shenlongron looked at him with full sarcasm. What's wrong? You've already done despicable things. Are you still afraid of others knowing? Yunji stepped forward at this moment and spoke up. Shenlongron, have you forgotten the main business? Shenlongron frowned and said, What kind of thing are you? The big issue today is that I have to step forward and vent my anger for my sister-in-law. As for you, Yunji, after today, there will no longer be such a person in Dongchuan. Yunji was provoked to the point of going crazy. Shenlongron, you have always been arrogant, but no matter how arrogant you are, you still have to fight to have the qualifications. I guess, starting from today, the disciples of Horman Mountain will be short of one person. Shenlongron sighed in boredom and replied, Forget it. Then I'll deal with you first and figure out the rest later. I really don't know where a defeated opponent like you got this courage. Shenlongron put on a sarcastic face and said, Yunji, make your move. Let me see your progress over these 3 years. Yunji, furious to the core, shouted a single word, You. Yunji gripped his sword and unleashed the star-chasing sword posture towards Shenlongron. The onlookers also showed fear. What a terrifying sword posture. Could this be a technique from the sect-guarding sword art and the 7-star sword art of the 7-sect sect? It's too strong. The move charged straight at Shenlongron, but he didn't dodge at all. Shenlongron smirked. He only used a single finger to block the attack.
The guys who were just sighing in admiration at Yunji's sword chi were now dropping their jaws in shock. Shenlongron was truly too arrogant. To underestimate the enemy in such a life-and-death battle, is that really a good idea? Truly worthy of the name Guanfunking, no one in our Dongchuan can compare to this level of demeanor. Yunji charged in aggressively, but was fought off by Shenlongron bare-handed. Yunji was pressured by Shenlongron to the point of gritting his teeth to fight back. Yunji used all his strength to defend. On the contrary, Shenlongron remained completely unscathed after Yunji's strike. The gossiping crowd exclaimed again, Huh? How is this possible? Just one finger of Shenlongron easily shattered Yunji's chasing star sword posture. Shenlongron still kept that provocative smile and said, Yunji, you still have 2 chances to make a move. I advise you to get a bit serious, otherwise you won't have another chance. Yunji was provoked to the point of madness. He growled, Don't you dare be arrogant. He continued to unleash the falling star sword posture towards Shenlongron. Yunji shouted out, Go!
Shenlongron looked at Yunji's move with some interest. Falling star sword posture? Shenlongron smirked and waved his hand to strike out a palm. Instantly, a barrier appeared to block Yunji's falling star sword posture. The reflected attack caused Yunji to immediately spit blood and fly backwards. The crowd outside started clamoring. Look at that! Yunji stepped back. How is this possible? That was just a casual strike from Shenlongron. Could it be that senior brother Yunji went easy on him? King Wangshang looked interested. A bit interesting. Yoonji wiped the blood from his mouth and said angrily, Shenlong Ran, I really underestimated you. Yoonji unleashed his final move, Greedy Wolf Sword Intent, come out. A ferocious wolf with sharp fangs appeared. Seeing this, young Chen was a bit fearful. Greedy Wolf Sword Intent. This is a legendary type of sword intent. I didn't expect this Yoonji to actually grasp it. Shenlong Ran was a bit curious, his voice letting out a, That ferocious wolf charged straight at Shenlong Ran. Yoonji shouted, Die! Shenlong Ran fell into Yoonji's formation as the white wolf ran around him. Shenlong Ran raised his hand to strike a palm and asked, Yoonji, is this your trump card that you painstakingly trained for 3 years? Shenlong Ran raised one hand to block Yoonji's palm. The gossiping crowd discussed again. What kind of palm seal is this? I can't tell how powerful it is. Can Shenlong Ran block the Star Soul sword posture? Shenlong Ran is truly arrogant, not even drawing his sword. Yinba, who was watching the battle, laughed with interest. Heaven tier combat skill, Yinba palm. It seems third junior brother is getting serious. Shenlong Ran clenched his hand, and Yoonji's move was completely destroyed. Yoonji opened his mouth in shock. How is this possible? Shenlong Ran smiled and said, One sword. I've only unleashed one sword. Whether you can block it or not will depend on your own fortune.
It was still the gossiping crowd in an uproar. Shenlong Ran acting like this was indeed going too far. Did he think that Yoonji couldn't even block a single sword strike from him? Unbelievable. What a madman. Arrogant enough and full of character. It was Shenlong Ran's turn to strike, his smile full of triumph. Yoonji cried out in panic. This is a sword domain. Yoonji curiously asked, What kind of sword move is this? Suddenly Yoonji's voice startled Yoonji. Cheer, we admit defeat, run away quickly. But it wasn't that easy. Shenlong Ran smiled sinisterly. With a slash, Yoonji fell down, blood gushing out. Seeing her brother defeated, Yoonji went crazy. Shenlong Ran, how dare you? Shenlong Ran still had a smirk, showing he didn't care at all. He said, The obstacle has been dealt with. That blind guy from your Dongchuan Empire, tell him to come out. Yoonji bit her lip tightly, her whole body trembling with anger. Yinba shouted, I heard someone from your Dongchuan Empire wants to snatch my sister-in-law. Step out and face your death. Wan Liancheng stepped forward respectfully and said, Me, I was blind. I will immediately explain everything clearly to the people of Medicine King Valley.
Young Chen looked full of gratitude. Many thanks to you two senior brothers. Yinba smiled and said, It's a small matter. Let's go. Arriving back at Shenlin Pavilion, the doors were tightly closed without a sound. Yinba, who had drunk some wine and was a bit tipsy, said, Xiaoxi, now you are considered a member of our Huamen Mountain. You don't need to return to the Medicine King Valley anymore. It's not that I look down on them, but they are all a bunch of useless people without their own opinions. What kind of cultivators are they? Shenlong Ran also echoed, Eldest senior brother is absolutely right. Xiaoxi, come back to the mountain with F this time. Speaking of cultivation resources, 100 Medicine King Valleys cannot compare to our Huamen Mountain. Ling Shi happily replied, Many thanks to you two senior brothers. Young Chen smiled while thinking, From now on I can be beside Ling Shi. Suddenly, the artifact spirit appeared and said, Master, let me tell you some news. A female cultivator who is a sole heavenly Tao master cannot lose her virginity before reaching the divine realm. Young Chen's eyes widened in bewilderment. Huh? Yinba stood up to leave. Then I will go first. I have an appointment with Master Kong. It wouldn't be good to be late. Young Chen turned to ask Shenlong Ran, Third senior brother, do you know where I can find a dark origin pearl? Shenlong Ran held his wine glass and said, Little junior brother Xiaoxi, you two go back to the Water Academy and wait for me. I have to go somewhere now. Maybe it can help you get the dark origin pearl. Yang Chen laughed loudly and said to Ling Shi, Since it's like this, Ling Shi, I will take you for a stroll around Xiqing. Yang Chen happily held Ling Shi's hand as they strolled around the city. While walking, he chatted, Ling Shi, let's go to Longyun Pavilion to take a look. I heard that Longyun Pavilion once sold spirit artifacts. Suddenly, a burly figure blocked their path. The person abruptly shoved forward, making it impossible for Yang Chen to react in time.
That guy suddenly launched a palm strike at Yang Chen's chest. Ling Shi cried out in fear, Yang Chen! But Yang Chen suddenly disappeared, leaving that guy dumbfounded. What kind of secret art is this? Yang Chen hugged Ling Shi and reassured her, Xiaoxi, I'm fine. Yang Chen took out a signal tube. Ling Shi realized he was about to do something. Yang Chen held the signal tube, pointing it at the sky, and fired. A loud explosion made that guy panic. Damn it! Shenlong Ran noticed Yang Chen's signal flare and immediately thought, This is bad, something happened to little junior brother. Saying that, he used light footwork to fly up, unable to hide the worry in his heart. Little junior brother, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. But Shenlong Ran was blocked by someone. It was Wan Zhenchuan. Seeing Shenlong Ran, that guy roared, How dare you act so arrogantly in Xicheng? Shenlong Ran was in a hurry to rescue, so he showed no mercy to that guy. Get lost. Wan Zhenchuan was not someone to admit defeat easily either. With a dark face, he said, Courting death. Wan Zhenchuan formed 2 giant hands intending to strangle Shenlong Ran. The seemingly insignificant power of Shenlong Ran looked as if it was about to be dispersed. But who was Shenlong Ran? With just one palm strike, he hit him hard in the chest, sending him falling backwards. After finishing, Shenlong Ran hurriedly flew away, leaving Wan Zhenchuan behind in extreme anger. You have broken through to the ancestor realm. Even if the Shenlong Ran has innate talent, he should only be at the king realm. How is this possible?
Shenlongran arrived, and before he even landed, he asked, "Little junior brother." Seeing his third senior brother, Young Chen was slightly surprised. "Third senior brother, you finally arrived." Seeing the wounds on Young Chen's body, Shenlong panicked. "What exactly happened to your wounds?" Young Chen immediately complained. "Third senior brother, I was sneak attacked by a King Realm expert. If I hadn't grasped a life-saving secret technique, I would have probably died here today." Hearing this, Shenlong's face turned black with anger. The Wan family. Truly, speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. Wan Zhenchuan chased Shenlong all the way there and said loudly, "Shenlong, today you must give me an explanation." Shenlong said angrily, "It is you who must give my junior brother an explanation." Saying so, he took a whip and struck the members of the Wan family one by one. Wan Zhenchuan was still standing there, unable to react in time. Wan Zhenchuan exclaimed in fear, "Stop, Shenlong, are you crazy?" Ignoring Wan Zhenchuan's words, Shenlong continued to hit. "Your Wan family is truly despicable and shameless to the extreme, to actually once again do such a thing of the strong bullying the weak. This time you have even improved from the last time, knowing how to ambush." Wan Zhenchuan said, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Shenlong shouted, "Just now, on the main street of your Sicheng, little junior brother was sneak attacked by a King Realm cultivator. If he hadn't grasped a life-saving secret technique, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a simple injury. Wan family, we won't let this go this time." Wan Zhenchuan waved his hand in denial. "Shenlong, this matter was absolutely not done by our Wan family. Absolutely not." Shenlong sneered. "Absolutely not? Do you even believe those words yourself when you say them?" Wan Zhenchuan continued to argue. "Shenlong, first you need to calm down a bit. I dare to swear that this matter was absolutely not done by my Wan family. As for the matter of Yang Chen being sneak attacked, we will definitely investigate it clearly and give you a satisfactory answer." Shenlong set a condition. 3 days. I will only give you 3 days. The scene shifted to the Taihei sect. Itian Qi saw Xu Yinhua looking worried and asked, "Yinhua, what is wrong with you?"
Xu Yinhua turned pale and stammered, "Tianqi, I feel like I've caused a disaster." Yi Tianqi looked at her in confusion and said, "Caused a disaster? What exactly happened?" Xu Yinhua, terrified and biting her nails, said, "Tianqi, I sent someone to sneak attack Young Chen and failed. The other party might investigate and trace it back to me." Yi Tianqi panicked. "Huh?" At the Water Academy station in Sicheng, Busuran appeared, and Shen Laman was also standing there waiting. As soon as she arrived, she anxiously asked, "How is little junior brother doing now?" Shen Longran smiled and said, "He is completely fine. This little junior brother of ours has quite a few trump cards. Even a King Realm assassination couldn't do anything to him." Hearing this, Busuran immediately changed her expression and said, "If little junior brother is fine, let's go. Come with me to meet the old ghost Wan Shan." The two arrived in Wan Shan's imperial palace. The soldiers, seeing strangers, shouted loudly, "Who is it? You are truly courting death. Do you know what place this is?" Busuran didn't say much and directly launched a move toward the soldiers. They all dodged, and the spot where they were originally standing was blown up by her technique. Busuran and Shenlongran hovered in the midair, and she shouted loudly, "Old ghost Wan Shan, get out here." Wan Zhenchuan ran out, saw the scene, and panicked. "Didn't we agree on 3 days? How much time has even passed?" Although Wan Zhenchuan was afraid, he still acted tough. "Shenlongran, you are really bullying our Wan family as if there's no one here." Not giving Shenlongran a chance to speak, Busuran spoke up. "You are not qualified to act arrogant in front of me. Tell the old ghost Wan Shan to come out." Seeing such a formidable figure, Wan Zhenchuan turned pale. 5th level martial ancestor realm. Is this woman the second disciple of that old monster from Horman Mountain? Busuran continued, "It seems the old ghost Wan Shan is not here. Now hand over the assassin and give me a satisfactory answer. Then I might spare you all. Otherwise people will probably die in your Sicheng's imperial palace today." Suddenly an old man appeared from nowhere and laughed loudly. "Heh. It was an elder of the Wan family, Elder Yi, and he said, 'Little girl, I'm afraid even if your master came here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Today this seat will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master.'" Busuran didn't say anything and immediately launched a strike. "This is—" Elder Yi was terrified. "What? This is—" Suddenly, Elder Yi clutched his head and screamed in agony. "Ah!" Then he fell straight down from the sky to the ground. Wan Zhenchuan hurriedly caught him. "Elder Yi!" Several elders of the Wan family also ran out to criticize. The second elder of the Wan family, Wan Ji, shouted loudly, "Girl, your methods are truly vicious." Busuran didn't care at all. She said angrily, "Old man, I already showed mercy just now. If your Wan family does not hand over the murderer today, bear the consequences yourselves." Wan Ji launched a palm strike at Busuran and shouted, "Junior, you are too arrogant." Seeing Busuran in danger, Shang Langren shouted in panic, "Suran, be careful."
Busuran's face hardened, her anger reaching its peak. Bullying the young relying on old age is indeed the style of your Wan family, you old undying fogies. You brought this upon yourselves. With that said, a command token was tossed out by Busuran. She directed the command token toward the giant arm reaching for her. The moment the command token touched that giant hand, an earthquake instantly occurred. Wan Zhenchuan turned pale with fright. Such a weird spiritual energy. Wan Ji suddenly hugged his head and cried out in agony, making Wan Zhenchuan even more panicked. Wan Ji fell to the ground, rolling back and forth while holding his head in pain. The great elder of the Wan family, Wan Zhanggu, shouted in both confusion and fear, "Old Ji!" Wan Ji, while holding his head and punching the ground, said angrily, "Zhanggu, she specializes in divine sense attacks." Wan Zhangguo turned to ask Wan Zhanchuan, Shao Chuan, what on earth is going on? Shan Langran said in a cold voice, stop pretending here. Regarding the assassination of my little junior brother, your Dongchuan Empire must give us an explanation today. Wan Zhanchuan hurriedly explained, Shan Langran, regarding the assassination of your junior brother Yang Chen, it was truly not our Wan family's doing. We are still investigating the real culprit and already have some clues. Wan Zhangguo stroked his beard and interjected, that's right, our Wan family and your home in Mountain have had some entanglements in the past, but no matter what, we would not plot to harm your junior brother. Such an obvious logic, I believe you all should understand it, right?
Busaran said with a stern face, even if your Wan family didn't do this, the Wan family cannot escape involvement. If you don't give an explanation today, our Huomen Mountain will not let the Dongchuan Empire off. Wan Zhendriga turned to Wan Zhenchuan and said, Chao Chuan, haven't you already investigated some clues? Who did it? Wan Zhenchuan replied, according to the information currently grasped, the culprit comes from Lui City, named Lu Jue, an abandoned child of the Lu family. Wan Zhendriga was a bit surprised. Does that Lu Jue have a grudge against Yang Chen? What does this have to do with the Lu family? Wan Zhenchuan explained, Lu Jue and Yang Chen have no grudges or enmity. The two have never even met before. The one who ordered him is probably Yang Inhua, the daughter of Yang Dadu from the Taihei sect. Lu Jue was originally a piece of trash, and it was only with the help of Yang Inhua that he was able to advance to the king realm. This action is precisely to repay her kindness. Wan Zhendriga looked towards Busaran and Shen Langren and said, Miss, give me 2 days. I will definitely arrest everyone involved in this matter and hand them over to you personally. Busaran softened her tone. 2 days? I will wait 2 days. Wait at the Shuiyu Merchant Guild. Having said that, Busaran and Shen Langren flew away. Down below, Wan Zhendriga also anxiously ordered Wan Zhenchuan, go investigate a bit. Quickly bring the people over there. Right now, the most important thing is stability. Don't let anything happen. Wan Zhenchuan received the order. Yes.
2 days later, a group of people gathered at the Water Academy merchant firm. The Grand Hall Master of the Taihei sect, Huang Zhu, was present. Xu Yinhua's father, Xu Dadu, brought his daughter along. Xu Yinhua lowered her eyes and hid behind her father. Her hands were tightly bound, and her face showed traces of grievance and fear. Yang Chen, Bu Suran, and Shen Langran were already waiting. Wan Zhenchuan spoke up. I have brought Xu Yinhua, the mastermind behind the assassination of Yang Chen. Yang Chen said angrily, where is that black-faced bastard? Wan Zhenchuan took out the corpse of Lu Tui and said, the murderer Lu Tui has committed suicide. Here is the body. Yang Chen asked again, where is Etianqi? Why don't I see Etianqi? Xu Dadu immediately replied, that beast ran away. Yang Chen's face darkened with anger as he shouted, do you think I'm a fool? The real mastermind behind my assassination is not only Xu Yinhua, but also Etianqi. Does your Taihei sect want to protect him? Huang Zhu said angrily, Yang Chen, don't go too far. Yang Chen pointed at Huang Zhu and shouted, are your eyes no good? You can't distinguish black from white. It was your little master here who was assassinated on the streets of Sicheng. If not for a life-saving secret art, I would have lost my life. Shen Langran glared. Huang Zhu, you sure put on great airs. Huang Zhu panicked and immediately changed his tone. No, Shen Langran, I didn't mean it that way. Xu Yinhua and Yi Tianqi joined hands to assassinate Yang Chen. Our Taihei sect knew nothing about this matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to apologize this time.
Bu Saran also glanced over. Apologize? Is there anyone who apologizes like you do? I really don't know how the great hallmaster of your Taihei sect operates. Leaving the slander aside, when facing such a situation, you actually let the culprit escape. As far as I know, Yi Tianqi is merely at the Purple Palace realm, right? Master Huang was tongue-tied. This? Bu Saran flared up in anger again. Is this the Wan family's way of giving an explanation? Wan Zhenchuan's face darkened as he asked, what exactly does your Huomen Mountain want? Bu Saran stated her demands. First, Yu Dadu, as the 9th hallmaster of the Taihei sect, was strict neither in teaching his daughter nor in guiding his disciple. He must personally punish Yu Yanhua. Yu Dadu clenched his fists and roared. What? You dare? Bu Saran continued. Second, your Taihei sect must capture Etianqi within a time limit of 3 days. As for the third, because of your Taihei sect's despicable actions that caused my little junior brother to be severely injured, you must compensate him with a spirit artifact. Master Huang was furious to the extreme, intending to rush forward and fight to the death with Yang Chen's group. You are bullying people too much. Wan Zhenchuan hurriedly stopped him. Master Huang, don't be angry. Wan Zhenchuan quickly said, ignoring Master Huang, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. These 3 demands are very reasonable. I don't feel there is anything inappropriate. Master Huang roared in anger. What did you say? Master Huang cleared his throat a few times and said to Wan Zhenchuan, Wan Zhenchuan, our Taihei Hall cannot possibly agree to these 3 demands. Wan Zhenchuan glanced at the 3 people in Yang Chen's group and said, Brother Huang, agree to their terms for now. Anyway, they won't be jumping around for much longer. We are in the wrong in this matter. We cannot let them endlessly entangle us.
Master Huang pondered in silence, raising his hand to rub his face before observing the other 3. Master Huang then said softly to Bu Saran,
We have no other opinions regarding your 3 conditions, especially the second one related to Yeshi Chi. From top to bottom, our entire family is now eagerly waiting to eat his flesh and peel his skin, but that scum is already fled to the Dongchuan secret realm. I am afraid it will be very difficult to catch him in 3 days. Busaran said, then within 7 days. He must be caught within 7 days. Master Huang clutched his head and turned to ask Yu Dodadu for help. Dodadu, do it. Yu Dodadu raised his hand towards Yu Inhua, and Yu Inhua looked up at her father. A heaven-shaking slap struck Yu Inhua's face, making her unable to stand firm. Yu Inhua fell to the ground and fainted. Then Yu Dodadu picked up his daughter and left. Before leaving, he added, starting from today, I, Yu Dodadu, am no longer a member of the Taihei sect. I will personally come to settle this debt in the future. Master Huang also threw something towards Busaran. This is the spirit artifact that our Taihei sect is compensating with. Farewell. Busaran handed it to Yang Chen. Little junior brother, take it. Yang Chen immediately stored this spirit artifact away. He suddenly stood dazed. Shen Langran asked worriedly, little junior brother, is there something wrong with the item? Yang Chen held up a hairpin and asked curiously, what is this thing? Shen Langran laughed and said, ha 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 ha, this is probably a defensive spirit artifact, but looking at its style, it is meant for girls to use. Yang Chen immediately handed the spirit artifact to Busaran and said, second senior sister, you are innately beautiful. I am giving this hairpin to you. Busaran looked at the hairpin and said in satisfaction, in that case, your senior sister will accept it. This hairpin is indeed very beautiful. Yang Chen took the opportunity to add, it's just that, second senior sister, I still have a request. Busaran happily pinned the hairpin in her hair and said, speak. Lingxi beside her whispered, second senior sister, I have a close friend named Linger. She and Xiaokui like each other. Now that I have to immediately go to Horman Mountain, could you let Linger? Before Lingxi can finish her sentence, Busaran immediately agreed. No problem.
No problem. The scene shifts to the front of Huamen Mountain. Yang Chen, along with Lingxi and Ling Er, are on their way up Huamen Mountain. Ling Er wondered, Yang Chen, what are the rules on the mountain? Tell us quickly, what do we need to pay attention to? Yang Chen was speechless. This. Lingxi was also impatient. Yang Chen, speak quickly. I also want to know. Yang Chen rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, there are actually no rules on the mountain, but cultivation tasks must be completed. If the daily cultivation tasks are not completed, a light punishment means no food, and a heavy one means being punished. Ling Er laughed gleefully and said, if there's no food, then there's no food. With our cultivation bases, even if we don't eat for months, it won't be a problem. Busaran and Xiaoer heard the noise and turned around. It turned out to be their own people. Yang Chen happily showed off, second senior sister, I have brought them up the mountain. When Xiaoer saw Lingxi, her eyes lit up. What a pretty big sister. Suddenly, Xiaoer put her hands on her hips and said in a childish voice, no, I can't call you big sister. I am the big sister. Busaran reminded them, everyone sit down, let's eat first. A gigantic piece of meat was served. Yang Chen and Shen Langran were so thrilled to see it that their eyes lit up like lamps. Lingxi looked at the meat on the table with full curiosity. She thought to herself, what is going on here? Could it be that this meat is extremely delicious? Busaran cut a piece of meat onto a plate for Lingxi and invited her, eat. Lingxi picked up a huge piece and put it in her mouth, chewing loudly. Because the piece of meat was too big, Lingxi choked on it and she thumped her chest to make the meat go down. Seeing Lingxi's painful appearance, Busaran said to Xiaoer, Xiaoer, help Lingxi. Hearing this, Xiaoer immediately channeled her energy to regulate and dissolve the spiritual energy inside the meat for Lingxi. Lingxi cried out in horror, what kind of meat is this?
Yang Chen recalled the scene of himself choking on a piece of meat when he tried it for the first time, just like Linger. He calmly said, true dragon meat. Linger exclaimed, true dragon? Isn't this a legendary creature? Busaran reminded, eat Linger, your body is a bit weak. Eating a little dragon meat regularly can slightly upgrade your body's strength, but in the beginning you shouldn't eat too much. Busaran continued, Xiaoer, Linger will cultivate with you first. Every day after she finishes chopping bamboo, go to the purple bamboo forest to cultivate. Xiaoer happily accepted, yes. Busaran turned to Lingxi and said, Lingxi, you will follow me to cultivate from now on. Shen Langran stood there, leaned close to Yang Chen and whispered, this little girlfriend of little junior brother is not simple. Could it be that she has some secret on her that I can't see through? Yang Chen immediately concluded, it seems I have to take the time to improve my cultivation. Busaran reminded little junior brother again, little junior brother, just rest for 10 days first, then go to the Ye cave to cultivate. Shen Langran asked in shock, Saran, little junior brother has just entered the innate stage for the first time. Going into the Ye cave so quickly, isn't it a bit? Busaran explained, this is master's arrangement, just tell little junior brother to follow it. After saying that, Busaran and Lingxi left. Yang Chen still stood there watching the two of them. Yang Chen turned and asked Shen Langran, third senior brother, what is cultivated in the Ye cave? Shen Langran held his head helplessly and said, that is a very terrifying place. I hope you can endure it. Yang Chen's face was full of confusion. Huh? The scene shifted to the Ye cave. Yang Chen and Shen Langran had already arrived.
Yang Chen walked and asked, 13 your brother, have we arrived at Ye cave? Can you tell me what Ye cave actually is now? Shen Langran replied, little junior brother, Ye cave is extremely terrifying.
It is precisely the place to condense the martial heart. Yang Chen asked doubtfully, Martial heart? Shenlong explained, once cultivation enters the innate stage, there is a concept called the path of the martial emperor, and for the path of the martial emperor, the first thing needed is to condense the martial heart. Do you know why those 9th-level martial ancestor realm experts of our Dongchan cannot advance to the emperor realm? Even Wanchong still has to rely on external items. His success rate of becoming an emperor realm expert this time is not even 30%. The most important reason for this is condensing the martial heart. Not a single one of them has condensed a martial heart. Yang Chen wondered, 13 your brother, can the martial heart really be condensed into a physical form? Shenlong smiled in satisfaction and replied, of course. On our Human Mountain, eldest senior brother, your second senior sister, me, and also fourth senior brother have all successfully condensed our martial hearts. In Master's words, the martial emperor realm is not a difficult matter for us. Furthermore, the martial emperor realm is not our final destination either. Yang Chen stroked his chin and pondered, 13 your brother, does condensing the martial heart help with the evolution of true qi into true origin? Shenlong turned abruptly and said, condensing the martial heart has absolutely no direct relationship with the condensation of true origin. After that, Shenlong waved his hand, and earth and rocks flew up to reveal a deep pit. Yang Chen opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Shenlong said to Yang Chen, go down. Yang Chen was pushed into that pit by Shenlong, leaving him no time to react. Yang Chen fell into a pool of liquid and asked in surprise, water? Yang Chen was stunned and bewildered, not understanding what was going on. His entire body could not move. 100,000 why questions began to pop up in Yang Chen's mind. What happened? Apart from my purple palace and sea of consciousness, I cannot feel anything else. Yang Chen was in a state of extreme panic at this moment. Being in a space like this, how could he not be terrified?
Yang Chen tried to use the Origin Fire posture finger force technique. Yang Chen tried to control his spiritual energy, but it seemed ineffective. He helplessly exclaimed, it's still not working. He then played his Fire Phoenix, the Lai Chi martial seed. In his heart, Yang Chen silently prayed, this Lai Chi martial seed used the non-Li Origin Fire seed as its core, which is the nemesis of all negative evil energy, so maybe it would be effective, right? But it seemed all was in vain. Yang Chen had to unleash his final move. Care about nothing else, primordial demonic dragon martial soul. A black dragon with glowing red eyes appeared behind Yang Chen. A cloud of dust rose and obscured the view. The black dragon behind Yang Chen still had an imposing aura, and the white smoke slowly dispersed. At the edge of the rock there was something golden lying there. It was a golden mouse lying motionless. Yang Chen wondered, what is this? Was everything just now caused by this mouse? Suddenly, a golden light shone, and the primordial demonic dragon martial soul opened its mouth to snap up this light source. Yang Chen was surprised. What is this situation? Then the primordial demonic dragon martial soul mutated. Yang Chen panicked and cried out, this! Looking at the primordial martial soul, Yang Chen exclaimed, one eye of the primordial demonic dragon has changed color. Suddenly, a huge source of power invaded Yang Chen's body, causing him to react. This feeling was enlightenment. Yang Chen drew his sword and thought to himself, good opportunity. 3 days passed and Yang Chen was still in that large pit. He smiled proudly. I didn't expect that it would only take me 3 days to comprehend the Lingyun sword posture to great perfection. Normally, it would take at least half a year. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came over him, making Yang Chen freeze. What? It's the feeling of enlightenment again.
Yang Chen was enlightened. I understand now. The course of that mouse was the center of Yei for condensing the martial heart, but now it has been absorbed by the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Yang Chen sat down and began to circulate his energy. Only 3 days have passed. I need to continue my cultivation. 1 month passed. Shenlong was leisurely lying down, keeping watch in front of that pit. From inside that deep pit, an arm reached out. Shenlong sat up abruptly and asked, little junior brother, did you succeed? Yang Chen happily replied, Shenlong suggested, let's go. We should head back and celebrate a bit. Your second senior sister will be very happy to hear this. At this moment, John Wuke walked over and called out to Yang Chen, brother. Seeing only John Wuke, the two of them looked around and Yang Chen asked, Xiaoke, where is everyone else? John Wuke answered, brother, second senior sister, and Lingxi. Lingxi is still in secluded cultivation. Fourth senior brother seems to have gone to back up big brother Xiao. Yang Chen was surprised. Back up? John Wuke recounted. Not long ago, old ghost Wan Xiang came out of seclusion. He actually advanced to the Emperor realm. Yang Chen panicked. Emperor realm? John Wuke added. Not only that, because he opposed the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect joining Dol Ming, the Peak Master of Soul Sword Peak challenged Yun Ji, the Sect Master of the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect, and lost. Yang Chen asked worriedly, then what about brother Xiao? Is there any news about him? John Wuke's face darkened, and he sighed. Soul Sword Peak was erased by the Seven Swords Heavenly Sect, and brother Xiao's life or death is unknown.
Yang Chen had just asked about Song Thi's whereabouts when Shizan flew over, supporting Dong Huang Yongzai. Behind them was Xiao Yunyang. Seeing the arrivals, Yang Chen asked anxiously, Fourth senior brother, how is my big brother Yongzai? Shizan, while supporting Dong Huang Yongzai's massive body, said, little junior brother, although he is heavily injured, it is not fatal. Yang Chen turned to ask Xiao Yunyang, big brother Xiao, are you all right?
Xiao Yunyong's eyes were soulless, and he muttered subconsciously, "Everyone is dead. It's over. Our Xiao family is completely ruined." Yang Chen was shocked. "Everyone is dead?" Then he turned to ask Shen Longran, "Senior brother, what should we do next?" Shen Longran crossed his arms over his chest and said rather calmly, "We will do what we must."
Yang Chen was doubtful, but Shen Longran's face darkened and he sneered. "Huh, little junior brother, rest assured. Focusing on your cultivation is the most important thing. As for everything about the Wan family, it's nothing more than their final madness." After that, Shen Longran brought Yang Chen to the heavy water cold pool. Looking at the water as clear as a mirror, Shen Longran said to Yang Chen, "Little junior brother, this here is the extreme yin heavy water. Every single drop weighs 1,000 caddies. Just go down there. I will protect you." Yang Chen was so worried that his whole body trembled. Extreme yin heavy water, it won't kill people, right? Shen Longran immediately reassured him, "Little junior brother, extreme yin heavy water is indeed frighteningly cold and sinister, but it can also condense and purify true qi. You just need to enhance the origin true qi in your purple palace here. Later, after reaching the peak of the 9th level martial ancestor realm, you won't have to worry about condensing true origin anymore." Yang Chen asked again, "Condense and purify true qi?" Elder Rong appeared at this moment. "Young master, extreme yin heavy water indeed has a super strong condensing and purifying effect, but its effect on condensing and purifying true origin is a bit more obvious." Shen Longran patted Yang Chen's back lightly to reassure him again, even though Yang Chen's face was already pale with fear. Yang Chen decisively jumped down, splashing water everywhere. An indescribable feeling crept into Yang Chen's body, making him grit his teeth and endure it.
Shen Longran stood on the shore, watching Yang Chen enduring the ordeal without any reaction. It seemed he was thinking about something. Realizing that Yang Chen could not withstand the massive water pressure, Shen Longran immediately pulled Yang Chen ashore. Yang Chen lay flat on the ground, completely drained of strength. Suddenly, Shen Longran threw a green pill into Yang Chen's mouth and said, "Quickly, circulate your cultivation technique to control the true qi." Yang Chen trembled violently, opening his mouth to breathe. It seemed the pain from earlier was gradually subsiding. He sat up abruptly, panting as he said, "That was truly terrifying. I almost died." Before he could fully recover his senses, Shen Longran placed a hand on Yang Chen's shoulder, making Yang Chen feel both surprised and afraid. Yang Chen was once again thrown into the water by Shen Longran, who then said, "Keep going." However, this time Yang Chen sank completely out of sight. Bubbles continuously rose evenly to the surface. Shen Longran was somewhat suspicious. Yang Chen was pulled ashore once more, his whole body frozen stiff like a dried fish. Shen Longran was baffled. "This isn't right. Why is little junior brother's endurance time even shorter than before?" Shen Longran said somewhat helplessly. "Little junior brother, you just stay here and cultivate first. I will leave and come back later. Before I return, remember well that you must not enter the cold pool." Yang Chen, having become more clear-headed, sat cross-legged and thought seriously. "My true origin has indeed become much more refined. Senior brother said not to let me enter the cold pool, so I can just release the primordial demonic dragon soul outside, right?" Then he shouted, "Come out!" Instantly, the primordial demonic dragon martial soul appeared. At this moment, streams of cold energy were radiating above the water pool. Yang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Immediately, the primordial demonic dragon opened its mouth wide and spat out a source of black spiritual energy that enveloped that cold energy. Seeing this, Yang Chen hastily tried to stop it. "Stop!" The primordial demonic dragon martial soul curled its body and shrank down, and Yang Chen placed it in his hands. Yang Chen saw a strange phenomenon and blurted out, "What kind of situation is this?" From where the demonic dragon's spiritual energy had just been spat out, 4 sources of power were taking shape. Yang Chen was still in shock. What is this trying to turn into? The primordial demonic dragon appeared once again to control those powers. Around Yang Chen, a source of golden spiritual energy manifested, and he cheered joyfully, "I have broken through to the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm." At this time, Shen Longran also returned and said happily, "Little junior brother, I'm back." Seeing the spiritual energy surrounding Yang Chen, Shen Longran cried out, "Little junior brother, you broke through." Yang Chen laughed innocently and said, "Third senior brother, I was just cultivating and accidentally discovered that my cultivation had drastically increased." Shen Longran gave Yang Chen a smack on the head and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?"
Yang Chen still smiled mischievously and explained, not knowing what the reason was. When he cultivated, he was actually able to draw the energy of the extreme yin heavy water in the cold pool to actively merge into his purple palace, which caused his cultivation to increase. Shen Longran laughed out loud and asked, "Is that so?" Yang Chen also laughed along, but Shen Longran threw Yang Chen into the water once again. "If that's the case, go down and cultivate for me to see." Yang Chen surfaced, spitting out water. Realizing that he had adapted to this pool of water, Yang Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine." Shen Longran looked at his junior brother in dismay. "Little junior brother, extreme yin heavy water has a great effect on refining true qi. It seems you don't need me to protect you anymore. You can condense your true qi now." Having said that, Shen Longran turned and walked away, leaving Yang Chen underwater. Elder Rong appeared once again and sighed in admiration. "Master, what exactly is your martial soul? It's too terrifying." Yang Chen said to Elder Rong, Elder Rong, my martial soul is just an ordinary type of martial soul. Elder Rong looked at young Chen and thought to himself, it seems this young master of mine is even more formidable than I imagined. Young Chen leaped onto the shore in one bound. He held the Kui Xing Tower in his hand, turning it over and over to examine it.
Yang Chen asked Elder Rong, Elder Rong, perhaps I can refine the restrictions of Kui Xing Tower now, right? Elder Rong immediately replied, Master, Kui Xing Tower is a high-grade spirit artifact, having a total of 27 restrictions. With your current cultivation, you can refine the first 9, controlling a small portion of Kui Xing Tower's might. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately sat down to cultivate. He sighed in admiration. Truly worthy of being a high-grade spirit artifact. Let me refine it and see how it goes. Finally, time reached the next day, and Yang Chen woke up after his secluded cultivation. He felt his body was somewhat stronger than before and felt happy. Elder Rong was not wrong. Right now, I can only refine 9 restrictions, but I can also successfully grasp a divine ability. This is the first divine ability of Kui Xing Tower, Kui Xing Suppressing Strike. Yang Chen looked at the tall tower in front of him and sighed in admiration. Yang Chen was a bit excited. Elder Rong, with my current strength, when controlling Kui Xing Tower to execute Kui Xing Suppressing Strike, how great can its might be? Elder Rong smiled and said, Master, anyone below the King Realm can be suppressed and killed in a single strike.
Young Chen looked at life with doubt. Huh? Elder Rong continued, Master, if you can advance to the 5th level Purple Palace Realm, when you execute the Kui Xing Suppression Strike, even an Earth-tier Martial King Realm cultivator can be killed in a single blow. Young Chen looked at the stones in his hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I must strive to upgrade my cultivation. Young Chen once again entered secluded cultivation. That spirit stone also reacted, and streaks of light began to appear on its surface. Suddenly, the stone shattered into many pieces. Young Chen was shocked. What is going on? At this moment, a shape resembling a dragon gathered on Young Chen's hand. The stones also slowly gathered. A black dragon appeared, opening its mouth wide to suck all those stones towards it. Young Chen shouted furiously, Today, this young master wants to see exactly how much you can eat. Just like that, spiritual energy controlled the stones to gather towards Young Chen. Those stones piled up into a small mound on the ground. Elder Rong asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? Young Chen seemed exhausted, panting. The pile of stones that was just on the ground vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Elder Rong panicked. What the hell? With so many high-grade spirit stones, let alone the 9th level Purple Palace Realm, even breaking through to the Martial King Realm would be more than enough. Young Chen asked dejectedly, Elder Rong, are there any spirit stones inside the Kui Xing Tower? Perhaps there are. Master, try storing the Kui Xing Tower into your Purple Palace. Elder Rong also didn't trust his own answer very much. Young Chen immediately followed Elder Rong's words and began to summon the Purple Palace. As soon as he entered the Purple Palace, the primordial demonic dragon appeared, startling Young Chen. This is, Elder Rong also exclaimed in astonishment, this is actually a supreme martial soul.
Young Chen asked, Elder Rong, what's wrong? It's nothing. Elder Rong tried to suppress his excitement. Young Chen also noticed something unusual and felt anxious. Then quickly bring the spirit stones to me. There is a problem with my martial soul. I need a massive amount of spiritual energy to recover. Elder Rong exclaimed in shock, A problem with the martial soul? Master, your martial soul is flawed. Hearing this was like a thunderclap to Young Chen's ears, causing him to shout, What? My martial soul is flawed? Elder Rong explained, Master, the flawed martial soul is not because of you. It is because your predecessors already had flaws when they possessed it, so the inheritance passed down to the master is also flawed. Yang Chen continued, Elder Rong, I awakened the devouring martial soul myself. It is absolutely not a family inheritance. It shouldn't be flawed. Elder Rong asked, Devouring martial soul? Master, I'm not talking about your devouring martial soul, but the sword soul. Yang Chen rested his chin and thought, Actually, that's not wrong. This killing sword martial soul was passed down to me by the true martial sword emperor. I didn't expect it to be flawed. Yang Chen's eyes were full of doubt as he asked, Elder Rong, can a flawed martial soul be repaired? Elder Rong answered proudly, Of course it can, but because of the specific peculiarity of the martial soul itself. As for how to repair it, I don't know. The master needs to find out for himself. The spirit stones that had disappeared earlier reappeared at this moment. Yang Chen ran over, picking up a spirit stone to examine. Are these top-grade spirit stones? Elder Rong immediately replied, That's right. It should be enough for the master to refine. Elder Rong's answer made Yang Chen's eyes light up. Yang Chen sat down and began to refine. The spirit stones surrounded him like a fence. Elder Rong's voice still echoed in Yang Chen's ears. Just what kind of martial soul does the master have to actually be able to refine top-grade spirit stones?
Yang Chen was not in a hurry to answer. He just smiled confidently. 3 days later, Yang Chen finally reached a new cultivation realm. I am already at the 5th level Purple Palace realm. Yang Chen asked urgently, Elder Rong, what exactly is going on with my 4 great true qi? Why did my cultivation suddenly increase so much in such a short time? Elder Rong replied, Master, your devouring martial soul has absorbed the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of top great spirit stones. Among them, some spiritual energy has merged into your 4 great true chi. At this time, Shenlong ran in from outside and shouted, "Little junior brother!" Shenlong Ran asked in surprise, "Wait, your cultivation?" Yang Chen proudly showed off. "Third senior brother, you noticed it too? I am now at the 5th level Purple Palace realm." Shenlong Ran said again, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go down the mountain." Tens of thousands of question marks appeared above Yang Chen's head. "Go down the mountain?" Shenlong Ran explained. "According to the news from the old fogey, after our Dongchuan broke the Manhan curse, the Yao clan divine mountain trembled. It seems an earth-shattering treasure is about to emerge." Yang Chen's group arrived at a city. Standing in front of a blacksmith shop, all 4 of them stood watching without entering. Chuer saw something, pointed in that direction and cheered. "Look guys, the teacher is still there." Elder Gang had been standing there since who knows when with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from them. Busaran spoke up. "Teacher, do you know what kind of treasure is about to emerge from the divine mountain?" Elder Gang replied, "You have no destiny with the treasure." Hearing this, Chuer became excited. "Teacher, then what about me? Do I have destiny with it?" Elder Gang still answered coldly, "You have no destiny with it either." Chuer was disappointed. Yang Chen thought to himself, "This old man keeps acting mysterious. Does he really know what the treasure emerging from the divine mountain is?" Elder Gang walked past his disciples and said, "Let's go to the divine mountain." The scene shifted to the Yao clan divine mountain. Piercing screams rang out. "Ah!" A group of people dressed in white crawled on the ground, their faces haggard as if they had just experienced something extremely terrifying.
Yang Chen wondered, "What exactly is going on?" Elder Gang replied calmly, "The reason the Yao clan divine mountain is called a forbidden land is precisely because of this demonic sound. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger the effect of the demonic sound will be. Hence, apart from a few individuals with a firm martial heart, the rest of the cultivators above the king realm cannot ascend the divine mountain." Saying that, Elder Gang pointed at the 4 people and continued, "This time, the 4 of you, Yang Chen, Chao Er, Tian Lingxi, and Zhan Wu Kui, will go towards it." Hearing their names, the crowd immediately clamored. The people of the Dongchuan Empire have arrived. Not only the Dongchuan Empire, but also Dongming. Even old Ghost Wansong has personally come here. On this side, King Wansong aggressively walked over, bringing his whole clan. Seeing Elder Gang, Wansong provoked, "Old Man Gang, the treasure of the Divine Mountain will definitely belong to our Dongming this time." Elder Gang did not speak at length with Wansong, only smirking. "Hee, just wait." Suddenly, a person pointed to the sky and shouted, "The people of Northern Emperor Mountain have also arrived." Yin Ba slowly landed on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, teacher." Elder Gang replied with an and said nothing more. Yin Ba turned to Yang Chen and said, "Little junior brother, this trip to the Divine Mountain will absolutely not be peaceful. This is my disciple, Han Sheng. Later, you guys can travel together and consider it as taking care of each other." Han Sheng cupped his hands and bowed to greet his seniors. "Greetings, Grandmaster. Greetings, martial uncles."
Elder Gang frowned. "Stop your idle chatter. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's set off." Suddenly, Yang Chen saw a person looking at him with a sarcastic smile. It was Wan Bu Quan of the Wan family. Ham Cheng whispered to Yang Chen, "Little martial uncle, this is Wan Bu Quan of the Wan family. We need to be careful." Yang Chen pointed at Wan Bu Quan and asked, "Big brother Han Cheng, I have never heard of this name before. Is he very formidable?" With a look of partial dislike for that Wan Bu Quan, Han Cheng said, "Little martial uncle, Wan Bu Quan is a genius hidden by the Wan family. Although he only has a cultivation base at the 5th level of the Martial King realm, rumors say he has defeated an expert at the 9th level of the Martial King realm." Yang Chen snorted as he looked at Wan Bu Quan. In his heart, he couldn't help but be curious, wondering if he could suppress and kill him using the Kuisheng suppressing strike. A while later, the group had ascended the Divine Mountain, with clouds and mist covering the peak. Wan Bu Quan ran and shouted loudly, "The supreme treasure of the Divine Mountain is about to appear. Hurry up for me." Han Cheng was worried. "Little martial uncle, we also have to speed up. We cannot let the Wan family get what they want." Contrary to Han Cheng, Yang Chen said calmly, "Big brother Han, there is no need to rush. There is something wrong with the tremors of the Divine Mountain this time." Zhan Wukui also agreed. "That's right. I can sense a demonic fiendish aura."
Yang Chen looked up at the Divine Mountain, where an orange spiritual energy was enveloping the area. He considered that the old man's talk about a supreme treasure appearing on the Divine Mountain might not be fake, but why was there such an evil demonic slaughter aura leaking out? Wan Buchen was already at the bottom of the peak and shouted loudly, "Up!" Seeing Wan Buchen's group charging up the Divine Mountain, Han Cheng grew even more anxious. "Little martial uncle, let's go up too." Yang Chen remained unusually calm. "No rush first. Right now I can almost be certain that there is a great demon still alive on this mountain." A moment later, screams rang out again. "Ah! Help me! Ah!" Seeing this, Han Cheng openly showed a bit of disdain. "With such a weak martial heart, I really don't know how they managed to advance to the King realm." Yang Chen replied, "Ignore them. Let's go up the mountain too." But after taking just a few steps up, Yang Chen found someone already waiting. It was the Wan family's group again, Wan Lian Chen. He laughed maliciously and said, "Heh, Yang Chen, I finally caught you." Yang Chen asked contemptuously, "It's you." Han Cheng suddenly stood in front, aggressively saying, "Little martial uncle, I will block them for a while in your place. You guys go up the mountain first." Then he said angrily, "Wan Buchen, do you dare to fight me?" Wan Buchen said in a contemptuous voice, "What a pity. I'm afraid this beloved disciple of Lord Northern Emperor will have to be buried here today." The Wan family members standing around laughed in agreement. Hehe. Unable to suppress his anger, Han Cheng shouted, "Cut the crap." Saying that, he used the Tongshan palm to strike at those arrogant guys. Yang Chen reminded everyone, "Let's kill our way through. Use the fastest speed to head straight up the mountain. Don't let big brother Han Cheng delay for too long." Chuer said angrily, "Go up the mountain for what? We must first dispose of these eyesores before deciding anything else."
Wan Liancheng ordered his subordinates, "You three go and stop her." Chuer was furious, clenching her hands into fists and shouting, "Get lost!" A palm strike from Chuer sent dirt and rocks flying off the ground, the destructive force sending several subordinates of the Wan family flying high into the air. Seeing his subordinates blown meters away, Wan Bukun felt anxious. This is not good. He was about to run away when suddenly a figure teleported in front of him, blocking his path. Han Cheng questioned aloud, "Wan Bukun, while fighting me, you still dare to be distracted?" Wan Liancheng stood to the side, shouting instructions. "Everyone join forces, hack this wretched girl to death." Surrounded by the subordinates in the middle, they all roared, "Slut, you are courting death." Chuer did not panic. She calmly said, "It is you who are courting death." With that, she waved her hand, and long slashes flew towards the crowd, leaving them unable to react and screaming in agony. Wan Liancheng still did not enter the fray, only standing there pointing fingers and giving orders. "Attack together. If we are suppressed by this little girl, we might as well just die." Yang Chen only now drew his sword, his eyes turning dark as he said, "A bunch of shameless people." Having said that, he swung his sword, and sword chi poured out mildly into beautiful sword arcs. Wan Liancheng turned pale with fear. What a terrifying sword posture.
Yang Chen's slash cut through the Wan family subordinates, slicing them in half in one stroke. Yang Chen turned and said to Chao, "Senior sister Chao, don't get dragged into the fight. Let's take this opportunity to rush up." Everyone cooperated seamlessly to open a path up the Divine Mountain, and those people were beaten to death like falling straws. On this side, Wan Buquan was blocked by Han Cheng and shouted angrily, "Get lost, Han Cheng. If you sincerely seek death, then I will grant your wish." Saying that, he summoned a flame to hold in his hand, smiling maliciously. "He. Han Cheng exclaimed, "Great Loa demonic flame." Wan Buquan struck towards Han Cheng, his mouth not forgetting to say a few sarcastic words. "You actually have some knowledge. Since you've recognized it, then just die." Han Cheng took a defensive stance to block Wan Buquan's vicious move, and a loud explosion rang out, sending smoke and dust flying blindly. Han Cheng couldn't withstand the destructive power of the blow and was beaten until he lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately shouted, "Big brother Han." Wan Buquan smugly said, "Next is you." Yang Chen turned to Chao Er's group and said, "I will stay behind. You guys go first." Zhen Mukui said anxiously, You go. I will stay behind." Chao Er also chimed in, "Little junior brother, take the two of them and go first. I will stay." Yang Chen's face was full of determination. "Can you guys block Wan Buquan?" Chao Er and Zhen Mukui blankly shook their heads. Seeing this, Yang Chen said, "Then don't stay and become a burden to me. I have a trump card that can stop him." Hearing this, Chao Er didn't believe him. "Yang Chen, stop boasting." Ling Shi also interjected, "That's right, now is not the time to show off." Hearing their words, Yang Chen firmly maintained his decision. "Everyone rest assured, if I can't block him, I have my own means to escape." Less than half a quarter of an hour later, Yang Chen encountered Wan Liancheng's group. Wan Liancheng immediately ordered his subordinates to stop.
Yang Chen stood there, arms crossed, observing that scoundrel with a face full of confidence. Wan Liancheng started to boast, "Yang Chen, you also have today. At this place and time, none of your senior brothers or senior sisters can save you." Yang Chen replied, "Is that so? Wan Liancheng, you've probably heard of the term clown, right? That's right, you are exactly a clown right now." Hearing himself being mocked, Wan Liancheng flew into a rage. He drew his sword and roared, "Yang Chen, you are courting death." Wan Liancheng unleashed a move towards Yang Chen. He did not forget to roar, "Yang Chen, dying under my great Lua sword art, you can close your eyes in peace." Yang Chen slowly drew his sword. He slashed a path towards Wan Liancheng. With a loud boom, a massive explosion churned up the earth and rocks. While Liancheng, who was so arrogant just moments ago, turned pale with fear. He blurted out two words, "What?" But he immediately regained his composure and began to unleash a move, Great Lua Blood. A sword strike as fiery red as flames was sent out, shattering Yang Chen's previous sword strike. Yang Chen smiled. "Wan Liancheng, this young master still says the same thing as before. You are just a clown. The feng shui of this place isn't considered bad either. As your burial ground, it can't be considered an insult to your status." Saying that, Yang Chen slashed out with killing aura. Multiple streams of this killing aura flew towards Wan Liancheng. Wan Bucheng cried out, "Liancheng, be careful." But it was all too late. A slash across the head caused Wan Liancheng to only have enough time to cry out an "Ah!"
Then he collapsed to the ground right in front of Wan Buchang's eyes. Seeing Wan Lancheng taken down, Wan Buchang flew into a rage. Yang Chen, how dare you? How dare you? Gripping his sword that was stained pitch black with dark energy, he roared out every single word. Yang Chen, I will tear your body into 100 pieces.
Yang Chen exclaimed, "Spirit artifact!" Elder Rong also appeared and reminded him, "Master, quickly summon the Quixing Tower. That sword light has fused with a chilling sword intent." Yang Chen immediately followed Elder Rong's words. He took out the Quixing Tower and began to exert his energy. Under Yang Chen's control, the Quixing Tower grew in size, creating a trembling earthquake. The people of the Wan family were astonished. Spirit artifact? That brat actually has a spirit artifact too. Wan Buquan's greed was aroused, and he growled, "Good treasure. After I kill you, this will be mine." The red sword chi immediately collided with the Quixing Tower. The rocks and earth around the Quixing Tower shattered, and thick white smoke billowed into the air. Wan Buquan's long sword was knocked away just like that, spinning in the air. Wan Buquan roared in disbelief. How is this possible? Yang Chen was somewhat exhausted after the previous strike. He thought to himself, this is bad. Although this strike was highly effective, it consumed a massive amount of my divine sense. I won't be able to execute a second strike in a short period of time. Noticing Yang Chen's tired complexion, Elder Rong said, "Master, let's retreat first." Standing below, Wan Buquan saw Yang Chen leaving and hatched a malicious plan. He executed the Great Loro Scorching Heaven technique, and his sword darted straight toward Yang Chen.
Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately raised his hand and used the combat skill Shadow Evasion Martial Intent. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen disappeared right before Wan Buquan's eyes. He roared furiously, "Damn it, what kind of evasion method is this?" Turning to Wan Li and Cheng, he realized he was already dead. Wan Buquan was so furious that his whole body seemed to catch fire. Wan Buquan roared, "Chase after him for me." But Yang Chen was already hiding in the back at this moment, feeling smug. Didn't expect this, right? Your little grandpa didn't just not leave, but is also behind you guys. Just as he thought this, Yang Chen used the combat skill Ling Kong sword posture, and golden slashes flared up over the group of people. The subordinates of the Wan family who were hit cried out in agony. Ah ah ah! Those men collapsed, and the rest of the group turned pale with anxiety. It's Yang Chen, damn it! He's launching a sneak attack. Yang Chen is behind us! Seeing his subordinates killed, Wan Buquan went mad with anger. Yang Chen, you're dead for sure! Yang Chen laughed smugly. Hey, if you have the capability, come and catch me. With that, he vanished into a cloud of white smoke. Wan Buquan was fuming with rage. Could it be that this brat has grasped a bit of spatial profoundness? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then he turned to speak to a cultivator of the Wan family. Wan Lu, you take charge of the front, and I'll take charge of the back. I actually want to see what other tricks this little brat Yang Chen can pull. An incense stick of time later, Wan Lu led 2 members of the Wan family up the Divine Mountain. Upon seeing Yang Chen, he immediately said, Yang Chen, he's up ahead.
Yang Chen took out the Quixing Tower and laughed. Haha, I've been waiting for you all for a long time. After speaking, Yang Chen executed the Quixing suppressing strike. Instantly, the Quixing Tower expanded, hovering above Wan Lu's group. With a boom, the Quixing Tower fell and crushed the people of the Wan family. Just as Wan Buquan ran up the Divine Mountain, he saw Wan Lu and the others crushed under the dirt and rocks. Wan Buquan roared as if wanting to eat Yang Chen alive. Yang Chen, I will definitely tear your body into 100 pieces. Yang Chen used a stealth technique again. He took out a pill and thought to himself, fortunately, Senior Sister gave me quite a few pills to recover my divine sense. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be enough for me to execute the Quixing suppressing strike. On the side of Jan Wukon's trio, all 3 had climbed near the peak of the Divine Mountain. Wan Wukon had chased them almost to their location, and he howled, "Up there! They are up there!" Jan Wukon turned and urged Chuer, "Senior Sister Chuer, quickly take my sister-in-law up there. I'll go stall for time." Chuer said to Litacy, "Sister Lingxi, your cultivation is the lowest. Go with Xiao Kui first. I will stay and hold them back." Lingxi firmly said, "No, if we go together." Wan Wukon laughed smugly. "Haha, still want to run? This time, none of you will escape. Go die together with Yang Chen." Hearing that Yang Chen had lost his life, Lingxi couldn't believe her ears. Yang Chen, he. At this time, Wan Buquan drew his sword and shouted, "Great Lo!" Suddenly, a scream rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound wave frequency of the scream made everyone tightly cover their ears. Jan Buquan tried his best to support Lingxi and Chuer to quickly leave this place. "Let's go!" Wan Buquan had a splitting headache from the sound. Damn it, if it wasn't for this damn demonic sound, I would have already chopped up those brats from Hubin Mountain. On Yang Chen's side, the bizarre sound made him cough up blood. Yang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought, the demonic sound attack of this divine mountain is actually this terrifying. Wait, the primordial demonic Draugr? Yang Chen remembered the black dragon. He was as overjoyed as if he had struck gold. To think that even sonic-type energy attacks can be devoured by the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Yang Chen approached Wan Buquan, who was still in pain from the demonic sound. The people of the Wan family were rolling on the ground, clutching their heads.
Yang Chen took out the Quixing Tower. He unleashed his spiritual energy, making the Quixing Tower shine brilliantly. The Quixing Tower transformed into a giant, and Yang Chen shouted, "Go to hell!"
Wanbu Quan turned pale with fear when he saw the Qixing Tower become giant, and he yelled, "Yang Chen!" Seeing that he was about to end up under the grass, Wanbu Quan immediately turned his back and fled. Seeing the Qixing Tower about to crush them, the people of the Wan family cried out, "Help! I don't want to die! Quickly block it!" The Qixing Tower crashed down, the ground cracked, and earth and rocks splattered everywhere. Yang Chen stood there, watching those people cry out miserably for help, and then gradually retracted the Qixing Tower into his hand. A deep crater appeared. Yang Chen stood at the edge of the crater, looking down, and thought to himself, "Elder Rong and Deed did not lie to me. It's just that Wanbu Quan is lucky. Otherwise, he would have died just now." Some people walking up the mountain saw Yang Chen, and they started whispering, "Isn't that Yang Chen from Horman Mountain? Strange. Weren't those guys from the Wan family just looking for Yang Chen? Where are the people of the Wan family? Did you guys notice? It seems Yang Chen is fundamentally unaffected by the interference of the demonic city." Yang Chen turned and went up the mountain, ignoring those people. While walking halfway, Yang Chen heard someone shout, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight." Yang Chen immediately recognized the voice, his face showing a bit of joy. It's senior sister Chaoer's voice. Chaoer was arguing with Shinji Wen. Come over here." As Yang Chen popped his head out, Janwu Quek sheered, "Brother, are you okay?" Yang Chen winked and smiled. "I am still doing very well."
Seeing Yang Chen, Shinji Wen smiled sinisterly and said, "Yang Chen, as the saying goes, there is a road to heaven but you refuse to take it. There is no door to hell yet you barge right in." Yang Chen said disdainfully, "Shinji Wen, the feng shui of this place is not bad at all. Using it as your burial ground wouldn't be considered an insult to your status." Hearing this, Shinji Wen was infuriated. He growled, "Yang Chen, I didn't expect you to become so arrogant after entering Horman Mountain. God truly has eyes, allowing you and me to meet here." Saying that, he launched an attack at Yang Chen's group, shouting, "Go to hell." Ling Shi shouted anxiously, "Yang Chen, be careful." Yang Chen was not afraid at all. He drew the sword from his back, and Yang Chen's short sword shone brightly. Yang Chen unleashed the Ling Yuan sword posture to block Shinji Wen's attack. Two streams of power, one blue and one yellow, collided with each other, creating a massive earthquake. The gossiping bystanders shouted, "This is impossible. What the hell? How could Yang Chen block Young Master Wen's chasing star sword posture? Isn't Young Master Wen already in the King realm? How could he be on par with Yang Chen of the Purple Palace realm?" Hearing the words of those people, Shinji Wen flew into a rage out of shame, his forehead covered in bulging green veins. Shinji Wen decisively swung his sword down. He executed the falling star sword posture, and a blindingly yellow light from that move shone straight at Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained calm. He gently swung his sword, accompanied by a mocking smile. "Haha, Shinji Wen, I really overestimated you." Yang Chen still used the same move, the Ling Yuan sword posture, and went at it again. Those gossiping people still voiced their disdain. "Haha, maybe Yang Chen hasn't died yet. Let's see how he dies. I'm just afraid that kid was scared silly, and out of a confused mind he executed this move. Being able to die under Young Master Wen's falling star sword posture is already enough face for him." The two moves collided, and a massive explosion rang out in the air, sending sparks flying everywhere. Shinji Wen took Yang Chen's sword right in the middle of his forehead. He opened his eyes wide in terror, but didn't even have time to let out a single cry. Before falling to the ground, Shinji Wen was still unwilling to accept it. "Impossible." Shinji Wu howled tragically. "Brother." Seeing his older brother killed, Shinji Wu roared, "Kid, how dare you?" Then he ordered his subordinates, "Kill!" Chuer and Lingxi looked terrified. "Little junior brother, be careful." Shinji Wu executed the shadow evasion martial intent. A spark rushed towards Yang Chen, and the surrounding boulders, unable to bear the pressure, shattered into many pieces. Looking back, Yang Chen was nowhere to be seen. They looked up at the sky and saw Yang Chen lifting a massive tower.
Yang Chen looked at the people below and struck out with a Qixing suppressing strike. That giant tower crashed into the ground, crushing several of them to death. The survivors fled for their lives. "Quickly run away, this Yang Chen is too terrifying." Janwu Kei approached Yang Chen and exclaimed, "Brother, you are too amazing, to think you can even kill a King Realm cultivator in the blink of an eye." Chaoer crossed her arms and sighed. "Little junior brother, you are not ordinary anymore. You are even more formidable than your senior sister." Lingxi also wondered, "Yang Chen, was what you executed earlier the Ling Xiao sword art?" Yang Chen said smugly, "That's right. The move with super strong defensive power is the Ling Yun sword posture, and the one that contains a bit of spatial profoundness is the Ling Kong sword posture." Chaoer was intrigued. "Ah, no wonder that move was so bizarre, so it contains spatial power." Lingxi laughed and said, "Haha, Yang Chen, your comprehension ability probably isn't that strong, right? Did you have some fortuitous encounter?" Yang Chen whispered to Lingxi, "That's right, I actually have an artifact. When comprehending sword arts, there is a chance to trigger an enlightenment opportunity, entering a state of enlightenment." Hearing this, the three of them were surprised. "Huh? What? Impossible. To think there is such a divine object." Seeing the expressions of the three, Yang Chen became even more smug. "When have I ever lied to you guys?" Chaoer's eyes sharpened. "Little junior brother, after returning to the mountain, I want to cultivate together with you." Lingxi also chimed in. "That's right, senior sister Chaoer. Let's stick to him together and see if he's bragging or if he really has this wondrous treasure." Yang Chen felt a bit guilty and turned away. "We'll talk about it after we get back."
Just as he turned around, Yang Chen found himself standing between two difficult paths to choose from. He could only let out a helpless snort.
After completely dealing with Shinji Wen's group, the 4 people of Human Mountain continued on their way. Jian Ruke asked, "Brother, which way do we go?" Yang Chen then asked, "Elder Rong, between these 2 paths, which one should we take?" Elder Rong replied, "I cannot distinguish them either. But perhaps Master can use your devouring martial soul to judge the demonic fiendish aura of these 2 paths, and then make a decision." Hearing that, Yang Chen immediately summoned his martial soul to manifest, and the demonic dragon martial soul stood towering behind his back. A black energy swirled around to point the way. Recognizing the guidance, Yang Chen immediately said to the other 3, "We go to the right." At the abandoned teleportation array in Manhan City, a spatial gate was gradually opening. 2 people, a man and a woman, appeared with absolute arrogance. King Wansang asked in surprise, "What is happening?" Elder Gang cupped his hands and said respectfully, "The outsiders have finally arrived. This time it will be interesting." A rather simply dressed man appeared, his face still showing some dissatisfaction. Separated for 1,000 years, to think that Dongchuan has declined so much, it seems the rumor that Dongchuan is the ancient emperor hometown still awaits verification. That was a Dongfu genius named Lan Feng. The Dongfu genius Feng Chengpeng also spoke up. "Haha, young master Lan Feng, you absolutely must not scare these mole crickets. If Dongchuan truly is the emperor hometown, there must still be emperor runes stored here. Perhaps they can help lead the way for us." The girl who had appeared earlier also interjected. "Don't even think about such good things, Feng Chengpeng. Is there a problem with your brain? The highest cultivation of these mole crickets is only a pseudo-emperor. If Dongchuan truly is the emperor hometown, casually revealing a few resources, could it be in this state?" This person was also a Dongfu genius, named Hong Xiao. Just as Hong Xiao finished speaking, a silhouette appeared near the spatial gate, causing all 3 geniuses to be a bit startled. It was another Dongfu genius, Yang Wei. As soon as he arrived, he said in an angry voice, "Do you guys find yourselves annoying or not? Chattering endlessly? Whoever speaks more, this young master will make it so you cannot return to Dongfu." The people of Wansang still stood there watching these Dongfu geniuses talk. The 2 sides were face to face, with no one making a move.
Yan Hui pointed his finger at Wan Shang and ordered, "You, come here." Wan Shang stood still, his eyes full of judgment. These people were probably geniuses from the outside world. They looked very young, yet the strongest among them was already at the 9th level martial ancestor realm. Seeing that Wan Shang did not come over, Yan Hui smirked. "Not coming over, right? Then kneel down." Wan Shang was truly angry now. "Brat, are you serious?" The other 3 sneered, their voices full of sarcasm. "What a bunch of mole crickets. Where does a ruined false emperor get the foundation to dare speak like that to young Master Yan? It's hilarious. Maybe he considers himself a true Emperor Realm expert. The aura here is dirty and makes people nauseous, not to mention the spiritual energy is thin and impure." Seeing the group flattering him, Yan Hui raised his voice even more. "Since it's like this, I will give you, old man, a chance. If you take one move from me and don't die, I will take you in as a servant." Unable to keep his calm, Wan Shang immediately executed a magic technique first, cursing non-stop. "Brat, come here. Let me see if you are truly a genius or just an arrogant fool who only knows how to boast." Yan Hui exerted his magic technique, a plume of black smoke appeared, and he only said one word, "Go."
His fan turned gigantic, a squall appeared, and purple winds surged up, blowing everything away. That fan flicked up once and then charged forward at a terrifying speed. Wan Shang tried to resist the sinister move, shouting loudly, "Ah!" The people around cried out in panic. "How is this possible? Isn't the king at the Emperor Realm? What's wrong with Alliance Leader Wan Shang? It's that fan. This spiritual energy is truly too bizarre." Yan Hui frowned slightly and said, "Even weaker than I imagined. You are the weakest pseudo-emperor I have ever met." Wan Shang's whole body trembled, as if he had just died and come back to life, stammering, "Ah!" Seeing that he had the upper hand, Yan Hui acted arrogantly. "Aren't you going to kneel down for me?" Wan Shang knelt down subconsciously, his eyes no longer having any trace of arrogance. Those people took the opportunity to discuss animatedly. "Here, here, here, the king actually knelt down to a young kid. This must be an illusion. This cannot be true. What is the background of these people?" Right at this moment, a demonic sound echoed, making Yan Hui turn pale. His face showed a look of full fear. "Divine might, how is this possible? Is there still an old man at the divine realm alive in Dongchuan?" The ghostly sound disappeared, and the scene returned to being peaceful as before. Yan Hui turned to ask Wan Shang, "What was that sound?" Wan Shang immediately replied, "Young master, this is the sound coming from the divine mountain." Yan Hui impatiently urged, "Speak quickly, what exactly is going on?" Wan Shang explained, "This mountain is called the Ya Clan Divine Mountain. Legend has it that it is related to the legendary Tai Kong One Sword." Hearing this, Yan Hui laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, this is actually an emperor ruin. Go, let's head to the divine mountain." Returning to Yang Chen's side, a stone stele appeared before Yang Chen's group, startling everyone. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Shaquai, Lingxi, 5th senior sister, everyone step back a little." Thus Yang Chen began to activate the Wu Shen left eye and proceeded to inspect.
Immediately, a strange aura emerged from within the stone stele. Yang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The other three, not understanding what was happening, hurriedly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Yang Chen, what did you discover?" "Little junior brother, are you all right?" Yang Chen calmed everyone down. "I'm fine. Step back a little. This stone stele is a bit strange." Yang Chen immediately executed the Lieqi Martial Seed, and the aura within his body surged out. He shouted, "Get out of my way." Instantly, the stone stele in front of him was destroyed into many pieces. The layers of earth and stone gradually fell away. A large crack appeared, and the spiritual energy within that crack also flowed out ceaselessly. Seeing this strange occurrence, Yang Chen was shocked. "Huh?" John Woo-Kei was about to step forward to check, but was stopped by Yang Chen. "Brother, what is this thing?" Elder Rong also appeared at this moment and said to Yang Chen, "Master, this is the shadow-splitting demonic gourd." Yang Chen remembered how the source of power in his body had flowed out ceaselessly just now, and asked curiously, "Elder Rong, could it be that the formless demonic sound from before was created by the shadow-splitting demonic gourd?" Elder Rong replied, "Perhaps so. Master, I guess this thing was suppressed by the shadow-splitting demonic gourd. Otherwise, let alone Purple Palace Realm and King Realm cultivators like you, even existences with high cultivation bases wouldn't even think of approaching the Divine Mountain." Yang Chen pointed at the stone stele and asked, "Elder Rong, after this shadow-splitting demonic gourd was suppressed, can it still execute some tricks? I feel like that black energy from before wasn't anything special." Elder Rong thought for a moment and said, "That black energy just now was merely one of its billions of clones. Furthermore, what you, Master, executed was the Origin Fire Seed, which is the absolute nemesis of this kind of evil demonic creature."
Yang Chen turned to reassure Chao's group. "There is no need to be afraid. We just need to get a little closer." John Woo-Kei said excitedly, "Man, that guy is clearly very afraid of the fire you executed. If there's a chance, we cannot let him escape." After that, the whole group approached the black gas that was continuously emitting. Yang Chen noticed a pitch-black chain underneath. He looked along this chain and saw that it connected from this side to the other side. Lingxi looked at the chain with some concern. Can this chain really lead to the opposite side? Hearing Lingxi's question, Yang Chen immediately released his divine sense to feel it. However, that chain seemed to have a spirit. It rushed towards Yang Chen, startling him, and his divine sense dissipated as a result. Not willing to give up, Yang Chen continued to use the Wu Shen left eye. Immediately, the scene behind the thick black smoke appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. He crouched down, then used the fire seed to lead onto this pitch-black chain, and said to everyone, "Shaokui, fifth senior sister, Lingxi, you guys follow along." The four of them carefully took each step on the chain. Just a moment of carelessness and they could fall at any time. Yang Chen had just walked a short distance when Black Gas immediately approached to block the way. He drew his sword and shouted, "Careful!" Inside the black gas, a monster appeared, and Yang Chen looked up vigilantly.
Yang Chen immediately executed the Lingshan sword posture. A streak of sword light slashed directly at this monster. However, it remained completely unharmed and continued to charge at Yang Chen, causing him to exclaim, "What?" Once again, Yang Chen executed the Lingshan sword posture. This time, he decisively slashed down, cutting the monster in half. But at this moment, dozens of similar monsters appeared from nowhere, catching everyone by surprise. Each of them used their own spiritual energy to break through the monster beast encirclement. Elder Rong provided more information. "Master, these little stone beasts are all shadow clones of the split shadow demonic fox. You absolutely must not get injured." Yang Chen was deep in thought at this time. "Inside my body, there is the four great true qi. I don't know how much longer I can hold on." Half an hour later, Yang Chen, Lingxi, Chao, and Jian Wukei had managed to reach the opposite shore. Everyone anxiously asked Yang Chen, little junior brother, are you all right? Yang Chen reassured them. "Everyone, quickly recover your true qi. Who knows what other hardships and dangers might be waiting up ahead." Elder Rong chimed in. "Master, I'm guessing that the so-called Divine Mountain treasure appearing this time is a bit strange." Yang Chen asked doubtful, "What is strange?" Elder Rong analyzed. "If my guess is not wrong, the Divine Mountain's tremor might be because the suppressing seal of the split shadow demonic fox has encountered a problem." At this moment, the ghostly sound suddenly appeared again, catching Yang Chen by surprise. He turned around to look. Lingxi, Chao, and Jian Wukei were having such severe headaches that they covered their ears tightly and rolled on the ground. He shouted, "Shaokui, Lingxi, fifth senior sister." The strange sound then abruptly disappeared. Jian Wukei slowly sat up. "Brother, we are fine." Yang Chen suggested, "You guys should not charge forward anymore. I will go alone."
Lingxi was worried, but understanding Lingxi's thoughts, Yang Chen immediately comforted her. "Lingxi, rest assured, with my life-saving abilities, self-protection is definitely not an issue." Down below the cliff of the Yao Clan Divine Mountain, a group of people was heading up the mountain. They were people from Dongfu. One guy angrily roared, "Damn it, just what is so strange about this Divine Mountain? Even Ancestor Realm experts like us cannot get close." Suddenly, an azure flying ship appeared from the sky. A guy looked up at the sky and asked foolishly, "Is that a Tianqi ship?" Another person also wondered, "People from the Tianqi clan? Why are they here?"
Bu Suran was stunned upon seeing the approaching ship. Seeing Bu Suran's poor complexion, Yen Ba immediately asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" Elder Hua stood to the side and sighed. "Sigh, lass. It's been 5 years. It's time to go back and take a look, to sever the lingering ties." Bu Suran immediately raised her voice. "Teacher, The flying ship emitted an azure light. A figure appeared from inside the ship. A young-looking man stepped out, the immortal aura surrounding him, slightly dazzling everyone.
A figure slowly landed, causing the surrounding dust to scatter. It was Bu Tianji from the Tianji clan. As soon as he set foot on the ground, he quickly spoke up. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" While Bu Tianji smiled gently at Suran, Suran was shy, her eyes avoiding his as she cautiously called out to the person smiling so brightly you couldn't see his eyes. "Eldest brother." Seeing this scene, King Wanshang immediately broke into a sweat, his face draining of all blood as he thought in panic. What? This Emperor Realm expert from the outer region is actually the eldest brother of a Human Mountain disciple? Meanwhile, Bu Tianji continued to smile brightly at Suran, ignoring her gaze, and proactively reached out a hand to offer, "Little Ran, come back with me." Despite her older brother standing to the side acting like those multi-level marketing CEOs on TikTok, Bu Suran didn't care at all and just turned her head back. Her sad eyes looked at the old man who was still calmly standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Teacher, you definitely must come to Yangcheng to visit me, okay?" The old teacher still kept his eyes closed calmly, but his voice lacked no decisiveness. "We will talk about it later. You are no longer a child. Stop acting like this and go." Seeing this, she turned to speak to the muscular young man there. "Eldest senior brother, the teacher is very timid. After I leave, please take care of the little junior brothers." Hearing this, the man addressed as eldest senior brother immediately gave a generous laugh. "All right." After hearing the eldest senior brother say that, she felt reassured and walked towards the airship, preparing to return. Before that, she managed to turn back and glance at Shenlong Ran, making the young man immediately break into a cold sweat. Seeing that Suran had returned to the airship, Long Ran hurriedly called out, "Suran." Seeing the scene, the old teacher on the side was so annoyed that he gave the young man a smack right on the head that made anyone watching want to achieve enlightenment on his behalf. His mouth didn't forget to grumble, "Idiot, you only know how to speak up after the person has already left." The airship carrying Suran still sped away under the reluctant gazes of the master and disciple. Changing the scene, at this time at the Yao Clan Divine Mountain, our male lead was covering his nose with his hand. With such strong evil fiendish aura, could it be that I have already reached the peak of the Divine Mountain? At this moment, Yang Chen's martial soul suddenly popped out, its mouth opening wide to reveal sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. It let out a roar that caused the wind to blow away the rocks and dirt, as well as his unique bangs. Even he was terrified upon witnessing such a scene. It used the Devour skill to suck up all the killing aura of the Divine Mountain, leaving the male lead completely dumbfounded.
Yang Chen instantly widened his eyes, his jaw seemingly about to drop to the ground, and his face completely drained of color. The evil aura of the entire Divine Mountain was actually swallowed clean by that big-mouthed thing in just an instant. The male lead exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" Elder Rong, sweating like a river, immediately asked, "Master, what exactly is the origin of this devouring martial soul of yours?" A beam of light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Chen, making him ask in surprise, "This is—" Suddenly, the gaze of something flashed within the light, and it spoke, "Despicable human race brat, to think that you could actually make it here."
With a look of disgust on his face and his hands on his hips, Yang Chen asked, "Who are you?" The entity had now revealed its entire face and spoke to him in a loud voice. "Despicable human race brat, you still do not have the qualifications to know my identity. Your cultivation base is too weak. It is not even comparable to that of an ant." Hearing this, Yang Chen thought to himself, "This is probably the shadow-splitting demonic gourd that Elder Rong mentioned." The creature opened its eyes wide and continued speaking. "What a pity. You have a rare, all-attribute talent, but you have only awakened 4 insignificant attributes for now. You are truly useless enough, but you also have a little bit of luck, to the point where you could even obtain an ancient artifact spirit." He was a little startled when he heard the entity's words, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems I can't underestimate this guy. The phantom continued to talk incessantly. "Human race brat, I am a great god of the upper realm. Because I offended His Majesty the God King, I was punished to descend to the lower realm to recuperate for many years here at Mount Sha. Now that I am about to come out of seclusion, I didn't expect to meet you, which can be considered fate." Yang Chen listened for a while, but only the words upper realm caught his ear. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you from the upper realm? What kind of place is the upper realm, and who is the God King?" Hearing this, the phantom arrogantly replied, "Brat, His Majesty the God King is the powerhouse of our entire human race. He commands the entire Guwen realm. The Guwen realm is divided into upper and lower realms. Where we are is the lower realm, also known as the mortal realm. As for the upper realm, it is the true Guwen realm, called the ancient realm." Suddenly, it pressed close to the male lead's face and offered, "Brat,
If you can pass the numerous trials that I have set up, it proves that your luck is extraordinary. Although your strength is weak, your talent is acceptable. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Outwardly, young Chen warmly accepted its good intentions. "Senior, can I really?" But inwardly, he smiled sinisterly. This guy's foxtail is about to be exposed. The shadow-splitting demonic gourd continued. "But before acknowledging me as your master, you still have one final trial."
Young Chen asked blankly, "What trial?" That phantom suddenly narrowed its eyes and curled up, black smoke scattering in all directions, just like that. Amidst the black smoke, a round object impaled by a sword appeared right before Young Chen's eyes. He was a bit surprised by the thing in front of him. This, he thought to himself, could it be that Xiao Hei is the true form of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd? Impossible. Why doesn't it have the appearance of a fox at all? Seeing Young Chen just standing there in a daze, the demonic gourd curled its lips into a smile and said, "Kid, do you see this propping sword? That is the artifact spirit that this seat used in the past. It's a pity it's already broken. But this seat sealed a sword divine ability inside. If you can comprehend it a bit within 3 days, it will be considered that you have passed the final trial." Young Chen suspiciously glanced at the demonic soul that was talking endlessly, secretly asking his companion, "Elder Rong, can you see what tricks the shadow-splitting demonic gourd is up to?" Elder Rong quickly replied, "Master, you absolutely cannot comprehend the sword divine ability on this broken sword. That might be the key of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd." At this time, the demonic gourd did not know that the male lead was on guard against it, and continued to speak without stopping. "This sword divine ability of mine has extraordinary power. If you and I have fate, I will give you some pointers." Just as the demonic gourd finished speaking, streams of black energy suddenly appeared from inside the sphere, and headed straight toward where Yang Chen was standing. Seeing that the situation was bad, Elder Rong hurriedly shouted, "Master, you absolutely cannot let the opponent's soul power enter your sea of consciousness." But it was already too late. Those streams of black energy had already invaded his sea of consciousness. The black streams of energy from all directions crowded together and drilled into Yang Chen's head, causing him to fall backward. The demonic gourd was extremely delighted to have achieved its goal. It stuck out its long tongue and spoke with craftful eyes. "Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, you wouldn't have expected this even in your dreams, right? This seat has successfully escaped. In the future, this seat will use the identity of the human race to enter the world. This seat can definitely destroy all the human race of the Guaman realm."
Yang Chen was sweating profusely at this moment, but still gritted his teeth and formed a magic seal. At this time, the non-Li origin fire inside Yang Chen's body was trying to resist the rays of soul power from the demonic gourd surrounding it. Seeing this, the demonic gourd was surprised, but then became extremely delighted and said, "Kid, I didn't expect that you still have an origin fire seed in your body, but unfortunately you are still too weak right now." The demonic gourd's soul power had now completely surrounded the male lead's non-Li origin fire, as if wanting to devour it. Seeing this, Yang Chen panicked and thought, "This is bad," but then he suddenly remembered, right, there is still the Heavenly Pearl. The Heavenly Pearl was activated by the male lead at this moment, and its lightning strikes rushed in to shatter the demonic gourd's soul power surrounding him. The lightning strikes encountered no obstacles and charged straight toward the previously arrogant demonic gourd, causing it to be startled. Then Yang Chen suddenly shouted, "Get out!" The demonic gourd's face turned pale at this moment, staring in terror at the thing charging straight towards it, its heart filled with doubt. What is this thing? Just as it finished speaking, those lightning strikes arrived, electrocuted the demonic gourd so badly it was battered, almost sending it straight to the afterlife. It struggled to command, "Human kid, stop your hands at once. Retract these lightning stakes."
As for Elder Rong, he was still watching the fun from the side, looking at Yang Chen, who was still forming hand seals, and added fuel to the fire. "Master, you absolutely cannot let it out." The demonic gourd was completely exhausted at this moment, howling as if begging Yang Chen, "Brat, stop quickly. I will swear on my soul to take you as a disciple and bestow upon you heaven-defying divine abilities. Human brat, I will become sworn brothers with you. I swear on my soul. Human brat, I am willing to form a contract with you and become your servant." After howling those words, the demonic gourd officially received a long-term tour ticket to the underworld, enjoying a free view of the Yama's Hall and drinking Mangpo soups for free. Yang Chen was also out of breath, furrowing his brows slightly as he thought to himself, "It's finally dead this time, right?" Then he turned to ask the useless old man who had been doing nothing all this time, "Elder Rong, what is the situation with that shadow-splitting demonic gourd now?" Elder Rong was now considered slightly useful as he replied, "Master, you don't need to worry. The shadow-splitting demonic gourd is thoroughly dead." Hearing this, Yang Chen exclaimed, "I almost died at the hands of this guy. To think that the origin fire seed had no effect on it." Elder Rong immediately explained for him to understand. Although the origin fire seed is formidable, its actual damage to soul bodies is not great. But innate divine lightning is the nemesis of all soul bodies. Speaking of which, Master, where did you get the innate divine lightning? Yang Chen scratched his head.
I'm not sure either. I just suddenly had it. Seeing him like that, Elder Rong urged, Master, hurry up. Quickly take out the divine soul Tao pearl of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd. That is a true treasure. Hearing this, he asked Elder Rong in confusion, Divine soul Tao pearl? Elder Rong, what is a divine soul Tao pearl? Seeing that he didn't understand, Elder Rong explained, Master, do you know what cultivation realm is above the Emperor realm? It is the divine spirit realm, and this divine soul Tao pearl is the greatest legacy left behind after the death of a divine realm expert.
Hearing this, Yang Chen wondered, Elder Rong, how can this divine soul Tao bead of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd be extracted? Elder Rong replied, Master, control your soul power to wrap around it, then it can be brought out of the sea of consciousness. Yang Chen followed Elder Rong's instructions and wrapped his soul power around the demonic gourd's Tao bead. Shortly after, a black stone surrounded by golden energy flew out from the head of that demonic gourd. Elder Rong saw Yang Chen's face darken, his hands trembling, and his eyes staring intently at the divine soul bead, so he also curiously asked, Master, what is inside the divine soul Tao bead of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd? Suddenly, he cheered, his eyes shining, making Elder Rong speechless. I've struck it rich, Elder Rong. This time, I've truly struck it rich. It's simply unbelievable. Yang Chen had now returned to his normal demeanor, holding the divine soul bead in his hand, and continued, This Tao bead contains two divine abilities. One is the soul-splitting divine ability, which can split soul power, invade any living creature's sea of consciousness, and seize control of its soul. The second is soul-devouring, which can devour soul fragments to strengthen oneself. After saying that, he turned to ask Elder Rong, Elder Rong, how can the divine soul Tao bead be refined? Hearing his question, Elder Rong was startled and asked back, Refine? Elder Rong sighed, looking thoughtful. Master, to refine the divine soul Tao bead of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd, you need to reach at least the peak Emperor realm. Yang Chen looked visibly disappointed. Wouldn't that take a very long time? But who said Elder Rong was just an old man? As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The older the person, the more profound they are. Elder Rong quickly thought of a way. He said, Master, although you yourself cannot refine the divine soul Tao bead, there is still another way to use it. Yang Chen asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Elder Rong turned back to look at him with one eye and said, Master, I have a fusion sealing secret art called the Purifying Seal Art. It can fuse and seal the divine soul Tao bead into the artifact spirit of the spirit awakening, allowing it to become an artifact spirit. Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes lit up like fireflies seeing Do 97, and he happily said, There is such a secret art? Then wouldn't my black wood sword perfectly meet the condition? Elder Rong, seeing the male lead who had been foolish for a long time suddenly become unexpectedly smart, praised him immensely. That is naturally so. Hearing Elder Rong's firm affirmation, Yang Chen hurriedly urged him, Elder Rong, quickly teach me the pure wind art. He quickly used his spiritual energy, raising the black wood sword high above his head with one hand. At this time, he used his other hand to raise the divine soul Tao pearl high. Half a watch later, the divine pearl had completely merged into the black wood sword, and a powerful dark aura immediately emanated from it. The dark aura spread out more and more. It scattered everywhere rather than gathering in one place, sweeping across everywhere it passed. Yang Chen now held the black wood sword in his hand and could not help but turn to Elder Rong and say, Elder Rong, it succeeded, but it seems this artifact spirit only has the most primitive spiritual sentience, completely incomparable to you. Hearing this, Elder Rong became extremely smug. Of course, how many years have I lived?
Yang Chen then continued, Elder Rong, speaking of which, if the demonic spirit of the Blackwood Sword executes the soul-splitting divine ability, what is the highest level of monster beast it can control? Elder Rong tried to put on his most handsome face and smiled, saying, Haha, Master, with the strength of the Blackwood Sword's artifact spirit, controlling the divine spirit realm is still too difficult. However, controlling a few Emperor realm cultivators, especially Emperor realm cultivators with relatively weak soul power cultivation, is not difficult. Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes sparkled like stars. He looked at the sword as if looking at a treasure and exclaimed, even the Emperor realm is possible? Changing the scene, the three people, Wu Kui, Ling Si, and fifth senior sister, had also arrived at the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain was currently surrounded by thick streams of black aura. Fifth senior sister excitedly pointed her finger. Little junior brother has succeeded. Let's go up there. Seeing this, Ling Si advised her. The situation is still unclear right now. How about we wait a little longer? Wu Kui also seemed to agree with fifth senior sister and spoke up, Sister Ling Si, I dare to confirm, my brother will definitely succeed. Elsewhere, the guy surnamed Wan was also near the foot of the mountain at this time. He thought to himself, what happened? Could it be that someone has already snatched the treasure? Then his face wrinkled, and he flew towards the mountain like the wind. While flying, he cursed, Damn, Yang Chen, if I don't kill you this time, my surname is not Wan.
At the same time, many people had discovered the treasure and rushed over together, shouting loudly, "The great emperor's treasure, I'm coming!" They swarmed over as numerous as an army, and no one could hide the greed on their faces. Even King Wan Shang was alarmed and urged his subordinates, "Let's go too." Returning to the male lead side, he was currently standing on the peak of the Divine Mountain. In front of him was a treasure sword broken in two, stuck into a large boulder. He thought to himself, the profound ice-black lotus stated that the divine ability sword skill of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor's Taikong sword is hidden on the peak of the Yao Clan Divine Mountain. Could it be inside? Yang Chen turned to ask Elder Rong, "Elder Rong, is there any possibility that a divine ability sword skill could be sealed within this broken sword blade?" Elder Rong also answered him honestly, "Of course it is possible, but it requires some special methods or secret arts." Hearing this, Yang Chen also said happily, "Good, then I will search for a bit." Suddenly, his divine sense collided with the broken treasure sword stuck in the rock over there, startling him. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful source of light emanated, pushing Yang Chen backward. That light was so strong that he had to struggle immensely just to open his eyes. The source of light faded, and Yang Chen was stunned to realize that in front of him was a treasure sword emitting a brilliant light. Elder Rong hovered around Yang Chen in a panic. "Master, have you obtained the Taisong sword?" Yang Chen held the treasure sword in his hand and replied blankly, "I don't know. Isn't the Taisong sword a divine ability?" Elder Rong started to show off again. "Master, you might not know, but above sword posture and sword domain is the sword pill." Hearing Elder Rong say this, he also began to suspect. Sword pill? Elder Rong, could it be that the small sword inside this broken sword is the sword pill of the Taisong sword? Elder Rong looked at the sword and affirmed firmly, "That's right. The thing sealing the soul body of the shadow-splitting demonic gourd is truly that sword pill." Suddenly, from behind Yang Chen, a massive phantom appeared. Its mouth opened wide, swallowing the treasure sword in Yang Chen's hand whole, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, a massive source of light appeared, catching him and Elder Rong off guard. What was happening? From that source of light, bolts of energy rained down like lightning bolts, striking the place where the two of them were standing. The crowd of people who were previously rushing forward saw this scene and were extremely shocked, exclaiming, "What terrifying killing intent! What is going on here? What is the current situation at the Divine Mountain?" The lightning bolts continued to pour down on their heads, scaring both Yang Chen and Elder Rong out of their wits.
Yang Chen's eyes widened, sweat pouring down profusely, and he couldn't help but cry out, "What a terrifying sword intent! No, this is not sword intent." Elder Meng also started to panic at this moment. "Master, we cannot stay here for long." Suddenly, something from behind attracted Yang Chen, causing him to turn his head in vigilance. Yang Chen secretly calculated. Not good. It seems the commotion caused was too big. People from various factions have all found their way here. Unexpectedly, that group of 3 people appeared out of nowhere and called out, "Look, Yang Chen, little junior brother." Seeing the 3 of them appear, Yang Chen asked in surprise, "Why are you all here?" Fifth senior sister did not answer Yang Chen's question, but asked him back, "Little junior brother, what exactly was that terrifying sword glow from before? Where is the treasure? Has the treasure of the Divine Mountain been obtained yet?"
Yang Chen looked away and replied with a sigh, "The Divine Mountain's treasure has already been taken by me, but the formless demonic sound and the sound that could injure the Sea of Consciousness are also gone. Next, there will probably be a large number of experts climbing the mountain." Fifth senior sister turned pale and exclaimed in panic, "Then what should we do?" Yang Chen calmly explained, "The mountain path approaching this mountain probably doesn't have anyone coming up this quickly yet. Let's quickly go down and hide, then blend into the people coming up and go down the mountain together." Wu Kuei only now noticed the glowing thing next to Yang Chen. "Brother, what is that thing? I can feel waves of spiritual energy." Yang Chen also glanced at the thing next to him and said, "Hee, this thing has already been ruined. Let's go." Wan Buquan was almost at the peak of the mountain by now, thinking to himself, "The treasure is definitely mine." He brushed past without noticing Yang Chen, who was hiding behind a rock crevice with Lingzi, signaling, "Shh." When Wan Buquan reached the mountain peak and saw the broken sword that was now useless, he was extremely overjoyed and cheered. Such terrifying sword intent. This is an artifact. His eyes looked at the broken precious sword as if he saw money. He raised the sword high into the sky and gloated to himself, "Ha ha ha, the treasure is already mine." Scene change. By this time, Yang Chen had already blended into the crowd standing at the foot of the mountain, waiting together with them for Wan Buquan. Wan Buquan then walked out amidst the whispering and discussing of the crowd at the foot of the mountain. Seeing him, Yang Chen started acting like an A-list actor, pulling out his ultimate move of crying thief while being the thief, and yelled to attract the attention of the surrounding crowd, "Wan Buquan, hand over the Divine Mountain's treasure." Hearing this, Wan Buquan was startled, sweating profusely, and stammered in reply, "Yang Chen, you are speaking nonsense. I haven't seen any Divine Mountain treasure at all." Yang Chen's face was extremely punchable as he provoked. "No? Do you dare to swear on your martial heart?"
Even though Wan Buquan was so scared he nearly wet his pants at this time, he was still extremely stubborn. Yang Chen, don't push people too far. While the two were arguing, from afar a group of people walked over and interrupted their conversation. The leader looked at the two with a disdainful face and spoke, his voice full of arrogance. Who has the Divine Mountain's treasure? If you don't want to die, hand it over. Shamelessly, Yang Chen pushed Wan Buquan forward to take the blame for him. Him! The Divine Mountain's treasure is on him. Knowing he couldn't win the argument, Wan Buquan yelled angrily, "A bunch of brats from who knows where, whose hair hasn't even grown fully yet, already learning to rob people? You really don't know life from death." The leader frowned and gave Wan Buquan a palm strike, along with the words, "Courting death." Caught off guard by the strike, Wan Buquan screamed like a frog, lying completely dead still on the ground, unable to move.
Seeing this, that guy snorted in disdain. "Where is the treasure? Hand it over to me." King Wangshang panicked upon seeing this and yelled, "Bu Chuan, hand it over." Hearing that, Wan Buchuan gritted his teeth and took out the sword from his body. The crowd standing around gossiping for a while couldn't help but be amazed and disgust. Spirit artifact? This is a spirit artifact? Could it be a relic of a great emperor? What a pity. It is about to belong to people from the outer region. The leader held the treasure sword in his hand. His face darkened as he secretly calculated. Not right. This is just a defective spirit sword. Absolutely not that treasure artifact. Then, blazing with anger, he glared at the heavily injured Wan Buchuan on the ground. "You are not being honest. The treasure of the Divine Mountain is probably not just this. Hand it over." Although heavily injured, Wan Buchuan's mouth was still operating at full capacity. To be bandits to your level, you are also #1 in Dongchuan. Hearing this, the guy became extremely furious and prepared to give Wan Buchuan another taste of his moves. King Wangshang, seeing things going increasingly off track, hurriedly intervened. "Young master, please do not be angry. This disciple of mine is a bit stubborn. Please do not be angry."
After that, the elder turned to Wan Buquan and advised him, "Buquan, do you still have it or not? If you do, hand it over." Hearing this, the Wan family member became extremely furious and swore an oath. "I swear on my martial heart, on the Divine Mountain, there is only this artifact." The purple-haired girl following that guy only spoke up at this time. "Yan Hui, I can feel that on this broken sword blade there is indeed an aura similar to the previous heaven-defying sword glow, but it is very faint." The guy named Yan Hui mentioned by the girl darkened his face and interrogated Wan Buquan. "Before you, was there anyone else who had gone up the mountain?" Wan Buquan's answer caused Yang Chun's face to darken, feeling like he had hit himself with his own stick. "Yes, Yang Chen of Horman Mountain." Wan Buquan pointed to the spot where Yang Chen was standing and yelled, "He is still there." But how could Yang Chen allow himself to suffer a loss? He made a swift escape, causing Wan Buquan to panic because he couldn't react in time. His face turned pale green as he screamed, "What happened? Where is he?" Yan Hui quickly used his spiritual energy to sense, thinking to himself, "What a powerful spatial secret art. It seems it absolutely cannot be wrong."
At this moment, King Wanshang also sidled up and interjected, "Young master, that youth named Yang Chen is a disciple of Holman Mountain." That person was extremely furious at this moment and ordered King Wanshang, "Lead the way, take me to Holman Mountain." At Holman Mountain, young Chen was suddenly summoned back, almost falling flat on his face. He asked blankly, "Holman Mountain, why did I suddenly return here?" The old master standing to the side saw him and immediately asked, "Kid Chen, tell me, what treasures did you get at the Divine Mountain?" Young Chen scratched his head and replied, "Master, the fortuitous encounter of the Divine Mountain is exactly a sword pill of a divine ability sword skill." Seeing that he was not being honest, the old master's face darkened as he interrogated, "Is that so? Nothing else?" Seeing the old man ask like that, young Chen felt guilty and replied, "Yeah." Seeing that he still refused to speak, the old man ordered with a dark face, "Bring your blackwood sword for me to take a look." After hearing what the old man said, young Chen still politely offered his demonic sword to him on the surface, but inwardly he cursed. "Damn it, this old man is too terrifying. Could it be that he knows everything about the Divine Mountain?" The old master held the sword in his hand and evaluated. "Kichen, although this blackwood sword of yours is a newly formed spirit artifact, strictly speaking, it is still a semi-finished product, same as my." Before the old man could finish his sentence, a group of people appeared in the sky above Holman Mountain. Wanshang, relying on his master's backing like a dog, shouted loudly, "Old Ghost Gang, come out and accept your death." The crowd standing below watching the commotion could not help but whisper to each other, "Trouble has finally arrived. I knew Wanshang would definitely make a move on our Water and Fire Martial Academy. That is an Emperor Realm expert. How can we block him? We can't block it. While the Wan family's target is currently on Holman Mountain, let's quickly run away." At this moment, King Wanshang suddenly launched an attack, and a massive hand abruptly appeared.
That hand aimed straight at Huamen Mountain's mountain-protecting Grand Array and struck. But as soon as it touched the Grand Array, that massive hand suddenly dissipated, leaving King Wanshang utterly astonished. How could this be? Even with this strike of his, he still couldn't break Huamen Mountain's mountain-protecting Grand Array. Seeing that he couldn't break it, he turned to Yan Hui and respectfully reported, "Young master, this old man Gang clearly wants to be a shrinking turtle. However, Huamen Mountain's mountain-protecting Grand Array is indeed very formidable. With my strength, it's very difficult to break it in a short time." He glanced at the useless fellow who was respectfully reporting to him and cursed, "Trash. I still have to take action myself."
Saying that, with a darkened face, he took out a talisman and pinched it between his 2 fingers. He threw the talisman forward while loudly shouting, "Release!" He stood to the side, witnessing the scene, his heart filled with bitterness. This was the sword talisman bestowed by the old patriarch. Even an Emperor Realm expert would have to evade it. It was a pity to waste it in this place. As soon as the talisman touched the mountain-protecting Grand Array, it generated a fierce surge of energy. From within the smoke, a majestic figure appeared. It was Yang Chen's master, Old Ghost Gang. Seeing this, King Wansheng immediately tattled. "Young master, he is Old Ghost Gang, who is also Yang Chen's master. The Divine Mountain's treasure is definitely in his hands." The barrier had now lowered, and Elder Gang stood inside, speaking with a majestic tone. "Since you all are courting death, I will grant your wish." Saying that, a streak of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his hand. The spiritual energy abruptly shot towards King Wansheng and pierced straight into his head, causing him to cry out without having time to react. "Ah!" He fell down like a chicken before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. How could this be? The king was destroyed? The king had already advanced to the Emperor Realm? What exactly was this old man Gang's true strength? This Dongchuan was about to undergo a massive upheaval.
Seeing this, that Yan Hui broke out in a cold sweat, completely retracting his previous arrogance and cautiously proposed, "Senior, earlier this junior was presumptuous. Can you give face to the patriarch of our Yan family and let this go?" Hearing this, Elder Gang angrily growled, "Yan family? Go back and tell Yan Changchuan to properly prepare what he owes this seat. It won't be long before my disciple comes to your door to collect it." That guy, trembling like a leaf, bowed with folded hands and respectfully replied, "Yes." Having finished the matter, the old man landed straight down to where Yang Chen and Shen Longran were standing. Seeing him, Yang Chen immediately activated his bootlicking mode and flattered him. "Teacher, so you were this formidable." Elder Gang ignored Yang Chen's fawny attitude and turned to instruct Shen Longran. "Longran, pack up a bit and leave Dongchuan." Hearing this, Longran couldn't help but feel surprised and flustered. "Teacher, where did your disciple do wrong? Do you want to chase me away?" Elder Gang sighed and answered, "Dongchuan has been restricted for 1,000 years, and cultivation resources are scarce. Right now, although you are about to break through to the Ancestor Realm, you still lack some opportunities. More importantly, your personality is a bit hot-tempered. You must go out to calm down." After saying that, he continued to instruct, "Little Baldy, you will stay on the mountain and cultivate together with your eldest senior brother. Remember well, before advancing to the Ancestor Realm, you are not allowed to leave Dongchuan." Eldest senior brother and Little Baldy, upon hearing Elder Gang's words, chimed in unison, "Teacher." He ignored the two of them and turned to Kiar with a kind smile. While rubbing the little girl's head, he instructed, "Little girl, from now on follow your eldest senior brother. You must be obedient." By now, the little girl's eyes were filled with tears as she asked him, "Boo-hoo, teacher, is it that you don't want us anymore?" He didn't answer the little girl, but instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of white smoke. Suddenly, he sent a sound transmission privately to young Chen. "Kid Chen, you and Xiao Qiao pack up a bit. I will wait for you in Xicheng." On another side, the little girl Kiara was still crying softly as she asked eldest senior brother, "Eldest senior brother, is teacher never coming back?" Eldest senior brother looked up at the high sky and comforted the little girl. "Kiara, Horman Mountain is teacher's life's work. I believe there will come a day when he will return."
At this moment, young Chen suddenly turned to the eldest senior brother and bowed. Then he spoke, "Eldest senior brother, I want to take Xiao Kui out to travel for a bit. Ling Shi and the others will trouble you to take care of them." The eldest senior brother gladly accepted young Chen's request, even patting his shoulder and affirming, "Good, little junior brother, rest assured. With me here, everything is not a problem." Scene change. At this time, young Chen and Wu Kui had left Huomen Mountain. As they walked, Wu Kui asked doubtfully, "Brother, do we have to leave Dongchuan?" Seeing this, young Chen answered honestly, "No, we are going to meet Master first." On the outskirts of Xicheng, the sky had just begun to get dark, and the quiet scenery made one's hair stand on end. The two brothers, Yang Chen and Wu Kui, were now present at the Flame Demon Deep Cave of Xicheng, standing in front of a deep, pitch-black cave. Yang Chen thought to himself, "Is this the Xicheng that Old Man Gang talked about? Why is it so desolate? What did he tell us to come here for?" Suddenly, Elder Gang popped out of nowhere, startling young Chen. "Kid Chen, there is a demonic creature here. It just so happens that it can allow your semi-finished blackwood sword to completely form a spirit." Hearing this, young Chen began to flatter, "I know that Master is infinitely resourceful. That demonic creature is probably the Loyan demonic emperor, right? Master, you've already beaten it to death, right?" The old demonic head heard this and smiled craftily, saying to young Chen, Hey, the Loyan demonic emperor is indeed deep inside. As for whether your blackwood sword can form a spirit or not, it depends on your own ability." Yang Chen, his face full of disappointment and doubt, asked back, "This demonic creature must be extremely powerful. Can I defeat it?" At this time, Wu Kui suddenly called out to Yang Chen, his face somewhat timid. He said, "Brother, the dark energy and fire attribute here are extremely dense.
and they even contain a demonic fiendish aura. Hearing this, Yang Chen also agreed and cautiously spoke up. Let's go. We should be a little careful. The two walked deep into the cave. At this moment, a large pool of water, red as blood, appeared before them. Yang Chen looked at Xiao Kui and instructed him. Xiao Kui, wait here. I will go down. Saying this, before Xiao Kui could answer, he used his earth membrane true qi to envelop his whole body and jumped down like a professional athlete. Just as his feet touched the water's surface, a strange voice echoed in Yang Chen's ear. Human race brat, you are truly bold to actually dare step into my dojo. Then suddenly a black vortex appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the pool, close to where Yang Chen was standing. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he hastily shouted, Senior, don't misunderstand. I am here to trade with the Great Loa demonic flame. Beneath the water's surface at this moment, the black shadows had gathered to one side, creating a bizarre pitch-black object. Seeing him, it angrily shouted, Are the people of the Wan family all dead, to actually let a little purple palace realm trash like you come? While cursing it, it thought, No, that's not right. Something must have happened to the Wan family. What exactly has happened outside? Yang Chen ignored it and pressed closer to the pool's surface, observing while asking himself, Could it be that the soul body of the Loyan demonic emperor is hidden inside this vortex? Seeing him getting closer and closer, that strange thing appeared anxious, blocked his path, and said, Brat, you know the rules, right? Let me see the goods for this time first. Hearing this, an idea popped into Yang Chen's head. He smiled brightly to curry favor, then respectfully offered the black wood sword to that guy and said, Senior, this is an ancient spirit artifact. I heard from my great-grandfather that the artifact spirit of this sword is in a deep slumber. Perhaps it will be of use to you. Hearing this, that guy was extremely greedy and hastily urged Yang Chen, Quickly throw it over here.
Yang Chen did not hesitate at all and threw the black wood sword toward that guy. While throwing it, he shouted, Senior, here! That guy, while inspecting the spirit artifact, curiously asked Yang Chen, What kind of artifact spirit is this? Yang Chen didn't answer him, but immediately formed hand seals, using the soul-devouring ability. At this moment, the sword acted like a magnet, absorbing all the dark aura around it. Even that pitch-black entity couldn't escape the shared fate of being sucked by the sword until it deformed, leaving it extremely terrified. After sweeping everything clean, the blackwood sword returned to its original shape. Seeing this, Yang Chen's eyes widened as he evaluated. This is truly too overpowered. At this moment, the sword suddenly turned toward Yang Chen and cried out, Master!
Yang Chen held it in his hand and asked in surprise, Demonic spirit, is that you? The sword then spoke up with a hint of reproach and slight anger. Master, could you please stop calling me demonic spirit? Yang Chen looked at it, sighed, and replied, Perhaps I should give you a name. From now on, I will call you Xiao Yao. Then he raised the sword high and firmly affirmed, All right, from now on, you will be called Xiao Yao. As soon as he saw Yang Chen, Wei Kei ran over excitedly and cheered, Brother, did you succeed? Yang Chen smiled happily, his eyes narrowing, raising the sword in his hand and answering, Haha, of course, and a harvest is huge. The blackwood sword has completely metamorphosed into a spirit sword. Hearing this, Xiao Kei also cheered joyfully. That's great! If Martial Uncle knew about this, he would definitely be thrilled. Yang Chen sheathed the sword and said to Wei Kei, Let's go. We are going to find Master. Suddenly, a command token and a ring appeared out of nowhere above their heads, drawing both of their gazes toward them. Yang Chen stepped forward to touch the command token in the ring, when a reminder suddenly appeared before his eyes. Kid, immediately take Xiao Kei and leave Don Chuan. Inside this ring is something you need. Remember, think carefully before you act when encountering situations. After reading it, he was extremely curious about the thing mentioned in the ring, so he decided to take it out to see what was inside. In Yang Chen's hand at this moment was a triangular object that looked like a horn, and upon seeing it, he was extremely shocked. Wasn't this the spirit artifact after Yi Wufeng died? Why was it here? Elder Rong suddenly appeared at this moment, chiming in. Master, isn't this your all? He seemed to remember something and started searching all over his body. A moment later, in Yang Chen's hands were two identical alls. The all on the left was the purple-red all left by Old Man Geng. The all on the right was Yang Chen's own all. Wu Kui then asked curiously, Brother, what is this? Yang Chen replied, I don't know either. Let's go. The old man gave the order. We must charge out. Scene change. At this time, a group of people was standing around a glowing teleportation gate, discussing. A young-looking person among them laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, another idiot has come here. I've said it already. This time, it all belongs to our Sen family. Another person seeing this showed disdain. A few young idiots. There probably isn't any good stuff. We'll leave them to your Sen family. Another person also chimed in. Damn it, why is the teleportation wave so weak? We suffered a loss this time. At this time, Yang Chen, Wu Kui, and the others stepped out from the teleportation gate. Wu Kui was extremely happy and said to Yang Chen, Brother, we have left Donchuan. But Yang Chen was not happy at all, because standing in front of them was Sen Yu of the Sen family. He looked at Yang Chen's group with full disdain and bluntly judged, What a bunch of stupid, idiotic pigs. From top to bottom, you reek of poverty.
Let me tell you beforehand, if you don't have any good stuff on you, Hearing this, Wu Kuei became extremely angry, blood rushing to his head. He prepared his stance and growled word by word, "You are courting death."
Seeing Wu Kuei lose his temper, Yang Chen reached out to stop him. "Sha Kuei, endure it for now. Let's figure out the situation first before making a move." Seeing this, that guy thought he was scared and became even more arrogant. "Hand over your rings. That's right, if you have spirit artifacts, hand them over too. Use them to buy your lives." At this moment, a man felt extremely frustrated and spoke up. "Based on what?" Sen Yu then condensed energy in his palm and said, "Based on this." After saying that, he launched a strike, causing the man who was arguing a second ago to meet his maker the next. After finishing, he shouted at everyone, "All of you, quickly hand over your items, otherwise you will die with him." Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately advised Sha Kuei, "Sha Kuei, let's just hand over something randomly for now. Wait until we figure out the situation, and then snatch it back." After saying that, Yang Chen walked straight to Sen Yu and handed over a bundle. He did not refuse, but brazenly snatched it. He checked the bundle and glanced at Yang Chen's group with contempt. A bunch of paupers. The big guy next to him saw this and chimed in, "Throw them into the Black Crystal Mine." Scene change. At this time, at the Black Crystal Mine, the big guy was escorting a group of people into the stone mine, including Yang Chen and Wu Kuei. Upon arrival, that guy crossed his arms and said to everyone with a bossy tone and expression, "Remember carefully, each day you must hand over at least 4 pieces of black crystal. If you fail to complete the task, just wait for death." Yang Chen didn't bother to let his words enter his ears. He glanced around and thought to himself, "Hee, we struck it rich this time." Wu Kuei, carrying a worried mood, walked over and asked Yang Chen, "Brother, what should we do next?" Yang Chen pointed to the black crystal block nearby and answered, "Sha Kuei, the black crystal mineral vein is a good item. It contains extraordinary dark origin. We can just happen to make use of it to upgrade our true qi." Hearing this, Wu Kuei perked up noticeably, but still wondered, "Brother, so what should we do next?" Yang Chen glanced at the crowd who were working diligently and told Wu Kuei, "Let's go. We are going inside." Yang Chen and Wu Kuei had now gone deep into the black crystal stone mine. Upon arriving, Yang Chen immediately fell into a meditative state to cultivate, with streams of dark aura lingering beside him. Yang Chen was like a magnet, absorbing all of those dark auras into his body. He consumed it completely, not missing a single bit. Outside the stone mine, violent shaking began at this moment. Small stones from above continuously fell down. Seeing this, the guy Sen Yu and the big guy panicked. "Lord Sen, it seems something happened inside the mine." Hearing this, Sen Yu did not hesitate and directly ordered, "Let's go take a look." Inside, Wu Kuei was also endlessly worried and continuously asked Yang Chen, "Brother, with such a fierce tremor, it won't collapse, right?" Yang Chen opened his eyes and happily replied, "It's fine even if it collapses. It is not far from the surface above here. Opening up a passage out is not difficult." At this moment, Sen Yu suddenly appeared from nowhere and rushed straight toward Yang Chen and Wu Kuei's location. Yang Chen also noticed something unusual and instinctively turned his head. Someone is coming. Then he turned to ask the demonic spirit, Xiao Yao. "Xiao Yao, can you feel that aura? He is absolutely a peak ancestor realm cultivator. If you use the soul-splitting divine ability, can you suppress him?" Seeing her master ask this, Xiao Yao replied with extreme confidence, "Master, as long as it is not the emperor realm, it is absolutely fine."
Hearing Xiao Yao say this, Yang Chen confidently drew his sword. He raised his black wood sword straight up, which was enveloped in his thick, dense, dark spiritual energy, and launched an attack straight at the man surnamed San who was flying towards him. That guy surnamed Sen still hadn't shed tears until seeing the coffin, remaining incredibly arrogant. "Spiritual energy, then next it will be mine." Not afraid of death, he threw out a counterattack along with a provocation, "Scratching an itch for me." But as Yang Chen's attack closed in, he finally felt fear and muttered, "Something is wrong. This is a divine sense attack." Yang Chen hurriedly asked Xiao Yao at this time, "Xiao Yao, how do you feel? Did it work?" Xiao Yao also happily replied, "He, it succeeded." Contrary to the two people on this side who were happy, Sen Yu didn't seem pleased at all when his divine sense was attacked. He screamed in agony. A moment later, Sen Yu was finally able to stand up and staggered in front of him. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees before him, clasping his hands together respectfully. "Greetings, master." Yang Chen held up his sword and laughed heartily, causing Wu Kuei, who was standing to the side, to look dumbfounded. "Xiao Yao, you are truly amazing." Wu Kuei stood aside with a blank face, thinking, what kind of ability does Big Brother have? He can actually control an ancestor realm expert. Yang Chen, looking at Sen Yu kneeling in front of him, ordered, "Stand up." Sen Yu, given permission to stand, stood up but still respectfully replied, "Yes." Yang Chen then stood with his arms crossed like an investigator and interrogated, "What is your name? Introduce your situation a bit." Seeing him ask, Sen Yu answered seriously, "Master, your subordinate is named Sen Yu, a dark attribute heavenly Tao master. I am currently a half-step martial emperor. Of the 4 shields to advance to martial emperor, I have broken through 2, possessing the heart of the martial emperor and an emperor realm soul body." Hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely shocked.
half-step martial emperor? Seeming to realize he overreacted a bit, he hastily pretended to be calm to hide his embarrassment. Sen Yu, dealing with the manager and the guards of the valley above probably isn't difficult for you, right? Hearing his question, Sen Yu flipped his hand back and forth with a confident posture and answered, Master, dealing with them takes nothing more than a flip of the hand.
Hearing him say that, Yang Chen immediately said, Good, then you go up there and kill them all first. Sen Yu accepted the order and replied, Master, wait for a moment. I will go and return right away. After speaking, he dashed off like a gust of wind, leaving Xiao Kui with a dumbfounded expression, not yet understanding what was happening there. Seeing that Yang Chen could even control Sen Yu, Wu Kuei curiously asked him, Brother, what kind of demonic technique are you using? How long can you control him? Yang Chen confidently pointed at himself, smiled, and started to show off. Ha ha, Xiao Kui, as long as I don't die, he will never betray me. Hearing this, Wu Kuei looked stunned. How is that possible? Yang Chen then explained to Wu Kuei, who was standing to the side with smoke practically coming out of his head. Xiao Kui, that is a divine ability of the Blackwood Sword's artifact spirit, another opportunity obtained at the Yao Clan Divine Mountain. Suddenly, the primordial demonic dragon inside his body could no longer hold back and showed signs of wanting to come out. The giant dragon appeared with sharp claws and an open mouth ready to devour anyone in its way, looking incredibly majestic and imposing. Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat at this moment and muttered softly, Can true origin be evolved?
Strands of dark aura from all directions were currently gathering in one place. In the center of the accumulation, a brilliant light was emitted. Yang Chen looked at the sphere in his hand with a dark face, secretly feeling regretful in his heart. What a pity, I am just a little bit short. Then he secretly gave up hope. It seemed that the purple nether true chi temporarily could not be upgraded. How should this be handled in this line vein? At this time, Sen Yu had completed his mission and returned to report. Master, all the people of the Sen family in the valley have been dealt with. Yang Chen ignored his words and turned to ask the demonic spirit, Xiao Yao, if Sen Yu breaks through to the Emperor realm, will he break free from control? The demonic spirit in the sword confidently replied, Master, he won't. His soul has completely changed, and a slave seal has been planted. Hearing this, he also took out a bottle of pills from his body and asked Sen Yu expressionlessly, These are pills to upgrade and condense the divine sense. How many pills do you need to let your divine sense reach the Emperor realm? Hearing him say this, Sen Yu craved like he had been starving for years and quickly replied, Master, I only need 5 pills. No, 4 pills are enough. Seeing him say this, he casually threw the pill bottle to him with a sincere reminder, There are 4 pills inside, which should be enough for your divine sense to advance to the Emperor realm. Sen Yu held the pill bottle in his hand and examined it, his voice full of hesitation. Master, this... Yang Chen didn't care what he was thinking and calmly asked further, Sen Yu, if there is a large amount of dark origin, can your true chi evolve into true origin? Sen Yu looked delighted when he heard him say this, hastily cupped his hands and respectfully replied, Master, if there really is a large amount of dark origin, I can definitely evolve my true chi into true origin. Yang Chen then smiled and summoned a brightly shining sphere surrounded by countless strands of dark aura. He said to him, Good, then today I will help you achieve the Emperor realm. Saying that, he summoned countless strands of dark aura, so many that they could cover the vast space where the two were standing. The more dark auras appeared, the brighter the sphere in Yang Chen's hand shone. He held the sphere towards Sen Yu, and the strands of dark aura instantly covered his entire body. He shouted an order to him, Catch it. At this time, Sen Yu was surrounded by the dark aura without a single gap. He hurriedly formed hand seals, his face looking as if he was suffering a kind of extreme torture. The scene shifts to half an hour later. At this time, Sen Yu had also finished cultivating. His breakthrough created a very strong shockwave that blew away all kinds of rocks and dirt around him. He shouted, Ah, 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 ah. Yang Chen, standing to the side, couldn't escape getting caught in the crossfire while doing nothing, so he hurriedly ordered Elder Rong, Elder Rong, Kuixing Eternal Guard. A blue barrier immediately enveloped Yang Chen and Wu Kuei. At this moment, the shockwave energy from Sen Yu's level up also happened to reach the two of them. It was so terrifying that it wiped out. The place where the two of them were originally standing was a stone chamber, but now it had been cleared into a road that was both wide and deep. Above them was blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Wu Kuei at this time was so terrified that he looked like a soulless corpse. Meanwhile, Yang Chen still had the energy to look around in all directions.
Seeing himself trapped inside a bottomless deep pit, he shouted in panic, This matter. Sen Yu, having just finished leveling up, couldn't help but be overjoyed with a blazing aura. Emperor Realm. I actually became an Emperor Realm expert. Yang Chen's face also broke out in cold sweat at this time. He sighed and told him, causing such a huge commotion, we cannot stay here any longer. Let's go first. At this time, a city gate suddenly appeared. It was Lu City. The three of them, Yang Chen, Wu Kuei, and Sen Yu, were strolling around the city. Yang Chen suddenly asked Sen Yu, give a brief introduction to the general situation of Lu City. Sen Yu answered his question honestly. Master, Lu City holds 3 great families, Sen, Tian, and Han, in its hands. These 3 great families each occupy a city district. Yang Chen, looking uninterested, raised his hand to cut him off. There's no need to talk about the basic situation. Tell me about some key, strange occurrences. Hearing him say that, he fell into deep thought. Strange occurrences. I have one. The patriarch of our Sen family goes on a trip to Blackstone Cliff on the night of the full moon every month. Yang Chen hastily interrupted him. Wait, where is this Blackstone Cliff? Is there anything special about it? Sen Yu replied, Master, Blackstone Cliff is on a nameless small mountain less than 500 miles outside the South City. There is nothing special about it. Yang Chen, hearing this, grew suspicious. That's not right. There must be something strange. Then he put on a wicked, despicable face and made a bold statement. Aha, tonight is the full moon. Let's go take a look.
At highest stone, the moon had risen high and the sky was pitch black, so quiet that it could give people goosebumps. Yang Chen was currently wearing a layer of disguise while standing behind a large rock, but he couldn't help being suspicious and asked Elder Rong again. Elder Rong, that patriarch of the Sen family probably won't be able to discover us, right? Elder Rong could only helplessly answer the utterly trivial question of his master, who was in the terminal stage of overthinking. Master, your shadow evasion martial intent is extremely powerful now. An ordinary Emperor Realm expert will absolutely not be able to find you. Shh, he's here. At this moment, the man Yang Chen had been thinking about day and night finally appeared. It was the patriarch of the Sen family. The old man walked to the edge of the mountain, took out a talisman from his clothes, and began to transmit spiritual energy into it. On the other side, Elder Rong and Yang Chen were hiding behind a rock, watching his every move. Elder Rong's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O shape as he exclaimed, Spirit channeling talisman. Seeing Elder Rong panicking so much when mentioning that thing, Yang Chen was extremely puzzled. Spirit channeling talisman? Elder Rong, what is a spirit channeling talisman? Elder Rong's face was as taut as a bowstring, but he kindly explained to him, Master, a spirit channeling talisman is an item that only an expert above the Emperor level can forge. Its main use is for long-distance communication and interaction. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face darkened in shock. Could it be that behind this Sen family patriarch is a great emperor? The old man surnamed Sen did not know he was being watched and was completely focused on activating the talisman. In the sky, a dark shadow slowly appeared. Its original form looked no different from a demon, but the Sen family old man still bowed reverently before it. Greetings, great master. The monster opened its large mouth, glaring at the old man below, and interrogated, Lowly insect, is there any progress on the matter I entrusted to you? The old man surnamed Sen respectfully replied, Reporting to the great master, your subordinate has paid a huge price to scout out an extremely secret piece of news, which might be related to what the master entrusted. The demon became somewhat interested and ordered, Tell me, and let me hear it. Elder Sen respectfully reported, Master, your subordinate has investigated and found that within the Donyang secret realm of the Donyang Dao Palace, there exists a forbidden ground. No one has ever been able to enter it. Rumor has it that inside that forbidden ground, there is a heavenly fire. Yang Chen's eyes shone like stars as he looked at Elder Rong, who was still gasping in shock beside him, and asked excitedly, Elder Rong, what is this heavenly fire? Elder Rong explained to Yang Chen, Master, heavenly fire is divided into many types. The powerful ones among them can even incinerate the divine spirit realm.
Yang Chen heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. Is it really that formidable? Those two still hadn't discovered them and continued talking to each other. That demon now ordered Elder Sen to figure out a way to enter some secret realm. I need specific and accurate information. Old Master Sen still clasped his hands, kneeling respectfully to receive the order. Yes. Seeing him say that, the other guy shot a beam of light directly into his forehead and declared, Then we will end here for today. This is a reward for you. Having finished, that guy disappeared, leaving Old Master Sen there. Only then did he stand up and look around cautiously. Not seeing anything suspicious, he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, completely unaware that a hand had just sprouted out of the stone behind him.
Seeing that the guy had left, Yang Chen slightly lifted himself from the rock and ordered the others, Come out. Following Yang Chen's call, the two figures of Wu Kuei and Sen Yu also slowly appeared and spoke, Brother, Master. Yang Chen turned to Sen Yu and asked, Sen Yu, do you know about the Dongying Dao Palace? Right, there was also the Dongying Secret Realm. Hearing his question, Sen Yu answered with full reverence, Master, the Dongying Dao Palace is directly under His Majesty the Divine Emperor of the Divine Realm, governing the 108 prefectures of our donjo. The will it issues is something no one can disobey. The 1,000-year sealing of Dongchun previously was a decree issued by the Dongying Dao Palace. Hearing this, Yang Chen was so surprised that his eyes widened as he asked, Is it that formidable? Sen Yu then continued, Master, any cultivator from the 108 prefectures of our donjo deeply yearns for the Dongying Dao Palace. Once entering the Dongying Dao Palace, it is stepping onto the path to heaven. Every 50 years, the Dongying Dao Palace will issue the Dongying Token. Holding the Dongying Token allows one to enter the Dongying Dao Palace to cultivate. At this time, Yang Chen wondered, Sen Yu, what qualifications are needed to get the Dongying Token? Sen Yu suddenly pointed his finger up, and where he pointed, an illusion of a token appeared, as he replied, Participate in the Tianmin battle. Then, as if afraid Yang Chen wouldn't understand, he further explained, The so-called Tianmin battle is the fight for the Dongying Token. Once a Dongying Token is obtained, one can enter the Dongying Dao Palace.
To a cultivator, this is no different from reaching the clouds in a single step, which is why it is called the Tianmen battle. Hearing him say that, Yang Chen eagerly pointed at himself and asked, "Then perhaps I can participate too, right?" Sen Yu hurriedly shattered his unrealistic dreams and replied, "Master, the lowest cultivation among those who won the Dongying token in the previous session was Half-Step Emperor, and most were Emperor Realm experts." After hearing this, Yang Chen felt like he was struck by lightning and screamed, "What?"
At this moment, Yang Chen still hadn't given up on taking advantage of the old man surnamed Sen, so he asked Sen Yu, "Sen Yu, how much do you know about the situation in Donglin City?" Seeing his thoughtful expression, Sen Yu immediately waved his hands and feet, quickly replying, "Master, the strongest in Donglin City is the Donglin Martial Palace. Below it are the 5 great divine families, and the other families all rely on these 5. Hearing this, Yang Chen wondered, do these 5 families all have divine spirit big shot standing guard? Sen Yu scratched his head, his face uncertain as he replied, "I don't know the exact details, but it's likely they all do." Hearing this, Yang Chen happily cheered. "Let's go, we are going to the city." Scene transition, at Donglin City. Ancient houses that still exuded an air of luxury and magnificence were built close together. The streets were filled with various large and small stalls set up by the commoners. In the distance stood a massive, towering Buddha statue, as if wanting to protect all living beings. At this time, the trio of Yang Chen, Wu Kuei, and Sen Yu also stepped out from a teleportation gate. Surrounding the 3 of them were many glowing teleportation gates, as well as numerous groups of people gathering and chatting privately with one another. Yang Chen suddenly walked over, and seeing them talking animatedly, he stopped to eavesdrop. A man in that group spoke up. "I have a piece of news here. I heard that a certain person from the Men family doesn't have much time left. Without a successor, I'm afraid the Men family will decline. Holding on to so many resources, they should probably spit some out." Another guy, seeing this, added, "Isn't there Men Xiaoqiao? Rumor has it that her talent is outstanding." The last guy, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in, "Men Xiaoqiao is still just a little girl. Who knows how long it will take for her to grow up? Furthermore, the collateral branch of the Men family is being targeted. It might become very chaotic." On the other side, there were also 2 people talking. The man in purple said, "That's right. I have some new news here that you guys probably don't know yet. Yan Hui and the others returned from Dongchuan and have been keeping a very low profile lately." Hearing this, the man in yellow also chimed in, "I've heard about that too. Some people even asked Yan Hui and the others what exactly happened to them in Dongchuan, but they didn't say a word. It's probably not a good thing." While he was eavesdropping, a booming voice suddenly shouted right in his face, "Hey, what are you still standing there in a daze for, kid? Hurry up and get lost." A large, fierce-looking man with an aggressive expression pointed at his face and yelled, "You're blocking the way." Seeing his master being bullied, Sen Yu quickly released his Emperor aura and spiritual pressure, accompanying it with the words, "Do you want to die?" That single burst of spiritual pressure made the guy unable to resist, causing him to collapse to the ground. His voice trembled at this moment. "You are an Emperor Realm expert?"
The bystanders watching the commotion also opened their mouths wide in amazement. The might of a true emperor cannot be blocked. This person is out of luck. Another person seeing this immediately wondered, what is that young man's background? To actually have an Emperor Realm expert as a bodyguard. Upon hearing that, someone else immediately raised a question. Could it be a noble young master from some hidden clan? Sen Yu at this time paid no attention to them and turned to ask Yang Chen, "Master, how should we handle this guy?"
Yang Chen calmly walked past the man who was arrogant just a moment ago but was now suppressed into kneeling on the ground by the coercion of the Emperor Realm, and spoke, "Ha ha, spare his life." Then he pondered to himself, wondering if there was any good place in this Donglin city. While he was thinking, a young man came out to get acquainted with him. It was Men Zhenqing of the Men family. He respectfully said to him, "Young master, I am Men Zhenqing, willing to exert my efforts for you." Hearing this, he immediately became interested. Let's go. Introduce things to this young master." Yang Chen walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhenqing, looking around as he walked and asked Zhenqing, "Men Zhenqing, right? First tell me, what geniuses are there among the younger generation of your Donglin city?" Men Zhenqing hurriedly bowed and reported, "Young master, the younger generation of our Donglin city has 7 great heavens-favored children." Yang Chen became curious upon hearing this and urged him, "Quickly tell me, which 7 people are they?" Hearing this, he answered him, distinguishing them as Yan Hui, Yang Qi of the Yan family, Lan Feng of the Lan family, the Red Jade Sword, Heng Xiao of the Heng family, Fang Zhongping of the Fang family, and Men Kuang of our Men family, but Men Kuang is about to be crossed off the list. Yang Chen's head was full of question marks upon hearing this. Crossed off, what exactly does this mean? Zhenqing continued to answer him, "Young master, Men Kuang was originally the most outstanding genius of our Donglin city mansion, but during the last Tianmen battle he was afflicted with a bizarre poison, and it's said that his life doesn't have much time left." Yang Chen finally understood at this moment. So that's how it is. As if remembering something, Yang Chen continued asking, "Right, Men Zhenqing, are there any good inns in Donglin city?"
Men Jianqing seemed to have an idea at this moment. He smiled with his eyes narrowed at him and suggested, "Young master, with your noble status, how could you stay in an inn? Our men family has a villa specially used to entertain distinguished guests. Why don't I take you to have a look? If you are satisfied, you can temporarily stay there." Seeing a good thing falling from the sky, Yang Chen was not polite and said, "Let's go." Scene change at this moment at the Men family's mansion. Men Jianqing was banging on the door loudly as if he was collecting a debt, shouting loudly while banging. "Quickly open the door. I am Men Jianqing. A distinguished guest has arrived." At this time, a sound rang out, causing his hands to stop. Thwack, the door slammed straight into his body, making him feel like ascending to heaven. His body and the door stuck together, looking quite painful. That collision caused his head to hit the ground, his legs pointing up to the sky, in front of the speechless attitude of young Chen, who hadn't figured out what was going on, along with the disdainful attitude of a little girl who had just appeared. She glared at him and said, That little girl was a member of the Men family, Men Xiaojiao. She was raising her voice at this moment and scolding Men Jianqing. "Men Jianqing, where are your eyes growing? Do you know you almost bumped into me?" Seeing her, Men Jianqing scratched his head and smiled foolishly, introducing her to him. "Young master, this is Miss Chao of our Men family. She is usually used to being unruly. Please don't blame her." Young Chen looked at the little girl's bristling cat-like appearance and just shook his head, smiling faintly. "Ha ha." Seeing that he looked down on her, Men Xiaochao's face darkened and she shouted loudly, "Kid, what do you mean by shaking your head?" Seeing this, Young Chen provoked, "Ugly girl, didn't the adults in your family even teach you basic manners?" Hearing this, she angrily summoned all the spiritual energy in her body. She roared, "What the hell are you to dare lecture me?" Saying that, she formed a bow and arrow, channeling all her strength to shoot towards Yang Chen. The beam of light had just reached Yang Chen when it was blocked by an invisible barrier and disappeared instantly in front of his calm expression. Seeing that her full-force strike was dispersed just like that, and moreover she could not move, Men Xiaochao's face turned pale. Sweat pouring down like rain, she cried out in disbelief, "What happened? Why can't I move?" At this moment, Sen Yu appeared out of nowhere behind him, glaring angrily at Men Xiaochao, with spiritual energy enveloping his entire body. Only then did Men Xiaochao feel fear. She opened her eyes wide, her voice filled with disbelief. "True Emperor, how is this possible?" Seeing that Sen Yu had stepped forward, Men Jianqing knew that things were no longer simple. He hurriedly knelt down and begged him, "Young master, please be merciful. Our young lady is still young and ignorant. Great ones do not stoop to the level of the petty. Please forgive her this time." As the proverb goes, the winner becomes the king, and the loser runs home to cry to their mother. So as soon as she was sealed by Sen Yu, she cried out of sheer anger. Gritting her teeth, she said to Yang Chen's group, "Stinking brat, you wait for me. I will tell my parents that you are using your age to bully the weak." Yang Chen also wanted to see what kind of trick she could still play, so he ordered Sen Yu, whose face was dark and looked as if he wanted to eat the little brat alive, "Let her go." Hearing his words, Sen Yu merely waved his hand, and the seal on Men Xiaochao was lifted. The moment she could move, she quickly turned and ran into the inside of the Men family estate. As she ran, she shouted, "You all just wait for me. If you have the guts, don't run." Men Jianqing then timidly approached him, rubbing his hands together with an expression that sought to flatter a superior, and said softly, "Young master, about this matter."
Yang Chen knew what he was going to say next, so he quickly and nobly replied, "It's fine. She's just an immature little girl." Then he continued, "Men Jianqing, tell me about the situation of your Men family." Men Jianqing introduced with a warm smile. "Young master, our Men family currently has one old master in the divine realm and 4 true emperors. Miss Chao's parents are 2 of them." Hearing this, he whispered to Sen Yu right beside him, "Sen Yu, what kind of background do you think we should fake?" Sen Yu replied upon hearing his question, "Master, an ordinary excuse won't do. I think it's better to be half true and half false. Just say Master comes from a divine spirit aristocratic family in Dongchuan. This time the ban on Dongchuan is lifted, so it happens to be a good time to travel outside. Even if the other party goes to Dongchuan to investigate thoroughly, it won't matter." At this moment, a woman with long green hair suddenly walked towards them. She was one of the 4 Huangling realm experts of the Men family, and also the mother of Men Xiaochao, Ji Yuhuang. At this moment, she stared coldly at Yang Chen and Sen Yu. Behind her was Men Xiaochao, complaining vigorously. "Mother, they are the ones who bullied me, saying I have no upbringing, and even said our Men family is a bunch of amateurs." Hearing her precious daughter say this, Ji Yuhuang spoke arrogantly, "May I ask where you 3 are from?" Seeing that she was not welcoming, Yang Chen didn't want to lie and just gently uttered 3 words, "Huaman Mountain." She asked in confusion, "Huaman Mountain?" Then she suddenly bowed and apologized, leaving Men Xiaochao full of question marks, not understanding what she was doing. "My daughter has always been mischievous and was impolite to our distinguished guests. Please do not blame her." She was very shrewd in drawing a way out for her daughter, making Yang Chen have to give her face and play along. "Madam is too polite. The Men family's young miss is still young and ignorant, with a straightforward personality." Just waiting for this, she quickly made Yang Chen lose face with a seemingly unintentional but extremely profound question. "However, this Huaman Mountain is a hidden sect. I have never heard of it." Young Chan knew she wanted to humiliate him, but who asked him to be less tactful than others? He could only ride the tiger he was on. He forced a smile and replied, "It is quite normal for Madam not to have heard of it. Our Homan Mountain is just a very ordinary small mountain in Dongchuan." Hearing him say this, she secretly calculated, "Dongchuan?
Dongchuan is exactly the place that made the top genius Yan Hui return in such a miserable state. As if figuring something out, she changed her face as fast as flipping a pancake, turning to smile at young Chen. Perhaps young master must be an outstanding figure among the youth of Dongchuan. Did you come to Donglin for traveling this time? He was unaware that he was being probed and answered honestly. Outstanding? Madam jests. Among the 6 disciples of my sect, this junior is ranked last with the dullest aptitude. Therefore, my teacher dispatched this junior out of Dongchuan to travel the world, saying that I am not allowed to return to Dongchuan unless I enter the divine spirit realm. Bi Yuhong was shocked to her core upon hearing this, startled as if struck by a lightning bolt. What? Not allowed to return to Dongchuan unless entering the divine spirit realm? Just what kind of background does this whole man mountain have? Thinking this, she decided to get closer and establish ties, saying, "We have been talking for so long, yet I still don't know young master's name. Oh right, it is young master's first time visiting the Donglin mansion. Why not stay at our house?" Young Chen, foolishly unaware that she was secretly scheming against him, saw a golden opportunity drop from the sky and did not decline, answering, "This junior is young Chen, greeting senior." Then he and Sen Yu headed straight into the men estate. Bi Yuhong walked behind, not forgetting to turn around and instruct Men Xiaokao, who was still sneaking glances from behind. "Xiaokao, go to the Martial Academy right now and find Lanfang for your mother. Tell him that this sovereign has urgent matters to discuss with him." At this time, Young Chen and Sen Yu, unaware of what was going on, continued their casual conversation while walking. Sen Yu, if one wants to participate in the Tianmen battle, apart from the age restriction, are there any other special requirements? Sen Yu answered seriously. "Master, according to customary practice, only students of the Martial Academy are qualified to participate in the Tianmen battle. However, the real obstacle is actually cultivation strength. For those below the Martial Emperor realm, participating is almost like courting death." Young Chen asked further, "Sen Yu, is it difficult to enter the Martial Palace?" Sen Yu continued to answer, "Master, the Donglin Martial Palace recruits students at the end of every year. The testing is extremely strict. However, with Master's talent, it should be easy to pass." Hearing this, Yang Chen made up his mind. "Good, then I will take the entrance exam for the Donglin Martial Palace." Scene change. At this time, inside a room, Lanfang was respectfully bowing to Ji Yuhuang. Lanfang pays his respects to Nine Thought. Ji Yuhuang put on a kind expression and told him, "Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, there are no outsiders here. No need for formalities. Take a seat." Then she warmly inquired Lanfang to pry for information. "Xiaofeng, weren't you all going to Dongchan to look for the Emperor ruins a while ago? Why did you return without saying a word?" Lanfang hesitated slightly and replied, "Nine Thought, Dongchan is too dangerous, too powerful." Hearing this, she became slightly wary and asked, "Both weak and strong, what does that mean exactly?" Lanfang also explained, "Dongchuan's strongest on the surface is nothing but a pseudo-emperor, but there is a sect named Huomen Mountain. Not only do they have 3 divine spirit-level grand arrays, but there is also an old man who sent Yan Hui flying with a single slap." Ji Yuhuang thought to herself, Yan Hui, the top figure among the younger generation of Donglin, not inferior to an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. Could that old man be a divine realm expert? Seeing that Lanfang had exhausted his value, she immediately ordered him to leave. "You may go." Hearing this, he respectfully replied, "Yes." In the room, her face darkened as she thought for a while, then decisively called out loudly, "Men Zhencheng." Hearing her call him, he quickly appeared and respectfully said, "Lord Yuhuang." Seeing him, she immediately ordered, "Go to the courtyard and serve young Master Young Chen well. Whatever request he has, do it immediately. If you can't do it, come find me at once." Then she threw a gold ring to him and instructed, "As for this ring, it is also a token of the Men family's sincerity." Receiving the order, he immediately went to find Yang Chen. Seeing him looking bored, he bowed and greeted, "Greetings, young Master Yang." Seeing him, Yang Chen felt like he had seen a savior and happily asked for a favor. "Men Zhenqing, this young master wants to broaden his horizons at the Donglin Martial Palace. Isn't there a test at the end of the year? Help me inquire about what test subjects there are." Hearing this, Men Zhenqing was extremely surprised. Young master wants to enter the Martial Palace? Young Chen answered him with surging momentum. "That's right, this young master wants to deal with the geniuses of the same generation in Donglin." Transitioning the scene, at this time Men Zhenqing had investigated the Donglin Martial Palace, according to Young Chen's order, and was bowing to report back to him. "Young master, every year the Martial Palace opens a competition to recruit 100 new students. In previous years, the tests were divided into 4 categories, without any changes." Hearing what he said, Young Chen asked him curiously, "Which 4 categories?" Hearing his question, 4 shadows with 4 different categories appeared in his mind, and he seriously replied, "These 4 test categories are respectively True Ki Intensity, Divine Sense Intensity, Soul Power Intensity, and Martial Heart." Then he added, "The total score is 400, with each category accounting for 100 points. Those with a cumulative total score ranking in the top 100 can enter the Martial Palace." After Young Chen finished listening to his rambling, he came to a realization, patted his shoulder, and praised him without hesitation. "So that's how it is. You are quite well informed."
Only then did Men Zhenqing offer young Chen the ring that Ji Yuhuang had given him, saying, "Young master, this is a token of sincerity from our Lord Yuhuang. Consider it an apology gift for the previous offense by Miss Chao."
Young Chen received the ring from Men Zhenqing's hand. He held it up high, unable to hide the curiosity in his eyes. After handing him the ring, Men Zhenqing looked at him respectfully and reported further. "Young master, Lord Yuhuang said that if you have any requests, just give the order. If our Men family can do it, we will definitely do it well. If we cannot do it, we will still try our best to find a way." Hearing this, Young Chen's face immediately brightened up. He also asked Men Zhenqing to thank Ji Yuhuang. "Haha, then you really have to thank Lord Yuhuang on my behalf." Hearing him say this, Men Zhenqing sighed as if a heavy burden of 1,000 caddies had been lifted from his shoulders, and took his leave. Then this lowly one will return to report. He just turned away, leaving Young Chen alone in the room to admire the ring. He decided to channel spiritual energy into the ring to see what was contained inside. Appearing before Young Chen's eyes were many spirit stones and spirit fruits competing to shine brightly. The air around them was filled with the fluttering smell of money, so fragrant that anyone who looked at them would crave them. Elder Rong appeared out of nowhere behind him. He looked at the sincerity the Men family had gifted Young Chen and couldn't help but sigh. The generosity of this Men family is truly great, not to mention the tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Just these 10 fire cloud fruits are worth 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing the old man say that, Young Chen couldn't help but look fearful and asked him, "Elder Rong, the Men family giving me such a large gift must definitely be a conspiracy. What should we do?" Elder Rong used his most serious expression to give an incredibly nonsensical answer. "Master, it's fine. Those who walk barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes."
Young Chen scratched his head and ears, his face looking dumbfounded because he didn't understand what nonsense the old man was spouting. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. Just like that, it was 3 days later at the Men family. At this moment, Young Chen was sitting in the room, calmly cultivating. On the floor lay scattered the husks of spirit stones that he had completely drained, rolling everywhere. They had been depleted by him to the point of breaking in half, some pieces even split into 3 or 4 fragments. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the dense spiritual energy swirling around his hand, and secretly felt satisfied. Using top-grade spirit stones to upgrade one's cultivation base is the fastest. In just 3 days, my 4 great true chi has already reached the 6th level of the Purple Palace realm. He stood up and opened the door, intending to go outside for some fresh air, but encountered Men Zhenqing waiting for him. It was unknown how long he had been waiting for him, but it seemed he had been standing guard outside for a very long time, so when he came out, he only saw him leaning against a tree, drowsily sleeping. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, groggily waking up and scratching his head and ears. Seeing that he had come out of the room, he respectfully asked, "Young master, have you finished your cultivation?" Young Chen also asked him, "Did anything major happen during the few days I was cultivating?" Men Zhenqing, seeing this, told him, "Sigh, young master, the fateful day of our Men family patriarch is exactly today." Hearing this, Young Chen's face darkened. In his mind, an image of a man sprawled on the ground suddenly appeared. The person was in so much pain that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly asked Men Zhenqing again, "The young master of the Men family, Men Kuang." Young Chen was deep in thought at this moment. If it was poisoning, perhaps his primordial demonic dragon martial soul could handle it. Then Young Chen decided to take action. He pointed at himself, looked straight at Men Zhenqing, and said seriously, "Men Zhenqing, go back and report to Lord Yuhuang. Just say that this young ancestor has passed down a divine pill that might be able to neutralize the corpse poison in your young master's body." Hearing this, Men Zhenqing was somewhat pleasantly surprised. His surroundings seemed to light up. Although he had some expectations, he was still a bit doubtful and asked Young Chen again, "Really?" Being doubted, Young Chen's face darkened, showing his displeasure and lack of patience to answer this ignorant question. He spoke softly, but he still couldn't hide the trace of killing intent within. "This young master doesn't have the free time to joke with you." Realizing something was wrong, Men Zhenqing tactfully bowed and bolted toward Ji Yuhuang as fast as his legs could carry him. While running, he shouted as if afraid Young Chen couldn't hear him, "Young master, please don't be angry. I will go report to Lord Yuhuang." Scene change. At this moment, a frail and sickly man was lying on a sickbed, his eyes tightly closed. That was the young master of the Men family, Men Kuang. Beside him were Ji Yuhuang and Men Xiaoqiao, looking at him with expressions of worry and sadness. At this time, Men Xiaoqiao no longer had the sharp and fierce demeanor of a spoiled young lady, but had turned into a little girl true to her age. With tears welling up in her eyes, she cried as she spoke to the haggard man lying on the bed. "Brother, you have to get better. You definitely have to get better." Men Kuang knew himself that he didn't have much time left. He smiled gently and earnestly instructed Men Xiaoqiao, "Little sister, I believe you will definitely grow stronger and become the pillar of our Men family. Promise me, don't be so willful in the future." Men Xiaoqiao, who was usually sharp, fierce, and completely arrogant to the point where no one could tell her what to do, was strangely obedient at this moment while standing in front of the older brother she always admired. She listened intently to every single word he instructed. Although tears were still streaming down her cheeks, her voice was firm and resolute. "Brother, rest assured, I promise you, I will agree to whatever you say."
Ji Yu Huang looked at her son, who had once roamed unhindered across the world, a genius among geniuses, now lying paralyzed on the bed. Seeing him tormented by the pain of the poison every passing second broke her heart. Unable to bear it, she asked Meng Kuang, "Kuanger, is there still something you cannot let go of?" Meng Kuang then voiced his final wish in life, that he only wanted to be completely with his family in his last moments. He softly spoke, asking Ji Yu Huang in a weak whisper, "Mother, has father returned yet? I want to see him." Right at this moment, the old patriarch of the Men family also appeared from behind the white smoke. His face was deep in thought, and not knowing what he was pondering, he only let out a sigh as if all hope was lost. Sigh. Meng Kuang, lying on the sickbed, saw his appearance. Although extremely exhausted and in pain, he still forced himself to sit up and called out, "Old patriarch." The old man looked at his grandson, who was on the verge of exhaustion like a corpse, and could not help but stroke his beard in heartbreak, saying, "Kuanger, since it has already come to this step, then I will tell you all a secret."
Having spoken, the old man began to recall the past. His voice was slow as he recounted the story to the other three. He said, 70 years ago, a super expert once passed through our Donglan city. Yang Changchuan of the Yan family and I were fortunate enough to meet him and receive his guidance. Our cultivation surged rapidly, and that lord was mysteriously unpredictable. His cultivation and Dao practice reached a level hard to imagine, almost that of a great emperor. Bi Yuhong cried out in panic upon hearing this. Even Men Kuang, who was lying on the sickbed, was equally shocked. Great emperor. The old man ignored their surprise, seemingly reminiscing about the day Men Kuang was blessed by that senior. He continued, "Unfortunately, that lord only stayed in the city for a month, but the day we bid farewell was also the day Kuanger was born. I took a drop of Kuanger's essence blood to seek a blessing from that lord. That lord struck a miraculous fate talisman into Kuanger's body, and after Kuanger grew up and understood things, his talent was akin to a heavenly being. Before the age of 20, he had already become a half-step martial emperor. This was obviously due to the blessing bestowed by that lord." The stream of memories shifted to the day Men Kuang participated in the Tianmen battle. The image of him being poisoned and trembling in pain on the ground appeared. He continued speaking, "Seeing Kuanger about to become an Emperor Realm expert right before my eyes, yet because of participating in the Tianmen battle, he encountered a disaster."
The scene shifted back to the Men family ancestor sitting in the study, intently studying the fate talisman left by a senior expert. He said, "I then thought of the fate talisman left by that senior expert. According to what the fate talisman said, Kuanger is absolutely not a person with a short life. I couldn't figure it out no matter how much I thought about it, and continued to decipher the fate talisman until a few days ago when I thoroughly deciphered it." Ji Yu Huang couldn't help but ask him anxiously, "Old ancestor, what exactly does this fate talisman say?" In the mind of the Men family ancestor, a dazzling talisman had already appeared, with 2 strikingly red-painted lines of text. He lightly stroked his beard and continued, "The fate talisman says that Kuanger will encounter a great tribulation at the age of 20. He will be in low spirits for 45 years, but there will definitely be a noble person to help. Moreover, the fate talisman also says that the noble person who rescues Kuanger will be Kuanger's fated master." Ji Yu Huang couldn't believe it and cried out, "What?" Meanwhile, Men Xiao Chao, standing to the side, heard this and became excited. "Big brother is saved." Suddenly, a servant walked in and respectfully reported, "Lord Yu Huang, Men Jie Qing requests an audience, saying there is a matter of utmost urgency concerning the young master's life." Hearing the servant's report, Ji Yu Huang also quickly ran out. As soon as she entered her own study, she shouted loudly, "Men Jian Qing!" Seeing her in such a hurry, Men Jian Qing replied somewhat apprehensively, "Lord Yu Huang, it is me." She didn't waste time and got straight to the point. She asked Men Jian Qing, "What is this major matter concerning Kuanger that you mentioned? Speak quickly." Men Jian Qing's answer left her astounded. He said, "Lord Yu Huang, young Master Young said he has a divine medicine passed down from his ancestors that can cure the bizarre poison in the young master's body." Hearing this, Ji Yu Huang pondered deeply. Could it be that Yang Chen is the noble person mentioned on that fate talisman? Then she turned around and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to give an order to Men Jian Qing, who was still standing there in a daze, ordering, "What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and invite young Master Young. No, I will go invite him personally."
At this moment, in the main estate of the Men family, Ji Yu Hong had completely cast aside her usual dignified appearance, rushing with a mix of haste and anticipation. She earnestly asked Yang Chen, "Young Master Yang, are you absolutely certain you can neutralize the bizarre poison inside Kuanger's body?" Seeing her getting so worked up as if she was losing her patience, Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, smiled, and replied, "Lord Yu Hong, this lowly one indeed possesses a divine pill passed down by my ancestors. According to the records left behind by my ancestors, it can neutralize the vast majority of deadly poisons."
Hearing this, Ji Yu-hung hurriedly offered, "Young Master Yang, as long as you can neutralize the bizarre poison in Kwang'er's body, I will agree to whatever condition you propose." Yang Chen was extremely delighted inwardly, chuckling to himself, but on the outside, he still tried his best to put on the appearance of a noble gentleman as he suggested to Yu-hung, "Lord Yu-hung, this divine pill was left to me by my ancestors to preserve my life. As for the matter of compensation, that can be easily discussed. For now, we should go see young Master Men first." Seeing him say this, Ji Yu-hung bowed respectfully in gratitude. "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Saying that, she turned around and gestured to him, "Please come this way." On the way to Men Kwang's room, the people around them saw that he was being personally led by Ji Yu-hung to Men Kwang's study, so they found it strange and started gossiping. One person said, "What? Ji Yu-hung is actually personally guiding a youth who is only at the Purple Palace realm?" Another person chimed in, "Just what kind of background does this youth have? Why have I never seen him before?" Ji Yu-hung seemed entirely uninterested in the gossip of the crowd, anxiously asking Yang Chen, "Young Master Yang, Kwang'er is right inside the room. I wonder when we can begin trying to detoxify him."
Young Chen understood the feelings of a mother like Ji Yu-hong, knowing that the longer they waited, the more anxious she would become. Feeling impatient himself, he answered in an extremely confident tone to reassure her, "Right now." Then he secretly wondered, not knowing what kind of bizarre poison was inside Men Kwang's body. Even the Men family, who possessed a divine spirit old master, had to raise their hands and surrender. Hearing this, Ji Yu-hong led him to the large door where Men Xiao Chao was standing. She signaled, "Please." Men Xiao Chao was still sobbing from earlier. Seeing young Chen, the little girl no longer had her usual arrogant and stubborn appearance, but hurriedly humbled herself and earnestly pleaded with him, "Bad guy, as long as you can save my brother, I will never call you a bad guy again." Young Chen entered the room, walking straight to where Men Kwang, whose body was covered with toxins to the point of a coma, lay to examine the situation. Elder Rong somehow popped out of nowhere at this time. Seeing the type of poison on Men Kwang's body, he was so surprised that he felt like exploding. Young Chen still didn't notice his appearance, and only focused on Men Kwang. Seeing this, the elder shouted loudly, "How is this possible? This is Chen Chang." Young Chen finally noticed his existence. He looked at the elder and asked, "Is Chen Chang the agarwood fruit?" Elder Rong was speechless when he heard him ask this, and could only explain so he would understand. How could it be an agarwood fruit? To be precise, this is a special demonic fiendish aura. Young Chen was also puzzled. Demonic fiendish aura? Hearing this, Elder Rong hurriedly supplemented him with new knowledge. In the elder's mind at this moment, a pitch-black figure appeared with asymmetrical eyes. Its 2 nostrils were big enough to fit 2 duck embryos, and its mouth was wide open as if it could swallow everything. The elder began to explain. Chen Chang is just a colloquial term. It should actually be called Chen Mo Shang Sha, which can also be considered an invisible soul poison. Then he continued, "Among the many realms neighboring the Guwen realm where we are currently standing, there is a realm called the Chenmo realm. Inside there are many Chenmo, and the most formidable Chenmo is the Chen Shang Shamo." Young Chen was extremely shocked and worried upon hearing this. The thought of retreating began to appear in his mind. No matter how formidable the bizarre poison was, if he executed the devour divine ability of the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, he could probably devour it, but he really hadn't tried this kind of soul poison before.
Ji Yu-hong stood outside observing the situation. Seeing him standing motionless and staring intently at her son, she became anxious and asked him, "Young Master Young, could it be that you have already figured out what kind of deadly poison is inside Kwang'er's body?" Hearing her question, young Chin answered seriously, the frivolous expression no longer on his face. He replied, "Lord Yu Huang, this is a formless soul poison. It has now deeply penetrated the soul body of young Master Men, making it very difficult to resolve." At this moment, the old master of the Men family also appeared and interrupted their conversation. Although it was just a phantom, the oppressive feeling of a divine spirit realm expert still made the heart pound and legs tremble of a lowly Purple Palace realm cultivator like young Chen. As for Ji Yu Huang, seeing the old man, she hurriedly gave her respects. At this time, the phantom of the old man looked straight at young Chen, stated his identity, and sternly asked, "Little friend, this old man is Manhua, the patriarch of the Men family. Do you know what kind of soul poison this is?" Hearing the old man's question, young Chen looked up at him and respectfully replied, "I won't hide it from you, senior. What is inside young Master Men's body is the agarwood poison." The phantom of old Master Manhua seemed unable to believe his ears when he heard him say that. He anxiously asked him, "Little friend, do you have a way to resolve it?" Hearing the old man ask this, young Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't sure if he could do it, so he quickly left a way out for himself. Young Chen forced a smile and replied to the old man, "Senior, this junior dares not guarantee it. I do indeed have a divine pill on me, handed down by my ancestors. Even if it is a soul poison, it has a tremendously restraining effect on it. However, the agarwood soul poison is truly too terrifying." Hearing that he lacked confidence in himself, the old man smiled and encouraged him, "Little friend, I believe you can definitely resolve the soul poison in Kwang'er's body." Hearing this, young Chen also gave the old man a hint as he glanced elsewhere and said, "But..." The old man seemed to receive the information that young Chen was intentionally conveying and happily replied, "Little friend, if you have any requests, just say it."
Young Chen was determined to squeeze some good stuff out of the Men family, so hearing this, he pretended to awkwardly scratch his head and said, It's just that the divine pill left behind by my ancestors is a life-saving item. Its value is hard to compare. If it were an ordinary pill or treasure, this junior simply wouldn't hesitate. It's just... At this moment, Old Master Manhwa was also deep in his own thoughts. The old man thought to himself, "It seems this kid is exactly the prophesied person in Kwangger's fate talisman." Thinking of this, he decided and continued, "Little friend, if you can neutralize Kwangger's soul poison, from now on you will be his master of fate. His life will be your life." As he spoke, he thought, forget it. Hearing this, young Chen had a deeply shocked expression, making a face of utmost disgust as he didn't achieve his desired goal. He blurted out, "What the hell?" Then he started making up thousands of reasons, with only one goal, which was not wanting to accept this bulky baggage. His face darkened as he waved his hand, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. "Not good. Young Master Men is the future patriarch of the Men family. How can he become my servant? Not good. Not good." Seeing him fiercely reject his grandson, Master Men also grew puzzled and thought, "This kid clearly comes from a prominent background. He definitely doesn't lack ordinary treasures, and as for spirit stones, there's even less need to mention them. Could it be that I need to bring out a rare treasure?" Thinking this, he started sweating profusely and forced a smile to make an offer. "Little friend, I will use a 1,000-year stone orchid to exchange." Elder Rong on the side, upon hearing the words 1,000-year stone orchid, became extremely excited and urged him, "Master, this 1,000-year stone orchid is a good item, enough to let your divine sense evolve to the Emperor realm."
Hearing this, young Chen knew he had achieved his goal. He curled his lips and confidently replied, "All right, let me try." Seeing him say this, Old Master Men followed up, "Little friend, you can just take this 1,000-year stone orchid. I hope you will do your utmost to cure Kwang'er's illness." After speaking, the old man handed the 1,000-year stone orchid over to him. Young Chen perfectly understood the principle of paying money and delivering goods, so as soon as he received the item in his hands, he immediately started to work. He told the other two, "Then I invite you to step aside for a moment. The divine medicine requires my unique cultivation method to coordinate in order to be refined." He walked over to Men Kwang's side to soothe his mood. "Young Master Men, don't be nervous. Later, you just relax your mind. The divine medicine is extremely difficult to refine." Men Kwang, lying on the sickbed, saw young Chen comforting him and politely replied, "This is natural. Many thanks to young Master Yang." Yang Chen put on a devilish expression and struck Men Kwang, instantly knocking him unconscious, with smoke still rising from his forehead. He looked at his still smoking fist and smiled wickedly, a trace of killing intent inevitably flashing in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "This time, there shouldn't be anything to worry about anymore." After saying that, he began to sit cross-legged, his hands forming seals and eyes tightly shut, controlling the primordial demonic dragon to suck out the soul poison inside Men Kwang's body. Dense streams of dark aura surrounded him. The soul poison inside Men Kwang's body gradually began to be sucked out by the primordial demonic dragon's soul body and flew into Yang Chen's body. He thought to himself, "It's possible." At this time, Men Kwang's complexion had also improved significantly. He completely lacked any connection to the word death, looking just like a normal person resting to regain strength. Time flew by, and just like that, half an hour passed.
At this moment, as soon as young Chen opened a door, what caught his eye were 3 figures standing and waiting for him. Men Xiao Chao, with her eyes still wet, bowed her head and prayed silently. Master Manhwa still stood solemnly above. Only Ji Yu Huang respectfully asked him at this moment, "Young Master Yang, how is it?" Seeing their faces looking as if they were attending a funeral, Yang Chen forced a smile and said, "I did not fail my mission. You can go in and see for yourselves." Hearing his words, Ji Yu Huang and Men Xiao Chao quickly ran inside. Ji Yu Huang asked with a worried face, "Kwang'er, how are you?" Although Men Kwang was still tired, he happily replied to her, "Fortunately, we had young Master Yang. I feel that the soul poison in my body has been completely removed." Standing on the side, Men Xiao Chao could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. "Boo-hoo-hoo, brother, you are finally well again." Unlike the other two who rushed in to check the situation, Old Master Manhwa calmly stood there and said to young Chen, "Little friend young Chen, you are truly a great benefactor of our Men family. Kwang'er still needs to rest. Let's go outside to continue talking." At this time, in the main room of the Men family, the family of 3 was sitting opposite young Chen, looking at him with beaming smiles as if they had struck gold. Master Manhwa then happily spoke up, "Little friend, now that you have come to Donglin City, do you have any plans recently?" Seeing them staring at him so enthusiastically, Yang Chen felt a little embarrassed and replied, "The strongest force in Donglin City is probably the Martial Palace, right? The 2 of us brothers want to go to the Martial Palace to take a look." Hearing young Chen say this, Old Master's expression also changed from smiling to serious. He glanced at him and said, "Little friend young Chen, although your aptitude is extraordinary, you are still a bit young after all. The Martial Palace's exams are very strict. It would be best if you make ample preparations."
Jiyu Huang, who was sitting on the side, no longer had a difficult expression towards him at this moment and proactively made a suggestion. She spoke up, "Young Master Yang is a great benefactor of our family. There are still a few days left until the martial arts exam at the end of the year. If you have any needs regarding cultivation, just speak up." Seeing them so enthusiastic, young Chen did not refuse and asked back. In terms of cultivation resources, this junior is actually not lacking in the short term. However, I am lacking a place to cultivate. Since the Men family is a great family in Donglan City, perhaps you have a cultivation treasure land with spirit gathering array that enhances the intensity of true qi condensation, right? Hearing that young Chen wanted to find a good place with an array to condense true qi for cultivation, Old Master Men seriously suggested to him, "Little friend Yang Chen, you should move to Shanhei Garden." Hearing the old man say that, Men Xiaoqiao frowned and complained, causing young Chen to take a bullet while just sitting there. The little girl said angrily, "Old patriarch, on what basis can he stay in Shanhei Garden? I haven't even been allowed to stay there yet." Hearing Men Xiaoqiao complain like that, young Chen was also doubtful and voiced his question. Is this Shanhei Garden some special place?" A while later, the three of them, young Chen, Wu Kei, and Sen Yu, arrived at the place Old Master Men had mentioned, Shanhei Garden. He wondered and asked Men Zhenqing, who was also there, "Men Zhenqing, is there anything special about this Shanhei Garden?" Seeing him ask, Men Zhenqing answered respectfully, "Young Master, I actually don't clearly know the special feature of Shanhei Garden. However, there has always been a legend related to Shanhei Garden." Then he started telling him about the legend. It is said that Shanhei Garden has a magical forbidden array set up. Anyone who is inside can feel their divine sense being tempered at any time.
Young Chen, as if his mind had just been enlightened, stroked his chin and replied, "So that's how it is. I actually want to experience it a bit." After Men Zhenqing finished explaining to him, he proceeded to open the door of the Shunha Garden. As the door was thrown open, what struck the eyes of the three people was a mountain of top-grade spirit stones sparkling and scattered haphazardly in the middle of the floor. Men Zhenqing gestured to invite Yang Chen's group inside, but at this moment the three people still stood there in astonishment. Yang Chen, too shocked by the spending habits of the rich, blurted out, "How many top-grade spirit stones are here?" Men Zhenqing smiled and told him, "Young master, these 1 million top-grade spirit stones were all prepared according to the old patriarch's instructions. You can freely use them to cultivate." Young Chen knew he had clung to a golden thigh. Money was now fluttering all around him. He was no longer shy and cheerfully ordered Wu Kui and Sen Yu, "Xiaokui, Sen Yu, go grab some yourselves. We will begin cultivating immediately." After dividing the spirit stones, young Chen immediately began his cultivation. He was seen sitting cross-legged, his two hands resting in front of his abdomen, his eyes tightly closed. In front of him was a huge mountain of spirit stones. He calmed his mind to cultivate, his divine sense acting like an endless black vortex, greedily and continuously swallowing all the rays of spiritual energy from the pile of spirit stones below. The purple spiritual energy in his hand had now flared up like a flame, ready to incinerate everything. Suddenly, one of his hands pointed 2 fingers upwards as if forming a hand seal. The purple spiritual energy flame accordingly split apart, forming a fierce pillar of spiritual energy that enveloped the place where Yang Chen was sitting. Around the spiritual energy pillar, 4 colored bands suddenly appeared in succession: purple, gold, azure, and white. Old Master Manhwa was still secretly observing Yang Chen's cultivation from the side. Seeing this happen, he couldn't help but be surprised. What? This kid is a heavenly Tao master of 4 attributes? Before he could even digest the amount of information he just received, Yang Chen gave him another surprise. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait, that kid has broken through? Just as simple as that?" Then he became serious and reaffirmed his thoughts. It seemed this kid had a huge secret on him. He then secretly felt fortunate. This was the fortuitous encounter of Gu Yi. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yang Chen had now finished cultivating. With a serious expression, he opened the door of Shunhei Courtyard and stepped outside. He gave a refreshing smile and sighed with emotion in his heart. These top-grade spirit stones are truly easy to use. In just 3 short days, my 4 great true qi has already advanced to the 9th level Purple Palace realm. Men Zhenqing had been standing outside for an unknown amount of time, but as soon as he saw him, he ran over with a flattering smile. "Young master, do you have any instructions?"
Hearing him say this, young Chen was also curious. What famous places did the city have? Men Zhenqing smiled and answered him respectfully. "Young master, the most famous place in our Donglan city is the Tianyun Ancient Tower." Hearing this, young Chen's inquisitive nature boiled in his blood. He hurriedly asked him, "Tianyun Ancient Tower, is there anything special about this place?" Men Zhenqing smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, "Young master, this Tianyun Ancient Tower is the only emperor ruin in our Donglan city." Young Chen gasped, asking him in surprise, "An emperor ruin? Which great emperor's handiwork is it?" At this time, Men Zhenqing seemed to transform into a professional tour guide and began to introduce. Tianyun Ancient Tower is extremely ancient, so ancient that there are no records of it. No one knows. The Tianyun Ancient Tower of our Donglan city is not only famous in Donglan, but even from far away outside, occasionally there are people who admire it and come. Elder Rong, not knowing where he jumped out from at this moment, shouted at young Chen with an extremely urgent demeanor. Master, I have actually heard of this Tianyun Ancient Tower. Inside, besides hiding rare treasures, it can also probe the fortune of cultivators. If the first person to enter has good luck, they can even get a Tianyun treasure chest. Hearing this, Yang Chen was also shocked. What? It can probe fortune and even open a treasure chest? As if knowing that this tower was originally born for him, Yang Chen hurried out the door, while also shouting to Men Jinqing, who was still standing there. Let's go take a look. Later, Men Jinqing and he arrived at the place called Tianyun Ancient Tower. Looking from the outside, it looked no different from ordinary towers. Yang Chen used his hand to transmit his spiritual energy into the seal on the door. The seal, filled with the golden stream of spiritual energy, revealed itself. Suddenly, the door emitted a light, aiming straight at where Yang Chen was standing. The moment the light went out was also when Yang Chen was teleported to a strange room without a single door. In front of him now was a stone pillar, and on top of the stone pillar was a golden chest shining brightly. Seeing the chest, Yang Chen also wondered to himself, is this the Tianyun treasure chest? At this time, Yang Chen suddenly closed his eyes and thought inwardly, Elder Rong, did you notice anything unusual? Seeing him ask, Elder Rong also frowned and answered, Strange, Master, this space does not exist in the origin world. It is an alternate dimension, similar to the dual space of someone displaying the Shadow Evasion martial intent.
Seeing the old man say this, Yang Chen also frowned in confusion and asked, Elder Rong, are you saying that if I execute the Shadow Evasion martial intent, I might be able to enter the heterodimensional space? Seeing him ask this, Elder Rong panicked and hurriedly cut off the thought that had just been planted in his head. Master, you cannot. Your Shadow Evasion martial intent can only be executed in places with stabilized space. This is also the only weakness of the Shadow Evasion martial intent. If you execute it in this place, it is highly likely that you will lose your sense of direction and be trapped inside. Hearing the old man finish speaking, Yang Chen tossed his unrealistic thought aside and turned toward the chest, controlling his spiritual energy as he said, All right, then I will open it directly. The chest had only just been slightly opened when the light of the object contained inside flashed out. When the chest was completely opened, a jade-green treasured sword was subsequently revealed. Yang Chen looked at the item in the chest and wondered, This is. Meanwhile, Elder Rong on the side looked as if he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Sword plant? How is that possible? How could this be? Yang Chen's head was full of question marks as he asked Elder Rong, Elder Rong, what is a sword plant? Elder Rong enthusiastically answered him, Master, this is a sword plant. It is the nation-guarding treasure of the Tyrant Sword Ancient Nation in the God and Demon Great World. Hearing this, a question quickly arose in Yang Chen's heart. Could it be that this Tianyun Ancient Tower was left behind by a supreme expert from the outer domains? At this moment, Elder Rong hurriedly urged him, We struck it rich. No, Master, now you can condense the sword heart. Yang Chen thought for a moment, then looked over and asked Elder Rong, Elder Rong, how long does it take to condense the sword heart? Elder Rong, as if possessing a mind-reading art to read Yang Chen's thoughts, hurriedly stopped him. He said, Master, you absolutely cannot condense the sword heart here. It is better to wait until we return. Right at this moment, the treasure chest from earlier suddenly emitted a blinding light. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and with a joyful expression he exclaimed, There are still treasures! Then Yang Chen used his spiritual energy to open the chest. Looking at the inside full of treasures, he happily sighed, So lucky, I took the treasures before being teleported away. Yang Chen was teleported out with a triumphant look on his face. He rested his hands on his hips, his face tilted towards the sky like a victor. The people standing there watching the commotion couldn't help but sigh in jealousy. Someone spoke up, someone came out. Another person also said, It seems that guy got some kind of treasure. Another guy couldn't help but complain in annoyance. Heavens, what kind of luck does he have? At this time, Yang Chen didn't notice that he was the main character of their gossip, and happily pulled out the true sword to admire it. Elder Rong at this moment only regretted that he couldn't smack him to wake him up. He frowned as he watched him carelessly take out the true sword, his voice slightly losing its calm as he urged Yang Chen, Master, put it away, let's go quickly. Hearing the elder say this, Yang Chen also put the sword away, his expression withdrawing the joyful emotions from earlier as he seriously answered Elder Rong, All right. Walking to a wall, Yang Chen turned to Elder Rong who was floating listlessly beside him and asked, Elder Rong, is that then very rare? What exactly is it? Elder Rong glanced at him, his eyes flashing. He solemnly replied, Rare? It is not just rare. This is a Dao sword. Then the elder continued, Master, your luck can no longer be described with the word heaven-defying. I guess these two treasures are exactly the two most precious items of the Gutanyan Tower.
Yang Chen, after listening to the old man talk endlessly for a while, scratched his head in confusion and asked, Evasion sword? Could this be some kind of special spirit artifact? Realizing that his knowledge at this moment was like a honeycomb full of holes, Elder Rong had no choice but to explain further so he would understand. Innovation Sword is actually a type of flying travel tool. Master, last time outside Manhan City, you saw the Tianji ship of the Tianji clan, right? That is exactly a type of flying artifact. It's just that the Tianji ship is only a spirit artifact, while this evasion sword is a spirit treasure. Hearing this, Yang Chen was also surprised and exclaimed, "Spirit treasure?" Scene change. At this moment, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sunlight was golden. A large and luxurious house appeared. That was none other than the Tianzi No. 1 courtyard of the Men Mansion.
Young Chen had now sat down on the bed, legs crossed, preparing to cultivate. He twitched his mouth and took out a small green broken sword from his body. As he transmitted spiritual energy into it, the sword greedily absorbed it all. Before long, it had transformed into a jade-green dragon coiling around his hand. The big-mouthed, entirely pitch-black creature beside him also caught the scent of the broken sword and started stirring, howling to be let out. With a loud roar, its eyes suddenly turned into two colors, red and green. Even the green eye emitted a streak resembling lightning. Seeing the massive beast beside him acting so aggressively, Young Chen knew his place and humbled himself, pleading, "Great Master Primordial Demonic Dragon Martial Soul, please show some leniency. The sword plant is truly very important. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. The fusion must be successful." Hearing Young Chen's annoying nagging, the primordial demonic dragon directly fused, leaving him so shocked his armpits sweat. It's a success. Elder Rong, truly sharp due to his long life, saw him standing there completely stunned and immediately urged, "Master, this is an opportunity for enlightenment. Grasp it quickly." Hearing the old man say this, Young Chen immediately summoned the Lingkong sword pasture. A galaxy-colored ribbon appeared in his hand, gradually forming an image like a tower. At the same time, his heart was filled with thoughts. Comprehending this Lingkong sword posture is actually this simple now. Just as his thoughts ended, from that light source, a black sword suddenly appeared and flew around Young Chen. The moon, now tired after a hard night's work, changed shifts with the sun. The darkness gradually disappeared, replaced by the appearance of warm, bright sunlight. A new day had begun. Day and night took turns guarding the sky just like that, and before long, 20 days had passed. Young Chen looked at the glowing sword in his hand and said happily, "Bailing sword posture complete." Then he began to sink into his own delusions, exclaiming, "To think that in just 20 short days I have successfully comprehended the sixth move, Bailing Sword Posture, of the Ling Xiao sword art. If it weren't for my divine sense being stuck at the peak ancestor realm, my sword path proficiency could advance another step." Then Young Chen turned his eyes to Elder Rong, whose eyes were still tightly shut as if fast asleep, and asked him, "Elder Rong, is there any divine sense treasure that can help my divine sense break through to the Emperor realm?" Elder Rong conjured a purple leaf and said to him, "Master, this is exactly a leaf from the heavenly roaming purple tree. Although it can allow Master's divine sense to break through to the Emperor realm, it is too much of a waste. Whether to refine it or not, you must decide for yourself." Hearing this, Young Chen was a bit confused and asked him, "Elder Rong, divine sense breaking into the Emperor realm is a qualitative change, so why do you say it's a waste?" Elder Rong immediately retorted upon hearing his words. He said, "Sai, Master, perhaps you have never heard of the Tianyu purple tree, right? That is a divine artifact of the endless chaotic void, which no world can nurture. Do not underestimate its leaf. Even for an emperor-level cultivator whose divine sense has collapsed multiple times, once they use it to refine, it can nourish and recover them to their peak." Hearing this, Yang Chen was deeply shocked and exclaimed, "Is it that precious?" Elder Rong found it extremely amusing seeing his expression so clear. "Ha ha ha ha! Master, although your current refinement of the Tianyu purple tree's leaf is a bit of a waste, for this kind of consumable treasure, only by consuming it can its value be truly demonstrated." Hearing what he said, Yang Chen's face brightened up, and he smiled brightly in response. "Ha ha ha ha! On the contrary, I was too concerned with superficial appearances." With that said, Yang Chen controlled the leaf in front of him, forming hand seals to concentrate his spiritual energy towards himself. With resolute and serious eyes, he began to refine. The shining golden spirit stone suddenly broke into two pieces. The shattered spirit stone fragments flew and circled around his divine sense pearl. Looking at the sparkling divine sense pearl, he clenched his fists and thought joyfully, "It's a success. This is my Emperor realm divine sense." The purple spiritual energy of the leaf was drained dry by his divine sense pearl. Following that, the leaf also slowly disappeared.
Young Chen stared intently at the golden light source in front of him. Looking at the massive, perfectly round shape that was constantly transforming spiritual energy, he secretly smirked and thought, "It truly deserves its reputation as the leaf of the Tianyu purple tree. My divine sense right now has probably reached the level of the peak Emperor realm." Young Chen retracted the light source from earlier into a tiny dot of light resting between his hands, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. Behind his back, the primordial demonic dragon also suddenly appeared. He thought to himself, "This matter cannot be delayed. I must continue to comprehend the Bailing sword posture." Changing the scene, at this moment, outside the courtyard-style mansion, an arrogant and snobby voice mixed with a bit of harshness suddenly rang out, shattering the previous silence. "Let me pass. I have business to discuss with Young Chen." Men Zhenqing was so scared out of his wits that sweat poured down like a stream, begging and persuading in a soft voice. Men Xiao still stood there with her hands on her hips, shouting with an imposing aura. Miss Chow, young Master Yang is still in secluded cultivation and cannot be disturbed. Men Xiao was extremely angry by now. Putting on a superior expression and resting her hands on her hips to create an imposing manner, she scolded Men Zhenqing back. She yelled, "Are you going or not? If you don't go and call him to come out of seclusion, I will go myself. Get out of the way." Men Zhenqing knew his status was lower and he couldn't defeat her, so he could only submissively beg, "Miss Chow, please don't make things difficult for me anymore." Men Xiao completely exploded at this point. Her face darkened and her eyes grew a few degrees colder. Spreading her hands to summon spiritual energy in preparation to attack, she gave Men Zhenqing one last chance and asked through gritted teeth, "Are you going to get out of the way or not?" As the main character of this argument, Yang Chen only appeared at this moment. He slightly opened the door that had been sealed for 20 days and softly advised, "Men Zhenqing, step aside." Seeing him standing there calmly with his arms crossed, Men Zhenqing had a joyful expression as if he had grasped a lifesaver just when he was about to reunite with his ancestors. He respectfully said to him, "Young master, you have finally come out of seclusion."
Yang Chen ignored him and turned to Men Xiao, putting on the face of a world-destroying demon king, and asked the little girl, "Little girl, why are you looking for this young master in such a hurry?" Seeing that Yang Chen had appeared, Men Xiao also stopped making a fuss. She cleared her throat and said to him with a serious face, "Yang Chen, this young lady has come to find you to negotiate." Seeing Men Xiao say this, Yang Chen also raised his face to show arrogance, wearing a disdainful smile on his face and spoke, "Negotiate? Negotiate what? What conflict is there between us? No, do we even need to negotiate?" Seeing him despising her so openly, Men Xiao also got angry, pointing her finger right at his face and raising her young lady's voice. "Don't look down on others. I am here to negotiate on behalf of my older brother." Yang Chen's face completely froze, stiff as a board, as he asked Men Xiao again to make sure his ears weren't broken. He asked blankly, "On behalf of your older brother? There is no entanglement of interests between me and your older brother. What is there to talk about?" The raging fire of anger in Men Xiao's heart was punctured by him once again and erupted. Her face darkened as she roared at him terribly. "Stop pretending. The old patriarch of our family was just saying that. Do you really think you can become my older brother's fate master? Keep dreaming." Then she continued to yell in his face like a machine gun with its safety off, firing continuously. "Tell me, what do you want? You look quite poor. How about 50,000? 50,000 top-grade spirit stones?"
Although Yang Chen was learning to count sheep in his head, on the surface he still put on the appearance of a righteous gentleman, shaking his head as if he had no other choice. "No way, absolutely not. That was promised by the ancestor of your family. A promise made to the gods is worth 1,000 gold. Then he continued to advise Men Xiao to give up. "Little girl, this matter cannot be negotiated." Hearing this, Men Xiao felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on her heart, making it sink. She knew he was the type who responded to soft approaches but not hard ones, so she gritted her teeth and took the initiative to humble herself, even though her face was still dark. "Yang Chen, name your price. What do you have to do in order to let my brother go?" Yang Chen also sighed helplessly and raised 5 fingers to quote a price: 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing his exorbitant price, the fire in Men Xiao's heart rushed up to the top of her head. She shivered with rage and screamed, "In your dreams! A dirt-poor brat like you, are you so poor that you've gone crazy? 50 million? 500,000 at most." At this moment, Men Kuang appeared out of nowhere and called out to Men Xiao, who was still enthusiastically combating Yang Chen, startling the little girl. "Xiao." Hearing Men Kuang's call, Men Xiao immediately turned around. Her appearance was incredibly like a white lotus, delicate and fragile as a willow branch. Compared to the vicious-mouthed girl from earlier, it was like heaven and earth, completely unrelated. The background around her also changed from blazing fire to a soft and dreaming setting. She replied softly, "Brother." Men Kuang smiled gently, but corrected Men Xiao's attitude, making the little girl slightly unhappy as she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "Xiao, stop acting recklessly. The old ancestor is looking for you. Hurry up and go." Hearing this, Men Xiao immediately turned around and ran off. After running a short distance, she seemed to remember something, turning back to say, "Then I'll head over there now." Now that Men Xiao had left, the surroundings returned to their original tranquility. Men Kuang smiled brightly and turned to cup his hands in thanks to Yang Chen. "Thank you, benefactor, for your help this time. Otherwise it would have been certain I wouldn't have survived. Xiao is still young and ignorant. I hope benefactor won't blame her."
Yang Chen politely replied, "Young Master Kuang, you are being too distant. I wouldn't dare accept the words benefactor. Moreover, it feels very unfamiliar." Then he added, "From now on, you can just call me Yang Chen directly." After beating around the bush for a while, Men Kuang finally got to the main topic. His gaze toward him was indescribably deep. He spoke, "Yang Chen, a life-saving grace is unforgettable for a lifetime. These days I've also heard some rumors saying that at that time our old ancestor had promised that if you could bring me back to life, I would accept you as my fate master." Hearing the words fate master, Yang Chen immediately broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hands, shaking his head repeatedly. He tried to force a superficial smile and declined.
Young Master Kwang, this is nothing but a joke. It's not real. Men Kwang suddenly moved closer, making his heart skip a beat. He placed a hand on his chest, looking at him with a serious and sincere expression and gaze, and said, "How could it be a joke? The promises of the men in our family are worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Yang Chen, could it be that you look down on me, Men Kwang?" Seeing him acting so aggressively, Yang Chen was also scared and hurriedly desuffed. "Young Master Kwang, we should discuss this matter in the long run. Let's talk more after meeting your old ancestor." Men Kwang happily agreed. "All right, we will talk about this another day. Yang Chen, this time to celebrate my resurrection, a few old friends have set up a banquet at Tai Bai Pavilion. They also want to thank you a bit." Then he made an inviting gesture. "Let's go together." Hearing this, Yang Chen only registered the words free food in his mind. It just so happened he could also leave this stifling place and wander the streets, so he agreed to Men Kwang's request without hesitation. Okay. Scene transition. At Tai Bai Pavilion at this moment, everything was a pile of ruined rubble, so desolate that one could only hear the sound of the wind blowing the leaves and the rustling sound made by the leaves being blown by the wind.
Young Chen followed behind Men Kwang here. His sweat was already pouring down the moment he set foot here. He asked him hesitantly, "Is this the Tai Bai Tower?" Men Kwang led him to a giant tower in stone steely with several cracks on its surface, then turned around to look at him mockingly and introduced, "Young Chen, this is the Tai Bai Steely. It contests the divine sense intensity of a cultivator, and the standard to enter this Tai Bai Tower is an ancestor realm divine sense. I almost forgot to tell you earlier." Young Chen at this moment didn't know he was mocking him, but only thought to himself, so he was hiding it. Fortunately, when I was in secluded cultivation, I had already broken my divine sense through to the Emperor realm.
Seeing him standing as still as a statue, Men Kwang thought he was scared and thought contemptuously to himself, "It really is not out of my expectations. This kid is scared and it's no wonder. His cultivation is only at the insignificant 7th level Purple Palace realm. How strong could his divine sense be?" It seems the old patriarch's words were a bit exaggerated, but is this kid really a peerless monster, becoming the fate master of Men Kwang? I spit on that. Thinking this, he took the initiative to lead him away, not forgetting to mock him a bit to vent his anger beforehand. "Yang Chen, it was my lack of thoughtfulness to set the banquet at Tai Bai Pavilion. We should still change to another place. I originally thought that my benefactor had extraordinary means and would definitely succeed in leaving a name on the Tai Bai stele. It's just that..." Yang Chen at this time still did not know he was being mocked and put on a happy appearance, saying, "Young Master Kwang, I am waiting for you to perform for me first." Hearing him say this, Men Kwang quickly executed his magic technique, and a source of red spiritual energy wrapped around one of his arms. He swiped a streak of spiritual energy onto the Tai Bai stele, and his name immediately appeared on the stele. The stele, along with Men Kwang's name, immediately glowed brightly from above, making everyone who saw it feel astounded. The people below, seeing the stele, also kept buzzing and discussing. Someone who didn't understand immediately asked, "What is Men Kwang doing?" Another person answered, "I heard a few days ago that the bizarre poison in Men Kwang's body has been cured. It seems this guy wants to announce his return through the Tai Bai stele." Another person hearing this also added, "A golden name signature. It seems that although Men Kwang was inflicted with a bizarre poison, his divine sense was not affected at all. The divine sense of the Emperor realm. We can only admire it." On the upper floor of a building, those 4 people were also standing there to watch the show.
The green-haired guy among them spoke first. He smiled and said, "It seems cousin is fully recovered. His divine sense has probably reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm." The burly, fierce-looking guy followed suit and added, "There is still 5 years left. I wonder who among us can break through the barrier and become an Emperor realm expert. I still greatly admire Big Brother Men Kwang. At least for me, if I don't break through to the Emperor realm, I definitely won't participate in the Tianmen battle." The purple-haired girl, the only girl in the group at this time, also continued, "My brother intentionally wants to participate in the Tianmen battle. Men Kwang is such a heroic figure, yet he almost ended up with his soul dead and his Dao vanished. I am truly worried." The most refined-looking man among the 4 suddenly sneered and said seriously, "Aha, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are up to heaven. What's the use of you worrying? As I see it, in this so-called Tianmen battle, strength is secondary. The key is good luck. Do you all not know how many Emperor Realm experts die in each session of the Tianmen battle?" Over here, Men Kwang had finished his performance and turned around to call Young Chen. The point was to embarrass him for his pretentious behavior. He raised his voice and called, "Young Chen, it's your turn." Young Chen walked up to the stele, staring at it with determined eyes. An abundant golden energy surrounded his body along with a sword that appeared the moment he softly called out, "Baling!" The golden energy seemed to be dancing, jumping from one place to another on the stele, creating loud crashing sounds. The stele immediately flew up, carrying his name Young Chen, shining brightly in the vast sky. The crowd below saw his name and wondered. One person said, "Surnamed Yang? Strange. Our city doesn't have a Yang family. Could it be an outsider?" Another person had a similar thought. "This is peak Emperor Realm divine sense? Young Chen, have you guys ever heard of him?" A third guy said, "Definitely. Being with Men Kwang, he's probably a heavens chosen from Chang Chang Mansion." On this side, Men Kwang was widening his eyes in utter shock at the scene that just unfolded before him. He was taken aback, his mouth stammering endlessly, unable to form a sentence.
How exactly do you cultivate?
Young Chen smiled awkwardly, scratching his head as he answered him. Young Master Kwong, let's not mention my cultivation anymore. I have been lazy since I was young. After entering Horman Mountain, I was beaten and scolded quite a lot. Among our 6 senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior brothers, I am the youngest and also the most useless. Hearing this, Men Kwong died a little inside. For him to say that was no different from saying that a heavens-favored genius of an entire region like him was not even as good as a piece of trash. He was so depressed that he looked as if he was about to fall ill again. Yet he told the guy who was still standing there with a dumbfounded face, "Let's go, we are going to a banquet." In the room at this moment, the 6 people were already seated at the dining table, chatting happily with each other. On the table, there were all kinds of vegetables, meat, and fish. The most prominent was a golden roasted pig arranged right in the center of the tray. The blue-haired guy, still enthusiastic and cheerful this time, spoke up first. "Cousin, congratulations on coming back to life this time. But who exactly was it that neutralized the bizarre poison in your body? That person is a great benefactor of our Men family and Land family." Men Kwong did not hide it and happily revealed it was Young Chen. When the other 4 people heard him say that, their eyes collectively rolled back, their mouths dropped wide open, and they screamed in unison, "Young Chen!" While they were having fun, suddenly, outside the door, appeared the shadow of some guy. He spoke up, "Men Kwong, you trash, you've come back to life?" The person who had just breathed out that sentence full of foul air was none other than the Emperor Realm cultivator, Ying Zhen. He was also the one who wanted Men Kwong dead sooner than anyone else. Seeing that Men Kwong had recovered early and was healthy enough to play around and drink, he ground his teeth loudly. With an extremely furious face, he dropped sarcastic remarks and challenged Men Kwong. "It's just the right time that you aren't dead yet. Your father here will wait for you on the Duanju platform."
Men Kwong fell silent and spoke up, "Ying Zhen, I am sadder than anyone else about Jin'er's death. She died to save me. If you want to kill me, just make your move." Seeing his demeanor, Ying Zhen shouted angrily, "Don't pretend to be pitiful. You truly deserve to die. If it weren't for you, Jin'er wouldn't have died in the first place." Then he turned away in anger. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. 3 months from now, I will wait for you at the Duanju platform." After Ying Zhen left, the entire dining table fell into silence. Lan Feng hurriedly spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Cousin, don't pay attention to that madman. He is no longer normal. Right now, no one in the Martial Palace dares to provoke him." Men Kwong could only helplessly sigh. The person in green clothes also consoled him. "Big brother Men Kwong, please don't take it to heart. A life-and-death battle is no trivial matter. Your little brother still has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." The purple-haired girl also chimed in. "That's right, big brother Men Kwong. I also have an appointment to spar with someone later, so I will leave first." The brown-clothed guy also hurriedly said, Me too. I still have to go back and supervise the cultivation of that useless little brother of mine. Big brother Men Kwong, we will meet again later." Hearing this, Men Kwong waved his hand. "Just all of you go." Just at this moment, the waiter brought the food over. "Distinguished guests, the roast beef you ordered has been served." Yang Shen immediately suggested, "How can we just eat meat? Do you have good wine?" The waiter immediately replied, "We do, young master. Our Tai-Bai pavilion has more than 10 types of fine wine, which are—" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Shen interrupted, "Give us 3 of the best jars."
Hearing this, the waiter was a bit surprised. "Huh? Young master, the best wine is Lichuan. It doesn't come in jars, only in small bottles." Young Chen frowned upon hearing this and complained, "So stingy, then bring 30 bottles first." The waiter asked helplessly, "Esteemed guest, are you sure you need 30 bottles? Lan Feng also panicked and tried to stop him. "Young Chen, this Lichuan is not cheap at all." Without letting Lan Feng say another word, Young Chen turned to the waiter and said, "That's right, I, Young Chen, have nothing but money. Hurry up and fetch the wine." Men Kwong had a bit of a headache and covered his face. "Young Chen, is there really a need for you to do this?" But he didn't mind at all and laughed happily. "Young Master Kwong, today we will drink to our heart's content. I wish that 3 months from now you will chop that guy from earlier to death. He is truly too arrogant." At this time, Lan Feng hurriedly escaped the gathering. "Cousin, I suddenly remembered that Dao Master Huka has an urgent matter with me. I will take my leave first." Looking at Lan Feng's fleeing figure, he asked blankly, "Young Master Kwong, what's wrong with him?" Seeing that he still didn't understand what was happening, Men Kwong said in despair, "Young Chen, the 2 of us probably won't be able to walk out of this Tai-Bai pavilion today." Right at this moment, Ying Yanzong, the master of Tai-Bai Pavilion, personally brought the wine bottles over. "To esteemed guests, this is exactly Lichuan. Please enjoy. After you finish, remember to notify your superiors to come and pay the bill."
Seeing this, Young Chen only now trembled and asked, "Young Master Kwong, is this wine very expensive?" Men Kwong tiredly replied, 2 million top-grade spirit stones a bottle. Here, the total is 60 million top-grade spirit stones.
You should know, our family's annual mineral vein quota is only 5 million. Hearing this, young Chen was shocked to his core. Is it that expensive? Men Kuang immediately explained to him. This Lai Swan is a product of the Dongyang Dao Palace, made by gathering the essence blood of a divine spirit realm monster beast and many precious spirit herbs. After consuming it, not only can it greatly condense the strength of the body and refine one's blood energy, but it also contains the ability to nourish the divine sense and condense soul power. It is truly a supreme treasure. Only now did young Chen realize the severity of the problem. He trembled and asked, "Can we return it?" Men Kuang instantly replied, "Once items from the Taipei Pavilion are sold, they cannot be returned." Hearing this, he asked further, "Young Master Kuang, how many spirit stones do you still have on you?" Men Kuang said with a headache, "Less than 10 million. Seeing this, young Chen was determined to have a hearty meal. "I don't care anymore. Let's just eat and drink comfortably. We won't die anyway." Men Kuang also got to work. "I will also eat." Then young Chen began to drink large mouthfuls of wine. As he drank, his body seemed to be recharged with strength and energy.
After that, he pointed at the sky and refreshingly shouted, "Good wine!" At this time, Men Kuang spoke up and asked, "Young Chen, I am very curious why your divine sense is so strong. Could it be that you, brat, were possessed by some old antique?" Hearing this, he immediately replied, "You are the one who got possessed. I, your young master, have outstanding talent. There is nothing I can do about it. Even without cultivating, my divine sense and whatnot will still increase." But what Men Kuang paid attention to was the form of address. He questioned, "In front of whom are you calling yourself young master, brat? Do you believe your father here will beat you up?" Meanwhile, young Chen still cheerfully said, "Do you want to rebel? Brat, just accept your fate and peacefully be my follower. In the future, if I have a bite to eat, I will let you eat too." Immediately, Men Kuang angrily pointed at young Chen. "Don't even think about such good things. You, brat, should instead think about how to walk out the main door of Taipei Pavilion today." Young Chen confidently replied, "It's just a small matter. What is a tiny Taipei Pavilion? Just watch how I, your young master, handle it later." Right as he finished speaking, Men Kuang was already so drunk that he collapsed on the floor. He felt a bit helpless. Already drunk? Then he immediately took out a small jar to store all the remaining bottles of wine. The leftovers could not be wasted. 2 million top-grade spirit stones per bottle. He would bring them back for Xiao Kui and the others to drink. When young Chen brought Men Kuang out the door, the waiter immediately spoke up. "Young master, do you have any instructions?" He instantly said, "The person next to me is Men Kuang, the young master of the Men family. Just put it on his tab first. We definitely won't dine and dash." Suddenly, at this moment, Ing Yanzong unexpectedly appeared. "Brat, you aren't planning to dine and dash, are you?" Seeing him, young Chen thought to himself, "This aura, this guy is in the divine spirit realm." Then he hurriedly said, "Of course not. We will definitely settle the bill." He used a threatening tone and asked him, "The total is 60.06 million spirit stones. The odd amount can be waived for you. How are you going to settle these 60 million?
Seeing this, young Chen hurriedly asked Elder Rong, "Elder Rong, do you have anything of value?" He immediately received an answer. "Sai, master, take this to pay." After that, a purple precious stone appeared. Seeing it, Ying Yanzong exclaimed in surprise, "Divine crystal? You actually have a divine crystal?" Young Chen was still dazed and didn't understand. "Elder Rong, what is this divine crystal?" Elder Rong explained to him in a serious tone. The divine crystal he's talking about is actually a low-grade spirit crystal. This is the spirit stone used by divine spirits. It is also a necessary item for divine spirits to upgrade their true origin to be stronger. Being produced in the divine realm, the lower realm fundamentally has no mineral veins, hence it is extremely precious. Suddenly, Ying Yanzong spoke up to ask the price. "Kid, no, little friend, how many divine crystals do you have?" Young Chen ignored him and continued to ask Elder Rong. "Elder Rong, under normal circumstances, how many top-grade spirit stones can one low-grade spirit crystal be exchanged for?" He immediately received the answer, 10,000. Seeing this, he happily asked, "Elder Rong, how many low-grade spirit crystals are still stored in the Kuixing Tower?" Elder Rong immediately replied, "There aren't many low-grade spirit crystals, probably less than 100 million. This surprised young Chen to the point his jaw dropped. "What? After all this time, it turns out I have that much money?" At this time, Ying Yanzong spoke up. "Little friend, how many of this kind of divine crystal do you have?" He didn't answer immediately, but replied, "Hee, you calculate first. How many divine crystals are needed for this meal?" He immediately replied, "It's a small matter. Consider this meal a treat from this seat to you, kid. Little friend young Chen, can I ask, how many divine crystals do you have in total?" Seeing that he cared so much about it, he fell into silent thought for a moment. This is 6,000 top-grade spirit stones right here, yet there's no need for it? It seems the value of a low-grade spirit crystal here might not just be 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for one. Saying that, he rubbed his chin and asked, "May I ask, Senior, how many top-grade spirit stones can one of these divine crystals be exchanged for at your place?"
Ying Yanzong smugly thought to himself, never expecting that he, Ying, would actually have such an opportunity. This kid was simply a fool, even in Juzo, who would take divine crystals to exchange for top-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yang Chen hurriedly spoke up. "Senior." He hurriedly gave a number. This number surprised Yang Chen, making him think to himself that it seems this guy also knew the market price. But Yang Chen arrogantly countered the price at this time. No, it must be at least double. No matter how angry he was, Ying Yanzong still had to agree. Deal. Hearing that, he was satisfied and took out the items. "Here are 100 divine crystals. Exchange them for top-grade spirit stones for me." The divine crystal stones were glowing in his hands with many brilliant lights. Ying Yanzong stared at them wide-eyed. "So many? Little friend Yang Chen, I want to take them all." Then he continued. "Little friend Yang Chen, I've made you laugh. The top-grade spirit stones at my place are temporarily a bit insufficient. Inside here is 300 million. You just take it first. The remaining 1.7 billion we can negotiate. I will yield 50% of the quota of Taibai Pavilion. How about a price of 1.7 billion for you? If you don't agree, give me a month's time. In 1 month I will gather enough for you. How about that?" Seeing that number made Yang Chen a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it just 20,000? How did it turn into 20 million? Could it be that he wants to scam me? Then he worriedly turned and said to Elder Rong, "Elder Rong, there's a big trouble. This guy seems to want to cheat."
But Elder Rong was much more relaxed. He calmly reassured, "Master, you absolutely do not need to worry. The Guen realm belongs to the lower realm where we currently are. Even though there are many divine spirit realm cultivators, there are no spirit crystal mines. The cultivation bases of these divine spirit realm cultivators are hard to advance, so they will offer an astronomical price to buy low-grade spirit crystals." Then he also pointed out a direction for him. "Master, take the shares. Right now we are not lacking in spirit stones, and this person has some status. In the short term, you also cannot leave Donglin City. Having the status of the Master of Taibai Pavilion will give you an extra layer of protection." Hearing this, Yang Chen was also somewhat moved. "Senior, this junior wants the shares of Taibai Pavilion." Ying Yanzong immediately agreed without any hesitation. "Ha ha ha, Yang Chen, from now on you don't need to call me senior anymore. My seat is Ying Yanzong. From now on just call me Uncle Zong." After that, he handed him a red paper. "Yang Chen, this is the 50% contract deed for Taibai Pavilion. Absolutely do not lose it." Yang Chen quickly accepted this important paper. "Uncle Zong, please take care of me from now on."
At this time, it was a beautiful sunny morning at the Men family. Yang Chen was slowly supporting Men Kuang inside. As they walked, Men Kuang sighed emotionally. "Yang Chen, today I truly submit to you. From now on, you are my fate master." Hearing this, Yang Chen only said modestly, "It was just luck, nothing worth mentioning." Before the two could step through the main gate of the Men family, Men Kuang was immediately scolded by the patriarch of the Men family. "Men Kuang, you actually dared to go to Taibai Pavilion and cause trouble?" Hearing this, he was a bit bewildered. "Cause trouble? What trouble did I cause?" The patriarch of the Men family looked at Men Kuang tiredly. "Men Kuang, you and my mother have already heard from Lan Fang. You two owe 60 million yuan at Taibai Pavilion, and I was just preparing to go redeem you. How did you get out?" Men Kuang immediately smiled confidently. "What is 60 million? Isn't it just the cost of a meal? Right now I lack no money." With this punch-inviting sentence, he successfully angered the patriarch of the Men family. "Lack no money, I'll show you what lacking no money is." Men Kuang was kicked flying against the wall, creating a clear dent on it. But he still didn't give up and tried to explain. "Old patriarch, it's true, we struck it rich. Pavilion Master Ying gave us 300 million. No, wait, it's 2 billion. Ji Yu Huang immediately spoke up. "It's over, my son has gone mad." But at this moment, Yang Chen, standing nearby, also spoke up to confirm. "Senior, what Men Kuang said is true. It is absolutely correct." This gave the patriarch of the Men family a huge headache. "Have you gone mad too? That Ying Yanzong is usually the greediest for money. How could he give you money?" Yang Chen immediately showed him the piece of paper. "Senior men, please take a look at this first." This surprised the patriarch of the Men family a little. "This is the quota document from Taibai Pavilion. Did that old geezer take the wrong medicine?" He immediately explained. "I sold him 100 divine crystals." Hearing that, he asked back in astonishment. "Divine crystals? Where did you say? Divine crystals?" Men Kuang instantly stood up to testify. "It's true, I can testify. Yang Chen really did sell 100 divine crystals to Pavilion Master Ying." At this moment, the patriarch of the Men family also hesitated and asked him, "How many divine crystals do you still have? Sell them all to me."
Yang Chen immediately and happily offered a price. "Senior men, I only have 11 pills left. Out of respect for you, I will exchange them at the price of 18 million top-grade spirit stones per pill." He quickly agreed. "I'll take them all. Little friend Yang Chen, from now on, just stay at our house. You will forever be an honored guest of our family." When evening came, Yang Chen sat in the cultivation room. Just like that, 3 days passed. Feeling the surge of power flowing through his body, he couldn't help but sigh emotionally. With the enhancement of the top-grade spirit stones, my 4 great true chi are now all at the 9th level Purple Palace Realm. As long as I have enough origin treasures, I can transform the true chi into true origin. Afterwards, he immediately opened the door to go out and relax. "Never mind, I'll go out for a walk first."
As soon as he stepped out of the door, Men Kuang was already standing there waiting for him. Yang Chen, you have finally come out of seclusion. Let's go quickly. Yang Chen scratched his head in slight confusion. In such a hurry, what happened? Men Kuang quickly explained. The TNG Merchant Guild has arrived in our city, and they are organizing an auction that will open in a few days. Hearing this, he seemed to realize something. TNG Merchant Guild? Isn't second senior sister from the TNG clan? After that, the two of them quickly moved to the TNG Pavilion. Standing in front of the TNG Pavilion, Men Kuang hurriedly reminded him, "This is the TNG Pavilion. Don't just look at it as a single building. The space inside is actually extremely vast. In our Dongzhou, aside from the Dongyang Dao Palace, the TNG clan and the Shimen family are the most formidable." Yang Chen felt a bit emotional. So second senior sister is actually a super rich second generation.
When the two of them walked past a stall, the stall owner immediately called out to invite them. 100 top-grade spirit stones to open a box once. Passing by, don't miss it. Men Kuang immediately reminded him, "Yang Chen, this kind of thing is just scamming people. Basically, you can't draw anything good." But he was still a little curious about this game. "I will try a little. Exactly how do you play?" The stall owner quickly explained, "This guest, today our box here can only be inspected with a naked eye. As for what treasure you can get, it depends on your judgment and luck." Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately used the Wushen left eye to choose. "I want this one." When the gift was opened, even the stall owner couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My box can isolate all probing. How could you do it?" Men Kuang immediately chimed in, "Black Soulflower, this plant must be worth at least tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones." But Yang Chen laughed and said, "This isn't some Black Soulflower. Hey, this time I made a huge profit." After that, he happily turned and left. Let's go inside for a stroll." Halfway through the walk, he suddenly shivered all over. Men Kuang immediately asked with concern, "Yang Chen, what's wrong?"
Yang Chen fell into silent thought. How could this be? There was actually something here that the primordial demoniac dragon martial soul needed. Then he was quickly startled and panicked when he saw the huge cauldron in front of him. Men Kuang immediately explained to him, "Yang Chen, this is the Tianji Pavilion's stone tripod used for praying for blessings. It's basically worthless. Could it be some kind of treasure?" Then he continued, "Although this thing is worthless, it represents the face of Tianji Pavilion. Doing this is tantamount to slapping Tianji Pavilion's face." This made Yang Chen reconsider. "Men Kuang, what if I take this stone tripod away?" But right after that, he sighed and walked away. "Forget it. Let's go." Yet in the evening, when no one was around, Yang Chen once again appeared standing in front of the Tianji stone tripod. "Second senior sister, I will temporarily buy a stone tripod for you." He quickly threw a bag containing 1,000,000 spirit stones into the middle of the courtyard and collected the Tianji stone tripod. Suddenly, at this moment, a purple lightning bolt, also known as the Shadow Evasion martial intent, suddenly descended. In Tianji Pavilion, Bu Lufu coldly spoke up. Which thief came here to steal? But Yang Chen was no longer there, leaving only the lone bag lying bare. Seeing it, Bu Lufu was extremely surprised. This person is quite interesting, using 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy an old piece of stone. Forget it. At the secret chamber of the mansion, he and the Tianji stone tripod quickly returned to this place. Yang Chen sat in the middle of the circle, and he began to cultivate. When a completely novel spirit stone appeared in his hand, Elder Rong curiously asked, "Master, what is this object?" Yang Chen also did not know how to answer. "I don't know either, but it feels like it is probably not an ordinary object." Suddenly, the spirit stone abruptly shone onto another stone inside Yang Chen's body. He cried out in pain as the spirit stone shattered. Seeing Yang Chen collapse on the floor in pain, Elder Rong hurriedly urged, "Master, quickly circulate your devouring martial soul. Master!" Suddenly, Yang Chen's body emitted a golden light. Then his eyes turned dark red, and he shouted uncontrollably, leaving Elder Rong in endless amazement. This is the bloodline power that is still evolving. Time quickly passed until evening. Yang Chen had completely evolved by this time. Looking at him now, he appeared completely different from before. Time then quickly skipped to a day later. Yang Chen's sword hesitantly called out to him, "Master." Yang Chen softly replied, "What's wrong, Xiaoyao?" Xiaoyao quickly spoke its mind, "Master, you've turned into a different person." Yang Chen was also surprised when he saw himself in the mirror. "Have I become this handsome?" He immediately and seriously asked Elder Rong, "Elder Rong, do you have any disguise secret art? If I go out like this, something bad will happen." This made the old man extremely confused. What could happen? He then struck a pose, summarizing it in one word, handsome. "I'll only say this once, I'm just that handsome. If I let many people surround and stare at me, I'm afraid it will cause a great disaster. On a more serious note, there might be a stampede, leading to fatalities." Elder Rong could only admit defeat to his narcissism. "Master, I actually have a secret art suitable for you. It's called the Zeni art. It consumes a large amount of true qi to disguise the face, but it can only hide it from cultivators below the divine Tao stage." He immediately smiled and said, "All right, for everyone's safety, I will learn it." After that, he began to use the Zeni art. Immediately, a purple box appeared. Looking at it, Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" Seeing his reaction, Elder Rong sweated nervously. "Master, what did the Wushen left eye see?"
Yang Chen immediately explained, "Elder Rong, it's really bizarre. I used the Wushen left eye to look.
This thing is sometimes a weird black flower, and sometimes it turns into a charred corpse. His words startled him. A black flower? A charred corpse? Master, what are the characteristics of the charred corpse? He replied in a deep voice. It doesn't look like a human, but it's absolutely a humanoid life form. It is smaller than a normal member of the human race, has a single horn on its head, wings on its back that are broken, and sharp claws on its 4 limbs. Hearing this, Elder Rong spoke happily. This is a black demon treant. Master, you've struck it rich. With this treasure, not only your dark true chi, but even Janwu Kei's dark true chi can easily undergo metamorphosis into true origin. This made his eyes light up with joy. What? Elder Rong, are you telling the truth? This thing can allow Mai and Xiao Kei's dark true chi to undergo metamorphosis into true origin? What kind of treasure is it exactly? Elder Rong quickly gave a brief explanation. Of course it's true, because the black flower inside this black stone is actually the divine soul Tao pearl of a black demon treant, containing extremely pure dark origin. Hearing this, Yang Chen quickly called out, Xiao Kei, come out here quickly.
Xiangqie asked somewhat blankly, Brother, what is it that makes you in such a hurry? Yang Chen smiled until his eyes narrowed. I'll show you a good item. Yang Chen twirled the black flower in his hand and asked, Xiangqie, guess what is hidden inside this black flower? Zhan Wuchui couldn't suppress his curiosity. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me directly. He immediately gave the answer. Hidden inside this is a special divine soul Tao pearl. It is dark attribute true chi. This made Xiao Chui slightly surprised. Divine soul Tao pearl? How come I've never heard of it? Yang Chen didn't rush to answer Xiao Chui's question, but instead began to circulate his chi. A surge of power with black energy surrounded the divine soul Tao pearl. Seeing him still standing there in a daze, he hurriedly urged, Xiao Chui, don't just stand there. Quickly circulate your cultivation method and guide this dark origin into your purple palace. This divine soul Tao pearl is enough to evolve our 2 dark attribute true chis to the level of true origin. Hearing what he said, Zhan Wuchui also quickly joined in. After a while, Zhan Wuchui said joyfully, Brother, my soul power has broken through to the peak ancestor realm. A day later, Yang Chen was also grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chui, my soul power has also broken through to the emperor realm. He was also happy for him. Brother, if Sister Lingxi knew that your soul power broke through to the emperor realm, she would definitely be very happy. Then he pondered for a bit. I wonder how Lingxi and the others are doing right now. After that, Zhan Wuchui turned to ask Yang Chen, Brother, how about we let the Men family patriarch help? With him speaking up, perhaps those aristocratic families of Low City wouldn't dare to make things difficult for our Dongchuan cultivators anymore.
Yang Chen remained silent and said, You actually reminded me. It's just that there is no need for the patriarch of the Men family to help. Wait until we go out. I will let Sen Yu go to Lu City to protect it. Then he instructed him, Xiaokui, don't think so much anymore. As the saying goes, you are only troubling yourself. Our current priority is to make the dark true chi undergo metamorphosis into true origin. Right after finishing his sentence, he quickly transformed the luck in his body into true origin. Immediately, a brilliant red light shone from within the black smoke, and then it turned into an extremely sparkling spirit stone. Yang Chen was a bit confused at this moment. This is true origin? Beside him, Zhan Wuchui also spoke up joyfully. Brother, I have also succeeded. Yang Chen immediately said, Let's go. On such a happy day, we should go to Taibai Pavilion to be extravagant for once. The Yushui Su beef there is a delicacy in the human world. After that, the two quickly moved to Taibai Pavilion. The two were walking leisurely when suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Hey, you 2 brats in front, stop right there. The person who said that was the Emperor Realm cultivator Ing Zhen. Following his words, a silver-haired subordinate said, We really saw a ghost today going out. These 2 brats are obviously outsiders at first glance, daring to barge in here without even checking what this place is. A bald guy also laughed loudly without hesitation. Haha, they most likely think Taibai Pavilion is an ordinary place. Seeing the arrogant appearance of Ing Zhen's group, Yang Chen seemed to remember something. He looked very familiar. It was the guy who previously wanted a life and death battle with Men Kuang at Taibai Pavilion.
At this moment, Ying Zhen spoke in a cold voice. Brat, you are just a lowly servant of Men Kuang, yet you dare to bring people to the Taibai Pavilion. Who gave you this courage? The silver-haired guy immediately chimed in. No wonder you were so ignorant. So you are Men Kuang's servant. Brother Ying, let me handle him. He immediately agreed. Go ahead. It doesn't matter if you break his legs. Just keep him alive. Seeing the situation, Wu Kuei hurriedly said, Brother, this guy really wants a beating. Let me deal with him. Yang Chen quickly agreed. Xiao Kuei, no need to hold back. Otherwise, they will really think we are easy to bully. On the other side, the silver-haired guy immediately unleashed the Li Shao martial intent. Brat, wait for your death. Yang Chen stood silently from a distance, assessing the situation. Xiao Kui's soul power is now at the peak ancestor realm. His true chi has further metamorphosed into true origin. He should be able to easily block this strike. Just as he predicted, Wu Kuei easily and calmly blocked that attack. Seeing this, the silver-haired guy began to tremble in fear.
Impossible. Even a peak ancestor realm expert couldn't block my strike. You are merely at the petty purple palace realm. Wu Kuei didn't pay any mind and just said, my turn. Then he quickly rushed forward and punched the silver-haired guy right in the face. With just one punch, he sent the guy flying far away into the sky. He happily turned around to report. Brother, it's taken care of. Yang Chen jokingly said, Xiao Kuei, you still haven't cultivated well enough. To think you let him beat you. Ying Zhen ground his teeth in anger. Interesting, but this should end here. Yang Chen also immediately drew his sword. It seems I will get another Emperor Realm slave today. Suddenly, Ying Yanzong appeared. Stop! Ying Zhen looked at the person in front of him in a slight panic. Second uncle, why are you here? Yang Chen sheathed his sword and said calmly, so this guy is your nephew, Grand Manager. Perhaps I can put this nephew of yours on the unwelcome list. Ying Yanzong immediately mediated. Yang Chen, you don't need to bicker with him. My true body is still in secluded cultivation. Wait until I come out of seclusion. I will personally gift you an artifact.
Ying Zhen was deeply shocked looking at the scene before him. How could this be? His second uncle was a divine spirit, yet he compromised and apologized to this brat. Hearing the offer, Yang Chen also quickly agreed. Then this junior thanks the grand shopkeeper. If it's a treasure, I want an origin treasure. He immediately agreed. Haha, all right. Then he turned to scold Ying Zhen. You useless piece of trash, follow me. Seeing this situation, Wu Kuei asked worriedly, Brother, nothing will happen, right? He only received a completely relaxed answer from him. What could possibly happen? Let's go, I'll take you to drink wine and eat meat. As for Lingzi, she and the pink-haired little girl had quickly used a teleportation gate to go watch the competition. The pink-haired little girl was currently extremely excited. Sister Lingzi, this Donglin mansion is truly different. Just smelling the air feels fragrant. Lingzi was a bit helpless. Idiot, this is because the heaven and earth true chi of Donglin Mansion is much more abundant. The pink-haired little girl then chuckled secretly. Hee, I wonder how John Wu Kuei and Yang Chen are doing now. Have they made a name for themselves? Hearing this, Lingzi immediately said, Let's go, we will go find them and give them a sprats.
As for Yang Chen and Wu Kuei, the two of them were walking on the streets of Donglin City. A drunk Wu Kuei put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulder and babbled continuously. Brother, the wine is not bad, it's just that the beef lacks a bit of flavor. It's not as delicious as the roast meat of our Horman Mountain. He could only helplessly cover his mouth. All right, going out is naturally not as comfortable as being at home. Make do with it for now. One day when we meet fourth senior brother, I will take you to catch a true dragon and ask him to roast it for you to eat. The two were walking when they bumped into the green-haired girl. Ouch! The little girl looked at him blankly. Brother Yang Chen, is it you? He was also very surprised. So it's you. Seeing an ally, the green-haired girl immediately pleaded. Brother Yang Chen, do me a favor. Yang Chen immediately replied. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Let me say this first. For fighting matters, go find your older brother. The little girl quickly begged. Brother Yang Chen, I want to buy a pet, but I don't have enough spirit stones. Can you help me buy it? Once I save enough spirit stones, I will definitely pay you back. Hearing this, Yang Chen readily agreed. It's just a small pet. Let's go. I'll take you to buy it. Then the three of them went to the Monster Beast workshop together. The green-haired girl stood in front of the door and shouted loudly, Old Man Gan, come out to receive guests. I want to buy that egg. Old Man Gan quickly stepped out. Coming. Please come this way.
Going inside, the green-haired little girl pointed straight at the super large egg in front of them. Big brother Yang Chen, it's exactly this egg. I want to buy it. Yang Chen immediately asked Old Man Gang. Boss, what monster beast's egg is this? He quickly said, Young master, this is a Yinglong egg. This made him a bit suspicious. A Yinglong egg? It doesn't look like it to me. But the little girl was extremely earnest. Big brother Yang Chen, buy it for me. Elder Rong then whispered to him, Master, this is a coiling dragon egg, just not sure what kind of coiling dragon. And Old Man Gang also quickly followed up. This coiling dragon is a type of true dragon that has a higher rank than the bloodline of the Yinglong. He continued, Distinguished guests, this Yinglong egg costs 1 million top-grade spirit stones. I wonder... Before he could finish, Yang Chen generously said straight out, 1 million top-grade spirit stones, right? I will buy it. The green-haired little girl was so happy she jumped up and hugged him tightly. Big brother Yang Chen, you are so good, much better than my older brother. Elder Rong still had some regrets. Master, that is a coiling dragon egg. Are you really giving it to her? Yang Chen answered seriously. Elder Rong, we live in their house, eat their food. Shouldn't we also give some compensation? Besides, the bodies of the Men family's cultivators also contain a bit of dragon race bloodline. Giving it to this little girl is actually quite suitable. Hearing his explanation, Elder Rong was extremely proud. Master has grown up. Just as everyone returned, they ran right into Men Kuang. Yang Chen, Xiao Chao, why are you two walking together? Seeing her brother, the green-haired little girl sulked and turned her head away. Meanwhile, Yang Chen asked suspiciously, Men Kuang, what are you doing standing at the door? Men Kuang then said, I heard the old patriarch say you are preparing to participate in the Martial Palace's talent selection exam. Isn't the exam coming up immediately? I came to pass on some experience to you. He happily thanked him. Then thank you. Meanwhile, the little girl sulkily walked away. Big brother Yang Chen, I'm leaving first. Men Kuang was a bit confused. What's wrong with Xiao Chao today? He only received a single sound in return. 3 days later, on a beautiful morning at Mount Lin, Men Kuang was introducing it to Wu Kuei and Yang Chen. This place here is Mount Lin, which is also the Martial Palace.
At this time, the blue-haired girl proudly declared, "This young lady will definitely be able to pass the exam and enter the martial palace this time. Big brother Yang Chen, you also have to try your best. Let's strive to be classmates in the martial palace." Yang Chen could only hold back his laughter and reply, then I am really looking forward to it. On the other side, the pink-haired girl and Lingxi were also hurriedly running to the martial palace. The little girl said breathlessly, "The time is just right for us to make it to the martial palace's exam." Lingxi also followed up, "Hehe, Yang Chen and Xiao Qiu will definitely participate in the martial palace's exam." Then she turned around to tease the girl. "Do you want to see Jian Wuquei that much?" This made the girl blush profusely. "Sister Lingxi." At the martial palace, a man in blue questioned, "Why haven't they announced the passing score today?" A man in yellow chimed in, "I wonder what the passing score for the King Realm will be today. Last year I was 3 points short. It really pissed me off." Seeing this, a man in brown said, "The King Realm is still manageable. The competition is probably not that fierce. Our Purple Palace realm is tragic. It seems there are quite a few in the Purple Palace realm this year." Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Chen was also a little doubtful. What the hell is a passing score? His silly question made the blue-haired girl a bit disdainful. "Yang Chen, you don't even know what a passing score is?" Contrary to the little girl, Men Kuang was very patient. "Yang Chen, the so-called passing score is actually the test score set by the martial palace itself. As long as the test points of the examinees reach or exceed the passing score, they can pass directly and become a new student of the martial palace." Right at this moment, the 3 referees began to appear.
Kan Tianyuan stepped forward to greet everyone. "Fellow students, at the end of the year, the martial palace will open the examination to select talents. To make the martial Dao prosper, I, Kan Tianyuan, will be the referee for this examination." Next he pointed at Yan Loshan. "This is the Purple Palace level head instructor of the Martial Palace, Yan Loshan, in charge of hosting the Purple Palace realm test for this examination." After that, he introduced Ming Ju. "This is the Martial King level Dao Master of the Martial Palace, Ming Ju, in charge of the Martial King level test for this examination." After finishing the introductions, he began to announce, "The passing score for Purple Palace realm students in this examination is 175 points." Hearing this, all the participants were completely dumbfounded and stunned. How could this be? Why did it increase so much? This is troublesome. Not many people will be able to enter this time. Last year it was only 169. Why did it suddenly increase by 6 points? Men Kuang could not help but evaluate. For the Martial Palace to raise the passing score so high, they obviously received news that there are quite a few true geniuses among the students taking the Purple Palace realm exam this time. Hearing this, Yang Chen seriously pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me?" His question made Men Kuang burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! You naturally count as one. That day when you fought against Ying Zhen at the Tai Bai Pavilion, you shocked many people." While the two were talking, Yan Luoshan also gave the signal. The participating students of the Purple Palace realm began their test. He stroked his beard and looked at the large pillar in front of him. First was the True Chi test. You just need to exert your full strength and attack this stone pillar. Immediately, a candidate stepped forward and punched the pillar with all his might. After the attack, he read the result right away. True Chi test, 70 points. Seeing the result, Yang Chen was a bit doubtful. He got 70 points in this subject? Wasn't this test a bit too simple? But he was instantly scolded. "Do you think everyone is like you? At the Purple Palace realm, one can achieve true origin. This person looks ordinary, but his true chi has already reached the level of the Martial King realm, which is how he could get 70 points." At this time, Yan Luoshan continued to bring out another stone pillar. This time it was the Divine Sense test. The rules were the same as before. Just exert your full strength and attack this stone pillar. After that, a candidate came forward to perform a Divine Sense attack, and the result this person received was Divine Sense test, 40 points. Seeing this harsh situation, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but sigh. "Senior sister Lingxi, these scores are really too strict, right?" Lingxi also had to acknowledge this year's competition. "That's right. The 4 subjects combined require 175 points to pass. Don't think that this person's True Chi and Divine Sense scores are not low, but the Soul Power and Martial Heart tests that follow are not something that Purple Palace realm cultivators like us can come into contact with." Hearing this, the pink-haired girl was extremely excited. Look, he has started testing his soul power. The person they were discussing was putting all his strength into launching an attack on the pillar. Immediately, streaks of lightning appeared around the white pillar, and a stream of red energy gathered at the bottom. However, the result he received was only 37 points in soul power. Hearing this, Men Kuang sighed and spoke up. This person is crippled. Yang Chen was very puzzled by his words. 175 points is enough to pass. This person's previous 3 subjects combined already reached 147 points, meaning he only needs 28 points in the martial heart subject to pass. How can he be crippled? Men Kuang was extremely helpless at his question. "These words of yours are really asking for a beating. Do you think he is you, able to condense a martial heart at the Purple Palace realm? Later, it will be very lucky if he can even get 5 points.
And the final test had also arrived. The final part is the martial heart test, to see how long you can persevere on this disc. Saying that, he raised the disc emitting a green light into the air. The disc kept spinning with that green light, dazzling everyone. After that, each person started the test, and the gray-robed man collapsed to the ground. 3 breaths later, Yan Lo-shan shook his head in disappointment and announced the result. Martial heart test, 3 points. He spoke up dejectedly. The total score is 150 points, still not reaching the passing mark. This person is eliminated. Next person. At this time, Yang Chen suddenly turned to ask, Men Kuang, what is the full score for these 4 test subjects? Is the martial heart test the hardest? He replied in a deep voice, basically it is like that, but because people are different, there are a few guys with strong martial hearts who can still get good results. However, for the vast majority, the martial heart is indeed a bit difficult. True Qi, divine sense, and soul power can all be upgraded by obtaining the corresponding cultivation resources, but tempering the martial heart is absolutely not something that can be achieved in a day or 2. Men Kuang added that the full score for each subject is 200, so the total score is naturally 800 points. But in the Purple Palace Realm test, no one has ever exceeded 500 points, and even 400 points is very rare. The green-haired girl standing nearby interjected arrogantly, what a piece of trash. This really disgraces us 9th-level Purple Palace Realm cultivators. To only score 150 points, he should just smash his head against the testing pillar. Men Kuang was a bit helpless. Xiao Chao, this is not the Men family. You should restrain yourself a little.
But the little girl didn't stop at all and became even more arrogant. They are all so useless. Do you think I should hold back a little when I take the field later? I'm just afraid that once this young lady's results are shown, someone won't be able to handle the blow and a murder will happen. Hearing this, Wuke couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft! Xiao Chao frowned and glared at him immediately. Jan Wuke, what do you mean? Are you looking down on this young lady? Men Kuang could only lower his voice to remind her. Xiao Chao, don't hold back anymore. This exam is exactly the time to widen the gap, to calculate rankings and results. From there, it is used to distribute academic credits. If you can get a few more accumulated points, you can take a step ahead. Taking a step ahead, do you understand? Seeing this, the little girl resolutely said, then I won't hide it anymore. Later, I will scare them to death and completely crush these scumbags.
Yang Chen continued to ask, does this test also distribute academic credits? Hearing his question, Men Kuang also spoke up to remind him, Yang Chen, your talent is monstrous, and the same goes for Xiao Kui, but you absolutely cannot be clumsy. The Martial Palace is orthodox, and not inferior to other places with strict systems and laws. For all students, the easiest way to earn accumulated points is the science exam. This is also considered a kind of welfare for new students. Later on, when you enter the Martial Palace, it will be very difficult to earn academic credits, and in the Martial Palace, academic credits are needed for everything. Suddenly at this moment, everyone around shouted loudly, Genius! A new genius has appeared! Yan Luoshan was standing and reading Xin Wenshan's results. Martial Heart Test, 65 points. Total score is 215 points. Passed. Receiving the results, he modestly thanked him. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Chen also felt a bit sentimental. This kid is somewhat interesting, giving off a feeling very similar to fourth senior brother. Several new students were also excitedly discussing together. It's Xin Wenshan. I know him. It must be Xin Wenshan, the child prodigy of the Xin family in Fei City. This kid's reputation is not small at all. I heard that he is not only a dual attribute Heavenly Downmaster, but one of them is an exceptionally strange wind attribute. No wonder the cutoff score for the Purple Palace Realm has increased so much this time. It's highly likely that there are quite a few new students like Xin Wenshan. Right at this moment, Xiao Kui confidently declared, It's my turn. My goal is to surpass this kid. Her words left Yang Chen feeling extremely helpless. She spoke as if she herself wasn't a child.
Xiao Zhao then stepped forward to greet Yan Loshan. Hey, greetings, teacher. But he just seriously pointed at the pillar and said, Begin. Receiving the notice, the little girl immediately took a stance and gathered her strength to strike the pillar. At this moment, Yan Loshan happily announced, True Qi Test, 100 points. This made a few new students whisper and discuss among themselves. I really want to know, why is the quality of her true Qi so high? She is only at the Purple Palace Realm. I'm afraid that even among King Realm cultivators, very few have reached this level. That's Men Kuang's younger sister, right? Didn't they say she is the troublemaker of the city? How can her talent be so strong? Everyone was surprised and astounded. Is this the legendary monster? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao happily walked to the next test. The pink-haired girl standing outside watching also widened her eyes in shock. Sister Lingxi, look, that little girl is really amazing. Lingxi couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of the Martial Palace's examination, a girl barely over 10 years old already has such astonishing talent. When I was 10, I didn't know what I was doing. The pink-haired girl was a bit worried. Will there be a chance that we won't pass this test? Seeing this, Lingxi hurriedly comforted her. Rest assured, we are from Homan Mountain. We can definitely pass. At the next test, Xiao Zhao's score was also very high. Divine Sense Test, 80 points. Next, Soul Power Test, 50 points. However, in the final test, the Martial Heart Test, 0 points. Hearing the result, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but shout loudly, Huh? Why do I only have 0 points? At this moment, Yan Loshan loudly announced,
Men Xiaojiao's total score is 230 points, temporarily at the top of the ranking. Xiaojiao happily ran back to show off to Men Kuang and Yang Chen. How is it? I do what I say, right? But Yang Chen immediately threw a bucket of cold water on her. It's a pity. Your top position on this ranking can only be maintained for a short while.
And the reason to this was the next person, Jian Wuquei. Yan Luishan said to him in a stern voice, "True chi test, begin." Immediately, Wuquei gently thrust his sword to attack the pillar. The result he showed everyone left them all astonished, including Kan Tianwen and Ming Ju without exception. Jian Wuquei began to exert his power onto the stone pillar. Black chi emanated around the stone pillar, starting to increase gradually. The black chi increased fiercely, surrounding the outside and causing the stone pillar to tremble incessantly. The examiner was somewhat surprised to see this phenomenon, as the stone pillar kept rising and revealing a black color. He exclaimed that this was true origin. The disciples present were all simultaneously amazed, chattering incessantly and discussing animatedly. There's no way. An imperial examination is such a big deal. Could it be that the Dao masters of the martial palace didn't check the props beforehand? Black. We've never seen this color appear in a test before. Something must have gone wrong. That's right. It must be so. But if there is a problem, shouldn't those of us who are eliminated take the test again? Chuer, who was watching from the outside, saw Jian Wuquei and said, "Sister Lingxi, quickly look, it's Xiao Kui." Lingxi smiled happily, saying she saw him. If Xiao Kui is here, then Yang Chen is probably here too. After the stone pillar reached a certain point, the black spiritual energy inside the testing stone pillar was already taller than Jian Wuquei. His back was straight, hands clasped behind his back, listening to the score announcement. The examiner gestured towards Jian Wuquei and announced, "True origin quality, full marks, 200 points." Men Kuang's little sister was startled upon hearing this, not expecting that Yang Chen's follower had actually gotten full marks right in the first subject. At this moment, another examiner flew over in the midair, looked down at this candidate from above and asked, "Kid, where are you from?" Jian Wuquei looked at that elder and replied, "Horman Mountain." Hearing the name, that examinate was slightly surprised, wondering to himself why he had never heard of this Horman Mountain before. Could it be some secret place in Donglan? Jian Wuquei started the competition again. He focused his gaze forward, channeling all his spiritual energy and executing his technique into the knife in his hand, causing it to flash with a few streaks of blue light. Then fast as flying, the knife was thrown, advancing towards the towering stone pillar radiating powerful spiritual energy. A person who had been observing all this time, his face soaked with sweat, said in shock, "This is the divine sense of a peak grandmaster. Furthermore, just one step short of entering the Emperor realm, 150 points. Seeing the strong blue light emitting from the stone pillar, the crowd discussed even more fervently. My God, isn't this the Purple Palace Realm exam? How could such a monstrous genius appear? Another person quickly spoke up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. A Purple Palace Realm cultivator actually cultivated his divine sense to the Peak Ancestor Realm? This is a bit bizarre. Is this Peak Ancestor Realm divine sense real or fake? The elder from earlier landed, standing beside the examiner to observe Jian Wuquei, and asked, "Kid, what is your name?" Jian Wuquei, tall and straight, elegantly clasped his hands in greeting to the elder, and replied, "Teacher, my name is Jian Wuquei." Someone frowned and spoke up. This kid definitely has a huge secret on him. If the other party is truly a genius from those secret clans coming out to travel the world, he definitely has a Dao protector.
Men Kuang's younger sister raised her two small hands to silently calculate, her mouth wide open in astonishment as she said, 200 points plus 150 points. This kid's score is already higher than mine. Yang Chen stood in the crowd, raising his hand to stroke his chin in thought, and turned to ask Men Kuang, "Let me ask you something." Men Kuang looked over at Yang Chen. "Speak." Yang Chen, his face full of interest, turned and asked, "That year when you participated in the exam, how many points did you get?" Men Kuang answered with full confidence, 367 points. I was first place in the exam that time. Hearing this, Yang Chen frowned, putting his hands on his hips and said, "No way, right? 367 points can get first place? That exam of yours was pretty bad. So what is the highest score in history?" Men Kuang frowned and said, "The record for the Purple Palace Realm exam seems to be 490 points. The person who set this record is now already a Divine Spirit Realm expert." Yang Chen crossed his arms, smiling wryly in disbelief. "Only 490 points? That's too weak. Don't worry, Xiao Kui will get at least 600 points." Then he looked towards his younger brother and started encouraging, "Xiao Kui, do your best. Get 600 points for me to see." Xiao Kui replied with full confidence, "Don't worry, brother." Around Xiao Kui, a red source of power faintly appeared. He was focusing on condensing divine power into the purple stone. That source of power began to emit a bright spiritual energy. The stone grew larger and larger, starting to shoot straight towards the stone pillar. A powerful spiritual energy radiated all around, constantly rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. The stone pillar began to turn blue. Abundant spiritual energy radiated all around. Everyone was extremely shocked, their mouths wide open, unable to take their eyes off the phenomenon before them. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, he is also a peerless genius, so hasn't he broken the record now?" Others were even more surprised the more they looked. Why is it this color? Could it be that this guy's soul power is also at the peak ancestor realm? The other person next to them pointed in astonishment and said, "Having only tested 3 subjects, he has already broken the record."
The elder looked at John Wukui with extreme satisfaction, smiling kindly and stroking his beard, praising continuously. You kid, good, very good.
The examiner was full of astonishment, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Indeed, Jan Wukui had astonished people quite a bit today. It truly opened people's eyes. He spoke up to announce, Soul Power Test 150 points. The little sister put her hands on her hips and asked big brother Yang Chen very seriously, what is the situation with Xiaokuai's martial art? Reveal a little bit. Yang Chen looked at the little sister with a hint of a smile. Haha, just watch, won't you know in a moment? The little sister, not getting what she wanted, was extremely angry. Her face darkened and she pouted. If you won't tell me, then forget it. What's so amazing about it anyway? This young lady doesn't believe it. Could it be that he can condense the heart of the martial emperor? Yang Chen stroked his chin and said, who knows? Hearing this, Men Kuang was shocked, feeling a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. I didn't expect that, Yang Chen. Your little brother actually condensed the heart of the martial emperor. Yang Chen just smiled and didn't say much, replying, just watch for yourselves. In his heart, he thought to himself, Xiaokuai, on the other hand, has never told me about his martial heart cultivation situation, but it's probably not bad either. Jan Wukui was full of composure, standing alone under the bright white light shining radiantly. Yang Chen opened his mouth and spoke. Being able to persist for a few breaths means getting a few points, right? Then he has already broken the record. Jan Wukui stood up straight, held his head high, and closed his eyes, feeling the light flooding his body. The white light dissipated.
200. Next. The examiner pointed his hand toward Jan Wukui and shouted loudly, Martial Heart Test. Jan Wukui has condensed the heart of the martial emperor. 200 points. Total score, 750 points. The elder flew into the air, joyfully announcing, Today is a great day. Our Donglin Martial Palace has welcomed a peerless, heavens-favored genius. Congratulations, congratulations to our Donglin Martial Palace. He shouted loudly, Congratulations to our Donglin Martial Palace. The elder landed among the crowd, raised his hands high, and loudly announced, Martial Heart Test. Jian Wukui has condensed the heart of the martial emperor. 200 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace master of Donglin Martial Palace appeared using an illusion art, laughing joyfully. Everyone present respectfully greeted the Lord Palace Master. Unable to contain his joy, he smiled broadly. Ha ha ha! Kid, you are from Dongchuan, right? Today is a day of great rejoicing for our Donglin Martial Palace. Aside from the rewards you have earned, this seat will grant you an additional 1,000 academic credits. After entering the Martial Palace, you can go to the Deacon Pavilion to receive them. Having said what needed to be said, the Palace Master gradually disappeared. Xiaokuai respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to the Palace Master. Student John Wukui thanks the Lord Palace Master. The examiner was also extremely dedicated, caringly sending his words. Congratulations to you, John Wukui. You are a peerless genius in the history of our Donglin Martial Palace. I hope you will not let down the Palace Master's expectations and will make a name for our Martial Palace in the future. Jian Wukui scratched his head a bit shyly, speaking modestly. I am still far inferior to my older brother. He is the real genius.
Hearing this, the examiner became extremely excited, tightly grabbing John Wukui's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Is your older brother even more formidable than you? Did he come today? Tell him to come here quickly. Xiaokuai was shaken to the point of helplessness, sweating as he said, He's here. Hearing that, the examiner's eyes lit up as if he had caught gold. He stared at Wukui and interrogated, Where is he? John Wukui pointed his finger at Yang Chen, who was standing right in the front row of the crowd. Yang Chen was completely bewildered like a sheep, scratching his nose, not understanding what was going on as he looked over. The two girls, Linger and Lingxi, looked in the direction John Wukui pointed, happily shouting in unison that it was Yang Chen. Lingxi started to blush shyly upon seeing Yang Chen. Lingxi beside her teased, What's wrong, Sister Lingxi? You can't take your eyes off him when you see Yang Chen. Lingxi, being teased, turned bright red and did not dare to argue back, letting Lingxi beside her continuously point at Yang Chen and shout loudly, Look quickly, it's Yang Chen's turn to be tested. At this time, Yang Chen had stepped onto the field. He stood in front of the 3 stone pillars, preparing to test his spiritual energy. The examiner looked toward Yang Chen, who appeared to be slacking off, with a few streams of purple glowing spiritual energy surrounding him. Evaluating him with a solemn expression, he thought to himself, Is this really John Wukui's older brother? This John Wukui is already a peerless genius unprecedented in history. Could this person be even more heaven-defying? Yang Chen revealed a focused smile and began to accumulate spiritual energy. A powerful source of spiritual energy surrounded him, and intertwining streams of purple and red light appeared.
The examiner looked at the powerful aura in front of him and became even more shocked, breaking out in a sweat and exclaiming, True origin. What's more, it was even more vigorous than John Wukui's. Yang Chen was full of authority, his eyes bloodshot, raising his hand high to open his divine sense. Patiently, the power accumulated in an instant became increasingly stronger. The people standing outside watching began to judge. Someone couldn't help but speak up. What is this person doing? Why is he so slow and sluggish? Another person next to him continued. It seems he is still condensing a true chi attack method. It seems he is still condensing a divine sense attack method. Wait, now he is displaying a soul power attack method. Hearing this, another person chimed in. Could it be that he wants to take 3 tests at once? Yang Chen at this moment held his head high, his back straight, with an arrogant demeanor, waving his hand to tap his spiritual energy. The source of spiritual energy emitted a bright golden light. The spiritual energy from earlier had gathered into 3 magic artifacts, a pink box, a golden sword, and a green saber. He used his spiritual energy to control that box. Yang Chen then waved his hand forward, using a stream of spiritual energy to control them, and the 3 magic artifacts shot towards the stone pillars all at once, creating 3 different yet incredibly powerful sources of strength that left the grading examiner gaping in astonishment. The 3 stone pillars gradually changed color and began to fill up. Everyone present was stunned, speaking with trembling voices. Emperor Realm True Origin, Emperor Realm Divine Sense, Emperor Realm Soul Power, all of them are Emperor Realm. The other 2 examiners were also unexpectedly shocked one after another, their faces sweating. This was the first time they had seen a genius. This was a true genius. Both examiners quickly approached Yang Chen and asked, "How old are you this year, and what is your name?"
Yang Chen elegantly clasped his hands and bowed to the 2 examiners, saying, "This junior's name is Yang Chen, and after the end of this month I will be 24 years old." The examiner, full of joy, laughed loudly and quickly told Yang Chen, "Heaven blesses our Donglin martial palace. Come, quickly go test your martial heart." The 2 examiners and Yang Chen were standing below the testing area, and the examiner began to explain. "This martial heart test is the most crucial hurdle. Do your best, Yang Chen." Yang Chen crossed his arms over his chest, his face showing a bit of hesitation as he thought to himself. Judging from Shaokuei's performance, perhaps I can easily persevere for 200 breaths, and even 2,000 breaths wouldn't be a difficult matter. Should I hold back a little? Yang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, looking towards the martial heart testing area with some doubt. White light radiated all around as the test began. Everyone present was waiting anxiously for the result. Men Kuang's younger sister, standing next to her brother and Jianru Kui, secretly raised her hand and began to calculate. Her small face changed color slightly. 190 breaths? Could it be that Yang Chen has actually condensed the heart of the martial emperor? The martial heart testing plate shook violently, emitting a brilliant blue light. Yang Chen clenched his hands into fists, full of confidence, surrounded by a dazzling golden light. 200 breaths. The examiner, completely astonished and sweating profusely, opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "Yang Chen has condensed the heart of the martial emperor. Martial heart test 200 points. Total 800 points." The people present were also simultaneously astonished. To think it's 800 points? Am I not dreaming? Another person was equally surprised. It's real. Yang Chen really scored 800 points. I saw it with my own eyes. This time Donglin is truly about to undergo a massive change. The examiner today was truly extremely happy and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I tell everyone present that today is a day of great rejoicing for our Donglin Martial Palace. 2 peerless geniuses have appeared one after another. Congratulations to our Donglin Martial Palace." Everyone below also joyfully and cheerfully congratulated Donglin Martial Palace.
Yang Chen looked at everyone below, thinking to himself, "Is this the Martial Palace, the orthodox place of the human race's martial Tao?" The palace master once again appeared using an illusion art, still wearing a smile. He appeared right behind Yang Chen, causing him to turn around in surprise. The palace master gave a gentle smile, laughing heartily to express his joy. "Ha ha ha, kid, you are even more outstanding than your younger brother. It seems this old man will have to exert some effort again. How about this? I will personally reward you with 2,000 academic credits." Just like before, right after speaking, the palace master disappeared. Yang Chen respectfully bowed. "Many thanks, teacher." In another place, there was a person burning with rage, his eyes bloodshot and seemingly about to burst into flames. The person next to him was a bit frightened seeing this. The person next to him tried his best to persuade the young master not to be angry. Meanwhile, that person looked as if he was about to smoke, his eyes shooting out sparks full of jealousy. That old geezer is truly interesting. Saving accumulated points and not giving them to me, yet dividing them among 2 outsiders. The person next to him broke into a sweat and tried even harder to speak. "Young master, no matter how monstrous the talent of these 2 brats is, right now they are still only in the Purple Palace realm. You are dignifiedly in the Emperor realm. Wouldn't it be easy to make things difficult for them?" That person seemed to ease up, no longer as irritated as before. The person next to him breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear him say, "You are right. I have a way to deal with them."
Jianru Kui was currently opening his arms wide to welcome his brother back. He happily said, "Brother, you are too amazing." The little junior sister also quickly rushed into brother Yang Chen's body. Being suddenly bumped into by this little sister made Yang Chen little startled and unexpectedly shout, "What is it? What do you want to do?" Yang Chen shook continuously but couldn't get her to let go. The little girl hung her entire body on Yang Chen and whined, "Brother Yang Chen, you have so many academic credits, can you give me some later?" Elsewhere, an old man was pointing at the other person and spoke up. Menhai, this martial teaching of yours is pretty good, isn't it? That black-clad girl actually dared to be so insolent. That old man was not worried at all and spoke up. Insolent? Old ghost Yan, do you know something? Tell me quickly. Another old man named Yan Changchuan also said, Menhai, you are truly stupid. How could you say it's easy for such monstrous geniuses to appear in this world? Moreover, it is two of them appearing together. Dongchuan, Huorman Mountain, think about it yourself. Hearing this, Menhai started to ponder, placing his hand on his chin. That old man continued to give a hint. Ah, the teacher at Huorman Mountain. As if remembering something, he asked in shock, What? Yang Chen and Jan Wuquei are both the teacher's disciples? He replied with a distant look on his face. That's right. Moreover, unlike the two of us, whom the teacher only casually guided a bit, Yang Chen and Jan Wuquei are probably the teacher's personal disciples. Menhai seemed to become even more excited, clenching his hands tightly. I should have thought of it earlier. Luckily, I haven't treated Yang Chen badly during this period. That brat Men Kuang and Men Sha Chao also have a decent relationship with Yang Chen. Yan Changchuan spoke up again. Menhai, from what I know, Yang Chen has already become the fate master of your Men Kuang, so how about you yield that Jan Wuquei to me? From now on, my Yan family will cover everything regarding Jan Wuquei's cultivation. Menhai smiled, stroking his beard extremely happily. Ha 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 ha, let's decide it like that then. The competition continued, and the referee began to invite the next person. Lingxi stepped lightly toward the stone pillar. She started to exert her power, using one hand to transmit energy into the stone pillar, radiating a blue light. The referee looked at the stone pillar that had changed color, feeling a bit shaken, and spoke up. True Chi of the Peak Ancestor Realm. Moreover, she is just a little bit away from stepping into the Emperor Realm. 150 points. Jan Ruquei excitedly grabbed Yang Chen's arm and shook it lightly. Brother, look over there quickly. The two people who had been separated for a long time locked eyes with each other. Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Lingxi? Lingxi softly replied. Yang Chen.
Jen Wuche was extremely happy, pointing forward and looking at Yang Chen, saying, Brother, I see Linger. Yang Chen also followed Xiao Kui's pointing hand and saw Linger's back. He thought to himself that he didn't expect Linger and Chu Linger to also come to Donglin, wondering where fourth senior brother and Xiaoer were right now. At this moment, Linger began to exert her power, starting to release her divine sense, and a small green knife slowly condensed. Divine sense, small sword. That knife flew towards the stone pillar as fast as flying, creating powerful green lights. The elder looked slightly excited at the stone pillar, surrounded by green spiritual energy, saying unexpectedly, Emperor Realm Divine Sense, another Emperor Realm Divine Sense. He looked at Linger, asking somewhat startled, Where do you come from? The young girl, shining brightly all over, spoke as gently as water, Homan Mountain.
Those two examiners looked at each other, somewhat unexpectedly seeing each other. It was Hualman Mountain again. What kind of place was this Hualman Mountain anyway? The other one said he didn't know. Today was the first time he had heard of it. Perhaps it was some top-tier hidden Dao lineage. Linger on this side happily spread her arms and pounced on the person in front of her, calling Xiao Kui with a long-awaited tone. Linger threw herself into Jan Wukui's arms, making him momentarily unsteady, and they both fell to the ground together. Wukui helplessly complained, Linger, restrain yourself a bit. Young Chen watched the two of them struggling to sit up and asked, wondering why Linger and Lingxi came to Donglin. Linger looked at Young Chen and smiled, explaining that Master said he and Xiao Kui were doing quite well in Donglin and told them to rely on him. Young Chen thought of that person, frowned slightly, dropped a drop of sweat, and secretly thought in his heart what plans this old man had again. Young Chen suddenly regained his determination, clenched his hands into fists, and shouted loudly, All right then, let's go to the Donglin Martial Palace together. Over at Lingxi's side at this time, the examiner began to announce, Testing the martial heart 130 points, total score 680 points. The people outside momentarily opened their eyes wide in shock and looked towards Lingxi. A man spoke up saying it was another monster. Although not as exaggerated as the previous two, she was also a peerless genius. Another person followed up, saying this person seemed to have come out of Huoman Mountain. Do you guys know Huoman Mountain? A girl then said, if only I could also enter Huoman Mountain, how great that would be. Lingxi only now walked over to Young Chen. The two looked at each other and smiled. She softly called Young Chen. Young Chen opened his arms, and Lingxi immediately threw herself into his embrace. The two hugged affectionately after many days of separation. A teardrop fell from the corner of Young Chen's eye, and he said, Lingxi, we finally meet again. At this time, two brats standing in another place revealed an evil expression on their faces. The one in red clenched his fists in excitement, looked down below and said, Young Chen, I finally found your weakness.
At the Deacon Pavilion of the Martial Palace at this moment, sunlight shone on the tiled roof. The scene was quiet as the four people stood in front of the door waiting. A Dao Master stepped out and spoke. Starting from today, you are all students of our Donglin Martial Palace. Saying so, he held up the red token in his hand and said, In my hand is the identity token. But this token not only records my identity, it also records my accumulated points. Here in our Donglin Martial Palace, whether you are a Dao Master or a student, everything depends purely on accumulated points. As long as you have enough accumulated points, you can exchange them for anything you want. The red token in his hand was held up high, inscribed with the words Dao Master Yanlo Shan, accumulated points 480. He then looked towards Yang Chen's group and said, Of course, earning these accumulated points is extremely difficult. Even I have only been able to accumulate 480 points so far. Behind me is the Deacon Pavilion. You can now go in yourselves to receive your identity tokens, and at the same time, all missions will be issued at the Deacon Pavilion. Yang Chen, after listening to the Dao Master's explanation for a while, had bright eyes and his mouth watered. He thought in his heart, this Dao Master only has over 400 points, so with the 2,000 points I was just rewarded with, doesn't that make me super rich now? At this time, he became even more excited and said to the younger sister and brother behind him, let's go receive our identity tokens. After receiving her identity token, Linger stared intently at it. Wow, I have 380 points. Jan Wu Kei, standing next to Linger, holding his token, gently patted her head and looked at her affectionately, saying, Linger, I have 1,750 points. If you don't have enough, just ask me. Yang Chen excitedly looked at the token in his hand, rubbing his chin with the other hand, thinking to himself, Men Kuang was right. This entrance examination is indeed the easiest place to earn accumulated points. He put the token away, looked at his siblings, and spoke. Xiao Kui, Ling Shi, I plan to go to the Lingyuan sacred ground of this Dunglin martial palace to take a look. What about you guys? Ling Shi voiced her refusal. It wasn't easy to visit the martial palace. I plan to stroll around everywhere. Linger also hugged Sister Ling Shi's arm tightly and said, I want to go together with Sister Ling Shi. Jan Wu Kei shyly scratched his head and looked at his older brother, saying with some confusion, I will go together with Linger. Yang Chen smiled understandingly and patted his younger brother's shoulder. All right, then younger brother Sha Kui, protect Ling Shi and Linger well. I'm off to Lingyuan. A large gate radiated a halo of blue light. This was the entrance to Lingyuan. Yang Chen stared intently, secretly guessing in his heart, is this the entrance to Lingyuan? It looks quite mysterious.
Yang Chen was wandering in his thoughts when suddenly a voice rang out. That azure light radiated even more intensely. Newcomer, quickly kowtow to your master tiger. If you don't kowtow, you cannot enter. At this moment, a white tiger appeared. It put on a fierce look, raising its 2 claws. This was White Cat, the artifact spirit of Ling Yan. White Cat's sudden appearance took Yang Chen by surprise. Not knowing what this thing was, he immediately asked Elder Rong what it was. Elder Rong appeared and gloomily explained, Tsk, to think this Ling Yan actually made such a close-off artifact spirit. This White Cat is the artifact spirit of Ling Yan, but you don't need to be afraid. Xiao Yao counters this kind of artifact spirit the most.
Hearing Elder Rong say that, Yang Chen took out the sword in his hand and swung it forcefully forward. A dark aura radiated out. Zayao, devour him. The white tiger suddenly got agitated, its eyes going wide. What is this thing? Zayao appeared and opened its mouth. The white cat gradually dissipated in despair, leaving only a faint white smoke. Having eliminated the first obstacle, Yang Chen looked up at the area containing deep blue and white caves. In the space of Lingyan, an abundant stream of blue spiritual energy continuously radiated. Elder Rong beside him began to explain. Master, these caves are the entrances to the Lingyuan dojos. The deep blue ones are occupied by people, while the white ones are empty. Hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely interested and quickly said, let's go in and take a look. Yang Chen walked to a white cave with 10 accumulated points per month inscribed of it. He looked inside and thought to himself, I heard that this Lingyuan can help cultivators cultivate. Perhaps I can borrow this place to achieve the martial king realm. He began to walk inside the cave. The white light gradually dissipated and was replaced by a deep blue light, proving that there was now someone inside. Inside this place, the trees were lush, the spiritual energy was abundant, and there was a lake radiating a magical blue light. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A good place. He began to sit down and looked at Elder Rong. Tell me, if I condense a soul seed, which type should I use as the main one? Hearing his master's question, Elder Rong immediately replied, Is there even a need to ask this? Of course, it's the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Yang Chen began to focus his spiritual energy to deploy his technique. His eyes were now bloodshot, and spiritual energy began to condense. The primordial demonic dragon appeared with a ferocious expression, its entire body carrying a red hue. Yang Chen thought to himself, I originally planned to use the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Now that all my aspects have reached their peak, it is time to condense it into a soul seed.
The primordial demonic dragon roared, releasing streams of blazing red light that shook the entire space. The primordial demonic dragon, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at the magic artifact ahead. A sword was surrounded by an extremely strong source of spiritual energy. Elder Rong spoke up, Master, the time is now. Swift as a fly, that sword dashed forward. The primordial demonic dragon resisted fiercely, breathing out fire. The 2 streams of light seemingly merged into one. Below, Yang Chen was extremely focused, feeling every transformation of the primordial demonic dragon. Then he excitedly shouted loudly along with the demonic dragon. A moment later, Yang Chen gradually calmed down, and the stream of light gradually dispersed. At this time, Yang Chen opened his eyes, full of confidence. It's a success. 3 days later, Yang Chen held high the sword mixed with blue and purple, incredibly beautiful like the Milky Way. The primordial demonic dragon also appeared with a new appearance. Its color also had some changes, similar to that sword, no longer monochromatic like before. Yang Chen shouted, Completely new primordial demonic dragon martial soul, come out. The primordial demonic dragon appeared, and Elder Rong immediately felt that this was the aura of the divine Tao mighty power.
Yang Chen opened his divine power in his hand, his face full of pride. A few rays of light gradually spread out. Yang Chen raised his hand to the sky, and rays of light flashed all around, turning the whole area blazing red. Following the guidance, the primordial demonic dragon unleashed a strike, moving along with its master's voice. The powerful aura shot straight into the sky, creating a black beam of light. Elder Rong was full of shock, sweating profusely upon seeing its true ability. Truly worthy of being the divine Tao mighty power, unless it is a top-tier Emperor Realm expert or a divine spirit realm cultivator, otherwise anyone will be destroyed under this strike. Hearing Elder Rong's words, Yang Chen asked with some doubt, "Elder Rong, what is called the divine Tao mighty power?" Elder Rong looked at his master and replied, "The so-called divine Tao mighty power is precisely the mighty power that a divine spirit realm cultivator possesses. Master, your strike just now not only carried the aura of the demonic dragon martial soul, but also contained the power of the origin fire seed and the waste sword martial soul, enough to annihilate the vast majority of Emperor Realm experts." Hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely excited. He clenched his hand into a fist and raised it, while his other hand patted his muscle as if to show off his strength. "Is it really that formidable? It's time to go out. I must bring this good news to Lingxi and Xiao Kui." Outside, Xiao Kui had been waiting for his older brother for a long time. As soon as Yang Chen stepped out, he said, "Brother, you have finally come out." Xiao Kui was a bit scared, waving his hands and feet, saying that a major incident had happened. Seeing this upon coming out, Yang Chen was also a bit worried and said, "Xiao Kui, don't rush, just speak slowly." Xiao Kui was full of anxiety. The youth's face completely panicked. Sister Lingxi and Liana were kidnapped by Ying Zhen. Ying Zhen said he wants you to go there to ransom them. Furthermore, he didn't allow me to tell anyone else.
Hearing this, Yang Chen was even more shocked and anxious, hurriedly saying, "Kidnapped by Ying Zhen? Quickly take me there." At the place where Ying Zhen captured the hostages, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy and dismal, and everyone's faces were dark. The two girls were sitting on the ground tied up, full of fear. Yang Chen and Xiao Kui quickly arrived. Seeing his beloved tied up, he was extremely heartbroken and shouted loudly, "Lingxi!" Lingxi also looked over. Seeing that it was Yang Chen, she was extremely worried, her voice echoing, "Yang Chen, don't come over here." Seeing that the person he was looking for had finally arrived, Ying Zhen laughed loudly. The other two looked at him with angry expressions. They heard him speak. "Yang Chen, without coming up with some tricks, it really would be impossible to invite you over here." Yang Chen was truly agitated, his voice impatient. "Cut the crap, let them go."
Yang Zhen fanned the fan in his hand and opened his mouth. "Yang Chen, I give you two choices. 1. Get out of the martial palace, give me the academic credits that my father gave you, and then kowtow to apologize to me. 2. Engage in a life-and-death battle with me. If you defeat me, I will let them go." Ling Shi, who was tied up with Ling heard this and became extremely worried, telling Yang Chen, "Don't mind us. He is a genuine Emperor Realm expert. You must run away quickly." Yang Chen looked at Jian Wukui and began a sound transmission. "Xiao Kui, later, after Yang Zhen and I make our moves, you must take the opportunity to rescue Ling Shi and Ling Xiao Kui, full of anxiety, quickly agreed. I will listen to you." Yang Chen began to exert his power, his face darkening slightly, his whole body radiating powerful spiritual energy as he looked towards Ying Zhen. "Then, let's fight." Ying Zhen, hearing Yang Chen's choice, quickly advanced, using his long spear artifact which radiated a blinding golden light, and said to Yang Chen, "Then I will let you know what a true emperor really is." Yang Chen began to circulate his inner energy, and the mighty primordial demonic dragon appeared. The primordial demonic dragon martial soul roared, accumulating a powerful aura that made Ying Zhen below freeze slightly. Wait, what is this breath? Ying Zhen still didn't know what was about to happen, continuing to fight, thrusting thousands of spear shadows forward, actively attacking, not forgetting to show off his prestige to Yang Zhen. "Dying under my spear shadow heavenly dance can be considered your honor. Go." The spiritual energy of the primordial demonic dragon was released right at that moment, a red light flashing simultaneously with Ying Zhen's thousands of spears. The red side and the golden side clashed fiercely. Yang Chen also shouted loudly, calling Xiao Kui, "Now!" The spiritual energy of the demonic dragon martial soul grew stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to suck away all the spear shadow heavenly dance can. Ying Zhen, seeing his spear shadows disappear, couldn't help but be shocked, his face covered in sweat. Unbelievable. No, what is this? Right when no one was paying attention, Xiao Kui quickly jumped over to untie and rescue the two sisters. "Senior sister Ling Shi, Ning I'm here to save you two." The two henchmen beside Ying Zhen saw this and quickly ran over to stop him, hissing furiously, "Go to hell." Jian Wukui kicked the two of them away with a single strike. Then he quickly held Ling Shi and Ling in his arms and quickly escaped, saying anxiously, "Let's go quickly." The spiritual energy from the primordial demonic dragon had condensed into a massive block, flying swiftly towards Ying Zhen, making him unexpectedly try to use his spear to resist that source of power. Ying Zhen seemed to be drained of his spiritual energy, slowly being sucked into the martial soul.
His confidence collapsed, his face drenched in sweat, truly terrified as he screamed loudly, "Impossible! This is impossible!" Then Yang Chen slowly disappeared, leaving only a few streaks of red light and a huge crater.
In the Chenmo realm, the dark space was clearly visible, featuring a tall pillar with sharp spikes pointing in all directions. Faint traces of dark aura flickered around. A man wearing large prayer beads on his body held a hexagonal wooden piece resembling a bagua. That man was Bei of the 7 Emotions Demonic Heads. He raised the wooden piece. Finally found it. The origin fire seed is exactly in this direction. At this moment, an eye with a golden pupil appeared, causing Bei of the 7 Emotions Demonic Heads to be unexpectedly startled. The eye spoke. "Grandmaster Bei, it seems you have finally found the origin fire seed." Grandmaster Bei respectfully cupped his hands in greeting and replied, "Tower Master, I have indeed found the origin fire seed. Next, we just need to send a great army to snatch the origin fire seed." The Tower Master gradually disappeared, leaving a few words before departing. "Good. At all costs, the origin fire seed can only be mine." At the majestic Dongyang Dao Palace, a man was forming hand seals, with several rays of light radiating around him, as if sensing something troublesome. At this time, a man wearing a red robe metamorphosed out of nowhere, surrounded by a red light. Looking at the other person, he spoke, "Blacksmith, you also sensed it, right? Dabe has discovered the young master."
Seeing him, Blacksmith was full of anger and began to reprimand. "Old Ghost Gang, this is all your fault. Who told you to break the seal of Dongshuan so early to let the young master leave Dongshuan? Now look, a huge trouble has occurred." Being suddenly blamed, he retorted in annoyance, "Stinky Blacksmith, what are you afraid of? That guy Dabe won't come over here easily. Our current mission is to let the young master smoothly enter the Zili Tomb treasury and fuse with that Shekyu wood. This matter not only can make the origin fire seed mature quickly, but it can also thoroughly conceal the aura of the origin fire." Hearing this, the other man was somewhat unconvinced and raised another hypothesis. "If Dabe becomes desperate and his true body comes over, what should we do?" Elder Gang, his whole body emitting flames and his eyes sharp, spoke with slight anger. "Then I will break the rules and kill him. As for future punishments, we will talk about it after meeting the master."
Hearing this, Blacksmith disagreed, pointing at him and saying, "No, the 7 Emotions Demonic Heads are destined to be the young master's whetstone. If you make a move, what would that look like? No, absolutely not." He, however, seemed extremely confident, leisurely stroking his beard and saying, "Don't worry, a guy who is both cowardly and stupid like Dabe wouldn't dare unless he is absolutely certain." A few flashes of blue light appeared, and another elder visited the Dongyang Dao Palace. He looked at the two of them and immediately said, "You two idiots, now trouble has arrived. Old Dog Huo, did you come down from the upper realm specifically to make a joke out of us?" Saying that, he took out a golden mirror and continued, "I'm here to wipe the asses of you two. First, let's see what the young master's situation is." The three of them began to observe the situation through the mirror, and suddenly they were slightly stunned. In the mirror, the image of the young couple embracing passionately appeared, making the three elders suddenly fall silent. The three of them pretended not to have seen anything and quickly made the mirror vanish. One of them spoke up to clear the awkward atmosphere. "We should still discuss what to eat later." Over on this side, Lingxi was throwing herself into Yang Chen's arms, sobbing loudly. "Yang Chen, I really thought I would never see you again." Yang Chen heartbreakingly held his beloved in his arms and said softly, "Lingxi, I arrived late." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lingxi shyly held back her tears and separated from Yang Chen, leaving him slightly confused. On this side, Linger, with tears streaming down her face, clung tightly to John Woo-Kei, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. "Boo-hoo-hoo, Linger almost died." Yang Chen and Lingxi looked over and teasingly said, "Silly girl, you are already so grown up, yet you still like to cry." Yang Chen looked at Lingxi beside him and spoke with absolute certainty, "Lingxi, I will always be here from now on." Lingxi smiled sweetly. We will walk the path ahead together." At the end of the horizon, the sunset glow illuminated through the mountain crevices, creating harmonious colors. The four of them, two couples, moved forward together. Part 2. End. At the Dongyang Dao Palace, Blacksmith and Elder Gang were pointing at that elder. Elder Gang spoke,